He was once the strongest support, yet on the brink of betrayal and death, he was reborn with the ancient god's blood. This time, his class transfer is no longer a curse, but the catalyst for a cheat awakening. His healing spells can permanently copy enemies' talents and skills, and even deal true damage to foes. When the mockery he once knew returns, he unleashes a life-saving heal that ignites a shocking, heaven-defying legend. Chen, are you alright? A familiar call pulled him from his blood-soaked memories. He snapped his eyes open, greeted by the familiar sight of the class transfer array, the bustling crowd, and the scene of his 18th birthday class transfer day. He had been reborn. In this life, he was still Young City's top genius with 200 talent points, still the focus of everyone's immense expectations. But as the transfer light enveloped him, a piercing alarm blared in his mind. It was the ancient god's blood, reborn with him, forcefully interfering with his destiny. Congratulations on your successful class transfer. Class, Restoration Mage. Just like his previous life's support destiny, Chen felt a bitter pang. However, in the very next moment, system prompts followed, shattering all his preconceptions about support classes. Ding! Talent awakened, Hero of Healing? He eagerly checked his panel, and the description before him shook him to his core. Hero of Healing, a hero chosen by the ancient god. Under the ancient god's favor, your talent has reached its zenith. Every assist or heal has a chance to critically strike, dealing 500% of the healing effect. Furthermore, when you successfully cast a heal or assist on a target, you have a 25% chance to permanently copy the target's strongest talent. If you already possess it, this talent will level up to level 2, a 40% chance to permanently copy one of the target's skills. If you already possess it, this skill will level up to level 2, and a 60% chance to gain 1 to 3 attribute points. Attribute points for dying targets are doubled. When your healing critically strikes and the healing amount exceeds the target's maximum HP, it will trigger Afterglow Impact, dealing 50% of the current healing amount as true damage to enemies. Is this really a support? This is clearly a heaven-defying, god-tier talent. As the crowd below once again erupted in disappointed jeers, accusing him of being a useless support despite his 200 talent points, Shen's heart remained calm, a cold smirk playing on his lips. The humiliation of his past life, he would repay 100-fold in this one. Is there a healer? Is there a healer? Please, someone save my young master. Just then, an anxious cry cut through the clamor of the hall. A dying young noble was carried out, barely breathing, afflicted by multiple negative status effects, on the verge of death. Shen's eyes flashed an opportunity. He raised his hand, and a verdant light merged into the young man's body. In an instant, the blood on the young man's body vanished, his wounds healed, and even all negative status effects were cleared. Ding! Hero of Healing effect triggered. A rank talent, Dual Cast, has been successfully copied. Congratulations on gaining 6 spirit points, a single heal, and he instantly copied a top-tier talent. The young man was saved, but upon learning that his savior was the useless Chen, he arrogantly tossed a bag of gold coins and disdainfully told him to get lost. Chen calmly picked up the money bag from the ground, his eyes deep and silent. This slight humiliation was just an appetizer. With this money, he quickly acquired a set of basic white-grade equipment, preparing himself for the path of his coming counterattack. Chen, are you alright? A clear, pleasant voice sounded, belonging to Young City's top prodigy, SS rank Flame Soul Mage Sujina. In his previous life, she had extended a helping hand, only to be rejected by his foolish pride. This time, facing her renewed invitation, Chen offered a relaxed smile and accepted her kindness. Then I'll have to trouble you, great genius, to look after this humble little support. Sujina's team gathered the talents from various schools in Young City: B-rank Elf Archer Leewi, A-rank Shadow Killer Wang Wei, and A-rank Sword Shield Warrior Wang Teng. And Chen was the seemingly unremarkable B-rank Restoration Mage in this team. On the way to the beginner dungeon, Chen quietly checked the A-rank talent he had just copied, Dual Cast. When activated, every skill will be cast twice consecutively without interruption, and the second cast's mana cost is reduced by 50%. Dual Cast, combined with Hero of Healing's critical strikes and copying abilities, Shen's future was far more than just a simple support. The former genius, now the useless one, who would prove to be the truly hidden powerhouse. With a heaven-defying cheat in hand, in this life, he would make all those who wronged him, humiliated him, and betrayed him pay a bloody price. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the atmosphere among the group became much more harmonious. Once the 5 of them completed the team formation, Sujina smiled brightly and said, "Let's go, we'll first check out the Novice Secret Realm." With that, she skillfully led the others deeper into the hall of the dungeon. The dungeon hall was extremely spacious, stretching endlessly in all directions. The walls were adorned with ancient and mysterious patterns that emitted a faint glow, illuminating the entire hall as if it were daytime. The hall was bustling with voices filled with a lively atmosphere as various noisy sounds mixed together, creating a deafening cacophony. This was one of the core areas of Young City, the dungeon hall, connecting countless secret realms and dungeons, serving as an important place for all practitioners to enhance their strength. The novice secret realm, however, was the most special area within the dungeon hall. Unlike other naturally formed secret realm dungeons, the novice secret realm was man-made. It was specifically created by the ancestors of humanity to provide a safe and stable growth environment for newly promoted practitioners. Every main city was equipped with a novice secret realm. Its difficulty was not high, and the rewards were moderate, making it the best choice for newly transitioned novices to accumulate experience and familiarize themselves with combat. Of course, it was only of low difficulty. For practitioners who had a clear understanding of their own strength, even the novice secret realm was still full of challenges. At this moment, although the transition ceremony had just ended not long ago, a considerable number of people had already gathered at the entrance of the novice secret realm. They clustered in groups of 3 or 5, either whispering to each other, discussing strategies for the secret realm, or recruiting one another to form teams. Excitement and anticipation were evident on everyone's faces, eager to try their hand. Under Sujina's guidance, Chen Chen and his group quickly arrived at the entrance of the novice secret realm. It was a massive light gate, radiating a soft glow, with complex and profound runes engraved on its surface, as if containing some mysterious power. Sujina stopped, looking at the teleportation gate with a hint of excitement. "Are you ready?" Her clear voice rang out, carrying a touch of eager anticipation. The three of them focused their gazes on Sujina, nodding in unison to indicate they were ready, waiting for her next instruction. Chen Chen looked at the slightly excited faces of the others and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It was just a novice secret realm, why were they so thrilled? Just a novice secret realm. In his previous life, he had entered and exited countless times, and he had long since lost any feeling about it. However, he maintained a calm expression, slightly nodding to show that he was also prepared. Seeing that everyone responded at the same time, Sujina nodded in satisfaction. "Then, let's go." Before her words had even faded, she took the lead, stepping gracefully into the secret realm's teleportation gate. As the group entered the gate, they felt a flash before their eyes, as if passing through an invisible membrane, and the surrounding scenery suddenly changed. The once noisy and bustling dungeon hall vanished in an instant, replaced by a lush, vibrant forest full of life. Sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting dappled light on the ground, while a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, filling the air with the fresh scent of earth and grass. Everything felt so real yet unfamiliar. At the same time, a clear and pleasant system notification sound echoed in Chen Chen's ears. "Ding! You have successfully entered the ordinary secret realm, Sunlong Forest. Wow, this is the secret realm!" Leewi exclaimed, her bright and clear eyes filled with curiosity and excitement as she looked around at the scenery. "It's so beautiful." Wang Wei couldn't help but softly praise, a rare smile appearing on her usually cold face. Wang Tang didn't speak, but his eyes widened in surprise, his honest face full of wonder. Although the knowledge related to secret realms and dungeons had been studied in school textbooks, for them, who had never left Young City and had always lived under the protection of the main city, this was the first time they truly stepped into the wild and witnessed such a real scene of a secret realm. Everything felt so fresh, so captivating. Chen Chen stood at the back of the group, his gaze sweeping over the surroundings, yet his heart was not stirred too much. In his previous life, he had long been accustomed to secret realm dungeons, having experienced even higher difficulty perilous situations countless times. But Sunlong Forest was merely the most basic beginner's secret realm. The difficulty was low, and the rewards were extremely limited. With Sujina's professional strength, combined with his own, they could easily handle not just the ordinary difficulty beginner's secret realm, but even the highest difficulty one. However, Leewi and the other two had just recently changed jobs and were practically novices with almost zero combat experience, so starting with an ordinary difficulty secret realm to adapt to real combat was indeed a good choice. Seeing the slightly excited expressions of the three, Chen Chen's lips curled into a faint smile. He took out a wooden staff from his backpack and gently tapped it on the ground. "Don't just admire the scenery, the monsters are about to respawn, so stay alert," he reminded them with a smile, his tone relaxed yet carrying an undeniable seriousness that instantly pulled the group back from their novelty about the secret realm environment. Upon hearing this, the group suddenly came to their senses, quickly focusing their minds and drawing their weapons. Sujina swiftly retreated to Chen Chen's side, a red staff that looked quite expensive appearing in her hand. Just as they were getting ready for battle, two faint glimmers suddenly flickered in the nearby woods. The light flashed and disappeared, and two agile, gray-furred Sunlong wolves appeared out of thin air before the group. The Sunlong wolves had fierce, bloodthirsty eyes, exposed fangs, and emitted a low growl from their throats, their limbs slightly bent, poised to pounce at any moment. Seeing this, Chen Shen showed no hesitation and directly cast a detection spell at one of the Sunlong wolves. A light blue glow instantly entered the wolf's body, and an information panel immediately appeared before Chen Shen's eyes. At the same time, he quickly shared the monster panel information obtained from the detection spell in the team channel. Name: Sunlong Wolf. Rank: Common Level, LV 1 HP, 100 MP, 60 Strength, 5 Agility, 12 Spirit, 6 Constitution, 10 Skill, Bite Talent, Swift Steps. The group was momentarily stunned as they looked at the suddenly appeared monster information panel. They hadn't expected Chen Shen's reaction to be so quick, and that he could share the monster's attributes with them immediately. Before anyone could ask, Chen Shen continued, "These two Sunlong wolves aren't strong, they just have a bit of speed." His gaze fell on Wang Tong, his tone certain. "Wang Tong, activate your parry and just tank one." Then, his eyes swept over Leewi and Wang Wei. "Try not to use skills, just focus on normal attacks to take one down." Chen Shen's lips slightly curled up, carrying a hint of confidence. "Don't worry about losing health. With me here, my healing is more than enough." Listening to Chen Shen's clear instructions, the group was slightly taken aback. A strange light flashed in Sujina's beautiful eyes. However, facing such ferocious Sunlong wolves for the first time, the tension quickly took over. They had no time to think further and immediately acted according to Chen Shen's instructions. Wang Tang took a deep breath, suppressing the fear in his heart. He let out a low shout, and a faint golden light instantly enveloped him, his heavy shield gripped tightly in his hands, assuming a defensive stance. Warrior skill, parry. A layer of soft light quickly covered him, shrouding him completely, making him appear unbreakable. Leewi and Wang Wei quickly distanced themselves. One drew a bow and knocked an arrow, while the other tightly gripped a dagger, poised to strike. Sujina retreated to Chen Shen's side, her fiery red staff glowing, ready to provide support at any moment. The two gray wolves paid no mind to what the humans were doing. They let out a low growl, their limbs suddenly powering up, and like arrows released from a bow, they lunged fiercely at the group. The gray figures cut through the air, leaving behind a blur, moving at an astonishing speed. Bang! One of the gray wolves crashed directly into Wang Tang. Wang Tang let out a muffled grunt, his body swaying slightly, a damage number of 3 floating above his head. Such low damage. Wang Tang felt a surge of joy, the tension he had felt dissipating by more than half. He had been worried about whether he could withstand the gray wolf's attack, but it seemed he had been overly concerned. At the same time, Leewi's arrow was released. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, accurately hitting another gray wolf's body. 1-2. A bright red damage number floated above the gray wolf's head. Wang Wei also seized the opportunity, her figure flashing as she appeared beside the gray wolf like a ghost. The dagger in her hand glimmered coldly as she thrust it fiercely at the gray wolf's vital points. 1-8. Another damage number floated up, and the gray wolf's health dropped significantly. Sujina was not idle either, she waved her staff, and a fireball spell quickly coalesced. However, she did not release the fireball immediately, waiting for the perfect moment. Chen Shen stood at the back of the group, not rushing to act. His gaze remained fixed on Wang Tang. Once Wang Tang's health dropped to a dangerous level, he would be the first to heal. However, given the current situation, Wang Tang could completely withstand the attacks of the two gray wolves. With the cooperation of the group, the health of the two gray wolves was rapidly decreasing. Soon, one of the gray wolves' health dropped below 10%. Now, a glint flashed in Sujina's eyes as she decisively took action. She swung her fiery red staff, and the fireball spell she had already gathered shot out with a whoosh. Boom! The fireball spell accurately hit the severely wounded gray wolf, producing a loud explosion. Flames soared into the sky, and waves of heat rolled. 6-6. A massive damage number floated above the gray wolf's head. The gray wolf howled in agony, its body crashing to the ground, vanishing in a flash of white light. Ding! Your teammate Sujina has killed the gray wolf, experience +10. The system notification rang in Chen Shen's ears. At the same time, the other gray wolf had also been reduced to low health by Wang Tang and the others. Wang Tang, get ready for the finishing blow. Chen Shen reminded immediately. Wang Tang understood at once, raising his broad-bladed sword high and striking down fiercely at the low-health gray wolf. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as the gray wolf's body was cleaved in two by Wang Tang's sword. Ding! Your teammate Wang Tang has killed the gray wolf, experience +10. The system notification sounded again. Chen Shen's experience points also increased slightly. Although it was minimal, it marked the first step towards becoming stronger. Watching as the group successfully killed the gray wolf, excitement radiated from their faces, and Chen Shen smiled slightly. Not bad at all, you resolved the battle so quickly. He praised without reservation. I have to say, Jiner, your profession is really impressive. A basic fireball spell can deal such high damage. Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter, and Sujina's smile grew even brighter.
Not at all, Chen, you surprised me the most.
Sujina's beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity as she looked at Chen. I never expected you to be so talented in commanding.
You did so well on your first dungeon run. Then I'll leave the subsequent commands to you, how about that? She turned
to the others, seeking their opinions. Leewi, Wangwei, and Wang Teng had all significantly changed their impressions of Chen at this moment. I have no objections. Leewi was the first to express her stance.
Wangwei nodded gently. I think it's fine. Wang Teng scratched his head innocently. Me too, listening to brother Chen is definitely the right choice. Chen's calm and clear commands, along with his quick
reactions, had completely won them over. It was their first time entering the secret realm, and Chen's performance was hardly that of a novice. Chen looked at the gazes of the others, chuckled softly, and
did not decline. Since everyone is saying so, I won't be polite.
He paused, his tone carrying a hint of jest. However, I'm just talking big here.
If my commands aren't good, don't blame me for messing around. How could that be?
The four of them spoke up in unison, clearly recognizing Chen's commanding ability. Seeing this, Chen smiled. Alright, let's continue and see if we can speedrun this. Saying this, he casually raised the crude wooden staff in his hand. A soft green light instantly shot from the tip of the staff, accurately landing on Wang Teng. After all, in the previous battle, only Wang Teng, who acted as the meat shield, had been attacked by the frost wolf and lost some health.
As the green light flashed, a large green number floated above Wang Teng's head.
Plus 255. Upon seeing this exaggerated healing number, the others, including Sujina, instantly widened their eyes, their faces filled with shock and disbelief.
This healing amount is too much, right?
Leewi exclaimed, hardly believing her eyes.
Even if we combine the three of us, our current health doesn't even reach this number. Wangwei couldn't help but marvel. Chen, are you really only level 1?
Sujina's beautiful eyes sparkled with a strange light, and she began to doubt whether
Chen was truly an ordinary B-level professional. This healing amount was simply outrageous.
Just as the others were in shock, Chen himself was also taken aback, the continuous system notification sounds in his mind catching him off guard.
Ding! Healer's courage triggered. Skill repair copied successfully. Ding! Healer's courage triggered. You have gained 2 points of strength. The system notifications ringing in Chen's ears caught him off guard. Wasn't the probability supposed to be less than half? How did it trigger so quickly again? But why was it repair that got copied? Did Wang Teng learn a skill for repairing equipment? Repair can be used in a non-combat state, restores 30 durability to equipment after use. Cost 100 MP CD, none.
Although puzzled, Chen quickly suppressed his questions and noticed the shocked expressions
of the others, realizing he had inadvertently revealed the abnormality of his healing amount. Ahem.
He quickly cleared his throat twice, breaking the slightly quiet atmosphere, with a somewhat helpless smile on his face. There's no helping it. Who told me I have so many skill points? After upgrading the skill, the effect naturally becomes a bit stronger. After all, you all know my profession is too ordinary. I have to give myself some advantages. A hint of confusion flashed in the eyes of a few, and their expressions turned to relief. Well, skill upgrades. This was something they all understood. Skill points, who hasn't heard of them? It's just that acquiring skill points is extremely difficult, especially in the early stages when they are a scarce resource. Aside from the ones that come with class changes, they can only be obtained with a very small probability by defeating elite monsters or higher. Who would have thought that Chen would be so extravagant, directly using them on basic skills? Truly, quite a waste. But then again, thinking it over, Chen's class was indeed lacking. If the skills were any weaker, how would they even play? With that in mind, it seemed more understandable. There was some regret, but no one delved deeper into it. Only Sujina continued to gaze at Chen with her beautiful eyes. For some reason, she always felt that Chen wasn't being truthful. However, she didn't press further and quickly buried the question in her heart. The most important thing now was to get through the secret realm. Let's keep moving, Sujina said softly, taking the lead. Chen smiled slightly and hurried to catch up. The group continued to delve deeper into the Sunlong forest. Under Chen's command, the team worked together seamlessly, progressing smoothly and efficiently. Along the way, they encountered quite a few Sunlong wolves. But under Chen's methodical guidance, they easily dealt with them. At the same time, to better trigger the talent effects, Chen intentionally made a few mistakes in his commands, allowing Leewi and Wangwei to get a bit of experience as well. He also took the opportunity to heal the two of them. Unfortunately, this time luck wasn't on their side. They only managed to copy a bit of agility and a bit of strength. There was no sign of skills or talents. As for Sujina, Chen had certainly thought about it.
However, her class strength was simply outrageous. Even when Chen Chan accidentally let 3 Sunlong wolves breach Wang Tang's defenses and charge straight at Sujina, they were all instantaneously taken down by her with a mere flick of her hand. The fiery fireball spell seemed to have no cooldown or mana cost, effortlessly conjured, each strike precise and the damage off the charts. Forget about healing, even Shin Shin felt that as long as Sujina was willing, she could single-handedly dominate this secret realm. The team advanced rapidly without any major incidents. Soon, they reached the depths of the Sunlong forest. At that moment, deep in the forest, as Sujina launched her last fireball, a golden light flickered around the 5 of them simultaneously. Ding! Your teammate Sujina has killed the Sunlong wolf. Leader, experience plus 50. Ding! Congratulations, you leveled up. HP, MP plus 50, gained 15 free attribute points. Current level LV3. With the system notification ringing out, Chen Chen let out a sigh of relief. It had only been less than half an hour, and he had already reached level 3. Indeed, having an SS-class player leading made the leveling speed much faster than when he had followed an ordinary team in his past life. The golden light faded, but the joy had yet to fully bloom on everyone's faces. Ah! A wolf howl reverberated through the forest. The sound waves rolled like thunder, as if they would tear through eardrums. Everyone's hearts jolted, their smiles freezing. Chen Chen's expression changed slightly as he shouted, "Be careful!" Before his words could finish, a massive shadow descended from the sky. Bang! The ground trembled, dust flying. A giant wolf, far larger than an ordinary Sunlong wolf, appeared before them. Its body was robust, its fur as dark as ink, and its wolf eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty light. Above its head, the word boss stood out prominently. The oppressive aura hit them like a wave. Chen Chen's gaze sharpened as he activated his detection skill. The information about the Sunlong King instantly appeared. Name, Song Wolf King BOSS rank, Black Iron level. LV5 HP, 800 MP, 200 Strength, 25 Agility, 30 Spirit, 15 Constitution, 35 Skills, Bite, Pounce, Pack Charge, Ear-Splitting Hell Talent, Swift Steps, Bloodthirsty Instinct. The data flashed before his eyes, and Chen Chen narrowed his gaze slightly. A Black Iron rank, LV5 boss. Its attributes were significantly higher than those of an ordinary Song wolf. Especially in strength and agility, it far surpassed the previous head wolf, but for them, it shouldn't be a problem. Boss! Wang Tang exclaimed, his voice trembling slightly. Leewi and Wang Wei's faces also turned pale, gripping their weapons tightly. Sujina's beautiful eyes narrowed as she stared at the Song Wolf King, her expression calm, yet a hint of excitement flickered beneath the surface. Only Qin Chen remained composed, as if recalling something. Everyone, be careful. Chun. Chen's tone was low, his gaze quickly sweeping over each member of the team, emphasizing once more, this is a Black Iron boss Song Wolf King, level 5. The tense atmosphere spread instantly. The ease they had felt after defeating the head wolf vanished, replaced by seriousness and vigilance. Wang Tong, Qin Chen called out, you'll be the main tank. Remember, maintaining aggro is the top priority. Leewi, Wang Wei. He turned to the 2 ranged attackers, unleash your firepower, prioritize attacking the boss's weak points, don't hold back. Finally, his gaze landed on Sujina, his tone softening slightly, yet still carrying an undeniable command. Jiner, you can attack freely, but keep your distance, safety first. Chen Chen methodically laid out the tactics, as if the formidable boss before them was merely a slightly stronger wild monster. Upon hearing this, the others' expressions grew serious, the earlier relaxed demeanor disappearing in an instant as they prepared for battle. Leewi and Wang Wei quickly distanced themselves, searching for suitable positions to attack. Sujina silently retreated to Chen Chen's side, the previous light-hearted smile on her delicate face replaced by focus and seriousness. The fiery red staff in her hand began to shimmer with dazzling light once more. The intense fire element rapidly gathered around her, the surrounding air seemingly distorted by the high temperature. Roar! A deafening roar erupted, like thunder striking the ground, violently interrupting Chen Chen's tactical arrangement. The sound waves rolled in, causing everyone's eardrums to buzz and even ache slightly. A jolt ran through everyone's hearts, as if the battle intent they had just gathered was scattered by that roar. In the next moment, a dull tremor resonated from the ground. The Song Wolf King's limbs suddenly exerted force, leaping up like a spring. Its massive body, akin to an arrow released from a bow, charged towards the front of the team with astonishing momentum. The speed was far beyond anyone's expectations. Wang Tang's pupils constricted suddenly, the boss's speed completely exceeded his reaction limit. He wanted to raise his shield to block, but found his body couldn't keep up with his mind. There was no time to even think about defensive skills. Bang! A heavy collision sound, like a hammer striking a drum, made everyone's hearts tremble. The Song Wolf King's iron-like body crashed violently into Wang Tang. The heavy impact erupted in an instant. Wang Tang let out a muffled groan, a metallic sweetness surging in his throat. He felt as if his chest had been struck head-on by a giant truck speeding down the highway, his internal organs seemingly displaced, and intense pain spread throughout his body in an instant. His body was uncontrollably thrown backward, crashing heavily to the ground. 160, a bright red damage number suddenly floated above Wang Tang's head, glaring and eye-catching. His health instantly dropped by more than half. If he hadn't leveled up to level 3, he would have probably been killed in one hit. Truly a boss. Just a single normal attack, and the power is so fierce. Wang Tang struggled to get up, but felt his whole body weak and sore, and the sharp pain in his chest made his vision blur. Whoosh! Almost at the same moment Wang Tang was hit, Sujina's fireball spell was unleashed. The blazing fireball cut through the air, heading straight for the head wolf of the Sunlong. However, something unexpected happened. In the face of Sujina's instant fireball spell, the rapidly moving Sunlong King displayed an astonishing reaction speed and agility. It twisted its massive body while running, evading Sujina's fireball by a hair's breadth at an extremely bizarre angle. The fireball missed, crashing into the ground with a dull thud. What? Sujina's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. This boss is actually so powerful? It could even dodge her instant fireball spell? Although the Sunlong King is a boss, being able to evade her attack is just too outrageous. For the first time, a genuine sense of seriousness arose in Sujina's heart. Before Sujina could fully recover from her shock, an unexpected change occurred again. The Sunlong King, which had just dodged the fireball, seemed to be completely enraged. It howled at the sky, its cry filled with bloodthirsty ferocity. In the next moment, the Sunlong King lowered its body, letting out a low growl from its throat. Its body suddenly leaped into the air. Skill, Pounce. Suddenly activated. Its massive form left a blurred afterimage in the air, moving at a jaw-dropping speed. Like a ghost, it instantly crossed several meters. And its target was not Wang Tang, who had just been knocked away, but Sujina. Seeing this, Sujina remained completely calm. Her staff suddenly glowed, and a layer of flame shield enveloped her instantly. The blazing firelight illuminated her delicate face, showing no signs of fear, but rather a hint of eagerness. In the next moment, the Sunlong King's attack arrived, its claws tearing through the air and striking fiercely against the flame shield. Bang! A shattering sound erupted, like glass breaking, as the red light scattered everywhere. Sujina let out a muffled groan, her petite body was sent flying like a kite with a severed string. She crashed heavily against a nearby tree trunk, producing a dull thud. At the same time, a bright red damage number slowly appeared above her head. -90, the bright red number was particularly eye-catching. Although it was only 90 points of damage, for a fragile mage, it was already a fatal blow. If it weren't for the flame shield absorbing most of the damage, she would have probably been killed in one hit. Chen Shen's pupils suddenly constricted, his heart skipped a beat, and a strong sense of crisis surged in his mind. Without any hesitation, even before he could think, his body reacted before his consciousness. Chen Shen activated his dual casting. The green light on his staff surged instantly. In the next moment, Chen Shen's staff suddenly swept through an arc at an extremely fast speed, the movement fluid and seamless, without any pause. Two beams of green light shot out from Chen Shen's staff, one after the other, almost simultaneously, carrying a gentle yet vibrant aura, instantly hitting Wang Tang and Sujina. Although the introduction to dual casting states that two skills can be released without delay, there still exists an extremely tiny sequence of order. As long as the technique is skilled enough, one can utilize this slight interval to heal two targets at the same time. In his previous life, Chen Shen also possessed a similar ability, and this move had long been second nature to him. The green light entered their bodies, instantly transforming into a warm current that nourished the injured bodies of the two. Plus 275 Wang Tang felt a jolt throughout his body, the pain in his chest dissipating in an instant, replaced by an unprecedented sense of comfort. Although Sujina's flame shield was shattered, the glow of the healing spell smoothed out her injuries like spring rain. Plus 1375. In the next moment, as a series of even more astonishing healing numbers appeared above Sujina's head, an extremely dazzling green light erupted from her body. Ding! The residual light impact has been triggered. Accompanied by a crisp and pleasant system notification ringing in Chen Shen's ears, a green shockwave suddenly erupted from Sujina, sweeping wildly in all directions. Where the shockwave passed, the grass on the ground bent instantly, and the air seemed to be torn apart, producing a series of sonic booms. It struck the Tsong Wolf King in an instant. The Tsong Wolf King was preparing to pursue the victory, but unexpectedly suffered such a fierce attack, its massive body stiffening in place. In the next moment, a white font representing real damage appeared above the Tsong Wolf King's head. 688. In an instant, the Tsong Wolf King's health bar plummeted at a visible speed. It had been at full health, but now it was nearly empty.
The Tsong Wolf King let out a piercing wail, its enormous body flying backward like a kite with a severed string, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. The system notification rang in Chen Shan's ears once again. Ding! The healing warrior has been triggered. SS level talent, Heart of the Mage, has been successfully copied. Congratulations, you have gained 6 points of mental power. Ding! The healing warrior has been triggered. A level talent, Block, has been successfully copied. Congratulations, you have gained 3 points of strength. Heart of the Mage, every point of your mental power will equal 200 points of magical power. Block, when you perfectly block an enemy's attack, you will be immune to 100% of the damage. The four of them stood frozen in place, their eyes wide open in disbelief. If they weren't mistaken, that green light just now should have been Chen Shen's healing spell, right? He was just a healing mage, and while a high healing amount was expected, when did healing spells also become capable of attacking? Moreover, that attack power was simply outrageous. It nearly took down the boss in one hit. Are you even human? What a joke! They were all at level 3, why were you so exceptional? The four of them, including Sujina, felt as if their worldview had been violently shaken, as if their understanding had been completely overturned. At this moment, Chen Chen was also a bit dazed. Of course, he was not shocked by his healing amount or the exaggerated real damage. What truly shook him was the two talents he had copied. SS level talent, Heart of the Mage. This was the ultimate talent that countless mage classes dreamed of. With it, his magical power would soar to over 2,000 points. And that A-level talent, Block. Perhaps, in the hands of a newcomer, it was just an optional skill. But in the eyes of Chen Chen, a battle-hardened reborn, it was definitely a divine skill. Even in his previous life, he was merely a support healer, but the technique of blocking enemy attacks had long been honed to perfection. Countless life and death battles had ingrained the skill of blocking into his instincts. After all, even without this talent, as long as he could block enemy attacks with superb blocking techniques, he could still immunize a large amount of damage. Moreover, now with the enhancement of this talent. As Chen Chen thought of this, an indescribable excitement surged in his heart. Oh, just as everyone was in shock, an extremely angry wolf howl echoed throughout the entire secret realm, pulling a few people back to reality. Chen Chen instantly regained his senses. He saw the body of the Tsong Wolf King convulsing violently at that moment. Every inch of its muscles was spasming, as if something was trying to break free from within. Moreover, with each convulsion, its body seemed to swell slightly. Seeing this scene, Chen Shen's expression suddenly changed. Quick, retreat! Without any hesitation, Chen Chen shouted loudly, his voice filled with urgency and seriousness. This Wolf King is about to mutate. He stared intently at the Tsong Wolf King, whose body was convulsing violently, his face paling to the extreme. Mutation. These two words struck the hearts of everyone like a heavy hammer. This was an extremely rare occurrence, generally only happening when a boss's health dropped below 15%, with a very low probability. They never expected to encounter it on their first run of the secret realm. This luck, he really didn't know whether to call it good or bad. Chen Chen cursed inwardly but had no time to think further. No one knew what the boss would become after mutation or how much its power would increase. But one thing was certain, that was, it would definitely not be something they could contend with now. Once the mutation was complete, what awaited them would probably be only a dead end. Upon hearing Chen Chen's shout, the others instantly reacted. Each of their faces turned pale, their blood seemingly freezing in an instant, their eyes filled with terror. Although they didn't know what mutation was, just looking at the Tsong Wolf King's ever-expanding body and the terrifying aura it emitted was enough to make them feel frightened. The shadow of death loomed over their hearts. Retreat! Quickly retreat! Sujina bit her silver teeth, decisively calling out. Her cold voice carried a barely perceptible tremor. Although her profession was strong, she wasn't much stronger than an ordinary mage before her growth. Faced with a mutated boss, she felt equally powerless. She wasn't foolish, she knew that doing something reckless would only be the act of a fool. If they tried to be brave, this group of people might not even manage to escape. Fleeing might offer a glimmer of hope. Not fleeing would surely lead to death. However, just as Sujina's words fell, a green light suddenly shot out from Chen's hand, instantly merging into the Tsong Wolf King's body. Buzz, the next moment, what happened to Sujina replayed directly on the Tsong Wolf King. A flash of green light passed. Plus 1375. A huge green number appeared above the Tsong Wolf King's head. Instantly, it filled its already depleted health bar to the brim. The Tsong Wolf King, which was on the brink of death, had its health restored to peak condition in an instant.
Seeing this scene, the few people who were about to flee were instantly frozen in place. Their steps halted abruptly. Each of them was as if they had been hit by a paralysis spell, unable to move. Their eyes widened, and their mouths gaped enough to fit an egg. Their faces were filled with shock and confusion. What was going on? The boss was about to mutate. And you were healing it? Was this a way to hasten their deaths? The few of them were frantically complaining in their hearts, nearly breaking down, feeling utterly frantic. They even doubted whether Chen Shan had been scared silly. Otherwise, how could he make such a foolish move? This was simply digging their own grave. Sujina also wore a face of disbelief. She stared blankly at Chen Shan, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion and incomprehension. She simply couldn't understand why Chen Shan would do this. Did he not know the consequences of his actions? Just as the few of them were at a loss for words, the once continuously expanding body of the Sun Wolf King suddenly calmed down in an instant. That terrifying aura dissipated along with it. Ding! Mutation effect triggered. Healing spell, mutation. When your healing spell lands a critical hit, it will remove all buffs from the target. A crisp notification sound from the system rang in Chen Shan's ears, clearly explaining the bizarre scene unfolding before him. Obviously, this mutation was also counted among all buffs. Looking at the situation in front of him, Chen Shan was somewhat dumbfounded. He indeed wanted to stop the Wolf King's mutation, but the process seemed a bit off. Did he accidentally hit the mark? The reason he had just healed the Song Wolf King was not because he had lost his mind. Rather, it was because he had heard a saying in his past life that if you fully restore a monster's health before it completely mutates, there is a chance the mutation will stop. Since they were all going to run anyway, why not take a risk and try treating a dead horse as a live one? It turned out he had bet right. Although the process was somewhat absurd, the result was good. Looking at the Song Wolf King, which had stopped expanding, the others exchanged glances, all somewhat at a loss. They had just thought they were going to die, and now the feeling of having survived a disaster felt so unreal. What is going on? Wang Tang was the first to break the silence, his voice trembling slightly, still not fully recovered from the shock. The mutation has stopped? Leewi's tone was uncertain, sounding like she was asking a question, yet also talking to herself. It seems so? Wang Wei blinked, still a bit dazed, unable to comprehend everything happening before her. Just as the four were puzzled. The next moment. Ding! Afterglow impact triggered. A wave of green light reappeared, suddenly erupting from the center of the Song Wolf King. But the pure white numbers still popped up above the Song Wolf King's head. 688. Real damage, once again descending. The others were nearly wide-eyed at the sight. Are you kidding me with this bug? Ding! Hero of Healing triggered. B-level talent Rage Strike has been successfully copied. Rage Strike, after use, your next skill will definitely land a critical hit. Cost, 100 MP, CD, 30 minutes. Hearing the system notification sound ringing in his ears, Chen was stunned. The probability of copying under critical hit conditions doubled, and he could understand copying talents. But it seemed that Song Wolf King didn't have this talent, right? Where did it come from? Could it be that he copied the talent it gained after mutation? Chen Shen's eyes widened, a storm of emotions rising within him. Could his talent be played like this? He felt as if he had opened a door to a new world. What is going on? Sujina's voice, tinged with confusion, pulled Chen back to reality from his shock. She too wore a bewildered expression, completely unable to grasp the situation. The few who had been prepared to wait for death now stopped in their tracks, each one frozen in shock. Chen chuckled and explained, "My awakened talent is quite special. It allows all my support and healing skills to land critical hits. My healing spell is also different from ordinary healing spells. When this skill lands a critical hit, it will remove all buffs from the target, and this mutation of its is also considered a buff," so it got cleared away. Listening to Chen Shen's explanation, Wang Tong, Leewi, and Wang Wei felt their heads buzzing, completely losing their ability to think. Healing can land critical hits? It can also remove all buffs? This was far beyond their understanding of the healing profession. Even those top-tier SSS-level healing professions probably couldn't do this, right? Sujina quietly stood to the side, not displaying the excessive surprise like the others. She simply gazed deeply at Chen Shan with her clear eyes, as if trying to see through all his secrets. So, what about that true damage? Sujina's voice broke the brief silence. She pointed at the shocking wound on the Sunlong King's body and continued to ask, "A healing mage shouldn't have any attack skills before level 5, right? And that damage is way too high. It's almost as much as my 3 or 4 fireball spells." Chen felt a bit uncomfortable under Sujina's scrutiny. He rubbed his nose, his eyes flickering as he tried to avoid the question. Well, he stammered, unsure of how to explain. Seeing Chen Chen like this, Sujina became even more convinced of her suspicion. There must be some secret hidden within Chen Chen. Moreover, this secret was likely related to his unique talent. Alright, this is also an ability that comes with my talent. In the end, Chen chose to be honest. He took a deep breath and slowly said, my talent allows my healing spells to deal true damage equal to half the healing amount to enemies when I score a critical hit. True damage? Wang Tang exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out. That's damage that ignores defenses. Chen, your talent is just too overpowered. Lu Yi and Wan Wei also looked on with envy and jealousy. Why hadn't they awakened such a powerful talent? Is this really a B-level talent? Lu Yi's voice trembled. She simply couldn't believe that a B-level talent could have such terrifying effects. It's even more outrageous than an SSS-level talent. Wang Wei murmured to herself, her eyes filled with shock. The corners of Sujina's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a faint smile. She just knew that Chen was definitely not an ordinary healing mage. There must be more surprises waiting for her to discover about him. If Chen knew what Sujina was thinking at that moment, he would feel quite helpless. Because in his past life, he was truly just an extremely ordinary healing mage who had changed jobs. Just as the few of them were discussing and marveling at Chen talent, a piercing wolf howl shattered the brief commotion. Everyone's hearts tightened as they saw that Sunlong King leap into the air again, like a silver lightning bolt, carrying a fierce killing intent, charging straight at Chen. Its crimson beastly eyes were filled with rage and madness, as if it wanted to tear Chen into pieces. Be careful! Sujina exclaimed, instinctively wanting to shield Chen. But Chen reacted faster. He pulled Sujina behind him. Almost simultaneously, the Sunlong King's sharp claws were already in front of him. The sharp wolf claws, accompanied by a gust of wind, were about to rip apart Chen chest. In a critical moment, the staff in Chen hand miraculously positioned itself horizontally in front of him, perfectly blocking that Sunlong King's fatal strike. A harsh sound of metal clashing echoed through the empty forest. Ding! Perfect block triggered. Chen felt a tremendous force surge through him, his arm slightly numb. He let out a soft grunt, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. As he shouted, focus fire. Take it down in 1 second. Sujina reacted extremely quickly. Almost the moment Chen words fell, a blazing fireball shot out from the tip of her staff, carrying the momentum to burn everything, accurately hitting the Sunlong King. Boom! The fireball exploded, flames splattering everywhere. 300. Critical hit. A huge damage number floated above the Sunlong King's head. The already low health Sunlong King had its life points instantly drained. A whoop! It let out a reluctant wail, its massive body crashing to the ground. It had completely lost its life force. Ding! Your teammate Sujina has killed the Sunlong King boss. Experience. Plus 100. The system prompt sounded in Chen's ear. He let out a long breath, his tense nerves finally relaxing. He turned to look at Sujina, a hint of admiration in his eyes. This girl not only had incredible talent but also a terrifying sense of combat awareness. The coordination just now was seamless. If it weren't for Sujina's timely finishing blow, he would have had to exert a lot more effort. Sujina's cheeks flushed slightly. Being looked at like that by Chen made her a bit uncomfortable, and she averted her gaze. Yet, a surge of indescribable joy welled up in her heart. This feeling of fighting side by side was truly wonderful. At this moment, Wang Tang, Leewi, and Wang Wei finally snapped out of their shock. They looked at the corpse of the Sunlong King lying on the ground, then glanced at Chen and Sujina, their eyes filled with disbelief. Is this really over? Wang Tang's voice trembled. He felt as if he were dreaming. Leewi and Wang Wei nodded vigorously in agreement. Everything that had just happened was too fast and too sudden for their brains to process. From Chen healing spell crit that eliminated the Sunlong King's mutation, to the Sunlong King's furious attack, and then to Chen block and Sujina's finishing blow, everything occurred in the blink of an eye. They hadn't even had the chance to intervene before the battle was already over. This is just too incredible. The way they looked at Chen had completely changed. If before they had regarded him as just an ordinary healer, now he had transformed in their eyes into an unfathomable monster. A super monster that could fight, withstand attacks, and heal. Ding! Congratulations, you leveled up. HP? MP plus 50, gained 15 free attribute points. Current level LV4. Another flash of golden light passed, and everyone present leveled up to 4. The feeling of having survived a disaster made everyone exhale in relief, their tense nerves finally able to relax a bit. Ha! Wang Tang plopped down on the ground, gasping for breath. Leewi and Wang Wei also looked pale, clearly still not fully recovered from the earlier peril. Only Sujina maintained her cool demeanor, but the slight upward curve of her lips betrayed her current mood. Chen Shen looked down at the staff in his hand. Its durability was down to a pitiful 1 point. That perfect block just now had indeed stopped the Sunlong King's fatal blow, but it had also nearly exhausted the staff's entire durability. If it happened again, this staff would probably be completely ruined. Although it was just a basic weapon, he really had no money right now. Just then, Chen Shen suddenly remembered something, and his eyes lit up. Right, didn't I just copy a repair spell? This is the perfect time to try it out. He recalled that when he healed Wang Tung earlier, he had triggered the talent effective Hero of Healing, copying one of his skills. With that thought, Chen Shen immediately focused his mind, channeling the magic power within him. With a thought, a warm energy flowed from his fingertips, slowly enveloping the withered healing staff in his hand. Ding! Hero of Healing triggered. Equipment effect healing effect increased by 5% has been permanently copied. The system's prompt echoed in Chen's mind. Ha! What is this? Chen was taken aback. This could trigger the Hero of Healing? Could repairing equipment be considered a healing action? He was somewhat puzzled. Wait, what exactly did this copy? Equipment effect? Chen was even more confused. He was a person. Could equipment effects be used on people too? He never expected that the repair spell could also trigger the Hero of Healing talent, and it even copied a mysterious equipment effect. Just as Chen was feeling confused, the system notification sounded again. Ding! The Hero of Healing has been triggered. Do you want to spend 5 healing points to upgrade your equipment? Ha! Healing points? Upgrade. Equipment? Chen's heart stirred. This sounds like it could make the equipment stronger. Without any hesitation, Chen immediately chose to agree. Yes. Ding! The Hero of Healing has been triggered. The Withered Wood Healing Staff, Whiteboard, has been upgraded. Congratulations on obtaining the Living Wood Healing Staff, Black Iron. As Chen looked at the staff in his hand, now upgraded to Black Iron quality, pondering the further possibilities of the Hero of Healing talent, Sujina had already walked up to him. Her cold gaze fell on Chen, carrying a hint of barely noticeable concern. What's wrong? Her voice remained cool, but it had a touch more warmth than usual. Chen heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively put the staff into his backpack. This action carried a hint of barely perceptible panic. He turned around, wearing a nonchalant smile as he looked at Sujina. It's nothing, I just blocked a boss attack earlier, and it seems the staff's durability is gone. Chen said casually, and Sujina's delicate brows slightly relaxed. I thought something was wrong. Her tone lightened a bit, as if she was relieved. It's just a whiteboard staff. Once we clear the secret realm, I'll give you a better one. Sujina's tone was very natural, as if she was merely stating a matter of course. Chen was taken aback. No need for that. He instinctively wanted to refuse. After all, one should not take advantage of others' kindness. Chen. However, before Chen could finish his sentence, Sujina directly interrupted him. Her cold eyes fixed steadily on Chen. Did you forget what you promised me before? Sujina's voice was soft, yet it carried an inexplicable pressure. If I want to give you something, you're not allowed to refuse. She paused slightly, seemingly giving Chen time to think. Besides, you contributed the most in this dungeon. Sujina's tone became serious. Just that healing spell you cast. Earlier, if it were on the hiring market, 300 gold coins would be considered cheap. Chen looked at Sujina's serious expression, and the words of refusal ultimately got swallowed back down. He knew that Sujina was not being polite. She genuinely believed that he deserved this reward. Moreover, as Sujina said, he indeed needed a new staff right now. Although his talent could enhance the quality of equipment, the foundation of a whiteboard weapon was simply too poor. Even if it was upgraded to Black Iron, it was barely usable. Not to mention, he was currently short on funds, and buying equipment was out of the question. Thinking of this, a hint of helplessness appeared on Chen's face. Then I'll thank Miss Jiner in advance. He accepted Sujina's kindness. Seeing that, Chen agreed. The corners of Sujina's mouth slightly lifted, revealing a faint smile. No need to be polite, this is what you deserve. Sujina said softly, her voice carrying a hint of barely noticeable joy. Chen looked at Sujina's smile, and his heart stirred slightly. In his previous life, there were many misunderstandings and barriers between him and Sujina. It was only in the end that he realized what he had missed. That was an irreparable regret. Living this life again, he didn't want to repeat the same mistakes. He wanted to cherish the person in front of him. Let's go, we'll talk after we leave here. Chen said softly, breaking the slightly quiet atmosphere.
he took the lead in stepping forward. Sujina responded softly, her voice light but carrying a hint of excitement. She turned around, signaling Wang Tong and the others to follow. Then, she quickly caught up with Chen Shen's pace. Let's go. Sujina's cold voice interrupted their thoughts. Wang Tong, Leewi, and Wang Wei finally snapped back to reality from their shock. They quickly got up and followed along. The joy of surviving a disaster and the excitement of leveling up diluted the previous tension and fatigue. The atmosphere of the group became relaxed once again. Chen Shen and Sujina walked side by side, chatting casually. Wang Tang and the others followed behind, occasionally chiming in with a few words. Soon, they arrived at the teleportation portal that appeared after the boss fell. It was a swirling vortex emitting a faint white light, slowly rotating as if connecting to another world. Chen Shen took the lead and stepped into the portal. A flash of light appeared before his eyes. The surrounding scenery instantly changed, returning to the resplendent hall of the instance. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the ordinary secret realm, Sunlong Forest. Time taken, 57 minutes. Rating, S. Ding! Congratulations, you have received Sunlong Treasure Chest *1. Experience plus 150. The system's notification sounded in their ears, announcing that they had successfully cleared that Sunlong Forest secret realm. Perhaps it was because Sujina was not familiar with the others. This time the loot distribution was set to the captain's allocation mode. This was also the reason why they hadn't seen any drop notifications along the way. As soon as they left the secret realms, teleportation portal and returned to the magnificent hall, Sujina began to distribute the spoils. Although Chen Shen was internally reluctant, after all, Sujina had already said she would give him a staff. Asking for more loot would seem a bit greedy. However, unable to resist Sujina's insistence, he ultimately accepted a dozen gold coins. The loot has been distributed. Next, Sujina turned around, her cold gaze sweeping over Wang Tang and the others behind her, a barely noticeable smile playing at the corners of her mouth as she softly asked, "Are you interested in challenging the Hell-level novice secret realm with me?" Her voice remained cold, but carried a hint of expectation. Wang Tang, Leewi, and Wang Wei instantly froze in place, their eyes wide open, nearly popping out of their sockets, their faces filled with disbelief. Hell level? Wang Tang's voice changed pitch, clearly trembling. They had barely survived the ordinary level Sunlong Forest. If it weren't for Chen's last-minute rescue with his incredible healing skills, they might have lost their lives. Now Sujina was suggesting they challenge a hell-level secret realm? Was she joking? It was like playing with their lives. Jiner, are you serious? Leewi couldn't help but ask, her voice as faint as a mosquito's, laced with undeniable worry and fear. Wang Wei hurriedly echoed her, clearly in total disagreement with the proposal. Jiner, let's forget it. Hell level, with our current strength, going there would really be no different from seeking death. They did not want to experience that terrifying feeling of struggling on the edge of death again, where they could be torn apart by wolf claws at any moment. That feeling of being on the brink of death was enough to leave a lasting impression. Unforgettable for a lifetime. Sujina looked at the terror on their faces, a flicker of disappointment quickly passing through her eyes. She understood that her combat power and equipment might allow her to try, but with Wang Tang and the others' current strength, challenging a hell-level secret realm was indeed a bit too much. It seemed that in the end, she would have to give up. Sujina sighed softly in her heart, a hint of desolation flashing across her delicate face. Just as she was about to say something to dismiss the thought, a calm and indifferent voice suddenly rang out, "I have no problem. I have no problem." Chen Shen wore a faint smile on his face, his calm gaze fixed on Sujina as he softly said, "If they're afraid, then we can just go alone." He added with a hint of barely perceptible teasing in his tone, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, forming a confident arc. Who was afraid? Upon hearing this, Wang Tang instantly flared up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He stiffened his neck, his face turning red, and forced himself to say, "I just think it's unnecessary to take that risk." "Exactly, we just changed jobs, and our levels are only 4. It's better to be cautious," Leewi quickly chimed in, fearing she would be seen as timid. "There will be plenty of opportunities to challenge hell-level dungeons in the future, there's no rush." Wang Wei also hurried to express her stance, and the three seemed to find a common excuse, their tones growing more resolute. Chen Shen looked at their somewhat comical expressions, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as he gently shook his head, saying nothing more. He knew they just needed a way out. Sujina understood this as well, her cool gaze turned back to Chen Shen, her eyes carrying a hint of inquiry, as if seeking his opinion. "So, shall we go, just the two of us?" "Sure," Chen Shen replied with a light laugh, his tone casual and relaxed. "Since we're free anyway, it wouldn't hurt to check out the hell-level secret realm."
He spoke as if the Hell-level secret realm were merely an ordinary outing. Even if it's a Hell-level novice secret realm, it's still just a novice secret realm. With our job strength, we definitely won't have any problems. Sujina looked at the confident expression on Chun Chen's face. A wave of inexplicable joy surged in her heart, and her lips couldn't help but curve upward slightly. All right. Sujina nodded vigorously, her cool voice tinged with a hint of excitement. Then let's set off now. She turned to Wang Tang and the others, her tone returning to calm, her eyes filled with an undeniable determination. You all head back first. Chen Chen and I will challenge the Hell-level novice secret realm. Sister Su. Wang Tang wanted to say something more to dissuade Sujina, but she cut him off directly. No need to say more. With your current strength, you'd just be a burden. Sujina's tone was very direct, lacking any politeness, as if stating a fact. Wang Tang opened his mouth, wanting to argue, but faced with Sujina's cool gaze, he ultimately swallowed his words. He knew Sujina was speaking the truth, cruel but real. Then, Sister Jiner, be careful, Leewi said softly, her eyes filled with concern, her tone brimming with complex emotions. Don't worry, Sujina nodded, signaling them not to fret. After watching them leave the dungeon hall, she turned to Chen Shan, her tone tinged with impatience. So, shall we go now? Chen Shan, hearing this, flashed a helpless smile, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. At least let me rest for a bit. I just came out of the dungeon, and I haven't even opened that Sunlong treasure chest yet. Besides, Miss Su, have you forgotten that my main weapon was gloriously sacrificed in battle and shattered into pieces? That's true. Sujina realized she might have been a bit hasty, a faint blush appearing on her delicate face as she shyly stuck out her tongue. Then, you rest first, I'll have someone bring the staff over. With that, Sujina got up and walked aside, dialing a communication request. Chen Chen watched Sujina's slightly flustered figure, a smile involuntarily rising at the corners of his mouth, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes. It seems that this young lady from the Su family is not as cold as she appears on the surface. Chen Chen chuckled softly and directly sat down on the nearby sofa, taking out the Sunlong treasure chest gifted for clearing the novice secret realm. The metallic box was engraved with a rugged wolf's head, emitting a chilling glow in the dimly lit room. Chen Chen's fingers traced the cold lines of the box as he silently chanted to open it. Ding! You have opened the Sunlong treasure chest. Congratulations! You have obtained the skill book, Sunlong Light Shield, Black Iron. A gentle light burst forth from the seams of the treasure chest, dispelling the shadows in the room, revealing an ancient scroll quietly lying within. The scroll displayed a deep ink blue color, with silver threads intricately outlining the wolf's head pattern at the edges, mysterious and full of power. Chen Chen picked up the scroll, a faint magical fluctuation emanating from his fingertips as he unfurled it, the skill information coming into view. Sunlong Light Shield, Black Iron level skill. After using it on a target, it can grant a shield equal to 150% of the target's spirit value. Lasts for 60 seconds. Cost, 100 MPCD, 10 minutes. A Black Iron level shield skill, Chen Chen murmured, his gaze quickly scanning the skill's description. The effect of this skill was quite standard, but for his current stage, it was a decent defensive measure. Especially with the 150% spirit value shield bonus, considering his current 110 spirit attribute, it could provide 165 shield points, lasting for a minute, which might be useful in critical moments. Not bad, better than nothing, Chen Chen said to himself, and with a thought. The scroll transformed into a stream of light and surged into his body. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the skill, Sunlong Light Shield. Seeing that Sujina had not yet returned, he closed his eyes to check his current status. Character, Chen Chen, Class, Healing Mage. Level, LV4, HP, 290-290, MP, 25150/25150, Strength, 17, Agility, 14, Spirit, 125, Constitution, 14, Special Effects, Healing Effect plus 5%, Skills, Detection, Healing, Repair, Sunlong Light Shield, Talents, Healer's Courage, Heart of the Mage, SS, Block, A, Rage Strike, B, Skill Points, 200, not 2. Bad, but I need to think about where to allocate these 200 skill points at this moment. Sujina hung up the communication, turned around, and saw Chen Chen leaning against the soft sofa, resting with his eyes closed. Sunlight streamed through the large floor-to-ceiling window, casting a faint golden glow on him, accentuating his already handsome profile. She lightened her footsteps and slowly walked to Chen Chen's side, quietly watching him. A few strands of hair fell across his forehead, gently swaying with his breath, adding a touch of laziness and nonchalance to his demeanor. Ahem. As if sensing Sujina's gaze, Chen Chen lightly coughed and slowly opened his eyes. Seeing Chen Chen open his eyes, Sujina smiled slightly. What did the treasure chest yield? Chen Chen replied honestly, not bad, I got a Black Iron level shield skill, Sunlong Light Shield. Sunlong Light Shield? Sujina's eyes brightened at his words, a pleasing curve forming at the corners of her Mouth, then our upcoming hell-level secret realm journey will surely be more secure.
Her voice was crisp and pleasant, carrying a hint of barely perceptible excitement. Chen shrugged, non-committal. After all, who would dislike a supportive ally who could take hits and deal damage? Just then, Sujina suddenly took out a staff from her backpack and handed it to Chen. The staff presented a deep ink blue color, with intricate magical patterns carved along its length, and at the top, a gem that sparkled like starlight, emitting a faint magical aura. This is for you. Sujina's tone carried an undeniable authority. From now on, this will be your staff, no refusals.
Mine?
Chen was somewhat taken aback, instinctively taking the staff, which felt icy to the
touch and had an excellent texture. Before he could refuse, Sujina added, just take it. This is what you promised me, you will
definitely accept what I give you, and this staff should be quite helpful for you. Looking into Sujina's unquestionable gaze, Chen had no choice but to relent. The words of refusal in his heart were swallowed back.
All right then, thank you, Miss Su.
Chen shrugged helplessly. With a thought, he activated his detection skill, and the information about the staff instantly appeared before his eyes. The next moment, Chen was stunned, disbelief etched on his face. Starlight Staff Grade, Silver Level. LV4 Spirit, plus 20 Durability, 200 Skill, Power of the Stars, Active consumes 50 MP, condenses the power of the stars to deal 150% of spirit value as magical damage to the target, with a 10% chance to stun the target for 2 seconds.
CD, 30 seconds. Equipment Effect, Magic Amplification, reduces the magical consumption of all skills by 10%.
It was actually a piece of silver grade
equipment.
For newcomers who were still using basic gear, this was simply a coveted top-tier item.
One must know that the quality
gap in equipment is immense. A piece of silver equipment could elevate a player's strength several times over.
Chen took a deep breath, his gaze toward Sujina filled with complex emotions. So, how is it? Are you satisfied? Sujina looked at Chen. Chen's shocked expression, a slight smile curling at the corners of her mouth, revealing a hint of pride. Her cool face also bore a touch of playfulness. It was as if giving away this precious equipment was a trivial matter for her. Satisfied, of course, Chen chuckled bitterly, nodding. Miss Su's generosity is indeed extraordinary.
He sincerely praised. This was beyond extraordinary. It was simply extravagant. After all, low-level high-quality equipment could be more expensive than high-level gear.
That's good.
Sujina snorted lightly, seemingly pleased with Chen's reaction, her exquisite face breaking into a broader smile.
However,
this equipment is too valuable, I can't just take it for free.
Chen frowned and said seriously. Although he needed this equipment, he didn't want to accept Sujina's kindness without reason.
After all, he wasn't someone who liked to owe others favors.
Especially not a favor from Sujina. Who said it was for free? Sujina shot Chen a glance, speaking irritably, consider it your reward for protecting me from now on. How about that? Protect you? Chen was taken aback, looking at Sujina with some confusion. With Sujina's strength and background, did she really need him to protect her? Was she joking? Exactly, Sujina nodded.
Speaking as if it were obvious, the Hell Secret Realm is no safe place, it's filled with dangers, and I need a reliable partner
to protect me. And you are my best choice.
There was a hint of trust and reliance in Sujina's tone.
Hearing her words, Chen fell silent. He understood that Sujina was giving him a reason to accept the equipment. She didn't want him to feel indebted
to her, so she said it this way on purpose.
Don't worry, Miss Su. Chen's lips curled into a confident smile. With me around, you will definitely not suffer any harm. Upon hearing this, Sujina smiled slightly and nodded. I believe in you. Chen
smiled back, picking up the starry staff. Since Sujina trusted him so much, he absolutely could not let her down.
Miss Su trusts
me so much, it's truly flattering. Chen chuckled lightly, his tone laced with a hint of teasing.
Hearing this, Sujina raised
her delicate chin slightly, a trace of pride in her expression.
Of course, my judgment is never wrong.
After she finished speaking, she stretched lazily, her graceful figure fully revealed, her movements natural and casual.
Without any hesitation, she sat down
beside Chen, the faint fragrance of the girl wafting into Chen's nostrils. Then, in a lazy tone, she said, all right. Let's take a break for a while, and then we'll go try that hell-level secret realm. Seeing this, Chen instinctively pulled back a little distance, not caring about Sujina's reaction, and once again focused his gaze on the starry staff. His fingertips gently stroked the cold patterns on the surface of the staff, a strange sensation transmitting from his fingertips.
At that moment,
a system prompt that only he could hear suddenly rang in his mind.
Ding! Do you want to use 100 healing points to upgrade this? Equipment? Chen Shan's mouth twitched slightly. Upgrade? It takes 100 healing points to elevate silver to gold? That would require using healing magic 100 times. He currently only had 20 healing points at most. What a joke. Chen Shan decisively chose to refuse. He couldn't afford it. Better to wait until later. He shook his head, casting aside the thought of upgrading the equipment, and turned his attention to the repair skill. With a thought, he tried to use the repair skill. However, the skill showed no response, as if it had sunk into the sea. System prompt: durability is full, no need for repair. As expected, the repair skill couldn't be used when the durability was full. Chen Shan sighed helplessly. It seemed he couldn't directly replicate the equipment's effects for now. He put away the starry staff and focused on his skill points. 200 skill points lay quietly in the skill bar, as if silently tempting him. These 200 skill points had to be used a little. He couldn't really wait until later to plan for skills, could he? After much contemplation, Chen Shan gritted his teeth. Since his healing magic had a mutation effect, why not invest all of it into healing magic at once? This way, his early advantage could be even greater. Without further ado, Chen Shan focused his mind and silently thought, Deep Blue. Add points. As Chen Shan concentrated, the 200 skill points instantly vanished. A warm current surged into his body, quickly gathering in his mind. He felt his understanding of healing magic elevate to a whole new level in an instant. Countless insights surfaced in his mind, as if he had received a divine revelation. His comprehension of healing magic reached an entirely new realm. The information on the skill panel changed accordingly. Healing magic, LV5 immediately restores the target's 300% mental value plus 500 fixed value health upon use. Mutation effect 1. When your healing magic crits, it will remove all buffs from the target. 2. If the target's health is lower than your healing amount, the excess healing will convert into magical damage, dealing damage equal to the overflow value to all enemies within range. CD. 5 seconds. Cost, 150 MP. Chen Shan looked at the skill description before him, his breath slightly catching. Level 5 healing magic. The effect was surprisingly terrifying. The base healing amount had significantly increased. The mental value bonus had changed from 200% to 300%. The fixed value had directly multiplied tenfold. From 50 points, it skyrocketed to 500 points. This was merely a surface-level enhancement. The real shock for Chen Shan was the amplification of the aberration effect. Originally, it only cleared buffs, but now it unexpectedly added a new effect. Overflow healing was converted into magical damage. Moreover, it was area of effect magical damage. This was essentially transforming a purely healing skill into a super technique that balanced both offense and defense. The cooldown time was halved. However, the consumption had multiplied several times. For Chen Shan now, this level of consumption was negligible. After all, he currently had a terrifying 25,000 points of mana. This consumption was just a drop in the bucket. A slight smile crept onto Chen Shan's lips, and a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. This was the pinnacle of healing professions, capable of both healing and dealing damage. Who said support could only hang back? He was determined to prove it through action. A restoration warlock could also become the most dazzling presence on the battlefield, even the strongest one. Beside him, Sujina looked at the ever-changing expression on Chen Shan's face and couldn't help but ask curiously, "What are you thinking about so intently?" Chen Shan came back to his senses at her words, a confident smile playing on his lips as he replied, "Nothing much, just thinking that this hell-level secret realm should be quite interesting." Sujina's beautiful eyes sparkled as she gazed deeply at Chen Shan, seemingly trying to see through his thoughts. "That's good," she said softly, a faint smile appearing on her lips. "It's about time, we should set off." Chen Shan nodded and stood up alongside her. The two walked side by side towards the secret realm's teleportation portal. The main hall of the novice secret realm was still bustling with noise and excitement. Various shouts and conversations mixed together, creating a cacophony. Soon, the two arrived once more at the teleportation portal. The portal emitted a faint glow, as if waiting for their arrival. Sujina turned to Chen Shan, her eyes filled with inquiry. "Ready to set off?" Chen Shan smiled slightly and nodded, "I can start any time." Just as they were about to step into the teleportation portal, a sharp voice suddenly rang out from the side, filled with unabashed mockery and disdain. "Oh, isn't this our genius, Chen? What's this, just switched jobs and already preparing to go die?" The voice was sarcastic and provocative. Chen Shan and Sujina frowned simultaneously at the sound and turned to look
They saw a young man dressed in an overly extravagant mage robe, holding a staff embedded with low-quality gems, looking at them with a mocking expression. His face bore a sickly pallor, his eyes were sinister, and the corners of his mouth curled into a malicious arc. Both Qin Chen and Sujina recognized this person. Leewi, ranked third on the talent list of Yang City. He was also someone who had always looked down on Chen Chen, especially after learning about the good relationship between Sujina and Chen Chen. Leewi was filled with jealousy and hostility towards Chen Chen. He had always prided himself as the best among the younger generation of Yang City, believing only he deserved Sujina. Somehow, he had found out about Chen Chen and Sujina's plan to challenge the Hell-level secret realm. Naturally, he wouldn't miss this perfect opportunity to mock them. He was determined to find every possible way to annoy Chen Chen. Leewi approached Chen Chen and Sujina with a somewhat frivolous gait, casting a disdainful glance at Chen Chen, his tone becoming even more acerbic. I say, Chen Chen, you really don't know how to die. A B-level support dares to dream of challenging a Hell-level secret realm? Truly fearless. Or are you trying to drag Miss Su down with you to die? Leewi's voice was loud, deliberately ensuring that those around could hear. Many players around heard his words and turned their gazes this way, their faces showing expressions of anticipation for the drama. In their eyes, although Chen Chen had once been first on the talent leaderboard, after his job change, no matter how high his talent was, he had merely become an unremarkable B-level support. In contrast, Leewi was a third-ranked A-level genius mage. The gap between the two was as vast as the difference between heaven and earth. It seemed only natural for Leewi to mock Chen Chen. Chen Chen looked at Leewi's malicious face, feeling not the slightest ripple in his heart. Having lived 2 lives, he had long since grown indifferent to such boring provocations and taunts. In his previous life, he had endured countless times worse ridicule and oppression, and had long since forged a heart of steel. Leewi's level of provocation seemed to him like a clown's antics. He didn't even have the interest to respond to Leewi, directly ignoring his presence. Turning to Sujina, he softly asked, "Shall we go?" Chen Chen's attitude completely caught Leewi off guard. He had expected Chen Chen to be angry, to retort, or even to fly into a rage. But he never anticipated that Chen Chen would remain so calm, even outright ignoring him. This disregard stung him more than any mockery could, filling him with rage. Leewi's face instantly turned ashen, his eyes glaring at Chen Chen with malice, his tone becoming even more venomous. "What's wrong? Did I hit a nerve? Afraid? Chen Chen, you really are a waste, not even daring to say a word. What a coward." Leewi's mocking voice grew even more unrestrained. The surrounding players joined in, erupting in laughter. Ha ha ha, it seems Chen Chen is really scared, not even daring to let out a peep. A B-level support is just a B-level support, truly a useless ado, and he still wants to challenge the Hell-level secret realm? That's just laughable. Miss Su is really pitiful, how could she team up with such a waste? This time in the Hell-level secret realm, it seems she's in for a rough time. Various taunts echoed around. Upon hearing these jeers, Sujina's expression instantly turned icy, her delicate face covered in frost. A cold light flickered in her beautiful eyes as she glared at Leewi, her voice suddenly rising. "Leewi, that's enough." The surrounding raucous laughter came to an abrupt halt, as if someone had pressed the pause button. Everyone was stunned by Sujina's sudden fury. They had never seen her so angry. In their memory, this young lady from the Su family always appeared aloof and indifferent, as if nothing in the world could stir her emotions. At this moment, however, her exquisite face twisted slightly in anger, her beautiful eyes burning with fury, almost tangible. Leewi was also taken aback by Sujina's reaction, the smug smile on his face instantly froze, replaced by a hint of panic and astonishment. He never expected that Sujina would scold him so harshly for Chen Chen. He had always regarded Sujina as his goddess, dreaming of winning her favor. In his eyes, he was the one most deserving of Sujina, and no matter how high Chen Chen's talent was, he had merely turned into a useless B-level support, hardly worth mentioning. Yet now, the goddess was glaring at him for this waste, causing his jealousy and anger to erupt like a volcano. "Sujina, is it really worth it? For such a waste?" Leewi's voice was somewhat fierce but still couldn't hide the resentment within. "He's just a B-level support, going to the Hell-level secret realm will only drag you down. You actually yelled at me for this waste? What is he even? A B-level support, not even worthy of carrying your shoes." Leewi's chest heaved violently, his finger trembling as it pointed at Chen Chen, the jealousy in his eyes nearly spilling over. The surrounding players were once again in an uproar. No one expected Sujina to disregard Leewi's face for Chen Chen. It should be known that Leewi was the third-ranked genius mage on the Young City talent
list, and he had been pursuing Sujina for quite some time. Although Chun Chen had once been first on the talent list, he was now merely a B-grade healing waste, completely incomparable to Leewi. Leewi, I'll say it again, that's enough. Sujina's voice grew colder, her exquisite face covered in frost, and anger surged in her beautiful eyes. Sujina was genuinely angry. Sujina, you. Leewi was intimidated by Sujina's aura, momentarily speechless, his face turning red like pig liver. He wanted to retort, to curse, but under Sujina's icy gaze, it felt as if his throat had been seized, and he couldn't utter a word. He couldn't afford to provoke Sujina's strength and background. He bullied the weak and feared the strong, acting arrogant only towards those beneath him. Faced with someone like Sujina, he instantly cowered. Leewi's fierce demeanor belied his cowardice, his gaze flickered, not daring to meet Sujina's eyes again, and he could only redirect his pent-up anger towards Chun Chen. Humph, a waste is just a waste, only able to hide behind a woman. Leewi shouted at Chen Chen, trying to salvage some face. Chen Chen, are you even a man? Hiding behind a woman is nothing to be proud of. Leewi's voice was filled with provocation and disdain, confident that Chen Chen wouldn't dare to fight back. Leewi aimed to infuriate Chen Chen with his words, hoping to embarrass him and prove that he was superior to Chen Chen, more deserving of Sujina. The surrounding players looked at Chen Chen again, their expressions varied, some mocked, some relished the misfortune, and others eagerly anticipated the spectacle. In their eyes, Chen Chen was likely to embarrass himself this time. Facing Leewi's provocation, Chen Chen remained calm, as if he hadn't heard anything. He merely tilted his head slightly to look at Sujina. Beside him, the anger burned in Sujina's beautiful eyes, and the surrounding magical elements began to stir. The starry staff in her hand faintly glowed. A powerful magical wave began to gather around her. Sujina was really about to take action. Seeing this, Chen Chen sighed helplessly. He knew Sujina was standing up for him, but he didn't want her to escalate the situation because of him. After all, it was meaningless to get worked up over a clown like Leewi. Chen Chen gently grasped Sujina's wrist, stopping the magic she was about to unleash. Sujina looked at Chen Chen in confusion, her beautiful eyes filled with inquiry. Chen Chen shook his head slightly at her, signaling her not to be angry. Then, Chen Chen stepped in front of Sujina, facing Leewi directly. A slight smile curled at the corners of his mouth, his expression calm and indifferent, as if he were looking at a jumping clown. I say, Leewi. Chen Chen spoke slowly, his voice not loud, yet it clearly reached the ears of everyone present. I told you to eat less shit usually, look at you, your mouth is still so foul. Chen Chen's tone was calm, laced with a hint of mockery. Besides spewing nonsense, what else can you do? As soon as Chen Chen's words fell, the surroundings fell silent. Everyone was stunned, including Sujina. No one expected Chen Chen to respond like this. Not angry but laughing, calmly mocking, casually dismissive, yet with lethal impact. You. Leewi trembled with rage, his finger shaking as he pointed at Chen Chen, but he couldn't say a word. What about you? Chen Chen chuckled lightly, his tone even more casual. Am I wrong? Go take a piss and look at yourself, doesn't your face look like that of a clown? Chen Chen's words were merciless, hitting Leewi's sore spot directly. Chen Chen, you're looking for death. Leewi finally exploded, no longer caring about anything else, and shouted angrily at Chen Chen. He waved the staff in his hand, ready to charge at Chen Chen. What's wrong? Are you angry and ready to make a move? Chen Chen remained calm, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Unfortunately, you probably don't have the qualifications for that. Chen Chen's tone was dismissive, filled with contempt. You. Leewi was so furious that smoke seemed to be coming out of his ears. His anger boiling over, wishing he could rush up and tear Chen Chen to shreds. But he still had some rationality left, knowing that this was the main hall of the novice secret realm, where private fights between players were prohibited. Moreover, Sujina was watching closely from the side. If he really made a move, he would likely be the one to suffer. Leewi gritted his teeth, suppressing the anger within him, glaring fiercely at Chen Chen. Chen Chen, don't get too smug. Leewi's voice was hoarse, like a beast's growl. If you have the guts, don't hide behind a woman, let's have a one-on-one. Leewi knew he wasn't a match for Sujina, but he still had confidence in dealing with Chen Chen. One-on-one? Chen Chen raised an eyebrow, a playful smile appearing on his lips. Are you sure you want to challenge me? Chen Chen asked back, his tone laced with mockery. Of course. Leewi answered without hesitation. He wanted to teach Chen Chen a harsh lesson in front of everyone, making him understand the consequences of offending him. Alright, a one-on-one it is. Chen Chen chuckled lightly, speaking casually, but a one-on-one is too boring, how about we make a bet instead? A bet? Leewi was taken aback for a moment, looking at Chen Chen with confusion, not understanding what he was up to. That's right, a bet. Chen Chen nodded, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Since you think I'm not capable, let's make a big wager. Chen Shen's tone was calm. I'll team up with Jiner and enter the Hell-level secret realm. I won't take advantage of you. Jiner's strength is worth 10 people, so you can form a 10-person team and also enter the Hell-level secret realm. Chen Shen pointed to the secret realm teleportation portal behind him, his gaze fixed intently on Li Wei. Let's see who clears it first, how about that? A bet? Li Wei's pupils suddenly constricted, as if pricked by a needle. His eyes flickered, a momentary panic flashing by, but he cleverly concealed it. Li Wei stared at Chen Shen, his mind racing like a storm, weighing the pros and cons. Hell-level secret realm? Is this guy crazy? A recognized B-level support player actually dares to challenge the Hell-level secret realm with just Sujina? This is simply seeking death. Li Wei sneered inwardly, but put on a puzzled expression, as if he had heard the biggest joke. Chen Shen, are you out of your mind? Li Wei's voice was laced with obvious sarcasm and doubt. He deliberately raised his volume, trying to shake Chen Shen's resolve with his words, hoping he would back down. The Hell-level secret realm is a forbidden place that even 10 elite teams wouldn't dare to attempt lightly. Are you sure you want to bet on this? He paused deliberately, emphasizing the danger of the Hell-level secret realm. What's wrong? Are you scared? Chen Shen looked at Li Wei, a slight smile playing on his lips, as if he were a cat playing with a mouse. He shook his head gently, his tone tinged with disappointment, as if he were watching a clown. I thought you had some real skills, turns out you're just a bully who picks on the weak. Chen Shen's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of every player around, like an invisible slap that struck Li Wei's face hard. Only hiding behind your family's protection, flaunting your power against the weak. Each of Chen Shen's words was like a sharp knife, stabbing fiercely at Li Wei's pride. The surrounding players listened, many showing disdainful expressions. Their gazes toward Li Wei turned somewhat contemptuous, whispers rising and falling around them. Li Wei's face instantly turned a shade of iron blue, alternating between red and white. He felt a burning sensation on his cheeks, as if he had been slapped dozens of times, utterly humiliated. Who said I'm afraid? Li Wei suddenly lifted his head, the veins on his neck bulging, and shouted at Chen Shen, his voice hoarse. He resembled an enraged beast, his eyes bloodshot, glaring fiercely at Chen Shen. I just think you're too overconfident. A hell-level secret realm is not something a waste like you can challenge. Li Wei gritted his teeth, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between his teeth, filled with resentment and anger. Since you insist on seeking death, then I'll grant you that. He was completely enraged by Chen Shen, losing his rationality, only wanting to teach Chen Shen a harsh lesson and make him pay the price. Oh? Chen Shen raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with mockery, as if he were watching a dying prey struggle. So, does that mean you agree? Of course. Li Wei answered without hesitation, his tone resolute. He couldn't believe that his well-equipped 10-man team would be outmatched by just Chen and Sujina. It was simply absurd. Alright, since you agree, let's set a wager. Chen Shen nodded, his smile widening, as if everything was under his control. A wager? Li Wei was momentarily taken aback, looking at Chen Shen with confusion, not understanding what scheme Chen Shen was concocting. Exactly, since it's a bet, there naturally needs to be a wager. It makes it more interesting, doesn't it? Chen Shen spoke slowly, his voice carrying a hint of temptation, like a demon leading one to ruin. The loser must bow and apologize to the other and give their best set of equipment to the winner. How does that sound? Chen Shen's voice was not loud, but it thundered like a clap of lightning in the hall of the dungeon. The surrounding players gasped, shocked by Chen Shen's reckless proposal. This wager was undeniably significant. Bowing and apologizing was a tremendous humiliation, especially in front of so many witnesses. It was almost worse than killing the opponent. And giving away one's best equipment was even more painful, akin to cutting off a piece of flesh. One must understand that a good piece of equipment is crucial for a player, almost like a second life. Not to mention a whole set. That was worth a fortune, enough to allow an ordinary player to rise instantly and become a formidable expert. Li Wei's pupils constricted sharply, a fleeting hint of panic flashing in his eyes. But he quickly suppressed it, replaced by a more sinister sneer. He stared at Chen Shen, his mind racing like a storm, weighing the pros and cons, calculating the gains and losses. Li Wei scoffed inwardly, he didn't believe Chen Shen could win. Chen Shen, are you out of your mind? Li Wei's expression turned somewhat ugly. He hadn't expected Chen Shen to propose such a harsh wager. He hesitated, his heart pounding, momentarily unsure how to respond. He was well aware of the difficulty of the hell-level secret realm. What's wrong, scared? Chen Shen looked at Li Wei, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly, revealing a mocking smile, as if ridiculing his cowardice. Or do you lack confidence in yourself? Chen Shen pressed on relentlessly, mercilessly exposing Li Wei's hypocrisy. Who says I'm scared. Leewi was provoked by Qin Shen's words. He slammed his chest with a loud thud. I just think you're too arrogant to propose such a wager. Leewi shouted, trying to mask his inner unease. Fine, I accept. Leewi gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with madness. He had been pushed to the brink by Qin Shen, with no way out. Alright, it's a deal. Qin Shen laughed heartily, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. He had been waiting for this moment. He knew that Leewi had completely taken the bait. Just wait and see, I'll make you lose convincingly. Leewi shot a fierce glare at Qin Shen and turned to leave. He needed to prepare quickly. He absolutely could not lose to Qin Shen. Sujina paid no attention to Leewi. Her beautiful eyes lingered on Qin Shen, sparkling with light. It was Qin Shen's confidence that attracted her the most, as if everything was under control, making one unable to resist wanting to get closer. At this moment, Qin Shen also turned to look at Sujina. Sujina gazed at Qin Shen, a faint smile flickering in her clear eyes, like a spring breeze, warming the heart. She understood Qin Shen's meaning. He was merely worried about her being implicated. After all, if this bet was lost, the consequences would be quite severe. Not only would one have to bow and apologize, but also compensate with a complete set of the best equipment. Don't worry. Sujina smiled slightly, her voice crisp and firm, like a clear spring in the mountains, refreshing to the soul. A mere A-level mage, I truly don't take him seriously. Her tone was calm, yet it exuded a powerful confidence, as if everything was within her control. With me around, you won't lose. This confidence was not blind arrogance, but stemmed from her absolute trust in her own strength and in Qin Shen. As the most dazzling genius of the Su family in this generation, Sujina had the confidence and the capability. Qin Shen looked at Sujina's confident demeanor, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting, revealing a relaxed smile. He knew that Sujina was expressing her support and trust in her own way, reassuring him. Then I'll be waiting to cling to Jina's thigh. Qin Shen teased. Deliberately, his tone light and playful. You better take me flying. Qin Shen blinked, putting on a please take me look, which was quite amusing. Sujina was amused by Qin Shen, unable to help but let out a light laugh, like the sound of silver bells, delightful to the ears. All right. She proudly lifted her delicate chin, like a haughty queen. This hell-level secret realm will be left to me. Excitement sparkled in Sujina's eyes, eager to try. She had long wanted to witness the power of the hell-level secret realm. About 20 minutes later, Leewi returned to the dungeon hall with his 10-man team, exuding an imposing aura. 10 people, a perfect lineup. Well-equipped, all above level 5, clearly a well-trained elite team, with excellent coordination and impressive strength. Leewi strode up to Qin Shen, his gaze sinister, like a venomous snake, fixated on Qin Shen. A cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth, as if he could already see Qin Shen begging for mercy on the ground. Qin Shen, are you ready to die? His voice was low and filled with provocation, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between clenched teeth. The hell-level secret realm is not something a waste like you can touch. The members behind Leewi also revealed disdainful smiles. They looked at Qin Shen as if he were a dead man, filled with contempt and mockery. In their eyes, Qin Shen and Sujina challenging the hell-level secret realm was simply seeking their own doom, with no chance of winning at all. Oh? Is that so? Qin Shen smiled faintly, not at all intimidated by Leewi's imposing presence. His gaze remained calm as water. He slowly stood up, his eyes calmly sweeping over Leewi and his team, as if looking at a group of clowns. Then let's wait and see. Qin Shen's tone was flat, yet it carried an undeniable confidence, as if everything was under his control. Still talking tough when death is imminent. Leewi snorted coldly, his gaze growing even colder. He could hardly wait to see Qin Shen's miserable state. I will make you understand what despair truly is. With a wave of his hand, he led the team toward the entrance of the hell-level secret realm, exuding an overwhelming aura filled with murderous intent. Just as Leewi stepped forward, about to enter that deep entrance, the tip of Qin Shen's staff flickered with a faint light. So fast it was almost imperceptible. A streak of light, like an arrow released from a bow, sliced through the air, precisely landing on Leewi and vanishing without a trace. Ding! The hero of healing has been triggered. Ding! The hero of healing has been triggered. A level talent lightning power has been successfully copied. Lightning power, all attacks and skills carry additional lightning attribute damage, dealing 5% of the target's current maximum health as lightning damage, not affected by the target's magical resistance. Support profession correction. If the skill is a healing or support skill, it increases the target's movement speed by 20% and reduces the skill cooldown by 20%, lasting for 10 seconds. The system prompt echoed in Qin Shen's mind, crisp and ethereal. Leewi paused, feeling an inexplicable warmth spreading throughout his body, but he paid it no mind, thinking it was some special fluctuation from the secret realm's entrance.
He turned back, casting a cold glance at Chen Chen. The corner of his mouth curling into a disdainful sneer. Playing tricks. Leewi muttered under his breath, then without looking back, he led his team into the entrance of the hell-level secret realm, his figure disappearing into the darkness. Chen Chen watched the direction in which Leewi had vanished, his expression calm. Sujina stood beside Chen Chen, observing his mysterious actions, a hint of curiosity flashing in her eyes. What are you doing? Nothing much, just giving them a buff, Chen Chen replied. With a slight smile, not elaborating further. He knew that although Sujina was powerful, she was still unaware of some of his special abilities. A buff? Chen Chen nodded with a smile, just testing the feel of the Tson Wolflight shield, nothing to worry about. A buff? Testing the feel? Sujina blinked, of course, she wouldn't believe that Chen Chen was merely testing the feel, but since he was unwilling to say more, she wouldn't press him. After all, everyone has their own secrets. Let's go. Sujina glanced at the already vanished Leewi and the others in the darkness, speaking softly. She took a step with her long legs toward the secret realm entrance. Chen Chen smiled slightly and followed in her footsteps. The two walked side by side into the deep, dark entrance of the secret realm, their figures gradually disappearing into the shadows. A flash of light, and the surrounding scenery changed in an instant. A cold, damp atmosphere rushed toward them, accompanied by a nauseating stench of decay that made one involuntarily frown. The surroundings were dim, visibility extremely low, only vaguely revealing some twisted trees and jagged rocks on the ground. The air was thick with the scent of death, as if they were standing in a silent graveyard. Undead secret realm? Chen Chen frowned, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. This seemed somewhat different from the hell-level secret realm in his past life memories. The first hell-level secret realm he entered in his previous life did not look like this at all. Could it be that his rebirth caused some unknown changes? Chen Chen pondered silently, vigilantly observing his surroundings. Ding! You have successfully entered the hell secret realm, abyss of the dead. The system prompt echoed in both of their minds simultaneously. Sujina immediately raised her staff, the tip flickering, with a faint firelight shielding her petite figure behind it, standing in front of Chen Chen. Be careful, this place is already different. Sujina's voice was cold, yet carried a barely perceptible tension. Around them, the originally twisted trees and jagged rocks slowly began to rise, revealing skeletons. Hollow eye sockets flickered with ghostly blue flames, and the bones creaked, producing a grating crack sound. Chen Chen looked at the scene before him, understanding in his heart. Sure enough, just as he had guessed. The effects of his rebirth had already begun to manifest. With a thought, the detection technique was instantly activated. Name, Skeleton. Soldier rank, common level, 1 HP, 150 MP, 50 strength, 10 agility, 5 spirit, 3 constitution, 8 skills, bone shield, /talent, bone resurrection. The most ordinary skeleton soldier, with pitifully low attributes. However, there were quite a few of them. They densely filled the entire field of vision. So many? Sujina frowned slightly, clearly taken aback. Even with her strength, facing such a number of skeleton soldiers would be tricky. Moreover, this was just the entrance to the secret realm. Who knew what more terrifying entities were hidden deeper within? Seeing this, Sujina was about to wave her staff and chant a spell. But Chen Chen was quicker, raising the staff in his hand. The speed was astonishing, even surpassing her SS-level hidden class Flame Soul Sorceress. Dual casting. Furious strike. Chen Chen silently chanted in his heart, activating both talents simultaneously. Almost instantly, a soft green light shot out from the tip of the staff, followed by another. 2 beams of green light, one after the other, accurately landed on Sujina. Plus 4910. Plus 4910. At that moment, 2 massive green numbers floated up from Sujina's head, shocking to the core. This. Sujina was stunned. She looked incredulously at the numbers floating above her head, momentarily unable to react. It was important to note that her current health was only a few hundred points. Yet, Chen Chen's healing spell had directly restored her nearly 5,000 health points. This was simply ding. Dusk. Impact triggered. Ding. Mutation effect triggered. The system prompt sounded one after another. Just as Sujina was lost in thought, 4 invisible waves of energy suddenly spread out from her center. The skeleton soldiers that had just risen around her were instantly turned to dust under the impact of this energy wave. 2455. 4610. A dense rain of red damage numbers floated up. The once crowded entrance to the secret realm instantly became spacious. Only ashes remained on the ground. Ding. Hero of healing triggered. Spirit +1 ding. Hero of healing triggered. Skill Flame Soul Fireball has been permanently copied. Flame Soul Fireball summons a massive fireball. and launches it at the enemy, causing 350% of spirit value and fire damage upon explosion, with a burning effect lasting 5 seconds. Cost 200 MPCD 5 minutes. Chen looked at the copied skill and couldn't help but click his tongue. It was a pity he hadn't copied the other SS level talent from Sujina. As a reborn individual, he was well aware that Sujina possessed these two incredibly powerful SS level skills, which were crucial for her ascent to the pinnacle of the world in her previous life. At that moment, Sujina also came back to her senses. She looked at the empty scene before her and then at the calm Chen beside her. "Did you do this?" she asked. Uncertainly, her voice tinged with undeniable shock. Although she knew Chen was strong, she hadn't expected him to be this powerful. This had completely surpassed her understanding. Hearing Sujina's voice, Chen finally snapped back to reality. Yeah. He nodded, not offering much explanation. He knew that with Sujina's intelligence, she would surely guess some things. "Your healing spell." Sujina hesitated to continue. She wanted to ask why Chen healing magic was so powerful, but she felt that the question might be a bit abrupt. After all, everyone has their own secrets. Chen seemed to notice Sujina's confusion and took the initiative to explain. "My healing magic is a bit special." "Special?" A hint of peculiarity flashed in Sujina's eyes. Chen smiled slightly. "Yes, after all, my profession is not an ordinary healer." Sujina stared at Chen. In her clear, water-like eyes, confusion deepened. But at the same time, a strong curiosity arose. This man always brought her unexpected surprises. "You should know that healing spells can also be used as attack skills to deal damage to undead creatures. It's just that my healing spells are more effective against them." As he spoke, he raised the staff in his hand again, the tip glowing faintly green. After all, skills filled with vitality are deadly poison to these long-dead undead. Chen added casually, and before his words fell, a green light shot from the tip of the staff, accurately landing on a nearby skeleton. "Soldier 4910. The healing spell crit again." A huge green number floated up from the skeleton soldier's head. Immediately, the skeleton soldier's body melted away like ice and snow thrown into a raging fire, turning into a pile of ashes. An even larger red number floated up from where the skeleton soldier had been, striking to the eye. Ding! Dusk impact triggered. Ding! Aberration effect triggered. The system prompt echoed in Chen mind. Just as the red number dissipated, an invisible wave of energy suddenly spread out from the skeleton soldier's center. The skeleton soldiers that had just risen around them instantly turned to dust under the impact of this energy. Wave 2455 4610. Ding! Healer's Valor triggered. Constitution +2 ding. Healer's Valor triggered. Strength +2 ding. Healer's Valor triggered. Strength +3. Ding! Healer's Valor triggered. C-grade talent Bone Resurrection has been successfully copied. Bone Resurrection, 10% chance to revive after death, restoring 20% HP. The system prompts continued to sound, echoing in Chen mind. Chen was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect the attack effect of the healing spell on monsters to also count as healing. This was quite a pleasant surprise. Although this kind of healing didn't grant healing points, gaining attribute values and talent skills was already far beyond his expectations. After all, just from these two waves of attacks, his strength and constitution had each increased by 15 points. The speed of this enhancement was simply terrifying. However, upon hearing the last piece of information, the corners of Chen mouth twitched a couple of times. Bone Resurrection? He wasn't a skeleton. If this really triggered, would he come back as a skeleton? Although a bit worried, Chen was too lazy to think too much about it. He had already died once and didn't want to go through that again. See? It's that simple. He turned to Sujina, his tone relaxed, with a hint of subtle pride. Sujina fell silent. Her delicate face was filled with shock. She looked at the empty scene before her and then at the calm Chen beside her. Her heart stirred with tumultuous waves. This is really healing magic? Sujina felt her worldview being strongly impacted. She had never seen such domineering healing magic. Not only was the healing effect astonishing, but it could also deal devastating blows to enemies. This simply overturned her understanding of healing magic. Ding! You killed a skeleton soldier, experience +20. Ding! You killed a skeleton soldier, experience +20. The system prompt sounded continuously. Soon, a flash of golden light passed, and both Chen and Sujina were enveloped in the glow of leveling up. Both of them leveled up. Only then did Sujina come back to her senses. She looked at Chen, a complex expression flashing in her eyes. Naturally, she did not believe Chen earlier words. After all, in the Tsong Wolf Forest, he
had also used healing spells to attack enemies. But the Tsang wolf is not an undead creature. How can this be explained? Sujina was filled with doubts. But she did not voice them. She knew that Chen Shan must be hiding many secrets. And these secrets might be things he was unwilling to mention. Pressing for answers would only affect their relationship. Let's go. Sujina took a deep breath, calming her emotions, and said softly. She took the lead, stepping towards the depths of the secret realm. Chen Shan smiled slightly and followed Sujina's footsteps. The two walked side by side, their figures gradually disappearing into the darkness. In the depths of the abyss of the wraiths, the darkness grew even deeper. The cold, eerie atmosphere was denser than at the entrance. The stench was even more pungent. Visibility was extremely low, almost unable to see one's own hand. Only the faint glow of the fire from Sujina's staff barely illuminated a small area around them. At that moment, dense footsteps echoed from all directions, sending chills down their spines. It was as if countless undead creatures were lurking in the darkness. Be careful. Sujina's voice rang out. In the dark, carrying a hint of seriousness. The staff in her hand emitted a faint glow, illuminating a small area around them. The monsters here seemed stronger than outside. Sujina frowned and said. She could already feel countless pairs of ghostly blue eyes staring intently at them from the surroundings. Chen Shan remained silent, quietly following behind Sujina. His gaze was calm as water, seemingly indifferent to everything around them. But Sujina could sense that beneath Chen Shan's calm exterior lay a subtle vigilance. Just as the two were about to continue forward, a shadow suddenly darted out from the darkness. Like an arrow released from a bow, it charged straight at Sujina. Chen Shan reacted quickly. In an instant, he caught the trajectory of the shadow. Watch out, he exclaimed urgently. Before his words fell, the staff in his hand had already sent out a stream of light, accurately landing on Sujina. The Tsang wolf light shield suddenly activated. A pale gray shield instantly enveloped Sujina, tough and solid, emitting a faint glow. At the same time, several strands of fine electric arcs suddenly appeared around Sujina. In that moment, her speed surged dramatically. Retreating like lightning, the shadow's attack barely grazed the hem of Sujina's clothes, landing in empty space. Sujina effortlessly dodged this deadly strike, her figure graceful and unharmed. Seeing this, Chen Shan finally breathed a sigh of relief, his gaze sharpening as he activated his detection skill, followed closely by a healing spell aimed at the shadow. Name, Corpse Dog Rank. Black Iron Level, 3 HP, 300 MP, 30 Strength, 18 Agility, 12 Spirit, 5 Constitution, 15 Skills, by Corruption Charge. Talent, Decaying Body. Chen Shan instantly obtained information about the monster before him, understanding in his heart. At the same time, the green light accurately landed on the corpse dog. 980. A huge damage number floated up from the top of the corpse dog's head. The corpse hound didn't even have time to let out a wail before its body melted away as if engulfed in fierce flames, turning into a pile of ashes. Ding! Mutation effect triggered. In the next moment, the overflowing damage transformed into a circle of green light that spread out like ripples, instantly reducing the nearby skeleton soldiers, who had just gathered, and the other hidden corpse hounds in the shadows to dust under the impact of this energy wave. A series of damage numbers rose and fell. 680. 680. 680. Chen Shan looked at the damage numbers before him. The corpse hound's health was more than double that of the skeleton soldiers, yet it still couldn't withstand his healing spell. It seemed that in the hell-level secret realm, his healing spell still possessed formidable suppressive power. If a critical hit were triggered, it might even be able to directly annihilate a boss, right? In an instant, the monster horde before him was left with nothing but a ground covered in ashes and rotting flesh, emitting a nauseating stench. Sujina looked at the scene before her, her eyes filled with astonishment. She hadn't expected that not only was Chen Shan's damage astonishing, but even that Sunlong light shield he had just learned had the effect of increasing movement speed. Moreover, the increase in speed was quite significant. This undoubtedly provided her with a crucial ability to react to any unexpected situations that might arise next. With this thought, Sujina felt even more puzzled. Was Chen Shan really just a healing-type caregiver? This situation didn't seem to fit at all. Ding! You have killed a corpse hound, experience plus 50. Ding! You have killed a skeleton soldier, experience plus 20. The system notification sounded continuously, and a large amount of experience surged into Chen Shan and Sujina's bodies like a tide. The two of them had only just leveled up not long ago. However, under such a frenzied monster-slaying speed, the experience bar was almost visibly increasing. In just a moment, it was already filled to nearly half. This leveling speed was like riding a rocket, astonishingly fast and breaking conventional understanding. This leveling speed was simply unbelievable, as if they were on a rocket. However, this time it seemed that Chen Shan's luck had run out. After killing so many monsters, he had only gained 4 or 5 points in strength attributes. Not a single skill or talent had been copied. This left him feeling a bit regretful. Sujina stood in place, looking at the empty scene before her, then glanced at the calm Chen Shan beside her, a complex expression flashing in her eyes. Clearly, they had agreed at the beginning that she would lead Chen Shan to explore the abyss of the dead. But now it seemed that she had become an unnecessary burden. This realization left the usually proud Sujina feeling somewhat uncomfortable. "Let's go, we're in a competition with Leewi, and I don't want to bow to that guy," Chen Shan chuckled lightly, taking the lead in stepping deeper into the secret realm. Sujina took a deep breath, trying to calm her somewhat complicated emotions, and silently followed in Chen Shan's footsteps. In Yang City, the Su family's branch. In the study of the family head, Su Mingyan, the atmosphere was so tense it felt like it could drip water. Su Mingyan sat behind a large mahogany desk, his face dark. The jade stone he had been toying with, entirely emerald green, was now tightly clenched in his hand, his knuckles turning white. "Jiner has entered the hell level. Novice secret realm?" Su Mingyan's voice was low, each word seeming to be squeezed out through gritted teeth, filled with uncontrollable anger. Standing opposite him was his trusted subordinate, who at that moment had his head bowed, his body slightly trembling, not daring to breathe. Yes, master," he replied with difficulty, his voice barely audible. Su Mingyan's expression did not soften with his subordinate's confirmation, instead, it grew even darker. "Just go in then." He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. "With Jiner's profession and equipment, plus the people we arranged, there shouldn't be any major issues." Su Mingyan tried to reassure himself, but his voice carried a barely perceptible tremor. "But..." The subordinate hesitated, as if there was something unspeakable. Su Mingyan suddenly raised his head, his gaze sharp as a knife. "But what? Spit it out, what are you stammering for?" The subordinate trembled, hastening his speech. The young lady only formed a 2-person team to go in." "What?" Su Mingyan's pupils constricted suddenly, his face turning pale in an instant. He stood up abruptly, the jade stone in his hand falling to the ground with a thud, shattering into pieces. "A 2-person team?" Su Mingyan's voice was sharp and piercing, as if he couldn't believe his ears. "Didn't I repeatedly instruct you to send more people to protect the young lady?" He roared, his chest heaving violently, clearly furious to the extreme. The very thing he feared most had happened. A hell-level secret realm, even for beginners, was not something 2 people could just barge into. Su Jiner's safety made him anxious beyond measure. What terrified him even more was that if something happened to Su Jiner in the secret realm, the main family in the capital would definitely not let him off the hook. At that time, the entire Su family branch in Yang City would be doomed. Who did the young lady go with? Su Mingyan fixed his gaze on his subordinate, his voice hoarse as he asked. He needed to know who had the audacity to take Su Jiner on such a dangerous adventure. "Master, the one with the young lady is Chen Shan," the subordinate answered, his voice trembling. Su Mingyan was taken aback, as if struck by lightning, his whole body freezing in place. He could no longer hold the teacup in his hand, which fell to the ground with a crash, shattering into pieces. Tea splashed everywhere, soaking the expensive carpet. "What did you say?" Su Mingyan's voice became sharp and distorted, like a ghostly howl. "From hell. Chen Chen? Which Chen Chen?" He stared intensely at his subordinate, his eyes filled with bloodshot fury, as if he wanted to devour him alive. The subordinate was terrified by Su Mingyan's appearance, his soul nearly leaving his body as he stammered, It's the one, with a talent value of 200. B-level healer." "B-level healer?" Su Mingyan felt a rush of blood to his head, his vision darkening. His body swayed, nearly collapsing to the ground. "A B-level healer? How dare he? How dare he take the young lady into a hell-level secret realm? He's looking for death. No, he's trying to get the young lady killed." Su Mingyan's voice was completely out of control, turning hysterical. He couldn't imagine what help a B-level healer could provide to Su Jiner. In a hell-level secret realm, a B-level healer would probably struggle to protect themselves. The more he thought about it, the angrier and more fearful he became. If anything happened to Su Jiner, he would be utterly responsible. "Prepare the car. Quickly prepare the car." Su Mingyan slammed the table, shouting angrily at his subordinate. "I need to go to the dungeon hall. I need to stop them. I need to get the young lady out." His voice was hoarse, his eyes bloodshot, and he was on the brink of collapse. His only hope now was to use the authority of the dungeon hall to forcibly teleport Su Jiner out of the secret realm. No matter the cost, he had to do it. Meanwhile, deep within the abyss of the spectral remains, Chen Shan and Su Jiner had ventured into an ancient castle. Inside the Castle, darkness clung like thick ink, slowly swallowing the light. The firelight flickering from Sujiner's staff illuminated only a small area in front of them. The twisted carvings on the walls seemed to come alive under the flickering light, clawing and gnashing. The stench of decay, mixed with a chilling dampness, constantly assaulted their senses. Sujiner closely followed Chen Shen, not daring to stray even a step away. Her gaze occasionally fell on Chen Shen's back, filled with complex emotions. From the entrance of the secret realm to this ancient castle, it had taken just over 20 minutes. This speed was astonishing. To her, it was known that the fastest record for clearing a Hell-level novice secret realm was over an hour. Yet they had used less than half that time. Sujiner had originally thought that teaming up with Chen Shen was to protect him and B-level recovery. Mage was seen by most as merely an optional support. But now, it seemed everything had reversed. It was not she who was protecting Chen Shen, but rather Chen Shen who was leading her through with overwhelming force. This realization left Sujiner feeling a wave of disappointment within. She had once believed she was the core of the team, the key to leading them through. But now, she found herself becoming a seemingly dispensable presence. In fact, without Chen Shen, she might not even have been able to enter this castle. What's wrong? Chen Shen's voice suddenly broke the silence of the castle. He turned his head, looking at Sujiner, and asked with a smile, "We're about to fight the boss, what are you thinking about?" Sujiner snapped back to reality, gazing at Chen Shen's face, which bore a gentle smile. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but didn't know how to begin. Her original confidence wavered at this moment. "I thought after changing jobs, I could surpass you. I wanted to help you." Sujiner's voice was soft and low, tinged with a barely noticeable sense of loss. "I didn't expect, you are still better than me, and I still need you to lead me." Chen Shen was slightly taken aback. It dawned on him that his performance alone, the way had been somewhat too outstanding, leading this proud young lady to doubt herself. This was not the outcome he desired. This time, it's just a matter of specialization. Chen Shen chuckled lightly, speaking in a relaxed tone. He walked to Sujiner's side, standing shoulder to shoulder with her. "If it weren't for the undead creatures, my healing spells wouldn't be this effective. In the future, when we go to other dungeons and secret realms, you'll have to take the lead." His voice echoed in the vast castle, carrying a hint of comfort and encouragement. "Don't think too much, let's go. We need to deal with the boss first, and then we can talk about clearing this secret realm." After saying this, Chen Shen took the lead, stepping toward the heavy door that led to the final boss room. Sujiner watched Chen Shen's back, took a deep breath, and tried to calm her emotions. She followed closely behind him, the two of them entering the heavy door filled with uncertainty. The heavy door creaked open with a creak, and Chen Shen and Sujiner stepped into the room where the final boss awaited. A strong stench of decay surged toward them like a flood breaking a dam, instantly engulfing the two. The cold breath of death wrapped around their bodies like invisible tendrils. Sujiner instinctively held her breath and took half a step back. The flames on her staff flickered violently, casting a large shadow that twisted and struggled on the wall. It was a bone dragon. Its massive body nearly filled the entire room. The pale white bones glimmered with a faint cold light in the darkness, like countless sharp daggers. In its hollow eye sockets burned two green ghostly flames, fixating on the two intruders as if to devour their souls. "Bone dragon." Sujiner's voice trembled slightly. She was not afraid, just shocked. In any novice dungeon, the final boss being a giant dragon was enough to leave one in awe. Even if it was just a novice dungeon, it should not be like this. The dragon race, no matter the world, is a powerful symbol, an existence that surpasses countless beings. Even if it was just a bone dragon made of skeletons, its strength should not be underestimated. Chen Shen's expression, however, remained calm. He merely furrowed his brow slightly, seemingly surprised by the appearance of this bone dragon. "Detection spell," Chen Shen murmured softly. "Abyss Bone Dragon BOSS level, 10 quality, silver HP, 3000 MP, 500 constitution, 150 agility, 20 spirit, 50 strength, 200 skills. Dragon Breath Withering, Bone Storm, Minion Summon Talent, Dragon Pressure Suppression, Undying Skeleton." In an instant, the attribute panel of the bone dragon appeared before Chen Shen. A silver level boss. Its attributes were several times higher than the previous rotting dog. It also had several more skills. However, the corners of Chen Shen's mouth curled up slightly. For him, this bone dragon was still not enough to worry about. This bone dragon's attributes are so high. Sujiner looked at Chen Shen, her tone laced with concern. "And it has 3 skills? With her strength, facing this bone dragon alone would have very low odds of success." "Don't worry," Chen Shen smiled lightly, his tone relaxed. "Leave it to me." He didn't even wait for Sujiner to react before raising the staff in his hand. The staff glimmered with a faint light, as if gathering some powerful force. Raging strike. Healing spell. A green light shot out from the tip of the staff, like an arrow released from a bow, accurately landing on the bone dragon. The light exploded instantly, enveloping the massive body of the bone dragon. 4650. A huge damage number floated up from the top of the bone dragon's head, bright red and glaring. Roar. The bone dragon let out a painful howl, its voice sharp and desperate. Its massive body shook violently, as if all its strength had been drained, crashing down. The health bar above its head was instantly emptied, with not a trace remaining. Ding! You have killed the Abyss Bone Dragon Boss, experience points plus 1600. Ding! You have triggered the Healer's Valor talent effect. B-level talent Undying Skeleton has been successfully copied. Undying Skeleton, immune to instant death effects, defense doubles when HP is below 20%. Ding! You have triggered the Healer's Valor talent effect, strength plus 3. Ding! You have triggered the Healer's Valor talent effect, constitution plus 3. Ding! Congratulations, you leveled up. HP, MP plus 50, gained 15 free attribute points. Current level. LV 8. The system notifications sounded in succession. Chen Shen's smile grew wider. He had copied the talent and gained 2 additional attributes. Was this the difference with a boss? Far stronger than ordinary monsters. Sujina stood frozen in place, staring at the incredible scene before her, completely stunned. Her mouth fell open, her eyes wide as if she had witnessed something incomprehensible, her mind blank. He killed it in a second? A silver-level boss was actually taken down by Chen Chen. With a single healing spell? How could this be possible? Sujina felt her worldview had been strongly shaken. She even began to doubt whether she was hallucinating. It was one thing for those small monsters to be killed in an instant, but how could even the boss be taken down so easily? This was a silver-level bone dragon. Even if it was only level 10, it was still a dragon. An existence that transcended countless creatures. How could it be so easily defeated? Sujina felt her understanding completely overturned. She couldn't comprehend it, nor could she accept it. Done. Chen Chen put away his staff and turned to look at Sujina, a faint smile on his face. Let's go see what good stuff this bone dragon dropped. His voice pulled Sujina back to reality from her shock. Sujina took a deep breath, trying to calm the turmoil within her and regain her composure. She looked at Chen Chen, her gaze complex. This man, how many secrets was he hiding? Just how strong was his power? Sujina realized she was increasingly unable to see through Chen Chen. Was he really just a healing mage? He seemed more like a combat class than she was. The two walked to the corpse of the bone dragon. The pale white bones had lost their luster, scattered all over the ground. Several items, glowing with different lights, lay quietly among the bones. Chen Chen bent down and picked up those items one by one. Ding! You have obtained Bone Dragon's Spine. Ding! You have obtained Bone Dragon's Claw. Ding! You have obtained Equipment Ring of the Dead, Silver. Ding! You have obtained Dragon Soul Fragment. Ding! You have obtained Bone Dragon Staff, Silver. So many? Sujina looked at the items emitting a faint glow on the ground, her voice tinged with disbelief. Normally, when defeating monsters, getting 1 or 2 items is already considered lucky. This bone dragon dropped 5 at once. And among them were 2 pieces of silver-level equipment. This was simply. Sujina felt as if she were dreaming. Everything seemed so unreal. Well, it's not bad, Chen Chen said casually, as if it were just a trivial matter. The reason he was so calm was, of course, due to a reason. Chen Chen smiled slightly and explained, the drop rate of items is related to the speed of the kill and the number of attacks received. If it's a one-hit kill, the quantity and rarity of the dropped items will increase to some extent. We were quite lucky this time. Sujina nodded slightly as she listened to Chen Chen's explanation, realizing the reason. However, even knowing the cause, she couldn't help but marvel. A one-hit kill, what terrifying power must one possess to achieve that? She asked herself, with her own strength, she could never do it. Chen Chen picked up the scattered items one by one and stuffed them into a gray cloth bag, his movements swift, as if he were already accustomed to such operations. Let's go. He was just about to call Sujina to leave when he suddenly let out a soft ha, stopping in his tracks. His gaze crossed the disordered skeletons and landed on the spot where the bone dragon's body had originally been. Sujina was taken aback and followed his gaze. The area that had been obscured by the bone dragon's massive body was now fully revealed before them. What's wrong? She asked curiously, her cool voice tinged with intrigue. Chen Chen did not answer directly but raised his hand to point in that direction, asking in return, was there a door there before? His voice was low, carrying a hint of uncertainty. Sujina's gaze fell back to that spot, observing carefully. There, a half-open stone door stood quietly. The stone door was covered in the marks of time, its mottled patterns resembling the wrinkles on an old man's face. Ancient and mysterious. It stood in stark contrast to the surrounding white bones, as if it were an incongruous presence. This. Sujina's pupils constricted slightly, she was certain that this door had not been here before. Her mind raced, countless thoughts flashing through. A possibility surfaced in her mind, causing her heart to race. Could it be, this is the legendary hidden dungeon? Her voice trembled, filled with both surprise at the unknown and excitement for the adventure ahead. Chun slowly approached the stone door, each step taken with utmost caution. He reached out, gently touching the rough patterns on the stone. A cold sensation traveled through his fingertips, as if he could feel the passage of time, the sediment of ages. Creak, he gently pushed, and the stone door emitted a dull scraping sound, slowly opening a crack. A chill emanated from the gap, distinctly different from the previous stench. This aura was purer, colder, as if it came from the depths of the abyss, carrying the silence of death. Hidden dungeon. Sujina murmured, her voice a mix of uncontrollable excitement and wariness of the unknown. Hidden dungeons were a special existence. They wouldn't be marked on the map, nor would there be any hints. They only appeared when specific conditions were met. Like a hidden Easter egg, waiting for a lucky discoverer. The conditions for their appearance were bizarre and varied, some required specific items, others needed specific times, and some demanded the completion of a series of complex tasks. The trigger condition for the hidden dungeon before them was evidently related to the bone dragon that had just been slain, connected to Chen Chen's astonishing strike. Hidden dungeons often meant greater risks, but they also promised richer rewards. Each hidden dungeon was like an unknown treasure, waiting for a class changer to explore. It might contain rare equipment, powerful skills, or even an opportunity to change one's fate. Sujina was extremely excited. At this moment, she never expected to be so lucky as to encounter a hidden dungeon during the novice phase. It felt like a gift from fate, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Seeing Sujina's excited expression, a slight smile curved Chen Chen's lips. He asked softly, "So, are you interested in going in and exploring?" His voice was deep and magnetic, carrying a hint of temptation. "Since we've encountered it, of course we should go." Sujina replied without hesitation, her tone resolute. Excitement sparkled in her eyes, a yearning for adventure, a longing for the unknown. "Let's go." Chen Chen nodded and stepped through the stone door first. Sujina followed closely behind, the two of them disappearing into the darkness. The stone door slowly closed, isolating all the noise outside, leaving only endless darkness and silence. Passing through the stone door, a dimly lit corridor unfolded before them. The walls on either side of the corridor were embedded with crystals that emitted a faint green glow. The weak light provided a glimpse into the dark space, yet added an eerie quality. The air was thick with a faint smell of sulfur, mixed with a hint of decay, creating a sense of oppression and unease. It felt as if this were the entrance to hell, leading to a world filled with danger and the unknown. Click, click. A series of metallic clashing sounds echoed from the depths of the corridor, breaking the silence. This sound was like a death knell, tightening their hearts. Chen Chan and Sujina exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of seriousness in each other's eyes. They cautiously moved forward, each step taken with great care. Beneath their feet lay cold stone slabs, each step producing a faint echo. As they delved deeper, the sound of metal clashing grew clearer and more intense. It was as if countless metallic monsters were waiting for them at the end of the corridor. Finally, at the corridor's end, they saw the source of the noise. It was a group of skeletal soldiers clad in tattered armor. They wielded rusted weapons, swinging them mechanically, devoid of life. It seemed as if they were engaged in some endless drill, or like puppets controlled by some unseen force. Behind the skeletal soldiers, four figures in black robes were softly chanting something. An obscure incantation echoed in the air, carrying a hint of malevolence. As they chanted, wisps of black mist surged from them, merging into the bodies of the skeletal soldiers. The once sluggish skeletal soldiers became swifter and stronger after absorbing the black mist. In their eyes flickered a ghostly green light, as if they had been granted life. "It's the skeletal warriors and the necromancers," Sujina said softly, her tone laced with gravity. She recognized the type of these monsters at a glance. In front of Chun Chen, the attribute panel of these monsters appeared. Skeletal warrior level, 8 quality, common HP, 800 MP, 50 constitution, 40 agility, 10 spirit, 5 strength, 40 skills, none talents, none. Necromancer elite level, 9 quality, black iron HP, 1000 MP, 500 constitution, 50 agility, 15 spirit, 50 strength, 30 skills, skeleton summon, skeleton enhancement talents, undead affinity. These skeletal warriors had average attributes, but their numbers were overwhelming, dense and endless. The 4 necromancers, however, were the true threat. Their skill skeleton summon could continuously summon skeletal warriors. If they weren't dealt with quickly, the number of skeletal warriors would only increase, eventually overwhelming them. These summoners summon skeletons so quickly, we need to take out the summoners first, Sujina said, frowning as she watched the skeletal warriors rising from the ground. More and more skeletal warriors joined the fray, waving their weapons, and the scene grew increasingly chaotic. I know, Chen nodded, fully aware of the situation. He took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping over the 4 necromancers, already formulating a plan in his mind. It was crucial to resolve this quickly and not be bogged down by the sea of skeletons. He felt both guilt and fondness towards Sujina. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen raised his starry staff, whoosh, whoosh. 2 emerald beams shot forth from the tip of the staff like arrows released from a bow, piercing through the skeletal horde with a sound of breaking air. Buzz, the beam struck the ground and instantly exploded, transforming into 2 massive waves of green light that spread outward at an astonishing speed, quickly covering most of the corridor. Wherever the waves passed, the skeletal warriors melted away like snowflakes scorched by the blazing sun, turning into heaps of scattered bones. Ding! You have killed a skeletal warrior, experience points plus 40. Ding! You have killed a skeletal warrior, experience points plus 40. Ding! You have killed a necromancer elite, experience points plus 135. The system's notification sounds surged like a tide, continuously echoing in Chen-Chen's ears, almost merging into one. However, Chen-Chen's brow furrowed slightly. He clearly heard that among the system notifications, there was only one prompt for killing a necromancer. Did I only kill one? Indeed, this range is still not large enough. Chen tightened his grip on the staff, preparing to cast a shield on himself while waiting for the cooldown of the next healing spell. Although he had other attack skills at his disposal, Sujina was still here, and it was better not to expose the skills he had copied for now. Just as Chen was lost in thought, a sudden, violent explosion interrupted his musings. Boom! 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 Chen instinctively turned to look back and saw Sujina standing at the entrance of the corridor, her staff waving continuously. Huge fireballs rained down from the sky like a meteor shower, accurately landing among the skeletons and exploding. Flames rolled, and the entire corridor seemed to transform into a massive furnace. The skeletal warriors struggled in the sea of fire, emitting chilling howls, but were quickly consumed by the flames, turning to ash. Sujina's face radiated excitement, her eyes bright as if burning with 2 flames. Her skills poured out like a machine gun, showing no signs of stopping. Each fireball could take away a large number of skeletal warriors' lives. Chen looked at Sujina's back and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. An SS-level hidden class is indeed powerful. Although Sujina always claimed that she was being led by him, as a reborn person, how could Chen not know that Sujina had not been using her full strength? As someone who stood at the pinnacle of the world in her past life, Sujina possessed 2 extremely powerful SS-level talents. One was the Heart of the Mage, which he had copied, granting her a massive amount of mana, while the other talent, called the Blessing of Heaven, allowed all her skills to have no cooldown. With these 2 talents combined, she could unleash her skills without restraint, completely unconcerned about mana consumption or skill cooldowns, essentially becoming a walking magical Gatling gun. Ding! Your teammate Sujina has killed the undead summoner elite, experience plus 135. Ding! Your teammate Sujina has killed the undead summoner elite, experience plus 135. Ding! Your teammate Sujina has killed the undead summoner elite, experience plus 135. 3 consecutive system notifications rang out, announcing the deaths of the last 3 undead summoners. Chen looked at the excited Sujina, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, as he teased, finally not hiding your strength? Sujina was taken aback for a moment, then a playful smile appeared on her face. She blinked and explained cheerfully, I wasn't hiding my strength, I just learned a group attack skill just now. Chen naturally did not believe Sujina's explanation. With her 2 incredible SS-level talents, even without a group attack skill, the fireballs pouring out like a machine gun were enough to rival any group attack skill. Moreover, Chen clearly remembered that in her past life, Sujina was known as the Flame Empress, feared throughout the world. Although she had just awakened, how could someone with 2 SS-level talents be weak? However, Chen did not expose her, he simply smiled and shook his head. After all, everyone has their own secrets, and Sujina had her reasons for wanting to keep her abilities hidden. He turned his gaze back to the depths of the corridor. Taking a deep breath, Chen raised his starry staff. Once more. Let's continue, he said softly. Sujina nodded, obediently responding, and closely followed behind Chen. The 2 moved forward along the corridor, one in front and the other behind. The corridor was not very long, and under Sujina's relentless barrage with no cooldown, they quickly reached the end.
At the end stood a massive palace, coming into view. The palace was grand in scale, adorned with opulence, yet the erosion of time rendered it dilapidated, a sense of indescribable decay permeating the air. In the very center of the palace stood a throne made of some kind of red crystal, upon which sat a figure clad in black armor. From the gaps in the armor, wisps of black aura seeped out, as if a dark shadow from the abyss was concealed within. Sujina's footsteps faltered slightly, her delicate brows furrowing. Even the usually calm Chen Chen felt a strong sense of crisis at this moment. It was a tremor that resonated from the depths of their souls, as if the presence on the throne possessed the power to easily erase them. This is... Sujina spoke softly, her tone laced with confusion and caution. Chen Chen did not respond, his gaze was fixed tightly on the figure atop the throne. In the next moment, Chen Chen's mind stirred, and the light of his detection technique instantly enveloped the figure on the throne. Shadow King, Projection, Elite BOSS rank, Crimson, Monster ranks, Whiteboard, Black Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Diamond, Crimson. Colorful, Celestial, Holy Destruction, Divine Profound, Heavenly Absolute, Level, 10 HP, 20,000/20,000 MP, 5,000 Strength, 800 Agility, 300 Spirit, 500 Constitution, 600 Skills, Shadow Extraction, Shadow Preservation, Shadow Exchange. King's Domain Talent, Authority of the Ruler. Chen Chen's pupils constricted sharply. What the hell? An elite boss of Crimson rank. Are you kidding me? Is this what a novice secret realm is supposed to have? Moreover, Shadow King? Are you serious? Isn't this a protagonist from some anime? If he remembers correctly, this thing should be of the summoning type, right? Is this really a monster that should appear in a novice secret realm? Just because it's level 10 doesn't mean it's something that a level 10 professional can handle. Not to mention, this is merely a projection. It already has such terrifying attributes, how horrifying would it be if the real body descended? Crimson rank, and still an elite boss. Sujina clearly saw the monster's information, her voice tinged with disbelief. They had just recently changed jobs as novices, yet the monster before them was a level 10 elite boss of Crimson rank. The gap between them was like a chasm. Can we defeat it? Sujina turned to Chen Chen, her tone carrying a hint of uncertainty. Although she possessed two extraordinary SS-level talents, the disparity in attributes was simply too great, enough to make her feel somewhat powerless. Chen Chen swallowed hard, his atoms apple involuntarily rolling, his dry voice carrying a hint of a bitter smile. Even if we can't win, we have to fight, just look behind you. Upon hearing this, Sujina seemed to realize something and turned around abruptly. The door they had entered through had vanished without a trace. This? Sujina gasped, her exquisite face filled with shock. The way back is gone? The novice secret realm isn't supposed to close the doors, right? She remembered clearly that the novice secret realm was designed for newcomers to test themselves, and to ensure safety, it would never set traps that could not be returned from. But now, before Sujina could fully recover from her shock, a series of clanking sounds of armor scraping broke the silence. The black armor that had been motionless on the throne began to move slowly. Within the helmet, two orbs of crimson flame suddenly ignited, resembling two burning, eerie stars, radiating a heart-pounding glow. Following that, under the tense gaze of the two, the black armor actually began to rise slowly from the throne. Every step felt like treading on the heartbeats of two people, heavy and oppressive. Chen Chen and Sujina simultaneously tightened their grips on their staffs. Their bodies slightly tense, as if facing a formidable enemy. An invisible pressure spread through the air, making it hard to breathe. Ha! Chen Chen took a deep breath, suppressing the fear in his heart, and tried to make his voice sound calmer. Don't panic, Jiner, it's just a projection. Although he said this, Chen Chen's heart was anything but calm. I never expected this instance to be activated. Interesting. Just then, a chilling voice suddenly echoed in Chen Chen's mind, like the friction of ice, carrying a bone-chilling coldness. Chen Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively looked at Sujina beside him, his eyes filled with inquiry. Jiner, did you hear any sound? He asked in a low voice, his tone tinged with uncertainty. Sujina frowned slightly and shook her head, indicating she hadn't heard anything. No, why? She looked at Chen Chen in confusion, her clear eyes filled with worry. At that moment, the chilling voice rang out again, laced with a hint of mockery. Oh? You can actually hear me speaking? Chen Chen's body trembled slightly, his pupils suddenly constricting. He abruptly looked up at the Shadow King on the throne. There, within the helmet of the Shadow King, two clusters of crimson flames burned like two bizarre, blazing stars, now fixated on him, as if they were going to devour his soul. This was not an illusion. Chen Chen was certain that the voice came from the Shadow King. And only he could hear it. What on earth was happening? You? Chen Chen stared at the Shadow King on the throne, each word squeezed out from deep within his throat, trembling uncontrollably. Are you talking to me? Beside him, Sujina instinctively responded, I didn't say anything, what's wrong?
As soon as she finished speaking, Sujina suddenly realized that Chen Chen's gaze was not directed at her at all. Instead, it was fixed on the throne, on the terrifying boss radiating a dreadful aura. Sujina's pupils instantly shrank to the size of pinpricks, her exquisitely beautiful face drained of color, pale as paper. She even doubted whether she had misheard or if she was hallucinating. A boss that can talk? Is this for real? Sujina's heart raced violently, as if it were about to leap out of her chest. Shock, horror, disbelief, various emotions surged like a flood, instantly overwhelming her. Such a high-level monster should only appear in the top-tier instances and the divine demon battlefield. How could it? How could it appear in a mere novice secret realm? This was completely illogical. The Shadow King's face, as dark as ink, moved slightly beneath the helmet's cover. That subtle movement struck Chen Chen and Sujina like a thunderclap. It felt as if it was laughing. Ha! Immediately after, the chilling and slightly mocking voice of the Shadow King echoed in Chen Chen's mind once more. The voice seemed to resonate directly in the depths of his soul, impossible to block out, impossible to evade. Only you can hear my voice here, so naturally, I am speaking to you. I haven't encountered a human who can hear my voice in a long time. It's truly interesting. The Shadow King's voice was like the biting cold wind of midwinter, and like a cold, venomous snake, it slithered up Chen Chen's spine. It made every hair on his body stand on end. An unprecedented sense of crisis gripped him like an invisible giant hand, choking his throat and nearly suffocating him. Chen Chen was very clear. The higher the intelligence of a monster, the more terrifying its power. A creature like the Shadow King, possessing extreme intelligence and even able to communicate with humans, is something he has never encountered, not even in his previous life. Such an unknown existence is far more frightening and elusive than those monsters that only know how to kill. What should I do? Chen Chen's heart raced uncontrollably, almost bursting from his chest. His brain operated at an unprecedented speed, frantically devising a countermeasure. However, facing such a powerful enemy, he felt a deep sense of helplessness. It seemed that the Shadow King on the throne sensed Chen Chen's tension. The two red flames beneath the helmet flickered slightly. Ha! Little one, why are you so nervous? Do I look that terrifying? The Shadow King's voice echoed again in Chen Chen's mind. It was deep, hoarse, with a hint of an almost imperceptible smile. However, this smile, in Chen Chen's ears, was more chilling than any threat. Hearing him say that, Chen Chen almost cursed out loud. Not to mention your name and that terrifying attribute. Just the aura you exude is enough to scare an ordinary person to death 10 times over. And you still ask if I'm nervous? Chen mentally complained. But on his face, he dared not show the slightest dissatisfaction. He even tried his best to control any subtle changes in his expression. He forcibly suppressed the fear within him, striving to make his voice sound calm. The Shadow King observed Chen Chen's increasingly tense demeanor. The red flames beneath the helmet flickered more violently, as if silently mocking Chen Chen's cowardice, or perhaps admiring the sight of its prey struggling in despair. This king is in a good mood today. Since you are somewhat interesting. How about this, you chat with this king for a while, and I can grant you one condition. What do you say? The Shadow King's voice rang out again, carrying a tone of condescension. Upon hearing this, Chen Chen's eyes brightened instantly. Really? He asked instinctively, his voice tinged with an uncontrollable excitement. Beside him, Sujina, already unsettled by the talking boss, felt a surge of intense unease upon seeing Chen's reaction. What is this boss discussing with Chen Chen? Why can't she hear their conversation at all? Could there be a conspiracy at play? Her delicate brows furrowed tightly, her clear eyes filled with worry, anxiety, and a hint of indescribable fear. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something. But as the words reached her lips, she found herself at a loss for how to begin, helplessly watching Chen Chen step closer to the unknown abyss. The Shadow King nodded slightly. The two red flames in the helmet seemed like miniature suns, emitting a heart-pounding glow, like the eyes of abyssal beasts, fixated on Chen Chen. Of course. But you cannot leave. The Shadow King added a condition. Chen Chen was momentarily taken aback. After all, he had to chat with him to receive a condition. If he left, what would there be to talk about? Sujina watched Chen Chen, who appeared to be deep in thought, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. The unease in her heart grew stronger, like wild grass that was almost ready to consume her. Chen Chen! Don't be swayed by him. She couldn't help but shout, her voice laced with urgency and worry, along with a barely perceptible tremor. She knew very well that a monster of this level was absolutely beyond their current capabilities. Moreover, this boss could speak and possessed extreme intelligence. This only added countless variables, making the already slim chances of victory even more negligible. However, Chen Chen did not heed Sujina's advice. He took a deep breath, as if he had made up his mind, or perhaps, was trying to encourage himself.
Please send my friend out of this hidden dungeon. Chen Shan raised his head, looking at the Shadow King on the throne, speaking with a firm tone, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between his teeth. He knew this was his only chance. A chance that could allow Sujina to leave safely. He could not let Sujina stay here and take risks. Upon hearing this, Sujina's expression changed dramatically, her already pale face turning even more ghastly. What are you talking about? I won't leave, she shouted excitedly, her voice trembling slightly, even carrying a hint of tears. How can you deal with such a boss alone? Sujina was extremely anxious. How could she let Chen Shen stay here alone, facing such a terrifying monster? Before Sujina could finish her words, the red flames under the Shadow King's helmet flickered violently, as if expressing his delight, or perhaps mocking Sujina's overestimation of herself. All right. Then as you wish. The Shadow King's voice rang out again, carrying an indescribable mockery and a chilling coldness. In the next moment, with a flash of black light, Sujina's figure instantly vanished from the spot, leaving no trace behind, as if she had never existed. Chen Shen stared intently at the team panel beside him. Seeing that Sujina's health had not changed and that she had returned to the safe zone, he finally let out a long sigh of relief. The weight on his heart was finally lifted, like a massive stone that had been pressing down on his chest, finally removed. Confirming that Sujina had safely left, Chen Shen then focused all his attention on the Shadow King before him, with no more distractions. At this moment, inside the Sun City dungeon hall, a flash of white light appeared, like a bolt of lightning that suddenly illuminated the dim hall. Sujina's figure abruptly appeared in front of the novice secret realms teleportation portal. She stumbled, nearly falling, her delicate face still showing signs of lingering fear. Miss Jiner. Almost instantly, a crowd surged towards her, like a tide rushing to Sujina. At the forefront was a middle-aged man. His expression was serious, with a hint of impatience and an unmistakable worry in his eyes. It was Su Mingyan, the head of the Su family's branch. Behind him followed a group of Su family guards. Each one was dressed in black tight-fitting clothes, with swords at their waists, their gazes sharp, like a pack of poised cheetahs ready to pounce on their prey. Miss Jiner. Su Mingyan's voice trembled slightly. He hurriedly rushed in front of Sujina, looking her up and down, his eyes filled with concern, fearing that Sujina had suffered even the slightest harm. Are you all right? Are you all right? Su Mingyan's anxious voice came through as he stepped forward quickly, his gaze sweeping over Sujina, afraid that she might have any mishap. Where is that bastard who tricked you into challenging the hell-level secret realm? Su Mingyan's voice suddenly rose an octave, filled with fury, as if he wanted to swallow the instigator alive. How dare he deceive our Su family's young lady? I, Su Mingyan, will make him pay. He gritted his teeth, each word dripping with blood, wishing he could tear Qin Shan into 1,000 pieces. In his view, Sujina must have been misled by Qin Shan, leading her into danger. Now that Sujina had managed to escape safely, it was likely that she had paid a huge price, perhaps even exchanging Chen Shen's life for it. Thinking of this, Su Mingyan's hatred for Chen Shen grew wildly like weeds. Sujina lowered her head, silent, her face as pale as paper, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, concealing the emotions surging beneath her eyes. He might not come out. Sujina's voice was as light as a mosquito's buzz, yet it struck Su Mingyan's ears like a thunderclap. Su Mingyan was first taken aback, then a cold smirk of satisfaction crept onto his lips. Deserved. He did not hide his glee. Someone so self-righteous, daring to deceive Miss Jiner, deserves what they get. He snorted coldly, as if Qin Shen's death was exactly what he wanted. Su Jiner suddenly raised her head, her eyes flashing with cold light, sharp as a knife. Su Mingyan. Her voice suddenly became sharp and piercing, anger burning fiercely in her chest. Do you want to die? She glared at Su Mingyan. Her eyes intertwined with disgust and fury. Challenging the hell-level secret realm was my decision. What nonsense are you spouting? Sujina's voice echoed in the vast hall of the instance. He is my savior. If you dare to say another word, you can forget about being the head of the Yangcheng branch family. Her words were like icy daggers, stabbing deeply into Su Mingyan's heart. Su Mingyan's face turned pale, his lips moved, but no sound came out. He never imagined that Sujina would reprimand him so fiercely for an outsider. What was even more unbelievable was that Sujina claimed Qin Shan was her savior. How could this be possible? Doubt swirled in Su Mingyan's heart, but he did not dare to act rashly. He knew well how esteemed Sujina's position was in the Su family. He was not someone of such a minor branch family who could afford to offend her. He could only lower his head, burying all his dissatisfaction and confusion deep in his heart. If he hadn't taken you into such a dangerous place, you wouldn't have encountered danger, and there would be no need for him to save you. Su Mingyan's voice was low and hoarse, tinged with a hint of unwillingness and disdain. And wasted so much time. He tried to defend himself, but before he could finish, a loud system notification interrupted him. Ding! Congratulations to Linfeng and Sujina's team. Hell level novice secret realm Abyss of the Dead has been cleared. Completion time, 38 minutes. Rating, SSS. The system notification echoed like thunder in the instance hall, deafening. Everyone froze in place, as if struck by a paralysis spell, unable to move. Their faces were filled with shock, confusion, and disbelief, as if they had witnessed something incredible. Meanwhile, inside the hidden instance, I have fulfilled your conditions. Now, can we have a proper chat? The Shadow King's voice was low and hoarse, each word seeming to come from the depths of hell, carrying a suffocating sense of oppression that sent chills down one's spine. Chen's expression was serious as he slowly took a deep breath, trying to calm his racing heart. What do you want to talk about? He looked up at the Shadow King on the throne, his voice carrying a barely perceptible tremor. He knew he was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, with his life and death completely in the hands of this terrifying being. The Shadow King was silent for a moment. Then, he unexpectedly beckoned Chen over. Come here. The Shadow King's voice was cold and brief, leaving no room for doubt, as if he were the ruler of this world. Chen's body stiffened. He wanted to refuse, to escape this place. But, he did not dare. An unprecedented sense of crisis engulfed him like a surging tide, making it hard for him to breathe. He knew very well that if he dared to defy the Shadow King's orders, he would likely be obliterated in an instant, leaving not a trace behind. However, just at the moment when Chen was hesitating, his breath suddenly caught in his throat. Because, beside him, two eerie soldiers clad entirely in black had appeared without him noticing. They emerged like ghosts, silently materializing there, exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers down his spine. Chen didn't even realize when they had shown up. It was as if they had appeared out of thin air, leaving him with a profound sense of powerlessness and despair. Faced with such a formidable presence, he had no room for resistance. Even escaping felt like a luxury. In desperation, Chen could only brace himself and slowly walk towards the Shadow King, each step feeling like he was treading on the edge of a blade, each step weighing 1,000 pounds. Finally, Chen reached the foot of the throne. He lifted his head to look at the towering Shadow King, his heart filled with despair, unsure of what awaited him. At that moment, the Shadow King also slowly descended from the throne. His massive figure loomed like a mountain, imparting an indescribable sense of oppression, as if a great mountain were pressing down on Chen could even feel the suffocating aura of death emanating from the Shadow King, a fear that seemed to arise from the depths of his soul. The Shadow King stepped closer to Chen, and then, he actually leaned his head towards Chen. The pitch-black helmet was almost touching Chen's face, the distance between them mere inches. Chen could clearly see the two fiery red flames within the helmet, like two burning, eerie stars, flickering with a heart-stopping ghostly light, as if they were about to suck his very soul in. At that moment, Chen felt as if his soul was about to freeze. He even forgot to breathe. He didn't know how long it had been. Feeling as if a century had passed, when the Shadow King's deep, hoarse voice echoed in Chen's mind again, breaking the deathly silence. Blood of the ancient gods? The Shadow King's voice carried a hint of surprise, a touch of confusion, and a trace of indescribable excitement. Upon hearing this, Chen's pupils suddenly constricted. How did he know? Chen's heart raced violently, as if it were about to leap out of his chest. He felt as if all his secrets had been laid bare. How could he know that he possessed the blood of the ancient gods? This was something he had brought from his past life. It had long since merged with his soul, becoming his greatest secret. How could he know? Was he going to die again because of this blood of the ancient gods? Blood of the ancient gods? Chen's voice sounded as if it had been scraped by sandpaper, each word trembling with an unmistakable quiver, as if it were being forced out from the depths of a parched throat. He stared intently at the Shadow King before him, his body taut like a drawn bow, his eyes interwoven with terror, vigilance, and a barely perceptible hint of despair. I don't understand what you're saying. Chen forced himself to suppress the fear in his heart, striving to make his voice sound calmer, but the slightly trembling end betrayed the turmoil within him. He tried to mask it with words, but that deep-seated fear clung to him like a shadow. The two fiery red flames within the Shadow King's helmet flickered slightly, as if two eerie eyes were piercing through all of Chen's disguises. The dancing flames felt like the mocking laughter of a demon, sending waves of panic through Chen's heart. He. A low, sinister laugh echoed from the Shadow King's helmet, reverberating in the empty, deathly silent space, sounding particularly eerie, as if it were a whisper from the depths of hell. This laughter made Chen's nerves tighten even further. You really don't know? The voice of the Shadow King remained deep and hoarse, yet it carried a penetrating power that seemed capable of piercing through everything, striking directly at Chen's soul, ruthlessly exposing all his secrets. Each word felt like a sharp knife, stabbing into Chen's heart. He felt as if He were stripped bare, standing naked before the Shadow King, with all his secrets laid bare, leaving no room for even the slightest struggle. He bit down hard on his teeth, his lips nearly drawing blood, his teeth clattering, as he fought to maintain his composure, to prevent fear from completely consuming him. Since you don't know, then this king will take it himself. The Shadow King's voice suddenly turned cold and merciless, as if declaring Chen's fate, like a judgment from the Grim Reaper, undeniable and unresisting. Before the words had even faded, a massive hand, entirely formed from darkness, reached out from behind the Shadow King, bringing with it a suffocating sense of oppression, grasping towards Chen's face. The hand was enormous, blocking out the sky, as if it intended to swallow Chen whole, crushing him along with his soul. Not good. Chen's pupils dilated sharply. An unprecedented sense of crisis surged through his body, the breath of death closing in on him, nearly suffocating him. Instinctively, he wanted to retreat, to dodge this fatal blow. However, just as his body began to move, a surge of electricity shot up from his feet, instantly coursing through his entire being. Son wolf-like shield. A layer of light gray shield materialized around Chen's body, enveloping him entirely, like a fragile egg, protected by a thin shell. At the same time, Chen felt as if an invisible force was pulling him back, retreating at an incredible speed. This sudden acceleration allowed Chen to narrowly evade the Shadow King's deadly grasp. The dark giant hand nearly brushed against Chen's body, the gust of wind it created causing his robes to flutter and emit a tearing sound. Chen felt a chill shoot from his feet to the top of his head, making every hair on his body stand on end, every cell screaming in danger. So close. Just a hair's breadth away, and he would have been caught by that dark giant hand. If he had truly been caught, Chen had no doubt he would have been instantly crushed into a pile of flesh, with no chance to resist. Double casting. Chen dared not delay for a moment, immediately activating his active talent double casting. Almost simultaneously, 2 emerald green beams of light shot from the tip of the starry staff, like 2 bolts of lightning, slicing through the darkness and landing squarely on the Shadow King. Healing spell. Healing spell. 2 consecutive healing spells accurately struck the Shadow King. This was the only method Chen could think of that might pose a threat to the Shadow King. Although he knew that his healing spells would likely be insignificant against an existence like the Shadow King, he still wanted to give it a try. At the very least, he needed to buy himself some time. However, what happened next caused Chen's heart to sink completely. After the 2 emerald beams of light landed on the Shadow King, they vanished without a trace, as if a cow had sunk into the sea, creating not a single ripple. Not even a damage number appeared above the Shadow King's head. This. Chen's face turned as pale as paper, devoid of any color. He never expected that his healing spells would be completely ineffective against the Shadow King. How could this be? Was it possible that his attacks couldn't even break through the Shadow King's defenses? A deep despair surged within Chen, as if he had fallen into an endless abyss. Feeling the green light that fell upon him, the Shadow King was momentarily stunned. Not an attack? This is a healing spell? A healing spell? The Shadow King's voice carried a hint of incredulity, along with a touch of amusement. He looked down at the 2 dissipating emerald lights on his body, as if witnessing something unbelievable. You actually used a healing spell on me? The Shadow King's voice rang out again, this time laced with mockery, as if ridiculing Chen's foolishness and naivety. Chen's face had turned an ashen shade. He gripped the star staff tightly, his knuckles whitening from the strain, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. He knew that this time, he was probably truly doomed. He had thought that even if he couldn't win, he could at least buy some time, but now it seemed he couldn't even cause the opponent the slightest trouble. This profound sense of powerlessness filled Chen with despair, as if all his struggles were in vain. Little guy, do you really think I am one of those lowly undead creatures? The Shadow King's voice broke through Chen's thoughts again, each word striking his heart like a heavy hammer. Who told you that I am an undead creature? The Shadow King's tone was tinged with mockery, as if laughing at Chen's ignorance and arrogance. Chen felt as if struck by lightning. He suddenly looked up at the Shadow King, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief, as if he had heard some absurd tale. You are not an undead creature? Chen's voice trembled, carrying an unmistakable astonishment. The blood of the ancient gods is actually in the hands of a support class? What a waste! The Shadow King's voice held a note of regret, as if commenting on a precious treasure being carelessly discarded. His tone seemed more like a mockery of Chen's ignorance. Chen's heart raced violently. That blood of the ancient gods should be kept for me. The Shadow King's voice suddenly turned cold, carrying an undeniable dominance, like an emperor declaring his decree. In the next moment, he moved. Without any warning. Like a ghost, he vanished from sight in an instant. Almost at the moment the Shadow King disappeared, every hair on Chen's body stood on end, a sign of extreme danger. He didn't even have time to think, his body reacted instinctively, the star staff crossing in front of his chest.
Clang! A crisp metallic clash echoed in the empty space. Perfect block triggered successfully. Chen Chen felt an indescribable force surge from the staff, numbing his hands and causing his arms to ache.
But he gritted his teeth, bracing against the force,
refusing to take a step back. A glimmer of determination flashed in Chen Chen's eyes. Since I can't escape, then I'll fight.
He roared within, all the emotions he had bottled up since his rebirth exploding at that moment.
What is there to fear for someone who has died once? Even living for another second is a gain.
Even gods must take a piece of flesh from him. Chen Chen took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the fear and despair within, striving to calm himself. Since it's a boss, there must be a health bar, and with a health bar, there is a chance to kill.
A flicker of hopeful flame reignited in Chen Chen's eyes.
He gripped the staff tightly, feeling the magic contained within, silently praying in his heart.
Even if there is only a sliver of opportunity, he must seize it.
No matter what, this is just a hidden dungeon in a level 10 secret realm. No matter how absurd it is, it's still a hidden
dungeon for beginners, so there must be a possibility of clearing it.
With this thought, Chen Chen's expression changed instantly, the earlier fear swept away, and he raised the starry staff in his hand.
In the next moment, the flame
Soul Fireball was activated, and 2 fireballs shot straight towards the Shadow King. The 2 flame soul fireballs, carrying a scorching aura, sliced through the air, heading straight for the Shadow King. Wherever the fireballs passed, it seemed as if the air itself was ignited, leaving behind 2 twisted trails. Following closely were 2 beams of starlight condensed from the power of the stars, like shooting stars streaking across the night sky, trailing
brilliant light, closely following the fireballs.
The Shadow King, upon seeing this, did not dodge or evade, clearly not taking Chen Chen's attack seriously at all.
-10, -10, -1, -1. 4 insignificant damage numbers
floated above the Shadow King's head, almost negligible.
Chen Chen's expression changed slightly, but he was not overly surprised.
After all, the opponent was a hidden boss, it would be strange if he could be defeated so easily. He had long been mentally prepared, this was destined to be a tough battle. Interesting, the Shadow King's voice carried a hint of amusement, seemingly surprised by Chen Chen's attack.
I didn't expect that a support class could actually have offensive skills, and they don't even match your own abilities. He chuckled lightly, as if admiring an intriguing toy. Is this the power that the blood of the ancient gods has given you? The Shadow King's
voice suddenly turned a bit somber, carrying an inexplicable meaning.
However,
he shifted his tone, a hint of disdain creeping in.
If this is the extent of your attack, it seems unlikely that you could defeat me. The Shadow King's figure moved again.
Unlike the ghostly speed from before, this time he walked slowly, each step seeming to tread upon Chen Chen's heartbeat, heavy and oppressive.
He did not directly attack Chen Chen but instead walked back to the throne.
Under Chen Chen's puzzled gaze, the Shadow King slowly sat down. That posture resembled a king returning to his domain, everything under his control. Chen Chen's brows furrowed tightly, his eyes filled with vigilance. He stared intently at the Shadow King. The starry staff in his hand was gripped even tighter, the starlight flickering erratically, as if responding to his inner tension and unease.
What do you mean by that? Chen Chen's
voice was low and hoarse, laced with an uncontainable anger. He asked coldly, trying to find a flaw in the other's words.
The Shadow King did not answer immediately.
He slightly raised his head, and the face hidden in the shadows seemed to reveal a playful smile.
His gaze swept over Chen Chen, as if admiring an interesting toy.
A support class ant under level 10, yet you still have the courage to struggle against me.
No wonder you obtained the blood
of the ancient gods, I appreciate you. The Shadow King's voice was light, as if stating a fact. But the contempt and arrogance contained within it made Chen Chen feel a wave of humiliation.
Hearing this, Chen Chen's confusion deepened. What on earth did this guy want? Did he want him to let his guard down?
But surely, he wouldn't go to such lengths to deal with a newbie who had just changed classes, right? Chen Chen's heart was filled with doubt. But he did not relax his vigilance, instead, he observed everything around him even more alertly, afraid of missing any detail.
Seeing Chen Chen's uncertain expression, the Shadow King laughed heartily. The laughter echoed in the empty space, sounding particularly eerie.
Suddenly, he raised his palm. A drop of bright red blood appeared in his hand. The blood emitted a faint glow, like a miniature sun, attracting everyone's gaze. Upon seeing this drop of blood,
Chen Chen's pupils suddenly constricted. Ancient god's blood? Did he take the ancient god's blood from his own body?
As this thought flashed through his mind, Chen Chen immediately sensed something was off. Although this drop of blood bore some resemblance to the ancient god's blood he possessed, a closer inspection revealed the differences. This drop of blood was purer, more powerful, as if it contained boundless energy.
Don't be surprised. The voice of the Shadow King interrupted Chun Chen's thoughts once again. I also possess ancient god's blood, but.
He paused, a hint of helplessness in his tone.
Nowadays, this ancient god's blood is of no use to me. The Shadow
King's voice was deep and hoarse, as if he were reminiscing about something.
Then, the Shadow King's dark, shadowy face seemed to reveal an exaggerated smile. That smile appeared particularly eerie and sinister against the backdrop of shadows. Kid, I admire your courage and responsibility. Are you willing to inherit my profession and become the Shadow King?
The Shadow King's voice rang out again, laced with a hint of seduction, as if tempting Chen Chen
to walk down an unknown path.
Upon hearing this, Chen Chen was momentarily stunned.
The Shadow King? To become the Shadow King? What the hell? Are you kidding me? This must be some kind of conspiracy, right? Countless thoughts flashed through Chen Chen's mind, and his alertness peaked.
He did not believe that a pie would fall from the sky, nor did he trust that this capricious Shadow King had any good intentions.
What exactly is this old thing selling? In his gourd? Can a monster's profession even be changed?
Various speculations raced through Chen Chen's mind, yet he could not find a reasonable explanation. Before Chen Chen could recover from this sudden surprise, the Shadow
King's hoarse voice echoed again, carrying an elusive hint of amusement. What? You don't want to?
As long as you are willing to change professions, I will also give you this drop of ancient god's blood.
How about that?
The Shadow King's voice was filled with temptation, as if luring Chen Chen down a path full of unknowns. The drop of ancient god's blood in his hand radiated dazzling light, seemingly calling out to Chen Chen.
Ancient god's blood. This is a treasure that can change fate.
The reason he could be reborn this time was likely due to the ancient god's blood he obtained in his previous life, if he could get another drop. However, Chen Chen forcibly suppressed the flutter in his heart. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. The more tempting something is, the more dangerous it often is.
Chen Chen understood this principle better than anyone. Change to Shadow King. Chen
repeated these words softly, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. He raised his head to look at the Shadow King on the throne, trying to discern something from the other's expression. But that face hidden in the shadows
remained vague, making it impossible to grasp. Chen Chen fell silent for a moment.
He slowly spoke, his voice low and hoarse. Why should I trust you?
Trust me? The Shadow King seemed amused by Chen Chen's question, his laughter echoing in the empty space, sounding particularly eerie.
You don't need to trust me, you just need to trust yourself.
Trust me, myself?
Chen Chen furrowed his brows, repeating the Shadow King's words, as if pondering
something.
The Shadow King did not speak again, merely sitting quietly on the throne, waiting for Chen Chen's response. His gaze remained fixed on Chen Chen, as if he were admiring an interesting toy.
Time passed second by second. The entire space fell into a dead silence.
Only the drop of ancient god's blood continued to emit a faint glow, drawing Chen Chen's gaze. He tightly gripped the starry staff in his hand, feeling the cold touch emanating from it, trying to calm himself down.
Ha!
Chen Chen let out a long breath, his eyes gradually becoming resolute.
He raised his head, looking at the Shadow King on the throne.
He slowly spoke, his voice low yet filled with determination.
I refuse.
Although Chen Chen's voice was deep, it carried an undeniable firmness. This sudden refusal caused the atmosphere in the entire space to freeze. The Shadow King's previously calm aura suddenly changed.
Like a volcanic eruption, a terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire space.
That powerful pressure seemed to materialize, transforming into an invisible giant wave, sweeping towards Chen Chen, as if it wanted to crush him into
pieces. Do you dare to refuse this king?
The Shadow King's voice was icy and piercing. Each word felt like a sharp blade, stabbing fiercely into Chen Chen's heart. Faced with this sudden pressure, Chen Chen felt his breathing
becoming difficult.
It was as if a great mountain was pressing down on his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. He gritted his teeth, enduring the discomfort in his body, as the magic power within him surged wildly.
The starry staff emitted a dazzling light.
Almost instinctively, Chen Chen waved the staff.
Healing spell.
A gentle white light shot out from the tip of the staff, precisely landing on the Shadow King.
The soft white light, like the warm
sun piercing through the clouds on a winter day, poured out from the tip of the starry staff, accurately landing on the Shadow King on the throne. The moment the white light touched the Shadow King, it was as if ice and snow were melting, and the previously stagnant and oppressive space slightly loosened.
Ding!
Healer's courage triggered. The power of the ruler's authority has been copied.
Ding!
Healer's courage triggered.
Strength +6. The systems.
Prompt echoed in Chen Chen's mind, crisp and pleasant.
Chen Chen was slightly taken aback. The talent was triggered? That makes sense. Just now, the Shadow King lost health from his attack, so this time the healing spell took effect. However, this copied talent. Ruler's authority? This can be copied too? And this strength directly increased by 6 points. This wave, not a loss. Even a huge profit. An uncontrollable ecstasy surged in Chun Chen's heart. But his face remained calm, showing no signs of it. On the throne, the Shadow King felt the warm power on him, and his expression, which was originally as cold as eternal ice, surprisingly softened a bit. He looked down at himself. The swirling black mist around him seemed to have calmed down a little. He then looked up at Chen Chen, whose face was hidden in the shadows, making it hard to see his exact expression, but the corners of his mouth slightly lifted, revealing a hint of a playful smile. Hee hee, little ghost, you are indeed interesting. The Shadow King's voice was no longer as icy and piercing as before, but instead carried a hint of appreciation, as if he were looking at a toy that intrigued him. Very well, since you are unwilling to change your class, then leave. The Shadow King slowly spoke, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. Before his words fell, his broad palm waved gently, and a pitch-black portal appeared out of thin air in front of Chun Chen. The portal slowly rotated, like a black hole that devoured everything, swirling with strange black energy, as if connecting to another unknown world filled with danger and mystery. Step through this portal, and you will return to the secret realm from before. The Shadow King's voice rang out again, his tone flat, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as if merely stating a simple fact. Chen Chen was stunned. Are you going to let me go? He could hardly believe his ears, his voice tinged with a hint of doubt and caution. What exactly was this Shadow King up to? First, he tempted him to change jobs, then displayed overwhelming pressure when rejected, and now he wanted to let him leave? This turnaround was too sudden. Chen Chen was filled with confusion. He couldn't believe that this capricious Shadow King would be so kind-hearted. I don't think I've ever said I wanted to kill you, have I? The Shadow King chuckled lightly, responding with a hint of mockery in his voice. Go on, my profession has to be passed down, I can't waste it on you. The Shadow King waved his hand again, his tone laced with impatience, as if he didn't care about Chun Chen's departure. A strange force suddenly acted upon Chen Chen. This power was completely different from the Shadow King's previous pressure. It was gentler yet carried an irresistible sense of control. Chen Chen felt as if his body had lost control, like a marionette, lifted by an invisible force, slowly drifting towards the pitch-black portal. This power. Chen Chen was startled, he seemed to realize something. This power was strikingly similar to the description of the talent he had just copied, authority of the ruler. Could it be that the Shadow King never intended to kill him from the start, but wanted to test him? To see if he was qualified to become his successor? Just before being thrown into the portal, a glint of determination flashed in Chen Chen's eyes. He suddenly swung the starry staff in his hand, the starstone at the top shining with brilliant light. Son Wolf Light Shield. Chen Chen shouted, and a pale gray light shield, like an inverted bowl, instantly appeared around the Shadow King on the throne, enveloping him entirely. This light shield was the skill Chen Chen had previously copied from the Tsong Wolf King. Ding! Healer's courage triggered. Skill Shadow Extraction has been copied. Done. Chen Chen felt a surge of joy. He had coveted this skill for a long time. Then, he felt darkness enveloping him, and he was sucked into the portal, disappearing from this strange space. The Shadow King watched with great interest as Chen Chen vanished, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth, sketching a playful arc. Hee, using the ancient god's power on me again? He chuckled softly, his deep voice echoing in the vast hall, carrying an elusive meaning. This kid's power is truly impressive. He can even copy my exclusive skills and ancient god powers. Interesting, really interesting. The Shadow King stroked his chin, his eyes sparkling with excitement, seemingly quite pleased with Chen Chen's performance. He had originally thought this young man would succumb to his power and choose to become the Shadow King. Yet, unexpectedly, Chen Chen not only rejected his proposal but also, at the last moment, used that mysterious healing ability to copy his skill. This unexpected twist piqued the Shadow King's interest in Chen Chen. In that case, the Shadow King pondered for a moment, as if making a certain decision. Even if he's not the Shadow King, it seems that wouldn't be a big problem, right? He murmured to himself, his voice deep and magnetic, as if talking to himself or perhaps to some unknown entity. As his words fell, the thick, inky black shadow surrounding the Shadow King receded like a tide. As the shadow dissipated, a remarkably handsome face was revealed. It was a face that could drive any woman mad, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, a high nose bridge, thin lips pressed tightly, and features so distinct they seemed chiseled from stone. His gaze was deep and sharp, as if it could see through everything, yet carried a hint of nonchalance. Compared to the terrifying presence of the Shadow King from before, he now resembled a dashing young nobleman. Yaglet. The Shadow King called softly, his voice deep and magnetic. Take this drop of ancient god's blood and deliver it to that kid. With a flick of his finger, a drop of black blood, shimmering with an eerie light, appeared out of thin air before him. This drop of blood contained powerful ancient godly power, seemingly possessing a different kind of strength.
As soon as he finished speaking, a tall knight clad in blood-red armor slowly emerged from the shadows. The knight was imposing, standing over 2 meters tall, exuding a strong scent of blood, as if he had just stepped out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. He knelt on one knee, his head bowed, respectfully saluting the Shadow King, his movements synchronized and silent. "At your command, my king." The knight's voice was deep and hoarse, grating like metal scraping against metal. He took the ancient god's blood, carefully stowing it away, then with a flicker of his form, he melted back into the shadows, disappearing without a trace. The entire process was swift and eerie, leaving no signs behind. The Shadow King quietly observed everything before him, the smile on his face growing more pronounced. "I hope this step can bring some changes to the future. I really don't want to start over again." He murmured softly, his voice ethereal, as if he were anticipating something or lamenting something. Ouch! Chen Shen felt as if his backside was about to split open as he fell heavily to the ground, wincing in pain. He instinctively rubbed his rear, unable to suppress a low curse. "Damn it!" Struggling to get up, Chen Shan looked around. A chilling aura of death permeated the surroundings, with skeletal remains visible everywhere, and the cold wind howled, oppressive and biting. It was the abyss of the undead. Realizing his environment, Chen Shan let out a slight sigh of relief. Compared to the suffocating terror of the Shadow King, this ghostly place felt much safer. At least, there was no presence here that could pin him to the ground and rub him in the dirt. However, just as he began to relax, a strong sense of danger surged up like a venomous snake striking, instantly seizing his heart. Almost instinctively, Chen Shan's body trembled, and without thinking, he executed a roll like a lazy donkey. Whoosh! A shadow zipped past, nearly grazing his scalp. Chen Shan narrowly avoided this sudden attack. He looked up in shock. There, a tall figure clad in blood-red armor had appeared at the spot where he had just been, seemingly out of nowhere, like a ghost. The blood-red armor appeared to be solidified from blood, wrapping the knight tightly, revealing only a pair of crimson eyes through the helmet slits. Those eyes flickered with a bloodthirsty, cruel light, like 2 balls of ghostly fire dancing in the darkness. The overwhelming stench of blood hit him, almost suffocating Chen Shen. He instinctively swallowed hard, alarm bells ringing in his mind. What the hell is this monster? Where did it come from? He quickly activated the detection technique. However, the result left him feeling as if he had fallen into an ice pit. Not only were the specific attributes absent, but even this guy's name was displayed as a series of question marks. Name? Rank? Level? A screen full of question marks seemed to mock Chen Shen's ignorance and weakness. He nearly cried out. What kind of bad luck was he having in this life? First, a crimson-level boss popped out in the novice secret realm, and now there was a hidden dungeon. Just when he barely escaped with his life, he encountered something like this. Just standing there made his legs weak. It was clear this was not someone to be trifled with. Was he even going to survive this? This big brother, can we talk this out? Can we not resort to violence? Chen Shan suppressed the fear in his heart, forcing a smile on his face that was more grotesque than crying, trying to communicate with the other party. He struggled to make his voice sound less trembling. However, the blood armor knight seemed deaf to his words, standing there silently, its crimson eyes fixed on Chen Shan as if looking at a corpse. It was as if it were admiring a prey that was about to be caught. Silence. A deathly silence. The oppressive atmosphere nearly drove Chen Shan to the brink of collapse. Suddenly, the blood armor knight moved. It slowly raised its arm, covered in cold metal. The movement was slow, yet carried an unmatched power. Chen Shan's pupils suddenly contracted, his body reacting faster than his mind. He instinctively leaped back, trying to create distance. He had to escape. However, it was all too late. The speed of the blood armor knight was astonishing, surpassing Chen Shan's imagination. In an instant, that arm crossed the distance between them, piercing through Chen Shan's chest with a sound that tore through the air. Ugh! Intense pain surged through Chen Shan's entire body like a tidal wave. He didn't even have time to scream, only feeling his life force draining away at a terrifying speed. His vision began to blur, everything around him twisted, and Chen Shan's consciousness gradually scattered. He seemed to see again the scene from his previous life, where he had met a tragic end at the hands of his teammates. Despair, unwillingness, anger. Various emotions flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern. No way. Chen Shan's heart roared. In madness. I just reincarnated a day ago. And now I'm going to die again? What a joke, is this a reincarnation experience card? Endless darkness began to erode his consciousness, and Chen Shan's body gradually lost strength, slowly falling backward. He could even feel the cold breath of death. However, at this critical moment, a cold mechanical prompt suddenly echoed in Chen Shan's mind, like a ray of light in a desperate situation. Ding! Unknown. Energy detected. The power of the monarch is beginning to correct. As the system prompt sounded, Chen Chen's consciousness, which had begun to scatter, miraculously returned. He suddenly opened his eyes. What he saw was an intact chest. There was no blood or flesh as he had imagined, not even a hint of pain. And the blood armor knight, which should have killed him in one blow, had vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Around him, the ground was still littered with bones, and the chilling winds of the abyss of the dead blew. It was as if everything that had just happened was merely a nightmare, an illusory bubble. Chen Shan stood there in a daze, taking a long time to regain his senses. He reached out to touch his chest and looked around. Confirming that he was indeed uninjured and that the terrifying blood armor knight was nowhere to be seen, he let out a long sigh of relief. The gratitude of surviving a disaster left him feeling somewhat weak. What on earth is going on? Confusion and bewilderment were written all over Chen Shen's face. He couldn't figure out what had just happened. It was too bizarre. Ding. Monarch's power correction. Shadow preservation acquired. Ding. Monarch's power correction. Shadow exchange acquired. Ding. Monarch's power correction. Shadow domain acquired. A series of system prompts echoed in Chen Shan's mind like a cold mechanical torrent, making his head spin. What the hell? Chen Shan was taken aback. Isn't this the skill of the Shadow Monarch? How did I acquire all of it? I only copied one, Shadow Extraction. Chen Shan quickly opened his character panel, his gaze sweeping over it rapidly. Sure enough, at the end of the skill bar, there were 3 brand new skills. Character, Chen Shan Class, Healer. Level, LV 10 HP, 880/880. MP, 53050/53050 Strength, 60 Agility, 27 Spirit, 243, plus 20, Constitution, 43 Spell Power, 526, plus 50, Special Effect, Healing Effect plus 5% Skills, Detection, Healing, LV5, Repair, Sun Wolf Light Shield, Shadow Extraction, Shadow Preservation, Shadow Exchange, Shadow Domain Talents, Healer's Courage, Heart of the Mage, SS, Block, A, Rage Strike, B, Bone Resurrection, C, Ruler's Authority? Chen Shan was a bit dazed. He rubbed his eyes hard, ensuring he wasn't mistaken. These skills, where did they come from? Could it be the power of the monarch? Chen Shan recalled the cold mechanical prompt he had just heard, which seemed to mention power of the monarch correction. Could it be that this so-called power of the monarch is the power of the shadow monarch? But why would this power of the monarch correct these on its own? What on earth is going on? Chen Shan felt his brain was a bit overwhelmed. He took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and began to check the newly acquired skills. Shadow Extraction, extract the power from lifeless organisms and turn them into shadow soldiers. The higher the extraction ability of the organism, the longer the death time, and the greater the chance of failure. Consumption, none. CD, none. Current extraction attempts, 3 Shadow Preservation, shadow soldiers are preserved within the caster's shadow and can be summoned or preserved again as needed. Consumption, none. CD, none. Current preservation count 0/3 Shadow Exchange. The user can swap positions with a designated shadow soldier. Consumption, none. CD 30 seconds. Shadow Domain. Shadow soldiers fighting within the caster's shadow domain will have their abilities increased by 30%. Consumption 500 MP. CD 10 minutes. Ruler's Authority can exert physical influence on objects without direct contact. Consumption, none. CD, none. What on earth is this power of the monarch? Chen Shen's furrowed brows were almost knotted together. He stared intently at his skill panel, his eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. He desperately recalled the thrilling scene from earlier, trying to find a clue from the fragments of memory. That abrupt cold mechanical prompt echoed in his mind like some mysterious incantation, repeating over and over. Unknown energy. Power of the monarch correction. Chen Shen murmured, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between his teeth. He vaguely felt that this so-called power of the monarch was definitely related to that high and mighty, imposing shadow monarch. In fact, it was highly likely to be the power of the shadow monarch himself. But why would this overwhelming power appear out of nowhere in the hands of a mere healer? And why would it so kindly take the initiative to correct and help him acquire those incredibly powerful skills? The more Chen Shen thought about it, the more his head throbbed. This was completely beyond the comprehension of a reborn person, like a primary school student suddenly getting a college textbook. Every word was recognizable, but when put together, it made no sense at all. Could it really be related to that drop of ancient god's blood? Chen's gaze became profound as he instinctively touched his chest, as if some mysterious power still lingered there. He struggled to recall the strange events that had occurred since his rebirth, all seemingly intertwined with that drop of mysterious ancient god's blood. Whether it was the inexplicable rebirth, the mysterious hidden class and powerful talent he gained during his job change, or the sudden appearance of a crimson-level boss in the novice secret realm, as well as the harrowing scene he had just escaped from. Everything seemed to be manipulated by an invisible hand, and the source of that hand was likely that enigmatic drop of ancient god's blood. Forget it. If I can't figure it out, then I won't think about it. Chen Shen sighed heavily after a long while, shaking his head helplessly. He decided not to dwell on the issue for now. After all, with his current strength and knowledge, trying to unravel the mystery was akin to chasing dreams. Whatever will be, will be. If it's a disaster, I can't avoid it. Let's just get out of the secret realm first. Chen Shen sighed again, casting aside his chaotic thoughts. As he stepped toward the nearby exit of the secret realm, those profound and incomprehensible matters were not something he should consider for the time being. Shadow extraction can be used now. I wonder how effective it will be. Chen Shen calculated in his heart, his steps never faltering. As he took a step forward, the surrounding scenery changed instantly, the blinding light dissipated, and he found himself back in the spacious hall of the instance. Whoa! Before Chen Shen could take in his surroundings, a faint fragrance wafted towards him, and then a soft body collided into his embrace. You finally came out. I thought you would never return. Sue. Jeaner tightly hugged Chen Shen, her voice trembling slightly, mixed with a hint of tears, warm droplets soaking the front of Chen Shen's shirt. Chen Shen's body instantly stiffened. In 2 lifetimes, he had never had such intimate contact with a woman, and for a moment, he was at a loss, feeling powerless, like a wooden post frozen in place. He could clearly feel the softness and trembling of the girl in his arms, the faint fragrance lingering at the tip of his nose, causing his heart to race uncontrollably, an unusual feeling surging within him. I'm out now, right? You can let go. There are others here, Chen Shen stammered, his voice somewhat unnatural, his ears slightly reddening. He tried to break free but was afraid of hurting her, so he could only stand there stiffly, allowing Sujina to hold him. Ah! Sujina finally reacted, exclaiming in surprise, her pretty face instantly turning crimson. She hurriedly released Chen Shen, lowering her head, her hands twisting the hem of her clothes, not daring to meet his gaze. The faint fragrance from the girl still lingered at Chen Shen's nose, making his heart race a bit faster. He took a deep breath, trying to calm the turmoil within, but his gaze unconsciously drifted aside. Sujina kept her head down, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly, her fair neck tinged with an alluring pink, exuding an irresistible charm. Just as the awkward atmosphere settled in, an untimely sound of footsteps broke the silence. Miss Jeaner, be mindful of your image, Su Mingyu said with a sullen face, striding over with a group of people, his gaze sweeping back and forth between Su Jeaner and Chen Shen, his eyes filled with scrutiny and displeasure. Behind him followed a dozen or so bodyguards in black, all of them tall and imposing, exuding a fierce aura. Clearly not to be trifled with, evidently brought by Su Mingyu. Seeing Su Mingyu, Su Jeaner quickly composed herself, regaining her usual aloofness, and said coolly, I know what I'm doing, you don't need to remind me. Su Mingyu seemed to have long been accustomed to Su Jeaner's attitude towards him, his gaze directly landing on Chen Shen, with a hint of disdain and contempt in his eyes. You must be Chen Shen, I've heard the young lady mention you. Su Mingyu's voice was deep and indifferent, his tone carrying a clear sense of detachment and dissatisfaction, as if deliberately emphasizing the disparity in their statuses. Chen Shen frowned slightly, he could clearly sense the hostility in the other's words, but he did not show any displeasure, merely responding calmly, I am Chen Shen, may I ask who you are? Although he felt somewhat repulsed by Su Mingyu's arrogant demeanor, Chen Shen still maintained basic politeness, as the other party was Su Jeaner's elder, and he did not want to make things difficult for her. Su Mingyu snorted coldly, standing with his hands behind his back, exuding an air of superiority. I am Su Mingyu, the head of the Su family's branch in Yang City. He paused, his tone growing even colder. I know you were exceptionally talented before your job change, and your reputation preceded you, but that is all in the past now. Now, you are just an ordinary support class. People like you, I advise you to refrain from bothering our young lady of the Su family. Su Mingyu's words were merciless, each one striking at the heart. Regarding this secret realm matter, out of respect for the young lady, I won't hold it against you. However, if you dare to be so ungrateful and continue to entangle with our young lady, then don't blame the Su family for being rude. Su Mingyu's voice suddenly rose, carrying a strong warning, his gaze sharpening as if he wanted to see through Chen Shen. The dozen or so bodyguards in black behind him also stepped forward, each displaying fierce expressions, glaring at Chen Shen, as if they would pounce at a moment's notice upon Su Mingyu's command. Facing Su Mingyu's threats and warnings, Chen Shen remained unfazed, merely responding with a light "oh," his tone as flat as calm water, as if everything the other said had nothing to do with him. This nonchalant response fell on Su Mingyu's ears like a provocation. Su Mingyu's expression darkened instantly, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes, but he did not explode immediately. He simply stared deeply at Chen Shen, as if trying to memorize his appearance. After all, as the head of the Su family's branch, he was not one to stoop to the level of a young man who had just changed jobs. Moreover, this young man was still Su Jeaner's nominal friend. Young man, I hope you remember what I said. Su Mingyu snorted coldly, his tone carrying a hint of warning, before turning his gaze to Sujina. However, Sujina completely ignored Su Mingyu's warning and instead spoke coldly. Su Mingyu, if you are tired of sitting in the position of branch head, just say it earlier. The girl's voice was as cold as ice, carrying an undeniable authority. Who gave you the right to mock my friend? Sujina's words struck Su Mingyu like thunder, leaving him momentarily stunned. He never expected that Sujina would scold him so mercilessly for an outsider. It should be noted that although Sujina usually treated him coldly, she at least maintained a semblance of respect on the surface. He took a deep breath, suppressing the anger within, and forced a smile. Young lady, you misunderstand, I just what? Sujina coldly interrupted him. Just think I'm easy to fool, or that everyone around me is open to your criticism? Sweat beads formed on Su Mingyu's forehead as he hurriedly explained. Young lady, I absolutely did not mean that. I was just worried that you might be deceived by some ill-intentioned people. Ill-intentioned? Sujina's tone was filled with sarcasm. Su Mingyu, you better understand your position. Su Mingyu opened his mouth, but found he couldn't say anything. The black-clad bodyguards behind him were also silent, not daring to breathe a word. They understood very well that Sujina's status in the Su family was far beyond what they, the branch family members, could compare to. Sujina no longer paid attention to Su Mingyu and turned to Chun Shan, her eyes filled with a hint of apology. But before she could speak, Su Mingyu suddenly waved his hand, and an illusory light screen appeared before Sujina. The screen flickered with dense text, seemingly some kind of communication message. Sujina's gaze fell on the light screen, and her expression changed slightly. She quickly scanned the information, then looked up at Chun Shan, her eyes full of regret. I'm sorry, Chun Shan, I can't level up with you anymore. Chun Shan looked at Sujina, sensing that she seemed to have something difficult to say. But since she was unwilling to elaborate, he wouldn't press her. It's fine. Chun Shan gently shook his head, a warm smile on his face. Work hard, and don't let me surpass you too easily in the big exam 3 days from now. With that, he strode out of the instance hall. Sujina watched his departing figure, her expression complex, as if she had 1,000 words to say, yet felt an endless grievance that couldn't be expressed. She sighed softly, seemingly helpless and regretful, wanting to chase after him to explain, but her foot, once taken, ultimately stopped in place. Just as Chun Shan was about to exit the instance hall, the light of the secret realm's teleportation portal shone brightly again. Not far away. This time, it wasn't the ordinary white light, nor the difficult yellow light, but a dazzling, dark red light symbolizing hell-level difficulty. This sudden commotion instantly caught Chun Shan's attention, causing him to retract the foot he had already stepped out with. He instinctively stopped and turned back. He saw a group of people stumbling out of the portal, looking like refugees fleeing disaster, or defeated soldiers in retreat. Each of them appeared disheveled. Their equipment was tattered, missing pieces here and there, and the once shiny armor was now covered in cracks, as if it could shatter at any moment. Their faces were filled with terror and despair. Like demons that had just crawled out of hell, their eyes still reflecting the fear of death. Meanwhile, the system's notification echoed throughout the instance hall, cold, ruthless, and devoid of any emotion. Ding. Hell level. Novice Secret Realm Challenge failed. This voice was like the pronouncement of death, declaring the failure of this group and ringing the final bell of hope deep within their hearts. Chun Shan's gaze swept over the group, finally landing on their leader, Leewi. He was the captain of the team that had previously bet against him and Sujina. However, at this moment, Leewi no longer had the previous arrogance, nor the haughty demeanor that disregarded others. He slumped to the ground like a puddle of mud, gasping for breath. His whole body trembled, like a quail scared out of its wits. I was so scared, so scared. Leewi's voice was choked with tears, repeatedly uttering this phrase, like a frightened child seeking comfort. He slowly raised his head and looked around. The original team of 10 was now reduced to only 3 or 4 people, the empty spaces reminding him that those comrades who had fought alongside him were forever left in the secret realm. An indescribable sense of desolation and fear surged over him like a tide, completely engulfing him. I'm sorry, this time I overstepped. Leewi's voice was choked. But there was no hint of guilt in his tone, only the fear of death and regret for his own mistakes. He lowered his head, not daring to look into the eyes of his surviving teammates. But you all can rest assured. Leewi suddenly raised his head sharply, a flicker of venomous light flashing in his eyes, like a wounded beast searching for a target to vent its fury. So many of us couldn't make it through, that bitch and whore, they must have died in there too. He gritted his teeth, each word squeezed out as if from between clenched jaws filled with hatred and curses. As if this could absolve him of responsibility, as if this could make him feel a little better. However, as soon as his words fell, 2 cold voices rang in his ears simultaneously, like 2 sharp knives piercing his heart. Bitch? Whore? Who are you cursing? The voices of Chun Shan and Sujina sliced through the air. like two swords carrying an endless chill that pierced Leewi's eardrums. He abruptly looked up and saw Chen Shan and Sujina standing before him, like two insurmountable mountains blocking all his paths. The two were unscathed. Not even a speck of dust on them, a stark contrast to their own disheveled state. Leewi's pupils suddenly constricted, as if he had seen a ghost, his face displaying an expression of disbelief, as if time had stopped at that moment. He opened his mouth wide but could not produce any sound, as if someone had choked him, only able to emit a strange ha-ha noise. You, how could you still be alive? Leewi's voice was hoarse and trembling, each word laced with deep fear and unwillingness. He stared wide-eyed, bloodshot eyes threatening to leap from their sockets, fixated on Chen Shan and Sujina. It was as if he saw two demons crawling out of hell, ready to drag him into an endless abyss. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. How could they have passed through the hell-level secret realm and come out so quickly? Leewi's heart roared in madness, unable to accept the reality before him. He would rather believe he was dreaming than accept this as true. A cold smile crept across Chen Shan's lips, his gaze tinged with mockery, as if looking at a dying ant struggling for life. What's wrong, disappointed? He slowly stepped forward, each step feeling like a weight on Leewi's heart, making it harder for him to breathe, as if his heart was about to stop beating. You're surprised we're alive? Sujina also spoke coldly, her voice like ice, devoid of warmth, like the biting cold wind of winter sweeping across Leewi's face. Leewi, do you think only you elites can clear the hell-level secret realm? And we can only die inside? Her words were like sharp knives, mercilessly stabbing into Leewi's heart, shattering his pitiful pride. Leewi's face shifted from green to white, like a palette, unpredictable. He opened his mouth, wanting to retort, wanting to argue, but found he couldn't utter a single word, only able to produce meaningless groans. Bitch? Whore? Who are you cursing? Chen Shan repeated the earlier question, his voice colder than before. Leewi's body trembled violently, as if electrocuted. He felt the cold murderous intent radiating from Chen Shan, a genuine desire to end his life. I. He stammered, unable to articulate, beads of sweat the size of peas forming on his forehead, sliding down his cheeks and splattering on the ground, breaking into 8 pieces. It's over, all over, these two really cleared the hell-level secret realm. Leewi's heart was filled with despair, he knew he had truly hit a brick wall this time. And it was a red-hot one at that. Yes, it must be because you guys went in and came out right away. You didn't really start exploring the secret realm. Otherwise, how could nothing have happened, and it's impossible for you to come out before me. Leewi suddenly seemed to grasp a lifeline, shouting frantically, his voice sharp and piercing, like nails scraping against glass. It must be like this. You two bitches must be trying to set me up. I won't believe it. He pointed at Chen Shan and Sujina, hoarsely yelling, his facial muscles twisted, his expression grotesque and terrifying. As if this could cover up his fear and guilt, as if this could help him regain that pitiful self-esteem. Yes, it must be like this. They must have been scared, so they just came out like this. They didn't even fight and just came out. Leewi frantically searched for reasons in his mind, trying to convince himself and others. He needed an excuse that would allow him to accept this fact. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a loud slap echoed in the hall of the instance, crisp, loud, and deafening. Slap! Su Mingyu's figure appeared in front of Leewi, seemingly out of nowhere, silent as a ghost. His face was ashen, his eyes flickering with rage, as if he wanted to swallow Leewi alive, and without hesitation, he slapped Leewi's face. This slap was powerful, directly spinning Leewi around 3 times before he fell heavily to the ground. You dare to insult our young lady? Su Mingyu's voice was cold, like a judgment coming from hell, each word carrying endless pressure, making Leewi feel suffocated. The sudden pain left Leewi stunned, he covered his beaten face, waves of fiery pain coursing through him. He looked at Su Mingyu in confusion, his eyes filled with doubt and incomprehension. He was about to curse, but when he clearly saw Su Mingyu's face, all his anger was instantly extinguished, replaced by endless fear, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him from head to toe, waking him up in an instant. Su family head. Leewi's mind was a mess, he completely didn't understand what was happening, why Su Mingyu was here, and why he hit him. Su Mingyu didn't pay any attention to Leewi, he didn't even bother to look at him. He turned around and respectfully asked Sujina, Miss, are you alright? His tone was filled with concern and worry, completely different from how he treated Leewi, as if they were 2 different people. Sujina gently shook her head, indicating that she was fine. She looked at Leewi, her eyes flashing with disgust, as if looking at a pile of garbage. Alright, this matter ends here. Sujina's voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. Fulfill the bet, Leewi. We don't want your trash equipment anymore, just bow your head and admit your mistake. Admit your mistake, and this matter will be over. Her words were like a command, indisputable and unresisting. Leewi's face instantly Turned pale, devoid of blood, like a dead person. He knew that this time he was truly done for, and thoroughly so.
In front of Su Mingyu, he didn't dare
to resist, not even daring to say a word in defense.
Miss Su, I was wrong.
Li Wei's voice trembled, tinged with a sob, his head heavily knocking against the cold ground, making a dull sound, again and again. Chen Chen watched the farce before him with indifference. Deep in his eyes was an
unshakable disdain. He had seen too many people like this.
In his past life, those so-called friends and teammates who betrayed and framed him, when they were at their wits' end and needed his help, had also shown such an ugly face.
Humble, pitiful, wagging their tails in supplication. But so what? Betrayal is betrayal, and harm is harm.
It would not disappear because of a few cheap confessions, nor would it change due to a few drops of crocodile tears. The past had long solidified into an unhealable scar in his heart, constantly reminding him of the complexity and malice of human nature.
Boring.
Chen Chen coldly spat out 3 words, his voice laced with a hint of impatience, even too lazy to glance at Li Wei again.
He turned and left,
without a trace of nostalgia. For him, crushing such a character brought no pleasure at all.
A clown like Li Wei was simply unworthy of being his opponent. Not even qualified to provoke him into action. What was there to boast about in stepping on an ant? Sujina watched Chen Chen's departing figure,
her lips slightly moving as if she wanted to say something. But when she met Su Mingyu's warning gaze, all her words turned into a barely audible sigh.
She understood Su Mingyu, the head of the Yangcheng branch family, who, although outwardly respectful to her, was fundamentally a petty person who would
stop at nothing to achieve his goals.
Sujina was not afraid of Su Mingyu,
but she worried that after she left Yangcheng, Su Mingyu would turn against
Chen Chen.
After all, Chen Chen's talent and potential were too dazzling, but only she knew this.
A genius without a background or support often becomes prey in the eyes of certain people. Sigh.
In the end, Sujina could only helplessly suppress her worries and silently stand beside Su
Mingyu.
She secretly resolved to quickly enhance her own strength, to become powerful enough to protect Chen Chen from any harm.
Chen Chen strode out
of the instance hall without pausing, heading straight for the city gates. Instances in secret realms were indeed treasure troves for leveling up, but the instances in the city, while safer, came with many restrictions. One had to form a team to enter, which was undoubtedly a constraint for Chen at this moment, further slowing his leveling speed.
Moreover, what he needed most now was combat. Before gaining combat capabilities, Chen Chen
had no choice but to seek refuge in the instance hall, relying on others' strength to survive. But now, he had acquired even more powerful abilities,
possessing the capital to venture out on his own.
Since that was the case, why should he continue to confine himself in a place filled with restrictions
and schemes?
He needed a freer, broader space to hone himself and enhance his strength. The wilderness area, the outdoor instances, was truly his
stage. Although fraught with danger, it was also full of opportunities. Higher experience, richer drops, more brutal battles, these were the keys to
his rapid growth. He had to prove himself.
He wanted those who once looked down on him to pay a painful price,
and to take revenge for his past life. Also, to survive alongside those he cared about in the impending apocalypse.
Chen Chen quickened his pace while opening his backpack to check the gains
from this secret realm trip. Although he hadn't defeated the final boss, the Shadow King, in the hidden instance, clearing the secret realm itself came with rewards. Moreover, they had also set a new record for clearing the secret realm, which was an additional reward.
A golden treasure chest. A silver treasure chest. Quietly lying in his backpack, they emitted an enticing glow. The golden light represented rarity and preciousness. The silver light
symbolized opportunity and challenge. This was undoubtedly a tremendous fortune for him now, enough to bring about a qualitative leap in his strength. Chen Chen's heart was filled with anticipation, looking forward to the surprises hidden within the treasure chests.
He quickened his steps, rushing towards the city gates, his figure gradually disappearing into the bustling crowd.
At the city gate, the guards were routinely checking those leaving
the city, scrutinizing every detail of those entering and exiting. Chen Chen expressionlessly presented his identification and smoothly passed the inspection.
There were no extra words, no lingering. The moment he stepped out of the city gate, he took a deep breath, feeling the faint scent of blood
in the air.
The unique breeze of the wilderness, carrying a hint of rust, gently brushed against his face, bringing a touch of coolness and a spark
of excitement.
A glimmer of thrill flashed in his eyes, like a predator finally catching the scent of its prey.
Wilderness, here I come. After leaving Yang City, Chen Chen did not pause for a moment and headed straight southeast. The monsters around Yang City were too low in level to satisfy his need for rapid leveling.
He needed stronger enemies and more dangerous environments to stimulate himself and unleash his potential.
According to his memories,
From his past life, Chen Chen knew that 30 miles southeast of Yang City, a brand new spatial rift was about to spawn. In his previous life, the appearance of this spatial rift caused quite a stir. Countless professionals flocked to it, eager to be the first team to clear it and claim the generous first clear rewards. Chen Chen remembered that the level of that spatial rift was not particularly high, only around level 15. However, its difficulty far exceeded that of dungeons and secret realms of the same level. Spatial rifts were different from dungeons and secret realms. Secret realms were relatively safe, always having an escape route. If one couldn't win, they could retreat and escape directly. Dungeons could even be abandoned through the system, forcibly teleporting the players out. But rifts were a one-way street. Once entered, it was either clear the rift or die. There was no retreat. Moreover, only one team could enter a rift at a time. After a successful challenge, the rift would transform into a secret realm or dungeon for other professionals to continue challenging. Although dangerous, opportunities coexisted with risks. Chen Chen's goal was precisely this upcoming spatial rift. He wanted to be the first to clear this rift and obtain the richest rewards. Furthermore, this spatial rift would take a day or two to refresh. Its spawning location was also in a wilderness area filled with level 15 monsters. This gave Chen Chen a buffer period, enough for him to level up. Just right, he also wanted to test his newly acquired abilities. Chen Chen quickened his pace, racing towards the southeast of Yang City. 30 miles might take an ordinary person a long time to traverse. But for Chen Chen, who had already changed jobs, it was merely a few hours' journey. He sped along, his figure like the wind, quickly distancing himself from the hustle and bustle of Yang City and entering a desolate wilderness. The scenery around him gradually became monotonous, with sparse trees and exposed rocks. The ground was dry soil and gravel, occasionally revealing some unknown skeletal remains scattered about. The air was thick with a stronger scent of blood, mixed with a hint of decay. Everything indicated that this was no longer a safe zone. Chen Chen slowed his pace, starting to pay attention to his surroundings. He knew that monsters could appear at any moment, and he had to remain vigilant. Rustle. Suddenly, a faint sound came from the nearby bushes. The next moment, accompanied by a roar, a massive shadow leaped out from the grass. It appeared before Chen Chen in an instant. It was a gigantic wild wolf, its body covered in dense black fur, each hair standing upright like steel needles. It lurked in the grass like a ghost in the darkness, waiting for the right moment to strike. The wolf's eyes glimmered with a crimson light, a sign of its bloodthirsty desire, a harbinger of death. Rustle. The breeze swept by, the grass swayed, and the subtle sounds could not escape Chen Chen's keen perception. Chen Chen instantly activated his sensing technique. Name: Black Wind Wolf. Rank: Black Iron. Level: 12 HP, 1500 MP, 300 Strength, 80 Agility, 50 Spirit, 20 Constitution, 70 Skills, Bite, Pounce Talent, none the attribute. Panel of the Black Wind Wolf clearly presented itself before Chen Chen, each number representing its strength. Black Iron level. Chen Chen's lips curled slightly, sketching a cold arc just right for me to practice. He murmured to himself, his voice devoid of any tension, instead carrying a hint of excitement. This was the first true battle he had faced since his rebirth. The Black Wind Wolf seemed to sense Chen Chen's disdain. It let out a low growl, its voice filled with anger and ferocity. Suddenly, it exerted its limbs, its massive body launching like an arrow, pouncing directly for Chen Chen's throat. Its sharp claws glinted with a cold light, the breath of death. The air seemed to be torn apart by this sudden attack. The Black Wind Wolf's pounce was swift and fierce, like a flash of lightning. But Chen Chen remained exceptionally calm. He didn't even move his feet, merely shifting slightly to the side, evading by a hair's breadth. Swish! The Black Wind Wolf's attack missed, its sharp claws carving deep marks into the ground, stones flying. Amidst the swirling dust, Chen Chen's figure appeared even more ethereal. After missing its strike, the Black Wind Wolf showed no signs of hesitation. It quickly adjusted its form and lunged at Chen Chen again. This time, its speed was even faster, its assault more ferocious. Like a black whirlwind. However, just as the Black Wind Wolf's claws were about to touch Chen Chen, clang! A crisp sound rang out, like metal. Clashing, sharp and loud. The Black Wind Wolf's claws were unexpectedly blocked by an invisible force, unable to advance an inch. Ding! Perfect block. Triggered. The system notification echoed in Chen Chen's mind. This was the instinct of battle, a skill honed through countless life and death struggles. At the same time, the massive body of the Black Wind Wolf was actually pushed back a few steps by an invisible force. A flicker of surprise and confusion flashed in its crimson eyes, clearly not anticipating such an outcome. This seemingly weak human before it could actually withstand its attack. Chen Chen's gaze was icy, not giving the Black Wind Wolf any chance to catch its breath.
His hands began to rapidly gather magical power. Too enormous. Fireballs appeared out of thin air before him, dancing with intense flames. The fireballs emitted an astonishing heat, the surrounding air seeming to ignite and warp. This was Chen Chen's initial skill, fireball technique. Though it was the most basic of skills, in Chen Chen's hands, it possessed incredible power. Go! Chen Chen uttered softly, his voice deep and cold. The two fireballs, like two burning meteors, with long tails of flame, whistled towards the black winged wolf, slicing through the air. That was the trajectory of death. Boom! Boom! 920! 920! Two deafening explosions echoed across the wilderness. The fireballs accurately struck the black winged wolf, exploding instantly, flames shooting into the sky. Flames splattered, heat waves rolled, completely engulfing the black winged wolf, leaving two charred deep pits in the ground. Two bright red numbers floated above the black winged wolf's head, striking to the core. That was the damage value, the proclamation of death. The black winged wolf didn't even have time to let out a howl before it collapsed, lifeless. Ding! You have killed Black Wind Wolf LV12, experience points plus 144. Looking at the Black Wind Wolf lying on the ground, Chen Chen's expression remained unchanged. It was as if he had just casually swatted a mosquito, rather than slaying a fierce beast. A level 12 Black Iron Monster? Nothing more than that. For him, who had been reborn from the apocalypse, this was merely a warm-up. What he had once faced was a tide of monsters overwhelming him, a doomsday interwoven with despair and death. Moreover, he was no longer the weakling who could be easily slaughtered. Chen Chen stepped forward slowly, bending down to pick up the items dropped by the Black Wind Wolf. His movements were casual and natural, as if these spoils of war were rightfully his. Ding! Obtained items: Black Wind Wolf's Claw *2, Black Wind Wolf Fur *1, Gold Coins *3. The system notification chimed, crisp and pleasant. Chen Chen paid little attention to these. The drops from a black iron monster no longer held much allure for him. His gaze returned to the corpse of the Black Wind Wolf. A hint of barely perceptible excitement flickered in his eyes. It was the instinctive reaction of a hunter upon seeing its prey. It was also like an artist admiring the work he was about to complete. He slowly extended his hand, gently touching the cold fur of the Black Wind Wolf. The sensation at his fingertips was rough, icy, carrying a trace of death's lingering warmth. Stand up! Chen Chen's deep voice echoed across the desolate wilderness. The voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable command, as if a king were ordering his subjects. The skill, Shadow Extraction, suddenly activated. Oh! A low, rumbling howl emanated from the corpse of the Black Wind Wolf. The sound was hoarse and deep, as if it were a whisper from hell, sending chills down one's spine. Wisps of shadow, as if alive, slowly spread out from the corpse of the Black Wind Wolf. They resembled demons crawling out from the depths of hell, greedily devouring everything around them. Black smoke quickly gathered above the Black Wind Wolf's body, rolling, twisting, and morphing. In just a few seconds, the shadows coalesced into a pitch-black wolf-like creature. It stood there quietly, seemingly without substance, as if it were merely a shadow composed of pure darkness. This shadow Black Wind Wolf looked almost identical to the one Chen Chen had just slain. The only difference was its hollow eyes. There was not a glimmer of light, only endless darkness. It was as if two bottomless black holes were swallowing all light. At the same time, a panel of information about this shadow Black Wind Wolf appeared before Chen Chen. Name: Shadow Wind Wolf. Rank: Black Iron. Level: LV 12 HP, 1800 MP, 600 Strength, 90 Agility, 75 Spirit, 30 Constitution, 70 Skills, Tear Claw Strike, Shadow Assault. Talent, none. Chen Chen looked at the attributes of the Shadow Wind Wolf, his eyes brightening slightly. Although its level had not increased, the wolf's attributes had received a comprehensive boost. Stronger strength, faster speed, higher defense. It also had an additional skill, Shadow Assault. While it still couldn't be considered powerful, after all, it was just a shadow of a level 12 ordinary wild monster. Having such attributes, Chen Chen was quite satisfied. Moreover, the true value of shadow minions did not lie in their strength or weakness. It was in their nearly immortal characteristics and their potential for infinite growth. This was the truly terrifying aspect of the shadow extraction skill. It was also the reason Chen Chen dared to venture alone into the wilderness. Thinking of this, an uncontrollable excitement surged within Chen Chen. He could almost envision, in the near future, himself leading a legion composed of countless powerful shadow creatures, sweeping away all enemies in their path. The monsters that once filled him with fear and despair would now tremble before his shadow legion. The once lofty strongman would crawl and shiver at his feet. It was a feeling of total control. A thrill that surpassed all beings. It was a power and confidence he had never experienced in his past life. Perhaps by then, he could truly become a brand new Shadow King. Go, hunt, and let me see your abilities, Chen Chen commanded softly, looking at the Shadow Wind Wolf before him. With Chen Chen's command, the black hole in the Shadow Wind Wolf's eyes began to spin slightly. It then transformed into a bolt of black lightning, instantly rushing out and disappearing into the vast wilderness. The speed was astonishing. Chen Chen nodded in satisfaction, a barely noticeable curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Everything was under his control. He wanted to see if he could gain experience from this shadow hunting monster, and whether it could truly grow on its own as described. He also wanted to see if there were distance limits to controlling shadows. What would happen if it exceeded the maximum distance? All of this needed to be verified, one by one. With this in mind, Chen Chen scanned his surroundings, searching for the next target. He needed more experimental subjects to validate his hypotheses. He needed more shadows to strengthen his power. Soon, his gaze locked onto two black wind wolves that were wandering nearby. These two black wind wolves were robust, with shiny fur. They were clearly the cream of the crop among their kind. Perfect experimental material. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Chen raised his hand and unleashed two flame soul fireballs. This was one of the few attack skills he had mastered so far. It was also his most familiar and powerful means of attack. Two blazing fireballs streaked through the air, trailing long flames like two meteors, howling. As they approached, they accurately struck the two black wind wolves. Boom! Boom! The massive explosion echoed across the wilderness. Flames instantly engulfed the bodies of the black wind wolves, emitting a foul, charred smell. The ground was blasted into two deep, blackened craters. 1840. 1840. Two bright red critical damage numbers floated above the heads of the black wind wolves. Eye-catching and chilling. With just one strike, the two black wind wolves turned into corpses, not even having time to let out a scream. Instant kill. Chen Chen walked expressionlessly to the side of the black wind wolf's corpse. He activated the shadow extraction skill once more. Skillful, smooth, without a hint of pause. Threads of black shadow spread out from the bodies of the black wind wolves, quickly condensing into two new shadow wind wolves. These two newly born shadow wind wolves were just like the previous one. Entirely black, with hollow eyes, exuding an eerie aura. Chen Chen paid no attention to the two newly formed shadow wind wolves. Instead, he left them and placed a guard by his side. They were his shadow guards, his most loyal servants. Now, it's time to see the rewards from before, Chen Chen murmured to himself, his voice tinged with anticipation. With a thought, he opened his system backpack. Inside the storage space lay two treasure chests, one gold and one silver. These were the treasure chests awarded by the system for clearing the Hell-level secret realm and breaking the secret realm record. However, he hadn't had the chance to open them along the way. Now, he finally had time to unveil this surprise. Chen Chen's gaze first fell on the golden treasure chest. The golden treasure chest represented higher quality and rarer rewards. It was also what he anticipated the most. He took a deep breath and gently touched the chest. Feeling the icy touch from the treasure chest, his heart was filled with anticipation. Open! With Chen Chen's command, the golden chest slowly opened. There were no extravagant special effects, no dazzling lights. Only a brilliant golden light burst forth from the chest, instantly illuminating the surrounding wilderness. As the golden light faded, an ancient skill book lay quietly inside the chest, emanating a faint glow and filled with a mysterious aura. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the skill book, Soul Link. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the skill book, Soul Link. The system's notification sounded crisp and pleasant, like a celestial melody. A joyful smile instantly blossomed on Chen Chen's face. This was like someone sending a pillow just when he was about to doze off. He had just acquired the powerful summoning skill, Shadow Extraction, and was worried about how to enhance his survival ability. After all, the Restoration Mage also belonged to the mage class, and having a fragile physique was a common issue. Especially in this perilous apocalypse, a slight misstep could lead to death. But now, with the Soul Link skill, all problems were easily resolved. Soul Link, as the name suggests, connects the owner's soul with the summoned creature, allowing the summoned creature to bear all damage for the owner until it disappears. More importantly, during the activation of this skill, when the summoned creature's health decreases, the owner's health is unaffected by any damage. What does this mean? It means that as long as Chen Chen's shadow servant does not die, he is virtually invincible. Who could harm him? Even if the shadow servant gets injured, Chen Chen need not worry. Let's not forget, he is a restoration mage. Healing is his forte. As long as the shadow servant is not instantly killed, he can quickly restore it to full health using his healing skills. This is simply a perfect combination. An almost immortal shadow army paired with a powerful restoration mage. The two complement each other, allowing Chun Shen to roam freely in this brutal apocalypse. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Shen immediately chose to learn Soul Link. Ding! Skill learning successful. The system's notification sounded again, and Chen Shen felt that his mind had gained some knowledge and insights about Soul Link. After completing the skill learning, Chen Shen seized the moment and grabbed the remaining silver chest. He reached out and gently touched the chest. Open! With Chen Shen's command, the silver chest slowly opened. A dazzling light burst forth from the chest. As the light faded, a piece of equipment radiating a faint glow appeared before Chen Shen. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the equipment, Chain of Healing. Chen Shen focused his gaze and found that it was a necklace. The pendant was a teardrop-shaped blue gem, crystal clear, emitting a soft glow. He quickly checked the attributes of this equipment. Name, Chain of Healing grade, Silver. Level, LV10 Spirit, plus 30 Constitution, plus 10 Equipment Effect, Healing. Your single-target healing skills can simultaneously affect multiple targets. For each additional target, the skill cost increases twofold. Durability, 100-100, what a powerful effect. A hint of surprise flashed in Chen Shen's eyes. This equipment was simply tailor-made for him. His healing spell could originally only affect a single target. Although the healing effect was strong, it was inevitably a bit overwhelming when facing multiple injured targets. But now, with the Chain of Healing, his healing spell could affect multiple targets at once. This undoubtedly greatly improved his healing efficiency and made his role in the team even more important. Although the skill cost would double for each additional target. But for Chen Shen, who possessed a massive amount of MP, this consumption was nothing at all. Moreover, he had the talent of the Heart of the Mage, which could reduce the magical consumption of skills. The combination of the two was enough to allow him to use healing skills without restraint. Additionally, with the aberration effect of his healing spell, he could even turn this skill into a large-scale area attack. Although this effect made Chen Shen very happy, he did not immediately equip the Chain of Healing. Instead, he held it thoughtfully in his hand, as if pondering something. Suddenly, as if he remembered something, he gently placed his hand on the Chain of Healing. The next moment, a system prompt suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Do you want to consume 100 healing points to elevate this equipment? Listening to the system prompt ringing in his ears, Chen Shen stroked his chin, secretly calculating in his heart. It seemed that the elevation of this equipment mainly depended on its grade, unrelated to the equipment level. As long as it was a silver-grade equipment elevated to gold grade, it would require the consumption of 100 healing points. Although he had obtained quite a few healing points in the previous secret realm, it only amounted to a little over 100 points at most. But the current problem was that he had two pieces of silver-grade equipment. Besides the Chain of Healing in his hand, there was also the Stellar Staff that Sujina had given him earlier. The Stellar Staff was also very powerful, which made it difficult for Chen Shen to decide which one to upgrade first. Chen Shen fell into deep thought. Upgrading the Chain of Healing could greatly enhance his support capabilities in the team, allowing him to handle multiple injured targets more adeptly, while upgrading the Stellar Staff would further boost his output capabilities, giving him stronger attack means against enemies. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Shen still felt that the priority of the Chain of Healing was slightly higher. After all, he was a healing mage, and healing was his primary job. Moreover, the special effect of the Chain of Healing allowed his healing spells to affect multiple targets simultaneously. This not only improved healing efficiency but also enabled him to accumulate healing points more quickly, preparing for the subsequent equipment elevation. With this in mind, Chen Shen no longer hesitated and made his decision. System, elevate the Chain of Healing. Ding! Consuming 100 healing points, elevating the Chain of Healing. As the system prompt sounded, the Chain of Healing in Chen Shen's hand began to emit a dazzling light. The light grew brighter, illuminating the entire room. Chen Shen could clearly feel that the Chain of Healing was undergoing some kind of transformation. The originally droplet-shaped blue gem became more translucent, and the emitted light became softer. The chain of the necklace also became more exquisite, with some mysterious runes faintly appearing on it. The entire necklace exuded a refreshing aura. After a few minutes, the light gradually faded, and the elevated Chain of Healing appeared before Chen Shen's eyes. Name, Eternal Healing Chain Grade, Gold Level, LV10 Spirit, plus 50 Physique, plus 20 Equipment Effect. 1. Healing. Your single-target healing skills can simultaneously affect multiple targets. For each additional target, the skill consumption increases twofold. Equipment Effect 2. Healing Amplification. The effects of all healing skills are increased by 25%. After each successful healing, there is a 5% chance to directly reset the cooldown of that healing skill. Durability, 200-200. Looking at the equipment that had been elevated to the Eternal Healing Chain in his hand, Chen Shen's eyes immediately lit up.
The elevated eternal healing chain not only had its attributes significantly enhanced but also gained an additional effect called healing
amplification.
Not only did it increase the healing effect by a full 25%, but there was also a chance to directly reset the cooldown.
This was simply like adding wings to a tiger. Truly worthy of being a golden grade equipment. Chen Chen couldn't help but exclaim.
Just by being upgraded to golden grade, the eternal healing chain underwent such a tremendous change.
If it continued to be upgraded, who knows how powerful it would become.
Looking at the eternal healing chain in his hand, shimmering with the unique brilliance of golden grade, Chen Chen did not equip it immediately.
He turned around, his gaze landing on the
two shadow wind wolves beside him. The two shadow wind wolves tilted their heads, looking at him in confusion, seemingly not understanding what their master was about to do. Chen Chen grinned, revealing a smile that made
the two shadow wind wolves feel uneasy.
He gently placed the eternal healing chain on the ground. Then, he picked up the starry staff and swung it down hard onto the eternal healing chain.
Clang!
A crisp sound of
impact rang out. The two shadow wind wolves were startled and instinctively took a few steps back.
Chen Chen quickly checked the durability of the eternal healing chain.
Durability, 199/200 Hee, it really did lose.
Durability. Chen Chen smiled with satisfaction, picking up the eternal healing chain again, silently reciting in his heart. Repair spell. A gentle white light surged from Chen Chen's hand, enveloping the eternal healing
chain. Ding.
Healer of courage triggered.
Equipment effect healing amplification has been copied.
The system's prompt echoed in Chen Chen's mind. He felt a surge of joy, it was indeed as he had thought.
Immediately after, a series of system prompts sounded. Ding.
Detected similar effects, merging and upgrading, ding.
Congratulations, you have obtained a new effect, Healing Amplification Plus. Healing Amplification Plus, your
healing skill effects are increased by 30%.
After each successful healing, there is a 10% chance to directly reset the cooldown of that healing skill. Chen Chen was stunned. Merging and upgrading? It could be done this way. Chen Chen blinked, confirming that he wasn't mistaken.
He had originally thought that he would just merge the previously copied 5% healing amplification effect into the original 25% of the eternal healing chain. He never expected that even the probability of resetting the skill cooldown would be enhanced. This effect was simply absurdly strong. It should be noted that the cooldown time of healing skills has always been a crucial factor limiting the performance of healing warlocks. Especially when facing powerful enemies, often a gap in a healing skill could determine life or death. And now, Healing Amplification Plus directly gave him a 10% chance to reset the skill cooldown. What did this mean? It meant that at critical moments, he could potentially cast healing skills 2, 3, or even more times in succession. This was enough to instantly turn the tide of battle. Suppressing the joy in his heart, Chen Chen equipped the necklace and then picked up the starry staff again, using the repair spell once more. Ding! Healer of courage triggered. Equipment effect magic. Amplification has been copied. Seeing this, Chen Chen smiled with satisfaction, then repeated the previous process, copying the remaining two effects on the other equipment, healing, and power of the stars, before finally stopping. Chen Chen's gaze flickered slightly, the system's crisp prompt echoing in his ears. Ding! The Shadow Wind Wolf killed the Black Wind Wolf. Experience plus 120. Ding! Obtained items, Black Wind Wolf's Claw *2. Black Wind Wolf Fur *1, Gold Coins *5. He gently stroked his chin, a thoughtful smile curving at the corner of his mouth. This Shadow Wind Wolf, having clearly run nearly 1,000 meters away, could still be precisely controlled by him. It seems that this shadow army indeed has no distance limit. Chen Chen murmured to himself, his voice carrying a hint of undeniable excitement. He then opened the attribute panel of that Shadow Wind Wolf. Name, Shadow Wind Wolf, rank, Black Iron, level, LV12, HP, 1800, MP, 600, strength, 91, agility, 76, spirit, 30, constitution, 70, skills, Tear Claw Strike, Shadow Assault, talent, none. Although the level had not changed, all attributes had received slight improvements. Chen Chen nodded in satisfaction. Directly increasing attributes, this method of enhancement is quite good. Since that's the case. With a thought, the Shadow Wind Wolf, located 1,000 meters away, instantly transformed into a shadow and disappeared from its original spot. The next second, it appeared at Chen Chen's feet, affectionately rubbing against his pant leg. Chen Chen bent down and gently stroked the wolf's head, feeling its soft fur. Then, he slowly stood up, his gaze directed towards the depths of this wilderness area. Since he could summon enhanced monsters, he naturally wanted to create a truly powerful shadow army that belonged to him. A mere Black Iron level Shadow Wind Wolf could not satisfy his ambitions. Let's go. Meet the lord of this area, Chen Shen said softly, his voice carrying a hint of undeniable determination. He took a step forward, walking slowly into the depths of the wilderness, his figure gradually disappearing into the vast grass. Although the wilderness appeared boundless, seemingly merging into one, it was actually strictly divided into different areas based on the levels of monsters. In each area, there would be a corresponding level lord, or even a more powerful boss. Chen Shen's target was precisely the lord of this area. He wanted to turn this lord into a member of his shadow army. Only then could. Chen Shen's gaze deepened, painful memories from his past life surfacing in his mind. He tightly gripped the starry staff in his hand, his knuckles turning slightly white from the pressure. In this life, he would never repeat the same mistakes. He needed to become stronger, strong enough to control his own fate and protect everything he wanted to protect. A gentle breeze brushed past, stirring the corners of Chen Shen's clothes and dispersing the fleeting gloom in his eyes. He took a deep breath, calming his turbulent emotions, and continued deeper into the wilderness. As Chen Shen ventured further, the surrounding environment began to change subtly. The once lush grass gradually became sparse, and some bare rocks started to appear on the ground. A faint smell of blood permeated the air, causing a wave of unease. Chen Shen's brows furrowed slightly. He could sense that the monster levels around him were gradually increasing. He slowed his pace, heightened his vigilance, and prepared to face any potential danger. Rustle. A faint sound came from the grass ahead. Chen Shen's gaze sharpened instantly, fixating on the direction of the sound. And the starry staff in his hand began to emit a faint glow. A large black wind wolf slowly emerged from the grass. Its crimson eyes locked onto Chen Shen, emitting a low growl from its throat. However, before Chen Shen could take action, 3 other shadow wind wolves pounced directly, instantly tearing the black wind wolf into pieces. Ding! Shadow wind wolf killed the black wind wolf. Experience plus 120. Ding! Obtained items. Black Wind Wolf's Claw *2, Black Wind Wolf Fur *1, Wolfong Dagger, Gold *5. Hearing the system notification echoing in his mind, a satisfied smile appeared on Chen Shen's face. Having soldiers under my command is truly delightful. Without needing to lift a finger, just a thought, and these monsters were dealt with by his shadow soldiers. This feeling is simply amazing. He smiled, ready to step forward and pick up the items dropped by the Black Wind Wolf. Whoosh! A black wind blade suddenly howled in from the side, moving at an incredible speed, and instantly struck Chen. Chun! Bang! Chen Shen was directly blasted away, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. At the same time, a shadow wind wolf beside him let out a piercing wail and instantly vanished from the spot. The sudden turn of events made Chen Shen's heart tremble. Fortunately, before setting out, he had cautiously used a soul connection to link his life with one of the shadow wind wolves. Otherwise, that blow just now would have likely killed him instantly. What on earth is going on? Chen Shen quickly scrambled to his feet, ignoring the pain in his body, and hurriedly picked up the starry staff in his hand, vigilantly scanning his surroundings. He saw a giant wolf, several times larger than an ordinary black wind wolf, slowly emerging from the grass not far away. Its fur was as black as ink, glistening with a cold sheen under the sunlight. A pair of crimson eyes, like 2 blood lanterns, fixed intently on Chen Shen, filled with bloodlust and brutality. The corner of the giant wolf's mouth still bore traces of fresh blood, clearly indicating that the wind blade just now had been unleashed by it. Name: Gale Demon Wolf. Elite rank: Black Iron level, LV 15 HP, 2500 MP, 800 strength, 120 agility, 105 spirit, 40 constitution, 90 skills. Wind blade, Gale charge, rending claw strike talent, wind swiftness, movement speed and attack speed increased by 20%, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Chen Shen's eyes as he clearly saw the attributes of this giant wolf through his detection skill. This is great. I didn't expect this to be a Black Iron level elite monster. Since you killed one of my shadow soldiers, you can take its place. With a thought, Chen Shen commanded. The other 2 shadow wind wolves charged towards the Gale Demon Wolf like arrows released from a bow. At the same time, Chen Shen chanted incantations, instantly activating his dual casting talent. Howling Wolf Light Shield. 2 pale blue beams of light almost simultaneously fell upon the 2 shadow wind wolves, granting them a layer of resilient shields. Ding! Healer's Valor triggered. Strength plus 3. Ding! Healer's Valor triggered. Strength plus 3. Seeing its kin rushing towards it, the Gale Demon Wolf's crimson eyes ignited with flames of rage. It let out a long howl, and with a powerful push of its limbs against the ground, its massive body shot out like a cannonball. Rip! Its sharp claws fiercely scraped against the shield of one of the shadow wind wolves, producing a piercing screech. However, under the protection of the howling wolf light shield, the shadow wind wolf remained unscathed.
The other Shadow Wind Wolf seized the opportunity to pounce, sinking its teeth into the Gale Demon Wolf's hind leg. A whoa! The Gale Demon Wolf yelped in pain, shaking its head violently, its sharp fangs snapping at the attacking Shadow Wind Wolf. Just at that critical moment, Chen waved his staff. Flame Soul Fireball. 2 fireballs, the size of human heads and blazing fiercely, shot out from the tip of the staff, cutting through the air with a scorching aura and fierce momentum, crashing towards the Gale Demon Wolf. Faced with 4 rapidly approaching attacks, the Gale Demon Wolf had no way to evade. Boom! Boom! The 2 attacks struck almost simultaneously. The massive explosion echoed throughout the valley. Flames soared into the sky, and starlight scattered everywhere. The massive body of the Gale Demon Wolf was directly hurled away by the shockwave of the explosion, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Instantly, the Gale Demon Wolf, which had only lost a bit of health, stiffened suddenly, leaving it with just a sliver of health. A whoa! It's let out a low, mournful howl, as if enduring immense pain. Seeing this, Shen's lips curled slightly upward, revealing a hint of a satisfied smile. Thankfully, it hadn't been a direct critical hit that killed it instantly, otherwise, it would have been a huge loss. He quickly adjusted his breathing, and with another wave of his staff, the skill, Furious Strike, was activated. Immediately, 2 emerald green beams of light shot out from the tip of the staff like lightning, instantly piercing into the body of the Gale Demon Wolf. Healing Spell. Dual Casting. The green light flashed, and the health bar above the Gale Demon Wolf's head surged visibly, first spiking up, then plummeting to the bottom in an instant. Ding! Healer's Valor triggered. Skill Wind Blade has been copied. Ding! Healer's Valor triggered. Sea-level talent Wind Swiftness has been copied. Ding! Healer's Valor triggered. Strength plus 6-inch ding. Healer's Valor triggered. Agility plus 6-inch ding. Afterglow Impact triggered. A series of system notification sounds echoed in Shen's mind like a beautiful melody. Plus 2878. Plus 2878. 486, 2878. 4 massive numbers floated above the Gale Demon Wolf's head. The first 2 green numbers represented the healing amount from Healing Spell. The last 2 red numbers indicated the real damage dealt by Afterglow Impact and the overflow damage from the second Healing Spell. The massive body of the Gale Demon Wolf trembled violently under this barrage of attacks. It was first nearly killed by 2 fireballs, then forcibly healed to full health by 2 healing spells, and before it could enjoy a moment of comfort, its life was ruthlessly snatched away by Afterglow Impact and the overflow damage. This roller coaster-like experience left it unable to die peacefully. Boom! In the end, the Gale Demon Wolf could no longer hold on. Its massive body crashing to the ground with a thud, stirring up another cloud of dust. Ding! You have killed Gale Demon Wolf Elite. Experience plus 450. Skill points plus 15. The system notification sounded again, announcing the end of this battle. Shen slowly got up, his gaze shifting away from the massive corpse of the Gale Demon Wolf, a wave of indescribable satisfaction swelling in his heart. This elite monster was indeed generous. Not only had he successfully copied skills and talents, but he also gained an additional 12 attribute points, which was undoubtedly a huge fortune. What a pity. Chen murmured softly, a hint of regret in his tone. I couldn't copy Gale Thrust, otherwise, at least I would have had a mobility skill for survival. He shook his head, casting this slight regret aside. After all, the talent effect of Healer's Valor was based on probability. It was impossible for everything to go as one wished. Bending down, Shin gently explored the body of the Gale Demon Wolf. With his fingers, as if searching for some precious treasure, he hoped to see if any equipment or materials would drop. What's this? Chen suddenly felt something hard. He pulled it out to find it was a black token. Gale Token, effect, holding this token allows free entry and exit to Gale Canyon. Note, Gale Canyon is the lair of the Gale Demon Wolf, home to numerous Gale Demon Wolves and even more powerful beings. A pass to Gale Canyon? Shen's pupils contracted slightly as his fingers gently rubbed the surface of the token. Memories from his past life surged to the forefront of his mind. Although he had never personally entered Gale Canyon, the various rumors about this place had long since reached his ears. This is a hidden secret realm, and only those holding the corresponding token can open the passage to enter it. The Gale Token is precisely the key to entering Gale Canyon. Shen's heart began to race violently. The term secret realm holds a deadly allure for any player. It often signifies abundant experience, rare resources, and infinite opportunities. Shen clearly remembers that among the rumors about Gale Canyon, the most enticing aspect is the unique output found within the secret realm: skill points. Skill points can directly Enhanced skill levels and are the coveted treasure that all players dream of at this stage. The deeper secrets are even more tempting. It is said that at the deepest part of Gale Canyon, there is a hidden Gale Swordmaster job change scroll. The Gale Swordmaster is an incredibly powerful hidden class. Whether for personal job change, nurturing trusted subordinates, or selling at a high price, it is an excellent choice. Thinking of this, Qin Shan's heartbeat quickened a bit more. He tightly gripped the token in his hand, as if holding a key to the door of a new world. However, he did not let the surprise before him cloud his mind. Chen Shen took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his excitement, and stored the token in his backpack. Now was not the time to enter Gale Canyon. He needed stronger power and more thorough preparation. Chen Shen bent down again, continuing to search the body of the Gale Demon Wolf. Let me see what other good things are here, he murmured to himself, his tone filled with anticipation. Ding! A crisp sound, like a beautiful melody, reached Chen Shen's ears. He quickly pulled out an item. It was a pair of black boots. The surface of the boots shimmered with faint wind patterns, exuding a subtle glow. Gale Demon Boots grade, Black Iron level, LV10. Agility, plus 10 durability, 50-50 skill, Gale Step, active consumes 50 MP, instantly moves forward 5 meters. CD, 60 seconds. Equipment. Effect, movement speed plus 5%. Oh. Shoes with a displacement skill. Chen Shen's eyes lit up. This is a good item, although it is only a black iron. Great equipment. The attached Gale Step skill is a short-distance teleportation skill. For Chen Shen, who lacks displacement skills, this is like a timely help. With this skill, his survival ability will undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. Without hesitation, Chen Shen equipped the Gale Demon Boots and immediately felt his body become a bit lighter. He tried to activate the Gale Step skill. Whoosh! Chen Shen's figure instantly vanished from the spot and reappeared 5 meters away. Not bad, not bad. Chen Shen nodded in satisfaction. This Gale Step skill is excellent for both traveling and dodging attacks. He continued to search the body of the Gale Demon Wolf and soon found some materials. Gale Demon Wolf. For X3 Gale Demon Wolf Claws, X4 Gale Demon Wolf Fangs, X2. These are materials for crafting equipment or potions. Although not particularly precious, they are worth a fair amount of money. Chen Shen carefully stored these materials, and finally, his gaze fell upon a crystal clear bead. Wind System Magic Core, Intermediate, Usage Effect, contains 1000 mana points. Using it can instantly restore 1000 mana points. Description, can be used for forging equipment, refining potions, and has a very low probability of learning wind system skills when used directly. There's even a magic core. Chen Shen was somewhat surprised. This is a good item, worth much more than those materials. A magic core is formed from the condensation of magical power within a magical creature after its death. Different grades of magic cores contain different amounts of magical power. This intermediate wind-type magic core holds a considerable amount of magic. Chen Shen carefully stored the magic core away. It was a treasure that might come in handy at any moment. Besides this, Chen Shen also found dozens of gold coins. This swift wind magic wolf was truly a big fat sheep. Chen Shen stood up with satisfaction, looking at the bag full of loot, feeling a wave of emotion in his heart. Indeed, killing elite monsters is the shortcut to wealth. Get up! Chen Shen walked unhesitatingly to the corpse of the swift wind magic wolf, his deep voice echoing in the valley. As his words fell, a cloud of black mist rose from the corpse, quickly condensing into a brand new shadow soldier, the Wind Shadow Magic Wolf. Shadow extraction successful. The attributes panel of the Wind Shadow Magic Wolf appeared before Chen Shen, and as expected, its attributes were superior to its original form after the shadow extraction enhancement. Name, Wind Shadow Magic. Wolf grade, Black Iron level, LV 15 HP, 2800 MP, 900 strength, 132 agility, 115 spirit, 44 constitution, 99 skills. Shadow Wind Blade, Swift Shadow Stab, Shadow Tear Claw Talent, Wind Swiftness, increases movement speed and attack speed by 25%. Chen Shen nodded in satisfaction. The attributes of the Wind Shadow Magic Wolf had been comprehensively enhanced, and all its skills had transformed into shadow attribute versions. Especially the talent Wind Swiftness, which added an extra 5% effect, making the Wind Shadow Magic Wolf's speed even more terrifying. Chen Shen looked at the brand new Shadow Wind Wolf before him, contemplating his next plan. With this stronger Shadow Soldier, the upcoming exploration would be much easier. Chen Shen took a deep breath, the air filled with a faint smell of blood and the fragrance of earth. Let's go! Chen Shen commanded softly, and the 3 Shadow Wind Wolves immediately followed him, moving deeper into the area. Their steps were light and swift, making almost no sound as they quietly trailed behind Chen Shen. In the depths of the Wind Wolf Valley, sunlight filtered
through the gaps in the dense forest, casting mottled shadows on the ground. A giant wolf, shimmering with a greenish hue, lay sprawled on a slightly open patch of grass, soundly asleep, its heavy breathing echoing through the valley, its chest rising and falling rhythmically. Not far from the giant wolf, the space rippled like the surface of water, constantly fluctuating and distorting, as if something was trying to tear through space and descend from another world. The giant wolf warily opened its eyes, its deep blue pupils flickering with unease and vigilance, staring intently at the strange space, a low growl emanating from its throat, sounding both like a warning and a protective growl. On top of a giant tree, Chen stood quietly, completely concealing his presence, blending seamlessly with the surrounding environment. From his elevated position, he had a clear view of the scene in the valley's depths. I should have guessed it, this special spatial rift must have a guardian, Chen murmured to himself, his voice barely audible, a flicker of understanding passing through his eyes, his brows slightly furrowed, seemingly a bit frustrated. I didn't expect the guardian to be the lord of this area. If I had known, I wouldn't have wasted so much time searching for bosses all over the valley. There was a hint of helplessness in Chen's voice, but more so, there was excitement. After all, a lord level monster meant richer rewards. Never mind, let's take care of the boss first. A glint of determination flashed in Chen's eyes as he made his decision. His figure flickered, and like a ghost, he leaped down from the tree without making a sound. He began to advance cautiously, carefully, avoiding potential traps and patrolling minions, stealthily making his way toward the boss. Every step was taken with utmost caution, his body tense and ready to respond to any sudden situation. Soon, Chen reached a concealed thicket near the boss. He held his breath, peering through the gaps in the branches to observe the slumbering giant wolf. At the same time, a silent detection spell was cast, a faint blue light flashing. Briefly. Name, Gale Demon Wolf King, Lord, rank, Bronze level, LV 20 HP, 5000 MP, 2000 Strength, 200 Agility, 150 Spirit, 78 Constitution, 120 Skills, Wind Blade Dance, Gale Stab, Wolf Roar, Wind's Guardian Talent, Blessing of the Wind, 50% increase in Wind type skill effects, 5000 HP, not bad, let's see if I can copy the talent first. Chen muttered to himself, gently waving the star staff in his hand, a faint blue light silently landing on the Gale Demon Wolf King. Azure Wolf Light Shield. The skill hit precisely, enveloping the sleeping Lord Boss in a thin layer of light shield, the surface of which shimmered with a faint starlight, seemingly containing some mysterious power. Chen held his breath, focusing intently, quietly waiting for the effect of the healer's courage talent to trigger. Meanwhile, not far behind Chen in the dense forest, three shadows were quietly closing in. Big brother, is that guy out of his mind? He actually gave the boss a shield? One of the shadows lowered his voice, filled with confusion and disbelief, staring at the figure ahead who was shielding the monster, unable to comprehend this move. The leading shadow snorted coldly, his voice hoarse and deep. Who cares, our task is to take him down, nothing else matters. But this guy has actually done us a huge favor. Not only did he lead us to the Lord Boss, but he also gifted us an impending spatial rift. A glint of greed and excitement flashed in the leader's eyes, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly, revealing a cruel smile. Since he's being so accommodating, let's make his death quick later. The earlier speaker grinned maliciously in agreement, rubbing his hands together, already eager to tear Chen to shreds. The three exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between them, like venomous snakes lurking in the dark, slowly closing in on Chen, preparing to launch a fatal strike. At this moment, all of Chen's attention was focused on the Gale Demon Wolf King, completely unaware of the danger approaching. From behind. Ding. Healer's courage triggered. Skill Wind Blade Dance has been copied. Ding. Healer's courage triggered. Strength +1 ding. Similar skill. Wind Blade detected. Merging and upgrading. Skill Wind Blade Dance, LV2, has been copied. The crisp notification sounds echoed in his ears, and a slight smile crept onto Chen's lips, a wave of joy swelling in his heart. Although he hadn't copied the expected talent, this result was still quite good. After all, Wind Blade Dance was one of the core skills of the Lord Boss, its power should not be underestimated, and now it had directly upgraded to LV2, making it even more formidable. Chen took a deep breath, calming his excited heart, preparing to unleash a thunderous strike. He planned to unleash all his skills at once on the Gale Demon Wolf King, aiming to take it down in the shortest time possible, leaving it no chance to resist. However, just at that critical moment, an unexpected change occurred. An arrow, glimmering with a cold light, suddenly shot out from another direction, streaking through the air like a meteor, heading straight for the Gale Demon Wolf King. The sudden turn of events made Chen's pupils shrink sharply, and alarm bells rang in his heart. Before
He could react. A shadow appeared before him like a ghost, moving with astonishing speed, almost in the blink of an eye. It was right in front of him. Immediately after, a dagger shimmering with a ghostly light struck hard against Chen Chen's forehead. Ding! Lu Ren used a sneak attack on you. You have entered a dazed state, lasting 3 seconds. The system's cold notification echoed in Chen Chen's mind, and his vision instantly blurred, the entire world seeming to spin around him. This sudden situation caused Chen Chen's expression to darken, a cold killing intent flashing in his eyes. How dare someone ambush him? It was simply courting death. In his dazed state, Chen Chen was unable to move, use skills, or even think clearly. He could only watch helplessly as an arrow struck the Gale Demon Wolf King. 10 as an extremely small number appeared. The Gale Demon Wolf King, who had been somewhat confused, became enraged. Its crimson, beastly eyes fixed fiercely on Chen Chen, filled with anger and bloodlust. As the closest human to it, Chen Chen naturally became its primary target for attack. However, Chen Chen had long anticipated this. He possessed a soul connection and the skill of shadow swapping, giving him top-notch survival abilities. So he was not afraid of the Gale Demon Wolf King's attack. What truly angered Chen Chen were those guys hiding in the shadows, launching sneak attacks. In his previous life, he had died due to the betrayal and ambush of his teammates. The feeling of being stabbed in the back was still fresh in his memory, etched deeply in his heart. He never expected that in this life, someone would attempt the same trick again. A cold killing intent flashed in Chen Chen's eyes as he silently vowed to make these guys pay a painful price. He was well aware that this group dared to act so recklessly against him simply because they thought he was low-level and weak, easy to deal with. They might even want to use the Gale Demon Wolf King to eliminate Chen Chen, creating a false impression that he was killed by the boss, thus covering up their crimes. At the same time, they could use Chen Chen's previous actions to wear down the Gale Demon Wolf King's state, creating favorable conditions for their upcoming hunt. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, they were indeed playing a clever game. Unfortunately for them, they had encountered Chen Chen, and their calculations were off. A cold, ruthless smile curled at the corners of Chen Chen's mouth. He quickly scanned his surroundings, his gaze lingering for a moment on the direction the arrows had come from and the direction the shadow had disappeared, mentally locking onto the positions of these 2 individuals. Since you want to play, then I'll play along with you. Chen Chen snorted coldly in his heart, his killing intent palpable. Just then, the Gale Demon Wolf King had already charged in front of Chen Chen. It opened its bloody maw, sharp fangs glinting coldly, and its massive claws, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, slammed down towards Chen Chen, as if to tear him apart. Chen Chen's dazed state was lifted at that moment. In a critical moment, he quickly casted Sunlong Light Shield on himself. Sunlong Light Shield. A layer of light blue shield instantly enveloped Chen Chen, radiating a soft glow, yet giving an impression of being unbreakable. Bang! The next moment, the Gale Demon Wolf King's massive claw struck hard against the light shield, producing a dull thud. The light shield trembled violently and shattered instantly. The Gale Demon Wolf King's attack power was surprisingly high. Chen Chen was slightly taken aback. He had underestimated the strength of the Lord Boss. However, he felt relieved that although that Sunlong Light Shield had shattered, it had ultimately blocked the Gale Demon Wolf King's strike. Ding! Anomalous effect triggered. Overflow damage has been resisted. The system prompt sounded, causing Chen Chen to pause slightly. Why was there an aberration effect again? That Sunlong Light Shield didn't seem to have an aberration at first, did it? He instinctively looked at the skill description of that Sunlong Light Shield. The originally ordinary skill description now had an additional line of new ability. Sunlong Light Shield, aberration effect. If the shield is broken by a single hit, then the overflow damage exceeding the shield limit will be completely resisted. Chen Chen's eyes widened in an instant, a hint of disbelief flashing in them. This skill, it really has aberrated? A surge of ecstasy welled up in his heart. Could it be that all his skills could aberrate? Or rather, all support skills could aberrate? If that were true, then wouldn't he? Chen Chen dared not continue his thoughts, as this possibility was simply too tempting. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and refocused on the battle before him. At that moment, the Gale Demon Wolf King seemed extremely displeased with Chen Chen's indifference, roaring once more, its voice deafening. The massive wolf claw, accompanied by a fierce wind pressure, lunged at Chen Chen again, as if it wanted to tear him to shreds. Chen Chen frowned, impatiently muttering to himself, so noisy. He casually raised the starry staff in his hand. The movement appeared nonchalant yet precisely blocked the Gale Demon Wolf King's attack. Bang! A dull thud echoed as the staff collided with the wolf claw, sparks flying. At the same time, the gem at the top of the staff shone with brilliant light, intertwining flames and starry power, erupting in an instant. Boom! A loud explosion followed, the energy blast sending the Gale Demon Wolf King flying.
Its massive body crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust.
This strike from Chun Chen, seemingly casual, actually
contained the power of both the Flame Soul Fireball and the Starry Power. The two skills stacked, amplifying the power.
10961096470470 coupled. With Chun Chan's exceptionally high mental attribute, this strike directly took away more than half of the Gale Demon Wolf King's health, and under the influence of the Starry Power, the Sunlong King fell into a dazed state.
Chen Chen slowly lowered his staff, his gaze coldly fixed on the fallen Gale Demon
Wolf King.
He did not feel the slightest relaxation from having repelled the Gale Demon Wolf King. On the contrary, he felt even more vigilant. Because he knew that the real threat was not this beast, but those lurking in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to strike.
Chen Chen's gaze swept around, trying to locate the enemies hidden in the dark.
His eyes were sharp as a knife, as if they could pierce through all disguises.
Since you all like to play dirty, then I'll play along with you.
Chen Chen muttered, aiming the starry staff at the downed Gale Demon Wolf King once more, the healing light glowing again.
Swish!
A gentle white light fell upon the Gale Demon Wolf King, its gruesome wounds healing at a visible speed.
For a boss like this, simply killing it would be too wasteful. It was better to brush up on skills and conveniently gain some attribute points. As Chen Chen healed the Gale Demon Wolf King, he secretly calculated in his heart.
Although he was focused on healing the boss before him, his thoughts were already elsewhere.
Chen Chen instructed his 3 shadow
soldiers to quietly move towards the direction the two had previously left. The shadows traversed through the dense forest like phantoms, making not a sound. Meanwhile, not far away in the bushes, 3 figures were closely watching Chen Chen's every move. The earlier figure holding a dagger, Lu Ren, now wore a face full of confusion.
Boss, does this kid have such thick health? How could the boss's claw come down, and he didn't suffer a scratch?
Lu Ren's voice was low, but his astonishment was still evident.
Is he really a B-level healer? This is a level 20 boss.
The more Lu Ren spoke, the more unbelievable it seemed to him. A level 20 boss had attack power that was no joke.
Even they, as level 25 professionals, wouldn't dare to take it head-on.
Yet Chen Chen, a level 10 healer, managed to withstand it, and it looked like he was completely unharmed.
This completely overturned his understanding.
On the other side, Si Pao
Hui, holding a bow and arrow, nodded in agreement.
Yeah, and just now it seemed like he used his staff to block the boss's attack.
Si Pao Hui's tone was also filled with confusion. That seems like a
very difficult blocking technique, right?
Is he really just an ordinary level 10 rookie?
Si Pao Hui recalled how casually Chen Chen had blocked the attack, and his heart was filled with uncertainty. Blocking techniques require extremely high reaction speed and precise control to master. Even they, as experienced professionals, wouldn't dare to say they could block perfectly every time. Yet a level 10 newcomer like Chen Chen could execute it so effortlessly, it was simply illogical. At the forefront, Wuko was staring intently at Chen Chen, his gaze sinister. He slowly drew out the giant axe strapped to his back, letting out a cold snort.
What's there to be afraid of?
Wuko's voice was deep and hoarse, laced with disdain.
We 3 are all level 25 professionals. Are we really afraid of a rookie?
He paused, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes.
Even if he really has the ability to kill the boss, so what? Wuko's lips curled into a sinister smile.
We'll just wait here, and when the boss is low on health, we'll swoop in and take it. Wuko's words were filled with confidence, as if everything was under his control. In his view, Chen Chen was merely a level 10 rookie. Even if he had some skills, he couldn't stir up much trouble.
Could 3 level 25 professionals really not handle a mere healer?
As for Chen Chen being able to block the boss's attack, or possibly mastering blocking techniques, Wuko thought those were irrelevant. The gap in levels and the disparity in strength were enough to crush any technique.
Wuko gripped the giant axe
tightly, his eyes gleaming with greed. He could hardly wait to take care of both Chen Chen and the boss, claiming all the loot for himself. As soon as Wuko finished speaking, Lu Ren and Si Pao Hui exchanged glances, both seeing greed reflected in each other's eyes.
The boss is right. No matter how powerful this kid is, he's just a level 10 healer. Are we really afraid of him? Lu Ren licked
his lips, flipping the dagger in his hand, the cold light flashing.
Once the boss is low on health, we'll make our move. Pao Hui also drew back his longbow, aiming the arrow at Chen Chen, ready to strike.
In the dense forest, the atmosphere instantly became tense, and a scene of a mantis catching a cicada while a yellow bird waits in the back was about to unfold. However, they had no idea that every move they made had already fallen into Chen Chen's calculations. Chen Chen appeared to be focused on healing the swift-wind demon Wolf King, but in reality, he had already heard every word of the 3 through the shadow soldiers he had positioned. Sure enough, their target is me, Chen Shen thought with a cold smile, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting, forming an almost imperceptible arc. Who would be interested in a rookie who had just changed jobs? It was merely coveting the equipment on him, or being manipulated by someone. Who could it be? Leewi? Or Su Mingyu? Chen quickly flashed through several names in his mind, but he did not delve deeper. It was still too early to think about these things. The urgent matter at hand was to resolve the trouble before him. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the three people not far away, already calculating in his heart. His hands did not stop moving, the light of the healing spell flickering continuously, alternating between life and death on the body of the Gale Demon Wolf King. Huge green numbers floated above the Gale Demon Wolf King's head, each time restoring its health from the brink of death to full. But immediately after, Chen Shen would follow up with an attack, causing its health bar to plummet again. This repeated cycle made the Gale Demon Wolf King seem like a puppet being toyed with, frantically testing the edges of life and death, yet unable to escape Chen Shen's control. In the dense forest, the wind howled, mingling with the desperate wails of the Gale Demon Wolf King. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows that danced across Chen Shen's stern face. His gaze was as calm as water, as if everything before him had nothing to do with him. Only the constantly changing numbers could prove his current focus. Finally, after enduring a torment of dying and coming back to life, the system prompt sounded as expected. Ding! Healer of Courage triggered. The attribute points gained from this target have reached the limit. Ding! Healer of Courage triggered. This target's skills and talents have been completely copied. Cannot continue copying. Listening to the system prompts ringing in his ears, Chen Shen couldn't help but click his tongue. 20 points is the limit, huh? I thought I could farm infinitely, what a pity. He murmured to himself, a hint of regret in his tone. However, this was enough. With a thought, Chen Shen quietly activated the Wind Blade Dance. Wind Blade Dance launched 10 wind blades within a 5-meter radius, each dealing 200% of the target's mental value as magical damage. Cost, 500 MP, CD, 10 minutes. In an instant, 10 sharp wind blades appeared out of thin air, carving visible trajectories in the air as they rushed towards the Gale Demon Wolf King. Each wind blade contained powerful magical energy, as if it aimed to tear everything apart. Awah! The Gale Demon Wolf King let out a piercing wail, sensing the threat of death. It struggled desperately, trying to evade, but it was all in vain. Under Chen Shen's precise control, none of the 10 wind blades missed their target, all hitting home. 6430. A massive red number floated above the Gale Demon Wolf King's head, instantly emptying the health bar that Chen Shen had just restored. One-hit kill. The enormous body of the Gale Demon Wolf King crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. A trace of unwillingness and fear lingered in its eyes. It never expected to die at the hands of a level 10 healer. Ding! You have killed the Gale Demon Wolf King Boss, experience plus 2000. Ding! Obtained items, Wolf King's Heart *1, Wolf King's Blood *2, Gale Short Blade *1, Wind Magic Core, Intermediate *3, Gold Coins *213. Chen Shen slowly retracted his staff, his face devoid of any expression. For him, this was just a game with a predetermined outcome. In the distance, Waku and the other two were stunned by the scene. They had originally thought that no matter how powerful Chen Shen was, it was impossible for him to solo kill a level 20 boss. But now, the reality had slapped them hard in the face. Not only did Chen Shen successfully solo kill it, but he also did it in one hit. How is this possible? Lu Ren's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. He really is just a level 10 healer? Si Pao Hui's voice trembled slightly. He was already frightened by Chen Shen's strength. Guoku's face was terrifyingly dark, his gaze fixed tightly on Chen Shen, his eyes flickering with complex emotions. There was shock, confusion, and a hint of fear. He suddenly realized that he might have made a mistake, a fatal mistake. They seemed to have taken on a terrifying task, provoking someone they absolutely could not afford to provoke. Sorry, it's not level 10, it's level 12. Chen Shen's voice abruptly sounded behind the three, laced with a hint of mockery, as if a cat were toying with a mouse. Guoku, Lu Ren, and Si Pao Hui froze, as if they had been hit by a paralysis spell, cold sweat instantly soaking their clothes. This voice was like the whisper of death, sending chills from their heads to their toes. They turned around abruptly, their movements stiff like rusty machines, their faces filled with terror and disbelief. Before they could see who had arrived, 3 massive black shadows lunged out from the darkness, like hellhounds crawling out of the abyss, bringing an overwhelming sense of oppression. They were 3 pitch-black giant wolves, each the size of a calf, their crimson eyes flickering with a bloodthirsty glow, sharp claws glinting coldly in the moonlight. What is this? Lu Ren screamed in terror, his voice cracking. He had never seen such terrifying creatures.
Si Pao Hui was so
frightened that his legs went weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. He desperately tried to back away but found his legs unresponsive. Guoku's face turned pale, but as the leader among the three, he forced himself to calm down and shouted, "Don't panic. It's just 3 beasts, we're level 25. Before he could finish his sentence, he abruptly stopped. Because 2 sharp blades of wind had already sliced through the air, accompanied by a piercing whistle, heading straight for his and Lu Ren's necks. Too fast. So fast that they had no time to react, only able to watch helplessly as the 2 blades of death approached. Thud. Thud. 2 muffled sounds, blood gushed out, staining the night sky red. Lu Ren and Si Pao Hui's heads flew high, their faces still bearing expressions of terror and unwillingness. Their bodies fell limply, twitching a few times before going still. Instant kill. 2 level 25 professionals were actually killed in an instant. Guoku's pupils suddenly constricted. His heart felt as if it were gripped tightly by an invisible hand, nearly stopping its beat. He looked at the bloody scene before him, feeling a chill surge from his feet to the top of his head, making him feel cold all over. Fear washed over him like a tide. He had thought that even if Chen Shen was powerful, he was just a level 10 healer. Even with a sneak attack, he couldn't pose too great a threat to them. But now, he realized how absurdly wrong he was. This was no healer at all. This was clearly a demon in sheep's clothing. Why you? Guoku trembled as he tried to say something, but found his throat blocked, unable to utter a single word. He wanted to escape, but his legs felt as heavy as lead, unable to move. The 3 giant wolves surrounded him in a triangular formation, glaring hungrily, ready to strike a fatal blow at any moment. Chen Shen walked over slowly, his face devoid of any expression, his gaze terrifyingly calm, as if he had just killed not 2 people, but 2 ants. Although it's a bit wasteful, it doesn't matter. He murmured to himself, his tone carrying a hint of indifference. Indeed, for Chen Shen now, while attribute points and skills were precious, they were not irreplaceable. After all, on Blue Star, there was a shortage of everything, except for people and monsters. He wasn't lacking in that regard. With a thought, the 3 giant wolves suddenly exerted their strength, biting down hard on Guoku's limbs. Guoku felt a wave of excruciating pain, as if his bones were about to be crushed, and he couldn't help but let out a piercing scream. HP 210. HP 235. HP 208. A series of damage numbers floated up from Guoku's head, his health points plummeting like a faucet turned wide open. Chen Shen slowly walked in front of Guoku, looking down at him from a height, the starry staff in his hand gently pressed against Guoku's forehead, emanating a cold, chilling light. Speak up, who sent you? Chen Shen's voice was icy and piercing, devoid of any emotion, as if interrogating a corpse. I suggest you tell the truth, or you'll end up like those 2 just now. Guoku trembled all over, his eyes filled with fear. He had no doubt that if he uttered a single wrong word, his head would roll the next second. He opened his mouth, about to speak, but suddenly stopped. It seemed he thought of something terrifying, his face turning even paler. Guoku gritted his teeth, seemingly resolved to endure to the end. However, before he could finish his sentence, a heart-wrenching pain shot through his right arm. Crack. 500. The sound of bones shattering was clearly audible. One of his arms was brutally bitten off by a shadow windwolf. Blood gushed out, instantly staining the ground red. Guoku let out a pig-like scream, writhing in agony, nearly fainting from the pain. Oh dear, my apologies. Chen Shen feigned surprise, but his tone carried a hint of mockery. My little wolf doesn't know its strength. Sorry about that. You'd better speak quickly, or... He deliberately elongated his voice, leaving the threat unspoken, but the implication was clear. Guoku was writhing in pain, cold sweat pouring down. He looked at his bloody severed arm, his eyes filled with despair. He knew he was truly done for this time. The seemingly harmless young man before him was nothing but a demon in human skin. I'll tell you. Before Chen Shen could finish his sentence, Guoku could no longer hold on, shouting in a breakdown, Stop. Please stop. He felt his legs and left arm beginning to ache as if they could be torn off at any moment. The fear of death completely shattered his psychological defenses. It's the Li family. It's the second young master of the Li family, Leewi. Guoku used all his strength to scream this out, his voice hoarse and desperate. Li family? Leewi? A glint of cold killing intent flashed in Chen Shen's eyes. It was indeed him. Looks like I need to find a way to take care of this Leewi ahead of time. Chen Shen calculated silently in his mind. Thank you for your cooperation. Since that's the case, I'll let you go. Chen Shen's voice remained cold, but with a hint of barely perceptible amusement. Upon hearing this, Guoku felt as if he had received a great reprieve, his taut nerves finally relaxing a bit. He thought he had escaped a calamity. However, he did not know that this was just the beginning of Chen Shen's malicious amusement. Swish!
A jade green light shot out from the starry staff, landing on Guoku. HP plus 6944. Guoku, who was on the brink of death, had his health points instantly restored, even overflowing. He was stunned, not understanding what Qin Shen meant by this. Ha! Guoku let out a long breath, the fear in his heart slightly diminishing. But the next second, the excruciating pain struck again. Awah! 3 shadow wind wolves launched another attack, their sharp teeth biting fiercely into Guoku's body. HP 215. HP 228. HP 241. Guoku's health bar plummeted like a roller coaster, but soon, it was pulled back up by Qin Shen's healing spell. Ah! Guoku let out a heart-wrenching scream. He finally understood Shen's intention. This was a torment more terrifying than death. He became the first existence to experience the feeling of dying and living again at Qin Shen's hands. This feeling was worse than death. Please, kill me, kill me. Guoku's voice had become hoarse, and he struggled desperately, but could not escape the biting of the shadow wind wolf. The intense pain again drove him to complete despair. He would rather die immediately than endure this inhuman torment any longer. Qin Shen quietly watched everything, his face devoid of any expression. He was like a cold reaper, controlling Guoku's life and death. Time passed second by second, and Guoku's screams gradually weakened. His gaze began to fade, and the breath of life grew weaker and weaker. About 5 minutes later, Guoku's body fell heavily to the ground, completely lifeless. He died, filled with endless fear and despair. Ding! The Brave of Healing has been triggered. Talent B-level melee mastery has been copied. Ding! The Brave of Healing has been triggered. The attribute point acquisition for this target has reached its limit. Ding! The Brave of Healing has been triggered. This target's skills and talents have been completely copied. Cannot continue copying. A series of system prompts echoed in Qin Shen's mind. Qin Shen frowned slightly. Humans can only copy 2 skills and 2 talents? He was somewhat surprised. This limitation was something he hadn't considered before. It seems I need to quickly copy the other talent of Jiner. If she gains another talent, it won't be easy to copy. Qin Shen pondered inwardly. Sujiner's talents were crucial for him. He had to copy both of her SS-level talents as soon as possible. Just in case. What bad luck, being so poor. Qin Shen looked at the scattered fewer than 100 gold coins on the ground, along with a solitary piece of silver equipment, and couldn't help but complain. He had originally thought that these guys, daring to take assassination missions, would have some wealth, but it turned out they were poorer than him. With this kind of strength, they dare to come out and kill? No wonder it took 3 of them to kill me, a newbie, at such a high level. Qin Shen shook his head, feeling disdain for their abilities. He turned to leave. After all, the corpse of the Gale Demon Wolf King was still waiting for him to see if he could summon it. Just as Qin Shen was about to step away, he suddenly stopped, a thought flashing through his mind. Can this shadow extraction be used on humans? A glimmer of excitement flashed in Qin Shen's eyes as he thought of an interesting possibility. He immediately turned around and walked to Guoku's corpse. With a thought, one of the 3 shadow wind wolves that had been guarding him instantly transformed into a cloud of black mist and dissipated. Qin Shen took a deep breath and slowly placed his hand above Guoku's corpse. Stand up! Qin Shen called out in a low voice, filled with a hint of anticipation and tension. This was his first attempt to use shadow extraction on a human corpse, and he didn't know if it would succeed. As Qin Shen's voice fell, a shadow emerged, but after wavering twice, it fell silent. Is it not possible? Qin frowned slightly, feeling a bit disappointed. He had thought that since the shadow wind wolf could be transformed from a monster's corpse, a human corpse should work too. But now it seemed that was not the case. Could it be because he is not qualified? Qin Shen suddenly thought of something, his eyes lighting up. He remembered that shadow extraction seemed to have certain requirements regarding the target's strength. Previously, he had extracted from boss-level monsters, while Guoku, although at a higher level than him, was far weaker. Try again. Qin Shen did not give up. He placed his hand on Guoku's corpse once more, silently chanting in his heart, "Stand up." This time, Qin Shen's voice was filled with authority and undeniable power. It was as if he were the reaper of life and death, able to manipulate the fate of the deceased at will. As soon as the words fell, Guoku's corpse suddenly trembled. Immediately after, a cloud of black mist surged from his body, quickly coalescing into a vague human shape. That shape gradually became clearer, and finally, a shadow identical to Guoku appeared before Qin Shen. However, this shadow's eyes were hollow and lifeless, devoid of any spirit, as if all intelligence had completely vanished. Ding! Shadow extraction successful. The system's prompt echoed in Qin Shen's mind, announcing his success. I did it! A look of excitement spread across Qin Shen's face. He had successfully transformed Guoku's corpse into his servant. Although it was only a black iron level
Servant, this was already a significant breakthrough. It meant that he could not only extract the shadows of monsters but also those of humans. This undoubtedly opened up a whole new path for him, granting him more possibilities. Name, Great Axe Warrior rank, Black Iron level, LV 25 HP, 4800/4800 MP, 1000 strength, 210 agility, 100 spirit, 45 constitution, 160. Skills, Earth Splitter, Shockwave Strike, Raging Tide Slash, Sky Split / Talent, Melee Mastery. You can flexibly use all melee weapons, increasing melee weapon damage by 20%. Power Burst, temporarily increases your strength by 70% and boosts the damage of Great Axe skills by 25%. Looking at the attributes before him, Chen Chen raised an eyebrow. Is it really just a Black Iron level waste? What a piece of junk. Forget it, better than nothing. Chen Chen shook his head, suppressing his dissatisfaction. He knew that one must eat a meal bite by bite and walk a road step by step. The fact that he could successfully extract a human shadow was already a huge advancement. As for the servant's strength, it could be gradually improved later. He had initially wanted to mourn the extraction of the other two shadows as well, but upon seeing Guoku's attributes, Chen Chen gave up. This guy was so weak, the other two surely wouldn't be much stronger. It would be better to extract the corpse of that boss instead. Go ahead, dispose of their bodies, Chen Chen commanded the Great Axe Warrior. He didn't want to leave any traces here to avoid unnecessary trouble. The Great Axe Warrior showed no reaction, merely executing Chen Chen's command mechanically. His movements were swift, and before long, the bodies of the other two were cleaned up thoroughly, leaving not a trace of blood behind. Chen Chen nodded in satisfaction, his gaze shifting to the massive corpse not far away, the Gale Demon Wolf King. This was a Lord-level monster, its attributes far surpassing that of Guoku, and the shadow extracted from it would surely possess considerable strength. Just thinking about it made Chen Chen a bit excited. He walked slowly to the corpse of the Gale Demon Wolf King, took a deep breath, and calmed his racing heart. Stand up! Chen Chen shouted, pressing his hand against the Gale Demon Wolf King's body. The black mist surged forth as if it had come to life, rolling and swirling from the body of the Gale Demon Wolf King. However, after a moment, the black mist slowly dissipated, and everything returned to calm. Ding! Shadow extraction failed. Remaining attempts, to the system's cold prompt rang in Chen Chen's mind. Failed? Chen Chen frowned, somewhat surprised. It was then that he remembered the skill description mentioned that the longer the time since death, the lower the success rate of extraction. Damn it, it's all those three useless fools' fault for wasting my time. Chen Chen cursed inwardly, feeling a bit frustrated. He had thought that with the Gale Demon Wolf King's strength, extraction would be easy, but he never expected it to fail. Let's try again. Chen Chen was unwilling to give up and shouted again, stand up. This time, his voice was deeper and more powerful, as if it contained some mysterious force. The black mist surged once more, denser and more violent than before. But in the end, the black mist dissipated. Ding! Shadow extraction failed. Remaining attempts, the system prompt sounded again, and Chen Chen's mood sank to the lowest point. Only one last chance remained. If he failed again, he would have to watch helplessly as this lord-level corpse went to waste. Chen Chen took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and focused all his energy to shout again, stand up. He exerted all his strength and let out a deafening roar. His voice was filled with undeniable authority and a desperate determination. As soon as he finished speaking, the corpse of the Gale Demon Wolf King trembled violently, as if a powerful force was awakening. The black mist erupted from its body like a volcanic explosion, instantly enveloping the entire valley. The mist rolled, surged, and condensed, ultimately forming a massive wolf-shaped shadow. The shadow slowly stood up, towering and imposing. Exactly like the previous Gale Demon Wolf King. However, its eyes were hollow and lifeless, devoid of any vitality, only endless coldness and silence. Ding! Shadow extraction successful. The system prompt finally rang out, announcing Chen Chen's success. Phew, finally succeeded. Chen Chen let out a long sigh of relief. It would have been a great pity if he had lost it. He successfully transformed the corpse of the Gale Demon Wolf King into his shadow soldier. This was a lord-level shadow soldier, far stronger than the previous Great Axe Warrior. Chen Chen calmed his excited heart and began to check the attributes of the Gale Demon Wolf King. Name, Shadow Wolf King, Lord, rank, Bronze level, LV 25 HP, 7000/7000 MP, 2500/2500 strength, 250 agility. 180 spirit, 100 constitution, 150 skills, Shadow Blade Dance, Gale Shadow Stab, Shadow Roar, Wind Shadow Guardian Talent, Shadow Kill. After each kill, there is a chance to teleport behind the target with the lowest health, and the next attack will definitely be a critical hit. Blessing of the Wind, Wind-type skill effects are increased by 50%, and all Wind-type skills Deal an additional 30% shadow damage, while damage to shadow creatures is increased by 25%.
From today on, I'll call you Wolf King.
Please take care of me, Chen Chen said with a smile, looking at the giant wolf in front of him that was a head taller than himself, filled with joy. Seeing the Shadow Wolf King's attributes far surpassing those before, Chen Chen couldn't help but grin widely. This was a huge profit. The Shadow Wolf King seemed to sense Chen Chen's joy, lowering its massive head and affectionately rubbing its furry head against Chen Chen's cheek. Woo! The low whimper was no longer the fierce and violent sound from before, but rather carried a hint of docility and submission. Chen Chen happily rubbed the Shadow Wolf King's head, feeling its soft fur, and a wave of comfort washed over him. Indeed, even as a shadow, such a powerful monster still possessed remarkable intelligence. Suddenly, Chen Chen remembered something and had a thought. Swish! A gleaming dagger appeared out of thin air in his hand. It was the Black Iron Quality Level 12 equipment, the Wolf Fang Dagger, that he had obtained from killing the Black Wind. Wolf Fang Dagger rank, Black Iron level, LV12 strength, plus 15 agility, plus 20 durability, 250 skill, Wolf Fang Assault, active consumes 60 MP to swiftly launch a stabbing attack on the target, dealing 250% of agility value as physical damage, with a tearing effect. The target will continue to suffer bleeding damage equivalent to 20% of the character's attack power for the next 6 seconds. If the target is in a bleeding state, their movement speed is reduced by 20% for 4 seconds. CD, 25 seconds equipment effect, Wolf's Ferocity, increases the character's critical hit rate by 10%. Looking at the dagger in his hand, Chen Chen directly put away his staff and tightly gripped the Wolf Fang Dagger. The equipment did not drop directly. Chen Chen looked at the Wolf Fang Dagger in his hand, his face revealing an expression of incredulous delight. He could actually equip this dagger. It's important to note that a Restoration Mage is a typical magic-based class, which should only be able to equip staffs or robes. Yet this Wolf Fang Dagger is a genuine melee weapon. The talents in this world are truly domineering. Chen Chen secretly sighed in his heart. When he previously copied Guika's melee mastery talent, he had a vague suspicion. The talent description at that time stated that it allowed for the flexible use of all melee weapons. Chen Chen pondered whether this flexible use also included ignoring class restrictions to forcibly equip them. Now it seems, his guess was indeed correct. This talent is even more powerful than he imagined. Chen Chen took a deep breath to calm his excited heart. He put away the starry staff in his hand and instead tightly gripped the Wolf Fang Dagger. The dagger felt cold to the touch, its blade shimmering with a cold light, giving off a sharp sensation. Although it was his first time using a dagger, under the enhancement of the melee mastery talent, Chen Chen felt as if the dagger had merged with him, making it exceptionally easy to wield. He casually swung it a few times, and the dagger left behind trails in the air, producing a whoosh-whoosh sound as it cut through the air. Though it's a bit short, it seems to be even more convenient to use than the staff. Looks like I'll need to get a talent similar to staff mastery in the future. Chen Chen muttered to himself, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. While the staff is standard for magic-based classes, for Chen Chen, who possesses numerous powerful skills, the staff's bonuses seem somewhat redundant. On the contrary, this Wolf Fang Dagger not only provides additional attribute bonuses but also grants Chen Chen greater combat power in melee. However, the most important thing now is to level up. Chen Chen suppressed his excitement. Whether for the big exam in 3 days or the world-ending crisis in a few years, he needed to quickly enhance his strength. He patted the Shadow Wolf King beside him, who affectionately rubbed against his palm, then howled to the sky, its voice filled with excitement and anticipation. Let's go! Wolf King, let's start farming monsters. When the spatial rift opens, we'll go in together and take a look. Chen Chen's eyes sparkled with sharp light, his tone resolute. Oh, the Shadow Wolf King let out a low growl, as if responding to Chen Chen's call, stepping forward with agile strides, and together they re-entered the valley. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, 2.5 hours had quietly passed. Night fell, the sky stained with ink. And a faint mist enveloped the valley, making visibility extremely low. Chen Chen returned to the territory of the Gale Demon Wolf King once again. This was originally the boss's lair, where ordinary monsters dared not approach, but the previous lord had been killed by Chen Chen, and according to game rules, a new lord would not respawn for at least 3 days. Chen Chen was just preparing to rest here for the night, to regain his strength. After 2.5 hours of frantically grinding monsters, Chen Chen's level had risen from 12 to 16. The experience bar grew at a visibly rapid pace, and this exhilarating feeling of leveling up made him addicted, unable to extricate himself. However, as his level increased, the experience points provided by the monsters in this area had become somewhat meager for him. Chen Chen returned to the Heart of the valley, his brow slightly furrowed, contemplating whether to switch to a higher-level map to gain more experience points. Just as he was hesitating, the spatial rift before him suddenly began to fluctuate violently. The once calm space now rippled as if a giant stone had been thrown into it. Immediately after, it seemed as if an invisible hand reached out from the void, violently tearing at the spatial rift. Crack, crack. The harsh sound of tearing echoed through the valley, sending chills down his spine. The spatial rift was forcibly torn open, revealing a dark, gaping hole that seemed to lead to another unknown world. The spatial rift has opened? Upon seeing this scene, Shen's eyes lit up, and his previous hesitation vanished in an instant. He tightly gripped the starry staff in his hand, his eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation. Shen took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to rush in immediately. The long battle had left him feeling somewhat fatigued, and although the joy of leveling up had diluted this feeling, he knew that maintaining his best condition was key to facing unknown dangers. He turned to look at the Shadow Wolf King beside him, who seemed to sense Shen's fatigue and quietly lay at his feet, gently nudging his leg with its head. Shen gently stroked the Shadow Wolf King's soft fur, a warm current surging in his heart. Compared to teammates whose intentions were unclear, he preferred this absolutely loyal beast companion. Wolf King, you must be tired too, right? Let's rest for a bit and regain our strength before going in. Awo, the Shadow Wolf King responded softly, its voice laced with a hint of laziness. Ha! Just then, a light sound of surprise suddenly rang out, the unexpected noise breaking the tranquility of the valley and instantly alerting Shen. He spun around sharply, the starry staff pointing directly at the source of the sound, its tip shimmering with a dangerous light. In his line of sight, a petite figure slowly emerged, illuminated by the faint glow from the night in the spatial rift. Shen could clearly see the newcomer's appearance. It was a girl who looked quite young, around 20 years old, dressed in a black bodysuit and holding a sharp dagger in her hand. The girl had a delicate face, her large eyes filled with curiosity, but at that moment, they also held a hint of surprise and wariness. Who are you? Shen demanded sharply, his voice echoing in the empty valley. He did not relax his guard simply because the other party was a girl. Instead, he became even more vigilant. In this world where the game had descended into reality, anyone could be an enemy, especially near this dangerous spatial rift. Hearing Shen's question, the girl showed no sign of fear. Instead, a glimmer of excitement appeared in her eyes. However, this excitement quickly faded, and she said somewhat disappointedly, "What? I thought I was the first to discover this rift since it just appeared, but it turns out someone else is already here." Before Shen could respond, the girl walked closer to him, stopping about 5 meters away, and greeted him. "Hello, my name is Xiao. Are you interested in grinding this spatial rift with me?" The girl's voice was crisp and pleasant, carrying a hint of familiarity, as if she and Shen were old friends who had known each other for years. Shen frowned slightly, not letting his guard down due to her enthusiasm. He scrutinized the girl before him, trying to find any flaws in her words or actions. Xiao seemed to sense Shen's wariness. She blinked innocently and said, "Hey, why are you looking at me like that? I'm not a bad person, you know. Look at me, I'm so cute, how could I be a bad person?" As she spoke, she playfully twirled around, showcasing her petite figure and delicate features. Shen remained silent, just quietly watching her, but he gripped the star wand in his hand even tighter. The wand's tip flickered with a faint light, standing out starkly in the darkness. Seeing that Shen was unmoved, Xiao couldn't help but feel a bit deflated. Honestly, are boys nowadays really this unromantic? I, miss, am actively inviting you to team up, and you're acting like you want to keep me at arm's length. That's just too hurtful. Honestly, are boys nowadays really this unromantic? I, miss, am actively inviting you to team up, and you're acting like you want to keep me at arm's length. That's just too hurtful. Xiao placed her hands on her slender waist, pouting in frustration. Her already charming face looked even more adorable with this gesture, resembling a puffed-up little kitten. Seeing Shen still tightly gripping the wand that sparkled with starlight, staring at her with a guarded expression, Xiao sighed helplessly, like a deflated balloon, her previously straight posture slightly slumping. She casually tossed the dagger in her hand to the ground with a clatter, producing a crisp sound, the blade reflecting a faint cold light in the night. Relax, little brother, I'm not some twisted murderer. I'm just here to level up, so don't be so tense. Look, I've even put down my weapon. The girl's clear and pleasant voice rang out again, tinged with a hint of helplessness and a touch of coaxing, as if she were soothing a sulking child. Shen's brow furrowed slightly, his gaze still sharp as an eagle's, not fully relaxing his guard due to Xiao's actions. However, he slowly sat down, laying the star wand horizontally across his lap.
The starlight on the wand continued to flicker. But Chen Shen's posture indicated that he could react at any moment to any sign of trouble, ready to strike with lightning speed. After all, as someone who had struggled to survive in a post-apocalyptic world, only to be betrayed and killed, Chen Shen understood better than anyone that in this world where the game had descended into reality, human hearts were far more terrifying than any clawing monster. No matter how powerful or vicious the monsters were, their behavior patterns could ultimately be traced. Once the rules were understood, there would always be a way to cope. But human hearts were the most complex and elusive things in the world, especially in this reality where the game had arrived. And the original moral and legal systems were crumbling. No one knew whether a seemingly harmless, even somewhat cute and innocent girl would reveal the fangs hidden beneath her innocent exterior and deliver a fatal blow in the next moment. Chen Shen had witnessed too many dark sides of human nature, so he dared not easily trust anyone, especially near this space rift filled with unknown dangers. However, Chen Shen was not someone suffering from severe paranoia. He knew he couldn't harbor hostility towards everyone just because of past experiences, as that would only isolate him further and drive him mad. Moreover, in the Dragon Kingdom, openly killing people was still a rare, insane act. As long as he maintained enough vigilance and responded carefully, there shouldn't be any problems. He couldn't refuse all possible cooperation out of fear of danger. Otherwise, how was he any different from those cowards hiding in safe zones, barely surviving? Chen Shen quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind, various thoughts flashing through his head like lightning. He knew well that in this cruel world, being overly cautious is certainly important as it can help you avoid many unnecessary troubles, but excessive caution can also cause you to miss many opportunities and even leave you isolated and helpless. Having multiple friends means having multiple paths, although this saying is no longer entirely applicable in this survival of the fittest world. At least, until you are certain that the other party is an enemy, it is necessary to maintain a certain openness and try to establish connections with others. Moreover, since he needed to replicate others' attributes and skills, teaming up with others was essential. Furthermore, the girl named Shi Xiaoxiao before him seemed to show no malice at all. On the contrary, she had actively put down her weapon and expressed her willingness to cooperate. With this in mind, Chen Shen's guard relaxed slightly. Although he still couldn't fully trust her, he was at least willing to give her a chance to see what she really wanted to do. He slowly moved the starry staff that was resting on his lap aside but maintained a posture that allowed him to attack at any moment, leaning slightly forward, his gaze fixed on every move Shi Xiaoxiao made. "Alright, I believe you are not a bad person." Chen Shen spoke slowly, his voice still carrying a hint of coldness and detachment, but his tone had softened considerably, no longer filled with hostility as before. Upon hearing this, Shi Xiaoxiao's previously somewhat dejected expression instantly brightened, and she grinned, revealing a row of neat white teeth, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. "That's more like it." Little brother Shi Xiaoxiao's voice was lively and cheerful, with a hint of playfulness. "Although there are many bad people in this world, there are even more good ones. If you are so wary of everyone, you won't be able to find a girlfriend." As she spoke, she gently tapped her cheek with her finger. Chen Shen's mouth twitched slightly. He simply couldn't understand this girl's thought process. They had just been discussing teaming up, and in the next moment, she had jumped to finding a girlfriend. He suppressed the urge to roll his eyes and directly ignored this erratic thinker. "Don't ignore me." Seeing that Chen Shen was not engaging with her, Shi Xiaoxiao pouted, her face showing a pitiful expression. "Hey, little brother, do you want to team up with me to tackle this spatial rift? I'm really strong, you know. I can definitely help you fly." As she spoke, she patted her chest. Although it was hard to tell through her tight-fitting outfit, one could still feel her confidence and pride. Chen Shen glanced at her coldly, unmoved by her enthusiasm, and asked flatly, "Why should I team up with you?" This was a very practical question and the one Chen Shen cared about the most. He needed to know Shi Xiaoxiao's true intentions to decide whether to cooperate with her. Upon hearing this, Shi Xiaoxiao's smile grew even brighter, and she cheerfully replied, "Because only one team can enter the spatial rift at a time. If you don't team up, you can only go in alone, but since there are two of us here, we can share the opportunity. What do you think?" She blinked her eyes, looking as if she were saying, "I make a good point." Chen Shen fell silent for a moment. He knew Shi Xiaoxiao was speaking the truth. The rules of the spatial rift were indeed like that. If he didn't team up, he could only enter alone, and since both he and Shi Xiaoxiao wanted to enter this spatial rift, a conflict would inevitably arise. "What if I insist on going solo?" Chen Shen continued to ask, wanting to see Shi Xiaoxiao's reaction and test her limits. When Shi Xiaoxiao heard this, she chuckled, revealing an expression that seemed to say, "I knew you would ask that." She said, "Well, it depends on who is faster. My agility points are a whopping 500. You know, her words were filled with confidence, even carrying a hint of provocation. Upon hearing this, Chen Chen
immediately shut his mouth and stopped talking.
500 agility, that kind of value was indeed beyond his current capabilities. Forget
about running, even if he wanted to resist, he would probably disappear before he could even see his own shadow.
Chen Chen quickly calculated in
his mind the odds of winning if he clashed with Shi Xiao.
The answer was 0.
After all, as a healer, the last thing he wanted to face was
an assassin.
With such terrifying agility, he would likely be gone before he could even finish casting a spell.
After pondering for a while
and weighing his options, he ultimately decided to give up on the idea of going solo.
So you knew there would be a spatial rift here, and that's why you came?
Chen Chen posed his question, wanting to know why Shi Xiao happened to arrive just as the rift opened.
Shi Xiao raised an eyebrow, seemingly unfazed by Chen Chen's question. She casually replied, "That's none of your business. I have my own abilities and information." One last question, are we teaming up or not? If you don't want to team up, I'll just go in by myself.
Her tone carried a hint of
impatience, as if she no longer wanted to waste time with Chen Chen.
Hearing Shi Xiao's urging, Chen Chen realized he had no time to hesitate
any longer.
He took a deep breath and slowly nodded.
Let's team up. Upon hearing this, Shi Xiao's face instantly lit up with a radiant
smile, like a blooming sunflower, bright and dazzling. She grinned, revealing 2 adorable little tiger teeth.
That's more like it. Let me introduce myself again, level 15 spatial assassin, Shi Xiao.
Saying this, Shi Xiao extended her fair, slender palm towards Chen Chen. Palm up, her fingertips slightly curled, as if waiting for something. Chen Chen hesitated for a moment, looking at the delicate little hand in front of him, countless thoughts flashing through his mind. But in the end, he still reached out, gently grasped Shi Xiao's fingers, and quickly withdrew his hand.
Level 16, Restoration Mage, Chen Chen.
His voice remained cold.
Level 16? You're even higher level than me.
Upon hearing Chen Chen's level, Shi Xiao was taken aback, her eyes widening as she looked Chen Chen up and down, as if examining a rare
animal. You level up faster than I do.
A hint of surprise flashed in Shi Xiao's eyes, but she quickly returned to her cheerful demeanor, lightly patting Chen Chen's shoulder with a look of "I have high hopes for you."
Not bad, not bad. Being higher level than me means you won't hold me back.
Just so you know, I've beaten a level 30 professional in a one-on-one fight, Shi Xiao added, her tone carrying a hint of boastfulness, as if hinting at her own talent and strength. Upon hearing this, Chen Chen looked at Shi Xiao in surprise.
Beating a level 30 professional in a one-on-one fight?
In this world where levels almost represented everything, overcoming an opponent 10 levels higher was indeed quite impressive. Although he could do it too, that was because of his unique abilities. Moreover, if this girl had 500 agility points at level 15, it meant her talent was definitely not simple. Shi Xiao seemed to enjoy the surprised look on Chen Chen's face and happily said, "Don't just look shocked, say something nice." She said this with an expression that seemed to say, "Come on, compliment me."
Chen Chen
rolled his eyes at her in exasperation and coldly replied, "It's just okay."
He really didn't want to have too much interaction with this overly
familiar girl, as he always felt that there was some secret hidden within her.
"You're really no fun, you little rascal."
Shi Xiao was momentarily speechless, pouting her lips and displaying a look of "I'm so disappointed" on her face.
Chen Chen couldn't be bothered to respond
to her and directly sent her a team invitation.
Ding! Team formation successful.
With a crisp system notification, their team application was approved, and the team was officially established. The corners of Shi Xiao's mouth lifted into a smug smile, as if she could already see the generous rewards waiting after passing through the spatial rift, making her appear particularly excited.
"Let's set off,"
Shi Xiao said eagerly, her voice tinged with a hint of excitement. She didn't even wait for Chen Chen to respond before stepping forward, heading towards the depths of the spatial rift, her impatience suggesting she was afraid Chen Chen might change his mind. Chen Chen watched Shi Xiao's back and shook his head helplessly. This girl was indeed quite impulsive. He didn't rush to catch up but stood still, quietly observing the
surrounding environment.
After all, as an experienced old player, Chen Chen knew well that maintaining sufficient vigilance before entering an
unknown environment was a necessary condition for survival.
Just as the two entered the spatial rift, the surrounding light suddenly changed. Shi Xiao instinctively raised her arm to shield her eyes. Outside the rift, it had been a pitch-black night, but here, it was already a
bright sunny day. The intense sunlight made Shi Xiao's eyes sting, and she couldn't help but squint, taking a while to adjust. Chen Chen,
however, was not too affected. His gaze quickly swept around, taking in the entire environment. It was a vast plain, stretching endlessly, with
an unobstructed view.
The grass on the plain was a dry yellow color, sparse and looking somewhat desolate.
In the distance, some vague dark shapes could be seen moving slowly, seemingly some kind of creature.
Chen Shen's brows furrowed slightly, judging from the scene before him. This spatial rift did not follow the mode of a novice secret realm, where players had to fight through levels and defeat guards to pass.
Instead, it was a guard mode.
This meant they needed to wait for wave after wave of monsters to spawn here and then eliminate them all to clear the
level.
This mode was quite unfavorable for a peculiar class combination like Chen Shen and Shi Xiao. After all, monsters in guard mode typically appeared in groups, in large numbers, and often surged from all directions. Without a strong tank class to absorb the monster's attacks, fragile classes like Chen Shen and Shi Xiao could easily be overwhelmed and killed instantly. Although Chen Shen could summon Shadow Tempest, that was one of his trump cards, and he didn't want to easily reveal his strength in front of outsiders.
Ah, I didn't expect it to be guard mode.
At that moment, Shi Xiao finally adjusted to the change in light. She opened her eyes, clearly seeing the surrounding environment,
and couldn't help but exclaim.
Her tone carried a hint of surprise, as if she hadn't anticipated this situation.
However, there was no
sign of worry on her face. Instead, she seemed excited, looking forward to the impending battle.
Shi Xiao turned her gaze to Chen Shen, sizing him up from head to toe, and then asked, "You seem to be a healing support, right? Do you have enough healing power?"
Her voice was clear and pleasant, laced with a teasing tone, as if testing Chen Shen's strength.
Chen Shen nodded slightly, not saying much more. He knew that the
reason Shi Xiao asked this was because, in guard mode, the role of the healer was crucial.
A healer with ample healing power could greatly enhance the team's survival ability and even turn the tide of battle. Well, you better take care of yourself. Don't go dying right in the
middle of the beast pack, Shi Xiao said, seeing Chen Shen nod. She immediately gave Chen Shen's shoulder a heavy pat, her tone carrying a hint of concern mixed with a touch of glee.
"Hey, what do you mean by that?"
Chen Shen's brows furrowed tighter. He felt there was something hidden in Shi Xiao's words. Literal meaning. Shi Xiao shrugged, feigning innocence as she said, "My agility is really high, they can't touch me. Don't worry, I'll find a way to save you, if you can hold on until I get there." Her words were filled with confidence, as if she
was completely unconcerned about encountering danger.
Just as Shi Xiao finished speaking, a cold system prompt echoed in their ears. The first wave of monsters has begun to invade.
Black Wind Wolf Pack.
Quantity 30. As the system prompt faded, 30 black wind wolves appeared
out of thin air, charging towards the two.
Before Chen Shen could use his detection skill, the monsters panel directly appeared before him. Name: Black Wind Wolf. Rank: Black Iron. Level: 12 HP, 1500 MP, 300 Strength, 80 Agility, 50 Spirit, 20 Constitution. 70 skills: Bite, Pounce. Talent: Bloodthirsty. Passive attacks inflict bleeding effects, causing 5 damage per second for 5 seconds.
Stackable.
As the system prompt faded, the 30 black wind wolves, carrying a foul wind, rushed towards the two. Before Chen Shen could use his detection skill, Shi Xiao had already shared the monster's panel information. 30 level 12 black wind wolves, not too difficult. I'll take care of them quickly, you just focus on healing yourself, don't worry about me, these monsters can't hurt me, Shi Xiao said. Rapidly, her tone revealing immense confidence, as if these black wind wolves were merely a group of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Before her words had even finished, she shot out like an arrow, her dagger glinting coldly as she headed straight for the wolf pack.
Chen Shen raised an
eyebrow at this. As he expected, Shi Xiao was indeed a battle maniac. He quickly began to chant a spell, his fingertips glowing, and a pale blue light shield instantly appeared around Shi Xiao.
Pale wolf light shield. The moment the light shield appeared, strands of electric
light began to swirl around Shi Xiao's body, her speed increasing once more, so fast that she seemed to leave only an afterimage.
Feeling
the change in her speed, a hint of surprise flashed in Shi Xiao's eyes. Clearly, she had not expected Chen Shen's support effect to be
this strong.
She grinned, excitement evident in her smile, and instantly plunged into the wolf pack. The dagger danced, cold light flashing, each attack precisely hitting the vital points of the black wind wolves. Meanwhile, Chen Shen stood still, not rushing to take action.
He calmly watched Shi Xiao's figure, observing the replicated information with a somewhat strange expression.
Ding! Healer's Valor triggered. Agility. +3. Ding! Healer's Valor triggered.
SSS level talent ultimate speed has been replicated. Ultimate speed, absorb the speed of space, granting you an additional 500 agility points for 10 minutes after use.
During this duration, all your physical attacks will deal 50%
of your agility as true damage to the target. Cost 500 MPCD, 15 minutes.
Passive effect, your agility increases by 10 for each level you
gain. A wave of emotions surged within Chen Shen. Is my luck really this good? Did you just copy an SSS level talent? He found it hard to believe. After all, an SSS level talent is an extremely rare existence. Every practitioner with an SSS level talent stands at the pinnacle of the pyramid. Moreover, this talent actually increases agility. This made Chen Chen even more curious about Shi Xiaoxiao's identity. Who exactly is Shi Xiaoxiao? How come I never heard of such an SSS level practitioner in my past life? He was certain that in his memories from his previous life, there was absolutely no SSS level practitioner named Shi Xiaoxiao. Could it be that his rebirth caused certain trajectories in this world to change? Chen Chen's mind was swirling with thoughts, various ideas flashing through. Hey, what are you thinking about? So lost in thought? Shi Xiaoxiao's voice suddenly rang out, pulling Chen Chen back from his reverie. Chen Chen came to his senses and looked at Shi Xiaoxiao, who wore a curious expression, and asked lightly, "Nothing. Are you hurt? Just 30 little wolves, and you think this young lady would get hurt?" Not a chance. Shi Xiaoxiao proudly lifted her chin, her tone filled with confidence, as if those black wind wolves were nothing to her. Listening to Shi Xiaoxiao's arrogant words, Chen Chen didn't say much. He turned to look at the place where the black wind wolves had been, and now all that remained was a ground covered in corpses. The dropped items automatically split into two, going into both of their backpacks, which was something they had set up when forming their team. Loot would be split evenly, saving them from disputes after the fight. This efficiency is really impressive. Chen Chen silently marveled, gaining a deeper understanding of Shi Xiaoxiao's strength. Just as the two were chatting, the system prompt sounded again. The second wave of monsters is coming. Chen Chen looked ahead, raising his eyebrows slightly. 50 ironhide wolves? He recognized the type of these monsters at a glance. Ironhide wolves are known for their defense. Name, Ironhide. Wolf rank, Black Iron level, 13 HP, 2500/2500 MP, 200 strength, 120 agility, 50 spirit, 10 constitution, 150 skills, bite. Charge talent, Ironhide, passive physical damage taken reduced by 30%. These wolves have really high defense. Chen Chen glanced at Shi Xiaoxiao, his eyes carrying a hint of inquiry. Could they handle such monsters? Who are you looking down on? Just watch. Shi Xiaoxiao shot Chen Chen an annoyed glare, her tone tinged with irritation, seemingly displeased with Chen Chen's doubts. Before her words had even faded, she transformed into a blur and charged towards the wolf pack. Shi Xiaoxiao was like a bolt of lightning, instantly plunging into the Ironhide wolves, her figure so fast it was almost indistinguishable. He wanted to continue copying Shi Xiaoxiao's talent, but the Sunlong light shield was still on cooldown, and since Shi Xiaoxiao wasn't injured, he couldn't use the healing spell at all. I can only watch her perform. Chen Chen sighed, standing there rather bored. Unlike the black wind wolves they had encountered earlier, these Ironhide wolves had even more terrifying health and defense. Shi Xiaoxiao couldn't just wipe them out in one encounter. She flitted through the wolf pack like a butterfly among flowers, each dodge perfectly timed, skillfully evading the Ironhide wolves' attacks. Her evasion skills were practically textbook level. Chen Chen watched Shi Xiaoxiao's figure, muttering to himself, "Is that Ghost Shadow Step?" Not only is her profession and talent impressive, but her combat skills are also so well mastered. Who exactly is this person? He felt increasingly that Shi Xiaoxiao's identity was mysterious and completely beyond his understanding from his past life. Just as Chen Chen was lost in thought, Shi Xiaoxiao's voice suddenly rang out, carrying a hint of deliberate warning. "Little Chen Chen, be careful, a monster is running over." Her voice was crisp and pleasant, and Chen Chen was taken aback. The next moment, he saw a tin wolf charging towards him with bared fangs and claws. The speed, while insignificant in front of Shi Xiaoxiao, still posed a significant threat to a support-type player. Chen Chen looked at the tin wolf, a hint of speechlessness flashing in his eyes. This guy, it's intentional, right? He was almost certain that Shi Xiaoxiao had deliberately sent this tin wolf his way. Chen Chen shook his head helplessly. He knew exactly what Shi Xiaoxiao was up to, she just wanted to see his strength. After all, a support class usually appeared quite powerless when facing such high-defense monsters. Dominion's power. Chen Chen's mind stirred, and an invisible force instantly enveloped the charging tin wolf. "Awah!" The tin wolf let out a mournful howl, its massive body abruptly halting in mid-air, as if gripped by an invisible hand. It struggled desperately, its limbs flailing, but it couldn't break free from the binding force. Chen Chen casually grabbed the starry staff and delivered a heavy blow to the tin wolf. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as the staff struck the tin wolf's head. 168, a bright red number floated up from the tin wolf's head. Chen Chen curled his lips, although the damage wasn't high. At least he had broken its defense. After all, his main attribute was still spirit, and his strength wasn't particularly high. Moreover, the starry staff was only a silver-grade piece of equipment, providing limited attack power.
Immediately after, the staff shimmered with starlight, and a beam of light struck the Tin Wolf. Power of the stars. 623. A massive damage number floated up, and the Tin Wolf's health bar plummeted significantly. Chen Shen looked at the Tin Wolf's health bar, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. In that case, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a playful smile. Healing spell. Chen Shen raised his hand, and a green light instantly enveloped the Tin Wolf. Plus 1742. An astonishing green number floated up from the Tin Wolf's head, and its health bar, which had been severely depleted by the power of the stars, was instantly restored. Ding! Healer's Valor triggered. Gain 2 points of strength. A what? The Tin Wolf was stunned, completely bewildered by what had just happened. It was on the brink of death, so how did it suddenly regain full health? This. Not far away. Shi Xiao, who was about to step in to help, was also taken aback. She widened her eyes, looking at Chen Shen in disbelief. This guy. Isn't he a healer? How does he have attack skills? Shi Xiao was filled with confusion. And his strength is too strong, right? He can hit a monster this far? Logically speaking, a level 16 support class should not have learned any attack skills yet. Moreover, the skill Chen Shen had just used was clearly not an ordinary healing type attack skill. Could it be he has dual classes? A thought flashed through Shi Xiao's mind, but she quickly shook her head. Dual classes, while rare, weren't unheard of. But the problem was, Chen Shen was only level 16. At such a low level, how could he possibly have two classes? Shi Xiao was utterly perplexed. She couldn't fathom how Chen Shen had managed to do this. Just as Shi Xiao was lost in thought, the Tin Wolf, now fully healed by Chen Shen, charged towards her once again. Shi Xiao gasped and quickly dodged. Bang! The Tin Wolf crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. It struggled to get up, but found itself unable to move. Shi Xiao's body shimmered with silver light as she suddenly thrust her dagger forward. Put. 5520. A huge damage number floated up, and the iron-skinned wolf in the air instantly perished. Shi Xiao casually flicked her wrist, and a shockwave immediately obliterated the remaining iron-skinned wolves. She quickly ran back to Chen Shen's side, curiously circling around him. Aren't you a healer? Shi Xiao blinked her eyes and asked with curiosity. You shouldn't have learned any attack skills at level 16, right? That skill of yours doesn't seem like a typical healing class attack skill, either? Her voice was crisp and pleasant, tinged with a hint of doubt and inquiry. Chen Shen looked at Shi Xiao's eager eyes and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It's a secret, Chen Shen said, lightly, deliberately keeping her in suspense. Fine, if you won't say. Shi Xiao pouted, a bit disappointed, but she didn't press further. However, that move you just did was pretty impressive. Shi Xiao changed the subject, smiling again. You actually managed to heal the monster to full health and then let it fly over to attack me. What kind of tactic is that? Her tone carried a hint of teasing, as if hinting at Chen Shen's sneakiness. Chen Shen rolled his eyes and ignored her. Acting all mysterious. Seeing that Chen Shen wouldn't speak, Shi Xiao pouted again, a bit unwilling, but she didn't continue to ask. After all, everyone had their own secrets. The third wave of monsters is starting to invade. Flame Demon Wolf Pack. Quantity, 50. The system notification sounded again, interrupting their conversation. Chen Shen's brows instantly furrowed. Flame Demon Wolf? That seems to be a silver-grade monster, right? How could silver-quality monsters appear here? He was somewhat surprised. Logically, such a level of dungeon shouldn't have silver-grade monsters. Just as Chen Shen was thinking. A series of roars echoed from all directions. Unlike before, this time the monsters didn't appear from the same direction but spread out, surrounding them from all sides. Shi Xiao's expression also became serious, clearly indicating that the difficulty had increased by more than one level. Looks like this is going to be a bit troublesome, Shi Xiao said softly, her tone carrying a hint of gravity. Can you handle it? Chen Shen looked at Shi Xiao and asked. No problem, just need a little time, Shi Xiao replied confidently, smiling. Although the monster levels had increased, she showed no signs of fear. Chen Shen nodded, not saying anything further. He trusted Shi Xiao's strength. Since she said she could handle it, there would definitely be no problem. At that moment, a giant wolf bathed in flames appeared in Chen Shen's line of sight. The giant wolf was tall, over 2 meters high, its fur resembling burning flames, exuding a scorching aura. Its eyes were like 2 burning fireballs, filled with rage and bloodlust. Name: Flame Demon Wolf. Grade: Silver level, 15 HP, 3500/3500 MP. 1000 Strength, 180 Agility, 100 Spirit, 70 Constitution, 150 Skills: Flame Bite, Fiery Charge, Flame Explosion. Talent: Body Of the Flame Demon, passive reduces fire damage taken by 50%, attacks inflict burning effect, causing 20 points of fire damage per second for 5 seconds, stackable. Chen casually cast a detection spell, and the Flame Demon Wolf's panel appeared before him. As expected, it's a silver-grade monster, Chen thought to himself as he looked at the Flame Demon Wolf's attributes. The attributes of this Flame Demon Wolf were significantly stronger than those of the previous Black-Wind Wolf and Iron-Skinned Wolf. Not only had its health and attack power significantly increased, but its skills and talents also appeared formidable. Awah! The Flame Demon Wolf howled to the sky, its voice filled with ferocity and bloodlust. It lunged at Chen with lightning speed. Chen remained calm, gently raising his starry staff. Clang! A crisp sound of impact rang out as the staff precisely blocked the Flame Demon Wolf's fiery bite, even pushing it back 2 steps. Successful! Block? Not far away, Shi Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes widened, her pupils slightly constricting, revealing an expression of disbelief. This guy. Is he really a support class? Waves of shock surged in her heart. After all, blocking such an attack requires an extremely precise grasp of timing and force. Even an experienced warrior might not achieve such perfection. A support class capable of such skilled blocking techniques? This completely overturned Shi Xiaoxiao's understanding. What are you dazed about? Seeing Shi Xiaoxiao frozen in place, Chen urged. Somewhat speechless, get moving. Oh. Only then did Shi Xiaoxiao snap back to reality, quickly brandishing her dagger, her figure darting forward like a ghost towards the Flame Demon Wolf that had been pushed back. Swish, 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 swish. A series of slicing sounds erupted as Shi Xiaoxiao's dagger struck like lightning, leaving several bone-deep wounds on the Flame Demon Wolf. 785897864140. One by one, bright red damage numbers floated above the Flame Demon Wolf's head, its health bar visibly plummeting. A massive critical hit damage number appeared, instantly emptying the Flame Demon Wolf's health bar. Boom! The enormous body of the Flame Demon Wolf crashed to the ground, turning into a charred corpse. Ding! Your teammate Shi Xiaoxiao has killed the Flame Demon Wolf, experience plus 600 as the monster fell, the experience bar surged significantly. He looked at the corpse of the Flame Demon Wolf on the ground, secretly relieved. Although Shi Xiaoxiao was very strong, these Flame Demon Wolves were silver-level monsters, and their numbers were considerable. He was still somewhat worried that Shi Xiaoxiao might struggle. If that were the case, he would have to reveal his combat abilities, but it seemed his worries were unnecessary now. This experience feels great. Chen looked at his experience bar, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting, revealing a hint of a satisfied smile. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he reached level 17. Hey, little Chen, where did you learn that blocking technique? After dispatching the Flame Demon Wolf in front of her, Shi Xiaoxiao quickly walked to Chen side, her face full of curiosity. Her tone carried a hint of inquiry, as if she wanted to uncover Chen's secrets. Talent, Chen replied succinctly, offering no further explanation. Talent? Shi Xiaoxiao frowned slightly, clearly unsatisfied with this answer. What kind of talent allows a support class to have such strong combat skills? She pressed, her tone tinged with reluctance. What I mean is, I have a different kind of learning talent when it comes to combat skills. Upon hearing this, Shi Xiaoxiao pouted, clearly not believing Chen's words. However, her curiosity about him only deepened. How many secrets does this guy really have? Shi Xiaoxiao muttered to herself, her gaze towards Chen becoming increasingly complex. Just then, more Flame Demon Wolves surged in from all directions. Awah! Awah! The deafening howls of wolves echoed throughout the challenge space. Looking around, the dense mass of Flame Demon Wolves surged like a tide, surrounding the two of them completely. Each Flame Demon Wolf was engulfed in raging flames, exuding a scorching aura, as if they intended to burn everything to ashes. There are quite a few of them. Chen looked at the surrounding Inferno Wolves and said, "You do your best, and I'll keep an eye on your health. Don't worry, these little wolf pups aren't enough to fill my teeth." Shi Xiaoxiao smiled proudly, her figure flashing as she charged into the pack of wolves. Swish, swish, swish. Her silhouette moved like a ghost, darting swiftly among the wolves, her daggers dancing and leaving trails of cold light. 8557921358. One by one, bright red damage numbers floated up from above the Inferno Wolves' heads. Although these Inferno Wolves were silver-level monsters, they seemed somewhat lacking in front of Shi Xiaoxiao, a top-tier assassin. However, as Chen had anticipated, while Shi Xiaoxiao could easily kill these Inferno Wolves, her efficiency was not high. After all, the defense and health of the Inferno Wolves far exceeded that of the previous Black Wind Wolves and Ironhide Wolves, requiring Shi Xiaoxiao to attack multiple times to take one down. This was undoubtedly a bit taxing for an explosive-type assassin.
On the other side, Chen Chen appeared much more relaxed. He did not actively attack but continuously dodged and maneuvered among the wolves, evading the Inferno Wolf's strikes. Oh whoa! An Inferno Wolf suddenly lunged at Chen Chen, opening its massive jaws to reveal sharp fangs, aiming to bite his neck. Chen Chen remained calm, slightly tilting his body to perfectly evade the wolf's attack. At the same time, he lightly swung the starry staff in his hand, striking the Inferno Wolf's head precisely. Clang! A dull sound echoed, and a trivial damage number floated above the Inferno Wolf's head. Chen Chen did not expect the starry staff to deal much damage, he was merely using it to block. Moreover, he did not want to reveal his strength too early. Chen Chen knew well that in this unfamiliar dungeon, hiding his power was the way to go. Besides, he did not trust Shi Xiao, this temporary teammate. This guy's agility. Not far away, while killing Inferno Wolves, Shi Xiao observed Chen Chen. The more she watched, the more astonished she became. Chen Chen's agility was truly exquisite. There were no unnecessary movements, each dodge was perfectly timed, as if he had practiced it 1,000 times. It was even more refined than her proud ghost shadow step. Was this really the agility of a support class? Shi Xiao was filled with doubt. Hey! Be careful! Just as Shi Xiao was lost in thought, Chen Chen suddenly shouted. Shi Xiao snapped back to reality, only to feel a sharp pain in her back. Bang! She was violently knocked away by an Inferno Wolf, crashing heavily to the ground. 423. A huge damage number floated above Shi Xiao's head, and her health bar instantly dropped significantly. Hiss! Shi Xiao gasped, feeling intense pain all over, as if her bones were about to fall apart. She struggled to get up but found herself unable to move. Oh whoa! The Inferno Wolf that had successfully ambushed her let out a triumphant howl and lunged at Shi Xiao again. Just as it seemed Shi Xiao was about to meet her end, a green light suddenly descended from the sky, enveloping her. Plus 1742, an astonishing green number floated above Shi Xiao's head, and her health bar, which had been nearly empty, instantly filled up. Phew! Shi Xiao let out a long breath, her heart racing with fear. If it weren't for Chen Chen's timely intervention, she would have likely met her demise here. Chen Chen watched as Shi Xiao's health was instantly restored, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He felt happy not because he saw Shi Xiao's mistake, but because he had verified something. That is, the effect of Dusk Impact in the Brave of Healing talent could be manually controlled to turn on or off. This was undoubtedly good news for Chen Chen. It meant he could better hide his abilities. As for the damage caused by the mutation effect of the healing spell, Chen Chen had yet to find a way to eliminate it. However, it wasn't too much of a problem for sure. Xiao to discover a bit of his ability. Ding! Healer of Courage triggered. Agility plus 6 ding. Healer of Courage triggered. Skill Space Assassination has been copied. Space Assassination, after briefly accumulating power, instantly teleport behind the enemy to deliver a fatal strike, dealing 200% agility plus 100 strength. In true damage. Cost, 100 MPCD 5 minutes. The system's prompt echoed in Chen Chen's mind. Space Assassination. Chen Chen looked at the newly copied skill, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. This skill was very powerful. Not only could it teleport instantly behind the enemy, but it could also deal high true damage. It was simply the divine skill of an assassin. At this moment, Shi Xiao looked around in disbelief at the health bars of the surrounding flame demon wolves. The once full health bars had strangely dropped a little. Especially the flame demon wolf that had knocked her away earlier, its health had decreased by nearly a third. This. Shi Xiao looked around in disbelief. The once ferocious pack of flame demon wolves now seemed as if they had been reaped by an invisible scythe, their health bars dropping in unison. Particularly the one that had knocked her away, its health had decreased by nearly a third, and the fierce look in its eyes now showed a hint of fear. Healing can also deal damage? Shi Xiao felt her worldview being shaken. She suddenly turned her head to look at Chen Chen, her eyes filled with shock and confusion. This guy, is he really a support? Chen Chen continued to weave through the pack of wolves, his figure graceful as he dodged attacks. He seemed completely unaware of Shi Xiao's gaze, only occasionally waving his staff to release streams of starlight. Hey! What are you pretending for? Shi Xiao glared at Chen Chen's unconcerned demeanor, her anger boiling over. Clearly, he had such strong offensive capabilities, yet he chose to hide them. Watching her being besieged by the wolves. This guy was definitely doing it on purpose. Isn't your healing spell able to attack? Hurry up and join in. Shi Xiao couldn't help but shout, her voice tinged with annoyance and questioning. Chen Chen glanced at her and said calmly, my healing spell can only be used on those whose health is not full. You're at full health, so it can't be used.
His tone was calm, as if stating a fact that couldn't be simpler.
Sure, Xiao Xiao nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. Not at full health? With all these flame demon wolves around, which one wasn't at less than full health? A single healing spell would surely deal damage, right?
This guy was clearly just toying with her.
You.
Sure, Xiao Xiao gritted her teeth, wishing she could rush up and punch Chen Chen.
Hiding one's strength wasn't supposed to be done like this. Did he really think she was a fool? Chen Chen seemed to sense Sure Xiao Xiao's anger, but he didn't explain.
Since Sure Xiao Xiao had already discovered his offensive capabilities, there was no need to hide anymore. Swish swish. Before Sure Xiao Xiao could continue her outburst, Chen Chen waved his hand, and the star gem at the tip of his staff flickered with two soft green lights. The two green beams shot like arrows, instantly embedding themselves into the bodies of two flame demon wolves beside Sure Xiao Xiao.
Plus 8725. Plus 8725. Two huge, bright red recovery numbers floated up from the heads of the flame demon wolves, standing out prominently. Clearly, this healing spell had triggered a critical hit. With a 500% healing effect, the already damaged health bars of these two flame demon wolves were instantly filled. Immediately after, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. Buzz, two circles of emerald green light waves centered around the two inferno wolves rapidly spread outwards like ripples in water. Wherever the light waves passed, the air seemed to warp. 7500. 7500. 7500. A series of terrifying, uniform damage numbers erupted like raindrops from above the surrounding inferno wolves. These damage numbers displayed a bizarre green hue, contrasting with the previous healing numbers, creating a striking visual. In almost an instant, the once menacing pack of inferno wolves surrounding Sure Xiao Xiao was swept away by these two circles of light waves. It was as if an invisible scythe had harvested a field of wheat, leaving only charred remnants behind. The once crowded space instantly became desolate. Only 3 or 4 inferno wolves, positioned farther away and lucky enough to evade the impact of the light waves, stood alone in place. The ferocity and brutality that once filled their eyes were now completely replaced by fear. These few inferno wolves tucked their tails, whimpering, their bodies trembling slightly, no longer daring to take a step forward. Sure Xiao Xiao stood dazed, watching the sudden change before her, momentarily unable to react. She had been seething with anger, ready to confront Chen Chen. But now, looking at the empty scene around all her fury felt as if it had been doused with cold water, vanishing without a trace. All that remained was a heart full of shock and confusion. What on earth is happening? Sure Xiao Xiao's voice trembled. And she even doubted whether she was hallucinating. She turned to Chen Chen, her eyes filled with disbelief. This guy, was that really a healing spell just now? Chen Chen paid no mind to Sure Xiao Xiao's shock, he merely glanced around at the scene. He was not surprised by the outcome. Although it hadn't been his initial plan, he hadn't expected to trigger a 5-fold critical hit, otherwise, it wouldn't have been so exaggerated. Ding! Congratulations, you leveled up. HP, MP plus 50, gained 15 free attribute points. Current level LV 17. Ding! Healer's Courage triggered. Spirit plus 1 ding. Healer's Courage triggered. Agility plus 1 ding. Healer's Courage triggered. Talent Inferno Body has been copied. Ding! Healer's Courage triggered. Skill Fire Blast has been copied. A series of crisp system notifications rang in Chen Chen's mind, and he raised an eyebrow slightly, a barely noticeable smile curling at the corner of his mouth. As expected of the most dangerous rift, just the third wave of monsters had allowed him to level up directly. This feeling of rapid growth was truly captivating. This experience gain is faster than riding a rocket, Chen Chen mused inwardly, his gaze sweeping over the newly acquired talents and skills, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Just then, Sure Xiao Xiao's figure approached swiftly. Like a cheetah, she had already slain the remaining inferno wolves. She skidded to a stop in front of Chen Chen, her originally pale cheeks flushed from the intense exertion, her chest rising and falling slightly, revealing her inner turmoil. You? Sure Xiao Xiao's eyes widened, staring fixedly at Chen Chen, her gaze filled with shock, confusion, and a hint of disbelief. Are you really a healing spellcaster? She asked each word slowly, as if squeezing them out through gritted teeth, laden with skepticism. Isn't your damage and attack range a bit outrageous? Sure Xiao Xiao's voice trembled slightly, she felt as if her worldview had been shaken. Was this guy really the support class she had always thought could only hide behind and heal? This attack power, this range, it's simply more terrifying than those specialized attack mages. Chen Chen looked at Sure Xiao Xiao's ghostly expression and couldn't help but chuckle. Inwardly, but on the surface, he still maintained a calm demeanor. It was just a lucky critical hit, he said lightly, his tone calm as if he were merely stating an insignificant fact. Lucky? Sure Xiao Xiao's mouth twitched slightly, nearly unable to hold back a curse. Is this what you call luck? If this is luck, then what's the point of all the hard work leveling up? This is just too terrifying.
Sure Xiao Xiao murmured, her eyes still filled with shock.
At first, I thought you were just a variant of a healing mage.
She paused, seemingly organizing her
thoughts. But now it seems, you must be some kind of hidden class, right?
Sure Xiao Xiao asked tentatively, her tone carrying a hint of expectation.
How come I've never heard of it before?
Chen Chen shrugged, wearing an expression of I don't know either. Of course, he wouldn't tell Sure Xiao Xiao the secret of his rebirth, nor would he reveal the true nature of his
class.
Sure Xiao Xiao looked at Chen Chen's clueless expression, feeling speechless.
This guy, does he really not know or is he just playing dumb?
Although she wanted to curse, Sure Xiao Xiao still held back her anger. After all, the strength Chen Chen had just displayed had completely overturned her understanding. Such a powerful being was definitely not someone she could
easily offend.
You should join in for the next wave too. Sure Xiao Xiao took a deep breath, trying to calm her emotions.
You hit faster than I do, you're the most efficient against these spatial rifts.
She looked at Chen Chen, her tone carrying a hint of pleading.
Chen Chen still appeared casual, nodding slightly.
Oh, that's fine, he said indifferently, as if he were
unconcerned about it all.
Sure Xiao Xiao felt even more displeased at Chen Chen's nonchalant attitude. This guy, clearly possessing such immense power, yet insists on acting as if it has
nothing to do with him. It's really infuriating.
Just as Sure Xiao Xiao was inwardly grumbling, she suddenly seemed to think of something, a sly glint flashing in her eyes.
Hey, Chen.
Chen, she suddenly spoke, her voice carrying an inexplicable meaning.
Given how strong you are.
She paused, deliberately elongating her tone.
Are you interested in playing a big game with me?
Sure Xiao Xiao's voice was low, laced with temptation and excitement. Chen Chen looked at Sure Xiao Xiao's mysterious demeanor, raising an eyebrow slightly. This girl must have some trick up her sleeve.
Although Chen Chen wasn't particularly interested in Sure Xiao Xiao's proposal, he still patiently asked, what do you mean? He wanted to see what kind of scheme
Sure Xiao Xiao was concocting. Sure Xiao Xiao chuckled and didn't directly answer Chen Chen's question. Instead, she extended her hand, palm up.
A dark purple light slowly gathered, and finally,
a crystal the size of a walnut appeared in Sure Xiao Xiao's hand. The crystal was entirely dark purple, covered in strange patterns, exuding a chilling aura.
The moment Chen Chen saw the
crystal, his pupils constricted sharply, and his expression turned serious.
Mutated crystal?
Chen Chen's voice was low, tinged with surprise and a hint of caution.
He certainly recognized this item.
In the future, mutated crystals were highly sought after, with countless guilds and powerful individuals fighting over them, even sparking bloody conflicts.
Oh, not bad. You have quite the eye.
Sure Xiao Xiao raised her eyebrows proudly, very pleased with Chen Chen's reaction. She proudly nodded, as if showing off her treasure.
I managed to steal this from home. I got it from home. Sure Xiao Xiao tossed the mutated crystal in her hand, her eyes sparkling with excitement. So, what do you think? Want to play around together?
She extended the invitation to Chen Chen again, her tone filled with anticipation. The mutated crystal, a special item that can cause certain specific dungeons, secret realms, or spatial rifts to undergo mutations. Sure Xiao Xiao began to explain the function of the mutated crystal.
After use, the monsters inside will receive a significant enhancement, and a
mutated boss is guaranteed to appear. She paused, a hint of fervor flashing in her eyes.
The enhanced monsters not only grant more experience, but their drops will also be richer. And
there's a mutated boss, that's a special existence that drops exclusive class equipment.
Upon hearing this, Chen Chen's expression turned strange as he said, exclusive equipment. If I remember correctly, only the one who delivers the final blow to the boss can obtain it, right?
Seeing Chen Chen say this, Sure Xiao Xiao awkwardly smiled. Oh, so you know well. It all depends on our luck, whoever gets it, it's theirs.
What do you think? Chen Chen quietly listened to Sure Xiao Xiao's explanation, but his mind was racing with thoughts. He was
well aware of the value of the mutated crystal.
However, he also knew that the risks it brought were enormous.
The monsters would be significantly enhanced, and the mutated boss, these
were not something they could easily handle at their current level. One misstep could lead to a total party wipe here.
Chen Chen looked at Sure Xiao Xiao, who was eager to try, and sighed
inwardly.
This guy really was restless. But a glint of determination flashed in Chen Chen's eyes.
Risks and opportunities coexist. Although the mutated crystal was dangerous, if they could successfully defeat the mutated boss, the rewards would undoubtedly be astonishing. Moreover,
Chen Chen glanced at his attribute panel, feeling a bit more confident.
Class, Healer.
Level, LV 16 HP, 1670/1670 MP, 83750/83750 Strength, 120 Agility, 55 Spirit, 345, plus 70, Constitution, 72, plus 20, with his Attributes far exceeding the norm, along with the powerful effects brought by the Brave of Healing trait, he certainly had the strength to fight. Not to mention, he had the experience of rebirth, knowing the weaknesses and strategies against various monsters like the back of his hand. With this in mind, a spark of battle intent ignited in Chen Chen's heart.
All right. Chen Chen nodded, agreeing to Shi Xiaoxiao's proposal.
But, he paused, his gaze sharpening.
Let's make it clear beforehand, if things go south, I will retreat immediately.
Chen Chen was not the kind of fool who would risk his life for treasure.
He knew exactly where his limits lay.
Don't worry. Don't think you're the only one hiding your strength. I have plenty of trump cards too.
Shi Xiaoxiao patted her chest, looking confident. With me around, there's absolutely no problem.
If you're worried, we can wait until there's only one monster
left in this spatial rift before activating the mutation effect. How about that?
She was quite confident in her own abilities. Moreover, there was also Chen Chen, this unfathomable guy. Shi Xiaoxiao believed that as long as the two of them teamed up, they would definitely be able to successfully defeat the mutated boss and reap generous rewards.
Chen Chen was silent for a moment before saying, no
need, let's activate it directly. The only difficult part is the boss. The enhanced minor monsters won't be too hard.
Hee, that's
more like it. Xiao smiled as she raised the mutated crystal high. In the next moment, with her movement, the crystal erupted with
a dazzling purple light, dyeing the entire spatial rift in an eerie shade of purple.
The purple light spread like a strange mist,
quickly engulfing the whole rift. Chen Chen felt the air around them becoming thick, and vaguely, it seemed as if countless eyes were
watching them from the shadows, filled with greed and bloodlust.
Beat.
Special energy fluctuations detected, mutation beginning.
The fourth wave of monsters is invading. Abyssal Demon Wolf Pack. Quantity, 15. Hearing the system notification sound again, a look of confusion appeared on Xiao Zhao's face. What's going on? After the mutation, the number of monsters actually decreased? Only 15? She
blinked, somewhat incredulous.
Logically, the mutation should make the monsters stronger and increase their numbers. However, Chen Chen's
expression grew serious at that moment. He did not immediately answer Xiao Zhao's question but stared intently ahead.
Abyssal Demon Wolves.
Chen Chen's voice was low, tinged with caution. Although they are all level 15 monsters, they are a special breed from the abyss, each one an elite.
In other words, Chen Chen took a deep breath.
What we are facing now are 15 level 15 silver tier elite monsters.
15? And they're all elites?
A look of shock instantly appeared on Xiao Zhao's face. She was well aware of the strength of elite monsters. Usually, encountering one required careful handling.
Now they had to face 15 at once. The effect of this mutation was simply terrifying.
Just as the two were speaking, a low, mournful howl shattered the surrounding silence. Whoa! The sound grew closer, carrying a bloodthirsty and brutal aura.
Chen
and Xiao both looked up. In the depths of the spatial rift, a pack of giant wolves covered in black scales, their eyes glowing with a crimson light, was slowly approaching them. These demon wolves were massive, standing over 2 meters tall, with strong, powerful limbs, their sharp claws leaving deep marks on the ground. Their fur stood on end like steel needles, each one glinting with a cold light. Most striking were the jagged bone spines along their backs, resembling sharp blades, exuding a chilling presence.
So this is the Abyssal Demon Wolf,
Xiao said, somewhat excited. Chen Chen remained silent, simply raising the staff in his hand.
Detection spell. Name, Abyssal Demon Wolf Elite, Tier, Silver, Level, LV 15.
HP 5000, MP 2000, Strength 300, Agility 200, Mentality 150, Constitution 200, Skills, Rending Claw Strike, Shadow Assault, Abyssal Howl, Talent, Bloodthirsty. Frenzy, passive. The lower the health, the higher the attack power. For every 1% of health lost, attack power increases by 1%. Abyssal Demon Armor, passive. All damage taken reduced
by 20%. How is it? Xiao asked eagerly as she saw Chen finish reviewing the wolf's attributes.
Without hesitation, Chen shared the panel with Xiao.
Hiss. Xiao gasped.
These attributes are a bit harsh. Chen looked at Xiao, who seemed a bit dazed, and said directly, stop dawdling, take it seriously. There's no retreat in the spatial rift. If you really have a trump card, don't hide it.
Be careful, or we might not even see the mutated boss.
He didn't want their lives to end here because of Xiao's negligence.
After all, this was no joke.
Hearing this, Xiao let out a cold snort. Don't underestimate me,
she said. Considering your decent strength, I'll tell you this, I am an SSS level professional. Just 15 elite monsters? I'm not afraid.
Upon hearing this, a glimmer of understanding flashed in Chen eyes.
So she really is an SSS level professional? I want to see how many SSS level talents I can copy from you. Wait a minute.
Chen Chen suddenly grabbed Shi Xiao, who was about to rush out.
Shi Xiao turned
around sharply, her pretty face filled with displeasure, her delicate brows slightly raised, as if she was about to explode at any moment.
What are you doing?
Before Shi Xiao could finish her question, Chen
had already pointed ahead. Following the direction of Chen Chen's finger, Shi Xiao's gaze fell behind the towering elite abyss wolves.
Behind those strong elite wolves, there was a shadowy mass of relatively
smaller wolf-like monsters.
Although these wolves were smaller in size, their numbers were astonishing, densely packed around the spatial rift, their crimson eyes flickering with a bloodthirsty light in the darkness,
resembling a surging tide of red.
Shi Xiao's pupils suddenly constricted, her previously excited expression frozen in an instant.
Didn't the system say there were only 15 elite monsters? Why? Are there so many ordinary little monsters appearing?
Shi Xiao's voice trembled slightly, clearly startled by this sudden turn of events. Although she boasted of her strength, facing such a number of monsters
made her feel a bit intimidated.
Chen Chen did not answer immediately, his face was terrifyingly grim. In his past life, he had encountered a similar situation, but that was just a dungeon.
They had struggled for a long time back then and ultimately chose to withdraw, never expecting to encounter it again this time. The other ordinary monsters should be respawning infinitely.
He spoke slowly, his gaze fixed on the ordinary abyss wolves that kept pouring out.
Only by killing those 15 elite monsters can we stop this wave of monster attacks.
There was a hint of determination in Chen Chen's tone.
He knew very well that the current situation allowed for no retreat whatsoever.
The nature of the spatial rift dictated that this was a fight to the death.
Infinite respawning? Shi Xiao's expression grew even worse. She had originally thought
that, with her strength, dealing with 15 elite monsters would be a challenge but not impossible. But now, with the addition of these infinitely respawning ordinary monsters, the difficulty of this battle had
increased exponentially. What should we do? Can we handle so many monsters? There was a rare hint of panic in Shi Xiao's voice.
Although she had a lively personality, she was not foolish.
Faced with such a
dire situation, she felt immense pressure. Chen Chen did not directly answer Shi Xiao's question but silently raised the starry staff in his hand.
Don't panic, we still have a chance.
Although Chen Chen's voice was low, it carried an inexplicable firmness, as if it could bring a glimmer of hope. He took a deep breath, and the magic power within him began to surge wildly.
Detection spell. Chen Chen called out softly, and an invisible wave spread from the tip of the staff, enveloping those smaller ordinary abyss wolves. Name, Abyss Wolf rank, common level, LV 13 HP, 1500 MP, 500 strength, 100 agility, 80 spirit, 50 constitution, 80 skill, bite talent.
Chen Chen quickly glanced at the attributes of these ordinary abyss wolves and felt a slight sense of relief.
The attributes of these ordinary abyss wolves were
significantly weaker compared to the elite monsters.
Although there are many of them, as long as we respond carefully, they shouldn't pose too great a threat. These ordinary demon wolves don't have high attributes,
but their numbers are overwhelming. We must finish this quickly and not let them hold us back. Chen Chen shared the information he had gathered with Shi Xiao.
Got it.
Shi Xiao nodded, the panic on her face
fading significantly.
She gripped the dagger in her hand tightly, her gaze sharpening once more. In that case, let me be the first to test the mettle of these guys.
Swish, Shi Xiao's figure instantly vanished
from the spot, leaving only an afterimage. She had long wanted to unleash her full potential, but out of consideration for Chen Chen, she had held back. However, in this crisis situation, if she continued to hide her
strength, death would be the only thing waiting for them.
As Shi Xiao charged out, Chen Chen quickly activated dual casting, summoning that Sunlong light shield.
Swish! Swish! 2 pale blue beams of light
instantly enveloped Shi Xiao. The already thick shield now appeared almost tangible, radiating a reassuring glow.
Shi Xiao glanced back in surprise.
This shield is way too thick.
Her health bar was already
quite long, but now, the thickness of this shield was more than twice that of her health bar.
This is simply unbelievable. What kind of skill is this? Shi Xiao couldn't help but exclaim, her voice
filled with disbelief.
Chen Chen didn't answer, only smiled slightly, signaling her to act quickly.
Seeing this, Shi Xiao stopped asking questions, took a deep breath to suppress her shock, and turned to charge
into the pack of wolves.
With this thick shield, she had no more worries and could unleash her strength to the fullest.
Ultimate speed. Shi Xiao shouted, her innate skill activating instantly. Buzz, a dazzling
light flashed around her, and her speed surged. Her already lightning-fast figure transformed into a streak of light, darting rapidly through the wolf pack.
Thud! 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 Wherever she passed, countless ordinary demon wolves fell, turning into lifeless bodies.
The attacks of these ordinary demon wolves couldn't even break through the shield around Shi Xiao, leaving not a single mark.
Each of Shi Xiaoxiao's attacks claimed the life of a demon wolf. It was a one-sided massacre. Although abyss demon wolves were slightly stronger than ordinary demon wolves, in the face of Shi Xiaoxiao's terrifying speed and attack power, they could only hold out a little longer before meeting the same fate as the ordinary demon wolves. Watching Shi Xiaoxiao, who was relying on her shield and seemed to have entered a mode of invincibility, Qinshen couldn't help but sigh. Truly worthy of being an SSS-level professional. This strength is simply terrifying. However, Shi Xiaoxiao's method of attack was ultimately single-target damage. Although she was killing enemies quickly against these endlessly respawning monsters, she still felt somewhat powerless. Countless monsters continued to bypass Shi Xiaoxiao and charged towards Qinshen. Seeing this, Qinshen's gaze sharpened, and he raised the starry staff once more. Healing spell, he called out softly, and a green light shot from the tip of the staff, landing on a patch of open ground ahead. Buzz, the green light instantly spread out, forming a massive light circle. At the same time, Qinshen's innate passive skill, Brave Healer, was triggered. Afterglow impact. Boom! Two enormous green shockwaves radiated from Qinshen, spreading outwards. Sure. Xiao, who had been happily killing enemies, was instantly dumbfounded upon seeing this scene. What is going on? She stared blankly at the two sweeping green shockwaves, her eyes filled with confusion. As those two shockwaves passed, the densely packed swarm of monsters was instantly cleared out in large swathes. Only 15 bloodied abyssal wolf remained, standing there all alone, trembling. This is too exaggerated. Shi Xiaoxiao couldn't help but swallow, her voice trembling slightly. She had never seen such a terrifying skill. Qinshen ignored Shi Xiaoxiao's exclamation and spoke. What are you dazed for? Don't wait for them to recover their health. Hearing this, Shi Xiaoxiao suddenly came to her senses, quickly raising the dagger in her hand and darting towards the bloodied abyssal wolves like a ghost. Her figure weaved through the pack, each flicker leaving a trail of blood, the dagger precisely slicing through the vital points of the wolves, reaping their lives. Your teammate Shi Xiaoxiao has killed an abyssal wolf elite, gaining experience. The system's prompt echoed continuously in Qinshen's ears, but he had no time to pay attention. His gaze swept over the fallen bodies of the abyssal wolves, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. What a pity. These were all elite monster corpses. Although they couldn't compare to the shadow of the Gale Wolf King, they were definitely much stronger than the previous Shadow Wind Wolf. If he could extract their shadows, his strength would increase again. But now, with Shi Xiaoxiao right beside him, he couldn't make a move at all. Qinshen sighed helplessly, having to temporarily abandon this tempting thought. Shi Xiaoxiao's movements were quick, and before long, the last abyssal wolf let out a wail and fell beneath her dagger. Done. Shi Xiaoxiao leaped back lightly, a hint of pride on her face. Ding! Congratulations, you leveled up. HP, MP plus 50, gained 15 free attribute points. Current level LV 18. Congratulations on successfully clearing the fourth wave of monster attacks. The fifth wave of monsters is beginning to invade. Listening to the system prompts in his ears, Qinshen narrowed his eyes slightly. This spatial rift really was relentless, not even giving a minute's rest. At this moment, Shi Xiaoxiao also leaned over, curiously asking, what do you think the fifth wave will be? It should be a boss. After all, this is just a level 15 spatial rift, and there won't be too many waves. Soon, another wave of fluctuations came from the spatial rift. Unlike the wolf howls before, this time, it was a deep and hoarse voice, as if demons from hell were whispering. It's coming. Qinshen said softly, his tone carrying a hint of seriousness. Shi Xiaoxiao also put away her relaxed expression, gripping her dagger tightly, vigilantly staring ahead. Under their watch, a tall figure slowly emerged from the spatial rift. It was a humanoid creature, but with features completely different from a human. Its skin exhibited a strange dark red color, covered in dense black patterns, resembling some ancient runes. Its head looked like a skull stripped of skin, two crimson eyeballs burning in the hollow eye sockets, emitting a heart-pounding glow. Its limbs were thick and twisted, covered in sharp bone spurs, and it held a massive bone staff in its hand, the top of which was embedded with a black gem radiating a ghostly light. Fifth wave. Abyssal Beastmaster Boss. Quantity, 1 Beastmaster? Qinshen's expression also turned serious, taking a deep breath to steady the turmoil within. As the name suggests, Beastmasters excel at commanding various monsters to fight. This is troublesome. Qinshen muttered to himself, the type of boss he feared the most. Unlike those reckless brutes that only charged forward, Beastmasters often possessed high intelligence and could summon various monsters to assist in battle. This meant that they not only had to face a powerful boss but also contend with a group of troublesome minions at the same time. Thinking of this, Qinshen's brows furrowed even tighter. He used the detection technique again, wanting to see the specific attributes of this Abyss Beastmaster. Name, Abyss Beastmaster BOSS rank, Gold level. LV 20 HP, 20,000/20,000 MP, 50,000/50,000 strength, 300 agility, 200 spirit, 600 constitution, 400 skills? Talent? Gold level boss. Chen Shen gasped, not expecting that this was merely a level 15 spatial rift, yet a gold level boss would appear. It should be noted that monsters, like equipment, also have strict level classifications. There is a world of difference between each major level. Generally speaking, among monsters of the same level, the higher the rank, the stronger the attributes. Typically, a level 20 gold level boss would require a fully equipped 10-person team of level 30 to handle it. Now, it was just him and Shi Xiao. Although both of their combat powers far exceeded that of ordinary people, facing such a troublesome boss, Chen Shen still felt uncertain. At this moment, Shi Xiao also detected the attributes of the boss before them. Usually calm, she wasn't afraid, but her expression turned grim for a moment. Gold level. Her voice also had a slight change in tone as she slightly turned her head to look at Chen Shen, her eyes revealing a hint of undeniable shock. Although her personality was lively, it didn't mean she was foolish. On the contrary, as a top assassin, Shi Xiaoxiao's perception of danger far surpassed that of ordinary people. The sense of oppression brought by this Abyss Beast Master was even stronger than all the monsters she had encountered before combined. What should we do? This guy seems a bit too strong. Shi Xiaoxiao couldn't help but ask, her tone carrying a rare urgency. Chen Shen didn't answer, just stared intently at the Abyss Beast Master, his gaze flickering uncertainly. He was thinking, weighing his options. Do you have any hidden tricks up your sleeve? Chen Shen suddenly asked, his voice low and hoarse. Hearing this, Shi Xiaoxiao was slightly taken aback, then she shook her head with a wry smile. I wish I did. But as you can see, I'm just an assassin, best at one-on-one combat. This kind of group battle, I'm really not good at it. She paused and added, I do have skills I haven't used yet, but after all, I'm an assassin. No matter how strong the skills are, I can't possibly one-shot a level 20 gold level boss. Chen Shen fell silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating Shi Xiaoxiao's words. And besides, this question should be directed at you, right? Shi Xiaoxiao suddenly retorted, looking at Chen Shen with a hint of dissatisfaction in her eyes. You, from start to finish, have only used 2 skills, 1 healing spell and 1 shield. You can't possibly only have this much ability, right? If you really only have this much ability, then today, we might really be done for. Just as they were pondering how to deal with the boss before them, a roar suddenly erupted. Roar. The Abyss Beast Master let out a skyward howl, its voice hoarse and deep, as if squeezed out from the depths of its throat, carrying a chilling intimidation. In the next moment, 4 dark purple magic circles slowly appeared on the ground, their light flickering like ghostly flames. Swish. 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 4 shadows sprang from the magic circles, landing and transforming into 4 gigantic demon wolves. Their fur was as black as ink, their eyes blood-red, fangs bared, drooling with foul-smelling saliva, exuding a nauseating aura. Seeing this, Shi Xiaoxiao furrowed her brows tightly and instinctively took a step back. Another abyssal demon wolf? There was a hint of disgust in her tone, clearly showing her disdain for these creatures. Chen Shen did not respond to Shi Xiaoxiao, instead, he tightly gripped the star staff in his hand, his expression serious. Detection technique, he called out softly, and an invisible wave spread out, enveloping the 4 newly appeared demon wolves. Instantly, Chen Shen's brows furrowed even tighter. These are elite abyssal demon wolves of golden rank. These 4 demon wolves were a notch stronger than the elite monsters they had encountered before. Moreover, the demon wolves summoned by the abyssal Beast Master had attributes even higher than those from the previous spatial rift. Shi Xiaoxiao also saw the attributes of those demon wolves, and her face turned even grimmer. Although she prided herself on her strength, facing 4 golden-ranked elite monsters made her heart race a little. Not to mention, there was an even more terrifying abyssal beastmaster lurking nearby, watching them closely. How do we fight this? Shi Xiaoxiao's voice carried a hint of panic as she turned to Chen Shen, hoping he might have a solution. Chen Shen did not answer immediately but silently calculated. 4 golden elite monsters, plus 1 golden boss. It seemed there was really no way to hide anymore. Seeing that Chen Shen remained silent, Shi Xiaoxiao grew more anxious. Hey! Say something. What do we do now? She couldn't help but urge, her voice tinged with impatience. Chen Shen took a deep breath and slowly spoke. Don't worry, if we can't handle 2 against 5, then we'll go 5 against 5. If we can't handle 2 against 5, then we'll go 5 against 5. Chen Shen's voice was deep and powerful, carrying an undeniable confidence. Shi Xiaoxiao was taken aback at first, then her eyes widened in disbelief. What do you mean? Aren't there just 2 of us? You can't possibly have 3 battle pets, right? She looked Chen Shen up and down, as if trying to find a few hidden beasts on him. Chen Shen did not answer, only smiled slightly, gently tapping the ground with the Star Staff. Boom! A muffled sound echoed, as if striking at everyone's hearts. In the next moment, 3 dark purple shadows spread out from beneath Chen Chen's feet, twisting and expanding as if they were alive. Swish! 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 The 3 shadows shot up, transforming into 3 menacing figures before Shi Xiaoxiao's horrified gaze. On the left was a human warrior wielding a massive battle axe, clad in iron armor, with hollow eye sockets burning with ghostly blue flames, exuding a chilling aura of death. In the center was a gigantic shadow wind wolf, its fur as black as ink, shimmering with a metallic sheen, its crimson eyes fixed intently on the enemy ahead, letting out a low growl. On the right stood an even larger and more formidable shadow wolf king, shrouded in thick black mist, its single horn atop its head glinting with a menacing cold light, resembling a king ruling over all. Chen Shen's mind stirred as he summoned all 3 shadow soldiers he had previously extracted and saved. The axe-wielding warrior, the shadow wind wolf, and the shadow wolf king. Shi Xiaoxiao's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. She gaped, unable to speak for a long time. This. She pointed at the 3 menacing shadow soldiers, stuttering, completely losing her usual vivacity and pride. This guy, isn't he a healing mage? How does he also have summoning skills? Shi Xiaoxiao felt her worldview was on the verge of collapsing. A support class not only possessed terrifying healing abilities and an indestructible shield but could now summon 3 such powerful helpers? This was simply overturning all her perceptions of support classes. Chen Chen looked at Shi Xiaoxiao, who was so shocked that she was speechless, and the corners of his mouth slightly curled up, revealing a faint smile. Although their quality is not as good as these guys, he pointed to the 4 golden level abyss magic wolf elites summoned by the Abyss Beast Master. They can at least hold on for a while, allowing us to focus on dealing with the boss. Upon hearing this, Shi Xiaoxiao barely came back to her senses, took a deep breath, and tried to calm the shock within her. What are they? Why can't I detect their attributes? She pointed at the 3 shadow soldiers, asking curiously. Chen Chen was also taken aback. He hadn't expected that others couldn't detect the attributes of the shadow soldiers. Detection technique. He tried to use the detection technique on his shadow soldiers, but the results showed a blank. This was actually good news. Chen Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart. This meant that, to some extent, his shadow soldiers were invisible. This is a special skill I learned by accident, similar to necromancy, so there's no need to worry about them. I won't feel sorry if they disappear, Chen Chen explained with a smile, naturally not revealing his biggest secret. Shi Xiaoxiao looked at Chen Chen with skepticism, although she still had many questions. In her heart, the current situation did not allow her to ask more. Roar! The Abyss Beast Master let out another roar, interrupting their conversation. It seemed to feel a bit uneasy about the shadow soldiers summoned by Chen Chen, its scarlet eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty light. Swish! 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 The 4 golden level Abyss Magic Wolf elites, under the command of the Abyss Beast Master, pounced towards Chen Chen and Shi Xiaoxiao simultaneously. Their speed was incredibly fast, like 4 bolts of black lightning, bringing an overwhelming sense of pressure. Be careful! Chen Chen shouted softly, raising the starry staff in his hand once again. The tip of the starry staff shimmered with dazzling light. Without any hesitation, he instantly activated double casting. Flame Soul Fireball. Power of the Stars. 2 massive fireballs, accompanied by waves of scorching heat, whistled out. At the same time, 2 streams of light formed from the power of the stars followed closely behind, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. Boom! 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 4 loud explosions occurred almost simultaneously as the fireballs and streams of light accurately hit the 4 Abyss Magic Wolf elites. The tremendous impact sent their massive bodies flying, crashing hard into the ground far away, creating deep craters. Shi Xiaoxiao watched in astonishment. She had never expected that Chen Chen could release 2 skills simultaneously, and with such incredible power. This guy, is he really a support class? Shi Xiaoxiao was filled with doubts, but the current situation did not allow her to think too much. Kill! Chen Chen shouted softly, and the 3 shadow soldiers beside him charged out like arrows released from a bow. The giant axe warrior swung its massive battle axe, accompanied by a howling wind, and struck fiercely at one Abyss Magic Wolf elite. The Shadow Wind Wolf and Shadow Wolf King pounced on the other 2, their sharp claws mercilessly tearing at their flesh. In an instant, the scene turned into a chaotic melee of 3 against 4. Chen Chen did not join the fray but instead turned his gaze towards the Abyss Beast Master. He knew very well that this boss was the greatest threat. Roar! The Abyss Beast Master seemed to sense the threat from Chen Chen and let out another furious roar. It swung the bone staff in its hand violently, and a beam of black light shot out, heading straight for Chen Chen. Be careful! Shi Xiaoxiao exclaimed, wanting to help, but it was already too late. Chen Chen's expression sharpened. He did not dodge but raised the starry staff in his hand. Azure Wolf Light Shield.
A pale blue light shield instantly appeared in front of Chen Chen, blocking that beam of black light. Boom! A muffled sound echoed as the light shield trembled violently before shattering instantly, yet Chen Chen did not lose a single drop of blood. The Abyss Beast Master paused slightly, its enormous skull tilting slightly, and in its hollow eye sockets, crimson flames flickered wildly. It seemed completely unprepared for the fact that this tiny human before it could actually withstand its attack. One must understand that the previous strike, while not its full power, was enough to instantly kill any monster of the same level in the golden tier. This guy. Sure, Xiao was also taken aback. She had already prepared to dodge, but she never expected Chen Chen to so easily defuse the crisis. She looked at Chen Chen's calm expression, filled with confusion and shock. I'll distract him, you focus on the main attack. Chen Chen's voice rang in Sure Xiao's ear, pulling her back from her astonishment. He glanced at Sure Xiao beside him, his tone calm and resolute. Sure Xiao opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately remained silent. She knew this was not the time to dwell on such matters. The most important thing was to resolve the immediate crisis. Wind Blade Dance. Without waiting for Sure Xiao to respond, Chen Chen raised the starry staff in his hand again and shouted. In an instant, a howling wind erupted, and blue wind blades appeared out of thin air, sweeping toward the Abyss Beast Master like a torrential rain. Each wind blade shimmered with a sharp light, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. The Abyss Beast Master's crimson eyes flashed with a hint of seriousness upon seeing this. Roar! The Abyss Beast Master let out a furious roar, swinging the bone staff in its hand violently. Black beams of light shot out from the staff, colliding with the wind blades. Boom! 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 A series of explosions erupted as the wind blades and black light annihilated each other, the violent energy wreaking havoc and creating craters in the ground around them. Seeing this, Chen Shen's eyes brightened slightly. He never expected to counter other skills in this way. However, his goal had already been achieved. Although he did not inflict damage on the boss, the 20 wind blades generated from the dual casting were enough to divert the boss's attention. The Abyss Beast Master was restrained by his attack and temporarily unable to launch an assault on them. Now's the time. Chen Chen thought to himself, knowing this was Sure Xiao's best opportunity to attack. Sure Xiao did not disappoint him. Almost simultaneously with Chen Chen's attack, her figure vanished from the spot. Swish! A black afterimage flashed by, and Sure Xiao appeared like a specter behind the Abyss Beast Master. The dagger in her hand gleamed coldly as she ruthlessly stabbed toward the back of the Abyss Beast Master. Put! The sound of the dagger piercing flesh rang out, and Sure Xiao's attack accurately hit its target. 5520. However, there was no joy on her face. Instead, she showed a hint of astonishment, because she felt as if her dagger had pierced into a solid rock, unable to penetrate at all. Roar! The Abyss Beast Master let out a painful howl, suddenly turning around and slapping at Sure Xiao. The enormous palm, accompanied by a howling wind, descended like a mountain. Sure Xiao's expression changed. She wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as Sure Xiao's body flew out like a kite with a severed string, crashing heavily onto the ground far away. Put! She spat out a mouthful of blood, her face pale as paper. However, Sure Xiao only felt pain for a moment. 2. Streams of vibrant green light filled with life surged into her body, and the fiery pain vanished in an instant, her health restored as if she had never been injured at all. At the same time, 2 waves of light crashed into the Abyss Beast Master, carrying immense power. The massive body of the Abyss Beast Master was directly pushed back several steps by this sudden force, each step leaving deep footprints on the ground. 3000. 1500. 3000. 1500. Instantly, 4 damage numbers, too large and too small, appeared above the boss's head, the bright red numbers shocking to behold, shattering nearly half of the boss's health. When Sure Xiao saw this scene, she was completely stunned, her mind blank, even forgetting to breathe. Is this really a healing spell? She murmured to herself, her voice filled with disbelief. How could the damage be so terrifying? It was even more exaggerated than her full-powered strike. However, before she could recover from her shock, the Abyss Beast Master let out a deafening roar once again. This roar was filled with anger and resentment, as if venting its frustrations. Not far away, an abyss wolf suddenly exploded, turning into a thick mist of blood that rapidly merged into the Abyss Beast Master's body. The Abyss Beast Master, which had only about a quarter of its health left, instantly regained a large portion after absorbing this blood mist, its wounds visibly healing at an astonishing rate. The crimson flames in its eye sockets flickered violently again, as if mocking the two's helplessness. Chen Chen narrowed his eyes at this scene. This guy is really tough to deal with. He knew that this must be some kind of special skill of the Abyss Beast Master, allowing it to restore its health through its summoned creatures. Roar! The Abyss Beast Master swung its staff again, the skull at the top of the staff glowing with a wild green flame, as if brewing some terrifying attack. Instantly, countless complex magic circles appeared at its feet, the patterns flickering with eerie red light, a heart-pounding wave of magical energy spreading from them. Just as Xiao snapped back to reality from her shock, she noticed this scene, her bright eyes widening in an instant, her pupils constricting. Countless silver-level abyss wolves roared out from the magic circles, their numbers so vast and dense, surging towards Xiao like a tide, their sharp claws glinting coldly in the moonlight. Each abyss wolf exuded a powerful aura far surpassing those she had encountered before, clearly enhanced by the Abyss Beast Master. So many. Xiao's expression changed drastically, although she was strong. Facing such a number of silver-level wolves made her scalp tingle. Especially since these wolves had been enhanced by the Abyss Beast Master, their strength was not to be underestimated. Instinctively, she wanted to dodge, relying on the incredible speed of her space assassin to evade the wolves' onslaught. However, just as she was about to act, a warm green light suddenly descended upon her. This green light felt so familiar that Xiao instinctively thought it was Chen Shen's healing spell again. But then she noticed a solid layer of green shield emerging on the surface of her body, exuding a powerful wind attribute aura, firmly protecting her within. It was indeed Chen Shen's Wind Guardian. Xiao was slightly taken aback, looking down at the shield. The surface of the shield shimmered with a faint halo, and some mysterious runes could be seen flickering within, giving an indestructible feeling. She tried to channel the magic power within her, sensing the strength of the shield, and her beautiful eyes instantly filled with shock. 8,000 points. The value of this shield is actually as high as 8,000 points. Xiao couldn't help but exclaim, her voice filled with disbelief. To know, her own health points were only a little over 1,000, and this 8,000-point shield was almost equivalent to 7 or 8 of her lives. Not far away, Chen Shen saw Xiao standing dazed in place, seemingly stunned by the sudden shield, and quickly called out to remind her, "My shield only lasts 10 seconds. Run!" At the same time, a crisp system notification sound rang in Chen Shen's ears. Ding! Healer's Courage triggered. Agility +3 ding. Healer's Courage triggered. SSS level talent Instant Kill Truth has been copied. Instant Kill Truth, instantly blink behind the target to launch a guaranteed critical strike, dealing 300% agility plus 200% physical attack, true damage. Cost 500 MP, CD, 120 seconds. For every 100 points of agility, CD is reduced by 1 second. Passive effect, your physical attacks will be linked to agility. 1 agility equals 4 attack. Hearing these two notifications, Chen Shen was slightly taken aback, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Instant Kill Truth? Chen Shen was startled, the name of this talent was clearly extraordinary. He instinctively looked at Xiao, his gaze filled with curiosity. This guy actually has such a powerful talent? Why does she not seem strong? Chen Shen frowned slightly, feeling a bit puzzled. Could it be she's still hiding her strength? This thought just emerged and was temporarily suppressed by Chen Shen. After all, Xiao's earlier strike had indeed dealt over 5,000 damage, which was already quite impressive for a novice. At this moment, Xiao had returned to Chen Shen's side. She let out a sigh, patting her chest with lingering fear. Phew! Luckily, I had your shield, or it would have been dangerous this time. Xiao turned her head to look at Chen Shen, her eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you, Chen Shen, for saving me once again. Upon hearing this, Chen Shen shrugged, a nonchalant expression on his face as he said, with your abilities, even without me, you wouldn't die, right? He couldn't believe that a space assassin with an SSS level talent could be so easily taken down by a group of silver-level demon wolves. Xiao, hearing this, playfully stuck out her tongue and chuckled, I'm not as strong as you think. She blinked, a hint of mischief flashing in her eyes. Chen Shen didn't say anything further, he could probably guess why Xiao wasn't going all out. She must want to steal the finishing blow, Chen Shen speculated inwardly. After all, for hidden class players like them, obtaining class-specific equipment is quite difficult. He thought of his past life experiences and nodded in understanding. Looking at the overwhelming abyss demon wolves before them, Xiao's expression turned serious. What do we do with so many wolves? She turned to Chen Shen, her eyes filled with concern. Chen Shen squinted slightly, scanning the surrounding environment, then slowly spoke, wait for my CD. He paused, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Once the CD is up, we'll take down this boss in one go. Xiao was taken aback upon hearing this, then a spark of excitement flashed in her eyes. Alright. As soon as sure. Xiao's voice fell, the surrounding abyss demon wolves surged forward like a tide, their sharp claws glinting coldly under the moonlight, the stench of their breath hitting them hard. In the distance, the Abyss Demon Wolf boss raised its staff again, the skull at the top of the staff glowing with a ghostly green light, chanting incantations, clearly brewing some spell. Facing this overwhelming assault, Shi Xiaoxiao's expression was grave. She gripped the dagger tightly in her hand, her body slightly crouched, like a cheetah ready to pounce on its prey at any moment. Soon, countless abyssal demon wolves surrounded the two, while Chen Chen and Shi Xiaoxiao continuously dodged and counterattacked within the pack, slaughtering the seemingly endless abyssal demon wolves before them. As for Chen Chen's 3 shadow soldiers, they had long since perished under the wolves' assault, but Chen Chen was unfazed. This place lacked nothing but monster corpses. One died, and he summoned another. His shadow soldiers had already been replaced 3 or 4 times. If he could summon more than 3 at a time, he would have loved to take all the wolves here with him. 10 minutes quickly passed. Watching the healing spell and wind blades dance once more, Chen Chen took a deep breath, feeling the magic within him surge like a rushing river. He raised his starry staff high, its body shimmering with brilliant light. "Get ready, I'm about to start." Chen Chen's voice was deep and powerful, carrying an undeniable resolve. Upon hearing this, Shi Xiaoxiao's spirit lifted, a glimmer of excitement flashing in her beautiful eyes. She gripped her dagger tightly, her body slightly leaning forward like a poised cheetah, ready to pounce on her prey at any moment. Her other hand, however, was quietly hidden behind her, as if brewing some secret technique. Chen Chen did not notice Shi Xiaoxiao's small movements. All his attention was focused on the battle before him. Raging strike. Wind blade dance. Healing spell. In an instant, several waves of green light surged forth, accompanied by countless wind blades that swept across the entire space. However, at that moment, Shi Xiaoxiao's figure suddenly vanished, appearing out of thin air behind the abyssal beastmaster, holding 2 exquisitely crafted daggers, aimed straight at the beastmaster's neck. The terrifying green light waves, like a death sentence, enveloped the abyssal beastmaster, causing devastating damage almost the instant they appeared. The minions summoned by the abyssal beastmaster were obliterated under the impact of this force, disappearing without even a chance to struggle. The abyssal beastmaster's health plummeted like a flood breaching a dam, teetering on the brink of collapse in the blink of an eye. Swish! Shi Xiaoxiao's attack followed closely behind. The daggers in her hands sparkled with dazzling brilliance, carrying a chilling and terrifying momentum as they lunged toward the beastmaster's neck. This strike condensed all of Shi Xiaoxiao's power. If it hit, the abyssal beastmaster would undoubtedly be slain in an instant. However, just at this critical moment, an unexpected change occurred. Another wave of green light rushed in, like a divine intervention, instantly enveloping the abyssal beastmaster. The timing of this green light was impeccable, appearing just as Shi Xiaoxiao's attack was about to land, not a moment too soon. Bang! Shi Xiaoxiao's dagger struck fiercely against the green shield, producing a dull thud. Immediately after, a gust of wind appeared out of nowhere, like an invisible giant hand, directly blowing Shi Xiaoxiao away. Her decisive strike thus missed, and all her efforts turned to nothing. This sudden turn of events caused Shi Xiaoxiao to wobble in midair. She struggled to maintain her balance, barely avoiding a fall. Once she landed, Shi Xiaoxiao abruptly looked up, her gaze filled with shock and confusion, staring intently at Chen Chen. The green shield was none other than Chen Chen's skilled Wind's Guardian. However, this time, bolstered by dual casting, the shield's value had skyrocketed to 16,000 points, practically impenetrable. Not to mention Shi Xiaoxiao's full force strike. Even if all the abyssal demon wolves that had just been cleared were revived and rushed at it, they wouldn't be able to shake this resilient shield in a short time. Shi Xiaoxiao's face instantly turned pale, the excitement and anticipation she had felt moments ago transforming into anger and confusion, as if she had been doused with a bucket of cold water. She bit her lip hard, her silver teeth nearly shattering, her beautiful eyes burning with a fierce rage, as if she wanted to incinerate Chen Chen. "What are you doing?" Shi Xiaoxiao's voice was sharp and piercing, laced with an uncontrollable fury as she questioned him. Chen Chen, however, remained calm, unaffected by Shi Xiaoxiao's wrath. He didn't even glance at her, merely saying indifferently, "Shouldn't I be the one asking you that?" As he spoke, Chen Chen waved his star staff gently once more. A rich green light fell into the Abyss Beastmaster's body like a nourishing rain. Plus 9175. Plus 9175. 2 massive green recovery numbers floated up from above the Abyss Beastmaster's head. The Abyss Beastmaster, which had only a sliver of health left and was on the verge of death, suddenly had its health fully restored in an instant. The astonishing amount of recovery was simply jaw-dropping. Shi Xiaoxiao's face turned pale again, her once cute features now twisted with anger. She stared fiercely at Chen Chen, as if she wanted to devour him whole with her gaze. "You!" Shi Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth, squeezing out a word through clenched jaws, her chest heaving violently, clearly furious. "I'm here to finish off this boss. Why are you getting in my way?" She nearly roared this out, her voice sharp enough to pierce eardrums.
Chen Chen, however, chuckled lightly, his expression unfazed, as if he were completely oblivious to Shi Xiaoxiao's fury. He tilted his head slightly, glancing at her out of the corner of his eye, his tone laced with mockery. My wind blade is enough to take down this boss. Aren't you just trying to steal the kill? Do you really think I can't see that? As he spoke, Chen Chen's gaze fell on the daggers in Shi Xiaoxiao's hands, which were clearly more exquisite and sharper than the ones she had used before. You've switched to better equipment, haven't you? Chen Chen's tone was casual, yet it pierced Shi Xiaoxiao's heart like a sharp knife. Upon hearing Chen Chen's words, Shi Xiaoxiao's expression changed slightly. This guy had indeed seen through her. It seemed that teaming up with someone too powerful wasn't all good. Even trying to play a little trick was not easy. Shi Xiaoxiao silently cursed in her heart, but on the surface, she still held her ground, refusing to show weakness. She took a deep breath, trying to calm her emotions, and snorted coldly. Since you figured it out, I won't hide it anymore. There was a hint of resignation in Shi Xiaoxiao's tone as she decided to lay all her thoughts bare. Then let's see who has the better skills. Since she had already been discovered, there was no point in pretending anymore. Chen Chen chuckled lightly, not picking up on Shi Xiaoxiao's words. He had never intended to resolve this spatial rift peacefully with this woman. From the very beginning, he knew that her approach to him was definitely not for some so-called team challenge. She must have her own motives, and those motives were certainly not simple. Since that was the case, there was no need for further pretense. As he spoke, Chen Chen's gaze fell on his system information. Ding. Healer's Valor triggered. Spirit +6 ding. Healer's Valor triggered. Spirit +6 ding. Healer's Valor triggered. S rank. Talent Bloodline Connection has been copied. Bloodline Connection, your summoned creatures will provide 20% of their attributes to the summoner. No quantity limit, ding. Healer's Valor triggered. Skill Soul Resonance has been copied. Soul Resonance, LV1 allows the summoned creature to merge with the summoner, combining their attributes, consumption, 500 MP/minute. CD, 30 minutes. Bloodline Connection? Soul Resonance? Chen looked at the two newly copied skills, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. These two skills were simply divine techniques tailored for summoners. Especially Bloodline Connection, which could actually allow summoned creatures to provide 20% of their attributes to the summoner, with no limit on the number. This meant that as long as Chen Chen had enough summoned creatures, and they were powerful enough, his attributes could stack infinitely, reaching an unimaginable level. Soul Resonance was equally powerful, allowing the summoned creature to merge with the summoner, combining their attributes. Although there were limits on time and magic consumption, at a critical moment, it could definitely become a trump card to turn the tide of battle. No wonder this Abyss Beast Master, despite being a mage-type boss, has such strong melee attack power. It turns out it's because of this talent. Chen Chen suddenly realized. He had previously wondered how a mage boss could have such high melee damage. Now it all made sense. The Abyss Beast Master must have relied on the Bloodline Connection talent to gain a massive attribute boost from its summoned creatures, which gave it melee capabilities far beyond those of an ordinary mage. Then I must directly take this guy down, otherwise, if he uses Soul Resonance, it won't be easy to kill him afterward. Chen Chen's gaze sharpened, and he had already made up his mind. He knew very well that a boss like the Abyss Beast Master, with such a powerful talent, could cause unimaginable consequences if given the chance to counterattack. The best way was to eliminate him before he could activate his skills, leaving him no opportunity to turn the tables. With that thought, Chen Chen wasted no more time and charged directly at the Abyss Beast Master. He moved like lightning, swift as a flash, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of the Abyss Beast Master. Beside him, Shi Xiaoxiao was dumbfounded at the sight. Is this guy crazy? He's a healer charging out to kill monsters? Shi Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in disbelief. In her view, Chen Chen was just a support class, responsible for healing. Such a charge into battle should be left to combat classes like hers. A healer daring to rush in front of a boss was simply asking for death. Could it be that he's betting on being able to save himself? Shi Xiaoxiao speculated inwardly. She thought that Chen Chen must be relying on his healing abilities, which is why he dared to charge in so recklessly. He was definitely betting that he would be able to save himself. After all, she didn't want to fail the challenge of this spatial rift. Just as sure Xiaoxiao was thinking this, the next moment, she witnessed a scene she would never forget. Chen Chen casually swung the starry staff in his hand and struck the Abyss Beast Master hard. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. 875. A massive damage value floated up from the top of the Abyss Beast Master's head. Shi Xiaoxiao's eyes instantly bulged, her mouth agape as if she could fit an egg inside. This damage. She stammered, her voice filled with shock and disbelief. A healing mage actually dealt over 800 damage with a staff? This completely overturned her understanding. It should be noted that even she, an SSS-level spatial assassin, found it difficult to deal such high damage without using skills. Moreover, this was while the Abyss Beast Master had defensive attributes. If it were a squishy class with no defense, Chen could probably take it down with a single strike of his staff. Sure, Xiao could no longer hold back and directly asked, "Are you really a healing mage? Isn't this damage a bit too high?" She almost shouted, her voice sharp and piercing, enough to express the shock within her. Chen heard her and grinned, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. "A healer who doesn't want to play melee isn't a good assassin," he said casually, as if the astonishing damage he had just dealt was merely a trivial matter. Upon hearing this, Sure Xiao's face darkened immediately. "What nonsense! I don't care if you're a melee healer or an assassin." "Humph." Sure Xiao snorted coldly, turning her head away and ignoring Chen. She secretly decided that she must find an opportunity to teach this arrogant guy a lesson. How dare he show off in front of her? He must be tired of living. However, she also knew that now was not the time for infighting. The urgent task was to deal with the boss of this spatial rift first. As for Chen, there would be plenty of time to deal with him after the challenge. Just as Sure Xiao was internally mocking Chen for being oblivious and preparing to watch him make a fool of himself, an unexpected change occurred. Chen's figure appeared like a ghost, instantly materializing next to the corpses of the 3 golden-level abyssal demon wolves he had just killed with his wind blade. He let out a low shout, "Stand up!" The voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. Before the words had even faded, a bizarre scene unfolded. The shadows next to the 3 abyssal demon wolf corpses, which had already died, began to swirl like living creatures, rapidly expanding and transforming. In just a few seconds, 3 abyssal demon wolves made of shadows appeared out of thin air. Their bodies were even larger than the original entities, radiating a dark glow, with blood-red eyes flickering with a bloodthirsty light, as if they were demons crawling out from the depths of hell. Sure Xiao's pupils suddenly constricted, her cherry lips forming an O shape, large enough to fit an egg. What the hell is this?" she exclaimed, her voice filled with disbelief. At the same time, a property panel for the 3 shadow wolves appeared in front of Chen. Name: Abyssal Shadow Wolf Elite Rank, Gold Level, LV 15 HP, 9000 MP, 3000 Strength, 450 Agility, 350 Spirit, 250 Constitution, 300 Skills, Shadow Claw Strike, Shadow Assault, Shadow Roar Talents, Bloodthirsty Frenzy, Abyssal Demon Armor, Shadow Resurrection. Chen looked at the property panel that appeared before him, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting into a satisfied smile. Gold-level monsters indeed had powerful attributes. Especially this health, which reached a staggering 9,000 points. To put it in perspective, typical gold-level monsters have health around 5 to 6,000. These 3 shadow wolves were practically born tanks. Moreover, they possessed 3 powerful skills and 3 talents, their strength far exceeding that of ordinary gold-level monsters. This filled Chen with confidence for the upcoming battle. "Not bad, these attributes are much stronger than those of typical gold-level monsters," he muttered to himself, his tone tinged with excitement. Immediately after, 2 red lights lit up again on his staff. Soul Resonance activated in an instant. Under his control, one of the abyssal shadow wolves let out a low growl, transforming into a mass of shadows and pouncing towards Chen. The shadows swirled rapidly in the air, ultimately coalescing into a pitch-black cloak that draped over Chen. The edges of the cloak faintly revealed the shape of a wolf's head, vivid and lifelike, as if it could come to life at any moment. Chen felt a powerful force surge into his body, filling him with explosive strength. He could clearly sense that all his attributes had received a significant boost. Is this the fusion brought about by Soul Resonance? It feels pretty good. Chen raised an eyebrow, curiously feeling the changes in his body. He had thought that after merging with the Shadow Wolf, he would transform into a werewolf-like form. To his surprise, it was attached to him in a form similar to equipment. However, this form seemed more convenient and practical. Chen excitedly rubbed his hands and looked at his character panel. Character, Chen, Class Restoration Mage. Level, LV 18, HP, 1850, MP, 100850/100850, Strength, 140, plus 270, plus 450, Agility, 75, plus 210, plus 350, Mentality, 430, plus 70, plus 150, plus 250, Constitution, 80, plus 20, plus 180, plus 300, Hiss. Chen gasped, stunned by the exaggerated attributes on his panel. Is this the bonus brought by Bloodline Connection combined with Soul Resonance? These attributes are too strong, right? It's almost absurdly powerful. He couldn't help but swallow hard, a surge of indescribable excitement welling up in his heart.
With these attributes, let alone the Abyss Beast Master in front of him, even if a few higher-level bosses came, he was confident he could slay them. Sure Xiao stared blankly at the changes happening to Chun Shen, momentarily forgetting to speak. Her mind was a blank slate, completely unable to comprehend what was happening before her. A restoration. Mage actually summoned 3 golden-level monsters? And even fused with one of them? Is this still the support class she knew? This is even more outrageous than those combat classes. What on earth is this guy, a monster? Sure Xiao murmured, her voice filled with shock and confusion. She felt that the worldview she had built over the past decade had completely collapsed at this moment. Not far away, the boss, Abyss Beast Master, seemed to sense the dangerous aura emanating from Chun Shen. It let out a deafening roar, its voice tinged with impatience and unease. With this roar, countless dark purple magic circles reappeared in front of it, densely packed and layered, resembling bizarre nebulae, radiating a heart-pounding magical fluctuation. However, just as these magic circles were about to take shape and unleash a devastating attack, Chun Shen made a move that sure Xiao could not comprehend at all. He actually raised the starry staff in his hand and slammed it hard against his own head. Bang! With a muffled sound, a bright red damage number popped up above Chun Shen's head. At the same time, the 2 Abyss Shadow Wolves beside him seemed to receive some kind of command, unhesitatingly opening their massive jaws and biting down hard on him. Oh whoa! With 2 low growls, the same damage numbers appeared above the 2 Shadow Wolves. Sure Xiao's pupils constricted sharply, her mind in chaos, completely unable to understand what Chun Shen was doing. Self-harm? Has this guy gone mad? Just as Sure Xiao was filled with confusion, Chun Shen and the 2 Abyss Shadow Wolves moved simultaneously. They leaped up like 3 bolts of black lightning, slicing through the air and instantly appearing beside the Abyss Beast Master. The speed was so fast that it exceeded Sure Xiao's dynamic vision capture range. How is this possible? Sure Xiao couldn't help but exclaim, her proud speed appearing utterly inadequate before Chun Shen. In the next moment, 6 dazzling green lights suddenly lit up on the starry staff in Chun Shen's hand. The beams of light swirled like 6 agile serpents, each rushing towards Chun Shen and the 2 Abyss Shadow Wolves. Plus 16,000 plus 16,000 plus 16,000. In an instant, 6 enormous and suffocating healing numbers leaped from above Chun Shen and the 2 Shadow Wolves. This terrifying amount of healing completely overturned Sure Xiao's understanding of the healer profession. It suddenly dawned on her that Chun Shen's skills could only be used on targets that had lost health, which was why he would self-harm first and then heal himself. This guy actually utilized the skill mechanics to such an extent. A storm surged in Sure Xiao's heart as she finally realized how foolish her previous underestimation of Chun Shen had been. This seemingly harmless healer was, in fact, a meticulous and cunning monster. But now that she understood, it seemed too late. The 6 green waves of light, upon touching Chun Shen and the 2 Abyss Shadow Wolves, erupted like 6 miniature suns, suddenly bursting forth with blinding brilliance. Immediately, these lights swept towards the Abyss Beast Master at an incredible speed. 15999 15999 15999. Another series of spine-chilling damage numbers crazily jumped from above the Abyss Beast Master's head. Each number represented the rapid depletion of the Abyss Beast Master's health. This terrifying damage, not to mention the Abyss Beast Master, even if a few more bosses of the same level came, they would probably just be instantly killed. A slight smile curled at the corners of Chun Shen's mouth, revealing a cold grin. He wanted to keep the Abyss Beast Master around a little longer to trigger more skill effects using its health. But Sure Xiao was right beside him, watching closely. He didn't want this space assassin to steal his kill. After all, the rewards for killing a boss were the most generous. Oh whoa! The Abyss Beast Master let out a mournful wail, its voice filled with pain and despair. It never expected to die at the hands of a healer. This was an utter humiliation. Boom! With a loud crash, the massive body of the Abyss Beast Master collapsed to the ground, turning into a cold corpse. The magic circles around it that had yet to take shape also dissipated, transforming into specks of starlight. Chun Shen slowly descended to the ground, his gaze calm and indifferent, as if everything that had just happened had nothing to do with him. Not far away, Sure Xiao's expression fluctuated, her heart filled with shock, confusion, and a hint of unwillingness. She had never imagined that Chun Shen could be so powerful. A healer possessing such terrifying output capability completely shattered her understanding. She had originally thought that by disguising herself as an ordinary team member and following Chun Shen, she was merely preventing this healer from interfering with her kill. But now it seemed that she was the one being used. This guy has been plotting against me from the very beginning. Sure Xiao gritted her teeth, a strong sense of defeat surging within her. She prided herself on being exceptionally clever, yet she never expected to be outsmarted by a seemingly inconspicuous healer. This feeling left her very displeased. Extremely displeased. I didn't plot against you, I was just always on guard against you, especially when you brought out the mutated crystal. I guessed that you were after this kill. Chen Shan's voice floated over, his tone flat, yet it struck Shi Xiaoxiao's heart like a blunt instrument, making her already irritated mood even more agitated. This bastard had been on guard against her from the very start. Shi Xiaoxiao clenched her silver teeth, a flash of anger crossing her beautiful eyes. She prided herself on being clever, always the one to scheme against others. When had it ever been her turn to be schemed against? Moreover, the one scheming against her was a seemingly harmless reply sorcerer. Why are you saying this now? Are you trying to show off to me? Shi Xiaoxiao's voice carried a hint of suppressed anger. She admitted that Chen Chen had indeed played a trick on her, but she didn't want to concede so easily. At the very least, she couldn't lose in terms of momentum. Chen Chen merely chuckled lightly, a hint of disdain in his tone. Show off? What's there to show off about? It's just a level 20 golden boss, it's not enough to make me boast. He tilted his head slightly, looking at Shi Xiaoxiao with a playful glint in his eyes. Considering you contributed the aberration crystal, you can take the loot first, it's a form of compensation for you. Chen Chen's tone was casual, as if he were bestowing a favor. Upon hearing this, Shi Xiaoxiao's eyes flashed with surprise. This guy was surprisingly generous? It was known that the drops from aberration bosses were extremely precious, especially the exclusive equipment, which was hard to come by. Chen Chen was actually willing to give it up? Aren't you afraid I'll take the exclusive equipment from the aberration boss's drop? Shi Xiaoxiao asked tentatively, wanting to see what Chen Chen was really up to. However, Chen Chen shrugged, looking indifferent. Are you not aware of how exclusive equipment drops? This stuff appears directly in the killer's backpack. As he spoke, Chen Chen focused his thoughts and pulled out a scroll. The scroll glimmered with a faint golden hue, adorned with intricate patterns, exuding a mysterious aura. It was the forging blueprint for exclusive equipment. Chen Chen toyed with the forging blueprint in his hand, a faint smile playing on his lips, as if he had anticipated Shi Xiaoxiao's reaction. Moreover, this is my exclusive equipment, even if you take it, it won't be of any use to you. He put the blueprint away, his tone shifting to one of mockery. Or do you not want the loot anymore? If you don't want it, I might just. Shi Xiaoxiao had initially felt a bit surprised by Chen Chen's generosity, but upon hearing his deliberately prolonged tone, she immediately realized that this guy was clearly just messing with her. Who said I don't want it? Shi Xiaoxiao blared fiercely at Chen Chen, her tone laced with irritation. She quickly walked towards the corpse of the Abyss Beast Master, silently vowing to take everything valuable, making this detestable guy regret it. Humph. I'm going to grab all the loot right now. As she spoke, Shi Xiaoxiao quickened her pace, as if afraid Chen Chen would go back on his word. Chen Chen watched Shi Xiaoxiao's puffed-up figure, saying nothing, just shaking his head slightly. He focused his thoughts and released the soul resonance state. Soul resonance has been released in an instant. Chen Chen felt as if his body had been drained, the once powerful strength rapidly fading, and his attributes dropping significantly. This feeling of falling from the clouds made Chen Chen frown slightly, but he quickly adapted. After all, this was his original state. Chen Chen's gaze fell on the corpse of the Abyss Beast Master, a hint of contemplation flashing in his eyes. Although the Abyss Beast Master was dead, its massive body still emanated a powerful aura. Especially the shadow-formed Abyss Wolf beside it, which made Chen Chen feel a sense of threat. The shadow-formed Abyss Wolf has certain attributes that exceed this boss, if this boss were to become shadow-formed. Chen Chen murmured, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Its attributes might reach an even more astonishing value. He stroked his chin, seemingly thinking of something interesting. Chen Chen's gaze fell on his skill bar, ultimately settling on the skill Shadow Domain. Shadow Domain, shadow soldiers fighting within the casters. Shadow Domain will have their abilities increased by 30%. Duration, 10 minutes. Cost, 500 MP, cooldown, 10 minutes. Chen Chen looked at the skill description, his brow slightly raised. 10 minutes duration, and only a 10-minute cooldown. It seems I can use it without gaps. Let's see if it can synergize with the bloodline connection. Talent. He murmured to himself, and with a thought, Shadow Domain was instantly activated. In an instant, a wave of pitch-black light surged from Chen Chen's body, enveloping the three abyssal shadow wolves beside him. In that moment, the attributes of the three wolves suddenly increased, and at the same time, Chen Chen felt his own attributes rise significantly as well. Chen Chen's eyes lit up. It really works. Just as Chen Chen was getting excited, Shi Xiaoxiao slowly walked back. There's nothing good left, the rest is all yours, Shi Xiaoxiao said with a displeased expression. So soon? Chen Chen glanced at Shi Xiaoxiao's unhappy face and turned to walk towards the boss's corpse.
Just then, Shi Xiaoxiao suddenly spoke up. Hey, this time consider it my loss to you. Given how special your profession is, are you interested in teaming up with me? Shi Xiaoxiao placed her hands on her hips, slightly raised her chin, and said proudly. My strength is not as superficial as it seems, and our clan is quite powerful. She added, seemingly trying to increase her bargaining power. Upon hearing this, Qinshin paused slightly but did not turn around, he simply replied indifferently. Not interested. What a joke, teaming up with her. He was a reborn person with memories and experiences from his past life, how could he submit to someone else? Moreover, Shi Xiaoxiao's intentions were unclear, who knew if she had some kind of scheme? Chen Chen did not want to get himself into trouble. Hearing Chen Chen's straightforward rejection, a hint of barely noticeable helplessness flashed in Shi Xiaoxiao's eyes. What's so great about it? She pouted, as if she had anticipated Chen Chen's reaction. After all, how could someone like Chen Chen, with a special profession and great potential, easily submit to others? Shi Xiaoxiao knew very well that Chen Chen was definitely not the type to willingly be someone else's subordinate. I wouldn't want you anyway. Shi Xiaoxiao muttered to herself, while outwardly pretending to be indifferent. She watched Chen Chen quickly walk towards the corpse of the abyssal beastmaster, and a playful smile suddenly crept onto her lips. Chen Chen, we shall meet again. Shi Xiaoxiao's voice was very soft, so soft that only she could hear it. Before her words faded, a silver ripple appeared in the space behind her, and then Shi Xiaoxiao's figure vanished from the spot, as if she had never been there. Only a few silver glimmers remained, slowly dissipating in the air. Chen Chen seemed to sense something. He turned around abruptly but only caught a glimpse of the fleeting silver light. She laughed? Chen Chen frowned slightly, he could feel that Shi Xiaoxiao's departure was quite special, definitely not through a normal teleportation portal. Team has been disbanded. At the same time, the system's notification sounded in Chen's ears, confirming that Shi Xiaoxiao had indeed left the team. How did she get out? Isn't the portal still closed? Chen Chen murmured, a hint of confusion flashing through his mind. However, he quickly pushed the matter aside. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Chen Chen shook his head and refocused his attention on the corpse of the abyssal beast master. For him, the most important thing right now was still the boss's corpse. Get up! Chen Chen quickly walked to the corpse of the abyss beast master. Pressing his palm against the cold body, his deep voice echoing in the empty area. As soon as he finished speaking, strands of black mist slowly rose from the abyss beast master's corpse, swirling around it as if alive. Stand up! Chen Chen quickly walked to the corpse of the abyss beast master, pressing his palm against the cold body, his deep voice echoing in the empty area. As soon as he finished speaking, strands of black mist slowly rose from the abyss beast master's corpse, swirling around it as if alive. Suddenly, the black mist violently contracted, as if gripped by an invisible hand, and all the black mist surged madly towards the abyss beast master's corpse. Immediately after, a beam of black light shot up into the sky, dyeing the entire area in a layer of ink. Shadow extraction successful. Name, Shadow Beast Master BOSS rank, Gold. Level, LV 20 HP, 25,000/25,000 MP, 60,000/60,000 Strength, 600 Agility, 500 Spirit, 1,000 Constitution, 800 Skills, Shadow Summon, Grip of the Abyss, Permanent. Summon, Soul Resonance, Shadow Protection, Shadow Rebirth. Talent, Bloodline Connection, Dark Control, Shadow Power, Absolute Loyalty. Looking at the attributes before him, Chen Chen's throat involuntarily rolled, and he nearly drooled. This guy, after being enhanced by the shadows, was simply incredibly strong. What excited Chen Chen even more was that the Shadow Beast Master also had the talent Bloodline Connection. If he could summon some more creatures and create a crazy nesting doll effect, wouldn't that make him invincible? Just thinking about it was thrilling. Chen Chen's smile grew even brighter, he could hardly wait to bring this big guy under his command. Crack! Chen Chen directly dismissed a Shadow Soldier, freeing up a Shadow storage slot. He slowly walked up to the Shadow Beast Master and placed his hand on its massive body. Ding! Shadow Commander has been saved. Shadow storage level increased. Current safe capacity, 3/5. The system's prompt sounded in Chen Chen's ears. Chen Chen was taken aback. Is the boss the commander? System, you should have said it was going to upgrade. He felt a bit regretful. Had he known this, he wouldn't have wasted that wolf. Forget it, I'll have this guy summon another one later, kill it, and extract another one. Chen Chen quickly adjusted his mindset. After all, upgrading was the most important thing. He stored all the shadows away and then looked at the loot on the ground. System prompt, congratulations on defeating the gold level boss Abyss Beastmaster, you have received the following rewards: equipment, Abyss Summoner Set, Gold Level, Talent Crystal, Absolute Loyalty Gold, 50,000 skill points, 500 points.
A series of system prompts made Chen Chen's mood even more cheerful. It's a pity I can't use the summoner set, I'll have to sell it for money. Chen Chen shook his head with some regret. However, the absolute loyalty talent crystal caught his eye. This was a good item that could ensure summon creatures were absolutely loyal to him and would not betray him. Chen Chen gathered all the spoils, his gaze sweeping around to confirm there were no omissions. With a thought, a portal radiating a ghostly blue light slowly appeared before him. This was his unique spatial ability. Without hesitation, Chen Chen stepped forward, and his figure vanished into the air along with the portal, as if he had never existed. However, shortly after Chen Chen left, the spot where he had stood flickered with a silver light once again. Shi Xiaoxiao's figure appeared out of nowhere, her lively eyes gazing in the direction where Chen Chen had vanished. Can even the boss's corpse be extracted? Shi Xiaoxiao murmured softly, her tone laced with surprise and curiosity. What an extraordinary skill indeed. She extended her slender palm, facing upward, and countless purple light spots converged from all directions, slowly coalescing in her hand into a crystal that was clear and translucent. The mutated crystal she had previously used in this spatial rift returned to her grasp. Shi Xiaoxiao played with the crystal in her hand, a hint of regret appearing on her face. What a pity. I thought I could intercept it this time, but I didn't. Expect Chen Chen to seize the opportunity first. She sighed gently, seemingly lamenting her missed chance. But who exactly is this Chen Chen? Shi Xiaoxiao's brows furrowed slightly, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes. Why was there no such character in my previous life? How strange. She muttered to herself, as if trying to recall something, yet found herself at a loss. Shi Xiaoxiao's figure vanished once more, leaving behind faint silver light spots in the air as proof of her presence. At this moment, Chen Chen had returned to the place where he had entered the rift earlier. The sky was tinged with a pale light, the soft morning glow piercing through the thin clouds, spilling into the vast valley. Chen Chen casually found a relatively flat stone to sit on, feeling somewhat fatigued both mentally and physically after a night of intense battles. He rubbed his brow, preparing to rest for a bit. Thank goodness my mental strength is high, otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to handle it. Chen muttered to himself, his tone carrying a hint of relief and a barely noticeable pride. After all, his current profession was a restoration mage, and mental strength was a key attribute. He rummaged through his backpack, pulling out some rations and a flask of water, simply replenishing his energy. The food was bland, but Chen Chen ate it with great relish. For him, being able to fill his stomach was already quite satisfying. Chen Chen looked at the talent crystal in his hand. Such things were rare. Just like the mutated crystals, both belonging to scarce resources. Especially the talent crystal, which was priceless in the market. After all, the number and abilities of talents that each professional could awaken were limited, influenced by the rarity and strength of their profession. The talent crystal, however, could directly ignore professional restrictions and grant talents from other professions. This incredible effect was enough to drive any professional mad with desire. Chen Chen carefully raised the talent crystal to his eyes. The morning light refracted through the crystal, casting a rainbow of colors, shimmering beautifully. No longer hesitating, Chen Chen took a deep breath and clenched his fingers tightly. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering echoed, and the talent crystal in his hand instantly transformed into specks of starlight, dissipating into the air. At the same time, a warm energy surged through his fingertips into his body, quickly spreading throughout. Talent absolute loyalty. Acquired absolute loyalty. Your pets and summon creatures will always have a loyalty level of 100% towards you. So that's how it is. Chen Chen's lips curled slightly, revealing a confident smile. He focused his thoughts, attempting to summon the shadow soldiers he had extracted earlier. Come forth, my shadows. Chen whispered, and as soon as he finished speaking, the shadows beneath his feet began to writhe, three pitch-black figures slowly rising from the ground, precisely the shadow soldiers and shadow commander he had previously extracted. Very good. Chen nodded in satisfaction and issued his first command to the three shadow soldiers. You all, go on alert around the area and prevent any other monsters from approaching. The shadow soldiers responded with no words, silently turning and merging into the surrounding shadows, disappearing from sight. Chen watched the direction in which they disappeared, a sense of unprecedented security surging within him. He knew that from this moment on, these three shadow soldiers would become his most loyal guards, never to betray him. With his worries resolved, Chen finally let out a long breath. His taut nerves finally relaxing. The sky began to lighten with the first hints of dawn, the gentle morning light spilling over him, dispelling some of his fatigue. Yet it could not completely erase the weariness from his night of battle. He rubbed his aching temples and exhaled deeply. Finally, back in Yang City. Chen murmured to himself, his voice carrying a hint of relief and an indescribable complexity of emotions.
After all, this was once his home, a place filled with countless memories. Despite his exhaustion, Chen forced himself to muster some energy and took a detour through a secluded path into Yang City. The wilderness was fraught with danger, and he did not want to encounter any unforeseen events while utterly drained. Upon returning to Yang City, Chen's tense nerves relaxed a bit. He needed to rest well, regain his spirit and strength, and take care of the spoils from last night. The days leading up to the big exam were drawing closer, and he had to seize the time to enhance his abilities. Although with his current strength, he could easily become the top scholar in the province, Chen's ambitions reached far beyond that. What he wanted was to be number one in the nation, to stand at the pinnacle above everyone else. Chen's steps were light and firm as he walked towards his home. After passing through several familiar streets, he finally arrived in front of the simple yet cozy little house. He took a deep breath, calming his excited heart, and slowly pushed open the slightly worn wooden door. The moment Chen opened the door, a familiar yet strange figure suddenly burst into his view. Upon seeing this person, Chen's pupils constricted sharply, his heart feeling as if it were gripped tightly by an invisible hand. "Damn! You son of a bitch, you finally know how to come back." The person cursed loudly, their voice booming and full of energy, making Chen's eardrums buzz. "I was worried sick about you, you know. Damn it, didn't we agree that no matter what job you changed to, you'd come back to celebrate? Do you know how much a life profession like me worried about you?" The other party shouted like a machine gun, each word striking Chen's heart like a hammer. Chen's eyes instantly welled up with tears, and they spilled out uncontrollably. He rushed forward and hugged the chubby figure in front of him, who was a head taller, his body trembling slightly. "Fatty." Chen's voice choked, thick with nasal tones, almost unable to form complete words. This sudden embrace left the chubby guy stunned, standing there a bit at a loss. Chen? What's wrong? What happened?" The chubby guy snapped back to reality, his tone filled with concern and worry. "Don't be upset, tell me. Even if I'm just a life profession, I'll definitely help you get revenge." The chubby guy patted Chen's back, his tone resolute, as if with just one word from Chen, he would rush in without hesitation to fight for him. Listening to that familiar voice, feeling that familiar warmth, Chen struggled to contain his excitement and slowly lifted his head. Yes, the apocalypse hadn't even begun. How could he have forgotten that? His best brother was still alive? The chubby guy in front of him was named Zhang Kai, Chen's childhood friend and the person he trusted most in this world. Although Zhang Kai was just a life profession with no combat ability, his brotherly loyalty to Chen was more sincere than anyone else's. In his past life, when the apocalypse struck, it was Zhang Kai who sacrificed his own life to buy Chen a sliver of hope, allowing him to survive a little longer. Now, seeing the living Zhang Kai again, Chen's emotions surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam, impossible to suppress. Chen quickly released Zhang Kai, forcing a big smile on his face as he grinned and said, "It's nothing. I just had a nightmare while resting outside the city yesterday, dreaming that you died." "Are you serious?" Chen added, a hint of lingering fear in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Zhang Kai immediately looked displeased and raised his hand to slap the back of Chen's head. "Damn it. Can't you wish for something good for your old man?" Zhang Kai cursed, clearly unhappy with Chen's nightmare. Chen laughed heartily, rubbing the back of his head. Just kidding. Lighten the mood a bit," he said with a cheeky grin, trying to ease the awkward atmosphere. Zhang Kai shot Chen a speechless glare, which made him rein in his anger, and his tone softened. "You're quite carefree, going straight to level up after your job change. So, what did you change to?" As Zhang Kai spoke, he looked Chen up and down, seemingly trying to glean some clues from him. Seeing that Zhang Kai was asking, Chen had no intention of hiding it. After all, he was his best brother. "Healer." He shrugged, casually stating. Upon hearing this profession, Zhang Kai's eyes widened instantly, his mouth agape as if it could fit an egg. "What the hell? A healer?" he exclaimed, his voice cracking slightly. "You're the one with the highest talent in all of Yang City. How did you end up as a support class?" Zhang Kai's voice was filled with disbelief and regret, as if Chen's job change to healer was an utterly inconceivable thing. Chen spread his hands, a helpless expression on his face. "I can't help it, it's just my fate," he said lightly, seemingly not too dissatisfied with his profession. Looking at Chen's calm demeanor, Zhang Kai sighed, disappointment written all over his face. "Well, a healing class is still acceptable," he paused, seemingly struggling to find comforting words for Chen. "At least it's much better than my life as a non-combat class. I was hoping you'd protect me, but now it seems we can only keep each other warm." Zhang Kai's tone carried a hint of self-deprecation and helplessness. Watching Zhang Kai's expression, which seemed to want to complain yet feared hurting his own pride, Chen couldn't help but laugh. Seeing this, Zhang Kai uneasily asked, "What's wrong with you? You're not going crazy, are you?" He looked Chen up and down, worry evident in his eyes. Chen rolled his eyes at him in silence. "You're the one going crazy. Can't you speak properly?" Chen retorted irritably, giving Zhang Kai a slap on the back of the head in return for the earlier slap he received. Zhang Kai winced in pain, covering his head and baring his teeth at Chen, but he didn't say anything further. Chen looked at Zhang Kai's expression of suppressed anger, and his smile grew wider. He reached out, resting a hand on Zhang Kai's shoulder, gently patting it, his tone softening. "But seriously, my class is really different from other healers. I have combat abilities, and they're not low." Chen deliberately lowered his voice, a hint of mystery in his tone. Upon hearing this, Zhang Kai's expression turned somewhat strange. "A combat healer? Is there even such a class?" He looked Chen up and down, his eyes filled with doubt, as if questioning whether Chen had truly lost his mind. After all, in his understanding, a healer should be hiding at the back of the team, responsible for healing. A healer who could fight was something he had never heard of. Chen looked at Zhang Kai's incredulous expression and wasn't annoyed, he just smiled and said, "Of course. My response wizard is a hidden class." He deliberately emphasized the words hidden class, his tone tinged with a hint of pride. "Hidden class?" Zhang Kai exclaimed, his voice cracking slightly. He certainly knew what a hidden class meant. It was a rarity, even more powerful than ordinary classes. In the entire Yang city, those who had transitioned to a hidden class could be counted on one hand. He never expected that his best brother had also transitioned to a hidden class. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Kai felt that Chen's reasoning made sense. "That's true, your talent value is a full 200 points, so transitioning to a hidden class is quite normal. Ordinary healers are called healing wizards, but you really are different." He nodded, his tone carrying a hint of realization. "Alright, I won't waste more words." Zhang Kai patted Chen's shoulder, his tone becoming more relaxed. "Since you're fine, I can rest easy. You must have been grinding monsters all night for the big exam in 3 days, right?" He looked at Chen, concern evident in his eyes. "You should rest. Well, health comes first. I'll head to work now, contact me anytime if you need anything." After saying this, Zhang Kai turned to leave. Chen watched Zhang Kai's slightly plump figure, a warm current surging in his heart. This was his best brother. No matter what he became, he would unconditionally support and care for him. "Wait." Chen suddenly called out to Zhang Kai. Zhang Kai stopped, turned around, and looked at Chen with a puzzled expression. "Is there something else?" Zhang Kai's tone carried a hint of inquiry, but his eyes revealed a look of, "What are you up to now?" Chen looked at Zhang Kai's expression, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly, revealing a mysterious smile. He walked slowly to Zhang Kai, reached out, and gently placed his hand on his shoulder. This action made Zhang Kai even more confused. He frowned slightly, waiting for Chen to continue. "Didn't we agree before?" Chen began, his tone teasing, with a barely perceptible pride. "If I transitioned to a combat class, you'd be my logistics. I've been grinding monsters all night and have a lot of stuff that needs your help to handle." As he spoke, Chen opened his backpack. Clatter! A crisp sound rang out as countless pieces of equipment and materials surged from Chen's backpack like a tide, instantly filling the ground. Various lights intertwined and flickered, among which a summoner set glowing with dazzling golden light was particularly eye-catching, almost blinding Zhang Kai. "Holy crap!" Zhang Kai exclaimed, his eyes wide and his mouth agape, large enough to fit an egg. He stared at the mountain of items before him, completely stunned. You didn't rob a warehouse, did you?" Zhang Kai stammered, struggling to speak. "In one night, how did you grind so many things?" His voice was filled with shock and disbelief, as if he had witnessed something incredible. Chen looked at Zhang Kai's astonished expression, secretly feeling pleased. He chuckled, his tone carrying a hint of pride. "I'm a very powerful hidden class, this amount of stuff is simple for me." He paused deliberately, then leaned closer to Zhang Kai and lowered his voice. "Alright. I'm leaving all this to you. Since you're a blacksmith, take what materials you can use, and sell the rest. I'm going to rest now." After Chen finished speaking, he turned and walked towards the bed, ready to get some good rest. After all, he had been grinding monsters all night, and his body was already exhausted. Zhang Kai looked at Chen's slightly weary back, and the shock in his heart gradually gave way to worry. He hurried a few steps forward, wanting to say something, but he didn't know how to start. He opened his mouth, but in the end, no sound came out, he just silently watched Chen. Zhang Kai looked at the pile of equipment and materials on the floor, then glanced at Chen, who was already lying on the bed with his eyes closed, feeling a mix of emotions.
He took a deep breath and began to tidy up the items on the ground. While organizing, he calculated the value of these things in his mind. This quantity is too exaggerated, right? This isn't something that can be farmed in one night. Even if Chen Chen has a hidden class, it can't be this outrageous, can it? Zhang Kai was filled with doubts, but he didn't question Chen Chen. He knew that since Chen Chen had done this, he must have his reasons. He just needed to do what he was supposed to do and support Chen Chen. After Chen Chen gave all the drops to Zhang Kai, he simply collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Zhang Kai looked at the mountain of equipment and materials in front of him, then at the sleeping Chen Chen, and a look of relief appeared on his face. He knew this was Chen Chen's trust in him. In this brutal, survival of the fittest apocalyptic world, such absolute trust was extremely rare, which also brought some comfort to Zhang Kai. He had also changed jobs for over a year. Although he was in a life profession, he had seen many people's hearts, both warm and cold. It was truly rare to find someone who, after gaining a powerful profession, could still maintain their original intentions and not look down on their old friends who had transitioned to life professions. Zhang Kai was happy, but little did he know how precious this absolute trust was for Chen Chen. After experiencing countless betrayals and deceptions in his past life, he no longer easily trusted anyone. Yet even so, he could still believe in Zhang Kai without reservation. This was undoubtedly the greatest respect Chen Chen could show Zhang Kai and the best interpretation of their friendship. Time flowed rapidly in Chen Chen's deep sleep, and it seemed like only a blink of an eye had passed before an entire morning went by. Just then, a commotion suddenly erupted outside the door, breaking the tranquility of the room. Although Chen Chen was still immersed in his dreams, his ever-vigilant nature caused him to open his eyes immediately. A sharp glint flashed in his deep-set eyes, as if he could see through everything. He listened intently and heard Zhang Kai arguing with others outside. "What do you want?" Zhang Kai's voice was filled with anger and confusion. "Since you came to invite Xiaofeng to team up, at least wait until he's free. He leveled up late last night and is still resting." Zhang Kai was trying hard to keep these people outside the door, protecting Chen Chen's rest time. At that moment, a strange male voice rang out, filled with arrogance and disdain. "Our young lady is willing to team up with him, that is his honor. What right does he have to rest? Get out of the way quickly. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude." These arrogant words only fueled Zhang Kai's anger further. "Who are you being rude to?" Just as tensions were high, Chen Chen's voice suddenly sounded, cold as ice, instantly freezing the air around them. The door had been opened at some point, and Chen Chen was leaning against the doorframe, looking coldly at the people in front of him. His deep-set eyes sparkled with a chilling light, as if they could penetrate the hearts of men. "Do you dare to lay hands on life profession players in the main city?" Although Chen Chen's voice was not loud, it was filled with a sense of intimidation. "Are you so impatient with life?" At this moment, outside the door, two heavily armored men heard Chen Chen's cold, questioning words, and their expressions instantly darkened, as if they had been greatly insulted. One of them glared with wide eyes, fists clenched, the knuckles cracking ominously as if he were about to charge in and tear Chen Chen to pieces. "What about the main city? Do you think we're afraid of you? Believe it or not, we..." The two gritted their teeth, their voices low and hoarse, as if squeezed from deep within their throats, filled with a sense of threat. However, before they could finish their words, a clear female voice interrupted them, as pleasant as a clear spring, yet carrying an undeniable authority. "Shut up. If you scare him away, I'll throw you out to feed the beasts." This voice thundered in the ears of the two men, instantly waking them up, and their previously arrogant demeanor was extinguished in an instant, as if doused with cold water. It was only then that they realized the seemingly lazy youth leaning against the doorframe was their target. A hint of panic flashed in their eyes, and they quickly suppressed their anger, replacing it with a stiff smile, though the smile looked more like a grimace. Zhang Kai stood to the side, watching the dramatic scene unfold, filled with worry. He stared intently at the two armored men, fearing they might suddenly lash out. "Crazy, be careful. These guys don't seem friendly." Zhang Kai lowered his voice, his tone filled with vigilance and concern. He knew Chen Chen was strong, but there were many of them, and they didn't look like good people. Chen Chen nodded slightly, signaling Zhang Kai to relax. A glimmer of sharpness flashed in his deep eyes, as if he had already seen through everything. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Chen Chen's voice was calm and indifferent, as if everything was under control, giving an inexplicable sense of security. Then, Chen Chen's gaze fell on the girl who had spoken to stop the two men. The girl stood behind them, dressed in a light purple long dress that accentuated her graceful figure. Her long, shiny black hair cascaded over her shoulders like a waterfall, further highlighting her snow-white skin. Her features were exquisite, with a hint of youthful charm in her eyes, but more so an innate nobility and pride, as if she were a queen high above
The moment she saw Chun Chen, the calmness in her eyes instantly blossomed into dazzling brilliance, like the brightest star in the night sky, bright and captivating. It was an unabashed admiration and interest, as if she had discovered a rare treasure. Chen Chen frowned slightly, a hint of confusion rising in his heart. He was sure he didn't know this girl, but her gaze made him feel somewhat uncomfortable, as if she were trying to see right through him. He withdrew his gaze, his voice still cold, tinged with a hint of questioning and impatience. So, making such a big fuss? What is it about? You can't possibly be here just to find me, right? A trace of sarcasm laced Chen Chen's voice. He didn't believe these people would come here for no reason, especially not with such a grand display. The girl, upon hearing Chen Chen's question, did not get angry. Instead, she smiled slightly, her smile carrying a hint of cunning and pride. She stepped forward, coming to stand before Chen Chen, tilting her head slightly to look down at him, her tone carrying a sense of natural arrogance. Of course, I'm here to find you. What else would you think? The girl's voice was crisp and pleasant, but the content of her words only tightened Chen Chen's frown further. He disliked the feeling of being treated as prey, and even more so the feeling of being controlled by someone else. I shouldn't know you, right? Chen Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of vigilance in his tone as he retorted, I'm not exactly a famous person, what do you want with me? The girl's lips curled up slightly, as if she had anticipated Chen Chen's reaction. You may not know me, but I know you. She stepped forward slowly, each step seeming to tread on Chen Chen's heartbeat, and you are quite famous. Not to mention that you broke the record for clearing the hell-level novice secret realm with that guy surnamed Su, just your 200 talent points. That shattered the century-old talent record in Jiangnan province is enough to draw a lot of attention to you. The girl's voice was crisp and pleasant, yet carried an undeniable sense of pressure, as if everything she said was an obvious fact. Chen Chen frowned slightly. This girl actually knew him well, but he certainly wouldn't admit it so easily. I acknowledge the 200 talent points, but breaking the clearing record has nothing to do with me. Chen Chen's tone was flat, as if stating a fact. Unrelated to himself, Gina is an SS-level practitioner, it was her who increased my chances. I'm just an ordinary healer. Upon hearing Chen Chen's affectionate reference to Sujina, the girl's previously calm expression darkened slightly, looking somewhat displeased. She snorted coldly, her tone laced with disdain and jealousy. Sujina doesn't have that kind of strength, there have been flame soul sorcerers before, and their power can't be that exaggerated. The girl's words were filled with skepticism towards Sujina, seemingly unable to believe that an SS-level practitioner could lead Chen Chen to break the record for the hell-level secret realm. Listening to the girl's argument, Chen Chen felt a wave of impatience. He had no interest in debating meaningless matters with a stranger. So who exactly are you? Chen Chen directly interrupted the girl, his tone carrying a hint of impatience and urgency. Can you just get to the point? I don't have time to waste with you. He only wanted to know the girl's true intentions and what she actually wanted to do. The girl frowned slightly at his words, clearly displeased with Chen Chen's ungrateful attitude. She snorted coldly, her voice carrying a sense of pressure. I am not like that useless Sujina, who doesn't even understand the uniqueness of your profession. I know the uniqueness of a restoration sorcerer. Your little tricks may fool others, but not me. The girl paused, a glint of shrewdness flashing in her eyes, her tone exuding a confidence of having the upper hand. I came to find you personally for a reason. The purpose is to give you an opportunity to rise to greatness. As she spoke, the girl lightly clapped her hands, signaling her guards to step forward. The two guards beside her immediately understood, one taking out a set of dazzling equipment from his backpack, while the other produced a scroll that emitted a faint glow. The equipment shone in brilliant gold, intricately carved with complex patterns, clearly not an ordinary item, subtly radiating powerful magical fluctuations. The scroll, even more so, exuded a mysterious aura that made one unable to resist the urge to explore further. This is a set of golden-level restoration sorcerer gear. Each piece comes with powerful healing enhancement effects. The girl pointed at the gleaming equipment, her tone tinged with pride, and this, an A-level skill scroll, Fountain of Life, which can significantly enhance your healing abilities and comes with a group healing effect. She paused, her gaze fixed intently on Chen Chen, as if trying to see through his heart. I know that while restoration sorcerers have the ability to transform all auxiliary skills, there is even a chance of generating attack effects after transformation. However, as far as I know, restoration sorcerers do not automatically learn any auxiliary skills after the initial healing spell they comprehend. The girl's voice carried a sense of certainty, as if she was extremely confident in her source of information. She slightly raised her chin, looking down at Chen Chen with an air of superiority. So, you have great talent, but lack the skills to match it, which is undoubtedly a huge waste. As long as you join my team now and never help Sujina again, obediently become my subordinate. The girl's voice held an undeniable commanding tone.
I will provide you with countless support skills and equipment, granting you wealth and glory that you could never earn in your lifetime. She paused, a smug smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Oh, by the way, let me introduce myself. My name is Linhan, from the Lin family in Kyoto. Oh, by the way, let me introduce myself. My name is Linhan, from the Lin family in Kyoto. Linhan deliberately emphasized the words Lin family in Kyoto, her tone laced with an unmistakable sense of superiority and arrogance. It was as if simply stating this name was enough to make everyone bow down to her. The Lin family in Kyoto? Chen Shen's eyebrows twitched slightly. This name was thunderous in its renown. In the entire Dragon Country, the two top families, the Su family and the Lin family, stood as twin peaks. However, the Su family had always maintained a steady upper hand over the Lin family, which drove the Lin family to scheme endlessly in hopes of surpassing them. And Sujina was the prized jewel of the Su family in Kyoto. Chen Shen's gaze fell on the proud girl before him, softly repeating, the Lin family in Kyoto. Linhan? He had heard this name in his past life. However, unlike Sujina, who had ascended to the pinnacle of Blue Star, Linhan and the entire Lin family had chosen to betray when the apocalypse struck. They had sided with the otherworld, becoming targets of scorn for humanity on Blue Star, nailed to the pillar of shame. He never expected that in this rebirth, the young lady of the Lin family would come personally to seek him out, even daring to wish to recruit him as her subordinate. It was simply a colossal joke. Whether it was Linhan's lofty demeanor or his deep-seated hatred for the Lin family, it was destined that he could never become their lackey, let alone ally with them. Chen Shan looked at the self-assured Linhan before him, a cold smile rising in his heart. She might truly understand the uniqueness of the recovery mage, but she did not understand him. Even if this profession could not automatically learn skills, with his talent, copying other support skills would be a piece of cake, right? Why would he need someone else's charity? Sorry. Without a second thought, Chen Shen straightforwardly refused. I'm not interested. It was crisp and clean, without a hint of hesitation. Linhan clearly did not expect Chen Shen to refuse so decisively. A flicker of shock passed over her exquisite face, quickly replaced by anger. Her brows furrowed, and the already arrogant look in her eyes became sharper than a knife. You? Linhan took a deep breath, suppressing the anger rising in her heart. She tried to make her voice sound calmer, but the slight tremor at the end betrayed her current feelings. You actually dared to refuse me? Linhan's voice was sharp enough to pierce eardrums. Her gaze fixed on Chen Shen, her delicate face twisted in fury, resembling an enraged lioness. In her perception, no one in the entire Dragon Country dared to refuse the kindness of the young lady of the Lin family. No one in the Dragon Country dares to refuse me. Linhan gritted her teeth, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between her teeth, carrying a bone-chilling coldness. She suddenly waved her hand, pointing at the two heavily armored men beside her, and shouted, You too. Teach this guy a harsh lesson. Let him know what happens when you defy a member of the Lin family. Linhan's voice echoed down the empty street, carrying an undeniable authority and cruelty. The two heavily armored men stood behind Linhan like two iron towers, their imposing figures and bulging muscles radiating a fierce aura. Upon hearing Linhan's command, a glint of bloodthirst flashed in their eyes as they replied in unison, Yes. Miss. Before the words had even left their mouths, the two men charged at Chen Shen like ferocious beasts released from their cages. Each step seemed to stomp on the earth, producing a dull thud that struck fear into the heart. Zheng Kai, witnessing this, turned pale instantly. He knew that although Chen Shen was exceptionally gifted, he was merely a healer. How could he possibly stand against these battle-hardened warriors in heavy armor? Three of you. Let's talk this over. Let's talk this over. Zheng Kai hurriedly stepped forward, trying to dissuade them, his voice trembling slightly. He stretched out his hands, wanting to shield himself in front of the two armored warriors, his face filled with anxiety and concern. Don't ruin the atmosphere. However, the two armored warriors completely ignored Zheng Kai's pleas, their eyes fixed solely on Chen Shen, as if he were their prey. One of them, showing no mercy, lifted his heavy boot and kicked fiercely towards Zheng Kai. If that kick landed, given Zheng Kai's small frame, he would likely be severely injured if not killed. At that critical moment, Chen Shen's brow furrowed tightly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. His figure swayed, and he appeared before Zheng Kai as if he had teleported. Swish! Just as the armored warrior's foot was about to strike Zheng Kai, Chen Shen's hand had already firmly grasped the opponent's ankle. The armored warrior felt an immense force surge through him, rendering him immobile, as if caught in an iron vice. His expression changed, a sense of foreboding rising within him. What are you doing? Chen Shen's voice was cold and deep, like a demonic sound from hell, sending chills down one's spine. He raised his head, his gaze sharp as a knife, locking onto the armored warrior. Do you really think I'm afraid of you?
Chen Shen's voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable intimidation. The armored warrior was momentarily taken aback
by Chen Shen's imposing presence, finding himself at a loss for words. He had originally thought Chen Shen was just a weak and easily bullied healer, but he never expected the other party to be so formidable. You little healer, aren't you afraid? The armored warrior forced himself to calm down, trying to mask his inner turmoil with words. He grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, his smile tinged with mockery and disdain. Do you really think just because the miss said you were special? You are invincible now. As the armored warrior spoke, he attempted to break free from Chen Shen's grip. However, the more he struggled, the more he felt Chen Shen's hand tighten around his ankle like an iron hoop, leaving him unable to move an inch. The armored warrior's face gradually turned red, veins bulging on his forehead. As he desperately struggled, yet he could not escape Chen Shen's control. A wave of fear began to swell within him. He realized that this seemingly harmless healer was likely not as simple as he had imagined. Chen Shen coldly regarded the armored warrior, his eyes betraying no emotion. We are still in the Dragon Kingdom, so it's best to abide by the rules here. Chen Shen's voice remained icy, but there was a hint of amusement in his tone. Since you want to play, I'll play along. With that, Chen Shen suddenly released his grip. The armored warrior, caught off guard, lost his balance and fell backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Bang! With a dull thud, the armored warrior landed in a disheveled heap, struggling to get up but feeling a wave of pain wash over him, rendering him unable to move. Meanwhile, with a thought, Chen Shen's system panel instantly appeared before his eyes. Without hesitation, he selected an option, and in the next moment, a battle invitation was sent out. Battle invitation has been sent. Please wait for the other party to confirm. This sudden scene left the three people present stunned. A battle invitation? This was the only legal way to engage in combat within the main city. Only with the agreement of both parties could a battle take place. Moreover, they could even set cruel rules without limits on life and death. The two heavy armored warriors stared at the suddenly appearing battle invitation panel, first taken aback, then bursting into thunderous laughter. Ha 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 ha. Their laughter was filled with mockery and disdain, as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. You, a healer, actually want to duel me? One of the heavy armored warriors laughed so hard he nearly fell over, gasping for breath. He pointed at Chen Shen, tears almost streaming from his eyes from laughter. So funny. Ha 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 ha. The other heavy armored warrior doubled over in laughter, slapping his thigh as if he had seen the greatest joke ever. You really don't know how to write the word death. Ha 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 ha. No wonder you're a special class healer. I'm so scared. Oh? Scared? Aren't you afraid? Chen Shen asked coldly, a mocking curve at the corner of his mouth. Who are you calling afraid? A mere support class dare to be arrogant with us warriors. One of the heavy armored warriors roared, spitting saliva almost onto Chen Shen's face. As he spoke, he was about to click to accept the battle invitation. However, his finger stopped just before touching the accept button. He widened his eyes, staring intently at the battle invitation panel before him, as if he had seen something unbelievable. The other heavy armored warrior also sensed something was off, leaned over to take a look, and was instantly stunned as well. This is a team challenge? The two heavy armored warriors exclaimed in unison, their voices filled with shock and confusion. The street, which had been lively, became somewhat quiet due to this sudden turn of events. Even Shi Xiao, who was standing nearby, raised an eyebrow slightly, looking at Chen Shen with great interest. She wanted to see what this guy was up to. Seeing the three of them looking surprised, Chen Shen finally spoke slowly, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. Fighting one by one is too troublesome. I can guess that no matter who I defeat, you won't accept it, so let's just take you all on at once. Chen Shen's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of everyone present. This statement was simply the height of arrogance. A healer actually dared to challenge all three of them at once, and it was a team challenge. This was no simple provocation, it was a blatant humiliation. The two heavy armored warriors were so enraged they trembled all over, their teeth grinding, wishing they could chop this guy up and feed him to the dogs. Especially Linhan, who was now so furious her face was red, her chest heaving violently. She had originally thought Chen Shen was just a healer with a bit of special ability, not worth fearing. But she never expected him to be so arrogant, so presumptuous. This was an insult to her, to the entire Lin family. Good. 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 Linhan laughed in anger, repeating the word good 3 times, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between her teeth. Since you want to die, we'll grant you that. Linhan's voice was cold and sharp, like a series of sharp knives stabbing fiercely at Chen Shen. All of you accept. Beat him hard. Just kill him and be done with it. Linhan shouted sternly at the two heavy armored warriors, her eyes flashing with a mad light. She had been completely provoked. by Chen Chen, and at this moment, all she wanted was to see Chen Chen trampled underfoot, begging for mercy. The two heavily armored warriors immediately clicked the accept button without hesitation upon hearing this. Battle invitation confirmed. Battle is about to begin. The system's prompt echoed in Chen Chen's mind. At the same time, a massive circular light screen appeared before everyone, enveloping Chen Chen and Linhan along with her two guards. This was the battle barrier, within which both sides could fight freely without affecting the outside world. Kid, you'll pay for your arrogance, one of the armored warriors sneered, flexing his wrists with a series of cracking sounds. I'll show you what a real warrior is, the other armored warrior growled, drawing a massive battle axe from his back, its blade glinting coldly. Chen Chen looked at the two aggressive armored warriors before him, his face showing no sign of fear. He slowly raised his right hand, the starry staff in his grasp emanating a faint starlight. Come on, let me see what you can do. Chen Chen's voice was calm and indifferent, as if he were discussing something trivial. His gaze was deep and dark, making it impossible to discern his thoughts. But beneath this calm exterior lay immense confidence and killing intent. The movements of the two armored warriors did not pause for a moment. As soon as the battle barrier formed, they charged at Chen Chen like two enraged rhinos, one to the left and one to the right. Boom! Boom! The heavy footsteps shook the ground slightly, stirring up clouds of dust. One of the armored warriors leaped high, his massive axe slicing through the air with a sharp whoosh, aiming to cleave Chen Chen in two. The other swung his fist, encased in thick metal gauntlets, rushing straight for Chen Chen's face with a piercing whistle. Linhan stood at the edge of the barrier, a cruel smile curling at the corners of her mouth, her eyes filled with delight. In her view, Chen Chen was doomed. Against the pincer attack of two armored warriors, no healer could possibly survive. Moreover, these two armored warriors were elite fighters carefully trained by the Lin family, specifically sent to protect her, leveling up with her, at level 15, their strength and equipment far surpassing those of other players of the same level and class. Die! Worthless trash! Linhan cursed viciously in her heart. Faced with this fierce assault, Chen Chen's expression remained calm. He didn't even blink. Just as the massive axe was about to strike his head and the fist was about to hit his face, Chen Chen moved. He gently raised the starry staff in his hand. The starry staff waved lightly, tracing an elegant arc in the air. There were no dazzling light effects, nor were there deafening roars. Yet, the seemingly understated motion precisely blocked the armored warrior's axe and fist. Clang! Clang! The crisp sounds of metal clashing echoed in the air like a melody. The two armored warriors felt a tremendous force emanating from their weapons, numbing their hands and causing their arms to tremble, their bodies involuntarily retreating. They widened their eyes, disbelief etched on their faces. How is this possible? A healer, using just a staff, managed to block the full force attacks of two heavily armored warriors? And even pushed them back? This completely overturned their understanding. Linhan's smile also froze, the curve of her lips remained upward, but her eyes turned astonished and bewildered. What did she just see? She saw her proud two armored guards being blocked by a healer she considered worthless, using just a staff? This is impossible. Linhan murmured, her voice filled with doubt and confusion. She couldn't accept the reality before her, it was completely beyond her understanding. Chen Chen wouldn't give them time to be shocked. The moment he blocked the attack, the starry staff in his hand moved like a spirit snake emerging from its hole, creating afterimages as it struck fiercely at the two armored warriors. He didn't use any skills. It was purely a physical attack. Yet this seemingly ordinary physical attack contained terrifying power. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. The starry staff slammed hard into one armored warrior's chest. 1500, a bright red number floated above the armored warrior's head. The damage was shocking. What the hell? This is insane. The commotion they caused had already attracted a crowd, as PK battles within the city were exceedingly rare. Witnessing this scene, several other class professionals watching were dumbfounded. A healer, using a staff to hit someone, dealt 1,500 points of damage? And this was against an armored warrior. An armored warrior with extremely high defense. This was even higher than the damage dealt by their output classes. Is this really a healer? This was practically a humanoid Tyrannosaurus. The armored warrior who was struck felt as if he had been hit by a speeding truck, an unbearable pain coursing through him. He looked down to see a large dent in his armor, and his health bar had dropped significantly. If he weren't a tank with high defense, that blow would have likely killed him. How is this possible? The armored warrior's voice was filled with terror and disbelief. He couldn't comprehend how a healer could possess such terrifying physical attack power. Another armored warrior reacted as well. He roared and swung his giant axe at Chen Chen again. Die! He poured all his strength into the swing, vowing to cleave Chen in two.
Chen Shen's gaze turned cold as he swung the starry staff once more. Bang! Another muffled sound. The starry staff struck precisely at the side of the giant axe, deflecting its attack trajectory. The axe grazed past Chen Shen's body, leaving a deep gash in the ground. At the same time, the starry staff came crashing down on another armored warrior. 1400. Another bright red number floated up. The health bar of this armored warrior also dropped significantly. The two armored warriors were completely stunned. Their proud defense crumbled before Chen Shen's staff, as fragile as paper, unable to withstand a single blow. They couldn't even touch the hem of Chen's clothing. How could they fight like this? Is this still a human? One armored warrior's voice was filled with despair. He had completely lost confidence in the fight. Linhan finally snapped out of her shock, her face turning pale as she watched the scene unfold. She never expected that the two armored warriors she brought would be dominated by a healer. This was even more unbearable than being killed herself. Chen Shen had completely ignored the two armored warriors who were left with barely any health. Holding the starry staff, his gaze was fierce as he walked straight towards Linhan. His steps were steady, each one felt like a weight on Linhan's heart. He didn't use any skills, partly because he didn't want to reveal his trump card too early, and partly because, in his view, these clowns before him weren't worth him using skills against. You two useless fools. What are you doing? Seeing Chen Shen approach, Linhan panicked. She shouted in a high-pitched voice filled with fear and anger, her once delicate makeup twisted by sheer terror. Quick, kill him! Kill him! Don't let him get close to me! Linhan could no longer care about maintaining her elegant demeanor. She fumbled to take her longbow from behind, knocking an arrow in a hurried and chaotic manner, clearly flustered. The longbow was a deep green, intricately carved with exquisite patterns, faintly radiating a magical aura, clearly not an ordinary item. As an S-rank professional elven hunter, Linhan's archery skills were naturally impressive. Whoosh! 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 Several arrows whistled through the air, rapidly shooting towards Chen Shen. However, Chen Shen merely raised an eyebrow, seemingly unconcerned by Linhan's attack. He didn't even pause his steps, casually waving the starry staff in his hand, deflecting all the arrows while a dazzling light shone from the staff. I almost forgot you were also an S-rank elven hunter. Chen Shen's voice remained calm, but carried a hint of mockery. In the next moment, a streak of light shot out from the starry staff, moving so fast it was almost impossible to see with the naked eye. Linhan felt a blur before her, and that streak of light was already in front of her. Ah! Linhan closed her eyes in terror, bracing herself for the expected pain. However, the anticipated agony did not come. Instead, she felt a faint gray light enveloping her, like a thin shield firmly protecting her. The previously noisy surroundings seemed to vanish, leaving only a profound silence. What is this? Linhan slowly opened her eyes, staring at the gray shield around her, her face filled with confusion. Clearly an enemy, yet Chen Shen had bestowed her with a shield? This move was simply unfathomable. The onlookers around her were equally stunned, having never witnessed such a bizarre combat style. This guy. Could he have lost his mind? Giving a shield to the enemy, what kind of operation is that? I don't understand, but I'm deeply shocked. Could it be he's actually afraid of the Lin family's power, so he's doing this on purpose to show goodwill? It's possible. After all, the Lin family is a dominant force in our Qingyun city. Who would dare offend them easily? The crowd buzzed with speculation, various theories circulating. But most felt that Chen Shen's actions were purely the result of a lapse in judgment. Meanwhile, a series of system prompts rang in Chen Shen's ears. Ding! The Brave of Healing has been triggered. Successfully copied target S-rank talent Archers. Focus. Archers focus, all your attacks will gain a 100% distance bonus. If the distance is 0, gain a 10-meter attack range, and will definitely hit. Ding! The Brave of Healing has been triggered. Agility +1. The system's voice was crisp and pleasant, lifting Chen Shen's spirits. Good luck, he had successfully copied her S-rank talent in one shot. Chen Shen looked at the bewildered Linhan and swiftly moved forward again. Whoosh! Chen Shen's figure darted like lightning, almost. In the blink of an eye, he closed in on Linhan. Linhan's eyes widened in disbelief. She hadn't even reacted to what had happened when she felt a tremendous force strike. Horror! Crack! That was the sound of bones shattering. The starry staff, wielding immense power, struck Linhan without any mercy. Poof! Blood gushed from Linhan's mouth as her body flew back like a kite with a severed string. She traced a tragic arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Battle ended, you have exited the combat space. The system's prompt sounded, announcing the end of the battle. Linhan's body was forcibly teleported out of the combat barrier. The other two heavy armored warriors had also been dealt with at some point, sent out of the battle barrier together. Only Qin Shen remained, standing quietly in place. The surroundings were silent, everyone stunned by this sudden turn of events. They gaped, eyes wide, unable to believe what they were seeing. Is it over? One hit? Just one hit? I can't be seeing this wrong, right? That's the young lady of the Lin family. An S-class professional elf hunter. What kind of monster is this guy? The voices of the onlookers shifted from initial shock to incredulous exclamations. All eyes were fixed on Qin Shen, as if trying to see through him. They simply could not comprehend how someone who appeared so ordinary in a support role could possess such terrifying combat power. This completely overturned their understanding. Could it be he was hiding his strength? No way, right? There must be a limit to hiding strength. This is just overwhelming. Could this guy be a peerless genius secretly nurtured by some big family? Various speculations and discussions rose and fell among the crowd. But no one could provide a definitive answer. Chen Chen's strength had surpassed their comprehension. At this moment, however, Qin Shen felt exceptionally calm. He slowly put away the starry staff, his face showing no signs of pride. To him, this was merely an insignificant battle. All done, time to wrap up. After saying this, Qin Shen intended to turn and leave, but just as he turned, a sharp sound of air being sliced open rang out, and a sharp arrow shot straight towards him. Whoosh! The piercing sound tore through the silence, a glimmering arrow, like a venomous snake striking, aimed for the back of Qin Shen's heart. Watch out, you lunatic! Not far away, Zhang Kai's eyes widened in horror as he let out a terrified roar. He wanted to rush over to help, but as a life profession, he simply couldn't move that fast. Qin Shen snorted coldly, a disdainful curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Guardian of the Wind. Almost at the moment the arrow was about to hit, a layer of green wind shield appeared out of nowhere, enveloping Qin Shen entirely. Crack! The arrow struck the windshield fiercely, producing a crisp shattering sound, the arrow breaking apart inch by inch, turning to dust and dissipating in the air. Immediately after, under the effect of the Guardian of the Wind, a visible wave of air surged outwards from Qin Shen, rapidly expanding in all directions. This air wave was the damage rebounded from the Guardian of the Wind. And this rebounding airwave shot back towards the direction from which the arrow had come, where Linhan was located. Howling away. Ah! No! Linhan, who had already fallen to the ground, now had her pupils constrict in horror, letting out a piercing scream. She never expected that the arrow she had stealthily shot would be rebounded back at her. What made her even more desperate was that due to her earlier defeat in the PK, her current state was terrible, her health barely restored, and she simply could not withstand the returning attack. If it hit, she would definitely die. Chen Chen! How dare you! I am the young lady of the Lin family. If you dare to kill me, the entire Yang city will accompany me to the grave. Linhan's voice was sharp and twisted, filled with deep fear and threat. She tried to use her family's power to intimidate Qin Shen, hoping to buy herself a chance of survival. However, Qin Shen's gaze showed no fluctuation, cold as a block of ancient ice. He slowly raised his head, looking at the figure about to be engulfed by the airwave. At this critical moment, a shadow flashed like a ghost, blocking in front of Linhan. The shadow extended a hand, casually waving it, dispersing the surging airwave. The wave of energy dissipated, and the surroundings returned to calm, leaving only Linhan's heavy breathing and the sound of people around her gasping in shock. Miss, are you alright? A deep, hoarse voice rang out, laced with concern. Linhan, still shaken, lifted her head and, upon seeing the newcomer, a surge of wild joy washed over her pale face. Uncle Wang! You finally came! She clung to him like a lifeline, her voice tinged with tears. The man referred to as Uncle Wang was a tall, burly middle-aged man dressed in black, with a stern face and sharp eyes like a hawk. Are you alright? How could you be alright? Uncle Wang, if you hadn't come, he would have killed me. You must help me kill him. Avenge me! Linhan's voice was sharp and twisted, filled with the relief of survival and deep resentment. She clutched at Uncle Wang's clothing as if afraid he would leave. The man known as Uncle Wang gently patted Linhan's head, his eyes filled with affection. Alright, I will help the young lady get her revenge. His tone was calm, as if discussing something trivial. The middle-aged man slowly stood up, his tall frame resembling an iron tower, exuding a strong sense of oppression. He turned to face Qin Shen, his gaze instantly turning icy, like a hawk locking onto its prey. You dare to lay a hand on the young lady of the Lin family, you have sealed your own fate. Prepare to pay the price for your recklessness. The middle-aged man's voice was low and hoarse, each word seeming to be squeezed from the depths of his throat, laden with murderous intent. Upon hearing this, Qin Shen's expression showed no change.
Even if Yang City is small, it is still the main city of the Dragon Kingdom.
You dare to kill? Chen's
demeanor was calm, his tone indifferent, as if stating a simple fact. He slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the crowd before him, devoid of fear, only a cold
indifference that seemed to see through everything. Just an ant.
Killing you is nothing. Yang City wouldn't offend the Lin family over such an insignificant ant.
The
middle-aged man snorted coldly, his tone filled with disdain and arrogance. His eyes were icy, as if he had already regarded Chen as a dead man.
To him, Chen's
life or death was merely a matter of his word, hardly worth mentioning. The atmosphere instantly became tense, oppressive enough to make it hard to breathe.
The air around
seemed to solidify, all eyes focused on Chen and the middle-aged man, waiting for the impending clash. Just then, a powerful voice suddenly broke the heavy silence.
Wang Xing. You really think too highly of yourself, don't you? You're just a dog of the Lin family.
This voice was loud and authoritative, carrying an undeniable momentum.
Do you really think there's no one in Yang City? Not to mention Chen. Even an ant. You can't just kill it because you say so. As the words fell, an elderly man,
dressed in traditional attire, tall and sturdy, with a resolute face and meticulously combed gray hair, strode over like a dragon walking through a tiger's den. Each step felt like a heartbeat, making people involuntarily tense. As soon as the old man spoke, the previously tense atmosphere shifted subtly.
Wang Xing, the middle-aged man in
black, whose sharp, murderous gaze had been like that of a hawk, was now doused with cold water, instantly retracting all his ferocity. He leaned slightly forward, his once upright posture now somewhat hunched.
I greet Lord Gu.
Wang Xing respectfully bowed to the old man, his voice low and humble, a stark contrast to his earlier arrogant
demeanor, as if he were a completely different person.
Although he was a master invited by the Lin family and usually ran rampant in Yang City, no one dared to provoke him. But deep down, he knew he was ultimately just a helper for the Lin family. To put it bluntly, he was just a dog. He could rely on the Lin family's power to bully others, and even look down on some small families in Yang City, but when facing Mayor Gu, he had no choice but to bow his head. Because Mayor Gu represented not just himself, but
the official power of the entire Yang City, the embodiment of the national will.
Let alone that he was merely a helper for the Lin family, even if the head of the Lin
family were present, they would have to show utmost respect in front of Mayor Gu, not daring to act with any arrogance. Wang Xing, do you still see me as the mayor?
Mayor Gu snorted coldly, his gaze sharp as a knife, staring directly at Wang Xing, his tone filled with authority and dissatisfaction. Although his hair was graying, he was spirited, his eyes bright, and the aura he exuded made it hard for anyone to look him in the eye. Sweat beads formed on Wang Xing's forehead. He knew that Mayor Gu
was genuinely angry. Mayor Gu, please calm your anger.
I had no such intention. It's just that this brat attacked the young lady of the Lin family, and in a moment of
desperation,
Wang Xing hurriedly explained, trying to shift the blame onto Chen.
Desperation?
I see you've grown accustomed to bullying others with the Lin family's
power, truly thinking you can act with impunity?
Mayor Gu interrupted Wang Xing mercilessly, his tone even harsher.
Let alone Chen, even an ordinary person is not someone you can kill at will.
Mayor Gu's voice was like thunder, each word striking Wang Xing's heart like a heavy hammer, making him feel a wave of suffocation.
Yes. Mayor Gu, you are right, I was wrong. Wang Xing nodded repeatedly, his attitude extremely humble. He knew that if he couldn't give Mayor Gu a satisfactory explanation
today, it would be difficult for him to leave unscathed.
Knowing your mistake? That's good.
Mayor Gu's tone softened slightly, but his gaze remained sharp.
He turned
to look at Chen, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes.
Chen, right?
You are quite impressive, facing power without being servile or arrogant, showing
courage and spirit.
Thank you for the compliment, Mayor Gu, Chen replied with a slight smile, maintaining his composure. His expression was calm, his tone indifferent, as if everything that had just happened had nothing to do with him.
Mayor Gu, what do you mean by this? Are you really going to oppose my Lin family for the sake of an ant?
Linhan, who had been left out to the side, could no longer hold back and shouted sharply, her voice filled with resentment and unwillingness. She had originally thought that with Uncle Wang's arrival, she could take revenge and tear Chen to pieces. But unexpectedly, Mayor Gu intervened, constantly defending Chen, which she could not tolerate.
Linhan, watch your words.
Mayor Gu frowned, his gaze coldly directed at Linhan. I'll say it again, Yang City is not a place where your Lin family can act recklessly.
No one is above the rules and laws.
Let alone that you are merely a young girl from the Lin family, even if the head of your Lin
family from the capital came personally, it wouldn't be acceptable.
Linhan was intimidated by Mayor Gu's imposing presence and immediately dared not speak further, only glaring at Chen with a venomous look, as if she wanted to swallow him whole. Seeing this, Wang Xing quickly stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Lin.
Han.
He knew that although Linhan was the young lady of the Lin family, she was still young and impetuous, lacking the understanding of restraint.
If she continued to
speak, it would likely provoke Mayor Gu completely, making the situation even harder to resolve.
Mayor Gu, the young lady is ignorant, please don't hold it against her.
Wang Xing said in a low and submissive tone.
Ignorant?
I see she has been spoiled and truly thinks she can act without restraint.
Gu Chengju let out a cold snort, clearly having a very poor impression of Linhan.
Gu Chengju, today's matter is our fault, I apologize on behalf of the young lady, Wang Xing said, taking a deep breath.
And bowing.
However, it is a fact that this brat injured the young lady, so you see.
What do you want? Gu Chengju asked.
This.
Wang Xing was momentarily at
a loss for words. He had originally wanted Gu Chengju to punish Chen Chen, but it was clear that this was impossible now.
Gu Chengju, this brat not only injured me, but also spoke disrespectfully, insulting the Lin family. You can't just let this go. Linhan couldn't help but interject when she saw Wang Xing silent. Shut up. Wang Xing snapped, glaring fiercely at Linhan.
He really wanted to slap this fool to death. Couldn't she see that Gu Chengju had no intention of holding Chen Chen
accountable?
Gu Chengju, how about this, let this brat apologize to the young lady, and we can let this matter go.
Wang Xing thought for a moment and proposed a compromise. Apologize?
Chen Chen's voice was not loud, but it carried an indescribable disdain, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world.
If anyone should apologize, it should be her to me, right? Not to mention, it seems she was the one who struck first.
I merely used a shield skill to protect myself. What?
Is it wrong to protect oneself?
Wang Xing's face stiffened. He didn't expect Chen Chen to show them no respect at all.
In front of Gu Chengju, he didn't dare to act rashly, but he couldn't bow his head to an ant. Chen Chen looked at the two of them and was too lazy to continue entangling with them.
I'm not interested in your apology. An insincere apology is
meaningless.
Just don't bother me in the future, Chen Chen said, his tone devoid of any waves, as if everything that had just happened had nothing to do with him.
He didn't
even bother to glance at Linhan and Wang Xing. Such clowns weren't worth his time.
Upon hearing this, Wang Xing's tense nerves finally relaxed, feeling a sense of relief.
He had been worried that Chen Chen would be relentless, but it seemed he had overthought it. In that case, we'll take our leave, Wang Xing said, quickly interrupting Linhan, who was about to speak again.
Gu Chengju, we're leaving now, we'll visit again another day.
After saying this, he gave Linhan no chance to react, directly
pulling her away and leaving without looking back.
The speed was almost faster than fleeing for one's life. Linhan struggled all the way but couldn't break free from Wang Xing's grip, so she could only let him drag her away, continuously shouting sharp insults, but her voice grew fainter until it finally disappeared into the crowd.
Chen watched the two of them flee in embarrassment, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth.
He then turned around to look at Gu Chengju, who had been standing
silently to the side.
He had to admit that Gu Chengju had a strong presence. Although his demeanor was kind, he exuded an air of authority in every gesture, making people
dare not underestimate him.
Even though Chen Chen felt somewhat puzzled about Gu Chengju's act of helping him, he still expressed his gratitude.
Thank you, Gu Chengju, for helping me out. Chen Chen slightly bowed, his tone sincere. No matter Gu Chengju's intentions, at least he had indeed helped him avoid trouble just now. It doesn't count as helping out. These young masters from wealthy families are really becoming more and more audacious.
I need to give them a good talking to another day, Gu.
Chengju waved his hand, a warm smile appearing on his face. Chen Chen did not respond, merely listening quietly.
He knew that Gu Chengju's words were not only meant for Linhan but also for someone like him, a rising star. Gu Chengju turned to look at Chen Chen, his eyes carrying a hint of appreciation. As for you, at such a young age,
you possess such courage and spirit, that's impressive.
Chen Chen scratched his head and smiled a bit shyly.
Lord City Master, you flatter me. I'm just someone who stands upright and isn't afraid of shadows. May I ask what brings you here? He didn't believe that someone as important as City Master Gu would come to find him for no reason.
Oh, of course, I'm here to find you, City Master Gu said with a smile, his tone carrying a hint of warmth.
You broke the record for our Yang City Novice Secret realm yesterday. I wanted to talk to you right away, but who would have thought you left the city immediately? So, upon hearing you were back, I came as soon as I could.
City Master Gu's words surprised Chen Chen. He hadn't expected that breaking a record would attract the attention of the top authority in Yang City.
But it was just a record. There was no need for you to come in person, right?
A glimmer of caution flashed in Chen Chen's eyes. Although he didn't think such a big shot could gain anything from him, in this world of the survival of the fittest, it was better to be careful.
City Master Gu's smile grew wider, and his eyes revealed unabashed admiration.
You cleared a hell-level dungeon, and you led the second place by nearly 30 minutes, not to mention you did it with just a two-person team. A spark of brilliance flickered in City Master Gu's eyes as he continued. Don't think you can use Sujina as an excuse, I know how strong that girl is. An SS-level profession is indeed powerful. But even with the best equipment, it wouldn't be possible to clear that secret realm in such a short time. Chen was slightly taken aback, he hadn't expected City Master Gu to understand his situation so thoroughly. He had initially wanted to use Sujina's formidable strength as a cover, but it seemed he couldn't fool this astute City Master. From this perspective, the only variable here is you, little guy. City Master Gu's words, though plain, carried an undeniable affirmation. Chen's heart tightened. He knew he had truly caught the attention of this ruler of Yang City. You overpraise me, Lord City Master, I'm just a bit lucky, Chen humbly replied, while secretly observing City Master Gu's reaction. He didn't want to attract unnecessary trouble due to a moment of overconfidence. Luck? City Master Gu smiled meaningfully. Luck is also a part of strength, but more importantly, it's the potential hidden behind that luck that you possess. He paused, his tone becoming serious. Young man, I hope you understand that in this world, talent and strength are indeed important, but what matters more is how to utilize them. Chen nodded, indicating his agreement. City Master Gu's words felt like both a warning and an expectation. Lord City Master, I understand everything you've said, and I will keep it in mind, Chen responded sincerely. City Master Gu nodded in satisfaction, then shifted the topic with a hint of consideration in his tone. However, the big exam is starting tomorrow. Do you have confidence in securing the top spot in the province? Upon hearing this, Chen felt completely confident in his abilities, but he couldn't bring himself to say it outright. He chuckled foolishly and scratched his head. Lord City Master, you're joking. I'm just a healing support, how could the top spot possibly be mine? Chen's humility only made City Master Gu's satisfaction grow. He stroked his beard, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. If the Lin family can recognize the uniqueness of healing mages, then how could this old man not know? City Master Gu paused, his gaze piercing as he stared at Chen. Moreover, your profession is likely even more special than those recorded healing mages. Chen was slightly taken aback, he didn't expect the City Lord Gu to see so much. After a moment of silence, he slowly spoke, I am not clear on what you mean, City Lord. City Lord Gu laughed heartily, his voice booming, causing Chen's eardrums to tingle slightly. Little fellow, come with me. After saying this, City Lord Gu turned and walked away, his step steady, showing no signs of old age. Chen watched the City Lord's back, his mind racing. What exactly did this top figure of Yang City want to do? Was his visit a blessing or a curse? Questions swirled in Chen's mind, but he still took a step forward, closely following behind. Now, I am the fish on the chopping block, and I can only take it one step at a time. Chen took a deep breath, suppressing the unease in his heart, and quickened his pace to catch up. The two of them walked through several corridors and arrived at a spacious room. The room was simply furnished, with a table, a few chairs, and a large map of Yang City hanging on the wall. City Lord Gu walked to the table and gestured for Chen to sit down. Chen complied but kept his gaze fixed on City Lord Gu. He wanted to see what this City Lord was really up to. City Lord Gu poured 2 cups of tea, pushing one of them in front of Chen. Try this, it's the specialty Yunwu tea from Yang City, refreshing and invigorating. Chen picked up the teacup and took a gentle sip. The fragrance of the tea wafted through the air, slightly bitter at first, but sweet in the aftertaste. Mental value +1 a prompt suddenly appeared before Chen's eyes, and he was momentarily stunned. This tea could actually increase mental attributes? Chen was surprised but maintained a calm expression. He set down the teacup and looked at City Lord Gu, waiting for him to continue. City Lord Gu regarded Chen with a hint of appreciation in his eyes. Good tea. Chen commented lightly, as a response. City Lord Gu smiled and did not linger on the topic, directly shifting the conversation. Little fellow, do you know that this year's major exam is different from previous years? Different? Chen raised an eyebrow, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. He certainly knew that this year's major exam was different because he had reincarnated from the future. But at this moment, he had to pretend to be completely unaware. City Lord Gu nodded, his smile fading slightly, replaced by seriousness. That's right, this year's major exam is indeed very different from previous years. He paused, seemingly organizing his thoughts. I can't tell you exactly how it is different right now, that's the rule. City Lord Gu's voice was low, carrying a hint of mystery. However, what I can tell you is that this year's major exam will be more brutal and more important. Chen listened quietly, not interrupting.
He knew that since City Lord Gu had brought it up, he would finish his thoughts. Sure enough, City Lord Gu took a deep breath and continued, "This major exam not only concerns your personal futures but also the future of our Yang City." His voice suddenly rose, carrying an indescribable pressure. "Even the future of the entire Dragon Kingdom. The future of Yang City? The future of the Dragon Kingdom?" Chen Chen murmured to himself, his brow furrowed, confusion and shock filling his eyes. He simply could not connect a high school exam with the future of Yang City or even the entire Dragon Kingdom. Wasn't that a bit exaggerated? How come he didn't know about this in his past life? Was he too useless back then to be aware of it? City Lord Gu seemed to see through Chen Chen's confusion. He did not explain directly but continued, "I know you have many questions right now, but some things are not suitable for you to know at this moment. However, I can assure you that everything I have said is true." City Lord Gu's voice was deep and powerful, carrying an undeniable authority. Chen Chen fell silent. He knew that with City Lord Gu's identity and status, there was no need to deceive him. But what secret is hidden behind this? Isn't Gina an SS-level professional? Isn't she considered a top talent? Chen Chen couldn't help but ask, trying to glean more information from the City Lord Gu. The Gina he mentioned, whose full name is Sujina, is the young lady of the Su family, the first family in Yang City, and is recognized as the strongest genius of this generation in Yang City. When Sujina was mentioned, a hint of helplessness appeared on Gu's face. That little girl from the Su family indeed has extraordinary talent. Given time, her achievements are limitless. It's just a pity. Gu shook his head and sighed. She is from the Su family in the capital and doesn't count as one of us from Yang City. Chen Chen was taken aback, realizing that although Sujina grew up in Yang City, she indeed belonged to the main branch of the Su family in the capital. "So, I'm worried, old man." Gu patted the table, his voice tinged with urgency. "In this generation of Yang City, apart from you, I can't find anyone capable. So, would you be willing to help me?" Gu's gaze was intense as he stared at Chen Chen, his eyes filled with expectation. "This help won't affect you at all. Regardless of whether I ask you to help or not, you will still face the big exam with all your might. But I still want to invest a little in you, this rising star." Chen Chen's mind raced. Gu's meaning was clear. He hoped Chen Chen could bring glory to Yang City in this big exam. And his so-called investment was clearly a gesture of goodwill and an attempt to win him over. Investment? Chen Chen raised an eyebrow, a playful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Are you saying that if I accept your investment, I have to join the Gu family?" In Chen Chen's understanding, a big figure like Gu must have a huge family force behind him. His mention of investment was likely an attempt to recruit Chen Chen under his banner. Upon hearing this, Gu was first taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter, his voice booming and resonating throughout the room. "You kid, you really don't understand our dragon country at all." Gu's laughter subsided. And looking at Chen Chen, a glimmer of appreciation flashed in his eyes. "We city lords have no families or powers, we represent only one thing, and that is the dragon country." Chen Shen's pupils slightly contracted, his gaze shifting from Gu's lightly smiling face to the cup of tea in front of him that had already cooled slightly. The surface of the tea rippled gently in small circles, as if reflecting the turmoil within him at that moment. "Since you have no intention of recruiting me, is there something specific you wanted to discuss?" Chen Shen's voice was soft, but each word seemed to be carefully considered, carrying a steadiness that was not typical for his age. "What exactly is this City Lord Gu up to? Flattery without reason is either deceitful or malicious." He hadn't heard of such a thing in his past life. Chen Shen's thoughts raced as he tried to find clues in Gu's words. Gu did not answer immediately. Instead, he picked up the teacup and took a gentle sip, as if savoring the aftertaste of the tea, or perhaps weighing his words. "I just want to improve my political achievements." Gu set down the teacup, his tone casual as if discussing the weather. But Chen Chen knew that things were definitely not that simple. Improve political achievements? Chen Chen raised an eyebrow, repeating it with a hint of doubt and inquiry in his tone. "Are you referring to the big exam?" A flash of insight struck Chen Chen, instantly connecting Gu's words with the earlier mentions of the future of Yang City and the future of the dragon country. He. Gu chuckled lightly, nodding, a hint of unmasked bitterness in his smile. "The results of each main city's big exam are linked to the allocation of city resources. You should know that, right?" Chen Chen nodded. He was aware of this. The resources of the Dragon Kingdom are limited, and to encourage the development of various cities, resources are allocated each year based on the results of the major examination. The better the results, the more resources are obtained, and vice versa. Our Yang City has been at the bottom of the major examination for several consecutive years. The voice of Mayor Gu carried a hint of helplessness and fatigue as he spoke slowly, each word feeling like a heavy stone pressing on his heart. Resources are dwindling year by year, and talent is withering away. Year by year. He raised his head, looking at Chen Chen, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Moreover, this year's major examination is more important than in previous years, much more important. So, no matter what, I need a seed, a hope. Mayor Gu said, his gaze towards Chen Chen filled with expectation. Hearing this, Chen Chen understood the reason why Mayor Gu sought him out. After pondering for a moment, he voiced his confusion again, but, Mayor, is it a bit hasty to believe in my potential and talent just because of the record-breaking achievement in the secret realm? Mayor Gu's smile grew wider, as if he had anticipated Chen Chen's question. He gently shook his head, his tone carrying a hint of mystery. Naturally, I have other channels to confirm the information. As for the specifics, I'm sorry, I promised that person to keep it confidential, so I can't tell you for now. Chen Chen furrowed his brows, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. Mayor Gu always spoke half-truths, leaving people feeling anxious yet helpless. If it's just this matter, there's no need for you to come see me in person, right? What exactly do you want me to do? Chen Chen slightly lowered his head, his fingers gently rubbing the edge of the teacup, his tone laced with helplessness and confusion. He still couldn't figure out what kind of scheme Mayor Gu was concocting. Actually, you don't need to do anything, I've just formed a small team for you. Mayor Gu looked at Chen Chen's contemplative expression, his smile growing even broader as he spoke slowly, his tone relaxed. Although they aren't as powerful as you, they are still the best talents among this year's job changers in Yang City who are at your level. Mayor Gu paused, seemingly giving Chen Chen time to digest the information. With just 1 day left before the major examination, you can take the opportunity to run a dungeon together and get a bit of practice. As he spoke, Mayor Gu directly took out a scroll and a staff from his system backpack, gently placing them on the table. The scroll was entirely golden, adorned with intricate magical patterns, emitting a faint glow. The staff, made of an unknown metal, was embedded with a brilliant gem, shimmering with colors that clearly indicated it was no ordinary item. This is a golden level dungeon teleportation scroll, around level 15, and it can be used twice, Mayor Gu introduced, pointing at the scroll, then gesturing towards the staff. And this is a golden level staff specifically for healing professions. Consider it my investment in you, what do you think? After finishing, Mayor Gu picked up the teacup and took a gentle sip, his eyes filled with anticipation. As he quietly awaited Chen Chen's reaction, Chen Chen's gaze swept over the scroll and the staff, quickly calculating in his mind. A golden level dungeon scroll, this is a valuable item that can't be bought on the market, only available through official channels. A golden level dungeon around level 15 might be slightly low for him, but the benefits of a golden level dungeon would easily make up for that gap. As for the golden level staff, a piece of equipment specifically for healers, it would be a problem to refuse. Moreover, this staff was personally given by Mayor Gu, which meant its significance was far more than just being a piece of equipment. This represents the importance that Lord Gu places on this matter, as well as the resource allocation from Yang City. Chen Chen raised his head and looked at Lord Gu, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in his eyes. I appreciate Lord Gu's kindness. However, regarding the members of this team, Chen Chen did not finish his sentence, but the meaning was already clear. He needed to know who his teammates were, their strength, and whether they could be trusted. After all, in a dungeon, where situations change in an instant, an unreliable teammate could very well endanger everyone. You can rest assured about this, their strength will definitely not hold you back. Lord Gu seemed to have anticipated Chen Chen's question, smiling slightly and speaking confidently. Chen Chen frowned slightly, he did not doubt Lord Gu's judgment, but, in team formation, mere strength is not enough. The tacit understanding and cooperation between teammates, and even whether their personalities mesh, will directly affect the team's combat effectiveness. Lord Gu, you also know that in the dungeon, dangers abound. If teammates cannot trust each other and cannot cooperate seamlessly, it can easily lead to Chen paused, not wanting to finish his thought, but his concerns were evident. Lord Gu laughed heartily, as if he had expected Chen to ask this. You need not worry. The few students I selected are not only strong but also, well, how should I put it, they are all quite individualistic young people. As Lord Gu said this, there was a hint of amusement in his tone. There may be some minor frictions and small conflicts among them, but that can actually ignite their fighting spirit and help them grow faster. Listening to Lord Gu's words, Chen felt a bit uneasy. Young people with individuality? That sounds nice, but to put it bluntly, isn't that just a group of troublemakers? Ahem, Lord Gu, when you say individuality, what exactly do you mean? Chen asked tentatively, needing more specific information. Lord Gu smiled mysteriously and slowly revealed a few names. Lin Yuan, Li Wan'er, Li Guan, and Su Muqing. Upon hearing these names, Chen brows instantly furrowed into a Shape. Lin Yuan. Li Waner. Li Guang. Su Muqing. Who are these people? Lin Yuan, the young master of the Lin family in Yang City, has decent talent but is extremely arrogant, looking down on everyone. Li Waner and Li Guang are siblings from the Li family in Yang City. Li Waner is exceptionally talented, a rare ice mage, but her personality is extremely cold, keeping strangers at bay. As for Li Guang, he is the brother of that Li Guang, and with that connection, he would definitely not look favorably upon Chen Chen. And Su Muqing, the young lady of the Su family in Yang City, has decent talent and strength, but she is spoiled and appears very timid under the pressure of Sujina, often crying at the slightest provocation. Chen Chen felt his temples throbbing. What kind of team has Lord Gu assembled for him? Is he supposed to tackle dungeons or play the role of a babysitter? With these people together, it would be a miracle if they didn't end up fighting. Lord Gu, are you sure they can cooperate well with me? Chen Chen's voice was a bit dry. He simply could not imagine the scene of him entering a dungeon with these people. Young people, a little friction is normal. I believe that with your strength and charm, you will definitely win their respect. Lord Gu said with a smile, seemingly full of confidence in Chen Chen. Besides, isn't there a golden level dungeon scroll? With that in hand, no matter how dissatisfied they are, they will have to listen to you. Lord Gu pointed to the scroll on the table, his tone laced with temptation. Chen Chen looked at the golden scroll, feeling a mix of emotions. A golden level dungeon scroll is indeed a great temptation. But, to go into the dungeon with these problematic youths. Chen Chen took a deep breath, suppressing the helplessness in his heart. Lord Gu, may I meet them first? Chen Chen asked, needing to see for himself what these people were like. Of course, they are waiting outside, Lord Gu said, clapping his hands. The door opened, and 4 figures walked in. Leading them was a tall, stern-looking young man dressed in a black mage robe, his gaze sharp as an eagle. Lin Yuan. Following closely were a young man and woman. The man was handsome but wore an impatient expression, while the woman, clad in an ice blue mage robe, had a delicate face but an indifferent demeanor. Li Guang and his sister Li Waner. Bringing up the rear was a petite girl with a sweet appearance, dressed in a pink mage robe, her eyes showing a hint of timidity. Su Muqing. As soon as the 4 entered, their gazes landed squarely on Chen Chen. Lin Yuan's eyes held a mix of scrutiny and disdain. Li Guang's gaze was filled with hostility and provocation. Li Waner's expression remained cold, seemingly indifferent to everything. Su Muqing's eyes darted away, not daring to meet Chen Chen's gaze. Observing their reactions, Chen Chen felt even more helpless. This team, can they really make it? Chen Chen, these are the teammates I've selected for you, Lord Gu introduced with a smile. You all should get to know each other. Lin Yuan spoke first, his voice deep and indifferent. I am Lin Yuan, a thunder swordsman. Li Waner. Frostwalker. Li Waner's voice was cool and concise. Li Guang, berserker. Li Guang's tone carried a hint of arrogance and disdain. Su Muqing, elemental archer. Su Muqing's voice was as soft as a whisper, her head bowed low, almost afraid to look at anyone. Watching their self-introductions, Chen Chen felt a wave of powerlessness. This team, is simply a disaster. Ahem, I am Chen Chen, a restoration mage, Chen Chen said, forcing the words out, already sensing that the upcoming dungeon journey would be a bloody storm. Restoration mage? Li Guang scoffed upon hearing Chen Chen's profession. Lord Gu, you must be mistaken, right? Didn't you say we didn't need support? Isn't this just dragging us down? Li Guang's voice was filled with doubt and dissatisfaction. Although Lin Yuan and Li Waner didn't speak, their expressions indicated their discontent with Chen Chen's profession. Su Muqing still kept her head down, not daring to voice any opinion. Seeing their reactions, Chen Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. As expected, these people didn't take him, the support, seriously at all. Li Guang, don't be rude. Lord Gu reprimanded, stopping Li Guang's questioning. Chen Chen's strength far exceeds your imagination. Teaming up with him will only bring benefits, not drawbacks. Lord Gu's words made Li Guang's expression even darker. Lord Gu, your words are a bit exaggerated, aren't they? He's just a support, how strong can he be? Could it be he is stronger than us? Combat professions? Li Guang's voice was filled with defiance. Whether he's stronger or not, we'll find out. Chen Chen snorted coldly, he was not a soft persimmon to be squeezed. Since these people looked down on him, he would show them that a support could also carry the team. Alright. Then let's give it a try. A glint of excitement flashed in Li Guang's eyes. He had long wanted to teach this arrogant guy a lesson. Lord Gu, what do you think? Li Guang looked at Lord Gu, seeking his opinion. Lord Gu smiled slightly and nodded. Since you all say so, then, let's have a spar. However, let's keep it light and not hurt the harmony. Lord Gu's words made Li Guang even prouder. Don't worry, Lord Gu, I know how to control my strength. As Li Guang spoke, he directly took out a huge battle axe from his system backpack and walked towards Chen Chen. Kid, are you ready? I want you to know what true power is. Li Guang's voice was filled with provocation and threat. Chen Chen looked at Li Guang's arrogant demeanor, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. I'm ready whenever you are. Chen Chen said calmly, his voice steady and indifferent, as if he didn't regard Li Guang at all. Good. You've got guts. Li Guang roared, swinging the battle axe as he charged at Chen Chen. Li Guang's massive body was like a small mountain, whipping up a fierce wind, the battle axe slicing through the air with a piercing whistle, aimed directly at Chen Chen's head. Be careful. Lord Gu's voice rang out from a distance. Tinged with concern, no matter how powerful Chen Chen was, he was just a magic-type support, how could he possibly contend with a warrior? However, Chen Chen stood still, as if frozen in fear. Li Wanner and Lin Yuan exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of disdain in each other's eyes. Is he really scared? What a waste. Li Guang felt even more triumphant, as if he could already see Chen Chen being split in half by his axe. Die! Li Guang shouted, putting more force into the battle axe. At that critical moment, Chen Chen moved. He slightly sidestepped, evading Li Guang's heavy blow at an incredible angle. The battle axe grazed the edge of Chen Chen's clothes and crashed heavily onto the ground. Boom! A loud sound erupted, creating a large pit in the ground, with debris flying everywhere. Li Guang was startled, he hadn't expected Chen Chen to dodge his attack. Interesting. Li Guang grinned maliciously, swinging the battle axe again, sweeping towards Chen Chen. Chen Chen's footwork changed, his figure darting like a ghost, weaving through Li Guang's attacks, narrowly avoiding each one. How is this possible? A hint of surprise flashed in Li Wanner's eyes, she hadn't expected Chen Chen's agility to be so exquisite. Lin Yuan also frowned slightly, realizing he seemed to have underestimated this support. Is dodging all you can do? If you have the guts, face me head on. Li Guang, frustrated by his inability to land a hit, grew increasingly agitated, his roars becoming more frenzied. Chen's lips curled slightly, revealing a cold smile. As you wish. Chen Chen said lightly, waving the starry staff in his hand. A flash of white light appeared, and Chen's figure vanished from the spot. Ha! Li Guang was taken aback, losing track of Chen Chen. The next moment, Chen Chen appeared behind Li Guang. The starry staff, accompanied by a sound of breaking air, struck fiercely against Li Guang's back. Bang! A muffled thud sounded, and Li Guang's massive body staggered forward a few steps, nearly falling. You. Li Guang turned around, looking at Chen Chen in shock. He hadn't expected Chen Chen to hit him. Chen Chen said nothing, swinging the starry staff once more. Bang! 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 A series of muffled sounds erupted, and Li Guang was forced to retreat repeatedly, unable to fight back at all. Is this still a support? Su Muqing's eyes widened in disbelief. Li Wanner and Lin Yuan were also completely stunned, they had never seen such a violent support. Lord Gu watched the scene before him, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes. I told you, Chen Chen's strength far exceeds your imagination. Li Guang was beaten to a pulp, his face bruised and battered. The anger in his heart had reached its peak. I will kill you. Li Guang roared, a powerful aura erupting from his body. Berserk! With a shout, Li Guang's body began to swell, muscles bulging, and his eyes turned blood red. Is this the Berserker's rage skill? Li Wanner exclaimed, not expecting Li Guang to be pushed to such an extent. In his berserk state, Li Guang's strength and speed will increase significantly. Chen Chen is in danger. Lin Yuan said solemnly, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. Roar! Li Guang, now in a berserk state, let out a beast-like roar as he swung his battle axe and charged at Chen Chen once more. This time, his speed was faster, his strength greater, and his momentum even more terrifying. In his berserk state, Li Guang resembled an uncontrollable beast, the battle axe cutting through the air with a howling wind. Chen Chen narrowed his eyes, showing no sign of retreat. He knew very well that facing an enemy in such a state, merely dodging would only put him in a more passive position. The starry staff in his hand spun gently, the light on the staff becoming softer. Since you want to clash head-on, then come. Chen Chen's voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable firmness. Li Guang's speed was astonishing, almost in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Chen Chen. The battle axe, imbued with the power to split mountains, came crashing down. Chen Chen did not flinch or evade, he lightly flicked the starry staff upward. Clang! A crisp sound of metal clashing rang out. To everyone's surprise, the starry staff actually blocked Li Guang's battle axe. Moreover, Chen Chen's body remained completely still. A flash of astonishment crossed Li Guang's eyes as he stared incredulously at the scene before him. How is this possible? A support character could actually use a staff to block his full force strike in a berserk state?
Not only Li Guang, but even the onlookers Li Waner, Lin Yuan, and Su Muqing were all stunned.
They could not comprehend what was happening right in front of them.
A glimmer of appreciation flickered in the eyes of Lord Gu, who nodded slightly, seemingly not surprised by Chen Chen's
performance.
good strength, but too slow.
Chen Chen's calm voice interrupted Li Guang's thoughts.
Li Guang snapped back to reality, his shock quickly replaced by anger. He could not accept that he was being looked down upon by a support character.
Roar!
Li Guang let out another furious roar, his arm muscles bulging, veins popping,
pouring all his strength into the battle axe.
The light on the battle axe intensified, carrying a sense of destruction as it pressed down toward Chen Chen once more.
Too slow.
Chen Chen's voice rang out again, still so calm, so disdainful. He slightly swayed, and the starry staff traced a mysterious arc in the air.
Bang! A muffled sound echoed.
The starry staff struck Li Guang again, this time hitting his chest. In his berserk state, Li Guang's defense was astonishing, but he still could not
withstand Chen Chen's attack.
His massive body flew backward like a kite with its string cut.
Boom!
Li Guang crashed heavily to the ground, creating a large pit.
Dust flew up and debris scattered. Cough, cough.
Li Guang struggled to get up but couldn't help coughing a few times, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth.
He looked up
at Chen Chen, his eyes filled with disbelief and a hint of fear. You. Li Guang stammered for a long time but couldn't utter a complete sentence.
He simply
could not understand how Chen Chen, a support character, could possess such terrifying power.
Li Waner and Lin Yuan exchanged glances, both seeing deep shock reflected in each other's eyes. They finally understood why Lord Gu valued Chen Chen so highly. This assistant is simply beyond their comprehension. Su Muqing's mouth fell open, completely at a loss for words. She felt as if she were dreaming.
Lord Gu smiled slightly, stroking his beard, wearing an expression of everything is as expected. Chen Chen ignored the reactions of the crowd and slowly walked in front of Li Guang, looking down at him.
Do you want to continue? Chen Chen asked, his tone devoid of any emotion.
Li Guang looked at Chen Chen, his eyes flickering uncertainly. He wanted to keep fighting, but he had already lost the strength to continue.
The time for
his berserk state was almost up, and he hadn't even touched the hem of Chen Chen's clothes.
Continuing would only be self-humiliation. Li Guang opened his mouth,
wanting to concede, but his dignity made it hard for him to speak.
Just give up, Li Guang. At that moment, Li Waner's voice suddenly rang out. You've already done
your best, there's no need to persist any longer.
Li Waner looked at Li Guang, her tone carrying a hint of concern. Lin Yuan also nodded, saying, as long as the
Green Mountains remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood.
Losing this time just means we can win back next time. Hearing Li Waner and Lin Yuan's words, the struggle in Li Guang's eyes intensified. He took a deep breath and finally lowered his head. I concede.
His voice was low, but it clearly reached everyone's ears.
Chen Chen nodded, not saying anything further. He turned and walked towards Lord Gu. Li Waner hurriedly stepped forward to support Li Guang. Are you okay? Li Waner asked with
concern, her eyes filled with worry.
Li Guang shook his head, remaining silent. He watched Chen Chen's departing figure, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. There was
unwillingness, anger, and admiration. Lin Yuan walked up to Li Guang, patting his shoulder, comforting him. Don't be discouraged, Li Guang.
That Chen Chen is indeed very strong. We all underestimated him.
Li Guang nodded, still not speaking.
He knew Lin Yuan was right. Chen Chen's strength had far exceeded their imagination.
Losing this time was not unjust. Su Muqing looked at Chen Chen's back, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She suddenly felt as if she had discovered an incredible secret. Lord Gu looked at Chen Chen, his eyes filled with appreciation.
Chen Chen, you did very well.
Lord Gu said with a smile, his tone full of satisfaction.
From now on, it's up to you.
Chen Chen nodded slightly in agreement, then turned to Lin Yuan and the others, saying, gather at the instance hall in an hour, prepare to set off. After saying that, he left the room without any hesitation. Lin Yuan and the others watched Chen Chen's departing figure, their expressions varied. Li Guang's eyes still held a hint of resentment, but more than that, there was apprehension. Li Waner's gaze remained indifferent, but upon closer inspection, one could detect a trace of hidden
curiosity.
Su Muqing looked at Chen Chen's back with admiration, her eyes sparkling like little stars.
Lin Yuan took a deep breath and said solemnly, let's go too. We need to prepare. After saying that, he led a few people out of the room.
Lord Gu looked at the empty room, a satisfied smile appearing on his face.
Now, Yang City finally has hope,
he murmured, his voice filled with anticipation. The four of them walked slowly out of the room, but instead of dispersing as usual to prepare for the
upcoming actions, they coincidentally headed in the same direction. That was the Lin family's branch base in Yang City.
Along the way, Li Guang was still immersed in the defeat from earlier, constantly complaining as if he wanted to pour out all his unwillingness and anger.
Damn it, that Chen Chen is simply a monster. I didn't even touch the hem of his clothes, and I was knocked down. It's so frustrating. Support? Screw that support. What kind of support can be this twisted?
Li Guang's voice was loud,
filled with unwillingness and anger, even mixed with a hint of fear. Li Wanner still wore a frosty expression, but her steps unconsciously quickened a bit. It seemed
she also wanted to reach their destination as soon as possible. Su Muqing had an excited look on her face, closely following at the back of the group, her eyes sparkling
with curiosity and admiration.
She felt like she had discovered an incredible secret and couldn't wait to verify it.
Lin Yuan walked at the front, silent, his face dark and terrifying.
He knew that this matter would definitely not end so simply. Chen Chen's appearance had completely disrupted their plans,
and they had to come up with a countermeasure quickly. Soon, the group arrived at the Lin family's residence.
It was a vast estate, with an ancient and elegant architectural style, exuding a solemn
and dignified atmosphere.
Unlike the simplicity and grandeur of the Sun City Lord's mansion, the Lin family residence showcased the heritage and luxury of a prominent
family. The group passed through several courtyards and arrived at the Lin family's main hall. The atmosphere in the hall was heavy. Linhan sat at the main seat, her face as dark as water, radiating an aura that warned others to stay away.
Beside her, Li Wei sat quietly, his expression equally grim.
Unlike Li Guang's straightforwardness, Li Wei's thoughts were deeper and more sinister. You met Chen Chen, right? How did it feel?
Linhan spoke, her voice cold and devoid of emotion.
She slowly picked
up her teacup, took a gentle sip, but her gaze never left the four who had just entered.
Upon hearing Linhan's question, Lin Yuan, Li Wanner, and Su Muqing all fell silent. Their eyes unconsciously fell on Li Guang.
After all, among those present, only Li Guang had truly fought against Chen Chen.
Li Guang felt the gaze of everyone,
and had no choice but to stand up with a stiff neck. He lowered his head, not daring to meet Linhan's eyes, his voice tinged with guilt and unwillingness.
Miss, I challenged him to a duel. The result? I lost. And I lost terribly. Li Guang's voice grew lower, almost inaudible by the end. He clenched his fists tightly, his
knuckles turning white from the pressure, his body slightly trembling, seemingly still ashamed of his earlier defeat. I was completely no match for him, and he toyed
with me,
Li Guang added, his tone filled with frustration and a hint of barely perceptible fear.
He recalled Chen Chen's nonchalant attacks, that seemingly ordinary, yet containing terrifying power staff, and couldn't help but shudder. Linhan listened to Li Guang's account without immediately reacting. After all, she couldn't defeat Chen Chen either.
She quietly set down her teacup, her gaze lingering on Li Guang for a moment before slowly turning to Lin Yuan.
Lin Yuan, what do you think? Linhan's
voice remained cold, but there was a hint of inquiry in her tone.
Miss, based on Li Guang's description and our observations here, we can confirm that Chen Chen's strength far exceeds our estimates.
He not only possesses powerful combat skills but also has unfathomable combat methods. A support class, yet able to unleash such
terrifying physical attack power. This completely defies logic.
Lin Yuan's voice was deep and powerful, each word seeming to be carefully considered before being spoken. He paused for a moment and continued, moreover, he seems to be hiding his strength. In the battle with Li Guang, he didn't use any skills, relying solely on ordinary
physical attacks to completely suppress Li Guang.
This indicates that his true strength might be even more terrifying.
Lin Yuan's words plunged everyone present into silence.
They all understood that Lin Yuan was right.
Chen Chen's performance had completely exceeded their comprehension. Who exactly is this Chen Chen? Linhan's
voice rang out again, tinged with a hint of doubt and wariness. She lightly tapped the table, producing a rhythmic tap-tap sound, as if deep in thought.
Miss, based on the information we currently have, Chen Chen is just an ordinary civilian.
Lin Yuan replied, his tone carrying a hint of uncertainty.
Linhan scoffed coldly, her
voice filled with disdain.
Do you really think an ordinary civilian player could accomplish these things?
He must either be hiding his identity or has obtained some
kind of special opportunity. Regardless, if he dares to refuse me, then he is courting death.
A glint of cold light flashed in Linhan's eyes, her tone growing
even colder. Miss, what should we do?
Leewi couldn't help but ask, his tone laced with urgency. Like Linhan, he also harbored a deep dislike for Chen Chen.
What to do? Linhan repeated Leewi's question, her tone playful, as if to say, is that even a question? Of course, we find a way to kill him.
She slowly spoke, her voice icy and resolute, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between her teeth, filled with murderous intent. A vengeful light flickered in Linhan's eyes. She could not forget the humiliation Chen Shen had brought her, nor could she tolerate that a waste in her eyes dared to be so arrogant.
If one person can't handle him, then the four of you can go together,
Linhan said casually, as if discussing a trivial matter. To her, Chen Shen's life or death was of no importance. What mattered was her
dignity, which no one could trample upon. Didn't the city lord of Yang City tell you to go into the dungeon with him? A cruel smile curled at the corners of Linhan's
mouth, her eyes flashing with cunning.
This is a heaven-sent opportunity,
she said slowly, her tone filled with calculation and anticipation.
In Linhan's view,
in the dungeon, life and death were unpredictable. No matter how strong Chen Shen was, he was still just one person, while they had four. Moreover, they were four capable
professionals. As long as they used a little strategy, Chen Shen would undoubtedly die. Linhan's words sparked a glimmer of excitement in Liwei's eyes. He had long
been displeased with Chen Shen, and now, he finally had the chance to take revenge. Liwei rubbed his fists together, eager to try, wishing he could rush into the dungeon immediately and tear Chen Shen to pieces. Lin Yuan, Li Waner, and Su Muqing did not speak, but a strange light also flickered in their eyes. Although they were wary of Chen Shen's strength, they believed even more that the four of them working together could definitely put Chen Shen to death. After all, two fists could not fight four hands, even a hero could not withstand a crowd. Moreover, the four of them were not easy opponents.
Miss, you are brilliant,
Li Wei flattered, his tone full of
sycophancy.
Linhan ignored Li Wei's flattery. She slowly stood up, walked to the window, and gazed out at the scenery, a hint of malice flashing in her eyes.
Chen Chen, aren't you very arrogant? I want to see how long you can keep being arrogant.
Linhan coldly laughed in her heart, her tone filled with resentment and anticipation. She could almost envision the scene of Chen Shen being besieged by the four of them in the dungeon, ultimately dying a miserable death on the spot.
An hour passed. Like sand slipping through fingers, quietly fading away.
Chen Shen stood quietly at the entrance of the dungeon hall, his mind already immersed in thoughts about the upcoming
dungeon challenge.
Soon, four familiar figures appeared in Chen Shen's line of sight. It was Li Wei, Lin Yuan, Li Waner, and Su Muqing, who had previously accepted the
city lord's task with him. The four walked side by side, their steps in sync, subtly forming a sense of encirclement.
Chen Shen's brows furrowed slightly, his keen intuition
told him that something was off. The way these four looked at him was completely different from before. It was a complex gaze mixed with hostility, pity, and even a hint of expectation.
It was as if they had long set a trap, waiting for the prey to walk right into it.
Are they planning something against me? Chen Shen pondered,
silently, maintaining a calm facade. Having been reborn and experienced countless life and death situations, he had long developed a cautious nature.
He would not take any potential threats lightly.
Among these people, aside from the Li Waner siblings and their connection to Li Wei, the others shouldn't be hostile towards me.
Chen quickly analyzed the backgrounds and possible motives of the four. Could it be that Lin Yuan is from the Lin family? And Su Muqing is with Su Mingyu? A thought
flashed through Chen Shen's mind, causing a chill to run down his spine. If that were the case, wouldn't this entire team be his enemies?
With this thought, Chen Shen's gaze became sharper.
He secretly circulated the magic power within him, ready to respond to any sudden situation. Although he did not fear any challenge, he would not be
blindly arrogant.
After all, two fists could hardly contend with four hands, not to mention that these four were not easy opponents.
The four stopped in front of Chen Shen.
Li Guang was the first to extend his hand towards Chen Shen, saying, "I was wrong earlier, and I apologize to you. I hope we can get along harmoniously in the upcoming
instance."
Looking at Li Guang, who suddenly showed weakness, Chen Shen raised an eyebrow, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes.
Li Guang's sudden display of goodwill made him sense a whiff of conspiracy.
In his previous life, he might have been deceived by this hypocritical facade, but now, having lived again, he was no longer that
gullible fool. Let's just forget about getting along harmoniously.
Chen Shen's voice was cold, devoid of any warmth, directly rejecting Li Guang's kindness.
He glanced at Li Guang, a mocking curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Aren't you afraid that your cousin Li Wei will cause you trouble for befriending me? Besides, we are merely cooperating. After the big exam, we will be people from two different worlds.
Chen Shen's words were like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the false enthusiasm
in Li Guang's eyes.
Li Guang's hand froze in midair, and the smile on his face became somewhat awkward. He hadn't expected Chen Shen to be so unyielding, directly exposing his disguise. He. Li Guang chuckled dryly, trying to ease the atmosphere. "Brother Chen Shen is joking, how could I have any ill intentions?" Chen Shen ignored his defense, merely giving him a faint glance, his eyes carrying a hint of amusement. Is that so? A light remark from Chun Chen made Li Guang feel a prickling sensation on his back. He suppressed the unease in his heart and forced a smile. Of course, we are teammates and should help each other. Teammates? Chen Chen's lips curled slightly. Sketching a mocking arc, I hope so. After saying that, Chen Chen no longer paid attention to Li Guang but turned his gaze to the other three. Lin Yuan, Li Wanner, and Su Muqing all had different expressions at that moment. Lin Yuan frowned tightly, seemingly deep in thought, a complex look flashing in his eyes. Li Wanner looked at Chen. Chen with a worried expression, wanting to say something but hesitating. As for Su Muqing, her face was expressionless, showing no signs of emotional fluctuation. Chen sneered inwardly, these four indeed had their own agendas. Since everyone is here, let's prepare to enter the instance. Chen Chen spoke up, breaking the silence. His voice was calm and indifferent, as if the earlier incident had never happened. Li Guang watched Chen Chen turn and leave, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes, secretly thinking, let you be proud for a while, once we enter the dungeon, you'll see what's in store for you. The five of them entered the dungeon hall together. As soon as they stepped inside, Chen Chen immediately took out the staff and dungeon scroll gifted by the city lord. An hour of preparation time might just be a moment to adjust for others, but for Chen Chen, who possessed the healer's courage attribute, it was enough to bring about a dramatic change in his strength. The originally golden staff had now been upgraded to platinum by Chen Chen. Eternal Radiance Staff Grade, Platinum Level, LV20 Spirit, plus 300 Durability, 2000 Skill, Holy Surge, Active. Consumes 200 MP to release a Holy Radiance, restoring 300% of spirit value as health to all teammates, and additionally restoring 25% of maximum health based on the target's current health. Deals the same amount of damage to enemies, with a 70% chance to silence them for 3 seconds. CD, 45 seconds. Equipment effect, Radiant Blessing. Increases the effect of all healing skills by 50% and reduces MP consumption of healing skills by 40%. Eternal Protection. Whenever the staff casts a healing skill, the target receives Eternal Protection effect lasting 5 seconds, restoring 2% of the target's maximum health per second, stacking up to 3 layers. The new skills and equipment effects allowed Chen Chen's support capabilities to leap to a new level. Chen Chen waved the staff in satisfaction, then turned his gaze to the four behind him. Team invitation has been sent. The system prompt echoed in Chen Chen's ears, and at the same time, a team invitation prompt appeared before Lin Yuan, Li Wanner, Su Muqing, and Li Guang. The four of them hesitated for almost no time before choosing to accept. Since everyone agrees, let's set off, Chen Chen said, leading the way deeper into the dungeon hall. The other four followed closely behind. Li Guang trailed behind Chen Chen, his eyes flickering, secretly plotting something. A support class dares to be so arrogant. Just wait until we enter the dungeon, you'll have your moment to cry. Li Guang snorted coldly in his heart, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The five soon arrived in front of a portal. It was a portal radiating golden light, clearly the entrance to a golden-level dungeon. Without any hesitation, Chen Chen directly opened the golden-level dungeon scroll in his hand. Buzz! The scroll instantly transformed into a stream of light, merging into the portal. The previously calm portal suddenly rippled, as if a stone had been thrown into water. Let's go! Chen Chen's voice remained calm, as if everything before him could not stir a single ripple in him. He stepped into the portal first. The other four quickly followed, disappearing into the portal. After a dizzying spin, Chen Chen found himself in an unfamiliar forest. Dungeon, Dark Forest, Golden Level, Quest, Kill the Boss in the Depths of the Forest, Dark Wolf King Time Limit, 24 hours current team size, 5/5. The system prompt rang in Chen Chen's ears. He looked around and found himself in a dense forest. Towering ancient trees blocked out the sun, and sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, mixed with a faint hint of blood. In the dark forest, a suffocating atmosphere lingered, as if something was lurking in the shadows, watching every living being that entered. Li Guang walked at the back of the group, his gaze sinister, occasionally glancing at Chen Chen ahead, calculating how to eliminate him without raising suspicion. This damned place really makes me uncomfortable, Li Guang deliberately broke the silence, his tone tinged with irritation. Lin Yuan turned to look at him, saying lightly, a gold-level dungeon is naturally not a safe place. Be careful, don't capsize in the gutter. Li Wanner chimed in, brother, you should tone it down, don't forget the purpose of our visit. Although she had reservations about Li Guang's plan, she ultimately chose to side with her brother. Su Muqing remained silent, closely following the group, trying to minimize her presence. Her heart was filled with fear and unease, yet she dared not defy Su Mingyu's orders. Everyone be careful, there's movement ahead. Chen Shen suddenly stopped, his sharp gaze fixed forward. His mental acuity far surpassed that of ordinary people, allowing him to perceive subtle changes in the surrounding environment. As soon as he spoke, a rustling sound came from the bushes ahead, followed by several massive wolf-like creatures appearing in front of everyone. Roar! A few pitch-black giant wolves with crimson eyes suddenly leaped out from the thicket, charging towards the group. Name, Shadow Wolf rank, Silver level, LV 20 HP, 5000 MP, 1000 Strength, 200 Agility, 150 Spirit, 50 Constitution, 100 Skills, Bite, Shadow Claw Strike Talent. None. Chen Shen quickly used his detection skill to gather information about the Shadow Wolves. Roar! 3 Shadow Wolves howled at the sky, their voices filled with a bloodthirsty desire. Their crimson eyes fixed intently on the 5 people before them, as if they had spotted a delicious prey. Their sharp claws glinted coldly in the sunlight, drool dripping from their mouths, leaving corrosive marks on the ground. 3 Silver-level Shadow Wolves, take note. Chen Shen's voice remained calm, seemingly unfazed by the sudden attack. He quickly scanned the 3 Shadow Wolves, already formulating a plan in his mind. Li Guang's eyes flickered. He had initially wanted to take advantage of the Shadow Wolves' appearance to strike at Chen Shen. But Li Wanner, standing behind him, tightly grasped the hem of his shirt, her eyes conveying a warning. Li Guang cursed inwardly, having to suppress his murderous intent for the time being. He knew it wasn't the right moment yet. These small monsters don't need Brother Chen to handle them, we can take care of it. Li Guang forced down his displeasure and managed to smile. He swung his giant axe and charged at one of the Shadow Wolves. Lin Yuan and Li Wanner followed closely behind, each choosing their target. Su Muqing stood still, seemingly hesitant. She gripped her bow tightly, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. Su Muqing bit her lip, ultimately raising her bow, flame strike. An arrow engulfed. In flame shot from Su Muqing's hand towards one of the Shadow Wolves. The Shadow Wolf let out a howl of agony, flames erupting from its body. Well done! Li Guang praised, swinging his giant axe even more fiercely at the Shadow Wolf. Lin Yuan and Li Wanner also unleashed their skills, engaging in a fierce battle with the Shadow Wolves. For a moment, the entire forest was filled with the brilliance of skills and the roars of the Shadow Wolves. Chen Shen stood to the side, quietly observing the battle. He had no intention of intervening, merely watching the battle of the 4 with silent attention. His gaze was deep and calm, as if everything was under his control. After all, he was just a healer, it wasn't usually his turn to fight. These few have decent strength, but their coordination is lacking, Chen Shen silently assessed. He noticed that while Li Guang was the strongest, he was somewhat impatient, attacking without any strategy. Lin Yuan was relatively calm, but his attack power was slightly insufficient. Li Wanner's frost control skills were quite impressive, but she lacked effective means of output. As for Su Muqing, she was completely slacking off, her attacks weak and without threat. However, Chen Shen had no expectations of them, he was mainly there to copy their abilities and talents, and he was indifferent to their battle situation. Roar! At that moment, a Shadow Wolf suddenly broke through Li Guang's defense and lunged at Su Muqing. Su Muqing's face turned pale, a hint of terror flashing in her eyes. She instinctively wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. The Shadow Wolf's sharp claws struck Su Muqing in an instant, but just then, Chen Shen lightly waved the Eternal Radiance staff in his hand. Healing spell. A surge of emerald light erupted from the staff, instantly enveloping Su Muqing and the Shadow Wolf. Plus 3800, ding. The hero of healing has successfully triggered. Talent element conversion has been copied. Element conversion, all your attacks can add attributes under your control. And the attributes can be freely converted. Triggering Afterglow Impact. A series of system notification sounds rang in Chen Shen's ears. Suddenly, a wave of green light burst forth from the Shadow Wolf. 3000. 1500. 2 massive damage numbers floated above the Shadow Wolf's head. The Shadow Wolf let out a piercing scream, its body flying backward and crashing heavily to the ground. Ding! You have killed the Shadow Wolf, experience plus 150, this. Su Muqing stared blankly at everything before her eyes filled with disbelief. She never expected Chen Shen would step in to save her. Moreover, he had effortlessly killed a silver-level Shadow Wolf. Li Guang, Lin Yuan, and Li Wanner were also stunned by this sudden turn of events. They stopped their actions, staring at Chen Shen in shock. How is this possible? Li Guang's voice trembled, his eyes filled with astonishment and fear. He couldn't believe that a support class could possess such terrifying output capabilities. A flicker of horror also crossed Lin Yuan and Li Wanner's eyes. They had originally thought Chen Shen was just an ordinary support class, not worth fearing at all. But now it seemed they were gravely mistaken. Chen Shen's strength far exceeded their imagination. What are you dazed for? Keep attacking. Chen Shen's voice rang out again, pulling the 3 from their shock. They snapped back to reality and hurriedly continued to fight the remaining 2 shadow wolves. But at that moment, their hearts were already
filled with wariness towards Chen Shan.
Chen Shan paid them no further mind and turned his gaze to Su Muqing.
Are you okay?
His voice was soft, devoid of any emotional
fluctuation. Su Muqing shook her head, her voice a bit choked. I'm fine, thank you.
No need to thank me, Chen Shan replied, his tone lacking any emotional color.
I just didn't want to waste time.
After saying that, Chen Shan turned and walked away. He moved to the side, quietly waiting for the battle to end.
Su Muqing watched.
Chen Shan's back, her heart filled with complex emotions.
Soon, the remaining 2 shadow wolves were also killed by Li Guang and the others. The battle ended, and the entire forest returned to tranquility.
Li Guang walked up to Chen Shan, forcing a smile that looked worse than crying.
Brother Chen Shan, thank you so much just now. If it weren't for you, Su Muqing would probably be in danger.
Chen Shan glanced at him and casually replied, we're on the same team, it's only right to help each other.
Yes,
we're on the same team. Lin Yuan and Li Wan are also approached.
Brother Chen Shan, you were really amazing just now. I didn't expect you, as a support class, to
have such strong output capability, Lin Yuan said, his tone carrying a hint of probing. It was just luck, and my attacks only work on monsters, Chen Shan said half-jokingly. Hearing this, Lin Yuan and Li Wan exchanged glances, a flicker of doubt passing through their eyes.
Alright, let's not waste time, let's move on, Chen Shan
interrupted their thoughts and took the lead into the depths of the forest.
The other 4 exchanged glances and quickly followed.
At this moment, they had developed a deep
wariness towards Chen Shan.
They knew that this seemingly harmless support class was definitely not someone they could provoke.
The original plan would probably have to be reconsidered.
This Chen Shan is surprisingly strong, it seems we need to change our plan, Li Guang whispered to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan nodded, a hint of malice flashing in his eyes.
That's right, but we still have a chance. As long as we. Lin Yuan's voice grew lower, almost inaudible by the end. A cold glint flashed in the eyes of Li Guang and Li Wan. They knew Lin Yuan was right. As long as they planned properly, Chen Shan would undoubtedly die.
Su Muqing walked at the back of the group, her heart filled with struggle and
unease. She didn't know what to do. Should she continue to participate in their plan, or betray them? Su Muqing, what are you thinking about? Li Wan's voice suddenly rang in Su Muqing's ear. Su Muqing was startled and quickly came back to her senses. And nothing. Su Muqing's voice was a bit flustered.
Li Wan looked at her deeply, saying nothing more. She knew that Su Muqing's heart had already begun to waver.
But she believed that Su Muqing would ultimately make the right choice. Because they were all in the same boat. The 5 continued forward, each hiding their own secrets.
Deep in the dark forest, sunlight filtered through the dense branches, casting mottled shadows on the
ground. An indescribable sense of oppression, like a spider's web, quietly wrapped around everyone's hearts. Rustle.
A faint sound came from the bushes ahead, breaking the suffocating silence. The 5 instantly stopped, warily looking in the direction of the sound. Li Guang gripped his battle axe tightly, the veins on his muscular arms bulging, sweat trickling down his rugged cheeks.
What is it? He asked in a low voice, a hint of barely concealed tremor in his tone.
Lin Yuan squinted, the thunder longsword in his hand crackling with dangerous arcs of electricity as he carefully observed the surroundings, trying to identify the hidden threat. I don't know, everyone be careful. Li Wan's face was somewhat pale, tightly gripping her staff, a cold aura swirling around her, as if ready to unleash powerful frost magic at any moment. Su Muqing stood at the back of the group, her body slightly trembling, tightly holding her longbow, the arrowhead glinting with a cold light. She felt an inexplicable unease, as if something terrible was about to happen. Chen Shan stood at the front of the group, his expression still calm, as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. He slightly tilted his ear, seemingly listening to something. Suddenly, he spoke up, it's the shadow leopards, there are quite a few of them, everyone prepare for battle. His voice was soft, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of dark figures suddenly sprang out from the bushes ahead, like phantoms, pouncing towards the 5. Name, Shadow Leopard rank, Silver level, LV 18 HP, 8000/8000 MP, 3000 strength, 250 agility, 300 spirit, 110 constitution, 100 skills, Shadow Assault. Tier, Claw of Shadows talent, Stealth. The Shadow Leopards were incredibly fast, almost instantly reaching the 5. Chen Shan looked at the leopard in front of him, frowning.
Level 18? Wasn't this supposed to be a level 15 dungeon? Could the dungeon level change based on the user's level?
Their sharp claws sliced through the air, glinting coldly as they aimed for the vital
points of the 5. Be careful!
Li Guang shouted angrily, swinging his battle axe fiercely, creating a gust of wind as he struck at one of the shadow leopards. Lin Yuan also swung his thunder
Long sword, bolts of lightning shooting from the blade, striking at the surrounding shadow leopards. Lee Wanner chanted a spell, and an ice wall appeared instantly in front of her, blocking the shadow leopard's attack. Sumuching drew her longbow, firing arrows like shooting stars towards the shadow leopards. Chen Shen stood still, not immediately joining the fray. He quietly observed the battlefield, seemingly waiting for something. Although the shadow leopards' attacks were fierce, they struggled to gain the upper hand against the combined efforts of the five. Li Guang's battle axe was powerful, each strike able to push back the shadow leopards. Lin Yuan's thunder longsword was astonishingly powerful, each bolt of lightning inflicting massive damage on the shadow leopards. Li Wanner's frost magic effectively slowed the shadow leopards down. Sumuching's arrows accurately struck the vital points of the shadow leopards. The battle fell into a stalemate. Suddenly, one of the shadow leopards broke through Li Guang's defense and lunged at Sumuching. Sumuching's face changed dramatically, and she quickly retreated, trying to dodge the shadow leopard's attack. But the shadow leopard was simply too fast, she had no time to react. Just as the shadow leopard's claws were about to reach Sumuching, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her. It was Chen Chen. He had somehow arrived in front of Sumuching, gently waving his staff. A soft light instantly enveloped Sumuching. Song Wolf Light Shield, a semi-transparent shield, appeared around Sumuching, blocking the shadow leopard's attack. Roar! The shadow leopard's claws slammed against the Song Wolf Light Shield, producing a deafening roar, but the semi-transparent shield remained unmoved, resilient beyond imagination. Sumuching was still shaken, her pale face filled with fear. She could even feel the foul breath of the shadow leopard spraying onto her face. Li Guang and the others also noticed the commotion and rushed over to support Sumuching. But there were simply too many shadow leopards, and they couldn't shake off the entanglement for the moment. Damn it, these beasts! Li Guang cursed, swinging his battle axe even more violently, sending a shadow leopard that attempted a sneak attack flying. Lin Yuan continuously unleashed Thunder Sword. Bolts of lightning exploding among the group of shadow leopards, causing widespread damage. Li Wanner's frost magic played a crucial role as well. She kept casting ice spikes, ice walls, and other spells to slow down the shadow leopards, creating opportunities for her teammates. We can't keep going like this, we must find a way to break through. Li Wanner's voice was somewhat anxious, her magical energy was depleting rapidly, and she was starting to struggle. Li Guang gritted his teeth and shouted angrily at Chen Chen, who was not far away, "What are you dawdling for? Your attack power is so strong. Get moving." In response, Chen Chen chuckled, "We're here to practice coordination. If I take action, you'll have nothing to do, and that would be too boring. Wouldn't it? In a situation like this, what do you care about being bored or not? People are about to die." Seeing Li Guang's agitation, Chen Chen smiled helplessly and waved his staff again. Holy surge! A radiant light burst forth from the staff, instantly enveloping everyone. The warm glow washed over them, and in an instant, everyone's health points were completely restored, the previous fatigue vanishing without a trace. Not only that, thanks to the effect of Eternal Sanctuary, they also gained a continuous health regeneration effect. Plus 5850. Plus 5850. Plus 5850. A series of green numbers floated above the five's heads, indicating the healing effect of Holy Surge. What kind of healing amount is this? What kind of healing amount is this? Li Guang's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never seen such a powerful healing skill, it was simply unheard of. Lin Yuan and Li Wanner were equally shocked, their gazes towards Chen Chen filled with confusion and astonishment. Sumuching was so excited she couldn't speak, she felt as if she were in paradise, filled with strength. Roar! The Shadow Panthers sensed the threat and let out furious roars, attacking the five even more frantically. Although Chen Chen's healing spell had an offensive effect, at this moment, he turned off the residual impact. What are you dawdling for? Take the chance to counterattack. Li Guang and the others felt as if they had been granted amnesty, each one energized as they brandished their weapons and charged towards the Shadow Panther pack. Kill! Li Guang roared, his battle axe slicing through the air with a whistling sound as it struck a Shadow Panther on the head. 852. A massive damage number floated above the Shadow Panther's head. The unfortunate creature didn't even have time to scream before being instantly killed. Lin Yuan was equally unyielding, his longsword crackling with lightning. With every swing, a deafening thunderclap accompanied it. 789. 812. 795. A series of damage numbers continued to rise, and before Lin Yuan's thunderous sword energy, the Shadow Panthers fell like paper. Li Wanner stood at the back of the team, continuously casting frost magic. At the tip of her staff, a crystal-clear ice shard shimmered with cold light, and as she waved her staff, ice spikes, ice walls, and ice rings flew out, freezing, slowing, and repelling the Shadow Panthers one by one. Sumuching finally snapped out of her shock. She drew her bow and shot arrows shimmering with elemental light, accurately targeting the vital points of the Shadow Panthers. 654, 688, 672. Although her attack power was not as high as Li Guang's and Lin Yuan's, her rapid attack frequency and the elemental damage attached to her arrows posed a significant threat to the Shadow Panthers. The five worked together seamlessly, their offensive like a tide, and the Shadow Panther pack, which had initially held the advantage, was actually forced back a few steps by them. Good. Just like that. Take down all these beasts. Li Guang shouted excitedly, swinging his battle axe with even more vigor. Chen Chen stood to the side, quietly observing everything, a slight smile on his lips. He didn't attack, he only occasionally cast Howling Wolf Light Shield to protect his teammates, preventing them from being instantly killed by the Shadow Panthers. Chen Chen understood very well that the reason these people were fighting so hard was partly due to the healing effect of Holy Surge, which relieved them of any worries. On the other hand, it was because they saw a glimmer of hope for victory and wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. After all, no one wanted to stay in this perilous forest for even a second longer. Moreover, they had a more important mission to complete. With this thought, Chen Chen's gaze turned cold. He wanted to see what tricks this group could come up with. Roar! At that moment, a deafening roar suddenly erupted. The Shadow Leopard pack, which had already been beaten back by the five, suddenly went wild and charged forward again in a frenzy. What's going on? Why have these beasts suddenly become so fierce? Li Guang's expression changed as he struggled to fend off the attacks from the Shadow Leopards. Lin Yuan also frowned, sensing that the power and speed of these Shadow Leopards seemed to have increased significantly compared to before. Everyone, be careful. These Shadow Leopards might be fighting for their lives. Li Wanner's voice trembled. She had already exhausted more than half of her magic power, and her face had turned pale. Su Muqing was even more terrified, her face losing color as she struggled to steady the bow in her hands. Damn it! Have these beasts gone mad? Li Guang cursed angrily, swinging an axe to send one of the leopards flying, but immediately, more Shadow Leopards pounced on him. This won't do. At this rate, we'll be worn out. Lin Yuan shouted loudly, several wounds already appearing on his body, blood staining his clothes. Chen Chen, are you still just watching? Hurry up and take action. Li Guang looked at Chen Chen anxiously, shouting loudly. Chen Chen merely smiled slightly and shook his head. I said, we are here to adapt, it's not my time to act yet. You! Li Guang was so furious he nearly spat blood, he really wanted to chop this bastard down with his axe. Roar! Just then, an even louder roar came from behind the Shadow Leopard pack. Following that, an exceptionally large Shadow Leopard slowly emerged. This Shadow Leopard was 3 meters long, its fur as black as ink, its eyes flickering with a crimson glow, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. Name, Shadow Leopard. King Lord rank, silver level, LV 20 HP, 25,000/25,000 MP, 8,000/8,000 strength, 350 agility, 420 spirit, 180 constitution. 280 skills, Shadow Assault, Rending Claw Strike, Shadow Roar Talent, Shadow Body, Silver Rank Lord. Li Guang and the others' faces changed dramatically, exclaiming in shock. They never expected that among this group of Shadow Leopards, there was actually a Silver Rank Lord hidden. It's important to note that the strength of a Silver Rank Lord far exceeds that of ordinary Silver Rank monsters. Given their current state, they were simply no match for this Shadow Leopard King. What do we do? Are we going to die? Su Muqing's voice was tinged with tears, she had completely lost hope. Don't be afraid. We still have a chance. Li Guang gritted his teeth, forcing himself to remain calm. Chen Chen, I know you're strong. Please, help us. Li Guang looked at Chen Chen, his eyes filled with pleading. As long as you're willing to act, I promise I won't oppose you again. Lin Yuan quickly added. Chen Chen, we were wrong before, we apologize. Li Wanner also lowered her head, her tone filled with regret. Chen looked at the group before him, a playful smile appearing on his face. He slowly raised the staff in his hand and said lightly, all right, since you all say so, I'll reluctantly take action this once. But, I'm not doing it to save you. As Chen Chen spoke, he quickly walked up to the Lord. Looking at Chen Chen before him, Li Guang gripped the giant axe tightly, his eyes flickering, a barely perceptible cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He slightly tilted his head, exchanging a glance with Lin Yuan beside him, a conspiratorial flavor almost spilling over in that look. Are you ready? Li Guang asked in a voice only they could hear. Lin Yuan nodded slightly, the thunder sword in his hand crackling with lightning, emitting a hissing sound, like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, ready to deliver a fatal strike to its prey at any moment. Li Wanner's face remained pale, but her gaze had become exceptionally resolute, her grip on the staff tightening, her knuckles turning white from the force. Everything seemed to be proceeding according to their plan.
The Shadow Leopard King moved slowly, each step felt like it was treading on the hearts of the crowd, heavy and oppressive. Its massive body resembled a moving fortress, the black fur shimmering with a cold sheen under the moonlight, its crimson eyes fixed intently on the approaching Chen Chen, as if looking at a prey walking towards its own demise. The air was thick with the stench of blood, remnants of the previous battle, a harbinger of the slaughter to come. Chen Chen's expression remained calm, even carrying a hint of a faint smile. It was as if he did not see the murderous intent in the Shadow Leopard King's eyes, nor did he notice the strange atmosphere among the few behind him. He simply advanced slowly, the eternal radiance staff in his hand radiating a soft golden light, incongruous with the bloody battlefield. As Chen looked at the attributes of the Lord Monster before him, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. A silver-level lord was nothing more than a slightly larger experience pack for him at this moment. His gaze swept over every piece of data on the Shadow Leopard King, and he already had a rough plan in mind. Roar! The Shadow Leopard King seemed to sense Chen Chen's disdain and let out a deafening roar, the massive sound wave causing the surrounding leaves to tremble. It lunged at Chen Chen, its enormous claws slicing through the air with a whistling sound, aiming for the top of Chen Chen's head. Come on! Chen Chen chuckled lightly, stepping forward instead of retreating, his figure flashing as he directly met the Shadow Leopard King's attack. Just as the Shadow Leopard King's claws were about to strike Chen Chen, his figure suddenly vanished. Gale step. Chen Chen's figure reappeared beside the Shadow Leopard King, the eternal radiance staff in his hand swinging down decisively towards the Shadow Leopard King's waist. However, just as Chen Chen's attack was about to land, ding! Your teammate Li Guan has exited the party. Ding! Your teammate Li Waner has exited the party. Ding! Your teammate Lin Yuan has exited the party. A series of system notifications rang out like cold blades, instantly slicing through Chen Chen's previously calm heart. He didn't even turn back, the golden light from the eternal radiance staff illuminated the mocking curve at the corner of his mouth. Heh, just as I thought. Chen Chen sneered, his voice laced with sarcasm, as if he had anticipated all of this. He didn't even look back at those former teammates behind him, for he knew that from the moment they chose betrayal, they were no longer teammates but enemies. At the same time, the attacks coming from behind Chen Chen had already reached him. Li Guang's giant axe, with the might to split mountains and shatter stones, swung fiercely towards Chen Chen's back. Lin Yuan's thunder sword, flashing with blinding lightning, struck directly at Chen Chen's heart like a venomous snake strike. Li Waner's staff also condensed into a cold ice spike, shooting towards the back of Chen Chen's head. 3 different attacks came from 3 different directions simultaneously, sealing off all of Chen's escape routes. At the same time, the Shadow Leopard King launched an attack on Chen Chen, as if it had made an agreement with Li Guang and the others to strike together. From all directions, a chilling killing intent surged. Chen Chen, however, laughed, contemptuously, unabashedly. He didn't even raise an eyelid, as if the attacks coming from behind were merely a gentle breeze. Not worth mentioning. Swish! Li Guang's giant axe, accompanied by a howling wind, was about to cleave Chen Chen in two. Lin Yuan's thunder sword, crackling with electric light, lunged towards Chen Chen's heart like a venomous snake. Li Waner's ice spike, exuding a bone-chilling cold, shot straight for the back of Chen Chen's head. The Shadow Leopard King's massive claws descended from the sky, carrying a bloody wind. Any one of these 4 attacks would be enough to instantly kill an ordinary player. Not to mention, they were all coming at once. However, at this critical moment, Chen Chen moved. He neither dodged nor defended. He simply took a gentle step forward. Just one step. Li Guang's giant axe halted half an inch from Chen Chen's back, unable to advance any further. Lin Yuan's thunder sword struck empty air, the lightning dissipating. Li Waner's ice spike shattered just a finger's breadth from the back of Chen Chen's head. The Shadow Leopard King's claws slammed into the ground, creating a deep pit and sending dust flying. All the attacks missed. The onlookers were filled with disbelief as they witnessed Chen Chen evade their attacks so effortlessly, as if they had seen something incredible. Their attacks had all missed? It was a 4-fold assault, a meticulously planned ambush. How could Chen Chen possibly evade it? How is this possible? He just took a step forward. Did he predict our attacks in advance? Li Guang, Lin Yuan, and Li Waner were engulfed in a storm of confusion, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Chen Chen had done nothing but rely on his memories from his past life and his understanding of their attack patterns to accurately predict their trajectories. After all, in his previous life, he had died from such an ambush. For attacks coming from behind, Chen Chen had long been like a startled bird, on high alert. Unless the attacker was far stronger than him, it was impossible for anyone to successfully ambush him from behind. Moreover, these few before him were merely clowns. Chen Chen slowly turned around, a cold curve forming at the corner of his mouth. He paid no attention to Li Guang and the others, instead directing his gaze toward a petite, fragile figure not far away. Su Muqing. She had not withdrawn from the team like the others but stood there alone, looking somewhat at a loss. "Aren't you going to leave the team?" Chen Shan's voice was soft and light, yet carried a hint of playfulness, a touch of mockery. Su Muqing trembled slightly, slowly raising her head, her clear eyes filled with fear and unease. She bit her lip, remaining silent, only shaking her head gently. Chen Shan looked at Su Muqing, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. Although she had participated in that betrayal, she had not directly taken action. Perhaps she was just a pawn caught in the fray, unable to act on her own. Chen Shan narrowed his eyes slightly, his deep gaze seeming to penetrate Su Muqing's heart, seeking to uncover all her secrets. Su Muqing felt a chill under Chen Shan's gaze, lowering her head, unable to meet his eyes. "Since you are unwilling to kill me, why did you join them?" Chen Shan spoke again, his voice still calm but carrying an undertone of interrogation. Su Muqing's body trembled slightly, she bit her lip tightly, her nails digging deep into her palm. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately remained silent. "Is it because of Su Mingyu?" Su Muqing suddenly raised her head, a hint of panic flashing in her eyes. She didn't expect Chen Shan to directly mention her father's name. "My father insisted that I do this. I have no choice." Su Muqing's voice was very soft, tinged with a hint of sobbing. "Like a wounded little beast, but I don't want to do this. Sister Jiner told me before she left that you are a good person, and if I need help, I can ask you to help me level up. I really don't want to hurt you." Hearing Su Muqing's tearful explanation, Chen Shan was slightly taken aback. Su Mingyu was actually her father? So, does that mean she is the young lady of the Su family? In Yang City? Moreover, from her words, it was not hard to hear that her relationship with Su Jiner seemed to be quite special. It seems that whether it was because Su Muqing didn't take action or because of her relationship with Su Jiner, he shouldn't include her in the reckoning. Just as Chen Shan was pondering, Li Guang and the others were seething with anger. They never expected that Chen Shan would dare to ignore them like this. "Chen Shan! You're looking for death!" Li Guang roared, swinging the giant axe in his hand again, the violent force seeming to tear the air apart. Truly unaware of the danger. Lin Yuan also snorted coldly, the thunder sword in his hand flashing with electric light, the sharp sword energy aimed directly at Chen Shan's vital points. "Chen Shan, I'm sorry." A hint of guilt flashed in Li Wanner's eyes, but the staff in her hand still conjured a cold ice spike aimed at Chen Shan. Perhaps forgetting Chen Shan's strange movement technique earlier, or perhaps anger had clouded their minds, the three of them launched another attack on Chen Shan. This time, their attacks were even more fierce and ruthless, clearly fueled by genuine rage. Meanwhile, the Shadow Leopard King narrowed its eyes, not attacking directly. It seemed to be observing, waiting for the best moment to strike. As a silver-level boss, its intelligence was far beyond that of ordinary monsters. It could see that this besieged human was much stronger than the other three humans. Rather than dealing with Chen Shan, it would be better to kill the other three. Watching the three attacks coming at him again, Chen Shan lightly waved the eternal radiant staff, the golden light swirling as if it were alive. Swish! 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 3 attacks, each carrying different powers, came from 3 directions, but the moment they touched Chen Shan's body, they were precisely blocked by the staff. Block. Successful. Block successful. Block successful. 3 system prompt sounds rang crisply in Chen Shan's ears, like a victorious melody. The expressions on Li Guan, Lin Yuan, and Li Wanner's faces instantly froze, their anger replaced by shock. If earlier Chen Shan had dodged their attacks with his strange movement technique, it could still be explained as prediction. But now, Shen's near-miraculous block completely exceeded their understanding. These were 3 attacks from different directions and with different attributes. He actually blocked them all? Moreover, it was done so effortlessly, as if he had merely waved his hand to shoo away a few annoying flies. However, Chen Shan's gaze never left Su Muqing. That petite figure still stood alone in place, like a little deer lost in the forest, helpless and wandering. Su Muqing. Chen Shan slowly spoke, "If you exit the instance now, I will treat it as if you did not participate in their matters." His tone was very calm, as if stating a fact, a conclusion that had long been predetermined. "If you stay here." Chen Shan's voice paused slightly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "Then don't blame me for treating you the same as the others." This sentence was like a biting cold wind in winter, instantly blowing into Su Muqing's heart, making her shiver involuntarily. Su Muqing took a deep breath, as if she had mustered up courage, or perhaps shed a heavy burden. She slowly raised her head, and the eyes that were once filled with fear and unease now flashed with a hint of determination.
I'm sorry, Chen. Before her words could fade, Su Muqing's figure vanished from the spot, transforming into a beam of white light, directly exiting the instance. At the same time, the system notification echoed in Chen's ears. Ding. Your teammate Su Muqing has exited the team. Ding. Your teammate Su Muqing has exited the instance. A faint smile curled at the corners of Chen's mouth. He turned around to face Li Guang and the others, his gaze flickering with a cold glint. Useless. I told you we shouldn't have brought her along. Li Guang roared, his voice filled with frustration and anger. He never expected that Su Muqing would choose to exit at this moment. This not only disrupted their plans but also left them in a passive position. Forget it. Attack with all your might. Li Guang's eyes turned bloodshot, like a furious beast, as he swung his giant axe once more. Kill him. If he doesn't die, we will. As he looked at the few people charging at him, Chen merely smiled coldly. Trivial skills. Before his words could finish, the shadow beneath his feet suddenly twisted. Swish. 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 3 dark figures suddenly sprang from the shadow, moving as fast as lightning, instantly appearing behind Li Guang, Lin Yuan, and Li Waner. They were Chen's shadow soldiers. What? Li Guang, Lin Yuan, and Li Waner felt a blur before their eyes, and a tremendous force surged from behind, pinning them down firmly. They didn't even have time to react before this sudden turn of events left them completely dazed. Li Guang felt an irresistible force gripping his giant axe tightly, rendering him immobile. The thunder sword in Lin Yuan's hand was also seized by a massive black claw, unable to advance an inch. Li Waner's staff was snatched directly from her hand by a shadow and thrown aside. What are these things? Li Guang screamed in terror, struggling desperately, but found his body felt as if it were crushed by a mountain, unable to move at all. Shadows, this seems to be a shadow-type summon. Lin Yuan managed to squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth, his face pale and his eyes filled with disbelief. He never imagined that Chen possessed such a bizarre ability. How could this be? Li Waner's voice trembled as she looked at the 3 shadows that held them firmly, her heart filled with fear. 2 of them were massive black wolves, each larger than they were, their sharp claws glinting with a chilling light. The other was a humanoid shadow, exuding a heart-stopping dark aura, like a demon from the abyss. Each of these shadow soldiers radiated a presence far beyond that of the silver-level Shadow Leopard King. This is impossible. How could you have such powerful summons? Li Guang roared madly, unable to accept the reality before him. A support class possessing such formidable combat power completely shattered his understanding. Nothing is impossible. Chen's voice, like the whisper of death, echoed in their ears. He slowly walked in front of the 3, looking down at them from a height, his gaze filled with indifference and mockery. Did you really think I was still the useless person from my past life? Chen's voice was soft and faint, yet carried a suffocating sense of oppression. Past life? What are you talking about? Lin Yuan asked, trembling as he fought against his fear. Heh, you don't need to know. Chen let out a cold laugh as he slowly raised the Eternal Radiance staff in his hand, golden light gathering at the tip of the staff. Now, you can go die. Chen's voice, like a decree from the depths of hell, made the 3 of them feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. No! Don't kill me! I was wrong. I won't dare again. Li Guang completely broke down, frantically begging for mercy, tears and snot streaming down his face. Chen, I was forced to. Please spare me. Lin Yuan also began to plead, not wanting to die. He was still young, with a bright future ahead. Chen. I'm sorry, I didn't want it to be like this. Li Waner's voice trembled with tears, she regretted participating in this betrayal. However, there was no expression on Chen's face. He coldly looked at these 3 former teammates, his eyes devoid of any pity. Traitors deserve to die. Traitors deserve to die. Chen's voice was icy and merciless. No! Accompanied by 3 desperate screams, the golden light on the Eternal Radiance staff suddenly erupted. Holy surge! The dazzling golden light instantly engulfed Li Guang, Lin Yuan, and Li Waner. 10 minutes may just be a fleeting moment for an ordinary person. But for Li Guang, Lin Yuan, and Li Waner, these 10 minutes felt like centuries of torment in hell. The effect of Hero of Healing made them struggle on the brink of death. Healed again and again, only to be reduced to near death once more. This feeling of dying and coming back to life was more brutal and despairing than any torture. Their spirits had long since shattered. Their will had been completely destroyed. In their eyes, there was only endless emptiness and numbness. Finally, after enduring countless deaths, the system's notification sound rang out again. Ding! Hero of Healing triggered. This target's attribute points have reached the limit. Ding! Hero of Healing. Triggered. This target's skills and talents have been completely copied. Cannot continue copying. This meant that Chen Chen had extracted the last bit of value from these three. He had obtained everything he wanted. And these three could finally be completely liberated. Chen Chen closed his eyes, feeling the surging power within him, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up into a satisfied smile. Although these guys' talents were not impressive, even a small mosquito is still meat, and he had gained a full 60 attribute points. What do you want? Li Guang struggled to lift his head, the muscles on his face twisted in pain, staring at Chen Chen with a hoarse voice, anger and fear intertwining in his eyes. Chen Chen coldly gazed at the three who had completely lost their ability to resist, their bodies trembled slightly, their eyes filled with fear and despair. However, before he could finish speaking, he was ruthlessly interrupted by Chen Chen. Chen Chen didn't even glance at him, just waved his hand lightly, as if shooing away an annoying fly. In the next moment, the shadow soldiers binding the three sprang into action, executing Chen Chen's orders mercilessly like demons from hell. The abyssal shadow wolf's sharp claws easily tore through Li Guang's proud berserker defense. The cold gaze of the shadow beast master, like the stare of death, made Lin Yuan and Li Waner's hearts stop beating instantly. Thud. 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 Three dull sounds almost rang out simultaneously. Blood instantly stained the ground. Ding. You have killed player Li Guang. Ding. You have killed player Lin Yuan. Ding. You have killed player Li Waner. The system's notification echoed in Chen Chen's mind, cold and merciless, like a witness to this massacre. Chen Chen's face bore no expression, as if he had merely crushed a few insignificant ants. He slowly turned around, no longer looking at the three gradually cooling corpses, and walked deeper into the dark forest. His steps were light and steady, as if each footfall was placed on the edge of life and death. Traitors deserve to die. Chen Chen's voice was soft and faint, yet carried a suffocating chill that echoed in the blood-scented air. Chen Chen slowly turned, his gaze landing on the Shadow Leopard King not far away. The once imposing Leopard King now seemed as if it had been targeted by death itself, its body stiff and trembling. It instinctively sensed danger, its massive form unconsciously retreating, trying to escape this land of death. Want to run? A cold smirk curled at the corner of Chen Chen's mouth. He didn't even move his feet, just waved his hand lightly. Swish. 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 Three pitch black figures suddenly sprang from his shadow, blocking the Shadow Leopard King's path with lightning speed. They were Chen Chen's shadow soldiers, two abyssal shadow wolves and a shadow beast master. Whoa! The Shadow Leopard King let out a desperate growl, attempting to resist, but against the three shadow soldiers far beyond its strength, its struggles seemed so pale and powerless. The sharp shadow claws easily tore through its fur, while the abyssal grip directly seized its throat. Crack! The sound of bones shattering clearly reached Chen Chen's ears. The massive body of the Shadow Leopard King crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed the Shadow Leopard King Lord. Experience plus 800 ding. Congratulations, you have obtained Shadow War Blade *1, Shadow Leopard Bone *1, Shadow Leopard Skin *1. The system's notification echoed in Chen Chen's mind. But there was no joy on his face. These items held little allure for him now. He slowly walked to the corpse of the Shadow Leopard King, looking down at this former forest overlord. Although its strength isn't much, it's still a lord-level monster. Good enough to serve as a soldier, Chen Chen muttered to himself, having decided to convert this Shadow Leopard King into one of his shadow soldiers. Stand up! Chen Chen commanded in a low voice, his magical power beginning to surge within him. Swish! A mass of black shadow on the Shadow Leopard King's corpse began to twist and contort violently. Moments later, a completely black leopard, its eyes flickering with ghostly light, slowly rose from the corpse. It lowered its head, showing submission to Chen Chen. Name, Shadow Leopard King. Rank, Silver Level, LV 20 HP, 30,000/30,000 MP, 9,000/9,000 Strength, 380 Agility, 450 Spirit, 200 Constitution, 300 Skills, Shadow Assault, Tear Shadow Claw Strike, Shadow Roar Talent, Shadow Body, Shadow Claw, Shadow Hunting. Chen Chen looked at the Shadow Leopard King before him and nodded slightly. Although the Shadow Leopard King's strength was not on par with the Abyssal Shadow Wolves and the Shadow Beast Master, it was still decent as cannon fodder. After all, a silver-level monster could be considered a strong presence at this stage. After dealing with the last enemy, Chen Chen strode deeper into the instance. The depths of the dark forest were filled with a stifling atmosphere different from the outskirts. Towering ancient trees intertwined, further obscuring the already dim light. Beneath his feet lay a thick layer of decaying leaves, each step producing a faint rustle that sounded particularly clear in the silent environment. Two abyssal shadow wolves and a shadow Beastmaster followed closely behind Chen Chen like loyal guardians. Chen Chen had no interest in this dungeon, if it weren't for the fact that Lord Gu had thrown in a staff as a bonus, he wouldn't have bothered coming at all. The only thing that caught his eye in this entire dungeon was the golden level boss deep within the Shadow Wolf King. The journey ahead became exceptionally smooth. With 3 powerful shadow soldiers clearing the way, any monster daring to block Chen Chen's path met only one fate: death. Roar! A low growl came from ahead. Chen Chen stopped in his tracks, knowing he was nearing the final boss of this dungeon, the Shadow Wolf King. Come out, Chen Chen said calmly. Swish! As his words fell, a massive black wolf slowly emerged from the shadows. It was several times larger than an ordinary shadow wolf, exuding a powerful aura, its eyes flickering with a cold green light. Name: Shadow Wolf King. Rank: Gold level, LV 20 HP, 20,000/20,000 MP, 8,000/8,000 Strength, 650 Agility, 750 Spirit, 400 Constitution, 800 Skills, Shadow Assault, Tier, Shadow Roar, Shadow Clone Talent, Shadow Body, Shadow Hunting. Wolf King pressured. Chen Chen looked at the Shadow Wolf King before him, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. This was the only creature he was truly interested in. As for the other small monsters, he didn't even have the interest to extract them into shadow soldiers. Chen Chen's gaze brightened slightly, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he murmured to himself. He didn't rush to attack, instead, he took his time admiring the Shadow Wolf King, as if appreciating an intriguing toy. Under Chen Chen's unabashed gaze, the Shadow Wolf King felt a twinge of unease. It instinctively sensed danger, but as a proud golden level boss, it couldn't allow itself to retreat. Awoke, the Shadow Wolf King howled to the sky, trying to overwhelm Chen Chen with its imposing presence. The Wolf King pressure, as a talent skill of the Shadow Wolf King, had a strong suppressive effect on similar monsters, even capable of lowering their attributes. However, Chen Chen appeared completely unaffected, still wearing a relaxed and content expression. Is that it? Chen Chen scoffed, not even bothering to dodge, standing still as he awaited the Shadow Wolf King's attack. Roar! The Shadow Wolf King was thoroughly enraged by Chen Chen's disdain. It let out a furious roar and lunged at Chen Chen, its sharp claws slicing through the air with a whistling sound, aiming directly for Chen Chen's throat. Shadow Assault. The Shadow Wolf King's speed was astonishing, almost instantaneously reaching Chen Chen. However, just as its claws were about to make contact, Chen Chen's figure vanished from the spot like a ghost. Gale Step. Chen Chen reappeared behind the Shadow Wolf King, his eternal radiance staff waving gently in his hand. Swish! A golden light instantly enveloped the Shadow Wolf King. Holy surge! Awah! The Shadow Wolf King let out a painful wail, its body firmly suppressed by the golden light. Unable to move. Minus 7,650. A massive damage number floated above the Shadow Wolf King's head. The damage is quite good, Chen Chen nodded, satisfied with the damage from Holy Surge. After all, this was just a supplementary skill, and achieving such damage was already impressive. Chen Chen chuckled and said directly, "You guys, capture it." With a command from Chen Chen, 2 abyssal shadow wolves sprang forward like 2 bolts of black lightning, pouncing on the Shadow Wolf King from the left and right, perfectly coordinated. The Shadow Beast Master followed closely behind, its massive body seeming to carry the weight of 1,000 pounds with each step, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Awoke, the Shadow Wolf King sensed an unprecedented threat, howling to the sky. As black mist swirled around it, its momentum surging. The pressure of the Wolf King. However, this was of no consequence to the Abyssal Shadow Wolves and the Shadow Beast Master, who had already become Chen Chen's shadow soldiers. Their talent of absolute loyalty allowed them to ignore any form of mental suppression. Poochie! The sharp claws of the Abyssal Shadow Wolves and their large jaws clamped down hard on the Shadow Wolf King's body, binding it firmly in place. Oh whoa! The Shadow Wolf King, in pain, struggled frantically, but the binding of the Abyssal Shadow Wolves was like a maggot in the bone, making it difficult to escape. The Shadow Beast Master seized the opportunity to close in, its enormous palm slamming down onto the Shadow Wolf King's head. Abyssal Grip. Minus 1,200. A damage number floated up from the top of the Shadow Wolf King's head. Although the damage was not high, the control effect of the Abyssal Grip made the already difficult situation of the Shadow Wolf King even worse. Chen Chen watched this scene quietly, showing no intention of intervening. He knew very well that with the strength of the Shadow Wolf King, it posed no threat to his shadow soldiers. From the very beginning, this battle held no suspense. Roar! The Shadow Wolf King roared in unwilling anger, trying to summon the magic power within to unleash a skill. Shadow Clone. Swish! 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 3 clones, identical to the Shadow Wolf King, appeared beside it. However, these clones seemed so fragile in front of the Abyssal Shadow Wolves and the Shadow Beast Master. Poochie! 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 In almost an instant, the three clones were torn to shreds. Useless, Chen. Chen said, his voice like the pronouncement of death, causing the heart of the Shadow Wolf King to sink to the bottom. Oh. The Shadow Wolf King let out a desperate wail, having given up all resistance. It knew that today, it was doomed. Chen looked at the Shadow Wolf King, which had completely given up, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth, revealing a playful grin. He walked slowly to the front of the Shadow Wolf King, gently resting the Eternal Radiance staff against its forehead. Since you are so obedient, let me help you find release, Chen said softly. His tone laced with a hint of mockery. Immediately, a soft white light illuminated the Eternal Radiance staff. Healing spell. The white light enveloped the Shadow Wolf King, and its health began to recover at a visibly rapid pace. Time passed second by second, and the Shadow Wolf King's health fluctuated under Chen careful treatment, always maintaining a delicate balance. Finally, after experiencing countless cycles of life and death, the breath of the Shadow Wolf King completely vanished. Its massive body collapsed to the ground with a thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed the Shadow Wolf King boss. Experience plus 6,400. Ding! Congratulations, you have completed the dungeon task. The Shadow Forest has been cleared. Reward, Shadow Treasure Chest *1, experience plus 2,000. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up. HP, MP plus 50, gained 15 free attribute points. Current level. LV 21. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up. HP, MP plus 50, gained 15 free attribute points. Current level LV 22. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up. HP, MP plus 50, gained 15 free attribute points. Current level LV 23. A series of system notification sounds echoed in Chen's mind. He let out a long sigh of relief. At least I've gained something, it wasn't a waste of time. With that, Chen slowly walked up to the corpse of the Shadow Wolf King and activated the shadow extraction again. He watched as the black shadow slowly took shape before him, nodding in satisfaction. Ding! Shadow extraction successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the Shadow Commander, Shadow Wolf King. The system notification sounded, and a property panel for the Shadow Wolf King appeared before Chen. Name, Shadow Wolf King. Rank, Gold level, LV 20 HP, 23,000/23,000 MP, 10,000/10,000 Strength, 700 Agility, 900 Spirit, 450 Constitution, 1000 Skills, Shadow Assault, Tear, Shadow Roar, Shadow Clone Talents, Shadow Body, Shadow Hunting, Wolf King Pressure. Well, the attributes are quite good, Chen assessed the Shadow Wolf King before him, secretly calculating in his mind. This Shadow Wolf King, both in attributes and skills, was significantly stronger than the previous Abyss Shadow Wolf. Especially its talent skill Wolf King Pressure, if used properly, would definitely be a great asset. With a thought, the Shadow Wolf King transformed into a black shadow and merged into his own shadow. Done, let's wrap it up. Chen clapped his hands and turned to leave. He hadn't forgotten that he still had a treasure chest to open. Chen opened the shadow treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained Skill Book Shadow Concealment, Equipment Shadow Claw, Gold, Material Shadow Core *3, Gold *500. Oh, there's even a skill book? A glimmer of surprise flashed in Chen's eyes. He quickly picked up the skill book and began to examine it. Shadow Concealment. Active skill. After using on a target, it can make the target enter a concealed state and increase movement speed by 50% for 30 seconds. When attacking. After revealing, it deals 150% extra damage. Cost 200 MP CD 5 minutes. Concealment, enter a stealth state, hiding all presence, cannot be locked on, cannot be detected. Good stuff. Chen unhesitatingly used the skill book. Ding! Congratulations, you have learned the skill Shadow Concealment. This skill is an excellent choice for both escaping and ambushing, and it can also be used by others, definitely worth more than its cost. Chen then looked at the Shadow Claw. Shadow Claw rank, Gold level, LV 20 Strength, plus 150 Agility, plus 200 Skill, Shadow Combo, active launch 3 quick attacks on the target, each dealing 120% physical damage. Cost, 150 MP CD, 3 minutes. Equipment effect, Shadow Erosion. When attacking, there is a 30% chance to put the target in its Shadow Erosion state, taking 5% of maximum health as shadow damage per second for 5 seconds. Shadow Speed, increases attack speed by 20%. This equipment isn't weak either, too bad I can't use it. Chen smacked his lips. The claw belonged to a special type of equipment. Although it was also melee, his melee mastery from copying couldn't affect this equipment. Thinking of this, Chen gaze fell on a few nearby Monsters, a glint of amusement in his eyes. Although he couldn't use the Shadow Claw himself, it seemed very suitable for the recently extracted Shadow Wolf King. I wonder if these Shadow Soldiers can use equipment. Chen Chen's mind stirred, and he immediately began to experiment. He handed the Shadow Claw to the Shadow Wolf King. To his surprise, the Shadow Wolf King actually took the Shadow Claw and equipped it directly on its forepaw. Click! A soft sound echoed as the Claw of Shadows perfectly melded with the Shadow Wolf King, as if it had always been a part of its body. The pitch-black claws glimmered with a cold, eerie light, enhancing the already fierce appearance of the Shadow Wolf King. Oh, it really works! Chen Chen's eyes lit up, and a hint of excitement curved his lips. This was truly an unexpected delight. If the Shadow Soldiers could use equipment, wouldn't that mean a significant boost to his own strength? Chen Chen immediately checked the attributes of the Shadow Wolf King after equipping the Claw of Shadows. Sure enough, both attributes and skills were added to the Shadow Wolf King, and even his own attributes were enhanced through their blood connection. If that's the case, could he equip his other shadows as well? Looking at the newly transformed Shadow Wolf King, an indescribable thrill surged within Chen Chen. This was not just about having an extra piece of equipment, it signified a whole new realm of possibilities. If Shadow Soldiers can equip weapons, what about armor? Accessories? Can they equip those too? Countless thoughts flashed through Chen Chen's mind. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, wishing he could immediately pull out all his belongings and fully arm his Shadow Soldiers. However, the most important thing right now was to verify his hypothesis. Chen turned his gaze to the other two abyssal Shadow Wolves and the Shadow Beastmaster. With a thought, he took out a piece of silver-grade armor that he had previously looted from a monster. It was a heavy armor, entirely black, with a fierce design that promised impressive defense. Chen Chen attempted to hand the armor to one of the abyssal Shadow Wolves. As expected, just like the Claw of Shadows before, the abyssal Shadow Wolf accepted the armor without any hindrance and put it on immediately. Clank, clank. The sound of metal rubbing against metal rang out as the armor fit perfectly against the abyssal Shadow Wolf's body, without any discomfort. It really works. Chen Chen's mouth broke into a wide smile. He suppressed his excitement and took out a silver-grade necklace, offering it to the Shadow Beastmaster. Once again, it was equipped without any issues. At this point, Chen Chen was completely certain that his Shadow Soldiers could indeed equip any type of gear. This discovery filled him with ecstatic joy. He felt as if a grand path to the pinnacle was slowly unfolding before him. Ha ha ha! Chen Chen could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. His laughter echoed through the empty forest, filled with pride and exhilaration. With the support of equipment, my Shadow Soldiers will undergo a tremendous transformation. Excitement sparkled in Chen's eyes. He could hardly wait to see his shadow army sweeping away all enemies. But now is not the time to gloat. Chen took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. The urgent task is to equip my Shadow Soldiers with suitable gear. He began to plan. Although he didn't have much gold, it was still enough to buy a few pieces of gold-grade equipment. Moreover, he had some materials he had accumulated earlier that could also be used to craft equipment. First, I'll equip the Shadow Wolf King with a set focused on agility and attack, then give the two abyssal Shadow Wolves defensive gear, and as for the Shadow Beastmaster, Chen stroked his chin. This guy is a magic tank, so it would be best to equip him with gear that enhances spell power and control abilities. Chen quickly formed a plan. He decided to make a trip to the trading post to see if there were any suitable pieces of equipment available. If not, then I'll have to make it myself. Let's go, my little ones, we're off to shop. With a wave of his hand, Chen Shadow Soldiers entered his shadow and then swaggered out of the shadow forest. Chen figure appeared like a ghost in the teleportation array of the dungeon hall. The surrounding light instantly brightened, and the sounds of a bustling crowd filled his ears. He squinted slightly, adjusting to this sudden change. However, before he could fully adapt, an anxious figure suddenly lunged at him, nearly knocking him over. Chen, you have to run. Su Muqing's voice was laced with tears, as if she was about to break down at any moment. She clutched Chen arm tightly, her knuckles turning white from the pressure, her body trembling slightly, revealing her extreme fear and unease. Chen furrowed his brow. He could sense that Su Muqing's urgency was not feigned, but run? Why should he run? The people from the Lin family and the Li family are looking for you. They say you have to pay with your life. Su Muqing added hastily, gasping for breath, her chest heaving violently, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her eyes filled with worry for Chen. Pay with my life? Chen let out a cold laugh, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. He wasn't easily frightened. Alone and unaccompanied, he had nothing to fear from them. Besides, they were the ones who had acted first, trying to put him to death, and now they were playing the victim, coming to trouble him? Did they really think he was made of clay, to be kneaded at will? Su Muqing, calm down. Chen Chen patted Su Muqing's hand, signaling her to relax. On what grounds do they say I killed their people? Clearly, they were outmatched and died at the hands of the dungeon's monsters. Who can they blame for that? Just because they say I killed them, does that mean I did? I could just as easily say that the monster invasion was orchestrated by the Lin family. People have two faces, am I supposed to let them slander me? Although Shen Shen said this, he knew very well that he had indeed killed them, but without evidence. Even Su Muqing, who had entered the dungeon with him, had been sent out before he made his move and hadn't seen him act. As long as he firmly insisted that he had done nothing, they wouldn't be able to do anything, and if they dared to act, Shen Shen would be even less afraid. This was the main city. As long as they dared to act within the city, they would be the ones in the wrong. With City Lord Gu present, he didn't believe these guys would really dare to kill him. Chen Chen sneered inwardly, secretly devising a strategy. He was prepared for the worst. If the other side really dared to act, he wouldn't mind going on a killing spree. After all, he was alone, and the barefoot have no fear of the Shad, who was afraid of whom? Outside the teleportation array of the dungeon hall, a large crowd had gathered. They were players who had just emerged from various dungeons, originally excitedly sharing their gains, but were drawn to the scene before them. Among the crowd, two distinct groups stood out. One group was led by the Lin family, while the other was led by the Li family. They all wore grim expressions, their eyes fierce, exuding a strong aura of hostility, like a pack of beasts ready to pounce. The two factions surrounded the teleportation array tightly, the air thick with the smell of gunpowder, as if a single spark could ignite an explosion. Where's Chen Chen? Get him out here. A life for a life, debts must be repaid. He must give us an explanation today. The authority of the Lin and Li families cannot be provoked. Representatives from the Lin and Li families shouted hoarsely and frantically, like a pack of rabid dogs that had lost their reason. Their words were filled with threats and intimidation, attempting to use public pressure to force Chen Chen to show himself. The onlooking players whispered among themselves, discussing the unfolding situation. What exactly did Chen Chen do? How could he provoke the Lin family and the Li family to such an extent? I don't know, but looking at this situation, he must have stirred up a hornet's nest. Now there's a good show to watch. I wonder if Chen Chen can handle it. I doubt it. The Lin family and the Li family are not to be trifled with. Chen Chen is likely in for some trouble. Some people sympathized with Chen Shen's plight, some took pleasure in his misfortune, and others simply enjoyed the spectacle. But regardless, everyone understood that today's events would likely not end well. The air seemed thick with a palpable killing intent, stifling and suffocating. Everyone's nerves were taut, waiting for the situation to unfold further. Chen Chen, you despicable scoundrel, how dare you kill our Lin family members? Today, you must pay with blood for blood. The representative of the Lin family, a middle-aged man, had a grim expression and eyes like knives. He scolded Chen Chen sharply, his voice booming like thunder, echoing through the crowd. He stepped closer to Chen Chen, his aura rising like a mountain, pressing down on him. And our Li family too. You killed our young master. Today, you must give us an explanation, or our Li family will never let you go. The representative of the Li family, a burly man, followed closely behind, roaring. His voice was like a roaring tiger, instilling fear in the hearts of those present. He brandished his weapon, glinting coldly, exuding a murderous intent. An explanation? What do you want as an explanation? Chen sneered, fearlessly meeting the gazes of the two men. He stood tall and straight, like a javelin, proud and defiant. You Lin family and Li family members were outmatched in the dungeon and were killed by monsters. How can you blame me for that? Chen Chen retorted, his tone filled with mockery. Do you think this dungeon is run by your family? You can kill whoever you want? His words pierced like knives into the hearts of the representatives of the Lin and Li families. The representatives of the Lin and Li families were left speechless by Chen Chen's words. They hadn't expected Chen Chen to be so sharp-tongued, turning the tables on them. Chen Chen, stop trying to wriggle out of this. The Lin family representative shouted angrily. Our people saw you attack them with their own eyes. Do you dare deny it? Saw it with their own eyes? But that dungeon was a scroll given to me by the city lord. The only one who escaped besides me was Su Muqing, who ran away at the start. Chen Chen sneered. Who saw it? Let them come out and confront me. Chen Chen looked around, his gaze piercing, scanning everyone. I want to see who has the audacity to slander me. His voice was loud and clear, resonating in the crowd. He emphasized the fairness of the game rules, hinting that the others couldn't handle losing. Among the onlookers, voices of doubt began to emerge. Yeah, isn't it normal for people to die in a dungeon? Can you blame others? Exactly, who knows if it was their own lack of skill that got them killed by monsters? The Lin and Lee families are too overbearing, they lost and now they're looking for trouble with others. Chen Shen, don't think you can change the subject. The Lee family representative shouted angrily. Even without witnesses, you can't escape responsibility. You killed our people, that's a fact. Fact? Chen Shen sneered. You say it's a fact, so it is? Chen Shen's gaze sharpened, piercing like a blade towards them. I could also say that you conspired to frame me before entering the dungeon. Moreover, I even suspect that this monster invasion is related to you. Chen Shen's words were shocking, leaving everyone stunned. The faces of the representatives from the Lin and Li families turned pale in an instant. They never expected that Chen Shen would be so cunning, biting back at them. You are talking nonsense. The representative of the Lin family shouted in exasperation. How could we possibly be related to the monster invasion? This is slander. Outrageous slander. Whether it's slander or not, you know in your hearts, Chen Shen said coldly. I, Chen Shen, act justly and sit upright, not afraid of you petty villains. His words resonated, increasing the trust of the onlooking players in him. Impudent. Suddenly, a furious roar erupted like thunder. The representative of the Li family could no longer hold back. He swung the giant axe in his hand with a whistling sound, aiming it at Chen Shen's head. You little bastard, daring to slander our Li family, I'll chop you down today. His eyes bulged, his face twisted, muscles bulging like an enraged giant bear. Stop. The representative of the Lin family changed color, wanting to intervene, but it was already too late. He silently lamented, this brute from the Li family was truly more trouble than he was worth. However, Chen Shen let out a cold laugh, standing still as if he hadn't seen the giant axe coming down at him. Overestimating yourself. Just as the giant axe was about to hit Chen Shen, he suddenly raised his hand, gently probing forward with his staff, directly blocking the axe. What? The representative of the Li family was taken aback, feeling a tremendous force surge through him, nearly losing grip on the axe. What kind of strength does this guy have? Everyone, stop. At that moment, a commanding voice echoed like a great bell throughout the entire dungeon hall. A figure appeared in the arena like a ghost. Dressed in a blue robe, his face was imposing, exuding authority without anger. A powerful aura radiated from him, like a mountain, making it hard for people to breathe. It's the City Lord. The City Lord has arrived. Now we have a good show to watch. The onlooking players exclaimed, their eyes filled with excitement and anticipation. The newcomer was none other than Gu Qingshan, the City Lord of Yang City. Gu Qingshan first scanned the chaotic scene, frowning deeply. Then, his gaze fell on the representatives of the Lin and Li families, filled with authority and pressure. Do you know your crimes? Gu Qingshan's voice thundered in the ears of the two. The representatives of the Lin and Li families trembled in fear, collapsing to their knees with a thud. City Lord, spare us. We were just impulsive. They kowtowed like garlic, their voices trembling, no longer displaying their previous arrogance. Gu Qingshan snorted coldly, ignoring them, and turned to Chen Shen. How long has it been, and you're causing trouble again? Chen Shen shrugged at the remark. I can't just let them slander me, can I? Hearing this, Gu Qingshan sighed helplessly, his gaze returning to the people of the Lin and Li families. You keep saying Chen Shen killed your people, but do you have any evidence? The representative of the Lin family stiffened, stammering and unable to speak. City Lord, even if there are no witnesses, Chen Shen has the motive to kill. The representative of the Lin family quickly added, his eyes darting. He has had grievances with our Lin and Li families before, this time in the dungeon, he must be taking revenge. Motive? Chen Shen sneered, interrupting the representative of the Lin family. By your logic, as long as there's a motive, that makes someone a murderer? He cast a disdainful glance at the two, his tone filled with mockery. He cast a disdainful glance at the two, his tone filled with mockery. Then can I say that Li Wei and Lin Yihan have a grudge against me and a motive to kill, and that your two families have joined forces to deliberately frame me? You are spouting nonsense. The representative of the Lin family turned pale with anger, trembling all over. Enough. Gu Qingshan impatiently interrupted. Their argument, if there is no evidence, don't make a fuss here. He turned to Chen Shen, speaking in a serious tone. Chen Shen, although they have no evidence, this matter involves two lives after all. To appease the public, I need you to cooperate with the investigation. Chen nodded, indicating his understanding. Lord City Master, I am willing to cooperate with the investigation, he said calmly. However, if it turns out that I am wronged. Chen Shen paused, his gaze suddenly sharp. I demand that the Lin family and the Li family publicly apologize to me and compensate me for my mental distress. This. The representatives of the Lin and Li families changed color, not expecting Chen Chen to make such a demand. Chen Chen, don't go too far, the Li family representative shouted angrily. Who do you think you are? How dare you ask us to apologize and compensate? What? Afraid? Chen Chen sneered, or do you have a guilty conscience, afraid of being found out? You. The Li family representative was left speechless by Chen Chen's words. Alright, everyone stop arguing. Gu Qingshan said with a frown, I will personally investigate this matter. If Chen Chen is innocent, I will naturally restore his reputation. He looked at the representatives of the Lin and Li families, speaking coldly. If you are indeed framing him, then don't blame me for being rude. The representatives of the Lin and Li families immediately fell silent, not daring to say another word. Gu Qingshan turned to Chen Chen, his tone softening a bit. Chen, come with me. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the hall of the instance. Chen Chen nodded and followed behind Gu Qingshan. The two of them walked one after the other, disappearing from the sight of the crowd. Hey, what do you think is going on with this matter? Who knows, but looking at the city master, he seems to trust Chen Chen quite a bit. Who exactly is this Chen Chen? How could he be so valued by the city master? The onlookers discussed among themselves, speculating about the truth of the matter. Meanwhile, Gu Qingshan brought Chen Chen into a room in the hall of the instance. Chen Chen, tell me honestly, did you kill that person? Gu Qingshan asked straightforwardly, his eyes fixed on Chen Chen. Chen Chen was silent for a moment before nodding. Yes. He did not deny it or hide it. I knew it. Gu Qingshan sighed, you are too impulsive. Although he had guessed the truth, he couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. But don't worry, I will help you sort this out. Gu Qingshan patted Chen Chen's shoulder, comforting him, as long as you stick to your story, they won't be able to do anything to you. Chen Chen was taken aback. You want to help me hide it? I know a lot about the ins and outs of this matter. With your character, you probably wouldn't act against them easily, they must have attacked you first, right? Chen Chen fell silent at this, finally. Nodding slightly, it seems nothing can escape the city master's eyes. What's the big deal? Ever since our blue star became what it is today, such things have become commonplace. If we were to trace everything back, every family would lose their heads one by one. Gu Qingshan sighed helplessly, so, this is just a customary matter. If I can help you a little, I will, as a favor to that girl Jiner. Thank you, Lord City Master. Chen Chen said gratefully. Thank you for what? You are the hope of our Yang City, Gu Qingshan said with a smile. By the way, the national exam is coming up soon. You need to prepare well and strive for a good score. National exam? A glimmer of excitement flashed in Chen Chen's eyes. Yes, Gu Qingshan nodded. I mentioned last time that this exam is an opportunity for you. As long as you can stand out in this national exam, you will have the chance to enter a higher institution for further studies. It may even put you in the sights of the higher-ups. At that time, your future will be limitless. Rest assured, Lord City Master, I will not disappoint you, Chen Chen said firmly. By the way, let me add one more thing, this national exam is not only a test for you young people but also for us city masters. If you can achieve good results in this exam, we city masters will also receive corresponding rewards. Moreover, many powerful figures will be observing this assessment. If you catch the eye of a certain big shot, you won't have to worry for the rest of your life. So, you must work hard. Rest assured. Lord City Master, I will give it my all. Chen Chen nodded, indicating that he would do his best. I believe in you, Gu Qingshan said. With a smile. Alright, you can go back now. Prepare well and don't let the outside distractions affect you. Yes, Lord City Master. Chen nodded and turned to leave the secret chamber. Back in the main hall of the instance, Chen found that the people from the Lin and Li families had already vanished. The onlookers had also dispersed significantly, and Chen was too lazy to linger, heading straight to the trading hall. Chen walked into the trading hall at a leisurely pace, his gaze sweeping over the various stalls. This damn place is still as chaotic as in my past life, he muttered to himself, though his face remained expressionless. Players around him came and went, most of them hurriedly attending to their own matters. Occasionally, a few glances fell on Chen, but they were merely brief looks before shifting away. After all, a level 20 player in Yang City was just too ordinary. Silver-grade cloth armor needs to have high defense, preferably with some mental attributes. Chen silently filtered through his targets in his mind. He didn't head straight for the most popular stalls. Instead, he specifically chose some quieter corners. Suddenly, Chen gaze landed on a piece of armor. It was a somewhat worn silver Armor, with a few fine cracks on the surface. Name, Damaged Moonlight Armor Grade, Silver Level, LV20 Defense, plus 180 Mental, plus 50. Durability, 800/1200 Special Effect, Moonlight Guardian, passive when attacked, there is a 10% chance to trigger Moonlight Guardian, forming a shield that absorbs 100 points of damage. This armor. Chen Chen's brows furrowed slightly. Judging from the panel attributes, this armor could only be considered average, and its durability was relatively low. Logically speaking, such equipment shouldn't even catch his eye. However, Chen Chen sensed an unusual aura from this armor. These cracks, something's off. He reached out and gently touched the cracks on the armor. A chilling sensation traveled through his fingertips, as if a faint energy was flowing within the cracks. Boss, how much for this armor? Chen Chen turned to the stall owner, a short and stout middle-aged man. 500 gold coins, the stall owner lazily quoted a price. A few players nearby who heard the price couldn't help but shake their heads. 500 gold coins? Is this boss out of his mind for money? Exactly, damaged silver armor, and he dares to sell it for such a high price? He probably thinks the armor looks decent and wants to make a quick buck. The murmurs reached Chen Chen's ears, but he paid them no mind. 300 gold coins, I'll take it. Chen Chen said calmly. 300? No way, that's too low. The stall owner shook his head repeatedly. 350, can't go any lower. 300, that's my final offer. Chen Chen's tone left no room for doubt. This. The stall owner hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth. Fine, 300 it is, I'll sell it to you. As he spoke, he handed the armor to Chen Chen. Deal. Chen Chen took the armor, secretly sneering to himself. These fools have no idea about the true value of this armor. The reason he had spotted this armor at a glance was that he had seen similar equipment in his past life. The cracks on the surface of this armor were not real damage, but a special seal. As long as he found the right method to break the seal, the attributes of this armor would undergo a tremendous change. And he just happened to know how to break the seal. Once I get back and repair this equipment, then. He was filled with anticipation. Instead of heading straight back to his residence, Chen Chen took a detour to the dungeon hall. I can't waste the dungeon opportunity given by the lord of the city. He thought to himself, quickening his pace. After all, strength is the foundation of everything. Only by continuously getting stronger could he face the challenges ahead. After the transaction was completed, Chen Chen did not linger in the trading hall and turned to leave. However, he did not notice that not far behind him, a cold gaze was fixated on him. It was a slender young man with a strange smile on his face. Back in the dungeon hall, Chen Chen wasted no time and walked straight to the previous teleportation portal. Do you want to consume one challenge opportunity for the gold-level dungeon Shadow Forest? Yes. A familiar wave of dizziness hit him, and Chen Chen entered the Shadow Forest once again. The eerie and terrifying environment remained, with mist swirling and visibility extremely low. But this time, Chen Chen appeared particularly relaxed. With the experience from the last time, he was already well acquainted with this dungeon. Oh, the howls of the shadow wolves echoed, their numbers greater than before, and their attacks more ferocious. Chen Chen's lips curled into a slight disdainful smile. Come on! He shouted, and the staff in his hand began to shine with brilliant light. The once perilous gold-level dungeon seemed as easy as cutting vegetables before him. In less than half an hour, Chen Chen completed the final challenge of the Shadow Forest. The system notification chimed in as expected. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed the Shadow Wolf King boss. Experience plus 6400. Ding! Congratulations! You have completed the dungeon task. The Shadow Forest has been cleared. Reward, skill points *50, experience plus 2000. The system notifications echoed in Chen Chen's ears, announcing that he had once again conquered this gold-level dungeon. He slowly opened his eyes, and the surrounding environment had returned to the appearance of the dungeon hall. Ha! Chen Chen let out a long breath, feeling the power surging within him, a slight smile on his lips. As expected of a gold-level dungeon, the experience is indeed rich. He murmured to himself, his eyes sparkling with excitement. With this experience and skill points, his strength would rise to a new level. Chen Chen did not rush to leave. Instead, he took out a token from his backpack. The token was dark gold in color, intricately carved with complex patterns, emitting a faint glow. This is a special token given to him by Gu Qingshan, which allows him to ignore the team restrictions of the dungeon hall and directly challenge it solo. Such a good thing might be useless to others, but for me, it's simply a divine artifact. Chen Chen chuckled, gripping the token in his hand. He stepped towards another teleportation portal and unhesitatingly chose the solo challenge. Do you want to consume one solo challenge opportunity? Yes. A wave of dizziness hit him, and Chen Chen's Figure vanished into the portal. Inside the dungeon hall, the previously noisy crowd fell silent for a moment after Chin Chen disappeared into the portal. Where did that kid go? Why is he gone? Damn, did he enter the dungeon? Am I seeing things? I think I saw, he was heading towards the hell-level difficulty portal. After a brief silence, whispers erupted among the crowd, followed by a burst of laughter. Ha ha ha, that kid must have lost his mind, right? Going solo into hell level? He probably got scared stiff by the people from the Lin and Lee families earlier and wants to find a place to hide? Hide? Does he think the dungeon is a refuge? At hell level difficulty, it's a miracle if he comes out alive. I bet he'll be crying for his mom and dad in 20 minutes. 20 minutes? You're overestimating him, I bet he'll be out in 15. The players around them exchanged words, freely mocking Chen Chen's overconfidence. In their eyes, a level 20 support class daring to challenge a hell-level dungeon was nothing short of seeking death. No one believed Chen Chen could succeed. And no one even thought he could come out alive. Time passed second by second, and some players in the dungeon hall had already left, while others remained, waiting to see Chen Chen's joke. It's been 25 minutes, why? Hasn't that kid come out yet? Maybe he's already dead inside, without even a chance to teleport out. That's possible, hell-level monsters are no joke. Just as everyone was discussing the teleportation portal suddenly flickered, and a figure slowly walked out. He's out. He's out. I told you, he definitely. Just then, a system notification echoed throughout the entire dungeon hall. Ding! Congratulations to player Chen. Chen for clearing the hell-level dungeon Snake Venom Mine solo, setting a new record. The system notification reverberated in the dungeon hall like thunder. Everyone was dumbfounded. They never expected that not only did Chen Chen come out alive, but he also actually cleared the hell-level dungeon. Moreover, he did it solo and set a record. This was simply a miracle. This is impossible. He's just a support. Cheating. He must have cheated. Right. It must be a system error. After a brief shock, a wave of doubt erupted among the crowd. They couldn't accept that a support class could achieve such a feat. This completely overturned their understanding. However, the system notification does not lie. Chen Chen indeed accomplished the seemingly impossible task with his own strength. Facing the crowd's doubts, Chen Chen merely smiled faintly, offering no explanation or argument. He walked straight towards another teleportation portal and once again chose the solo challenge. He's going to continue? He's gone mad. He must be crazy. This time he's definitely doomed. The crowd watched Chen Chen's back, discussing among themselves once more. But this time, their tone held less mockery and more shock and fear. Chen Chen ignored the discussions around him. He knew that strength was the best proof. He wanted to silence everyone with victory after victory. He slowly walked out of the dungeon hall, the setting sun casting its glow upon him, stretching his shadow long. Time to go back, Chen Chen murmured to himself, turning to head towards his residence. He did not notice that the surrounding players were looking at him with unusual gazes. After all, a level 20 support class clearing a hell-level dungeon solo was an extremely rare occurrence in Yang City, and even across the entire Blue Star. Chen Chen navigated through the streets, gradually distancing himself from the clamor of the dungeon hall. As night fell, the streetlights flickered on, their dim light casting a hazy glow over the streets. Chen Chen turned a corner and entered a secluded alley. This was a shortcut home. But at the same time, it was also an excellent ambush spot. The alley was narrow, flanked by towering walls, and the light from the street lamps was obscured, making it even darker. The surroundings were eerily quiet, with only the sound of Chen Chen's footsteps echoing. Rustle. The footsteps sounded particularly clear in the stillness of the night. Chen Chen frowned slightly, stopping in his tracks and warily scanning his surroundings. Come out, Chen Chen said coldly, his voice echoing in the empty alley. The only response was a dead silence. Chen Chen's brow furrowed slightly. He could sense that something was off in the atmosphere around him. But he couldn't quite pinpoint what was wrong. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just then, several dark figures suddenly sprang out from all directions, lunging at Chen Chen. Their speed was ghostly. The shadows wielded glinting blades that appeared particularly menacing under the dim light. As expected, they came, Chen Chen thought to himself, his face showing no signs of panic. He had long anticipated that the Lin family and the Li family would not let things go easily, and even the Su family might take action against him. He just didn't expect they would choose to strike here. Swish, 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 the sound of blades slicing through the air rang in Chen Chen's ears. The assassins were well trained and coordinated, blocking all of Chen Chen's escape routes. They were clearly premeditated, wanting to put Chen Chen to death. Just you guys? Chen Chen scoffed, slightly shifting his body to evade a dagger aimed at his chest. At the same time, he sidestepped, moving like a ghost through The flurry of blades. Each dodge was perfectly timed, leaving him unscathed. How is this possible? The assassins were taken aback. They had originally thought Chun Chen was just a support class, utterly defenseless. They never expected his agility to be so remarkable. This kid is a bit uncanny, the assassin leader muttered, a hint of seriousness flashing in his eyes. Everyone be careful, don't be careless. He warned his companions. While his dagger thrust towards Chun Chen with even greater speed. Clang, clang, the sound of weapons clashing echoed in the alley. Chen Chen faced multiple opponents yet held his ground without losing an inch. With his extraordinary reflexes and agility, he neutralized the assassins' attacks one by one. Chen Chen's speed reached a terrifying level. In the eyes of the assassins, his figure had become a blur, nearly impossible to capture. Damn! The assassin leader cursed under his breath, realizing that his attacks could not hit Chen Chen at all. At this rate, not only would they fail to kill Chen Chen, but they might even exhaust themselves. We can't keep this up, the assassin leader thought to himself. He had to find a way to break this deadlock. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he spotted an opportunity. As Chen Chen dodged an assassin's attack, his body leaned slightly forward, revealing a flaw. Now's the time. The assassin leader's eyes flashed with a fierce intensity as he suddenly lunged forward, charging at Chun Chen. The dagger in his hand gleamed with a sharp cold light, aimed directly at Chen. Chen's back. Die, the assassin leader roared in his heart, as if he could already envision the scene of Chun Chen falling dead from his strike. However, just as his dagger was about to pierce Chen Chen, the latter's body twisted in an uncanny manner, narrowly evading the blow. What? The assassin leader's pupils constricted sharply. He could hardly believe that Chun Chen could dodge his attack in such a situation. It was simply impossible. In that moment of shock, Chen Chen moved. He spun around abruptly, delivering a powerful punch aimed at the assassin leader's face. The punch was incredibly fast and forceful, accompanied by a whistling sound. The assassin leader had no time to evade, only able to watch as Chen Chen's fist grew larger in his line of sight. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Chen Chen's fist struck the assassin leader's face with tremendous force. The high attack power made the impact of this punch astonishing. Crack! The sound of bones shattering clearly reached everyone's ears. The assassin leader's nasal bone was directly broken by Chen Chen's punch. His body flew backward like a kite. With a severed string. Thud! The assassin leader crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He struggled to get up but found that his body no longer obeyed him. You! The assassin leader's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Chun Chen, filled with incredulity. He never imagined that he would be severely injured by a support class leader. The assassins exclaimed in shock, their voices filled with disbelief and fear. They could not fathom that their leader, an experienced assassin, could be knocked down by a support class with a single punch. This is impossible, one assassin muttered, his eyes filled with confusion. He's just a support. Another assassin's voice began to tremble. Chen Chen ignored their shock, coldly surveying the remaining assassins, his gaze filled with murderous intent. That look was as if he were staring at the dead. The assassins were intimidated by Chen Chen's aura, realizing that this ambush had completely failed. Continuing to engage would only lead to their own demise. Retreat! One assassin reacted first, shouting as he turned to run. The others quickly regained their senses and scattered in flight. They ran faster than they had come, wishing they could grow 2 more legs. Want to run? Chen Chen sneered. He had anticipated that these assassins would flee. Ultimate speed. Chen Chen activated his active talent, and his speed surged once more. His already ghostly figure became so fast that it was beyond the naked eye's capture. Whoosh, 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 Chen Chen darted through the alley like the Grim Reaper, reaping the lives of the assassins. Ah! No! Help! The sounds of screams and pleas echoed in the alley. But soon, silence returned. Every strike from Chun Chen was precise and lethal. Not a single assassin could withstand even one move from him. In just a few breaths, the once aggressive assassins were reduced to just one. That assassin was the leader who had previously boasted about putting Chen Chen to death. At this moment, he lay collapsed on the ground, trembling all over, his eyes filled with fear. He looked at Chun Chen as if he were staring at a devil. You can't kill me. The assassin leader's voice was tinged with a sob. I am from the Lin family. If you kill me, the Lin family will not let you go. He tried to use the Lin family's name to threaten Chen Chen. The Lin family? The corner of Chen Chen's mouth curled into a disdainful sneer. Even if the head of the Lin family came personally, I would still kill without hesitation. Chen Chen's voice was cold and merciless. He walked step by step towards the assassin leader, each step feeling like a stomp on the other's heart. No, please don't. The assassin leader completely broke down, retreating repeatedly, only to find that he had nowhere left to run. I beg you, spare me. He fell to the ground, repeatedly bowing his head in supplication. I was wrong. I shouldn't have laid a hand on you. I can give you money. A lot of money. He tried to use money to buy his life. Money? Chen Shen's gaze grew even colder. Do you think I lack money? Chen Shen slowly raised his hand, aiming at the assassin leader's head. In your next life, remember not to provoke me again. Chen Shen's voice was like the pronouncement of death. No. The assassin leader let out one last desperate wail. Bang! Chen Shen threw a punch, and the assassin leader's head burst open like a watermelon. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. Chen Shen retracted his fist, glanced at the corpse on the ground, and turned to leave. His figure vanished into the darkness as if he had never appeared. All that remained was a scene of chaos and a heavy smell of blood. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Chen Shen quietly said, "Clean up the body." As soon as Chen Shen's voice fell, 5 figures sprang from his shadow, quickly scattering. They pounced on the cold corpses like hungry beasts, greedily devouring everything, leaving not a trace of blood behind. When they returned, Chen Shen noticed that after consuming these corpses, his shadow soldiers' attributes had slightly increased. I didn't expect this could enhance their attributes. A glimmer of light flashed in Chen Shen's eyes. Looks like I should try to have the shadows eat monster corpses in the future. He secretly calculated in his heart that this unexpected discovery might become a shortcut for him to quickly increase his strength. After all, in this world where strength is paramount, any opportunity to grow stronger must not be missed. After handling the scene, Chen Shen turned and left the dark alley. The night was deep, and the streetlights cast a dim yellow glow, stretching his shadow long. He navigated through the silent streets, heading home. Although tonight's encounter was thrilling, it was also within his expectations. After all, they had just been humiliated in the main hall of the dungeon today, and they were adamant that he had killed their people. Even without evidence, they wouldn't let him go. For these behemoths, they only cared about the outcome, regardless of the process. However, wanting to kill him was not easy. After confirming that there were no followers around and that he had left no traces, Chen Shen returned to his residence. As soon as he stepped into the room, a sudden, urgent knocking echoed sharply. Chen Shen's brows furrowed instantly. He thought, could it be another clueless guy looking for trouble? His body entered a state of alert, and just as he was about to ask, the door was suddenly pushed open with a bang. Zhang Kai's familiar face appeared in Chen Shen's line of sight. Seeing Zhang Kai, Chen Shen's tense nerves finally relaxed, and he collapsed directly onto the bed. So it's you, I thought it was someone from a big family coming to cause me trouble again. Chen Shen's voice carried a hint of fatigue, along with a touch of relief. It's so late, what do you want from me? Zhang Kai looked at Chen Shen, who had completely relaxed, and shook his head helplessly. I said, you madman, the incident during the day was such a big deal, yet you seem so unfazed, not reacting at all? After being taken away by the city lord, at least give me a heads up, right? I've been worried for so long for nothing. Chen Shen said, a hint of an awkward smile appearing on his face. Aha, well, there were just too many things going on, and I accidentally forgot. So, do you have something to say? He tried to change the subject. Zhang Kai sighed helplessly at this, thinking that this guy still had that carefree demeanor. Did you forget what you asked me to do? Zhang Kai reminded him. Chen was taken aback, clearly not having registered it at all. His recent experiences had been so thrilling and perilous that he had almost forgotten he had asked Zhang Kai to help deal with those spoils. Seeing his expression, Zhang Kai directly pulled out a black card from his pocket, casually flicking it so that it landed precisely beside Chen Shen. Here, this is the money I made from handling those drops and equipment, it's about 8 or 9 million. Zhang Kai paused and added, I have to say, you combat professionals really make money. You've only just changed jobs a day or two ago and already earned so much. There was a hint of envy in Zhang Kai's tone, and it was only then that Chen Shen reacted. He picked up the black card, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. Oh, I almost forgot, thank you. Saying this, Chen Shen casually pulled out a money pouch from his backpack and tossed it to Zhang Kai. The pouch was heavy, filled with glimmering gold coins. This is the gold I looted from monsters today, not much, probably just a few tens of thousands, consider it your reward. Chen Shen's tone was very casual, as if those tens of thousands of gold coins were nothing to him. Zhang Kai took the pouch, weighed it in his hand, and couldn't help but twitch his mouth a couple of times. Did you blow up a monster den? A few tens of thousands in a day? He simply couldn't imagine how Chen Shen managed to do that. It's worth noting that even those top combat professionals would find it hard to earn that much gold in a single day. Chen Shen chuckled and didn't directly answer Zhang Kai's question, instead saying, just keep it between us, brothers don't need to talk so much nonsense. Chen Shen's tone was sincere and calm. To him, helping each other out among friends was a given. If everything had to be calculated so clearly, what kind of friendship would that be? He didn't trust many, but Zhang Kai was one of them, so he naturally wanted to make his life a bit better. Hearing Chen Shen say this, Zhang Kai stopped being pretentious. He sighed lightly and said, "Alright then, I'll accept it. A few tens of thousands of gold, I'd have to forge at least a dozen pieces of equipment to earn that." There was a hint of helplessness in Zhang Kai's tone. As a blacksmith, he had achieved some success, but compared to those combat professionals who could easily earn vast fortunes, he was still far behind. "You should rest well, I just came to deliver money, I'll be leaving now," Zhang Kai said, preparing to turn and leave. "Kai, don't rush off just yet, I need your help with something," Chen Shen called out to Zhang Kai, who was about to leave. Zhang Kai turned around, puzzled, and asked, "What's up? Is there something else? What level is your forging and equipment repair skill?" Chen Shen didn't answer directly but countered with a question. Zhang Kai was taken aback for a moment. Before responding, "These are my skills for making a living. My forging is at level 6, and my repair is a bit higher, at level 7. What, are you going to forge or repair equipment?" Zhang Kai added. As a blacksmith, he naturally understood the importance of these two skills. Hearing this, Chen Shen raised an eyebrow, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. "You really are working hard," he remarked. After all, Zhang Kai had only changed jobs for a year, and in that time, he had managed to level up 2 skills to level 6 and 7, which was definitely a testament to his hard work. Zhang Kai rolled his eyes at Chen Shen in disbelief. "I have to feed my family. Big guy. I only have a life profession, so I can only work my butt off." Chen Shen chuckled and directly took out a piece of equipment from his backpack. It was the damaged moonlight armor he had bought earlier at the trading post. After receiving the armor, he had tried to repair it, but his repair skill level was simply too low. He needed level 5 to fix it, and he also had to pair it with level 5 forging to complete the hidden repair and activate its original attributes. "Here, take a look at this," Chen Shen said with a smile as he handed the moonlight armor to Zhang Kai. Although it was called armor, it was actually a cloth armor used by mage-type professions. Light and soft, with faint traces reminiscent of moonlight still lingering on it. However, those traces had now faded, and some areas had even become damaged. Zhang Kai took the armor, and it felt icy to the touch. He carefully explored every inch of the armor, his fingers rubbing back and forth over the damaged areas, and his brow gradually furrowed. "Damaged equipment?" Zhang Kai muttered in confusion. But soon, his expression changed, becoming focused and sharp. "No, this equipment is strange," he said in a low voice, a hint of surprise and excitement in his tone. Zhang Kai flipped the moonlight armor over and over, occasionally tapping on it with his fingers, as if trying to sense something. His expression grew more serious, as if this damaged armor concealed some earth-shattering secret. Chen Shen watched Zhang Kai's serious demeanor, feeling a bit curious himself. He knew this moonlight armor was not simple, but he didn't expect it to elicit such a reaction from Zhang Kai. "So, what do you think? Did you figure something out?" Chen Shen couldn't help but ask. Zhang Kai didn't answer immediately but continued to observe the armor closely. His fingers moved along the fine patterns on the armor, as if he were searching for something. Suddenly, his fingers stopped at a damaged spot. There, he found an almost invisible crack that was nearly undetectable unless one looked closely. A glint flashed in Zhang Kai's eyes. "This armor is not simple," he said slowly, his tone filled with awe. "This is not just a piece of damaged equipment, it hides deeper secrets." Zhang Kai looked up at Chen Shen, his eyes brimming with excitement. "If I'm not mistaken, the original grade of this armor is definitely not just silver level," he asserted confidently. Upon hearing this, Chen Shen's heart stirred. Indeed, this armor had its mysteries. "So, can you repair it?" Chen Shen asked directly, his tone laced with anticipation. After all, if this armor was truly as extraordinary as Zhang Kai said, then repairing it would significantly enhance his strength. Zhang Kai, upon hearing this, waved his hand, and a forging hammer appeared in his grasp. He gently tapped the moonlight armor, producing a light clang, as if confirming something. Then he nodded and said, "My skill levels are sufficient, but..." Zhang Kai paused, a hint of difficulty appearing on his face. "It's just, the materials needed are a bit outrageous." Chen Shen's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, "What do you need?" "I'll go get it right away." For him, as long as it could enhance his strength, he was completely willing to pay some price. Moreover, he considered himself a bit of a small tycoon now. He should be able to afford the usual materials. Zhang Kai looked at Chen Shen with a strange expression and said, "It would have been better if you had taken it out earlier. To repair this thing, you need 3 pieces of silver equipment and 1 piece of gold-level equipment to completely fix it." "What the heck?" Upon hearing this, Chen Shen was taken aback. What kind of equipment repair requires devouring other equipment? Isn't that a bit too outrageous? He couldn't help but complain.
This method of repair was simply unheard of. To know that silver equipment is already considered quite good, let alone gold-level equipment, which is a rare treasure. Using so many good items to repair a damaged piece of equipment seems quite unwise. Zhang Kai sighed, I've never seen such a demand either. How about we forget it? The cost is a bit too high, and if the attributes turn out poorly after the repair, it would be a huge loss. Although he really wanted to help Qin Shen repair this equipment, he also knew that the risks involved were just too great. No way. Chen Shen shook his head firmly. It's just equipment, I have it. Saying this, Chen Shen directly opened his backpack. He had just completed 2 rounds of gold-level dungeons today. While he might not have gold equipment, he certainly had plenty of silver. Moreover, even if he didn't have gold-level equipment, he could still use healing points to elevate one. This equipment he had heard of in his past life. While its attributes weren't particularly strong, the accompanying effects could attract all combat-oriented professionals. Seeing the determined expression on Chen Shen's face, Zhang Kai knew he couldn't persuade him otherwise. He sighed and said, alright, since you've made up your mind, I'll help you give it a try. However, I can't guarantee that it will definitely succeed, Zhang Kai added. After all, this was the first time he was attempting such a special repair method. It's fine, I believe in you. Chen Shen patted Zhang Kai's shoulder and smiled. He believed that with Zhang Kai's forging skills, combined with the materials he provided, the chances of success should still be quite high. Zhang Kai nodded, saying no more. He took a deep breath and placed the moonlight armor on the workbench in front of him. Seeing this, Qin Shen quickly took out 3 pieces of silver equipment from his backpack. He also pulled out an additional piece of equipment that shimmered with a faint golden light. That was the gold equipment he had temporarily elevated using healing points. Seeing Chen Shen's actions, Zhang Kai's eyelids couldn't help but twitch violently. Damn, you must be loaded. It's only been half a day, and you've managed to gather so much equipment. Zhang Kai's voice was filled with surprise and envy. He simply couldn't imagine how Chen Shen had acquired so many high-level pieces of equipment in such a short time. To know that even those top-tier big shots would find it difficult to gather so much silver equipment in a short time, let alone a piece of gold-level equipment. This was simply a moving treasure trove. Chen Shen placed the equipment neatly on the workbench, arranging them in order. He looked at Zhang Kai's shocked expression and said with a smile, it's up to you now, Kai, don't feel pressured, it doesn't matter if it fails. Chen Shen's tone was very relaxed, as if these precious pieces of equipment were nothing to him. Meanwhile, in the Lin family hall, the atmosphere was so tense it felt like it could drip water. The crystal chandelier emitted a cold, harsh light, illuminating the varied expressions of the few people present. Linhan sat in the main seat, her exquisite makeup couldn't hide the coldness between her brows. Her long fingers lightly tapped on the table, producing a tap-tap sound that was particularly jarring in the silent space. Let's talk, how's the situation? Linhan's voice was icy, devoid of any emotion, as if she were inquiring about something trivial. The spokesperson of the Li family, a short and stout middle-aged man, was now sweating profusely on his forehead. He cautiously raised his head, glanced at Linhan, and quickly lowered it again, his voice trembling as he said, Miss Lin, we can't get in touch with the team we sent to assassinate Chen Shen. It's very likely they're all dead. His voice grew softer, the last few words almost inaudible. What? Linhan's voice suddenly shot up, a flicker of disbelief flashing in her eyes. What did you say? She slammed her hand on the table, standing up and glaring down at the Li family spokesperson. Didn't I tell you to send more people? How could they die? That Chen Shen is just a support role. How could he be that powerful? Linhan's voice was sharp and piercing, filled with doubt and anger. She couldn't believe that her meticulously planned assassination operation had failed so completely. The Li family spokesperson trembled under Linhan's imposing presence and hurriedly explained, Miss Lin, you don't understand. Yang City is a small place compared to Kyoto, and there aren't many people who do this kind of work. There are only so many. He forced a bitter smile, a look of helplessness on his face. They probably were already targeted by the city lord, and as soon as they moved, the city lord sent someone to wipe them out. He speculated that it was very likely the city lord of Yang City who had acted. After all, in Yang City, if one wanted to eliminate a team of people without a trace, aside from the city lord, no one else would have that capability. Useless. Are you all useless? Linhan trembled with rage, pointing at the Li family spokesperson and the silent Su family spokesperson beside him, scolding loudly. I've given you a lot of money. Train soldiers for 1,000 days, use them for a moment. And what do I get in return? Linhan's voice echoed in the empty hall, filled with disappointment and anger. She had originally thought that these local forces, although not comparable to the great families of Kyoto, could at least get some real work done. But now it seemed they were nothing but a bunch of useless fools. Faced with Linhan's fury, the spokespersons of the Lee and Su families stood up, heads bowed, repeatedly apologizing.
Miss Lin, please calm down, we will do our utmost.
Yes, Miss Lin, give us another chance, and we promise to complete the task. They were also lamenting in their hearts.
Who would have thought that a seemingly ordinary support class would be so difficult to deal with?
If they had known, they would never have taken on this.
Hot potato.
Looking at the two obsequious men before her, Linhan felt a wave of frustration. She took a deep breath, suppressing her anger, and coldly said, "Enough, all of you shut up.
No more assassination attempts, since the first one didn't work, the next few definitely won't either."
She rubbed her temples, a hint of malice flashing in her eyes.
Let's wait until he leaves the city.
Since they couldn't act within the city, they would wait until he was outside, or he would be at her mercy. At this point, Linhan suddenly paused, raising her head to look at the spokespersons of the Lee and Su families, asking, "Do you think
we can do something during the national exam?"
Her voice was soft, but carried an undeniable authority.
The national exam was a test that all job changers had to participate in.
This exam not only concerned everyone's future but was also a stage for the various forces to secretly compete
against each other.
If they could manipulate the national exam, making Qinshan unable to pass, or even die directly in the examination room,
wouldn't that be cleaner and more efficient than an assassination?
The representatives of the Lee and Su families exchanged glances, seeing hesitation and worry in each other's eyes.
Manipulating the national exam was no small matter. Once discovered, the consequences would be unimaginable. However,
if they did not agree to Linhan's demands, they might not be able to establish themselves in Young City either.
Linhan looked at the two of them hesitating, sneering as she said, "What? Are you afraid? Or do you simply lack the ability?" Her words dripped with disdain and mockery.
The representative from the Lee family gritted his teeth and forced himself to say, "Miss Lin, this matter, we need to think it over.
The national exam is serious, Enough." Linhan interrupted him impatiently. "I don't want to hear your excuses. I only want results." Her gaze was like a knife, sweeping over their faces. "If you can't handle this small matter, then there's no need for your existence." Linhan's voice
was cold and cruel, sending shivers down the spines of the representatives from the Lee and Su families.
They knew that Linhan was giving them an ultimatum.
If they could not manipulate the national exam to make Qinshan pay the price, then what awaited them would likely be the wrath
of the Lin family. Thinking of this, both men couldn't help but shudder. They knew they had no way out now. 10 minutes felt like an eternity.
Every second tugged at the hearts of Chun Shan and Zhang Kai. On the workbench, the originally broken moonlight armor was now quietly floating, surrounded by a faint halo. Piece by piece, the equipment, under Zhang Kai's exquisite craftsmanship, transformed into pure energy, slowly merging
into it. First, 3 pieces of silver equipment vanished silently into the halo like melting ice and snow.
Then, the piece shimmering with golden light began to gradually disassemble.
Golden specks of light danced around the moonlight armor like fireflies, seeping in bit by bit. Each fusion
made the radiance of the moonlight armor shine even brighter. The originally dull silver gradually became bright, even faintly revealing a hint of golden luster.
Qinshan stood by, watching quietly. His expression seemed calm, but inside, a storm was brewing.
Memories from his past life surged
like a tide. He clearly remembered the uproar this equipment caused back then. Countless combat professionals fought fiercely for it, even resorting to violence.
And now, this equipment was about to reappear in his hands.
The feeling was truly marvelous. Time passed second by second. Finally, when
the last piece of golden equipment transformed into a streak of light and flew into the armor, a sudden change occurred.
Buzz, a faint humming sound emanated from the armor. Then, a dazzling light erupted instantly.
The entire room was enveloped by this sudden brilliance.
Qinshan and
Zhang Kai instinctively closed their eyes. When the light dissipated and they opened their eyes again, the sight before them left them utterly
stunned.
The originally broken moonlight armor had vanished without a trace.
In its place was a brand new robe. The base color of the robe was a
pure moon white, intricately outlined with complex patterns. Silver threads flowed like moonlight, while golden lines sparkled like stars scattered
across the night sky.
The two colors complemented each other, appearing both magnificent and mysterious.
Did it succeed? A glimmer of excitement flashed in Qinshan's eyes.
He took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement within, and slowly stepped forward.
It worked. Zhang Kai suddenly
stood up, grabbing Qinshan's shoulder and shouting excitedly. As a blacksmith, being able to personally repair such a perfect piece of equipment was undoubtedly the most glorious moment of his career.
Qinshan nodded, remaining silent. He reached out and gently stroked the surface of the robe. "Ha! Chen Shen let out a long breath, slowly calming the excitement in his heart. He opened his eyes and cast a detection spell towards the robe. Name, Moon God's Guardian Grade, Platinum Level, LV20 Spirit, plus 280 Physique, plus 150 MP Cap, plus 5000 Durability, 3000. Skill, Moon God's Blessing, consumes 300 MP to apply a layer of Moon God's Blessing to yourself and all friendly units within a 10-meter radius, allowing the target to recover 2% of their maximum health per second, and increasing movement and attack speed by 20%, lasting for 10 seconds. CD. 30 minutes. Shadow of the Moon God, summons the shadow of the Moon God, covering the person in shadow, forcing them into a state of confinement. 4-5 seconds. Equipment effects, Moonlight Healing, your healing skills are enhanced by 100%. Moonlight Protection provides the user with a shield equivalent to 5% of their mana. When shattered, it deals 10% of the mana as magical damage to the surroundings. Moon God's Grace, a blessed piece of equipment that levels up alongside the user. Platinum level. Chen Shen murmured as he looked at the attribute panel before him. Seeing the attributes of this equipment made Chen Shen even more excited. This was indeed the piece of equipment from his past life. Although its grade was relatively low now, it did not diminish the excitement in Chen Shen's heart at this moment. Because he possessed a unique healing points. As long as he had enough healing points, not to mention platinum level, even legendary, divine, or even the supreme heavenly level, he could forcefully stack them up. Moreover, what attracted Chen Shen the most about the Moon God's Guardian was not its splendid attributes or its powerful skills. It was the equipment effect called Moon God's Grace. An equipment that could level up alongside the user was simply a dream artifact. For all professionals, it is important to know that in this era of universal job changes, the speed of equipment updates far exceeds ordinary imagination. A piece of equipment, no matter how powerful its skills and effects are, once its level falls behind, it can only end up as a collectible in the warehouse or face the fate of being eliminated. Only exclusive equipment can escape this fate. However, the difficulty of obtaining exclusive equipment and the harsh conditions for leveling up are enough to deter the vast majority of people. Yet now, the appearance of Moon God's Guardian has broken this ironclad rule. It requires no extra materials and no complicated rituals, it only needs to be quietly worn, and it will continuously evolve as the user's level increases. This is simply a treasure tailor-made for oneself. Crazy, what are you daydreaming about? Zhang Kai's voice pulled Chen Shen back from his thoughts. He looked at Chen Shen's infatuated expression and couldn't help but ask, how are the attributes of this equipment? Zhang Kai rubbed his hands together, proudly asking. He only knew that this piece of equipment he had personally repaired was definitely an extraordinary treasure. Chen Shen came back to his senses, glanced at Zhang Kai, and smiled as he said, the attributes are very good. Upon hearing this, Zhang Kai immediately grinned widely, revealing a set of big white teeth. He patted Chen Shen's shoulder and said proudly, of course, just look at who did the work. As a blacksmith, being able to personally repair such a powerful piece of equipment is an achievement that cannot be easily compared to anything else. Chen Shen looked at Zhang Kai's smug expression and couldn't help but smile, remaining silent. He knew that although Zhang Kai usually acted carefree, he indeed possessed extraordinary talent and passion for forging. As a blacksmith, he understood better than anyone the quality of a piece of equipment, especially the skills on this Moon God's Guardian, which left him utterly astonished. Thanks, Kai, Chen Shen said sincerely, his tone filled with gratitude. He knew that Zhang Kai must have put in a lot of effort to repair this equipment. Hey, what are we being polite for? Zhang Kai waved his hand dismissively, appearing nonchalant. But speaking of which, madman, this robe of yours is really something else. It's the first time I've seen such a bizarre piece of equipment. He scratched his head, seemingly puzzled, especially those skills, they made my head spin. If it weren't for you asking me to repair it, I would have charged you hundreds of thousands. Just for the labor. Hundreds of thousands? Chen Shen felt a slight jolt at that number. He knew that in this era of universal job changes, the purchasing power of money had decreased, but hundreds of thousands was still a significant amount for an ordinary family. Moreover, Zhang Kai was just a lifestyle worker with limited income sources, that hundreds of thousands was probably his savings for a long time. The repair fee, Chen Shen was about to say something when he was directly interrupted by Zhang Kai. Madman, why are you being so polite with me? Zhang Kai shot Chen Shen a glare, pretending to be angry. We've grown up together, sharing everything. Besides, being able to personally repair such a treasure is a rare experience for me, so don't stand on ceremony. Zhang Kai's tone was firm and left no room for doubt. Chen Shen looked at his honest face, feeling a warm current surge in his heart. He knew that Zhang Kai truly regarded him as a brother, which was why he helped him selflessly. Alright, then I won't be polite with you. Chen Shen took a deep breath, suppressing his feelings of gratitude. If you need help in the Future, just let me know. That's more like it.
Zhang Kai nodded in satisfaction. Alright, it's getting late, I'll head back to rest.
You should get some sleep too. With that, he turned and left the room. Chen Chen watched Zhang Kai leave
until his figure disappeared at the door, then slowly withdrew his gaze.
The room was left with only Chen Chen.
He walked to the table and gently picked up the moon god's guardian robe, his eyes sparkling with excitement.
This piece of equipment was finally repaired. Chen Chen set the robe aside and took out the exclusive equipment scroll that had dropped from the mutated boss from his backpack.
The scroll was dark golden all over, adorned with intricate patterns, exuding a
mysterious aura. Chen Chen gently stroked the surface of the scroll, filled with anticipation.
Unfortunately, I still need a second job change to unlock it. Chen Chen sighed softly, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. The second job change was still an unattainable goal for him at this moment. His current level was 25, and he was still a long way from the 40 required for the second job change.
The attributes of the exclusive equipment will definitely be astonishing, but the materials required will surely not be simple.
Chen Chen murmured to himself, looks like I need to plan things out well for the time to come. He slowly put away the scroll and placed it back in his backpack.
Chen Chen once again turned his gaze to the moon god's guardian on the table.
He took a deep breath, calming his excited heart, and slowly reached out his hand to gently stroke the surface of the robe. The icy touch transmitted from his fingertips jolted his spirit.
Ding! Do you want to use 100,000 healing points to transcend this equipment?
The system prompt echoed in Chen Chen's mind.
100,000 points.
Chen Chen looked at the system prompt before him, his mouth twitching uncontrollably.
He knew that the higher the grade of the equipment, the more healing points were required for transcendence.
However, he never expected that upgrading from platinum to diamond grade would require a full 100,000 healing points. This number was astronomical for him at this moment. To put it into perspective, all his healing points combined barely amounted to a few thousand.
This is just too exaggerated, right? Chen Chen couldn't help but mutter under his breath. What about after this, how will that be?
He could hardly imagine the terrifying number of healing points required for transcending equipment of higher grades, such as Crimson and Dazzling levels, and even beyond.
However, Chen Chen only
complained a little. He was well aware that the difficulty of acquiring healing points was directly proportional to the difficulty of transcending equipment. The more powerful the equipment, the greater the cost of transcendence. This was an
unchanging truth.
Chen Chen shifted his gaze away from the system prompt, directly stored the moon god's guardian in his backpack, freshened up, and fell into a deep sleep.
A night passed without a word. The next day, as usual, Chen Chen arrived early at the dungeon hall.
Inside the hall, the noise was deafening, with various colors of light interweaving and flashing, a result of the fluctuations created by adventurers entering and exiting the dungeons.
Chen Chen stood in a corner of the hall, his gaze sweeping over the figures coming and going, yet his heart remained calm.
He had grown accustomed to such clamor and to being alone. Name, Corrupted Jungle, Hell Level, Grade, Silver Level, LV25 LV30 Description, A.
Forest eroded by evil forces, filled with various mutated monsters and fraught with danger.
Just like yesterday, without a hint of hesitation, Chen Chen directly chose the dungeon most suitable for his current level and stepped into the portal. With a flash of light, he found himself in a dark, damp forest. Surrounding him, towering trees blocked out the sun, with only a few rays of sunlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled spots of light.
The air was thick with a putrid stench that made one gag. Not far away, low, rumbling roars echoed, signaling the movement of monsters. Quick battle, quick resolution.
Chen Chen murmured to himself, a flash of light in his hand as the moon god's guardian was equipped, and the staff was firmly in his grip. Without any hesitation, he charged towards the direction of the monster sounds. The system prompts rang out continuously, and Chen Chen's level gradually increased amidst the ongoing battles. Time passed, and Chen Chen was like an unwearied machine, continuously grinding through the dungeons.
Level 26. Level 26 and a half. Level 27.
By the time his level reached 27, it was already afternoon.
Chen Chen estimated the
time. If he completed one last dungeon today, he could almost go back to rest. After all, there was a big exam tomorrow, and he needed to ensure he was in good shape. Just as Chen Chen was about to enter the dungeon again, a figure suddenly appeared before him.
Excuse me, are you Mr. Chen Chen?
The newcomer was clad in standard armor, with a badge of the Lord's Mansion on his chest, clearly a guard. Chen Chen frowned slightly. He did not recognize this person and had no idea
why someone from the Lord's Mansion was looking for him.
I am, Chen Chen replied coolly, his tone laced with a hint of caution. He did not know this person, nor did he understand what business someone from the Lord's Mansion had with him. After all, despite his increased strength, he was still not considered a significant figure in a place like Yang City. Mr. Chen Chen, Lord Gu Qingshan requests your presence. The guard said respectfully, his tone tinged with a hint of awe. He stood tall like a spear, but when facing Chen Shen, he slightly bowed to show respect. Gu City Lord? Chen Shen felt even more puzzled. He had only seen him twice yesterday, why was he looking for him again today? Could it be that the Lin family had caused trouble, putting pressure on the city lord? A thought flashed through Chen Shen's mind. Or was it that he had killed so many people last night, and this city lord had discovered it? But he had only killed assassins. Chen Shen narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing the guard before him. He tried to glean some clues from the other's expression. City Lord Gu is looking for me, is there something he wants? Chen Shen asked in a deep voice, his tone carrying a hint of probing. He wanted to clarify the city lord's intentions before deciding whether to go. The city lord didn't elaborate, just asked me to tell you that it's definitely a good thing, so don't overthink it, the guard replied. Respectfully, his face showing no extra expression. He seemed merely a messenger, unaware of the underlying details. Definitely a good thing? Chen Shen raised an eyebrow slightly. Did this city lord Gu actually predict what he was thinking? Chen Shen mused to himself. He could sense that Gu Qingshan was being overly kind to him. This kindness even exceeded normal bounds. Something unusual must be afoot. Chen Shen didn't believe that Gu Qingshan would be so nice to him for no reason. He wasn't some naive fool who would be dazzled by a few kind words. After a moment of silence, Chen Shen made a decision in his heart. No matter what Gu Qingshan's purpose was, he would find out by going to see. After all, in the main city, this city lord wouldn't team up with other families to directly take action against him. Alright, lead the way, Chen Shen nodded and said calmly. He wanted to see what kind of scheme this city lord Gu was plotting. The guard, seeing Chen Shen agree, flashed a hint of joy in his eyes. He slightly turned to the side, making a gesture of invitation. Mr. Chen Shen, please follow me. With that, he turned and led the way ahead. Chen Shen stepped forward, but remained vigilant in his heart. In his past life, he had never been to the city lord's mansion. After all, at that time, he was just an ordinary practitioner, far from being as powerful as he was now. He had no experience dealing with these upper-class individuals. He never expected that before the major exam even began, these upper-class figures would value him so highly. Chen Shen felt a sense of emotion. Strength truly is the hard truth. Without strength, not to mention the city lord's mansion, even this guard probably wouldn't spare him a glance. Following the guard, Chen Shen passed through the bustling crowd, heading towards the outer hall of the instance. Along the way, many practitioners noticed them. Some recognized Chen Shen, their eyes revealing surprise. Isn't that the restoration mage from yesterday? Why is he with someone from the city lord's mansion? I don't know, did he get into some trouble? Impossible. Yesterday city lord Gu personally intervened to protect him. That's hard to say, who knows if he offended some big shot. Various discussions rang in Chen Shen's ears. He remained unfazed, as if he hadn't heard anything. Their chatter held no significance for him. He only wanted to know what Gu Qingshan wanted with him. Soon, the two walked out of the instance hall. Chen Shen followed the guard as they proceeded, crossing bustling streets and winding through quiet alleys, eventually arriving in front of an imposing building. The city lord's residence stood tall and solemn. The crimson doors were tightly shut, with two stone lions standing on either side, glaring fiercely, exuding an intimidating presence. Chen Shen followed the guard, crossing the wide courtyard and stepping onto a path paved with bluestone. Mr. Chen Shen, please wait a moment, I will go report. The guard led Chen Shen to a side hall and said respectfully. Chen Shen nodded, his gaze sweeping around the hall. He walked to the table and sat down, quietly waiting for the city lord's summons. He closed his eyes, beginning to organize the recent events in his mind. Everything flashed through his mind like scenes from a movie. My strength is still not enough. Chen Shen sighed inwardly. Although his current strength far surpassed that of his peers in his previous life, in a place like Yang City, he still couldn't be considered top tier. Moreover, what he had to face was not just the families in Yang City, but also the hidden dangers lurking in the shadows. I must secure first place in the major exam. Only by achieving first place could he obtain more resources and enhance his strength more quickly. Only then could he cope with the upcoming crises. Just then, a sound of footsteps interrupted Chen Shen's thoughts. He raised his head and saw Gu Qingshan walking in. With a smile, striding confidently. Young friend Chen Shen, sorry to keep you waiting. Gu Qingshan cupped his hands and spoke in a friendly tone. You are too polite, City Lord Gu. Chen Shen stood up to return the greeting, speaking calmly. Gu Qingshan laughed heartily, then shifted the topic. Young friend Chen Shen, I invited you here today to discuss an important matter. Oh? What is it? Chen Shen raised an eyebrow, asking nonchalantly. It's about the upcoming major exam. The major exam? Chen Shen's heart stirred. Is there a problem with the major exam?
There isn't a problem per se, but. Gu Qingshan paused, lowering his voice. I've received news that the Lin family, the Li family, and the Wang family seem to be preparing to target you during this major exam. Target me? This is a national exam, do they dare to play tricks? A glint of cold light flashed in Chen Chen's eyes. What do they plan to do? I'm not clear on the specifics, but they will definitely create trouble for you within the bounds of the rules. Gu Qingshan said solemnly, after all, you know that what you've done these past few days has made it hard for them to hold their heads high. They certainly won't let you off easily. If it were just the other members of the families, it would be one thing, but you've provoked that Miss Linhan from the Lin family, so. A bunch of clowns. Chen Chen snorted coldly, a hint of disdain in his tone. He had long anticipated that these families would not let things rest. Young friend Chen Chen, do not be careless. Gu Qingshan reminded, although these three families are just branches, they have been operating in Yang City for many years and have deep foundations, they should not be underestimated. Thank you for the reminder, City Lord. I will be cautious. Chen Chen nodded, speaking calmly. He already had a plan in mind. As long as you know your limits. He paused, his gaze becoming profound. Since you are here, I will take the opportunity to tell you about the content of the major exam. Upon hearing this, Chen Chen was taken aback. Is this something that can be disclosed in advance? Ordinary people might not know in advance, but generally, those from prominent families can find out early. It just requires spending some money, nothing significant. Gu Qingshan smiled. Do you still want to hear it? Chen Chen nodded again, yes. Gu Qingshan smiled slightly and continued, this major exam is different from previous years. It is not a joint exam for Jiangnan province, but rather for the entire Dragon Country, with all 9 provinces participating. However, the content of the exam is similar to previous years, with points based on the number and strength of monsters killed, and rankings determined by the total points. Chen Chen listened quietly, but his mind was racing with thoughts. The entire Dragon Country, 9 provinces, that's 36 main cities. This is on a much larger scale than in his previous life. It seems that the variables in this life are even greater than I imagined. However, the content of the major exam seems to have remained unchanged. But Gu Qingshan's voice rang out again, interrupting Chen Chen's thoughts. This year, there is an additional assessment. After the dungeon ends, there will be a PvP competition for the top 10 in points, with extra rewards and arrangements for the top 3. A PvP competition? Chen Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. This is quite interesting. However, with my current strength, it should be no problem. Thank you for the information, City Lord. Chen Chen nodded and said calmly. He did not show much surprise or excitement. After all, this information, while somewhat unexpected, was still within a controllable range for him. Gu Qingshan looked at Chen Chen's calm demeanor, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. Young friend Chen Chen, do you know what the rewards for this major exam are? He suddenly changed the subject, asking mysteriously. Rewards? Chen Chen's heart stirred. He had not participated in the major exam in his previous life, so he was indeed unclear about the rewards. Please enlighten me, City Lord. Chen Chen cupped his hands and spoke respectfully. The rewards for this major exam are very generous. Gu Qingshan said slowly, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. In addition to a large amount of resources and money, there is also a very special item. A very special item? Chen Chen's curiosity grew even stronger. What could it be that made Gu Qingshan, the City Lord, value it so highly? This item is called the Job Change Certificate. Gu Qingshan's voice echoed in Chen Chen's ears. A job change certificate? Chen Chen's heart trembled. He certainly knew what this was. This is an item that allows a professional, regardless of how many times they have changed jobs or how difficult the job change task is, to complete the job change task directly. In his previous life, his second job change task required healing 2,000 people, and it took him a full 2 months to complete. In his previous life, such items were only likely to be possessed by top-tier forces. He never expected that this life's major exam would actually offer such an item as a reward. However, Gu Qingshan's voice rang out again. Obtaining this job change certificate is not easy. He looked at Chen Chen and said slowly, this major exam gathers all the talented professionals from the entire Dragon Kingdom. Among them, there are certainly some with strong abilities and deep backgrounds, such as the young lady from the Su family, Sujina. If you want to stand out and take first place, the difficulty is very high. Chen Chen nodded. He certainly knew that this would not be easy. However, he would not back down. This job change certificate he must obtain. Rest assured, City Lord, I will do my best. Chen Chen said solemnly, his tone filled with determination. Gu Qingshan looked at the resolute look in Chen Chen's eyes and nodded in satisfaction. Good, I believe in you.
He paused and continued. Young friend Chen, aside from the major exam, I have one more thing to tell you, and I hope you can agree, as it is a personal
request of mine. Chen raised an eyebrow. What is it? For the city lord to use the word request, this matter must not be simple, right? It concerns you personally.
Gu Qingshan said slowly, his tone
becoming somewhat serious.
I hope that after the major exam, you do not join other forces, but only the national forces. Chen was slightly taken aback, then a hint of understanding flashed in his eyes. He knew that this old man would not be so kind to him for no reason. It turns out he was waiting for him here. However, Chen did not feel surprised or disgusted. After all, whether in this life or his previous one, he had a deep affection for the Dragon Kingdom and for the country he was in. City Lord, do you mean? Chen asked tentatively, wanting to hear Gu Qingshan's specific thoughts. Young friend Chen, you should know that the Dragon Kingdom, while seemingly calm, is actually rife with undercurrents, Gu Qingshan said slowly, a hint of seriousness in his tone. All the major forces are secretly accumulating power and vying for resources. And geniuses like you are precisely the targets they are eager to recruit. I hope you can stand on the side of the nation and contribute to the future of the Dragon Kingdom. Gu Qingshan's words were straightforward and sincere. He did not pressure Chen with lofty ideals but laid the stakes out clearly. Chen fell silent for a moment, knowing that Gu Qingshan spoke the truth. In his previous life, although he had not been involved in these high-level matters, he had vaguely heard some rumors. City Lord, Chen was about to speak when Gu Qingshan interrupted him. Young friend Chen, don't rush to answer me just yet. Gu Qingshan waved his hand, signaling Chen to calm down. I know you might have some concerns right now, or perhaps you don't fully trust me. That's fine, I won't force you to make a decision right now. I just hope you can seriously consider my suggestion. After all, joining the national forces would also be a good thing for you. Gu Qingshan paused and continued, by joining the national forces, you will gain more resources, better training, and a broader platform. Moreover, you will have access to secrets that ordinary practitioners cannot reach. All of this will greatly benefit your future. Gu Qingshan's words stirred something within Chen. He had to admit that what Gu Qingshan said was indeed very tempting. City Lord, may I ask you a question? Chen looked up at Gu Qingshan and asked earnestly. Go ahead, Gu Qingshan nodded, indicating for Chen to continue. Why do you value me so much? Chen voiced his inner doubts. Is it because of my talent? Or my strength? Or is it for some other reason? Chen's gaze was fixed on Gu Qingshan, trying to discern something from his expression. Gu Qingshan smiled slightly and did not directly answer Chen's question. Young friend Chen, what do you think? He countered. Chen frowned, he did not like the feeling of being led by the nose. I don't know, Chen shook his head and said candidly. However, I feel that it shouldn't just be because of my talent and strength. After all, there are not many geniuses like me, but there are definitely quite a few. You must have other motives. You must have other motives. Chen's words were direct and sharp. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of appreciation flashed in Gu Qingshan's eyes. Young friend Chen, you are indeed very clever. He nodded, acknowledging Chen's speculation. That's right, the reason I value you so much is not just because of your talent and strength. More importantly, it is because of who you are. Gu Qingshan looked at Chen and said slowly, you possess a very special aura. This aura reminds me of my younger self. That spirit of not fearing power, daring to challenge, and never giving up. Such spirit is rare among today's youth. Gu Qingshan's words left Chen momentarily stunned. He did not expect Gu Qingshan to say such things. City Lord, you flatter me, Chen said humbly. I am just doing what I should do. No, what you have done is far more than that. Gu Qingshan shook his head, speaking with firm conviction. You killed people from the Lin and Li families, yet you can still remain unflustered and composed. You faced my probing with calmness, neither servile nor arrogant. All of this proves that you are a person of courage, determination, and responsibility. And such a person is exactly what the country needs. Gu Qingshan's words warmed Chen's heart slightly. He felt Gu Qingshan's sincerity and his expectations for him. City Lord, I understand. Chen took a deep breath and said slowly. I will seriously consider your suggestion. However, I need some time. Alright, I will give you time. Gu Qingshan nodded, indicating his understanding. But I hope you can make a decision soon. After all, everything will change after the big exam. Gu Qingshan's words made Chen's heart tighten. He knew that Gu Qingshan was speaking the truth. After the big exam, he would face more challenges and more choices. And his decisions would affect his future. Rest assured, City Lord, I will give you a reply as soon as possible. Chen Chen said solemnly, his tone filled with determination.
Gu Chengshan nodded, indicating that he was at ease.
Well, let's leave it at that for today. Young friend Chen Chen, take a good rest, I look forward to your good news. After saying this, Chen Chen turned and left the side hall, leaving Gu Chengshan standing alone in place. Gu Chengshan slowly took out a letter from his pocket. The envelope had no signature, only a few simple words, to the city lord of Young City. This letter had arrived 2 days ago. The content of the letter was brief, yet it left Gu Chengshan's mood unsettled for a long time. He slowly unfolded the letter, his gaze falling once again on the familiar handwriting, each word seeming to carry a heavy weight, pressing on his heart. Girl from the Sure family, this time I've placed all my bets on this kid, I hope your judgment is not flawed. Gu Chengshan murmured, his voice low and hoarse, as if talking to himself or perhaps confiding in someone far away. His expression was complex. The Sure family, one of the top families in Long Country, had deep roots and immense power. Even Gu Chengshan would not dare to offend them lightly. The current head of the Sure family was one of the guardians of Long Country, holding a revered status and tremendous power. The letter was personally written by Sure Xiaoxiao, the eldest daughter of the Sure family. In the letter, Sure Xiaoxiao recommended Chen Chen to Gu Chengshan and hoped that he could provide Chen Chen with the greatest support and assistance. Sure Xiaoxiao's evaluation of Chen Chen in the letter was extremely high, even describing him as a once-in-a-thousand-years talent. Initially, Gu Chengshan did not believe that an 18-year-old young man, who had just changed professions, could possess much ability. Until he personally witnessed Chen Chen's strength and felt the unique aura about him. Only then did he begin to believe that Sure Xiaoxiao was not exaggerating. Chen Chen was indeed a remarkable young man. He possessed an indescribable charm, a charm that made one want to draw closer and trust him. Perhaps he really can create miracles. Gu Chengshan carefully folded the letter and placed it back in his pocket. He raised his head and looked out the window. The night was deep and the stars twinkled. His gaze gradually became resolute. Since he had already made a choice, there was no turning back. He believed in his own judgment and even more in Sure Xiaoxiao's assessment. Chen Chen was worth betting everything on. Ha! Gu Chengshan let out a long breath, as if releasing all the pressure in his heart. He turned and slowly walked out of the side hall. On the other side, Chen Chen returned to his room. He did not rest immediately but sat at the table, lost in thought. Gu Chengshan's words echoed in his mind. Joining the national forces was not a strange choice for him. In his previous life, he had also had such an opportunity. However, his status was extremely low, equivalent to being the captain of a main city medic. But in the end, he chose to refuse. After all, this not only meant losing his freedom but also having a very low status. Moreover, he just wanted to live freely and do what he wanted to do. But now, everything was different. He had been reborn, carrying the memories and regrets of his past life, along with hopes and aspirations for the future. He was no longer that young man who only thought about self-preservation. He wanted to change some things, to do what he could for this country, for this world. Besides, with his current potential and strength, even if he joined, they wouldn't restrict his freedom. Joining the national forces might really be a good choice, Chen Chen murmured to himself, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. Chen Chen shook his head, casting aside all the chaotic thoughts, and closed his eyes again, sinking into a deep sleep. In the morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a warm glow on Chen Chen's face. He slowly opened his eyes. A hint of confusion flickering in them, soon replaced by clarity. Another new day, Chen Chen murmured, sitting up in bed. He stretched lazily, feeling the comfort in his body, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. His conversation with Gu Chengshan yesterday had given him a clearer plan for the future. Chen Chen quickly washed up and changed into a clean outfit. He pushed open the door and stepped outside. Chen Chen took a deep breath, savoring the rare tranquility. He knew that this peace would soon be shattered. He needed to work harder. Chen Chen set off towards the job transfer square. At the job transfer square, quite a few people had already gathered. They were all young individuals who had completed their job transfers 3 days ago, each wearing expressions of excitement and anticipation. Chen Chen's arrival caused a stir. Look, it's Chen Chen. He's the one who killed the Lin and Li families? I heard he's a support class, I really don't know how he did it. Who cares? He's just really strong. The murmurs rose and fell, but Chen Chen seemed to not hear them, walking straight to an empty spot and quietly waiting. He didn't like being watched or being the center of attention. But he also knew that this was unavoidable. After all, what he had done was truly astonishing. Suddenly, a clear and melodious voice rang out from the crowd, like a mountain stream flowing, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Pretty impressive, huh? I was gone for just 3 days, and you managed to create such a stir. TSK. As expected of my little Feng, the voice carried a hint of teasing and a touch of
Indescribable intimacy.
Chen Chen instinctively turned towards the sound, only to see a girl in a red robe, standing outside the crowd with a beaming smile, her bright eyes sparkling like the most brilliant stars in
the night sky.
The girl's skin was as white as snow, her features exquisite as if painted, and her long, shiny black hair casually draped over her shoulders, gently swaying in the breeze, adding a touch of grace
and ethereality.
She stood there quietly, like a burning flame, instantly igniting the atmosphere of the entire square. A hint of joy flashed in Chen Chen's eyes. He quickly walked up to the girl, a helpless
smile appearing on his face.
"Who do you belong to?" He feigned annoyance, but his tone carried a hint of affection. "I couldn't help it these past few days. Who told them to seek death time and again?"
Chen Chen shrugged, looking innocent. "And I didn't kill anyone, so don't listen to their nonsense."
Although Chen Chen trusted the girl in front of him, there were too many people around, and he didn't want to attract
unnecessary trouble. Moreover, what he had done, if it got out, would likely cause a huge uproar. He certainly didn't want to become the target of everyone's ire. Sujina looked at Chen Chen's "there's no silver here" expression and couldn't help but chuckle.
She reached out her delicate hand and gently tapped Chen Chen's forehead.
All right, I know you're impressive, is that enough?" Sujina said with
a smile, "But you need to be careful. The Lee family is manageable, I can just tell Jailing when I get back, and it will be fine.
But the Lin family is not so easy to deal with."
She paused, her tone becoming
serious.
"Especially the Lin family, there's a big shot behind them."
"Big shot?"
Chen Chen was slightly taken aback, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes.
"What big shot?" Sujina shook her head without thinking and didn't answer. "I can't say for now.
You'll naturally find out later."
Seeing Sujina's serious expression, Chen Chen stopped pressing for answers.
"All right, I'll wait then," he said with a
shrug, feeling helpless.
"By the way, where have you been these past 3 days?"
He changed the subject, curious.
"Me? I went back to Kyoto, my clan had something to discuss with me, and I couldn't refuse." She said it casually.
"But it's all settled now." Chen Chen looked at Sujina's nonchalant demeanor, his brow slightly furrowing.
He always felt it wasn't a trivial matter, but he also knew that since Sujina didn't want to talk about it, she must have her reasons. He didn't want to pry further.
"Okay." Chen Chen nodded, indicating his understanding.
By the way, Sujina suddenly remembered something, pulling out an exquisite book from her bosom and handing it to Chen Chen. "This is for you."
"What is this?" Chen Chen took the book, curious.
"A skill book. I just learned that healing mages are so special, they can only learn skills through skill books, so I brought you a healing skill book from home,"
Sujina said with a smile. "Open it and take a look."
Upon hearing this, Chen Chen's eyes flashed with surprise.
Carefully
opening the skill book, golden light instantly surged from the pages, dazzling and brilliant.
"This is..."
He widened his eyes, looking at the skill book in disbelief, his breathing becoming rapid.
On the cover
of the skill book, 4 ancient characters flowed with golden brilliance as if they were alive. Life's Tribute, Diamond level.
Life's Tribute LV1, Diamond consumes 500 MP to apply the Life's Tribute buff
to the target, lasting 10 minutes. During the buff's duration, if the target dies, they will be immediately resurrected and restore 50% of their health and mana.
CD, 24 hours. Note, this skill is extremely
special, it can only be upgraded through usage, not by skill points.
Resurrection skill? Resurrection skill?
Chen Chen's heart raced violently, as if it were about to leap out of his chest.
He could
hardly believe his eyes. This was a resurrection skill. In this world, resurrection skills were undoubtedly the rarest and most extraordinary of all skills.
Having a resurrection skill was equivalent to having a second life. This was a coveted treasure for any practitioner. Moreover, Chen Chen's profession was a healing mage, a role primarily focused on healing and support. With the skill Life's Tribute, he could not
only protect himself but also safeguard his teammates, leading to a qualitative leap in the survival capability of the entire team.
"Jiner, this is too precious."
Chen Chen raised his head, looking at Sujina, his voice trembling slightly. He knew that the value of this skill book was absolutely immeasurable. For Sujina to give him such a precious skill book, this friendship was truly overwhelming.
"Precious? What are you talking about?" Sujina waved her hand dismissively, smiling as she said, "It's just a skill book, it means nothing to me."
She paused, her tone carrying a hint of pride. "Besides, I borrowed this skill book from the family treasury, they have no idea." Chen Chen was speechless. He could see that Sujina was definitely a repeat offender. However, what he felt more was gratitude.
"Jiner, thank you." Chen Chen took a deep breath and said earnestly. He knew that Sujina did this all for him.
This friendship he would remember forever.
"Thank you for what? Do we really need to be so polite between us?" Sujina shot Chen Chen a glance, speaking with a hint of annoyance. She walked over to Chen Chen and gently patted his shoulder. Alright, stop dawdling, hurry up and learn the skill. Chen Chen nodded, no longer being pretentious. He took a deep breath and pressed the skill book against his forehead. A golden light instantly enveloped him. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully learned the skill Life's Tribute. The system's prompt echoed in Chen Chen's mind. He slowly opened his eyes, excitement sparkling in them. From now on, he was also a man with a resurrection skill. Sujina looked at Chen Chen's expression and couldn't help but smile. It was the first time she had seen such an expression on his face. You look really happy, Sujina said with a teasing tone, her smile bright. Upon hearing this, Chen Chen's face flashed with a hint of embarrassment. He scratched his head, trying to hide his inner excitement. Ahem, it's fine, after all, it's a resurrection skill, anyone would be happy to get it, he said, feigning calmness, but his gaze unconsciously drifted elsewhere. During the big exam later, I will definitely assist you well, ensuring you become the most dazzling one in the crowd. Chen Chen patted his chest confidently, his tone filled with assurance. He couldn't wait to experience the powerful effects of Life's Tribute. However, as Sujina looked at Chen Chen's earnest demeanor, her smile gradually faded, replaced by a complex expression. What's wrong? Chen Chen keenly sensed Sujina's unusualness. He furrowed his brows, a hint of doubt rising in his heart. Could there be a problem? Sujina bit her lip lightly, a flicker of apology in her eyes, her voice becoming subdued. The family has made some arrangements. I might not be able to team up with you for this big exam. She looked up at Chen Chen, her tone carrying a hint of helplessness and regret. I'm sorry. The family's arrangements? Chen Chen raised an eyebrow, a flash of surprise crossing his eyes, but he quickly masked it. He wore a nonchalant smile and nodded gently. I understand. After all, it's the Su family, they must have their own considerations. Chen Chen's tone was flat, as if he were merely stating a fact, making it hard to discern his true feelings. He knew that for a colossal entity like the Su family, every decision could involve countless interests and entanglements, not to be taken lightly. Seeing Chen Chen so understanding, Sujina felt even more guilty. She opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to explain something, but didn't know where to start. A hint of entanglement and guilt flashed across her delicate face. Actually, Sujina's voice was very soft, as if she were talking to herself, or perhaps confiding in Chen Chen. This major exam is very important for the family. She paused, as if weighing her words, and hesitated whether to reveal the truth. In the end, she chose to be honest. My profession is quite special, and the family hopes I can achieve an absolutely dazzling result. Sujina raised her head to look at Chen Chen, her eyes carrying a hint of apology and a touch of helplessness. She knew that what she said might make Chen Chen feel like she was boasting or implying that he was lacking in strength. It's not that your strength is lacking, Sujina quickly added, her tone carrying a hint of panic. She was afraid Chen Chen would misunderstand, so she hurried to explain. It's those old guys. In the family, they haven't seen you in action, so. The more she spoke, the more anxious she became, a blush creeping onto her fair cheeks, making her seem a bit flustered. Chen Chen couldn't help but laugh at Sujina's anxious explanation. He reached out and gently ruffled her hair, his touch soft. Alright, I know, I understand. Chen Chen interrupted Sujina with a smile, his tone gentle and soothing. The special lord of the major exam has already told me about the situation with the Su family, and I can understand. He paused, a glint of amusement flashing in his eyes. In that case, why don't we have a competition to see who scores higher? The corners of Chen Chen's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a confident smile. In these 3 days, I've improved quite a bit, so don't get left behind too much. Seeing that Chen Chen wasn't angry, Sujina let out a long sigh of relief, her delicate face showing a sense of release. She patted her ample chest, her curvy figure trembling slightly, creating an alluring arc. Chen Chen's gaze was involuntarily drawn to her, then quickly averted. He cleared his throat, trying to mask the restlessness within. She huffed softly, her mood, which had eased due to Chen Chen's understanding, reignited by his guilty expression. Humph. Sujina's exquisite face flushed slightly as she shot Chen Chen an annoyed glare. Since you want to compete, then this young lady will accompany you to the end. You've grown, but I haven't fallen behind. Sujina's voice carried a hint of stubbornness and an inexplicable expectation. She wanted to see just how much Chen Chen had grown in these 3 days. How dare he boast about wanting to compete with her for points? Just then, an elderly voice slowly resonated in the square, an aged yet powerful voice that thundered like a storm, echoing in every corner. I am the Lord of Yang City, Gu Qingshan. Both Chen Chen and Sujina stopped their conversation simultaneously and looked in the direction of the voice. They saw Gu Qingshan standing on a high platform, his posture straight, his gaze piercing as he scanned the densely packed crowd below. Today is the most important day of your lives. Gu Qingshan's voice paused, as if waiting for something The major exam will determine your future. Whether you become someone above others or fade into the crowd depends on your own performance. His tone was passionate, each word seeming to strike at the hearts of the crowd, stirring ripples of excitement. Chen Shen had little interest in Gu Qingshan's impassioned speech. Having experienced the brutality of the apocalypse, he understood the importance of strength. These hollow slogans held no meaning for him. Sujina seemed uninterested in this nonsense. She slightly tilted her head, looking at Chen Shen, her red lips parting as if she wanted to say something. Children! Gu Qingshan's voice rang out again, interrupting Sujina's words. Show your courage, show your strength, and fight for the glory that belongs to you. He suddenly waved his hand, pointing to the center of the square. The portal has been opened. Go! Go create your own miracles. All candidates, enter the portal in order. As Gu Qingshan's words fell, a massive light gate slowly appeared in the center of the square. The gate shimmered with colors, exuding a mysterious aura, as if connecting to another world. Chen Shen looked at the light gate, his gaze flickering slightly. He knew that beyond this gate lay the examination hall for the grand test. Let's go. Sujina's voice pulled Chen Shen's thoughts back to reality. She took the lead, stepping towards the portal. Chen Shen said nothing, silently following behind Sujina. The two walked side by side, weaving through the crowd towards the light gate. The light flickered, and Chen Shen felt a flash of white before his body seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, instantly crossing through endless void. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a brand new space. It was vast and boundless, seemingly without borders, contrasting sharply with the crowded square they had just left. All around, countless figures flickered, all candidates who had just passed through the portal. Is this the examination hall for the grand test? Chen Shen murmured to himself, scanning the surroundings in search of Sujina's figure. But there were too many shadows, making it difficult to distinguish one from another. Buzz! Suddenly, a massive light screen slowly rose in the center of the space, capturing everyone's attention. On the screen, countless names were densely arranged, each name shimmering with a faint glow. Chen Shen's gaze quickly swept across the screen, and soon he found his own name. Below the screen, four enormous portals stood quietly, each radiating a different light. Normal, intermediate, difficult, hell. Chen Shen looked at the four portals, understanding in his heart. These four portals represented different levels of exam difficulty, and candidates could choose freely based on their own strength. I wonder which difficulty Jiner will choose. Chen Shen speculated inwardly. Sujina was very strong, she would likely choose either the difficult or hell difficulty. He glanced around and noticed that most candidates were gathered in front of the normal and intermediate difficulty portals. Only a few stood in front of the difficult difficulty portal, eager to try. As for the hell difficulty portal, it was completely empty. After all, just the name hell difficulty was enough to make people hesitate. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Shen walked straight towards the portal representing the highest difficulty. This scene caused an immediate uproar among the surrounding candidates, who cast incredulous looks, as if witnessing something unbelievable. Did I see that right? Someone actually chose hell difficulty? Is this guy crazy? Or does he have absolute confidence in his own strength? In past grand tests, there have been those who chose hell difficulty, but the number who survived is few and far between. This will be interesting. I wonder how long this kid can last. Whispers spread through the crowd like a tide. All eyes focused on Chen Shen. Sujina's figure appeared beside Chen Shen, a faint smile on her face, her red lips parting. I knew you would choose this. She seemed completely unfazed by Chen Shen's choice. Just as Chen Shen was about to say something, he was interrupted by a sudden voice. Four figures appeared like phantoms between Chen Shen and Sujina, separating the two. The leader, tall and imposing, had a cold expression, and his gaze was as sharp as a blade. He looked at Sujina, his tone icy and devoid of any emotion. Miss, your status is noble, this commoner is not qualified to stand with you. Miss, your status is esteemed, this commoner is not qualified to stand with you. The leader's tone remained cold and emotionless, his eyes sharp enough to seem as if they could pierce through Chen Shen. The powerful aura emanating from him made the air feel suffocating. Chen Shen furrowed his brows, a strong sense of displeasure rising within him. These guys are being too overbearing, aren't they? Sujina's expression darkened instantly, a layer of frost enveloping her delicate features. A powerful aura subtly radiated from her, directly opposing that of the leader. Step aside. Sujina spoke coldly, her voice carrying an undeniable authority. She had already agreed to her family's request not to team up with Chen Shen for the major exam. But that didn't mean she would allow these people to be disrespectful to him. Miss, this is the command of the family head. The leader, however, showed no signs of retreating. He slightly bowed his head, his tone carrying a hint of respect, yet his attitude was exceptionally resolute. We must ensure that you achieve the best results in the major exam. Any factors that could affect you must be eliminated. He paused, his gaze sweeping back to Chen Chen, a hint of warning in his eyes. We kindly ask you, miss, not to make things difficult for us. Humph. Sujina snorted coldly, fully aware that these individuals were elites sent by the family, specifically to assist her in the major exam. Although their combat power was inferior to hers, they were loyal to the family head. Even though she was the eldest daughter, she couldn't go against her father's orders. If she forcefully defied them, they would surely report back. You all. Sujina was about to reprimand them when Chen Chen gently patted her shoulder. She paused, turning to look at Chen Chen, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Chen Chen shook his head slightly at Sujina, signaling her not to act impulsively. He maintained a nonchalant smile, as if he didn't regard these people at all. Jiner, since this is the family's arrangement, you should listen to them. Chen Chen's tone was calm, as if merely stating a fact. After all, we have already agreed to see whose score is higher. Just don't lose to me then. Sujina looked at Chen Chen's confident demeanor, her heart stirred slightly. She gazed deeply at Chen Chen. All right. Sujina nodded gently and turned to walk aside. Miss, please. The leader, seeing this, slightly bowed and gestured for her to proceed. The other three immediately followed suit, surrounding Sujina in the middle. The four of them, encircling Sujina, slowly walked toward the hellish difficulty teleportation portal. Chen Chen watched Sujina's departing figure, his gaze flickering slightly. He knew that although Sujina had outwardly agreed to her family's demands, she must still feel some reluctance inside. But that was normal, after all, very few knew her true strength, and most of those who did were dead. Hey, bro, are you really going to choose hell difficulty? At that moment, a voice rang in Chen Chen's ear. He turned to see a short, stout boy with a simple smile standing beside him. Want to team up with me? We can look out for each other. The boy scratched his head, a bit shy. My name is Wang Chang, and I'm a shield warrior with strong defense. He patted his chest, trying to showcase his strength. Chen Chen looked at the overly familiar boy in front of him, frowning slightly. National exams usually involve forming teams a few days in advance. Who just shows up out of the blue to form a team? Something unusual must be afoot. Chen Chen's first reaction was that this guy had issues, but since the other party was friendly, he decided to give him a little face. No need, I'm used to being alone, but thank you for your kindness. A flicker of disappointment crossed Wang Chang's face, but he didn't give up and continued to persuade. Bro, don't judge me by my looks. My defense is really strong. Hell difficulty isn't a joke, the more people, the more support. As he spoke, he pounded his chest vigorously, producing a dull thud, as if to prove his strength. Chen Chen frowned slightly, his gaze turning a bit cold. He hated people who clung on like this. Just as he was about to refuse outright, even considering whether to take action, Wang Chang's eyes suddenly flickered. He seemed a bit guilty, not daring to meet Chen Chen's gaze. This subtle change did not escape Chen Chen's notice. A cold smile crept into Chen Chen's heart. Indeed, there was something off. He remained expressionless. His tone still flat. I said no need. Seeing Chen Chen's firm attitude, Wang Chang seemed to realize that further entanglement would be futile. He sighed, a look of helplessness on his face. All right, since you insist, then forget it. Good luck. He tossed this line over his shoulder and turned to leave. Chen Chen watched Wang Chang's retreating figure, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He had a premonition that this guy would definitely not let it go so easily. After Wang Chang left, a few people immediately surrounded him. So, did he agree? A tall, thin boy with a somewhat sinister look asked eagerly. The others also cast inquiring glances, their eyes filled with anticipation. Wang Chang shook his head, a dejected expression on his face. No, that guy is completely unyielding, he wouldn't even listen to me. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the few turned somewhat grim. Damn it, this guy is too ungrateful. The tall, thin boy spat angrily, his tone filled with resentment. Changgu, what do we do now? Miss Lin's plan. A plain-looking boy asked with some concern. Wang Chang glanced at them, a cold smile appearing on his face. What are you afraid of? Plans can't keep up with changes, this was all expected. He lowered his voice, a hint of pride in his tone. I've already put what Miss Lin gave me on that guy. Once the exam starts, we just activate it, there will definitely be no problems. Hearing this, the others immediately breathed a sigh of relief, smiles appearing on their faces. Changgu is still impressive. That kid is doomed now. Daring to offend Miss Lin, he really doesn't know how to live. They all chimed in, their tones filled with glee. Wang Chang smiled smugly, a hint of malice flashing in his eyes. He turned to look in the direction of the hell difficulty portal, secretly sneering. Kid, just wait to suffer. Chen Chen, of course, had no idea that he had already been targeted by a group of people.
He stood quietly in front of the hell difficulty portal, waiting for the exam to begin.
The surrounding candidates continued to discuss him.
Various gazes swept over him continuously.
There was curiosity, surprise, disdain, and even glee at his misfortune.
But Chen Chen remained unfazed, as if he hadn't noticed these looks
at all.
At that moment, an ancient voice, like a great bell, echoed throughout the vast and boundless space, shaking the hearts and minds of everyone present.
The national examination is about to begin.
This voice seemed to possess some kind of magic, instantly silencing the noisy crowd, as everyone held their breath, waiting for the next instructions. The rules for this examination are as follows.
The voice
paused, seemingly allowing everyone time to digest the information, then continued. The examination scene is an independent instance space, and you will be randomly assigned to different areas.
Within the
instance, there are no restrictions. As long as you have the ability, anything is possible. Chen Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, pondering to himself, no restrictions, this could be interesting.
There are 2 ways to earn points. First, hunt monsters. Second, eliminate all monsters in the current area and proceed to the next area. Depending on the level of the instance, the points provided by each monster will vary. Common monsters, 1 point. Medium monsters, 3 points. Difficult monsters, 5 points. Hell monsters, 10 points.
If you encounter elite monsters or bosses, the points will be stacked on
top of the original.
The corners of Chen Chen's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a playful smile. These rules are straightforward and brutal.
However, he liked it. Additionally, a special reminder. The ancient
voice rang out again, carrying a hint of warning.
In the instance, life and death are indifferent.
Therefore, all candidates must carefully choose a difficulty suitable for themselves.
Do not aim too high and seek your own demise.
This statement was like a giant stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up 1,000 waves. The expressions of the candidates varied. Some were eager to try, some showed concern, while others wore serious faces. After all, this was no child's play, but a true test of life and death.
All right, everything that needed to be said has been said.
The voice slowly faded, as if
it had completed its mission. Now, the examination officially begins. All candidates, prepare to enter the instant space. As the words fell, the 4 enormous teleportation gates simultaneously burst forth with dazzling light. With the illumination, an information panel lit up before everyone, asking them which instance they wished to choose.
Just as Chen Chen was about to make his selection, Sujina's voice
suddenly rang out, Chen Chen, good luck. Don't fall too far behind me.
Sujina's voice, like a clear spring, echoed in Chen Chen's ears, carrying a hint of youthful playfulness and encouragement.
Chen Chen
smiled slightly, a touch of tenderness flashing in his eyes. He did not speak, merely gazing silently at Sujina. At the moment she stepped into the hell-level teleportation gate, Chen Chen gently waved the
platinum staff in his hand.
A rich green light, like lightning, sliced through the air and instantly entered Sujina's body, disappearing without a trace.
Sujina's figure paused slightly, as if sensing something.
A look of surprise crossed her face, followed by a slight furrow of her brow, as if she felt a mix of confusion and worry.
She instinctively turned back, wanting to say something. But the light of the
teleportation gate had completely enveloped her. She only had time to see Chen Chen's face, which bore a faint smile, and his eyes, deep like the starry sky.
The next moment, Sujina's figure vanished into the teleportation gate, transported to an unknown instance space. Ding! Life tribute mutation effect triggered. Ding! Life tribute mutation effect triggered. Suddenly, a crisp system prompt echoed in Chen's mind.
This sound made him pause slightly.
Life tribute?
Chen Chen murmured in surprise. He had indeed used the life tribute skill on Sujina just now.
This was the diamond-level skill that Sujina had given him before.
Originally, Chen Chen planned to use it for himself at a critical moment. After all, the effect of this skill was incredibly powerful, allowing for immediate resurrection after death, restoring
50% of health and mana. However, just now, seeing Sujina enter the hell difficulty dungeon with those few useless teammates, Chen Chen couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. He knew Sujina was strong, but
the hell difficulty dungeon was filled with unknowns and dangers. Who knew if her teammates were reliable? So, without hesitation, he used this life-saving skill on Sujina, as he had plenty of life-saving abilities himself. Chen Chen had also heard from Linhan that all support skills of a recovery mage would produce a mutation effect. He just didn't expect it to trigger so easily. Life's Praise, Mutation. Effect duration increased to 12 hours. Consumption increased to 20,000 mana points. Chen Chen's gaze fell on the system panel, on the description of the mutation effect of Life's Praise. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. This mutation effect really is quite exaggerated, Chen Chen thought to himself. Originally, the duration of life's praise was only 10 minutes, and now it had directly
increased to 12 hours. This was undoubtedly an extremely bugged enhancement.
But at the same time, the skill's consumption had skyrocketed from the original 500 mana points to 20,000.
This consumption was simply terrifying.
If it weren't for Chen Shan's mana cap being over 100,000, he probably wouldn't even qualify to cast this skill. However, this effect does indeed justify the consumption, Chen Shan quickly reassured himself.
A duration of 12 hours could almost cover the entire examination process.
This meant that during this time, Sujina had a chance to resurrect. For her, this was undoubtedly a huge safeguard. Thinking of this, Chen Shan's heart calmed down a bit. He believed that with Sujina's strength, combined with the protection of life's praise, she would definitely achieve good results in the hell difficulty
dungeon.
Chen Shan pulled back his thoughts and refocused on the task at hand.
Ding!
Healer's courage triggered.
Talent SSS level Blessing of the Sky. Copied. Seeing the information that appeared before
him, Chen Shan was momentarily stunned, then his face lit up with joy. He had finally copied this talent. However, the next moment, Chen Shan's brows furrowed.
If he remembered correctly, Sujina's talent was supposed to be SS level, right? How did it become SSS level? Wait, can talent levels evolve too? Chen Shan quickly opened the talent panel and browsed through it.
Blessing of the Sky, all your skills have
no cooldown when used. When MP is insufficient to cast a skill, even if only 1 MP remains, you can forcibly activate the skill. Can only be triggered 3 times a day. Looking at the information before him, Chen Shan couldn't help but gasp. Was this the top talent of the future Flame Empress?
No wonder that guy in the future could unleash so many world-destroying skills in one go. It turned out to be for this
reason.
Chen Shan suppressed the joy in his heart, shook his head, and once again focused on the upcoming examination.
At this moment, the 4 massive teleportation gates still stood quietly, radiating different lights.
The surrounding candidates had already made their choices and were entering their selected teleportation gates. The once crowded space had now become much more spacious.
Chen Shan took a deep breath,
his gaze becoming resolute. He stepped forward, slowly walking towards the hell-level teleportation gate that represented the highest difficulty. His steps were steady and powerful, each one seeming to resonate
in the hearts of everyone present.
At this moment, he was the center of attention. Everyone's gaze was fixed on him, waiting for the moment he would step into the portal. Chen Shan stood before the portal, feeling the powerful energy waves rushing towards him. There was no fear or hesitation on his face, only a hint of anticipation and excitement. Hell difficulty, huh? I want to see just how hard it really is. Chen Shan thought to himself. Without any hesitation, he raised his hand, ready to choose the hell difficulty dungeon. Just then, an information panel appeared before his eyes. Please select the dungeon difficulty you wish to enter, normal, medium, hard. Hell. Chen Shan chose hell difficulty without any hesitation. In the next moment, the portal's light suddenly brightened, completely engulfing his figure.
Chen
felt a blur before his eyes, as if an invisible force was pulling him, instantly traversing the endless void. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a brand new world.
Rather than a completely
new world, it was more like an expansive, boundless plain. A gentle breeze swept by, carrying the fragrance of fresh grass, and the sunlight poured down, warm and soft.
But Chen Shan had no interest in admiring this beautiful scenery.
His gaze was firmly fixed ahead.
As he entered, the previously empty plain began to flicker with bursts of light.
As the light faded, large wolf-like monsters appeared on the plain. Their fur was a gray-brown color, their eyes fierce, fangs bared, and drool dripping from their mouths, clearly not friendly creatures.
I really do have a connection with wolves. Chen Shan shook his head, helplessly, muttering to himself.
From the gray wolves in the novice secret realm, to the Wolf King, and now to these unknown wolf-like monsters, it seemed he was always at odds with this kind of creature. Meanwhile, in a room filled with screens in Jiling City, Jiangnan Province, all the city lords of Jiangnan Province had gathered here, observing the students they valued on the screens.
Gu Qingshan was also present.
He was watching the screen as Chen Shan entered the hell-level dungeon alone, and his brows furrowed. As the lord of Yang City, he naturally hoped that Chen Shan would achieve good results in the hell-level
dungeon.
But at the same time, he was worried about Chen Shan's safety.
After all, the difficulty of the hell-level dungeon was no joke. Moreover, Chen Shan was just a newly promoted healing mage. Lord Gu, this is the genius from Yang City with a talent score of 200, right? At that moment, an unpleasant voice suddenly rang in Gu Qingshan's ear.
Gu Qingshan turned slightly to look in the direction of the voice. The speaker was a short, stout, and lecherous-looking middle-aged man. He was the lord of Linhan City, named Zhaodazuzu. This man had always been at odds with Gu Qingshan, and their rivalry was constant. This major exam was also an important opportunity for them to compete.
Lord Zhao, do you have any advice? Gu Qingshan glanced at Zhao Dezuzu calmly, asking in a steady tone. He did not get angry at the provocation. Instead, he appeared quite composed. Advice? I wouldn't dare to give advice, just a reminder for Lord Gu. Zhao Dezuzu sneered, speaking in a sarcastic tone. It's been said not to aim too high. How can a healing mage dare to go into a hell-level dungeon alone? He really doesn't want to live. Young people, a bit of arrogance is normal. Gu Qingshan maintained his calm demeanor, saying lightly, however, I believe Chen Shen has his own considerations. He is not the type to take reckless actions. Considerations? I think he's just blinded by stupidity. Zhao Dezuzu scoffed, mercilessly mocking an auxiliary profession. Does he really think he's invincible? Does he really consider himself a genius? Just wait to collect his corpse. Lord Zhao, be careful with your words. Gu Qingshan's gaze finally turned cold. He could tolerate Zhao Dezu's provocation, but he would never allow him to curse Chen Shen like that. What? Am I wrong? Zhao Dezu showed no signs of restraint. Instead, he escalated his remarks. An auxiliary class, soloing a hell-level dungeon, what's the difference from seeking death? If he can come out alive, Zhao Dezu's, will eat this table right here. Zhao Dezu's pointed at the solid wood table in front of him, speaking with conviction. His loud voice attracted the attention of other city lords nearby. Everyone turned their gaze towards Gu Qingshan and Zhao Dezu's, their faces showing expressions of anticipation for the spectacle. Lord Zhao, you shouldn't speak so confidently. Gu Qingshan coldly looked at Zhao Dezu's, enunciating each word. When the time comes, don't say I didn't warn you. Just wait and see. Zhao Dezu's snorted coldly, ignoring Gu Qingshan and turning his attention back to the screen. He wanted to see how this oblivious Chen Shen would meet his end in the hell-level dungeon. Gu Qingshan also withdrew his gaze and looked back at the screen. Although he had never seen Chen Shen in action, everything he knew indicated that Chen Shen, the healing mage, was definitely not simple, and his strength was certainly formidable. At this moment in the dungeon, Chen Shen looked at the wolf-like monster in front of him and casually cast a detection spell. Name, Prairie Wolf Elite. Rank, Silver Level, LV 15 HP, 8000/8000 MP, 2000 Strength, 180 Agility, 220 Spirit, 80 Constitution, 120 Skills, Gale Bite, Frenzied Howl. Hunting Charge Talent, Wild Power Prairie Wolf, Level 15 Elite. This hell-level dungeon is a bit lacking in excitement. Chen Shen sighed helplessly, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. He had originally thought that the hell-level dungeon would bring him some surprises, but it seemed to be just that. Just as he was about to raise his platinum staff to cast a skill and deal with these minor threats, Chen Shen's movements suddenly halted. He instinctively looked up and surveyed his surroundings. Although there was no one in sight, he knew that countless eyes were watching from somewhere. After all, this was a major examination, a test for the entire Jiangnan province, and his skills were still a bit too outrageous for the understanding of ordinary people and the higher-ups. Thinking of this, Chen Shen abandoned the idea of using skills. Those bizarre and outrageous abilities could wait for later. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a playful smile. Since he couldn't use skills, he would fight in the most primitive way. Chen Shen directly grasped his staff and walked slowly towards the pack of prairie wolves, each step appearing calm and unhurried. The prairie wolves seemed to sense Chen Shen's presence, their crimson eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty light, and low growls echoed in the air. In the next moment, they charged at Chen Shen from all directions, moving with incredible speed, like arrows released from a bow. Chen Shen's gaze remained as calm as water, showing no signs of panic. Meanwhile, in the observation room, Gu Qingshan furrowed his brows tightly, staring intently at the screen. He could clearly see that Chen Shen was surrounded by several prairie wolves, yet he stood still like a statue, seemingly stunned. What is this kid doing? Gu Qingshan felt an overwhelming sense of urgency in his heart, yet he was helpless. Although he believed in Chen Shen's strength, this scene still made him break into a cold sweat. After all, Chen Shen was just a healing mage, and his health was his greatest weakness. Oh dear, Master Gu, your student is no good. Zhao Dezu's gloating voice echoed in the observation room, particularly grating. A few wolves scared him like this. It seems he's doomed. TSK. Zhao Dezu shook his head and let out a strange laugh, as if he could already see Chen Shen dying on the spot. Gu Qingshan suppressed his anger, veins bulging on his forehead. He clenched his teeth, fists tight, knuckles turning white from the strain, the veins on the back of his hands twisting like worms. He really wanted to smash Zhao Dezu's detestable face with a punch. But reason told him that this was not the time for impulsiveness. Just as Gu Qingshan was about to explode, the scene on the screen suddenly changed. Chen Shen moved. His movements were as quick as lightning. The platinum staff in his hand seemed to transform into a silver streak, drawing mysterious trajectories in the air. Bang! 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 The dull sounds of impact rang out in rapid succession, dense like a drumbeat. Each sound struck precisely on the head of a prairie wolf. These prairie wolves didn't even have time to howl before they fell to the ground, dissipating into white light. The entire process took only a few seconds. So fast it was hard to believe, so fast it left one breathless. The pack of wolves that had just fiercely pounced was now nowhere to be seen, leaving only Chin standing proudly. He held the staff, his expression calm, as if everything that had just happened was merely a trivial matter. This. Zhao Disu's smile froze instantly, his mouth agape wide enough to fit an egg. He stared at the screen with wide eyes, disbelief written all over his face. How is this possible? How could a support class take down so many elite monsters so quickly? And he did it, with a staff? Zhao Disu's voice trembled slightly, he felt his worldview had been shaken to its core. The observation room fell silent. Earlier, due to the conflict between Zhao Disu's and Gu Qingshan, everyone had turned to look at Chen, and they were all stunned by his astonishing performance. Their thoughts mirrored Zhao Disu's. They had originally thought Chen would be embroiled in a tough battle, possibly torn to shreds by the wolves. They never expected the fight to end in such a manner. So decisive, so unfathomable. Gu Qingshan let out a long breath, his taut nerves finally relaxing. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a hint of a satisfied smile. I knew this kid was no ordinary person. He felt secretly pleased, and his understanding of Chen's strength deepened. Chen's performance far exceeded his expectations. Gu Qingshan turned to look at Zhao Disu's behind him, a playful smile on his face. He walked up to Zhao Disu's, reached out, and slapped the large wooden table, making a bang-bang sound. Master Zhao, do you remember the bet we made earlier? Gu Qingshan's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of everyone present. The crowd, still immersed in shock, snapped back to reality, turning their gazes toward Zhao Disu's. They all wore expressions of eager anticipation, wanting to see how this previously confident master Zhao would handle the situation now. Zhao Disu's face shifted between green and white. He never expected that Chen would actually walk out of the hell level dungeon alive, and in such an astonishing manner, easily dispatching those elite monsters. It was a blatant slap in the face. Zhao Disu's opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but found himself at a loss for words. He couldn't really eat this table, could he? It was solid wood. What I said was that he would walk out of the dungeon alive. Zhao Disu's voice suddenly rose. This is just the first wave of monsters. It doesn't count. He pointed at the screen, his finger trembling slightly with excitement. This is a hell-level dungeon. If he really manages to walk out alive, I'll eat everything. Zhao Disu's emphasized the words eat everything, as if he wanted to pour all his unwillingness and anger into those two words. Gu Qingshan snorted coldly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. He couldn't be bothered to waste words with a clown like Zhao Disu's and turned his gaze back to the screen, locking on to Chen. In the dungeon, Chen wielded a platinum staff, moving like the wind, weaving effortlessly through the pack of wolves. Each swing was accompanied by a dull thud and the wails of the prairie wolves. The staff in his hand seemed to transform into an indestructible weapon, each strike landing precisely on the heads of the wolves, mercilessly. Although these prairie wolves were fierce, they were as fragile as paper before Chen, easily crushed. Chen's movements appeared simple and brutal, yet they contained an indescribable rhythm and beauty. Each swing of the staff seemed to have been practiced 1,000 times, precise and efficient. There was not a single unnecessary motion, not a hint of hesitation. Chen wanted to use his skills, to trigger his talents, to copy the attribute points of these elite monsters. But he knew it wasn't the right time yet. During the major exam, countless eyes were watching here. It was better to temporarily hide his extraordinary abilities. After all, revealing his trump card too early was not a wise move. A sly smile crept onto Chen's lips, a glint of cunning in his eyes. He wanted everyone to think he was just an ordinary healing mage, a support class that could only fight by striking with a staff. Only then could he give the enemy a surprise at a critical moment. Bang! 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 The sounds of impact continued, and the number of prairie wolves was rapidly decreasing. Chen's movements became faster and smoother, like a tireless machine, mercilessly harvesting the lives of these monsters. His gaze remained calm as water, without a hint of fluctuation. It was as if these fierce prairie wolves were merely a group of lambs waiting to be slaughtered, posing no threat to him at all. Bang! Another dull sound echoed as a prairie wolf fell, howling, dissipating into white light. The platinum staff in Chen's hand resembled the scythe of death, ruthlessly reaping lives. His movements quickened, almost blurring the trajectory of his swings, leaving only silver afterimages. Bang! 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 The sounds of impact were continuous, like a dense drumbeat, striking at everyone's hearts. The number of prairie wolves was visibly decreasing at an alarming rate.
A faint smile remained on Chun Shen's face, as if he were enjoying this feast of slaughter. He was well aware that the strength he was currently displaying was enough to intimidate those with ulterior motives. But that wasn't enough. What he wanted was absolute domination, a power that would make everyone tremble. Only then could he grasp his own fate in this cruel world. Chun Shen's gaze gradually turned cold, like ice that had never melted for millennia. He wanted these people to understand that provoking him would come at a price. A whoa. As the last wolf's howl faded into the wind, the once dense pack of wolves had vanished without a trace. Only Chen Shen remained, staff in hand, standing proudly on the vast grassland. A gentle breeze blew, lifting the corners of his clothes, making them flutter. In that moment, he seemed like a war god, looking down upon the world, with no one daring to challenge him. Inside the observation room, there was a dead silence. Everyone was completely stunned by Chen Shen's astonishing performance. They opened their mouths wide, their eyes bulging as if they had witnessed something unbelievable. Is this still a support class? This is even more ferocious than a warrior. This is terrifying. Is this really the power a support can possess? Various exclamations echoed in the observation room. Zhao Disu's face had long turned ashen. Gu Qingshan let out a long breath, the tension in his heart finally easing. He looked at Chen Shen on the screen, his eyes filled with admiration and relief. Good kid, you really didn't let me down. Gu Qingshan felt secretly pleased and was filled with anticipation for Chen Shen's future. He believed that with Chen Shen's talent and strength, he would surely achieve remarkable results in the upcoming major exam. It was even possible that he could become the pride of Yang City and the entire Jiangnan province. City Lord Zhao, do you have anything to say now? Zhao Disu suppressed the anger in his heart and forced himself to speak. This is just the beginning. The difficulty of a hell-level dungeon is not as simple as you imagine. Whether he can survive is still an unknown. Gu Qingshan sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. He was too lazy to waste words with a clown like Zhao Disu's and directly turned his gaze back to the screen. As the last prairie wolf fell, a dazzling light suddenly illuminated the center of the grassland. As the light faded, a massive black wolf appeared before Chen Shen, its body covered in pitch black scales, shimmering with a cold sheen under the sunlight, its crimson eyes fixed on Chen Shen as if it wanted to tear him to shreds. Black-scaled giant wolf? A lord-level monster? Chen Shen raised his eyebrows slightly, a hint of disappointment in his tone. I thought it was a boss, how boring. He smacked his lips, seemingly dissatisfied with this lord-level monster. In the observation room, the city lords once again showed expressions of astonishment. They could not understand why a support class could face a lord-level monster so easily. Even more so, why it seemed to be disdainful. Zhao Disu's expression could no longer be described as difficult. He felt as if his face had been slapped dozens of times, burning with pain. Gu Qingshan, on the other hand, wore a calm expression. He had long been accustomed to Chen Shen's astonishing feats and even vaguely anticipated what incredible actions Chen Shen would take next. Chen Shen, of course, was unaware of the thoughts of those in the observation room. He was currently contemplating how to secretly copy the attributes of this black-scaled giant wolf. Although it's just a lord, it's still better than an elite monster. Chen Shen muttered to himself, even a mosquito is meat. Let alone a lord-level monster, whose attributes would definitely be much stronger than an elite monster. As he thought, he slowly walked towards the black-scaled giant wolf, the platinum staff in his hand shimmering with dazzling light under the sun. The black-scaled giant wolf seemed to sense the threat from Chen Shen. It let out a low growl and suddenly pounced at him. Its speed was as fast as lightning. Chen Shen's lips curled up slightly, revealing a playful smile. He did not dodge but instead swung his staff directly to meet it. At the same time, he was still pondering how to secretly copy this guy's attributes. Bang! The platinum staff in Chen Shen's hand struck precisely on the black-scaled giant wolf's head, producing a dull thud. The black-scaled giant wolf shuddered in pain, a flicker of agony flashing in its crimson eyes. However, it was after all a lord-level monster, with extremely tenacious vitality. Although this blow injured it, it was not fatal. A whoa! The black-scaled giant wolf howled to the sky, its voice filled with anger and ferocity. Chen Shen's strike had thoroughly enraged it, and the black scales on its body began to emit a faint glow, a powerful aura erupting from it. Chen Shen sensed this aura and raised his eyebrows slightly. Oh? Are we getting serious now? He secretly scoffed in his heart, but on the surface, he still appeared nonchalant. At that moment, a faint green light quietly flowed around Chen Shen's staff. This green light was extremely subtle, even the nearby black-scaled giant wolf did not notice it. The green light silently surged into the black-scaled giant wolf's body, instantly replenishing all the health it had just lost. The black-scaled giant wolf was stunned. Its crimson eyes fixed intently on Chen Shen, filled with confusion and disbelief.
It clearly felt that it was injured. But why had its wounds suddenly healed? Ding! The courage of healing has been triggered. Power +1. Interesting, really interesting. Chen Chen grinned. Feeling the power within him continuously increasing, his excitement growing. He was now completely certain that he could control the glow of his skills. What did this mean? It meant he could brazenly steal attributes. Doing something only he knew about under the watchful eyes of others. That feeling was truly exhilarating. Chen Chen licked his lips, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He couldn't wait to continue shearing the sheep. However, to the eyes of those city lords, Chen Chen's actions were merely a desperate attempt to hide his true strength, unable to defeat the monster before him. Ha, really? Putting on a brave face. Zhao Dezuza sneered, not bothering to hide the disdain in his tone. What's so great about fighting small monsters? If you're struggling this much against a lord, what will you do when you encounter a boss? He glanced at the screen, as if he could already see Chen Chen being torn apart by the monster. The other city lords, though silent, wore expressions that spoke volumes. They clearly believed Chen Chen was just holding on. After all, for a support class to last this long against a lord-level monster was already incredible. As for defeating it? That was simply impossible. Gu Qingshan furrowed his brows tightly, his gaze fixed on the screen. Although he still believed in Chen Chen, the scene before him made it hard not to worry. Each attack from the black-scaled giant wolf carried the force of thunder, and while Chen Chen was struggling to hold on, it was evident he was at a disadvantage. Sigh, this kid is still too headstrong. Gu Qingshan sighed inwardly. He knew Chen Chen's character, unwilling to admit defeat, refusing to accept fate, but facing a lord-level monster, that stubbornness could sometimes be his downfall. Seeing Gu Qingshan's expression, Zhao Dezuzu felt even more pleased. He sneered and mockingly said, City Lord Gu, is this the genius you have high hopes for? I see he's nothing special. Struggling so much against a lord-level monster, I really don't know what you were thinking to still have expectations for him. He deliberately raised his voice, as if afraid others wouldn't hear. The other city lords around them began to voice their opinions as well. Yeah, City Lord Gu, it seems Young City is going to be at the bottom again this time. For a support class to get this far is already quite good, but unfortunately, he's facing a lord-level monster. Yang City hasn't made any progress. In recent years, this major exam will probably turn them into a laughingstock again. These words, each more cutting than the last, reached Gu Qingshan's ears, filling him with frustration. But he did not retort, he merely watched the screen silently, praying for Chen Chen's safe return. Even if he could just come back alive, it would be better than dying in the dungeon. As for anything else, he no longer dared to hope. The other students from Young City were also fighting in their respective areas. But their strength was far too lacking compared to Chen Chen. Yet now, Chen Chen was struggling to protect himself. The hope of Yang City seemed to have already been extinguished. Just as the city lords were discussing and expressing their lack of confidence in Chen Chen, an unexpected change occurred within the instance. Ding! The hero of healing has been triggered. Attribute points have reached the limit. A crisp system notification echoed in Chen Chen's mind. So soon? Chen Chen smacked his lips, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. He had intended to farm a bit longer, but he didn't expect to hit the limit so quickly. Since that was the case, there was no need to waste any more time. A cold glint flashed in Chen Chen's eyes as he decided to end it swiftly. With a thought, he instantly activated a physical skill he had previously copied. Gale Stab. Chen Chen shouted softly, his figure vanishing like a ghost, and the next moment, he appeared behind the black-scaled giant wolf. The platinum staff in his hand transformed into a silver lightning bolt, piercing fiercely into the back of the black-scaled giant wolf's neck. The black-scaled giant wolf was currently in a weakened state after releasing its skill and had no time to react. Put! A muffled sound echoed as the staff accurately stabbed into the back of the black-scaled giant wolf's neck, spraying a burst of black blood. A huge red number floated up from above the black-scaled giant wolf's head. The black-scaled giant wolf let out a mournful howl, its massive body crashing to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed the black-scaled giant wolf, Lord. Experience plus 150 ding. Congratulations, you have cleared the first area, earning 200 points. Do you wish to proceed to the second area? The system notifications rang out in succession. Chen Chen glanced at the corpse of the black-scaled giant wolf on the ground, showing no hesitation. Yes, he replied calmly. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chen Chen's figure vanished from the spot and was teleported to the second area. Inside the observation room, there was a dead silence. All the city lords stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, their faces filled with disbelief. What did they just witness? Hadn't Chen Chen just been Fighting for a long time? Shouldn't the boss still have a lot of health left? How did it suddenly get one shot? What the hell was going on? Was this guy hiding his strength earlier? Was he toying with this lord? This was a national exam. What kind of joke was this? Did this kid have such a big heart? The voices of the city lords trembled, they couldn't comprehend what was happening. Before their eyes, Zhao Disu's expression could no longer be described as just difficult. He felt as if his face had been slapped dozens of times by an invisible hand, burning with pain. Just moments ago, he had been mocking Chen Chen, saying he was incapable and that he was so flustered facing a lord-level monster. But in the blink of an eye, Chen Chen had one-shot the lord. This was simply a blatant slap in the face. And it was right in front of so many city lords, a hard slap to his face. Zhao Disu felt a surge of blood rising in his chest, nearly spitting out a mouthful of old blood. He stared at the screen, his eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could a support class possibly one-shot a lord-level monster? He must have cheated. Yes. He definitely cheated. Zhao Disu shouted loudly, as if he had grasped a lifeline. His voice sounded particularly jarring in the silent observation room. Although the other city lords did not speak, their expressions said it all. They also couldn't believe that a support class could achieve this. Cheating? Gu Qingshan frowned and shot a cold glance at Zhao Disu's. City Lord Zhao, you can eat recklessly, but you can't speak recklessly. In a national exam, who would dare to cheat? Who could even cheat? If he had that ability, would he still need to participate in the exam? Are you questioning the fairness of the exam? Zhao Disu's was instantly weakened by Gu Qingshan's glare. He opened his mouth to retort but found himself at a loss for words. After all, the fairness of the national examination is beyond doubt. If he truly questioned the fairness of the exam, the consequences would be more than he could bear. Humph. Zhao Disu's let out a cold snort and fell silent. However, the resentment and unwillingness in his heart did not diminish in the slightest. He stared intently at the screen, secretly praying for Chen Chen to fail in the upcoming assessment. Lord Gu, please don't get too excited. Lord Zhao didn't mean it that way. It's just, this is indeed a bit unbelievable. A support class taking down a lord-level monster in an instant. This is simply a fairy tale. One lord stepped forward to mediate, his tone filled with confusion and disbelief. The other lords nodded in agreement, expressing their concurrence. Yes, Lord Gu, this is truly incredible. We are not questioning the fairness of the exam, we just feel that this is somewhat against common sense. A support class, no matter how strong, shouldn't be able to reach such a level, right? Gu Qingshan looked at these lords, feeling a wave of helplessness. He knew that these people were not intentionally targeting Chen Chen, they simply could not comprehend Chen Chen's strength. After all, a support class taking down a lord-level monster, who would believe such a thing? But he was too lazy to explain to that group of guys, and of course, he didn't know how to explain. After all, he also felt that Chen Chen's strength was too outrageous. The other lords, seeing that Gu Qingshan had stopped speaking, also found it difficult to say anything further. They could only turn their attention back to the screen and continue watching Chen Chen's assessment. Yet, their hearts were still filled with confusion and disbelief. They couldn't understand how Chen Chen had managed to do it. This guy. Could it be that he's really just playing around? One lord couldn't help but mutter. His voice was soft, but in the silent observation room, it sounded particularly clear. The other lords were jolted by this remark. They suddenly realized that this might just be the truth. Chen Chen might really be toying with that black-scaled giant wolf. Hiss. Thinking of this, the lords couldn't help but gasp. If that's the case, then Chen Chen's strength is truly terrifying. Not only can he take down lord-level monsters, but he can also toy with them. Is this still human? This kid. He's really bold. One lord shook his head with a bitter smile. He no longer knew what to say. Chen Chen's actions had completely exceeded his understanding. The national examination. This guy actually. Another lord couldn't help but exclaim. He suddenly felt that he had underestimated support classes in the past. Look at the time. Although he has been entangled with this lord for quite a while, Chen Chen's speed in taking down the lord is still far beyond that of ordinary combat classes. Moreover, he is all alone. One lord suddenly said. His words left the other lords stunned. They then noticed that Chen Chen's speed in defeating the black-scaled giant wolf was even faster than those of combat classes. This is simply unbelievable. Monster. This kid is definitely a monster. One lord couldn't help but exclaim. His voice was filled with shock and admiration. The other lords nodded in agreement, expressing their concurrence. They no longer knew what words to use to describe Chen Chen. Monster might be the best adjective. Yang City. It seems it will rise this time. One lord murmured. His voice was filled with envy and jealousy. The other lords felt a weight in their hearts upon hearing this. They suddenly realized that Yang City might really be on the verge of rising. After passing the test of the first area, the curiosity of the lords in the observation room towards Chen Shan grew stronger. They stared intently at the screen, trying to capture more information from every move Chen Shan made. Soon, a pattern emerged. In each battle, Chen Shan seemed to follow a specific routine. He would first dance around the monsters, dodging and weaving, appearing to be in grave danger, yet always managing to cleverly evade fatal attacks. Then, at a certain moment, he would suddenly unleash a devastating strike, killing the monster in an instant. Initially, the lords did not quite understand Chen Shan's intentions, thinking he simply enjoyed toying with his opponents. But as time passed, they gradually realized that Chen Shan was honing his combat skills. This guy, one lord whispered, his tone laced with disbelief. It seems like he's using these monsters as sparring partners? Another lord chimed in, his voice trembling slightly. This is a national exam. Is he dissatisfied with his support role? Does he want to train himself to be a melee priest? This idea is too crazy. The lords debated among themselves, each face reflecting shock and confusion. They could not comprehend why a support role would be so obsessed with melee combat. This completely overturned their understanding of support classes. Chen Shan's actions were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples upon ripples. The lords were filled with questions and speculations. They were eager to know just where Chen Shan's limits lay. How many more surprises could this enigmatic youth bring them? On the screen, Chen Shan's figure remained agile. He weaved between the monsters like a dancer, leaping on the edge of a blade. Each attack was precise and lethal. Each dodge was perfectly timed. His fighting style was both skillful and imbued with a unique aesthetic of violence. This contrast captivated the lords even more. They seemed to see a brand new class, a revolutionary existence, rising slowly before them. Little did they know, Chen Shan was merely trying to copy some attributes. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Chen Shan plopped down on the ground, gasping for breath, sweat streaming down his cheeks, soaking his collar. He felt as if he had been completely drained, with not a shred of strength left in his body. How many areas are there in this damn assessment? Chen Shan couldn't help but curse, his voice hoarse, filled with exhaustion and helplessness. I'm so tired of fighting. He slammed his fist against the ground, venting his frustration. Chen Shan was no stranger to grinding monsters. On the contrary, he had been a notorious monster grinder in his previous life. He had always prided himself on his stamina and energy. But whether in dungeons, secret realms, or spatial rifts, monsters were scattered here and there, nothing like the endless waves he faced now, one area after another. Each area had several waves of monsters, and to copy as many attributes as possible, Chen Shan had to engage with the monsters for a long time each time. This high-intensity combat, combined with the mental focus required, left him feeling unprecedentedly exhausted. Ding! The Brave of Healing has been triggered. Current attributes have reached the first transfer limit and cannot be further improved. Ding! You have reached level 30. Current experience has reached the first transfer limit and cannot be further obtained. The crisp system notification rang in Chen Shan's ears. Ha! Chen Shan was taken aback, blinking in confusion. First transfer limit? Attributes and experience have both hit the limit? Attributes have a first transfer limit too? This is quite rare. He quickly opened his attribute panel to examine it closely. Character, Chen Shan, Occupation. Recovery Mage. Level, LV30, HP, 18500/18500, MP, 43000/43000, Strength, 1500, plus 280, Agility, 1500, plus 240, Spirit, 1500, plus 350, plus 300, Constitution, 1500, plus 20, plus 280, Looking at the attributes that had reached their limits, a complex expression appeared on Chen Shan's face. There was surprise, there was unexpectedness, and there was also a hint of regret. The surprise was that he had finally reached level 30, and all his attributes had peaked at this stage. The unexpectedness was that this so-called first transition limit had come so quickly that it caught him off guard. As for the regret, naturally, it was because he could no longer continue to enhance his attributes. After all, this major exam seemed to have quite a few areas left. Chen Shan slowly stood up, stretching his limbs that had become slightly stiff from maintaining one position for too long. He grinned, revealing a confident smile, as if all his fatigue had vanished in that moment. Since the attributes have reached their limit, there's no need to be so cautious anymore.
A sharp glint flashed in Chen Shen's eyes as he tightened his grip on the staff in his hand, feeling the familiar cool touch. Next. He paused, his voice deep and powerful, as if declaring something. I'll just slaughter my way through. In the observation room, the previously quiet atmosphere now felt somewhat subtle. The various city lords stared intently at the screen, watching the boy who had stood up again, each expression different. Some were surprised, some were puzzled, and some carried a hint of expectation. Their gazes occasionally flicked to the side at the leaderboard. On the leaderboard, Chen Chen's name still stood out, but his ranking had already slipped to a rather low position. After all, he was tackling the hell-level dungeon solo and had spent a lot of time sharpening his combat skills. In this situation, it was only natural for his score ranking to lag behind. Although Chen Chen has reached the 50th area, there is no upper limit to the number of areas in this dungeon. One city lord stroked his chin, pondering. Speed is still crucial, although Chen Chen's strength is astonishing. If his speed doesn't keep up, he might not become the national champion. His tone carried a hint of worry, along with a touch of regret. After all, the strength Chen Chen had displayed was enough to make everyone take notice. After witnessing Chen Chen's strength, the city lords began to bet on whether he could become the national champion. Although they recognized Chen Chen's power, he was just one person, and given this habit, not many city lords believed he could achieve the top spot. Chen Chen's strength was indeed formidable, but challenging a hell-level dungeon solo and being so headstrong made it incredibly difficult to claim the championship. Gu Qingshan stood quietly to the side, looking at Chen Chen's name on the leaderboard, his face devoid of any expression. He knew that what these city lords said made sense. However, he trusted his instincts more. He believed that this young man, Chen Chen, would definitely not disappoint them. Just then, Gu Qingshan suddenly noticed that Chen Chen's score on the leaderboard began to rise at an astonishing speed. The speed was simply like riding a rocket, leaving people dumbfounded. Look, a city lord exclaimed, his voice filled with disbelief. This little guy has stopped honing himself and has started to speedrun. He pointed at the screen, speaking excitedly. The other city lords also turned their attention to the screen, where Chen Chen's figure moved like a ghost among the horde of monsters. With each swing of his staff, he took the life of a group of monsters. Those once ferocious creatures now resembled lambs awaiting slaughter, utterly defenseless. Brilliant skill lights flickered on the screen, dazzling like fireworks. Chen Chen's attacks were swift and decisive, without any hesitation. Each strike accurately hit the monster's vital points. His speed was so extreme it left people dazzled. His figure seemed to transform into a bolt of lightning, wreaking havoc among the monsters. In just a few breaths, Chen Chen had cleared an entire area of monsters. His points skyrocketed as a result. Inside the observation room, there was a profound silence. All the city lords stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, completely stunned by the scene before them. They had never witnessed such a terrifying monster-clearing speed. It was nothing short of a massacre, a one-sided slaughter. Is this still a support class? One city lord murmured, his voice filled with disbelief. This is even more terrifying than those top combat classes, another city lord echoed, his face etched with shock. A monster, an absolute monster. Time flew by, but Chen Chen's monster clearing speed was even faster. In just 10 minutes, he swept through 5 areas like a whirlwind. With his astonishing attributes and the enhancement of ultimate speed, Chen Chen didn't even need to use other skills. Just wielding the Eternal Radiance staff was enough to crush everything. The monsters were as fragile as paper. Before Chen Chen, with hardly anyone able to withstand 3 of his attacks, even the so-called boss monsters struggled to last a few rounds against him. To accommodate the skill levels of the vast number of examinees, the levels and qualities of these monsters were capped at golden level 30. This further escalated Chen Chen's monster clearing speed to a shocking level. Although he could choose to copy the skills of these monsters, to be honest, Chen Chen looked down on those skills. At this moment, Chen Chen's figure darted across the battlefield like an unyielding meat grinder, mercilessly harvesting the lives of the surrounding monsters. He didn't even use any attack skills, merely casting a layer of wolf's light shield around himself. The resilient shield glimmered with a faint light, blocking all attacks. The monsters swung their weapons in vain, unable to break through Chen Chen's shield. He pushed through effortlessly. The momentum was unstoppable. Chen Chen swept across the battlefield like a gale, leaving only a trail of wreckage in his wake. On the leaderboard, Chen Chen's name climbed at a jaw-dropping speed. The once distant second and third places were now far behind him. Moreover, the gap continued to widen, seemingly without end. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. Half an hour. Chen Chen's ranking soared, ultimately settling firmly in first place. First place. In the observation room, a city lord exclaimed, breaking the tense atmosphere. His voice was filled with disbelief, as if witnessing something
Incredible. The other city lords also turned their gaze to the leaderboard, each face marked with shock. Chen Chen's name shone like the sun, firmly occupying the top position. The second and third places were none other than Shi Xiaoxiao and Sujina. The strength of these two girls was also not to be underestimated, their points closely trailing each other, evenly matched. Originally, their competition was a major highlight of this examination. Everyone thought that they would fiercely compete for the first place. However, Chen Chen's sudden rise completely shattered this situation. He left everyone behind with an overwhelming presence. The competition between Shi Xiaoxiao and Sujina thus became meaningless. They could only helplessly accept reality and shift their focus to second and third place. After all, first place had become an unattainable dream. This is too exaggerated, right? A city lord rubbed his eyes, seemingly unable to believe what he was seeing. In less than half an hour, jumping from over 100 to first place. This speed is simply faster than riding a rocket, another city lord echoed, his tone filled with astonishment. Gu Qingshan stood quietly to the side, watching Chen Chen's name on the leaderboard, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He knew he hadn't misjudged the person. This young man truly did not disappoint him. Meanwhile, in a hell-level dungeon, Sujina released her last fireball, finally defeating the boss. She then collapsed onto the ground, panting, and looked back at her group of teammates who were already in disarray. How's the score? Is Xiaoxiao really that amazing? We're all SSS-level professionals. Sujina asked while catching her breath. Sweat beaded on her delicate face, and her fiery red robe was somewhat disheveled, but it still couldn't hide her extraordinary beauty. Behind her, several teammates lay sprawled on the ground, clearly exhausted. The difficulty of this hell-level dungeon was beyond imagination. If it weren't for Sujina's formidable strength, they would have likely been wiped out long ago. One of the team members forced a smile and said, "Don't worry, miss, first place is definitely yours. You are the youngest genius mage in our Dragon Kingdom." Saying this, he trembled as he opened the score panel. However, the next moment, his smile froze on his face, his eyes wide open as if he had seen something unbelievable. Seeing this, Sujina furrowed her brows, a sense of foreboding rising in her heart. "What's wrong?" Her voice remained cold, but there was a hint of urgency. The man opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but he couldn't utter a word, only shaking his head repeatedly, mumbling, "This is impossible, this is impossible." His voice grew lower, almost inaudible. Sujina's patience finally wore thin. She suddenly stood up and snatched the score panel from his hands. "What's impossible? Talking to you is really exhausting. Let me see for myself." She looked down at the panel, and her previously cold expression instantly froze. On the leaderboard, Chen Chen's name shone like the blazing sun, firmly occupying the top position, leaving the original competitors far behind. Sujina was stunned. For a moment, on her exquisite face, a flicker of astonishment first appeared, followed by an expression of disbelief that quickly spread. "First place? Chen Chen?" She rubbed her eyes, confirming several times before daring to believe that what she saw was not an illusion. Just half an hour ago, she had specifically checked the leaderboard, and at that time, Chen Chen's rank was still over 100. How could he have soared to the top in the blink of an eye? This speed was simply unfathomable. A thought involuntarily surfaced in Sujina's mind. Could this guy have been hiding his strength from the very beginning? Based on her understanding of Chen Chen, he could indeed pull off something like this. After all, Chen Chen's personality had always been low-key and reserved, never easily revealing his full strength. Thinking of this, Sujina's expression grew even more peculiar. She bit her lip slightly, her heart filled with both shock and a strange surge of emotions. After confirming that the name at the top of the leaderboard was indeed the Chen Chen she knew, Sujina's previously tense nerves suddenly relaxed. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly, sketching a faint smile that carried a hint of helplessness, a touch of joy, and a dash of pride. "You guy won again," Sujina murmured softly, her voice barely above a whisper, as if speaking to herself. "Really annoying," she added, her tone laced with a hint of playful reproach, but more than that, it was an indescribable joy. Although she said she was annoyed, Sujina felt genuinely happy for Chen Chen. This guy, who always surprised her, had once again brought her a shock. Or rather, a fright. Sujina exhaled gently, calming her excited heart. She knew that the gap between her and Chen Chen was no longer something that could be bridged by mere effort. This guy was simply a monster. However, Sujina did not feel discouraged. She lifted her head, her gaze becoming resolute once more. Since she couldn't catch up to Chen Chen, she would strive to hold on to the second place. At the very least, she couldn't lose to that Shi Xiaoxiao. A glimmer of battle intent flashed in Sujina's eyes as she tightened her grip on her staff, ready to face the upcoming challenges. Meanwhile, in another unknown instant space, Sure Xiao also noticed the changes on the leaderboard. She had been enthusiastically grinding monsters, preparing to compete with Sujina. However, when she saw Chen Chen's name suddenly leap to the top, she froze. This can't be possible? Sure Xiao's voice wavered, and she rubbed her eyes vigorously, as if trying to see through the leaderboard before her. Her delicate face was filled with disbelief, and the flush that had risen from her continuous monster grinding faded significantly. Chen? That guy. Sure Xiao's voice trailed off as she suddenly remembered that she had always regarded Chen Chen as a B-level support. But now, this B-level support had surpassed her and Sujina, both SSS-level professionals, at an astonishing speed, firmly occupying the top of the leaderboard. It felt like a dream. Sure Xiao took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. She looked back at the leaderboard. Chen Chen's name still hung at the top, and his points were continuously rising, the gap with the second place widening. This guy can't really be cheating, can he? Sure Xiao couldn't help but mutter, as she struggled to think of any other reasonable explanation. A B-level support crushing SSS-level professionals in monster grinding speed was completely beyond her comprehension. She even began to doubt whether there was something wrong with the rules of this world. However, she quickly shook her head, dismissing that absurd thought. She knew this world was real, and the rules truly existed. Therefore, the only explanation was, Chen, this guy, had hidden his strength. And he had hidden it very deeply. With that thought, Sure Xiao's expression grew complex. She suddenly felt that she had never truly understood Chen. How many secrets did this guy still have? Interesting. Sure Xiao suddenly chuckled lightly, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly, revealing a playful smile. Her bright eyes sparkled with excitement, as if she had discovered a fascinating toy. Chen, you really didn't disappoint me. Sure Xiao said to herself, her voice tinged with anticipation, excitement, and a hint of battle intent. Originally, she thought this exam would be quite boring. After all, with her strength, securing first place was almost a foregone conclusion. But now, with the appearance of Chen, this situation was completely shattered. This made her feel excited, thrilled, and even a long-lost sense of challenge. Hey, everyone! Sure Xiao suddenly turned around and shouted at her teammates behind her, who were equally dumbfounded. Her voice was crisp and loud, filled with vitality and fighting spirit. Give it your all. The determined light in Sure Xiao's eyes sparkled, her voice resonating powerfully. Even if we can't grab first place, we must defend our second place. She tightly gripped the dagger in her hand, exuding a powerful aura. Roar! The crowd roared in unison, their voices shaking the heavens, filled with battle intent and determination. They were inspired by Sure Xiao's passion. Each one of them seemed to be pumped up, excitedly charging towards the horde of monsters. In the luxurious observation room, the atmosphere was solemn and grave. On the huge screen, numbers flickered, tugging at the heartstrings of everyone present. An elderly man with graying hair stood quietly, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, fixated on the rapidly rising name on the leaderboard, Chun. Dressed in a simple tang suit, the old man stood tall. Though aged, he was spirited, emanating an air of authority from his long-standing position that made others wary of underestimating him. Chen. The old man murmured softly, his voice hoarse, carrying a hint of the passage of time, as if reminiscing about something. This name seemed to touch a corner of his deep memory, plunging him into contemplation. Old Su, have you forgotten? A middle-aged man walked slowly to the old man's side, bowing slightly to whisper, his tone filled with respect. The young man Miss Jean often mentions is named Chen. The middle-aged man gently reminded him, his voice soft, afraid to disturb the old man's thoughts. Oh, right. It's him. Old Su suddenly slapped his forehead, realization dawning, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. He finally remembered, Chen. Chen was the young man his granddaughter Sujina often spoke of. The one who Sujina praised endlessly, even hinting at a bit of admiration. This kid. Truly remarkable. Old Su looked at the astonishing speed of Chen's score increase on the screen, unable to help but exclaim. His eyes were filled with appreciation and comfort, as if he could see the future of the Su family. No wonder he could capture my Jeaner's heart. It seems I need to let these two young ones interact more. Old Su stroked his chin, pondering, a barely noticeable smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Don't start. A cold snort echoed like thunder in the observation room, instantly shattering the originally harmonious atmosphere. The voice carried obvious sarcasm and disdain, like a sharp thorn, directly targeting Old Su's soft spot. If I remember correctly, your Su family seems to be doing everything possible to prevent that little girl from establishing a good relationship with Chen, right? The cold snort continued, the tone sharp and aggressive. Old Su's face, which had been smiling, instantly darkened, as if it could drip water. He abruptly turned around, his gaze fierce, staring intently in the direction of the voice, as if he wanted to swallow the speaker whole.
You, with the surname Sure, don't think that just because you have the title of a guardian, you can spread rumors at will. Old Sue's voice was low and hoarse, each word squeezed out as if from between clenched teeth, filled with anger and warning. He tightly clenched his fists, the veins on the back of his hands bulging, clearly showing his extreme agitation at that moment. Our Sue family respects the feelings of children the most. Old Sue's voice suddenly rose, carrying an undeniable authority. He struggled to calm his emotions, trying to maintain the reputation of the Sue family. Faced with Su Lao's furious glare, Shi Lao showed no fear at all. Instead, he let out a cold laugh, the corners of his mouth curling into a mocking arc. You're talking nonsense. Shi Lao retorted bluntly, his voice booming like a great bell, each word striking Su Lao's heart like a heavy hammer. He straightened his back, his gaze fierce, standing toe-to-toe with Su Lao, his momentum unwavering. My Xiao Xiao specifically wrote a recommendation letter for this little guy to the city lord of Yang City. There was a hint of pride and boastfulness in Shi Lao's tone, as if this were an extraordinary achievement. He slightly raised his chin, his eyes filled with provocation, seemingly demonstrating against Su Lao. With this connection, this little guy is definitely mine. Shi Lao's voice was resolute and unquestionable, brimming with strong confidence. His gaze shifted from Su Lao to the leaderboard, landing on Chen Chen's name, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. He firmly believed that with Shi Xiaoxiao's strength and charm, combined with the connection he provided, Chen Chen would surely choose to join the Shi family. After all, geniuses like Chen Chen were exceedingly rare, a once-in-a-century occurrence. Shi Lao took a deep breath, calming his excited heart. He knew it wasn't time to celebrate yet, everything was still uncertain. However, he was confident that the final victory would undoubtedly belong to the Shi family. He turned to look at the screen, where Chen Chen's points were still rapidly increasing, far ahead of the rest. A sharp light flickered in Shi Lao's eyes. Inside the instant space, light and shadow flowed, the energy's residual waves had yet to completely settle. Chen Chen's figure moved like a ghost, darting along the edges of the distorted battlefield. Another area had been cleared. The ground was left with only the faint glimmers of light that remained after the monsters dissipated, like shattered stars. His movements showed no signs of slowing, as if the previous slaughter had merely been a warm-up. With extreme speed, his movements were nearly invisible, leaving only the faint ripples in the air as it was torn apart. Ahead, the boundaries of space began to blur, a transparent barrier resembling rippling water blocking his path. This was the entrance to the next area. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Chen stepped forward. The scene before him suddenly changed, no longer the familiar desolate battlefield. The air was thick with a more intense and dangerous aura. However, just as he was about to begin a new round of clearing like before, a cold system prompt sounded unexpectedly in his mind. Ding! Congratulations on reaching the 70th level within 5 hours, triggering a hidden assessment. Chen Chen's steps came to an abrupt halt. A hidden assessment? He frowned slightly, a hint of barely perceptible surprise flashing in his eyes. These 4 words were completely unfamiliar to him. A national examination, with such a setting? He clearly remembered that in his previous life, participating in this grand examination was a brutal yet straightforward process of continuously clearing levels, killing monsters, and earning points. He had never heard of any hidden assessment mechanism. Could it be? A thought flashed through Chen Chen's mind like lightning. Is it because of my rebirth? This butterfly flapping its wings has finally begun to stir up a more intense storm, even causing unknown variables in the rules of this nationwide unified examination? Chen Chen's gaze deepened. He looked around, this so-called 70th level seemed not much different from the previous areas, still a dim and oppressive environment, with the outlines of monsters faintly swaying in the distance. After pondering for a moment, Chen Chen couldn't be bothered to think too much, it didn't make any difference to him anyway. With that thought, just as Chen Chen took a step forward, ding! From this area onward, entering the boss rotation battle, monster level restrictions cancelled. Monster quality restrictions cancelled. The system's cold prompt sounded like a second thunderclap, echoing in Chen Chen's mind. The corners of Chen Chen's eyes twitched uncontrollably a couple of times. Level restrictions lifted. Quality restrictions lifted. And boss rotation? This hidden assessment was a bit too surprising. He could almost foresee that from this point on, the difficulty would rise exponentially. Could it be that from this area onward, it would all be boss fights? Ding! Challenge in Area 70 has begun. Please defeat 3 bosses in the area. The system's confirmation ruthlessly shattered his last shred of hope. Chen Chen clicked his tongue lightly, a hint of a playful smile appearing on his face. Bosses are fine. At least it's a bit challenging. After all, it had been somewhat tedious to crush everything along the way. Perhaps this so-called hidden assessment would truly allow him to stretch his muscles. Meanwhile, in the observation room of Jiangnan province, the atmosphere suddenly changed. The massive screen that had been clearly projecting Chen Chen's instance suddenly plunged into a dead silence, completely engulfed in darkness, as if someone had instantly cut off the power. Gu Qingshan's pupils constricted sharply. He instinctively straightened his body, his face filled with shock and confusion. What was going on? Not just him, but others in the observation room who had been closely monitoring the top candidates were also stunned. The screen went black. This usually only indicated one possibility: the candidate had perished in the instance, completely losing their qualification for the exam. But they had clearly seen Chen Chen just step through the door to the 71st area. That astonishing score was still rapidly increasing. How could he have just entered and then vanished? This bizarre situation exceeded everyone's understanding. Just as everyone was filled with doubt, a sharp mocking laugh broke the stagnant air. Zhao Disuz leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, his face openly displaying schadenfreude. Tisk. TSK, did you see that? He spoke in a sarcastic tone, his voice not loud but clearly resonating throughout the observation room. Young people just don't know how high the sky is. Still thinking they're so impressive, trying to show off. Now look, they've messed up completely, right? Zhao Disuz shook his head, his tone filled with false regret. What a pity for such a good talent. I said it early on, know when to stop while you're ahead, but you wouldn't listen. Zhao Disuz's sarcastic words were like needles, pricking at Gu Qingshan's heart. His expression instantly darkened, his gaze coldly sweeping towards Zhao Disuz, the anger within him nearly boiling over. Old Su and Old Sher also stopped their argument, frowning as they looked at the pitch-black screen. Their expressions varied. Just as Gu Qingshan was about to scold him, bang! The heavy metal door of the observation room was suddenly pushed open from the outside. A middle-aged man in a crisp uniform, with a serious expression and sharp eyes, appeared at the doorway. His gaze swept over everyone in the room like a hawk, finally locking onto Gu Qingshan with precision. Which one of you is the city lord of Young City, Gu Qingshan? The man's voice was deep and powerful, carrying an undeniable authority. Gu Qingshan's heart sank, and he instinctively stood up to respond. I am. He tried to suppress the confusion and worry in his heart and asked, May I ask who you are? The middle-aged man did not answer his question, nor did he engage in any unnecessary pleasantries. He simply expressionlessly took out a token shimmering with a dark golden hue from his pocket and displayed it in front of Gu Qingshan. The intricate dragon patterns on the token, along with the subtle yet overwhelming aura it exuded, made Gu Qingshan's heart skip a beat. The commander requests your presence, City Lord Gu. The middle-aged man put away the token, his tone flat yet imbued with an irresistible force. Please come with me. Looking at the middle-aged man in front of him, the other city lords in the observation room were stunned. They had clearly seen the token just now. The dark golden sheen, the intricate dragon patterns, and that subtle yet heart-pounding overwhelming aura. That was a token symbolizing a high-ranking official. A token that only someone with immense power, capable of shaking an entire region with a stump, could possess. The screen on Chen Chen's side had just gone completely dark. And now, someone of this caliber had sent someone to find them? Could it be Chen Chen is not dead? Was the feed cut off directly by someone above, with other arrangements made? Countless thoughts churned in everyone's minds, and their gazes towards Gu Qingshan grew complex. Gu Qingshan's heart was also in turmoil, but he dared not delay for a moment. He slightly bowed to the middle-aged man. Yes, I will go with you right away. Gu Qingshan hurriedly followed the solemn-looking middle-aged man and quickly left the observation room. This left a room full of city lords exchanging glances, each with their own thoughts. Meanwhile, in a room with an antique charm, filled with a faint aroma of tea, 2 men and 2 women, for middle-aged individuals with distinct temperaments, were gathered around a Zeton wood tea table. They appeared relaxed, occasionally whispering a few words, and at times lifting delicate teacups to sip lightly. Yet their gazes intentionally or unintentionally swept over the enormous light screen in the center of the room, projecting countless images. On the screen, numerous small windows were densely packed, each corresponding to a candidate battling in the examination space. One middle-aged man, with a refined appearance and gold-rimmed glasses, gently set down his teacup, the lid clinking against the cup with a crisp sound. He raised his eyes to the other 3, a gentle smile playing on his lips. The time is about right now. What do you all think? Will anyone trigger that hidden assessment in this year's national exam? The refined man's voice was calm, carrying a hint of inquiry. Sitting opposite him, a woman in a snow-white robe with a cool demeanor shook her head gently upon hearing this. Her movement was graceful, yet carried an undeniable certainty. Difficult. The conditions to trigger this assessment are too harsh. The woman in white spoke with a voice as clear as spring water. Within 5 hours, consecutively passing through 70 areas. This is almost an impossible task, it's simply a joke. She paused, lifted her teacup, her gaze seemingly piercing through the curling tea smoke towards an unknown direction. I really don't know what those people above are thinking, setting such an almost unattainable threshold. Beside her, a burly middle-aged man with a rugged face took a big gulp from his teacup, letting out a refreshing sigh. He grinned widely. Isn't that obvious? If I were designing this assessment, I would definitely set the threshold sky high. The man's voice was loud, causing the teacups to tremble slightly. After all, how does that saying go? He scratched his head, seemingly unable to recall the right words for a moment. Sitting opposite him, a woman with a gentle and soft demeanor, her features carrying a scholarly air, softly supplemented. Better to be lacking than to be excessive. Her voice was like a spring breeze, contrasting sharply with the man's ruggedness. Upon hearing this, the man slapped his thigh and nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, yes. That's exactly the meaning. Anyone who can trigger this thing must be of extraordinary talent, ordinary geniuses wouldn't even come close. Just as the four were chatting and savoring the fragrant tea in their cups, an unexpected change occurred. The enormous light screen before them, which had been clearly projecting countless candidate images, suddenly plunged into complete darkness. There was no warning. It was as if the core of the entire system had been instantly extracted. The four were momentarily taken aback. The next moment, a beam of light suddenly illuminated the center of the pitch-black screen. Immediately, an independent image suddenly enlarged, occupying the entire screen. In the image, it was Chin Chen, who had just stepped into the 71st area. The young man stood tall, his gaze calm, as if the dangerous atmosphere surrounding him was nothing more than a gentle breeze. In the upper left corner of the screen, several glowing golden characters stood out prominently. Hidden assessment trigger silence. The room fell into a brief dead silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Only the curling tea smoke continued to rise silently. The burly man was the first to break the silence. He suddenly stood up, his massive frame trembling slightly with excitement, pointing at the screen, his voice changing pitch. Triggered. Is it really true that someone triggered it? 5 hours. No, wait. It's only just past 4 hours. He's already cleared 70 levels. This kid. The rest of his words caught in his throat, leaving only heavy breathing. A rare look of emotion appeared on the cold face of the woman in white robes. In her eyes, which seemed capable of seeing through the world, disbelief filled the moment. Impossible. She murmured instinctively, her voice so soft it was almost inaudible. How did he meet the triggering conditions? The elegant man set down his teacup, his gaze behind the lenses sparkling with astonishing brilliance. He stared intently at Chen. Chen's figure on the screen, the gentle smile at the corner of his mouth replaced by intense interest and curiosity. Interesting. Really interesting, he repeated softly, his eyes growing brighter. It seems this year's major exam will be much more exciting than we anticipated. The four exchanged glances, and the next moment, a panel appeared simultaneously in front of them, displaying all of Chun Chen's basic information. A resident of Yang City? Damn. How did this cheap one end up being picked up by you? Guys from East China? The burly man said, clearly displeased. The person in charge of South China, the same elegant middle-aged man, chuckled. Looks like my luck is good this year. Just then, the door was suddenly knocked on, and the next moment, the door opened. And Gu Qingshan walked briskly into the room. East China District, Jiangnan Province, Yang City. Lord Gu Qingshan, greetings to all leaders. Looking at Gu Qingshan before him, the middle-aged man with a refined appearance and gold-rimmed glasses revealed a gentle smile. He extended his hand to Gu Qingshan. Hello, I am Chu Tianqua, the person in charge of East China District. His voice was calm, but carried an undeniable weight. Gu Qingshan felt a buzzing in his head, and he was somewhat dazed. The person in charge of East China District. Chu Tianqua. This was a true regional official, wielding immense power, a figure that only existed in legends. Almost instinctively, he quickly wiped the fine sweat from his palms on his clean city lord uniform. This action seemed a bit awkward, even somewhat rude. But under Chu Tianqua's gentle gaze, it seemed to be easily forgiven. Gu Qingshan hurriedly bowed slightly, trembling. Hands grasping Chu Tianqua's outstretched right hand, the warmth and strength he felt from the palm slightly steadied him. Director Chu. Hello. I am Gu Qingshan. His voice carried an incredulous excitement, along with a hint of barely perceptible nervousness. Seeing this, the smile at the corner of Chu Tianqua's mouth deepened, and he gently patted the back of Gu Qingshan's hand, signaling him not to be so tense. Although Chu Tianqua appeared to be a middle-aged man, he was much older than the elderly-looking Gu Qingshan. In today's world, transmuters possessed long lifespans. The stronger they were, the younger they appeared. Then, Chu Tianqua's gaze shifted to the massive light screen in the center of the room, his eyes landing on the solitary figure of the young boy in the middle of the screen. In the upper left corner of the screen, the golden words height assessment trigger remained strikingly visible. He
pointed at the screen and casually asked, "Is this little guy one of yours from Yang City?" Upon hearing Chu Tianqua's question, the slight tension in Gu Qingshan's heart was instantly swept away by immense joy and pride. He straightened his slightly hunched back, his face glowing with uncontrollable excitement. Yes. Yes. Gu Qingshan nodded repeatedly, his voice rising with excitement filled with obvious pride. "Director Chu, this little guy is Chun Chen, one of our awakened candidates from Yang City this year." He took a deep breath, as if he were about to declare this astonishing news with all his might. Moreover, Xiao Feng, his talent value is as high as 200 points. He is a true once-in-a-lifetime genius. As soon as the words fell, the atmosphere in the room, which had just relaxed, froze again. 200 points of talent value. These 5 words struck like thunder, exploding in everyone's ears. The white-robed woman tightened her grip on the teacup, her fingers turning pale, and a storm gathered in her cold eyes. The gentle smile on the face of the refined man, Chu Tianqua, also completely vanished, replaced by a nearly sharp scrutiny, as if his gaze behind the lenses was trying to penetrate the screen to see every detail of Qin Shen. What the hell? The first to erupt was still the burly man with a rough demeanor. He slammed the table, causing tea to splash everywhere, the immense force making the solid wood tabletop groan under the strain. "Old Gu. You're not joking, are you?" The man's eyes widened, nearly popping out of their sockets, staring fixedly at Gu Qingshan as if trying to confirm whether he was speaking nonsense. 200 points of talent value? I've lived for over 100 years, traveled far and wide, and the highest talent value I've ever seen was from our strongest guardian in Long Country, and her talent value was only 148 points. I've never seen even 150. And you tell me 200 points? Long Qingyu pointed at Gu Qingshan, his finger trembling slightly from the force, his face filled with absurdity and disbelief. The uproar caused by 200 points of talent value even overshadowed the shock brought by height assessment. Trigger. Long Qingyu's heavy breathing echoed in the silent room as he stared at Gu Qingshan, seemingly still digesting the immense impact of 200 points of talent value. On the solid wood tabletop, the spilled tea flowed in winding trails, leaving dark stains. The air seemed to solidify into substance, heavy with astonishment. At that moment, the white-robed woman, Ling Xuanyue, who had remained silent and exuded a cool demeanor, finally spoke slowly. Her voice was flat, revealing little emotion, yet it was like a clear spring trying to dilute the boiling shock. "Isn't it normal for talent value to be high?" Ling Xuanyue raised her eyes, her gaze sweeping over the still shocked Long Qingyu, her tone carrying a hint of coldness as if it were self-evident. If not, how could he possibly meet the triggering conditions of that hidden assessment all by himself? Indeed. The hidden assessment. That was a legend that even those in high positions like them had only seen in top-secret files. The severity of its triggering conditions was beyond imagination. Having a talent far beyond the norm seemed to be the only explanation. Beside her, the gentle and soft-eyed woman, Su Jitang, also nodded slightly, a faint smile of agreement appearing on her face. Sister Su was absolutely right. Her voice was soft and pleasant, carrying a soothing power. If he didn't possess such an extraordinary talent, how could he possibly have passed through 70 zones in just 4 hours, reaching such an astonishing level? Su Jitang paused slightly, her gaze revealing a hint of complex emotions, as if she were both lamenting and comparing. "Our little Jiner from the Su family has a talent that can be considered top-notch, with a score of 120 points. But even now, she is still struggling in the 60th area." As soon as these words were spoken, they highlighted the terrifying nature of Qin Shen's 200 points of talent to the fullest. A prodigy from the Su family, with 120 points of talent, is still making difficult progress in the 60th area. Yet this Qin Shen, with his heaven-defying talent of 200 points, stepped into the 71st area within 4 hours and even triggered the legendary hidden assessment. The gap between the two was already like a chasm. Chu Tianqua's gentle gaze swept over the faces of those still in shock, and he lightly waved his hand, breaking the almost stagnant atmosphere. He redirected his attention to the massive light screen, his tone carrying a hint of appropriate guidance. All right. While talent is indeed astonishing, dwelling on it now is of little significance." Chu Tianqua's voice was calm, naturally pulling everyone's focus back on track. He lightly tapped his fingertip, pointing to the figure of the young man who appeared particularly composed in the 71st area at the center of the screen. "There are less than 3 hours left until the end of the major exam. I am more curious to see how this little guy will handle the legendary hidden assessment next." A hint of interest lingered at the corner of Chu Tianqua's mouth. Whether he can truly clear the level and obtain that final reward within the limited time is the key. Beside him, Gu Qingshan also felt a bit curious. This major exam, still, has rewards? Long Qingyu took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling violently. What Big Brother Chu said is right. I want to see just how much surprise this kid can bring us. Ling Xuangyue's cold eyes also refocused on the screen, her fingertips unconsciously rubbing the warm cup wall, her gaze filled with deeper inquiry. Sujitan also slightly nodded, her gentle eyes brimming with anticipation. In the room, after a brief commotion, everyone's attention was once again highly concentrated on the light screen. The curling tea smoke still lingered, but no one had the mind to savor the tea anymore. Only Gu Qingshan stood in place, appearing somewhat at a loss. The excitement and pride that had surged due to Chen Chen's talent had not yet completely subsided, but now it was replaced by an inexplicable confusion. He watched as several prominent figures redirected their gaze to the screen, discussing the hidden assessment that he couldn't interject into, and he couldn't help but murmur in his heart. Is this it? Did they call me over just to report a talent value? He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, like introducing Chen Chen's other performances in Young City or inquiring about the follow-up arrangements. But looking at Chu Tianqua and the others' focused expressions, along with the invisible aura of authority they exuded, the words stuck in his throat and he swallowed them back. He felt like a fidgety announcer, left hanging after announcing the most explosive news. Gu Qingshan secretly wiped his forehead. The stiff city lord uniform now made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. What exactly is going on here? They called me here just for this? At this moment, within the major exam instance, in the 71st area, the surrounding environment was not the lava or glaciers he had imagined, but a vast yet empty stone platform, its edges swallowed by dense darkness, stretching endlessly. In the center of the platform, three massive shadows slowly emerged. Not one, but three. Chen Chen's footsteps came to a halt. He had originally thought that the so-called assessment would be a one-by-one elimination mode. The scene before him clearly exceeded conventional expectations. Three gigantic figures, their outlines twisting and distorting in the dim light, exuded a suffocating pressure. They did not appear one after another, but descended simultaneously, subtly surrounding him in the center. He squinted slightly, his gaze sharp as the most precise scanner, quickly sweeping over the three massive silhouettes. There was no hint of panic on his face, only the instinctive seriousness that came with facing a formidable enemy. Three bosses at once? As expected of a hidden assessment, the difficulty is indeed high. Chen Chen gently licked his slightly cracked lips, the dry sensation carrying a hint of rust-like sweetness. A thought flickered. Detection technique was instantly unleashed. Invisible waves swept over the three colossal figures, a torrent of information flooding into Chen's mind like a burst dam. Three distinctly different panels appeared clearly in his consciousness. The first was located in the front left, a giant figure made of pitch-black rock, shimmering with a metallic cold light. Name, Abyssal Rock Guardian Boss Rank. Gold level, LV 35 HP, 120000/120000 MP, 50,000/50,000 strength, 1800 agility, 500 spirit, 1000 constitution, 1900. The second, hovering in the front right, was surrounded by flickering shadow flames, resembling a twisted mage. Name, Shadow Flame Lich. Rank, Gold level, LV 35 HP, 70,000/70,000 MP, 200000/200000 strength, 900 agility, 1200 spirit, 4000 constitution, 1800. The third was lurking in the back, its form indistinct, as if it would merge into the shadows at any moment, revealing only a pair of crimson eyes. Name, Void Ripper. Rank, Gold level, LV 35 HP, 90,000/90,000 MP, 100000/100000 strength, 1000 agility, 1800. Spirit, 1300 constitution, 1000 indeed. All three were level 35 gold bosses. And there were three of them. One was a tough physical tank, one a high-burst magic damage dealer, and the last was a fast assassin skilled in ambush and inflicting negative statuses. This combination was nothing short of perfect. Any one of them alone would be enough to instill despair in the top candidate teams at this stage. Not to mention the three working together, coordinating with each other. It seemed that he could no longer hide his shortcomings. Meanwhile, in the central monitoring room, three virtual panels emitting a faint glow suddenly appeared before Chu Tianqua and the other three regional officials. These were the detailed data of the three gold bosses obtained through Chen's detection technique. The atmosphere in the room became strange once again. Level 35 gold bosses. And there were three. The attribute panels were luxurious, with clear roles and seamless cooperation. For someone of Chu Tianqua's caliber, such bosses were naturally nothing. They could be wiped out with a snap of the fingers. But the problem was, Chen Chen was just a newcomer who had just awakened, with a level of only 30, and had yet to complete his second class transfer. Wasn't the difficulty of this hidden assessment a bit outrageous? Gold level? And there are 3 of them? Long Qingyu's eyes widened in disbelief, his rough voice filled with incredulity. He pointed at the 3 panels as if he had seen some absurd tale. 1 physical heavy tank, 1 magic artillery, and 1 ambush assassin? This combination, damn it, it's a perfect slaughter formation. Beside him, the gentle Sujina also showed obvious concern on her face. Isn't this a bit too much for a newcomer? Her words were left unfinished, but the meaning was clear. This difficulty is no longer just harsh, it is utterly despairing. Even those top-tier families who have poured all their resources into nurturing prodigies would likely meet their end in such a lineup. The refined man, Chu Tianqua, had a deep gaze behind his glasses. The gentle smile on his face had long since vanished, replaced by a serious scrutiny. The hidden assessment truly lives up to its reputation, he slowly spoke, his voice still steady but carrying a barely perceptible weight. However, what is the purpose of such a difficulty setting? Long Qingyu irritably raked his hair. What kind of joke is this? Forget 3, even 1 would be a challenge, right? How long has this kid been awakened? Level 30 against level 35 gold, and it's 3 of them? This is simply impossible to pass. Ling Shuangyue also shook her head slightly, her tone cold and objective. Theoretically, it cannot be passed. The attribute suppression is too obvious. Level, rank, quantity, it's an all-encompassing crushing. The expressions of the 4 big shots grew serious. If the difficulty of the hidden assessment was truly this perverse, what was the point of triggering it? Was it merely to let the geniuses experience a complete despair? Chu Tianqua's gaze shifted from the screen to Gu Qingshan, who was still somewhat at a loss at the door. His tone remained calm, yet carried an undeniable inquiry. Lord Gu. Gu Qingshan jolted, quickly straightening his posture. Chu Commander. Chu Tianqua adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his gaze sharp. How much do you know about this young friend Chen Chen's fighting style? Upon hearing this, Gu Qingshan's face instantly revealed a look of difficulty and confusion. He instinctively wanted to wipe his sweat again but forcibly held back. Chu Commander, to be honest. He organized his words, a hint of a bitter smile on his face. This is also the first time I've seen Xiaofeng truly make a move. Before, I only knew he had terrifying talent. As for his specific combat power, especially in a battle of this level, I really have no idea. He paused, as if having made a certain decision, his voice lowered a few notches. Moreover, Chu Commander, and all the commanders, Chen Chen, his profession is support. The atmosphere in the room, which had just eased a bit, froze again. What? Support? Long Qingyu nearly jumped up, his voice shaking the ceiling as if it were trembling. Old Gu, say that again? Are you sure you're not mistaken? He stared intently at Gu Qingshan, as if trying to discern any signs of lying on his face. Su Jitang also covered her mouth in surprise, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Support? How is that possible? A support character single-handedly breaking through the 70 zones? A support character triggering the legendary hidden assessment? A support character now facing 3 level 35 gold bosses? This sounded even more absurd than having 200 talent points. Chu Tianqua suddenly pushed up his glasses and quickly pulled up Chen Chen's detailed information, his gaze firmly locked on the profession column. Profession, healer? The 3 question marks appeared particularly glaring at that moment. Ling Xuanyue, who had been silent, finally spoke again, her voice carrying a strange tremor. Healer. Her cold eyes narrowed slightly, as if lost in some distant memory. This profession, has it appeared again? Her tone was light, as if she were talking to herself or stating a forgotten fact. If it is this profession. Ling Xuanyue raised her eyes, looking at the solitary figure in the center of the screen, her expression complex. Having an extraordinary combat power is not entirely incomprehensible. In the instance of the dungeon space, the silence was suddenly shattered. Chen Chen moved. He did not choose to retreat or take a detour, instead, he charged forward against the terrifying pressure emanating from the 3 golden bosses. Saw wolf light shield. A layer of misty light shield, as ethereal as moonlight, instantly enveloped his body, shimmering with a faint azure glow. This was not the end. Almost at the moment the light shield formed, Chen Chen's figure shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, targeting the shadow flame lich directly ahead. His speed was so great that it left only an afterimage. The shadow flame lich, suspended in midair, seemed taken aback that this insignificant
Human dared to charge at it, causing the dark flames surrounding it to momentarily falter.
Now's the time.
The eternal radiance. Staff in Chen Shan's hand glowed with an unprecedented brilliance, but it was not for casting spells. He swung this platinum staff. A symbol of holiness and healing, like the most brutal warhammer, striking fiercely at the Lich's twisted head.
Bang! A dull thud echoed across the empty stone platform.
Contrary to the imagined scene of the staff shattering, it was the shadow flame Lich that let out a piercing shriek, its dark flames surging violently, clearly indicating that this blow was powerful and damaging. But this was
just the beginning.
There was not a flicker of emotion in Chen Shan's eyes, only cold calculation. Thoughts raced through his mind.
Active talent, dual casting activated. Active talent, rage strike activated. Active skill, healing spell initiated. Equipment. Effect, healing triggered. Almost in the same instant, a series of actions flowed seamlessly.
A vibrant green light erupted like a
volcano from the crystal atop the Eternal Radiance staff.
Under the effects of dual casting and healing, the originally single target recovery skill, healing spell, instantly split and multiplied.
1, 2, 3, a total of 6 thick, almost tangible beams
of life energy shot forth, like precision-guided missiles, ignoring friend and foe alike, enveloping the three massive figures at the
center of the platform.
Abyssal Rock Guardian, Shadow Flame Lich, Void Ripper, without exception.
The next second, an astonishing scene unfolded. Plus 51875. Plus 51875. Plus 51875.
A full 6 enormous, softly glowing green numbers floated above the heads of the 3
golden level bosses.
Each number represented a terrifying healing amount exceeding 50,000 points.
In an instant, the entire
stone platform seemed to be filled with this rich life force. In the central monitoring room,
time seemed to freeze at that moment.
Chu Tianqua, Long Qingyu, Su Jitong, and Ling Xuanyue, for figures whose stomps could shake the ground, all widened their eyes in unison, staring intently at the unbelievable scene in the center of the screen. The air was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard.
Until a few seconds later. What the hell?
Long Qingyu suddenly sprang up from his seat, his chair sliding back with a screeching
sound.
His eyes, like copper bells, widened even more than before, almost popping out of their sockets, his finger trembling as he pointed at the green numbers on the screen that were still slowly dissipating.
How much? 50,000?
His voice rose in pitch due to extreme shock, even becoming somewhat distorted, filled with an incredulous absurdity.
Did that healing spell just heal? Over 50,000? Isn't this kid only level 30? And that is dual casting? How could he? A barrage of questions
erupted from his mouth like a rapid-fire cannon, each question striking like a heavy hammer on the hearts of the other 3.
Beside
him, Su Jitong gently covered her mouth with her hand, her beautiful eyes equally filled with uncertainty.
Her brows furrowed tightly.
Worry etched on her face, but more than that was a bewildering confusion.
Why is he healing the boss? And such a massive amount of healing.
This was completely illogical. Charging forward, I tapped with my staff. It was strange, but perhaps it was some kind of special combat technique.
But then, to pour over 300,000 health points into the 3 bosses? What kind of operation was this? Did they think the bosses were dying too quickly? Just as Su Jitong's doubts lingered in the monitoring room,
that astonishing healing number had yet to fully dissipate. In the dungeon space, a sudden change occurred. The 6 streams of rich green light that had originally surged into the 3 bosses seemed to reach some kind of critical point. The light trembled violently. The gentle breath of life suddenly twisted and collapsed. In the next moment, the green light transformed from healing into destruction.
2 waves of concentrated emerald light erupted violently from around Chun Chen, like invisible ripples, ruthlessly sweeping outward.
As the light waves passed, the space seemed to tremble slightly.
50,000. 25938. A series of dazzling scarlet damage
numbers, mixed with the unique white numbers of real damage, erupted wildly from the heads of the Abyssal Rock Guardian, Shadowflame
Lich, and Void Ripper. The frequency of those numbers jumping was astonishingly fast. Each number represented a terrifying damage that could make any player at this stage shudder. Especially that minus 25,938 of real damage, it was simply unreasonable. The 3 golden level bosses, which had previously exuded overwhelming pressure, now seemed to have been thrown into a meat grinder. The once indestructible
rocky body of the Abyssal Rock Guardian was instantly covered in spiderweb-like cracks, the flickering metallic cold light
quickly dimming.
The dark flames surrounding the Shadow Flame Lich swayed wildly, emitting a reluctant shriek, but were completely
drowned out by the incoming damage.
The Void Ripper, which had been lurking in the shadows, momentarily solidified, only to be crushed.
By an invisible hand, its scarlet eyes extinguished in an instant. In just a few breaths' time, they couldn't even mount a decent resistance. Boom! 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 3 muffled thuds echoed on the empty stone platform, the sound of massive bodies crashing to the ground. Dust filled the air. The suffocating pressure that had once been present vanished without a trace. On the platform, only Chen's solitary figure remained, along with the 3 boss corpses that were rapidly beginning to digitize. Ding! You have killed the Void Ripper, LV-35 Golden Boss. Ding! You have killed the Shadow Flame Lich, LV-35 Golden Boss. Ding! You have killed the Abyssal Rock Guardian, LV-35 Golden Boss. Ding! Congratulations on clearing the 71st area. Do you wish to proceed to the next area? The crisp and pleasant system notification sound rang in Chen's ears, breaking the silence. Chen looked at everything before him with a blank expression, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Meanwhile, in the central monitoring room, time seemed to have been paused. Long Qingyu had just half risen from his seat, his body frozen in mid-air, his mouth agape as if a fist could fit inside. Su Jitong's hand, which covered her mouth, trembled slightly, her beautiful eyes filled only with pure confusion and shock. Chu Tianqua's expression of scrutiny and seriousness was completely frozen, his gaze behind the lenses losing focus, staring blankly at the screen. The always cold and indifferent Ling Xuanyue also rarely widened her clear eyes slightly, the depths of her pupils reflecting the rapidly dissipating damage numbers on the screen, along with the 3 massive figures that had collapsed. Watching the 3 golden-level bosses that had almost instantly emptied their health bars and turned into data, the monitoring room fell into a dead silence. The sound of a falling needle could be heard. Only the faint hum of the instruments operating remained, contrasting with this eerie quiet. Gulp! A clear sound of swallowing echoed in the dead silence of the monitoring room, strikingly out of place. It was Gu Qingshan. He struggled to roll his Adam's apple, as if trying to force down the overwhelming shock and incomprehensible emotions within him. This subtle sound was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly shattering the atmosphere that had solidified like a tangible substance. Chu Tianqua let out a long breath, his breath carrying a hint of barely perceptible disorder. This little guy truly is a monster. He adjusted the frames on his nose, his gaze refocusing behind the lenses, yet still lingering with an incredulous look, as if he had just witnessed a miracle. For those in high positions like them, they naturally had a considerable understanding and record of the unique alienation skills of the recovery sorcerer profession. I've heard of alienation healing spells that can cause damage before. Chu Tianqua's voice was low, imbued with a strong sense of subversion against established perceptions, along with a hint of excitement that even he himself had not noticed. But he paused slightly, as if quickly searching his mind for the right words to describe the earth-shattering scene he had just witnessed. To deal such terrifying, illogical damage at level 30. That was 3 golden-level bosses. Not some roadside minions. It's simply unheard of, unseen. Chu Tianqua's tone was resolute, providing a final definition to the earlier spectacle. Before Chu Tianqua's words could fully settle, Long Qingyu suddenly took a deep breath, as if trying to inhale all the air around him into his lungs. His body, frozen in shock, straightened abruptly, and his eyes erupted with an unprecedented fiery light, as if he had discovered a treasure capable of changing the future of the entire region. Come here. A low growl filled with undeniable authority and urgency. Notify immediately. His voice echoed in the not-so-spacious monitoring room, brimming with unwavering determination. All universities in our Huaxi region. Starting now. Immediately. Prepare resources. Each word was pronounced with great emphasis, reflecting his current excitement. Provide the highest level of treatment. S level. No. SSS level. Give all the permissions you can. Mobilize all the resources you can. Use every possible means. At any cost. Long Qingyu nearly roared the orders, saliva almost splattering onto the screen in front of him. Make sure to bring this Chen to our Huaxi region. Upon hearing Long Qingyu's unabashed, near-roaring declaration to snatch someone, Chu Tianqua's face instantly darkened, like the bottom of a pot. I say, old Long. His voice suddenly rose several degrees, filled with strong dissatisfaction and a warning tone. You, in front of me, the person in charge of Huadong, are openly poaching? Chu Tianqua turned sharply, his sharp gaze piercing Long Qingyu, his tone quite unfriendly. Isn't that a bit too much? This was simply a blatant slap in the face to his Huadong region. Long Qingyu, however, waved his hand dismissively, even holding his neck high, with a hint of righteous indignation. Hey, I say, old Chu, you can't say that. He shot a sidelong glance at Chu Tianqua, his eyes filled with "What can you do about it?" expression. What do you mean by poaching? This is a national exam. Long Qingyu emphasized, stressing the reasonableness of the rules. The potential that Chen Chen has shown, let alone you, everyone present, who isn't envious. His gaze swept over Su Jitong, Ling Xuanyue, and the other two leaders. With his grades, isn't he free to choose from all the top universities in the country? Where he ultimately chooses to go is his own business. It's the freedom of talent. Long Qingyu snorted, exuding an air of determination. Will you stay in East China? That's hard to say. With such a once-in-a-millennium prodigy right in front of me, do I really need to talk about gentlemanly conduct? He scoffed, not hiding his determination at all. Unless I, Long Qingyu, have lost my mind, I won't let this opportunity slip away. Although Long Qingyu's words sounded domineering and overbearing, they struck like thunder, instantly awakening the others present. Indeed, who wouldn't want such a defiant prodigy? The national examination stage is a battlefield where various regions and universities compete based on strength and skill. Ling Xuanyue, who had always been cold and indifferent, as if nothing mattered to her, rarely showed a flicker of unusual light in her clear, cold eyes, though it was so quick it was almost imperceptible. Su Jitong covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes still reflecting shock, but she quickly realized the crux of the issue and the fierce competition that would follow. Almost simultaneously, they all picked up their encrypted communication devices, quickly and quietly issuing commands, their expressions equally filled with resolve. Immediately. Mobilize all available resources. Assess the highest level of treatment. Contact the head of the admissions office right away. At any cost. One command after another was transmitted through special encrypted lines at the fastest speed to the top universities and relevant departments in their respective regions. A silent smoke of war had already begun to quietly spread between the major regions, the intensity far exceeding previous expectations. The commotion in the monitoring room had nothing to do with Chen Chen. He didn't even glance at the damage numbers that had caused such an uproar. At this moment, he was half squatting in front of the three boss corpses that were beginning to digitize, their light flickering. His figure perfectly blocked all prying eyes from the surveillance angle. No one could see that a deep, dark black mist was spreading from his outstretched palm. The mist, as if it had a life of its own, silently reached toward the ground. The Abyssal Rock Guardian, Shadowflame Lich, and Void Ripper, their shadows left on the ground, began to twist and writhe under the erosion of the black mist. It was as if they had been endowed with a new will. Soon after, three solid black shadows, like weary birds returning to their nests, silently merged into the shadows beneath Chen Chen's feet. They quietly replaced the three relatively weak shadow soldiers that had originally existed in Chen Chen's shadow. New power lay dormant in the shadows, waiting for its master's call. Ding! Shadow extraction successful. You have obtained Shadow Commander. Abyssal Rock Guardian, LV35 Gold Grade. You have obtained Shadow Commander, Shadowflame Lich, LV35 Gold Grade. You have obtained Shadow Commander, Void Ripper, LV35 Gold Grade. Current Shadow Storage Count 5/5, the system prompt echoed in his mind. A barely perceptible smile curved the corner of Chen Chen's mouth, but it quickly returned to a cold expression. Very good. The shadow extraction could indeed be done without anyone noticing. The power contained within a gold grade boss is far beyond that of ordinary monsters. Transforming them into shadow commanders would undoubtedly significantly enhance his strength once again. How could he easily let go of these three powerful gold grade bosses? After completing all this, Chen Chen slowly stood up. There was no trace of reluctance. He turned and stepped forward, walking straight toward the light gate leading to the next area. His figure quickly disappeared into the light. The subsequent battles seemed to become a continuous replay of the previous scene. Different regions, distinct environments. Increasingly powerful bosses. From the scorching hell of rolling lava to the icy, windswept snowfields. From the massive spider matriarch that roared and spewed venom to the ancient witch wielding an elemental staff. The enemy's attributes were rising higher, their skills becoming increasingly treacherous, and their combat power visibly escalating. However, Chen Chen's pace in clearing levels was not only maintained but actually increased. He seemed to have completely adapted to this rhythm of battle. Every strike was as precise as a machine. A massive amount of healing poured in, followed immediately by a devastating burst of emerald light. 65000. 31024. The damage numbers, interwoven in crimson and pure white, continued to jump wildly, but the values had become even more astonishing. The golden level boss, which seemed like an insurmountable barrier in the eyes of players at this stage, appeared as fragile as paper before him. Often, just as it revealed its ferocious form, The next second it was completely consumed by terrifying damage. Battles were ending faster and faster. Unbeknownst to him, 2 hours had quietly slipped away. When Chen Shen stood up again, beneath him lay the cold corpse of the boss from the 99th area. Chen Shen felt the surging power emanating from the shadows, his expression still indifferent. Just then, the system notification sounded again. Ding! Congratulations, you have passed the 99th area. Do you wish to enter? The final area? The final area? Chen Shen was momentarily taken aback. He remembered the information he had gathered earlier. This Tower of Heaven seemed to have no limits. Could this hidden dungeon be different? A momentary doubt flashed through his mind. But it was just a fleeting thought. He stroked his chin, a hint of curiosity crossing his gaze. Whatever. He would know once he went in. With a thought, Chen Shen's figure vanished into the light portal leading to the next area. In the central monitoring room, the atmosphere remained tense, but compared to the previous dead silence, there was a hint of indescribable fervor. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the main screen, watching the light point representing Chen Shen ascend the area numbers at an unfathomable speed. 72. 85. 91. 99. Long Qingyu's rugged face was filled with unabashed shock and excitement. He couldn't help but exclaim again, his voice trembling slightly. This kid is really a monster. 2 hours. And he's already reached the 99th floor? His eyes swept over the timer displayed on the screen, filled with disbelief. Why does it feel like he's getting faster the more he fights in this hidden dungeon? This was completely illogical. The difficulty was clearly escalating. Long Qingyu suddenly turned to look at Chu Tianque, his eyes filled with inquiry and anticipation. Old Chu, do you think? Can he clear it this time? As soon as these words were spoken, Su Jitong, Ling Xuanyue, and several other leaders instinctively held their breath, their gazes focused on Chu Tianque. Hearing this, Chu Tianque slowly shook his head. He adjusted the frame on his nose, his gaze deep and serious behind the lenses. I think it's uncertain. The simple 3 words felt like cold water poured over them. Facing the puzzled looks of the crowd, Chu Tianque's voice was low and clear. After all, the 100th floor is a crimson-level monster. As Chen Shen took a step forward, everything before him made him furrow his brow. The previous areas, whether the lava hell or the frozen tundra, though dangerous, had a complete structure and were relatively logical dungeon environments. The place he was in now was hauntingly empty. Surrounding him was a pure void, with no boundaries, no reference points, as if it were an initial space yet to be filled with rules and matter, like a half-finished construction space. Silence. A deathly silence enveloped everything, with not even the sound of air moving. Ding! You have arrived at the 100th area, good luck. A distinctly different system notification sound rang in his ears, cold and mechanical, yet accompanied by an ambiguous blessing. Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. Wishing me good luck? In the previous 99 levels, the system had never provided such a humanized prompt. What exactly is hidden in this level? Could it really be that difficult? Just as Chen Shen's thoughts raced, speculating in secret and raising his vigilance to the highest level, an aged yet somewhat playful voice suddenly echoed. In the empty void. He. The laughter seemed to come from all directions, yet also felt close at hand. I really didn't expect that there would actually be a little guy who could make it here. The voice carried a hint of barely perceptible surprise, as if it were taken aback by Chen Shen's arrival. This is indeed far beyond my expectations. When I designed this, I never thought anyone could pass this level. You, little guy, are truly not simple. Chen Shen's pupils suddenly constricted. His gaze sharpened like a knife. Scanning the empty surroundings warily, trying to locate the source of the voice. Who is the owner of this voice? Is it the boss of this final level? Or some special NPC? He instantly tensed his body, scanning the empty space with heightened alertness, his mental energy fully concentrated. The aged voice seemed unfazed by Chen Shen's vigilance, instead carrying a hint of amusement as it spoke again. Oh? The voice paused slightly, as if it had discovered something interesting. It seems someone is peeking? In the next moment, the tone of the voice turned somewhat displeased. Really lacking in manners. Well, no rush. I'll first drive away these annoying onlookers. In the central monitoring room. Almost at the moment the aged voice fell, the main screen, which had been broadcasting Chen Shen's every move clearly in real time, suddenly flickered. Zzz, a harsh electric noise erupted. Following that, the screen plunged into complete darkness. The signal was forcibly cut off. Only the monotonous hum of the equipment echoed in the dead silence of the room. The expressions of Long Qingyu, Chu Tianque, and others, who had been focused and even somewhat fanatical while staring at the screen, instantly froze. What the hell? Long Qingyu suddenly sprang up from his seat, and
Due to the sudden movement, his chair slid back a considerable distance. His eyes widened, his rugged face filled with shock and disbelief, pointing at the dark screen, his voice slightly pitched. What's going on? It's blacked out? The signal is cut off? He abruptly turned to look at the technicians, but quickly realized something, his gaze sweeping over Chu Tianqua and the others, his tone thick with suspicion. Did you hear that voice just now? He said he would drive away the onlookers? Long Qingyu's voice suddenly rose, carrying a sense of absurdity. Damn! Is there someone who can cut off our military's highest level monitoring signal? What kind of authority is that? What level of existence can do that? It seemed he thought of something, muttering with a strange expression. It can't be that someone higher up is also watching and finds us a nuisance, right? Long Qingyu's voice was filled with deep suspicion, along with a hint of absurdity that even he himself did not notice. Chu Tianqua's expression was equally grave. He adjusted the frames on his nose, his gaze deep behind the lenses, fixated on the dark screen as if trying to discern some clue from it. Hearing Long Qingyu's words, he slowly shook his head, his voice low. It shouldn't be a matter of authority as we understand it. Su Jitong covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes also filled with uncertainty, softly asking. Minister Chu, do you mean? Chu Tianqua took a deep breath, his tone filled with a sense of reverence for the unknown. To trigger a hidden instance and fight all the way to this final layer, this situation has already surpassed all our records and plans. Since the national examination began, let alone reaching the final layer, even the number of candidates who successfully triggered hidden instances and delved deep into them is extremely limited, and none have left such detailed visual documentation. His gaze swept over everyone present, including Ling Xuanyue, who had remained silent but whose expression had clearly changed at this moment. What we are facing now is likely a completely unknown domain, an existence that far exceeds our current level of understanding. That voice just now, and the means to cut off our signal. I'm afraid they do not come from the power system we are familiar with. Chu Tianqua's words plunged the monitoring room back into silence. After a long while, Su Jitong's gentle voice broke the stagnant air, tinged with a hint of helplessness. Since we can't see it, then let's not look. She shifted her gaze from the pitch-black screen to her equally complex-looking colleagues. Why don't we wait for him at the exit of the examination? With his results, if he is willing to serve the country, he will surely be able to reach our level soon. Going over now to leave a good impression on this little guy can't be a bad thing. Her words were like a small stone thrown into still water, creating ripples in everyone's hearts. Long Qingyu's rugged face still bore the shock, but upon hearing this, he nodded heavily and said in a deep voice, Miss Su makes a good point. Staying here doing nothing isn't a solution. Chu Tianqua pushed up the frames on his nose, his gaze still deep behind the lenses, and he slowly nodded in agreement. A flicker of acknowledgement passed through Ling Xuanyue's cold eyes. Though she didn't speak, the subtle change in her expression indicated her stance. The four powerful officials, who could shake an area with a stump, almost simultaneously stood up. The heavy chairs made slight sounds as they scraped against the floor. Just then, their movements halted, and their gazes turned in unison towards the doorway. There, Gu Qingshan stood awkwardly, unsure of where to place his hands, looking as if he wanted to enter but didn't dare, wanting to leave but also didn't dare. From the moment he was ignored by several people, he had maintained this posture, not daring to breathe. Seeing the four big shots looking over at the same time, Gu Qingshan became even more nervous, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The several leaders were momentarily taken aback, then smiles of understanding appeared on their faces. Long Qingyu grinned and strode over, his large hand like a fan patting Gu Qingshan's shoulder heavily twice. Come on, City Lord Gu, we almost forgot about you. Let's go wait at the exit together. With such a prodigy under your command, your future is boundless. Though said in a joking tone, there was a hint of genuine meaning behind it. Gu Qingshan was taken aback by the honor, quickly nodding and bowing, following behind the four big shots, his heart in turmoil. He understood that as a small city lord, he was likely to rise to prominence because of Chen Chen. The group left the oppressive monitoring room, leaving behind the dark screen and the still operating cold instruments. Meanwhile, in the void space of Area 100, as the old voice faded, the probing sensation that had lingered in Chen Chen's heart, almost tangible, suddenly vanished without a trace. It was as if the invisible shackles that had weighed down on him were instantly released. Chen Chen's gaze sharpened, his tense body did not immediately relax, but his heart was already clear. It seemed that what the voice had just referred to as driving away the observer meant cutting off external surveillance. This method was truly unfathomable. He remained on high alert, his sharp gaze scanning the empty void around him. Just as his thoughts raced, speculating on the identity and purpose of the voices owner, the emptiness ahead began to ripple like water. A vague shadow, shifting from faint to dense, slowly coalesced into form. It was not a solid entity, but rather a hazy silhouette. Of light and shadow, its features indistinct, devoid of any breath or fluctuation, yet it exuded an incredibly ancient and weathered aura.
The phantom quietly hovered before Qin Shen. His gaze as tangible as substance, fixated on the indistinct outline of light ahead. This shadow had no facial features, no concrete shape, merely a blur of light, yet it radiated an ineffable sense of age and weariness, as if it had existed for endless ages, witnessing the birth and destruction of the world.
Now, no one is watching you, the ancient voice echoed again, carrying a hint of barely perceptible amusement.
This way, you won't have to keep hiding.
Chen Shen's eyes were sharp, his voice low and laced with unmasked vigilance.
Who are you?
The ancient voice fell silent for a moment, as if searching through the distant river of memory for something. After a long pause, it finally spoke, tinged with a hint of confusion and
self-mockery. Who am I?
The voice hesitated, as if even he himself was uncertain.
It's been too long, far too long. So long that I've almost forgotten my own name. Since I set this instance, countless years have passed.
Names, they have long since become vague. Upon hearing this, Qin Shen's expression turned peculiar.
Set this instance? Was this shadow akin to a game developer or GM?
A flicker of surprise and suspicion crossed his mind. This was beyond his conventional understanding of the world's instances. He suppressed the turmoil within and kept his gaze fixed on the mass of light and shadow.
Are you the boss guarding this last area? This was his most straightforward guess.
After all, based on previous experiences, there should be a powerful guardian at the end of each level.
The shadow seemed to ponder for a moment, its vague outline swaying slightly. Boss?
The ancient voice repeated the word, laced
with a hint of amusement. You could say that.
The voice carried an ambiguous tone.
But it's not entirely so. Chen Shen's brow furrowed tighter. You could say that, but not entirely? What kind of answer was that?
He could sense that this mysterious shadow was unlike any monster he had encountered before.
It was a gap of an indescribable level. What do you mean by that? Chen Shen's voice was low, tinged with unmasked vigilance and inquiry.
The ancient voice rang out again, this time with a more pronounced amusement, even carrying a sense of
relief. That's not important.
The shadow swayed gently, as if shaking its head.
What's important is.
The voice paused slightly, and it seemed that a gaze from the vague light was
directed at Chen Shen, carrying a sense of scrutiny, or perhaps, anticipation? You have come. I can finally be liberated. Liberated?
Chen Shen's eyes suddenly sharpened like a blade. His voice low and carrying an undeniable sense of pressure.
What do you mean by that?
He stared intently at the hazy mass of light, every muscle in his body poised to explode at any
moment. Don't play riddles with me. The vague shadow did not directly answer Qin Shen's question. Instead, the ancient voice echoed again, filled with a near-manic exhilaration. Ha ha ha.
The laughter reverberated in the void, as if even this dead silence was about to be torn apart.
Liberation is indeed liberation.
Accompanied by these cryptic words, the hazy light and shadow suddenly expanded.
The radiance twisted and condensed violently.
The originally indistinct outline began to rapidly become clear and concrete. It was as if a pair of invisible hands were using light and shadow as materials to shape something in the void. Ancient, weathered armor, imbued with a sense of iron-blooded slaughter, materialized out of thin air, covering the gradually forming body. Between the gaps of the armor flowed a dark sheen, as if it had drunk the blood of countless gods and demons. A long sword, with an ancient design and a broad blade, coalesced in its right hand, the edge gleaming coldly, exuding a sharpness capable of severing souls.
In just a few breaths, that hazy light and shadow representing the ancient and the unknown had transformed into a majestic warrior's phantom, standing tall with a long sword in hand. Although it remained a phantom, its specific features indistinct, the terrifying aura of looking down upon the world and conquering all directions pressed down like a tangible force. This phantom was clearly the final boss that Qin Shen was about to face. Chen Shen's pupils slightly constricted. The suddenly clear figure before him emanated a sense of oppression far beyond any boss he had encountered before. He could even feel the sharp aura swirling around the long sword, almost capable of tearing apart space itself. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Shen focused his mind detection technique. An invisible wave swept over the warrior's phantom like ripples. The next second, a line of information appeared on his retina. Name, War God's Remnant, rank, Crimson, level, HP, MP, Strength, Agility, Spirit, Constitution, Skills, Talent. Chen Shen's brow furrowed imperceptibly. Aside from the name and rank, all other information was nothing but question marks? Even the most basic level and health points were unknowable. This was a situation Chen Shen had never encountered before. This undoubtedly meant that the rank of the War God's Remnant before him, or its inherent uniqueness, had far exceeded the limits of what his current detection technique could perceive. The rows of shocking question marks on the panel were like cold brands, deeply piercing into the depths of Chun Shen's consciousness. Crimson rank. These 4 words represented an insurmountable chasm. Chen Chen clearly remembered the crimson-ranked boss he had once faced. Just a level 10 existence possessed terrifying power that made it nearly impossible for him to resist. If it weren't for the fact that the other party seemed to harbor no malice, merely existing as a special entity in a region, he would have likely perished in that area long ago. And the War God's remnant before him? Its rank was also crimson. Yet its level was a series of question marks. What did this mean? Chen Chen knew all too well. In his heart, the opponent's level was definitely at least 10 levels above his own. It might even surpass more than one major tier. The failure of the detection technique was the most direct and cruel proof. Was this truly an opponent he could defeat? Chen Shen's breathing involuntarily slowed. The air seemed to stagnate, heavy with the weight of an impending storm. The warrior's phantom stood still, yet the invisible aura it radiated pressed down on his heart like a towering mountain. The dark sheen flowing on the ancient armor resembled a frozen sea of blood. The sharpness of the broad long sword in his hand seemed capable of severing even sight. A sense of tremor, originating from the depths of his soul, quietly spread along his spine. This is the instinctive warning of life when faced with absolute power. Reason is frantically calculating the gap between the two sides. There is no intelligence to support it. No obvious weaknesses to exploit. This is almost a battle where victory seems impossible. Run? That thought slithered into Chun Shen's mind like a cold venomous snake. Facing this crimson-level war god phantom, fleeing seemed to be the only rational choice. But should he really run? He had already fled once before. Could it be that he had to run again this time? He clenched his fists tightly, his nails almost embedding into his palms. After struggling to be reborn, should he choose to flee in disgrace? At the sight of an enemy that seemed unbeatable? He knew better than anyone that crises often accompany unimaginable opportunities. Moreover, Chen Shen's sharp gaze swept across the endless void once more. Is there really a way to escape? He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the chill surging from within, extinguishing that cowardly thought in an instant. No. He cannot flee. Nor does he necessarily need to. In the face of despair, there must be a glimmer of hope. His advantage. A thought flashed through his mind like lightning, dispelling some of the gloom. Sujina. Sujina had given him the life's tribute. That powerful buff that could resurrect a person after death. Plus, the talent he copied from Sujina, heaven's gift. The effects of these two combined. Chen Shen's heart skipped a beat. Although life's tribute itself has a cooldown of up to 12 hours. The effect of heaven's gift, however, might break this limitation. Did he not possess the ability to resurrect almost infinitely? This thought was too crazy, yet it pierced through the darkness like a beam of light, illuminating the abyss of despair. Perhaps it really could work. As this thought arose, it ignited the spark in Chen Shen's eyes like a wildfire. Fight with his life. Use infinite resurrections to wear down this terrifying war god phantom. Chen Shen's gaze suddenly became incredibly bright, filled with a kind of almost obsessive madness. This was undoubtedly a thought that was utterly insane. But for now, it seemed to be the only glimmer of hope he could grasp. Chen Shen couldn't help but swallow hard, his heart racing at this bold plan. It must succeed. Yes. Just like that. His brain raced, instantly formulating a battle plan. Going head-to-head would be suicidal. He must maximize his advantages. First, defense. All shields that can stack, including Wolf's Light Shield and Wind's Guardian, must be activated. Next, evasion and blocking. Relying on the high agility brought by ultimate speed and the passive block to avoid damage as much as possible. As for healing spell, Chen Shen's gaze sharpened. With the unfathomable power of the War God Phantom, its health points must be astronomical. His healing spell might trigger a critical hit on the first cast, and the overflow healing could deal some damage through afterglow impact. And the mutation effect. But then what? Once the opponent's health far exceeds his healing amount, subsequent healing spells would probably just be restoring the opponent's health. Even triggering a 5-fold critical hit might not fill this monster's health bar. Therefore, healing spell should not be used lightly. He must rely on other skills. Flame Soul Fireball, Wind Blade Dance, and the damage added by lightning power. Wear it down bit by bit. As for healing spell, it should mainly be used to maintain his own life. As long as he doesn't die, as long as he can keep resurrecting, he can wear it down to death. With this thought in mind, Chen Shen no longer hesitated. He suddenly raised the Eternal Radiance staff in his hand, and the light at the tip of the staff suddenly blazed brightly. Ode to Life. A complex and sacred rune appeared out of thin air, instantly merging into Chen Shen's body, bringing a warm and resilient feeling, as If the flame of life had been reignited and endowed with an indestructible quality, a staggering 20,000 points of magical power were consumed in an instant, but there was not a flicker of change in Chen Chen's gaze. Cyan Wolf Light Shield. Mental energy surged, and an energy shield radiating a faint grayish-blue light coalesced into form, with the faint silhouette of a cyan wolf galloping across its surface. Wind Guardian. The ethereal wind element quickly gathered, forming a flowing transparent barrier around him, emitting a subtle hum, infused with the lightness of the wind and the power of protection. The three layers of light overlapped, enveloping Chen Chen in a cascade of defensive brilliance. Just as the light of the final skill stabilized, the opposing, War God's Phantom, moved. There were no unnecessary actions, no words spoken. Those eyes, hidden beneath the shadow of armor, seemed to pierce through endless time and space, coldly locking onto him. The towering, majestic phantom made no unnecessary movements. An arm, covered in ancient armor, was raised. The broad long sword, emanating a chilling light, was gripped firmly in its hand. Then, without warning, it struck down fiercely. There was no earth-shattering momentum, only a weighty and sharp return to simplicity. Immediately, the giant sword came crashing down. A pitch-black rift seemed to tear through space itself, accompanied by the sword's edge, descending directly upon Chen Chen's head. Fast. Incredibly fast. So fast that Chen Chen's dynamic vision could barely capture it fully. It was not merely speed, it contained an indomitable force of law, as if this sword strike demanded that everything in the world yield. The target was aimed squarely at Chen Chen. That sword, carrying the will to tear apart heaven and earth, arrived in an instant. The dark rift opened like a demon's gaping maw, devouring all light and void in its path, heading straight for the top of Chen Chen's head. Chen Chen's pupils reflected the ever-expanding pitch-black rift and the terrifying sharpness within it, capable of annihilating souls. The aura of death was more intense than ever before. In a moment of life and death, Chen Chen's reaction was almost instinctual. There was no time to think, not even enough time to mobilize more defensive measures. The dark rift, carrying the breath of annihilation, had already pressed down upon him. In this critical moment, several distorted shadows suddenly sprang from the shadows beneath Chen Chen's feet, rapidly expanding and coalescing like living beings. The leading shadow was one of his hidden trump cards, Shadow Beast Tamer. The moment Shadow Beast Tamer appeared, there was no pause. Its ethereal form trembled violently, and more, smaller shadows surged forth from within it like a tide, densely filling the entire space. These were low-tier shadow creatures summoned by Shadow Beast Tamer through its own skills. Numerous, yet incredibly fragile. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Chen Chen had quietly activated Soul Link before the battle began, connecting himself with Shadow Beast Tamer. And Shadow Beast Tamer was also closely linked with all the shadow creatures it summoned through its skills. Damage was transmitted layer by layer. But there was no earth-shattering roar, only a sound that made one's teeth ache from the cutting. That pitch-black sword light, capable of tearing through space, accurately struck Chen Chen. Those newly summoned small shadows, which had yet to fully stabilize in form, could not even let out a cry of despair before they evaporated in an instant, completely turning into nothingness at the moment of contact with the sword light. In just a breath, all the shadows, including the golden tier, Shadow Beast Tamer, were annihilated. However, Chen Chen stood still, not even the hem of his clothes fluttering. He could clearly feel that the terrifying power capable of instantly killing him had been transmitted to him through layers of shadows, and had ultimately diminished to an almost negligible degree, not even shaking his outermost wind guardian. On his retina, the green bar representing his health remained completely still. 18500/18500. He had made the right bet. A flicker of relief passed through the depths of Chen Chen's eyes, but more was the cold seriousness. The soul link combined with the sacrifice of the Shadow Legion had successfully blocked this lethal strike. Fortunately, the shadows he had summoned could be revived, although it took some time. It was worth it. But this was just the beginning. The War God's Phantom across from him slowly retracted its long sword, its gaze hidden beneath the shadow of its armor seemed to show no fluctuation at all. As if that world-destroying sword strike just now was merely a casual swing. And as if those shadows that had been instantly obliterated were utterly insignificant. The overwhelming sense of pressure remained unchanged. Chen Chen took a deep breath, suppressing the thrill of having narrowly escaped death, and tightened his grip on the Eternal Radiance staff. The cold touch of the staff quickly settled his chaotic thoughts, leaving only an extreme calm. He had made the right move in the first step, using the Shadow Beastmaster and the Shadow Legion to withstand the opponent's lethal sword strike. But that was far from enough. The War God's Phantom had merely sheathed its sword, showing no signs of weakness, and even the cold aura had not diminished in the slightest. The pressure felt like a tangible mountain, still weighing heavily on his heart. He had to counterattack. Moreover, he had to seize this brief moment of pause that the opponent might experience due to the failed strike. Opportunities were fleeting. Chen Shen suddenly raised his staff, the gem at its tip glowing with a bright and cool radiance. It was as if invisible moonlight was being drawn in and gathered in the air. The faint moonlight aura that had already existed around him, an effect of a certain continuous protection. Skill suddenly became incredibly brilliant. Shadow of the Moon God. A low shout, like a stone thrown into a calm lake, sent ripples spreading out. Dazzling moonlight erupted from Chen Shen, like liquid silver, sweeping towards the war god's phantom. The light was pure, cold, carrying an undeniable absolute will. The massive body of the war god's phantom, which had just seemed to be raising its giant sword again, suddenly froze under the moonlight's embrace. It was as if time had been frozen. That towering, majestic phantom, along with the giant sword radiating a chilling light in its hand, abruptly and illogically solidified in midair, as if locked in place by an invisible force, unable to move. The absolute control effect of the shadow of the moon god was triggered. Even when facing this unknown tier, absurdly powerful war god's phantom, this bug-level control skill still forcibly took effect. A flash of brilliance appeared in Chen Shen's eyes, without a hint of joy, his movements flowing seamlessly, connecting flawlessly. Control was merely to create an environment for output. The eternal radiance staff in his hand, the light at its tip instantly transformed from a bright moon white to a blazing crimson. The temperature in the air suddenly rose. Massive magical energy surged from within him, transforming through the staff. In the next moment, countless fist-sized flame soul fireballs, burning with fierce flames, appeared out of thin air, densely floating in front of Chen Shen. The surface of the fireballs flickered with ominous dark red runes, emitting astonishing heat and a sense of destruction. Go! Without any unnecessary buildup, he pointed the staff forward. The meteor shower like flame. Soul fireballs, trailing long tails of flame, emitted sharp sounds as they tore through the air, madly crashing towards the war god's phantom frozen in midair. The number of fireballs was overwhelming, nearly obscuring the view ahead, forming a scorching barrage of death. However, amidst this frenzied rain of fire, a distinctly different light quietly hid. It was a pure, life-filled green glow. Healing spell. Moreover, before casting this healing spell, Chen Shen unhesitatingly activated Rage Strike. The next skill would surely be a critical hit. This healing spell, guaranteed to trigger a fivefold effect, was cleverly concealed behind a flame soul fireball, following the trajectory of the fireball as it shot towards the war god's phantom. In an instant, that emerald light, skillfully hidden within the torrential firestorm, accurately penetrated the massive body of the war god's phantom, which was ensnared by moonlight. There was no expected energy collision, not even a ripple. The sacred light of the healing spell was supposed to bring vitality and restoration. However, under the forced critical hit of Rage Strike and the terrifying enhancement of the brave healer talent, everything twisted. One by one, crimson, spine-chilling damage numbers erupted from above the war god's phantom. 9695 plus 131650 65825121955. A terrifying damage. Total nearing 180,000. This completely illogical scene was enough to make anyone aware of the effects of healing spell SI's pop. In the name of healing, wreaking destruction. Chen Shen's gaze showed no sign of fluctuation, as if this astonishing blow was already within his calculations. With limited time control, he would not waste a single second. Almost at the same moment the terrifying damage numbers appeared, the light of the eternal radiance staff shifted again, and the wind element rapidly condensed. Wind blade dance. Without a moment's pause, the skill flowed seamlessly like breathing. Swish, swish, swish. A massive number of wind blades, radiating a greenish sharpness, appeared out of thin air around the war god's phantom. Each wind blade was as thin as a cicada's wing, yet carried the sharpness to cut through anything. They seemed to be imbued with life, forming a chaotic and deadly storm of blades, rushing towards the massive figure that was pinned in place, alongside the flame soul fireball that had yet to fully descend. The explosion of the fireball and the sharp slicing sound of the wind blades echoed incessantly. 11080 55409695193990. Heat and sharpness intertwined, bursting into dazzling brilliance on that towering phantom. However, this was not the end. Chen Shen's attacks were like a torrential storm, one wave crashing after another. The crimson flames and green wind light at the tip of the eternal radiance staff had yet to fully dissipate when a layer of even more sacred and majestic pure white light suddenly ignited. Ancient and intricate patterns on the staff glowed, radiating a powerful magical wave. Holy surge! The staff's active skill was ruthlessly unleashed. A gentle yet powerful torrent of holy light surged from the tip of the staff, crashing against the chest plate of the war god's phantom without any pause. This light was meant to be a blessing for healing allies. But now, falling upon the enemy, it transformed into the purest form of destruction. Another massive damage number quickly followed, appearing above the war god's phantom. 103875. A series of dazzling negative numbers, each representing a terrifying output capable of one-shotting the top players at this stage. The explosion of the fireball, the slicing of the wind blades, the burning of the holy light, and the destructive backlash brought by that bizarre healing spell. Chen Shen's offensive was like a meticulously orchestrated death symphony, reaching its climax in just a few seconds. 7 seconds. From the activation of the Shadow of the Moon God control to the descent of the Holy Surge Light, it was exactly 7 seconds, neither more nor less. Within these 7 seconds, the firepower unleashed by Chen Shen had accumulated to a total damage that had already surpassed a threshold that would leave anyone breathless, almost a million. Such terrifying explosive power was enough to make any top-tier team envious. However, there was not a trace of joy in Chen Shen's eyes. Instead, they grew increasingly serious. His gaze was firmly locked onto the indistinct outline of the war god's phantom, trying to capture the faint feedback that represented its life state. Data does not lie. Nearly a million in damage. Sounds apocalyptic. Yet, the actual effect reflected on this mysterious war god's phantom was far less significant than imagined. Chen Shen could vaguely sense that while the opponent's aura had diminished, its foundation remained intact. The health bar above it had only dropped by less than 40%. This guy's health was despairingly thick. Just then, the pure moonlight binding the war god's phantom suddenly dimmed and dissipated, as if its energy had been exhausted. The forced control effect of the shadow of the moon god had reached its time limit. The repeatedly bombarded war god's phantom did not collapse as Chen Shen had feared. It showed no signs of exhaustion. It slowly raised its head. The gaze hidden beneath the ancient armor's shadow, once cold and transcendent of time and space, now seemed infused with some kind of violent emotion. Rage. A nearly tangible rage, capable of burning souls, radiated from the depths of that phantom. Roar. A deafening roar erupted violently from the chest of the war god's phantom. This roar was not merely a sound, it was more like a mental shockwave imbued with endless fighting spirit, sweeping across the entire space, causing the air to tremble. Immediately, an anomaly occurred. The originally towering and majestic figure of the war god's phantom began to twist and shrink violently without any warning. The light and energy that constituted its body seemed to be drawn by some irresistible gravitational force, collapsing and condensing inward frantically. The ancient armor covering its surface emitted a piercing sound of metal grinding and shattering, its light flickering wildly, unstable. This process was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, the once mountainous majestic phantom had drastically shrunk, ultimately stabilizing at a height comparable to that of an ordinary human. The shrunk war god's phantom became exceptionally solid, no longer as ethereal as before. The ancient armor covering its entire body had its detailed patterns become incredibly clear, as if it were a truly existing artifact that had undergone countless trials of blood and fire, exuding a cold and heavy metallic texture. It stood quietly there, like an undefeated war god emerging from an ancient battlefield. The only thing that remained unchanged was the broad long sword tightly gripped in its hand. In comparison to its reduced form, the sword appeared even larger and heavier, the cold light swirling on its blade seeming even more imposing. The shrunk war god's phantom lifted its helmet. The pair of eyes hidden in the shadows locked onto Chen Shen, no longer cold and imposing, but filled with pure, unmasked violent killing intent and a will to destroy. It was as if a primordial beast, thoroughly enraged, had finally broken free from some restraint, revealing its most primal and dangerous fangs. In the next moment, without any warning and without any unnecessary movements, the shrunk war god's phantom moved. The ground beneath its feet seemed to slightly sink, unable to bear the force of that sudden explosion. Its figure suddenly became blurry, as if teleporting, and vanished directly from its original spot. When it reappeared, it had transformed into a black streak, tearing through the air, rushing towards Chen Shen at breakneck speed. That enormous long sword was being dragged by it with a terrifying force and speed that completely defied the laws of physics, the heavy blade moving at high speed, creating an ear-piercing shriek as it sliced through the air. The sword tip was aimed directly at Chen Shen's heart. The overwhelming sense of pressure that rushed towards him was even more direct, more violent, and more suffocating than the previous world-destroying strike. Faster than the previous slash. More ferocious. Chen Shen's pupils, at the moment the black streak of light flared up, suddenly contracted to the size of a pinprick. A thought flashed through his mind almost instinctively. This sudden change in form. This abruptly surging terrifying momentum and speed. Could it be the second phase? The black streak tearing through the air, wrapped in unparalleled violent killing intent, had already rushed to Chen Shen's front in an instant. The sword tip glinted coldly, aimed straight at the vital point of his heart. This overwhelming sense of pressure was even more direct, more violent, and more suffocating than the previous world-destroying strike. Faster than the previous slash. Even during the control of Moon God's shadow, Chen had subconsciously pulled back a distance, but the condensed War God's remnant shadow was on a completely different dimension of speed. Chen's pupils, at the moment the black streak of light flared up, suddenly contracted to the size of a pinprick. A thought flashed through his mind almost instinctively. This sudden change in form. This abruptly surging terrifying momentum and speed. Could it be the second phase? This thought flashed through his mind like lightning. The form changes commonly seen in boss battles often meant stronger attributes, more terrifying skills, and a lower margin for error. There was no time to think further. That enormous, glimmering long sword was almost touching his chest. The shadow of death loomed once more. Ultimate speed. Chen shouted in his heart, activating this ultimate agility enhancement talent without hesitation. An invisible force was drawn from the space, surging madly into his limbs and bones. His agility attribute, bolstered by equipment and talents, instantly broke through an astonishing threshold, forcefully surpassing 2,500 points, nearing the 3,000 mark. The surrounding air seemed to thicken, and the War God's remnant shadow's charge, which was at the extreme speed, finally slowed down slightly in his dynamic vision, but it was still absurdly fast. He could barely keep up with the outline of the opponent's speed. It was even a bit forced. This was not enough. The heavy giant sword felt weightless in the hands of War God's remnant shadow, and every slight adjustment in angle carried a deadly threat, forcing Chen to focus entirely on capturing and predicting its movements. The space to dodge was compressed to the extreme. Long-range casting? Under such close-range pressure of speed, there was simply no time to chant and lock on. Chen gritted his teeth. There was no way to avoid it. Since he couldn't completely shake it off in speed, he could only confront it head-on. Close combat. This thought carried a resolute ferocity. A mere restoration mage was actually going to engage in close combat with an entity suspected to be a war god? It sounded utterly absurd. But at this moment, it was the only way to survive. As his thoughts raced, Chen flipped his wrist. The Eternal Radiance Staff, which had accompanied him for a long time and had achieved great feats, flashed with light and instantly disappeared, being recalled into his storage space. In its place was a slender sword blade shimmering with golden luster. The sword body was ancient, with runes flowing subtly, and it was a golden level long sword that he had obtained from a very low drop rate in the previous major exam instance, thanks to his extraordinary monster farming efficiency. Although it was only at the golden level, its attributes were far inferior to the Eternal Radiance Staff, but at this moment, it was his only choice. Better than nothing, certainly better than being empty-handed. The moment he grasped the hilt, a cold and solid sensation surged through him, starkly different from the staff's warm touch. As the longsword settled in his hand, the icy feeling spread through his palm, dispelling some of the chill of facing death, bringing a sense of solid iron-blooded resolve. Just as the longsword appeared, the War God's phantom, dragging its terrifying afterimage, had already arrived with a deadly thrust. The cold gleam of the sword tip was almost touching Chen's chest. Chen suddenly raised his arm, the golden longsword blocking out at a tricky and precise angle. Clang! A piercing sound of metal clashing erupted. Sparks flew. A tremendous force surged along the sword, shaking Chen's arm until it felt numb, his grip almost splitting the ground beneath. His feet slightly sank due to the impact. Block! The passive talent triggered perfectly. That strike, capable of piercing mountains, was forcefully blocked by him. Although it was a struggle, although it was perilous, he had, after all, managed to block it. The deafening sound of metal clashing lingered in the air. The terrifying recoil transmitted wildly along the sword in his arm, like a flood breaking its dam, washing over Chen's insides. He let out a muffled groan, the hard ground beneath him cracking inch by inch, his body uncontrollably sliding backward, carving out two deep trenches. Almost simultaneously, the condensed War God's phantom was also staggered back by the immense recoil, its heavy armor scraping against the ground, producing a harsh sound. Both sides were pushed back several steps by the terrifying force of the strike. However, at the moment his body was sliding back, Chen's gaze was sharp as an eagle's. His left hand, which was not holding the sword, suddenly spread wide, fingers splayed, as a blazing energy gathered at an astonishing speed in his palm. The fire elements in the air were forcibly extracted and compressed, emitting a low hum. Flame Soul Fireball. Driven by his thoughts, several fireballs the size of human heads, burning with fierce flames, suddenly took shape, trailing scorching tails, tearing through the air, heading straight for the retreating War God's phantom. Before the fireballs even reached, the terrifying heat had already begun to warp the surrounding air. The War God's phantom's crimson gaze showed no sign of fluctuation. Facing the whistling fireballs, it merely waved its massive sword casually. That broad, heavy sword, seemingly capable of cleaving mountains, swept out with a domineering force. There was no earth-shattering explosion of energy, nor were there any dazzling light effects. Just pure power and speed. Thud. 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 Several muffled explosions sounded. The fireballs, containing astonishing fiery energy, were effortlessly sliced and shattered the moment they touched the sword's edge, scattering into a sky full of sparks, unable to even hinder its path. Contempt. Unconcealed contempt. As if those fireballs, capable of melting steel, were merely annoying flies. However, just as the war god's phantom swung its sword to shatter the fireballs, its vision was momentarily obscured by the burst of flames and chaotic energy. In that instant, before the sparks had completely extinguished, Chen Chen, who should have been stabilizing his retreating form, instead left a faint afterimage in place like a ghost. The real him, leveraging the terrifying explosive power brought by ultimate speed and the force from the previous block's recoil, twisted and propelled himself at an incredible angle. The air was torn apart, emitting an almost inaudible explosion. His figure seemed to teleport, directly crossing the distance between the two, appearing behind the war god's phantom. The ancient armor-covered back was exposed before him, completely unguarded. An opportunity. A once-in-a-lifetime chance. Chen Shen's gaze was as cold as ice, devoid of any warmth, all emotions suppressed to their limits, leaving only the purest, most primal instinct to kill. The golden longsword in his hand seemed to merge with his will at that moment. Without a hint of hesitation, without a moment's doubt, the power and mental strength within him surged to their peak in an instant, madly pouring into the longsword he held. Instant kill truth. A low roar echoed in his heart, a life and death technique that Chen Chen had temporarily combined and named based on his understanding and combat experience, was unleashed fiercely at this moment. The golden blade suddenly retracted its brilliance, all its sharpness condensing to a single point at the tip, flashing with a chilling light that made one's heart race. This strike, lacking earth-shattering momentum, contained a terrifying essence that could pierce through everything and extinguish all life. Fast. Accurate. Ruthless. The sword tip aimed directly at the gap where the armor of the war god's phantom connected at the back. That was the only weakness he had theoretically captured in an instant, thanks to his extraordinary dynamic vision and combat intuition. The sensation of the sword tip piercing the armor's gap was almost imperceptible. 36404. 13002 damage numbers almost simultaneously emerged above the war god's phantom's head, one striking, the other negligible. However, at the very moment the damage numbers appeared, an indescribable terrifying force erupted from within the war god's phantom, like a volcano that had slept for billions of years suddenly erupting. It was not merely a physical shock, it felt more like a mixture of distilled violent battle intent and destructive will, transforming into an invisible storm that swept toward Chen Chen, who was so close. Boom! Chen Chen didn't even have time to react. He felt as if he had been struck hard by an invisible hammer capable of shaking the stars. Song Wolf Light. Shield. Shattered. Wind Guardian. Shattered. Even the residual effect of Eternal Radiance Staff's eternal protection that had been stacked on him before switching, that faint, continuously restoring life membrane, was instantly evaporated. 3 layers of defense crumbled like paper, vanishing into thin air in an instant. The overwhelming force penetrated all defenses and struck heavily against Chen Chen's chest. Crack! The faint sound of bones fracturing was drowned out by the massive impact. Chen Chen's vision went dark. A metallic sweetness surged in his throat, and he flew backward like a kite with a severed string, tracing a clumsy arc in the air. His vision spun violently, the world turned upside down. Agonizing pain flooded his nerves like a tidal wave. HP, 18,509. His health plummeted like an avalanche, dropping to a mere single digit in an instant. Just a little more. Just a tiny bit more, and he would have been killed instantly. If it weren't for the 3 layers of shields absorbing most of the damage, that last strike would have been enough to erase him completely from this world. Bang! His body crashed heavily onto the hard ground, kicking up a cloud of dust as if his bones had shattered. Chen Chen coughed up a mouthful of blood, his vision blurring. The attack power of this war god's phantom in the second phase was simply outrageous. Just the recoil from the shockwave nearly cost him his life. However, just as his body hit the ground and rebounded, the intense pain striking his brain, Chen Chen's dazed pupils suddenly refocused. The threat of death coiled around his heart like a cold venomous snake. He couldn't stop. Stopping meant death. The cold gaze of the war god's phantom, filled with endless killing intent, had locked onto him once again. There was no time to catch his breath, no time to think further. Almost instinctively, honed through countless battles, furious strike, at the same time, he endured the excruciating pain that felt like his body was about to fall apart, slamming his left hand onto the ground for an extreme roll to dissipate the force. Almost in the midst of the roll, he unleashed that desperate technique once more. Instant kill truth. It was not an attack, but rather a forced displacement utilizing Its instantaneous explosive characteristic. His figure became blurry again the moment he landed, like a ghost, narrowly evading the crushing stomp of the war god's phantom that could shatter the earth, reappearing behind it. The familiar back, the cold armor. The opportunity was fleeting. Just as his figure stabilized, Chen Shen did not hesitate for a moment and unleashed the skill he had long prepared upon himself. Healing spell. Accompanied by the forced critical hit effect of Furious Strike. And the 500% critical healing boost from the hero of healing talent. A brilliant, almost blinding pillar of divine light, far surpassing its usual radiance, suddenly descended from the sky, enveloping Chen himself. Plus 131650. A massive green healing number erupted above Chen Shen's head. The life bar, on the brink of shattering, was instantly filled to the brim. The next moment, centered around Chen Shen, a terrifying shockwave mixed with divine radiance and pure magical energy surged forth, like a flood breaking its dam, crashing violently towards the vulnerable back of the war god's phantom. 65825. 113150. Just as Chen Shen was locked in a life and death struggle with the war god's phantom, executing extreme maneuvers on the edge of survival, the moment was perilously stabilized. Outside the dungeon space, in the reality assessment square, a cold, grand will suddenly descended. The National University Joint Examination has concluded. All candidates, mandatory teleportation out of the dungeon. Buzz almost the instant the words fell, candidates scattered across various independent dungeon spaces, regardless of what they were doing, fighting, exploring, or hiding, were enveloped by an irresistible gentle force. The next second, white light flickered. Like the receding tide, countless points of light emerged from the void, quickly coalescing into figures, scattered throughout the vast square. The sounds of chatter, gasps, and breaths of relief instantly filled the entire space. Sujina's figure also stabilized in the white light. The lingering ferocity and vigilance from the battle still remained in her delicate brows and eyes, but were soon replaced by the familiar surroundings. It's over? She instinctively let out a sigh of relief, her taut nerves slightly relaxing. However, as her gaze quickly swept over the bustling crowd, her delicate brows immediately furrowed tightly. No. That familiar figure was not among them. Where is Chen Shen? He didn't come out? A thread of unease crept up her heart like a vine. With his strength, it shouldn't be possible for anything to go wrong at the last moment. Just as her thoughts raced and her gaze anxiously searched the crowd, several young people dressed in the Su family's uniform quickly approached, the leader bowing respectfully. Miss Jenner, the examination has concluded, please return with us to the family, the elders are waiting for your news. These individuals were elite descendants arranged by the Su family to accompany her into the dungeon, ostensibly to assist, but in reality, also to supervise and protect. Yet at this moment, Su Jenner's mind was completely elsewhere. Without finding Chen Shen, how could she have the mood to go back? Her already anxious feelings, fueled by worry, were ignited by this urging. She turned her head, her cold gaze sweeping over the group, carrying an undeniable commanding tone. I'm not going back for now, you all go ahead. The leading young man showed a difficult expression, wanting to persuade her again. But, miss, the family head. I said, I'm not going back. Sujina intensified her tone, the aura of the eldest daughter of the Su family subtly emanating, causing the faces of the young men to pale, and they dared not speak further. The atmosphere became somewhat tense. At that moment, a gentle yet commanding voice rang out from behind Sujina. Xiao Jiner, what happened? This voice. Sujina's body stiffened slightly, and she turned around in disbelief. There stood a mature woman, elegantly dressed and exuding a noble grace, looking at her with a warm smile. In her beautiful eyes lay the wisdom of insight and the authority of someone who had long occupied a high position. Aunt? Sujina exclaimed in surprise, her tone filled with astonishment. How could she be here? The few Su family youths immediately restrained all expressions upon seeing the newcomer, bowing their heads in utmost respect. We greet Lord Jitang. Su Jitang paid no attention to the youths, instead affectionately reaching out to gently pat Su Jiner's head, her smile gentle. It's been a long time, our little Jiner has grown quite a bit. You performed well in the recent major exam, I saw it all. Her voice was filled with laughter and approval. Truly a little genius of our Su family's generation. Upon seeing this rarely encountered aunt, the worries and anxieties in Su Jiner's eyes were instantly washed away by overwhelming joy. The sense of kinship stemming from blood ties made her temporarily forget her concerns about Chen Shen, and she happily stepped forward, directly embracing Su Jitang's soft body. Aunt, how did you come here? Her tone was as joyful as a fawn, carrying the unique innocence of a young girl. However, this warm reunion did not last long. Before Su Jiner could say a few more affectionate words, the few Su family youths behind her spoke up again inappropriately, their tone tinged with urgency and difficulty. Miss Jenner, it's getting late, the elders are still waiting for you.
They clearly did not grasp the significance of Su Jitan's arrival and remained fixated on completing the family's assigned tasks.
Su Jitan's arm around Su Jenner paused slightly, a barely
perceptible displeasure flashing in her eyes. Yet, she still wore the gentle and dignified smile, as if the momentary chill had been merely an illusion. She turned her head, her gaze landing on the leading young man, her voice soft yet carrying undeniable weight.
You all can go back, I will personally escort Jenner home.
The words were gentle, yet they felt like an invisible
mountain, causing the few Su family youths to momentarily catch their breath.
They exchanged glances, their faces filled with hesitation.
Personally escorting her back? Lord Jitang personally.
This. Seeing their hesitant expressions, the warmth in Su Jitan's gaze gradually faded, a hint of coldness beginning to spread.
What? Don't you trust me?
This seemingly light remark caused the
young men to turn pale instantly, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. What a joke! Questioning the highest authority in the North China region? Questioning this powerful figure of the Su family?
They wouldn't dare even if given 100 chances.
We wouldn't dare. We wouldn't dare. We take our leave.
The leading young man quickly bowed, his voice trembling slightly. The others didn't even dare to breathe, hurriedly following suit, and then, as if fleeing, they swiftly disappeared into the bustling crowd.
Watching their awkward retreat, Su Jenner could no longer hold back and coldly huffed at the air in dissatisfaction.
Humph.
Those old folks at home only know how to control me, it's so annoying.
Her tone was filled with obvious complaints and
a hint of rebellion. Upon hearing this, Su Jitang couldn't help but smile, affectionately pinching Su Jenner's puffed-up cheeks.
Who told you, little girl, to never want to stay at home since
you were young, always running outside?
Her voice became gentle again, carrying the indulgence of an elder towards a younger one.
Su Jitang smiled, lightly shifting the topic with a hint of teasing.
Speaking of which, our little Jenner has been in Yang City for so long, have you encountered any young talents that caught your eye? This remark was like a stone thrown into a
calm lake, instantly creating ripples in Su Jenner's heart. Chen Chen's figure flashed uncontrollably through her mind.
Her cheeks flushed bright red, even her ears tinged with a suspicious pink.
Aunt!
Su Jenner stamped her foot, her tone a mix of embarrassment and annoyance, but lacking any real intimidation.
All right, I won't say anything more, Su Jitang replied, her
eyes sparkling with amusement as she gracefully steered the conversation away from that topic. She gently patted Su Jenner's back and redirected the discussion to the recently concluded major
exam.
Now, let's talk about serious matters. You performed quite well in this assessment. Oh, I just checked the real-time rankings.
690,000 points, although you came in
second. This has set a new record for the younger generation of our Su family in all past major exams.
Su Jitang's tone was filled with genuine praise. And, you successfully overshadowed that arrogant little girl from the Shi family, well done.
Upon hearing this news, Su Jenner's eyes instantly lit up, her previous embarrassment and worries about Chun Chen temporarily overshadowed
by this joy.
Of course. She lifted her delicate chin, a hint of pride on her face. Being able to surpass that girl from the Shi family, who had always been at odds with her since childhood, indeed made her feel much better. But soon, she recalled something more important and eagerly pressed on.
By the way, Aunt,
what about the first place?
How many points did he get?
That
Chen.
Although they could also access the ranking panel, they could only see their own scores, and now that they had finally encountered the direct supervisor of the major exam, of course, she wanted to ask.
Upon hearing this, Su Jitang looked at Su Jenner with a hint of curiosity and understanding in her gaze. Oh? You know this little guy named Chen?
She raised an eyebrow slightly, her tone laced with amusement. Hearing this, Su Jenner's cheeks flushed uncontrollably again, even her fair neck tinged with a light blush. She hurriedly averted her gaze, looking elsewhere, but her voice feigned calmness as she retorted.
I am just curious. Curious about how much stronger that guy who surpassed me really is.
Her voice carried a barely perceptible hint of insecurity.
Observing Su Jenner's contradictory demeanor, Su Jitang already had an inkling.
The smile on her face deepened, and the tenderness in her eyes nearly overflowed.
Oh? Just curious, huh?
She elongated her tone, laced with a hint of teasing. Well then, when he comes out, let him tell you himself. The words floated lightly, yet they felt like a stone dropped into the lake.
Su Jenner was taken aback, instinctively questioning. When he comes out?
Her clear eyes filled with confusion.
Hasn't the major exam already ended? Was he not forcibly teleported out? Could something have gone wrong?
The unease she had just suppressed began to resurface quietly.
Su Jitang's smile slightly faded, a serious expression emerging on her face. She nodded gently. Do you remember I mentioned to you before about the hidden assessments in the major exam? Su Jenner. immediately nodded at this. That mechanism was almost legendary, said to have extremely harsh triggering conditions, with rewards unimaginably generous. Yes, I remember. Her tone dropped slightly, tinged with regret. I tried hard, but the physical and mental exhaustion in the latter half was just too much, and I couldn't successfully trigger it. Sujina reached out, soothingly patting her shoulder. It's normal, don't have any psychological burden. The threshold for the hidden assessment is extremely high, almost as if they never intended for ordinary candidates to unlock it. Her tone paused slightly, her gaze carrying a hint of significance. It's just that little guy, Chen, is clearly not an ordinary person. As Sujina's words fell, Sujina's clever mind instantly turned. She suddenly raised her head, her eyes sparkling with disbelief, her voice rising a few notches. You mean Chen is still undergoing the hidden assessment? The gentle gaze of Sujina reflected Sujina's incredulous expression as she nodded lightly. A simple syllable, yet it seemed to contain immense power, confirming the wild speculation in Sujina's heart. Chen really is still inside. He triggered the legendary hidden assessment. After the immense shock came an indescribable sense of pride, as if it were she herself who had triggered the hidden assessment. But soon after, a deeper worry followed. The hidden assessment must be accompanied by unimaginable dangers. Can he manage it alone inside? The worry in Sujina's clear eyes was almost overflowing. Sujina took in her reaction, the smile at the corner of her lips growing warmer, carrying a hint of understanding. She reached out, gently patting Sujina's tense shoulder, signaling her to look towards the other side of the square. There, away from the clamor of ordinary candidates, several figures stood quietly, exuding their own aura. I'm not the only one waiting. Sujina's voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable weight. Her gaze followed, landing on those figures. Do you see those few? Sujina followed her aunt's line of sight. Not far away, 3 figures, each with distinct temperaments, but all radiating a powerful presence, stood with their hands clasped behind their backs, their gazes intentionally or unintentionally directed towards a certain point in the void. The highest officials of the 4 major regions of Longwa. Aside from the one stationed at the center, they were almost the 4 most powerful regional governors. They are actually all here? Sujina's heart raced suddenly. This situation is a bit too grand. Sujina's voice rang out again, carrying a hint of faint emotion. The 4 of us regional governors are all waiting for him to come out. He should be facing the final challenge of the hidden assessment now. Sujina paused, her tone carrying a hint of helplessness and a touch of awe. The difficulty of that challenge is beyond imagination, even the 4 of us do not have the privilege to observe. We can only wait here. The final challenge that even the 4 regional heads cannot glimpse. Sujina felt a chill quietly creeping up her spine. What kind of terrifying scene must that be? What is Chen truly facing? Her fingertips curled slightly, her palms seeping with fine beads of sweat. The joy from finishing the assessment, ranking second, and surpassing the Time Family's girl was washed away in that moment. In its place was a heavy worry, along with a hint of pride that she herself had not even noticed. This guy always manages to pull off such earth-shattering feats. Sujina watched the changing expressions on Sujina's face, the smile in her eyes deepening. She did not say much more. Some things are best left unsaid. The fact that the heads of the 4 major regions have set aside their affairs to personally wait here speaks volumes. The value and potential of that boy named Chen are already self-evident. Deep within the instance, in that space isolated by an invisible force, the battle had already reached a fever pitch. The onslaught of the war god's phantom grew increasingly violent, each strike seeming to tear apart space, carrying a destructive aura. The golden gunfire fell like a torrential rain, dense enough to suffocate. Chen's figure darted rapidly through the hail of bullets, like a small boat amidst raging waves. His nerves were stretched to the limit, relying on his superhuman reaction speed and the talent of block to narrowly evade deadly attacks time and again. Clang! The crisp sound of blocking rang out, a tremendous shockwave coursing through his arm, nearly causing him to lose grip on his weapon. The Tson wolf-light shield had just formed when it shattered in the next wave of attacks, scattering shards of light. Immediately, a new shield was instantaneously bestowed upon him. Shatter, coalesce, then shatter again. This cycle played out repeatedly in a very short time. Dazzling to behold. His health bar resembled a runaway roller coaster, wildly jumping between safety and danger. The light of healing spell almost never ceased, combined with the effects of the Eternal Radiance staff, barely maintaining his health line. But the consumption of MP was equally immense, even with the reduction. From the hero of healing talent, the blue bar was visibly depleting. Chen gasped for breath, sweat soaking his clothes, trickling down his cheeks. Each Dodge, each block, each healing drained his immense physical and mental energy. While desperately maintaining the rhythm of evasion, he split a sliver of focus to glance at the system panel. His gaze fixed on the shadow preservation section. Among the 5 dim names, only one was flickering slightly, about to fully illuminate. Almost there. Just a little more. Chen Chen's eyes suddenly sharpened. Now's the time. As that name fully lit up, he hesitated not a moment, his thoughts instantly connecting. Come forth. With a deep roar, the shadow behind him twisted and expanded violently. A chilling, deathly, yet immensely powerful aura suddenly descended. Roar! The silent dragon's roar seemed to explode at the soul level. A massive shadow bone dragon, large enough to block out the sun, broke free from the shadows. Constraints, appearing in this space. Its pale white bones shimmered with a dark luster, and 2 deep purple flames of soul burned in its hollow eye sockets, overwhelming dragon might instantly sweeping the area. The war god's phantom, which was in the midst of a frenzied attack, suddenly froze. Those emotionless eyes turned for the first time towards a target beyond Chen Chen, towards the suddenly appearing bone dragon. It seemed to be assessing this new threat. In that moment, Chen Chen's eyes blazed with intensity. Soul resonance. He activated the skill without hesitation. The newly appeared shadow bone dragon trembled violently. In the next moment, its massive skeletal frame instantly collapsed and exploded. Not dissipating, but transforming into countless streams of the purest shadow energy. These energy streams surged towards Chen Chen's right hand like a guided torrent. Sizzle, 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 the shadow energy rapidly condensed and shaped. A grotesque, enormous bone giant sword quickly manifested and formed on Chen Chen's right arm. The sword was entirely made of pale white bones, entwined with strands of dark aura, exuding a terrifying pressure that made one's heart race. The moment he grasped the hilt, an indescribable sense of immense power flooded through Chen Chen's limbs. It felt as if he had merged with the dragon. The final wave. Chen Chen felt the surging power within him, along with the lingering will of the bone dragon, letting out a low roar that had been suppressed for too long. His gaze turned incredibly frenzied, filled with a determination of no return. Die for me. He no longer dodged, his feet suddenly stomping down, his figure transforming into an arrow released from a bow, charging directly towards the war god's phantom. His right arm swung, the massive bone giant's sword slicing through the air with a dragon-like howl, striking towards that illusory figure. Heaven-shattering, earth-breaking. Chen Chen roared, each word seemingly infused with the echo of a bone dragon's roar. The menacing bone sword on his right arm responded to his will, instantly erupting with a dazzling crimson light. The light did not emanate from flames, but rather from a pure, concentrated power, as if it aimed to ignite and tear apart space itself. The war god's phantom across from him seemed to slightly stir in its hollow eyes. In the face of this world-destroying strike, it let out a deafening roar, filled with a rage that felt provoked, even imitated. The standard heavy sword in its hand also erupted with an identical crimson glow, equally fierce. The same initiating move. The same surge of energy. The same aura of destruction. The war god's phantom stepped forward with a pace identical to Chen Chen's, heavy yet imbued with an unstoppable, violent momentum. It swung the heavy sword, shining with red light, fiercely cleaving towards Chen Chen. This move was the strongest attack skill that Chen Chen had successfully copied from this war god's phantom after a thrilling healing critical hit during a long tug-of-war, relying on the talent of Healer of Courage. Heaven-shattering. Earth-breaking, LV1 swing the heavy sword to launch a world-destroying attack, dealing physical damage that ignores defense to all enemies in a straight line ahead. Equal to 1000% of current strength plus 500% of constitution as physical damage. Cost, 100000 MPCD, 12 hours. This was the replica of the war god's ultimate strike. It was also Chen Chen's finishing move, infused with the power of the shadow bone dragon, betting everything he had. 2 figures, 2 heavy swords shining with the same crimson light, traced 2 paths of destruction in the confined space. Time seemed to stretch infinitely at that moment. The air let out a piercing scream under the unbearable pressure. In the next instant, boom! The 2 ferocious attacks collided head-on without any embellishment. The crimson energy exploded like a flood, breaking through a dam, illuminating the entire space in blood red. An indescribable shockwave spread wildly from the point of impact. Chen Chen felt an overwhelming force crash against the bone sword, instantly spreading throughout his body. The war god's phantom experienced the same. Puff! Puff! Almost simultaneously, the 2 figures were sent flying backward as if struck by a speeding train. Chen Chen rolled in midair, the bone sword slipping from his grasp and crashing heavily to the ground. Meanwhile, the war god's phantom became even more transparent as it flew backward. The crimson light quickly dimmed. The energy particles that made up its
body began to uncontrollably dissipate. Ultimately, before it could crash into the edge of space, the last portion of energy symbolizing its life value completely reached zero. The massive figure silently and completely vanished, turning into specks of golden light, as if it had never existed. At the same time, Shin-chan also fell heavily to the ground, rolling several times before coming to a stop. His vision darkened, and it felt as if all the bones in his body had shattered, a sharp pain instantly engulfing his consciousness. In the corner of his vision, his own life value bar rapidly emptied under the terrifying impact and recoil. HP 0/18500. It had reached zero. His consciousness plummeted like a fall into a cold deep sea, sinking rapidly. However, just as his awareness was about to completely dissipate, a gentle yet incredibly resilient emerald green light suddenly erupted from within him. Like a beacon of hope igniting in the darkness. Life's tribute effect triggered. The green halo instantly enveloped Shin-chan's broken body, a torrent of life energy surging in wildly. The dying flame of life was forcibly reignited. Shin-chan suddenly twitched, his pupils, which had lost focus, refocusing once more. HP 9250/18500. His health instantly recovered by half. He began to cough violently, each breath pulling at the excruciating pain throughout his body, but that cold touch of death had already faded away. He was still alive. The war god's phantom had vanished. He had passed this final hidden assessment. Shin-chan struggled, trying to prop up his aching body. Each breath felt like it was tearing at broken ribs, sending sharp pangs of pain coursing through him. The edges of his vision still held the dark remnants of near death, reminding him of the peril he had just faced. But he had survived. The emerald glow of the life ode had already receded, but the immense vitality still flowed slowly within him, repairing his injured body. He looked down at his right hand. The grotesque bone sword, infused with the power of the shadow bone dragon, was now disintegrating inch by inch. The bone, pale as snow, transformed into the purest dark energy, curling upwards, losing its physical form. Soon after, this energy did not completely dissipate. Instead, it bizarrely began to recoalesce. Beside him, the massive, suffocating outline of the shadow bone dragon briefly reappeared. In its hollow eye sockets, two deep purple flames of soul reignited, though they were much dimmer, lacking their previous might. A tail made of pure shadow cautiously coiled around him, gently supporting his back, steadying him as he teetered. Then, the bone dragon's figure disintegrated once more, turning into a stream of light that vanished into the shadow beneath his feet, returning to the space of shadow preservation. Shin-chan gasped for breath, his gaze fixed on the spot where the war god's phantom had dissipated. All that remained were flickering golden specks, on the verge of extinction, like a candle flickering in the wind, telling of the ferocity of the previous battle. What a pity! He couldn't help but click his tongue softly, his tone filled with unmasked regret. Such a powerful guy, and he's just an energy entity. If only I could extract the shadow. With the strength displayed by this war god's phantom, if it could be transformed into shadow soldiers, it would undoubtedly be an unimaginably powerful aid. However, just as the thought crossed his mind, a sudden change occurred. Those golden specks, which had already dimmed to the extreme and were about to completely vanish, seemed to be drawn by some invisible force. They stopped their annihilation and instead began to rapidly rewind and gather. The light flared up once more. In the void, that imposing, cold, and destructive war god's phantom actually reformed in just a few breaths. Exactly the same as before. The sense of oppression it emitted had not diminished in the slightest. Shin-chan's pupils suddenly constricted, his heart feeling as if it were gripped by an invisible hand. His muscles tensed instantly, the nerves that had just relaxed pulled taut again, instinctively taking a defensive stance. What the hell? It's back? Is this final assessment going to be an endless? We'll battle until the examinee is completely worn out? Just as Shin-chan thought he was about to endure another desperate fight to the death, that ancient voice, which permeated the entire hidden assessment space, echoed once more. The voice carried a hint of amusement, as if it could see through everything. Ha ha ha. Do not panic, little one. You have already passed the final test. Hearing that familiar voice, Shin-chan's taut nerves did not immediately relax. His gaze remained locked on the reformed figure ahead. Something was off. This war god's phantom seemed a bit different. Although its outline was still imposing, exuding a sense of destruction, its solidity was far less than before. The golden light particles that made up its body appeared thin and dim, as if they would scatter with a mere breath of wind. Compared to the almost tangible, suffocating presence from just moments ago, it now resembled a flickering candle flame swaying in the wind, so ethereal that it could extinguish at any moment. It was even more insubstantial than when Shin-chan first encountered it. The power, was it about to run out? A flash of realization crossed Shin-chan's mind. Confirming this, the extreme sense of crisis finally receded like a tide. Chen felt as if all his strength had been instantly drained. With a thud, he could no longer hold on, his body, which had barely managed to stay upright, collapsed back to the ground. The cold touch of the ground seeped through his tattered clothing, yet it brought him a sense of relief. He gasped for breath, the sharp pain in his chest still evident, but at least he no longer had to face that world-destroying blow. He lifted his head to gaze at the vague figure in the void, forcing a smile that was more painful than tears. "Senior, that joke of yours is a bit too much." His voice was hoarse, tinged with the weakness of having survived a catastrophe. "I almost really thought I was going to die again." The old voice echoed once more, this time with a more pronounced laughter, carrying a hint of mischievousness. "Ha, it's my fault for scaring you. I owe you an apology." Chen tugged at the corner of his mouth, lacking the energy to argue. All he wanted now was to leave this cursed place. "So?" He steadied his breath and asked directly. "Since I've passed, shouldn't you let me out?" The ethereal remnant of the war god, or rather, the will residing within it, gently nodded, though it was merely a fluctuation of energy, it clearly conveyed this meaning. Naturally, the old voice affirmed. "You have proven your qualifications, the restraints of this place hold no meaning for you anymore. However," the voice paused slightly, carrying a hint of mystery. "Since you have passed the final test guarded by me, according to the rules, this item should also be given to you." Upon hearing this, Chen was momentarily taken aback. An item? He struggled to sit up, the intense pain causing him to gasp, yet his gaze remained fixed on that ethereal figure. "A reward?" he asked hoarsely, his voice weary but tinged with a barely perceptible expectation. After all, having fought tooth and nail to clear this twisted test, there should be some decent reward. The ethereal remnant of the war god, or the will within it, showed slight fluctuations in energy, as if nodding. The old voice spoke again, this time with an indescribable gravity. "You could say it's a reward. But it could also be a mission, a burden." "A mission? A burden?" The weariness and slight anticipation on Chen face instantly froze, his brows involuntarily furrowing. What did this mean? He looked ahead at the increasingly dim golden figure with confusion. Having just experienced a life and death struggle, all he wanted now was to rest properly, not to take on some inexplicable mission. The old man seemed to see through his thoughts. Within that ethereal figure, a profound gaze seemed to be cast upon him, scrutinizing him closely. In the next moment, a change occurred. In the void before Chen, the air slightly distorted. Flecks of dissipating golden light and strands of escaping dark energy were bizarrely drawn together and converged. Light and shadow intertwined, ultimately coalescing into form. An object exuding an ancient, wild aura quietly floated in midair. It was a bracelet. Its entire body displayed a deep dark blue color, the material resembling some unknown bone polished to perfection, and it felt as if it could sense the chill of countless years. The surface of the bracelet was engraved with intricate yet broken dragon patterns, as if telling a tale of a shattered ancient legend. Even more unsettling was that, on the ring's body, 9 faintly visible blood-red chains were entwined, casting eerie shadows. The shadow of the chain was not a physical entity, yet it emanated a binding and ominous sensation that stirred the soul. Just by looking at it, Chen felt an inexplicable chill rise from the depths of his heart. This thing. Before he could think it through, he didn't even have time to react. The dark blue bone bracelet seemed to possess a life of its own. Whoosh! It transformed into a blurred blue shadow, ignoring the distance in space, and shot straight towards Chen's wrist. The speed was extreme. Chen's pupils constricted sharply, instinctively wanting to raise his hand to block or dodge. But having just experienced a fierce battle and being severely injured, his body's reactions could not keep up with his consciousness. The cold, hard touch instantly pressed against his skin. Click! A soft sound, as if some ancient clasp had closed on its own. The dark blue bone bracelet, entwined with the shadow of blood-red chains, was now firmly secured on his left wrist. It fit perfectly, as if it had been custom-made for him. The 9 blood-red chains' shadows twisted slightly like living creatures, exuding a heart-stopping sense of binding and an ominous aura. A heavy feeling suddenly sank in Chen's heart, and a strong sense of unease exploded within him. This thing felt very wrong. The inexplicable chill and stirring he felt earlier were definitely not good signs. This was no reward, it was clearly more like a curse. Almost instinctively, he grabbed the bone ring on his left wrist with his right hand, trying to forcibly pull it off. However, the bracelet seemed to have grown onto his bones, not budging an inch. The hard, cold bone material felt as if it had fused with his wrist bone. Damn it! Chen gritted his teeth, using all his remaining strength to pry and tug. Pain shot through his wrist like bone grinding against bone, yet the dark blue bracelet remained as solid as a mountain. Sweat
dripped down his forehead, mingling with the bloodstains from before. How could this be? How did this thing get on him?
The ominous premonition had been so strong, he
didn't want it at all.
Just as Chen Shan was both shocked and furious, almost ready to use the last of his strength recklessly, that persistent ancient voice, carrying
a calmness as if it had long been anticipated, echoed once more. He.
No need to waste your effort, little one. This item is called the 9 Reverse Dragon Ring. Once it recognizes its master, unless it chooses to leave on its own or the host dies, no one can remove it.
It has already chosen you. The voice was flat, yet carried an undeniable meaning. Chen Shan's movements suddenly froze. Recognize a master? Choose me? Senior, what does this mean? What exactly is this thing?
He raised his head, his gaze piercing through the swirling golden light, trying to see the increasingly blurred shadow of the war god.
That shadow, or rather,
the will residing within it, had its energy fluctuations grow weaker, as if even maintaining its form had become exceedingly difficult.
This item is a legacy artifact of our Dragon Kingdom. Dragon Kingdom? Legacy artifact? An artifact from the Dragon Kingdom sounded like supreme glory and opportunity. However, the cold,
ominous sensation on his wrist, along with the shadow of the 9 blood-red chains, constantly reminded him that things were far from simple.
Sure enough, the ancient voice paused, its tone becoming more serious. However,
in a war we have almost forgotten, it was damaged. And it became tainted with a curse that should not
have appeared.
Curse.
These 2 words pierced Chen Shan's heart like an ice pick.
He suddenly looked down at his wrist.
The surface of the dark blue bone ring, which
he had initially thought bore intricate, ancient dragon patterns, now revealed countless fine cracks upon closer inspection. The 9 blood-red chains of shadow
exuded an almost tangible sense of resentment and restraint. A damaged vessel of inheritance? Stained by a curse? This was hardly a reward. It was clearly a hot potato. Perhaps even a bomb that could explode at any moment. Senior.
Chen Shan's voice suddenly rose, filled with incredulous anger and a hint of humiliated deception.
You call this a reward? He felt like a fool, having fought tooth and nail to pass the trial, only to be forcefully handed a cursed item. The ancient voice fell silent for a moment, as if weighing its words, or perhaps simply lacking energy. It is a reward, and it is also fate.
The voice came softly, carrying an almost
indifferent calm. It has chosen you, and this is your destiny.
As for the curse, perhaps, for you, it may not be entirely a bad thing.
Not entirely a bad thing? Chen Shan was almost laughing in anger. All he wanted now was to get that damned bone ring off his hand. He tried again to pull it off with force, the excruciating pain of bone grinding against flesh surged, yet the 9 reverse dragon ring remained unmoved, as if it had become a part of his body. The ancient voice seemed to sense his struggle and spoke again. Give up, little one. The benefits it brings you will definitely outweigh the inconveniences of the curse. The Dragon Kingdom also needs someone to repair it. Repair? The benefits will outweigh the curse? Upon hearing this, Chen Shan's expression grew even more peculiar. The ancient voice carried an undeniable certainty. As if this damaged and cursed object was truly a tremendous opportunity. His futile struggles instinctively ceased. The bone ring, which had almost embedded itself into his flesh from the force of his pulling, suddenly lost its power to resist. The piercing pain vanished in an instant, as if it had never existed. All that remained on his wrist was the cold, hard touch of the dark blue bone ring. Chen Shan instinctively raised his left hand. His gaze fell upon the uninvited 9 reverse dragon ring on his wrist. The dark blue bone material bore a sense of ancient weariness, having endured endless years. The intricate, fractured dragon patterns on its surface, upon closer inspection, revealed cracks even more pronounced than he had felt before. It seemed as if it would shatter completely with the slightest touch. And the 9 blood-red chains entwined around it still radiated a heart-stopping ominous aura. Cold, binding, carrying a certain resentment from ancient times. Just as he focused intently on it, a faint blue light curtain, visible only to him, silently unfolded in his field of vision. The detailed information of the strange ring appeared directly before him. 9 reverse dragon ring, unique, grade, level, none, all attributes, plus 100 durability. Infinity, dragon soul indestructible, never damaged, binding effect, soul binding, no drop upon death, non-tradable equipment special effects, undying dragon soul. Revives immediately upon death, all attributes doubled, lasts for 10 seconds. Consumption, none. Cooldown, 24 hours. Absolute attack, your attacks will ignore all defenses and resistances. Might of the 9 dragons, entities below your level will enter a state of fear upon encountering you, which can be enhanced by mana.
Special curse: a dragon's resentment erosion, loses 1% of maximum health per second. When health drops below 50%, the loss rate doubles, and all your skills end. Talent effects are doubled. Enemy of all races, all monsters will regard you as a mortal enemy, launching indiscriminate attacks once within the hate range. If the target is of the dragon race, their combat power will double, launching a fierce assault against you. Ring of the reverse scale: after receiving damage, pain sensitivity increases to 200%, and your attacks will cause the target's pain sensitivity to rise to 1000%. Position of the reverse scale: 0/9. Introduction: 9 Reverse Dragon Rings, the contract of the Sky Slayer. Before awakening the reverse scale, its power could already suppress mountains and rivers. Dragon's resentment erodes the body, blood flows like a river, marking the beginning of defiance against fate. Looking at the pale blue light screen in his field of vision, along with the detailed attributes of the 9 reverse dragon rings listed above, Chen was completely stunned. His brain felt as if it had been struck hard by a heavy hammer. Buzzing, and for a moment, he felt somewhat frozen. Undying Dragon Soul, Absolute Attack, Might of the 9 Dragons. Each of these 3 equipment effects, taken individually, could be considered a defiance against the heavens. All attributes plus 100, while not overly impressive, was still considerable. However, as his gaze shifted downward and he saw the 3 glaringly red special curses, the glimmer of hope that had just risen in Chen was instantly extinguished. Dragons. Resentment erodes the body, losing 1% of maximum health per second? Doubled below 50%? What does this mean? It means that even if he stood still and did nothing, he would undoubtedly die within 100 seconds. Moreover, the lower his health, the faster he would die. How is he supposed to play like this? Public enemy of all races, all monsters see you as a mortal enemy? They will attack indiscriminately? When encountering dragons, their combat power doubles? This is simply a rhythm of being chased to death wherever he goes. Ring of the reverse scale: pain sensitivity increases by 200%? Target's pain sensitivity increases by 1000%? What the hell is this curse? It turns him into a super sensitive masochist while also being a sadist? The corners of Chen's mouth twitched wildly, his expression shifting unpredictably, reaching an extreme level of excitement. This thing. 3 effects that could be considered godly, paired with 3 terrifying curses that could cause instant death or social demise. It was like being caught in a duality of ice and fire. This was not equipment, it was clearly a death warrant. And that position of the reverse scale, 0/9. Chen furrowed his brows tightly, a glimmer of realization flashing in his eyes. 0/9? Could it be that this broken cursed ring needs to gather 9 of something to be completely repaired? He instinctively raised his wrist, looking at the dark green bone ring, feeling a wave of heart palpitations. Repair? At the cost of his life? Senior, Chen was about to speak, trying to ask something more from the fading shadow of the war god. However, before he could utter a word, a sudden change occurred. Boom! The entire golden space shook violently without warning. It was as if a magnitude 12 earthquake had struck. Countless golden light shards fell like an avalanche, and the surrounding spatial barriers revealed densely packed cracks like spider webs, rapidly spreading at a visible speed. The breath of destruction instantly filled every inch of space. This place is going to collapse. Chen's heart sank, and he quickly looked up. The shadow of the war god had long since vanished without a trace, as if it had never appeared. Not even a trace of energy fluctuation was left behind. It ran away really fast. Chen cursed inwardly, but his heart felt heavy. There was no time to think further when the ground beneath his feet suddenly gave way. The solid golden ground shattered like a mirror. The sensation of weightlessness hit him instantly, and Chen's body uncontrollably plummeted downward at high speed. The howling wind roared in his ears, and below him was an unfathomable dark void, as if connecting to some unknown terrifying abyss. Just at this critical moment, roar! A majestic, ancient dragon's roar, seemingly from the primordial wilderness, exploded in Chen's ears without warning. Immediately after, an unimaginably large dragon shadow appeared out of thin air in the path of his descent. The dragon's shadow was blurry, only revealing a winding body and the outline covered in mysterious scales, exuding a terrifying pressure that made one's soul tremble. Chen didn't even have time to see the full form of the dragon's shadow. He only felt an overwhelming force slam hard against his butt. Ow! A short, high-pitched cry of pain rang out. Chen felt as if he had been hit head-on by a speeding train, his body completely out of control, turning into a streak of light, flying backward at a speed faster than when he fell. Intense pain and a dizzying sensation hit him simultaneously. Chen's vision went dark and his consciousness briefly blurred. He didn't know how long it had been when he regained consciousness and managed to open his Heavy eyelids, he found himself lying in a familiar ruin. The gray, crumbling walls, the lingering smoke and dust, and the faint smell of blood in the air. This was the great exam instance? He was back? Chen Chen suddenly sat up, looking around. Yes, it was the instant scene before he entered that golden space. Everything that had just happened felt like a bizarre dream. However, the cold, hard sensation on his wrist and the faint blue attribute panel still present in his vision constantly reminded him it was not a dream. 9 Reverse Dragon Ring. This damned cursed ring had really been forcibly placed on his hand. Just as Chen Chen was both shocked and angry, preparing to try to remove this cursed thing again, he noticed something in front of him, suspended in midair. A piece of illusory, seemingly light-formed, colorful scales was quietly floating there. The scales were palm-sized, with an ancient shape, and the surface bore intricate and broken dragon patterns, exuding an aura similar to that of the 9 Reverse Dragon Ring. However, compared to the solid ring, these scales appeared somewhat ethereal and insubstantial. They floated silently, waiting. What was this thing? Chen Chen looked at the illusory scales hovering in front of him, a hint of suspicion flashing in his eyes. Palm-sized, with an ancient shape, radiating a faint rainbow glow. The surface of the scales was similarly engraved with intricate and broken dragon patterns, akin to those on the 9 Reverse Dragon Ring. Yet, compared to the cold, solid ring on his wrist, these scales seemed somewhat unreal, as if they could dissipate into the air at any moment. They floated there quietly, emanating an indescribable ancient aura, subtly resonating with the bone ring on his wrist. Chen Chen instinctively raised his left hand. The cold touch of the 9 Reverse Dragon Ring was still clear. He tried to concentrate, attempting to probe this suddenly appeared strange scale. In his vision, the faint blue light screen reappeared. Illusory scale, a reverse scale from the Shandong Dragon Clan, seemingly possessing the ability to change in myriad ways. Shandong Dragon? The reverse scale of the Dragon King? An ability to change in myriad ways? This description was rather vague. Chen Chen frowned slightly. Seemingly possessing? What kind of introduction was that? He stared at the illusory scale, his doubts growing. After experiencing the pitiful reward from the 9 Reverse Dragon Ring, he instinctively held a heightened wariness towards such good fortune that seemed to fall from the sky. Especially since these scales shared the same origin as that damned cursed bone ring. His intuition told him that this thing was probably not benign either. However, curiosity was ultimately hard to suppress. He instinctively extended his right index finger, a faint magical glow swirling around the tip, cautiously reaching toward the floating illusory scale, gently tapping it. The moment of contact. Buzz. The illusory colorful scale suddenly erupted with dazzling light. The brilliance was so intense that it nearly blinded Chen Chen. Immediately after, the scale twisted and expanded rapidly in the light. Roar, a deafening roar, filled with endless majesty and a vast aura, suddenly exploded in Chen Chen's ears. The light dissipated. In its place was a dragon shadow so massive it blotted out the sky. It was the same blurry dragon shadow that had kicked him out in the golden space. Its sinuous body flickered in and out of visibility, covered in mysterious scales, emanating a terrifying pressure that sent a bone-chilling cold through Chen Chen's soul. Before Chen Chen could react to the sudden turn of events, the enormous dragon shadow, with its blood-red eyes seemingly filled with endless fury, locked onto him. In the next moment, the dragon shadow let out a low growl, its massive body charging towards Chen Chen with a destructive momentum. The speed was so fast that the howling wind it created made the surrounding ruins and debris rattle. The shadow of death instantly enveloped Chen Chen. The shadow of death, like a cold tide, quickly drowned his senses. The colossal dragon shadow, carrying a destructive force capable of crushing everything, surged forward. The wind howled, whipping up dust and debris from the ground, as if the apocalypse had arrived. In the blood-red dragon eyes was a fury that seemed capable of incinerating everything, locking onto the insignificant Chen Chen. Chen Chen's breath nearly stopped at that moment. His heart felt as if it were gripped tightly by an invisible hand, making even the act of beating a luxury. His mind went blank, with only the damned curse effect of the 9 Reverse Dragon Ring echoing wildly. Public enemy of all races, all monsters will see you as a mortal enemy. If the target is of the dragon race, their combat power will double and they will launch a fierce attack against you. Dragon race. Combat power doubled. He had just put on this cursed ring, just emerged from that strange space, and now he was facing a dragon that looked ridiculously powerful? And judging by its demeanor, it was definitely not friendly. How was he supposed to fight this? This was a matter of life and death. Chen Chen's face turned pale in an instant, his body trembling slightly from extreme fear. He could even feel the terrifying pressure from the dragon shadow, as if it were a tangible force squeezing his body and soul, making it incredibly difficult to move even a finger. It was over. This time, he was really going to die. Just as Chen Chen was about to close his eyes and await death, overwhelmed by endless despair and unwillingness, the anticipated pain and the feeling of his body
being torn apart did not come.
At the moment the massive, fierce dragon shadow was about to collide with him, it suddenly halted. Then, to Chen Chen's astonished gaze, that sky-blocking dragon shadow began to dissolve rapidly, as if ink had been dropped into water.
It transformed into countless brilliant points of colorful light.
The light points gathered, forming a dazzling stream of light. Gone was the previous fury and destruction, leaving only a pure and ancient aura.
The stream of light, like fireflies guided by a beacon, fluttered and gathered towards Chen Chen's left wrist. The target was unmistakably the 9 reverse dragon ring on his left wrist.
Whoosh! The stream of light moved at an incredible speed, instantly merging into the dark blue bone ring. Buzz! The 9 reverse dragon ring trembled violently, emitting a faint halo, as if welcoming this source of power.
Chen Chen looked down in astonishment.
He saw that one of the 9 clearly visible cracks on the surface of the bone ring was slowly healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, one of the 9 blood-red chains entwined around the bone ring began
to disintegrate, turning into nothingness.
In its place was a small, exquisite dragon shadow radiating a colorful halo, quietly resting where the chain had been. The aura of the 9 reverse dragon rings seemed to undergo a subtle change, losing some of its ruin and gaining a bit of completeness. Just then, a cold system prompt sounded precisely in Chen Chen's mind.
Ding!
Illusory scales have returned to their place. 9 reverse dragon ring, unique, integrity enhanced.
Equipment. Attributes enhanced.
Hearing the system notification sound ringing out again, Chen Chen was slightly taken aback.
He instinctively blinked and turned his gaze back to
the strange dark blue bone ring on his left wrist.
9 reverse dragon ring.
In the next moment, Chen Chen's pupils suddenly constricted. In his field of vision, the pale blue light screen reappeared clearly, displaying the detailed information of the bone ring. At the top, the entry that originally showed all attributes plus 100 had now changed to all attributes plus 1000. A full 10-fold increase. Chen Chen's heart skipped a beat, a wave of incredulous shock washing over him.
Plus 1000 to all attributes? This is simply an unimaginable enhancement.
He quickly focused and looked down, carefully examining the other attribute information of the bone
ring.
Most of the curse effects seemed unchanged, still as shocking as ever. However, beneath the rows of despairing negative effects, he noticed a new change. The line that originally displayed reverse scale position 0/9 now clearly changed to reverse scale position 1/9. This undoubtedly proved that the illusory phantom
scale had indeed been absorbed by this bone ring.
Moreover, right after the information of reverse scale position 1/9, a new line of description appeared. Phantom scale, 1000 dragon illusion can create illusions at will, and can replicate all dragon phantoms you have seen to fight for you.
Consumption, 500 MP/second. CD, none.
Upon seeing this, Chen Chen's breath quickened involuntarily.
Create illusions at will? Replicate seen dragon phantoms to fight for oneself?
This ability. A terrifying dragon shadow that had blocked out the sun flashed through his mind in an instant. If he could replicate such an existence, even if it was just
an illusion, its power would be absolutely unimaginable. This is simply a divine skill. A wave of uncontrollable excitement surged through his limbs like electricity. Perhaps, the 9 reverse dragon ring did not bring only despair?
However, just as a flicker of hot hope ignited in his heart, his gaze fell on the last line of
the newly added description.
Sunlong grievance, when the illusion collapses, the summoner has a chance to suffer damage equal to the illusion's health points.
The excitement on Chen Chen's face instantly froze.
The corners of his eyes twitched slightly, a familiar feeling of being tricked surged back into his mind.
Sure enough. He knew it. How could this damned 9 reverse dragon ring give him such a powerful ability for no reason?
Chen Chen sighed helplessly. The ability to replicate dragon phantoms to fight for oneself indeed sounded powerful, even heavenly. But the following Sunlong grievance was simply a death sentence.
That's a dragon. Any dragon's health points are probably astronomical numbers. Suffering damage equal to the illusion's health points when the illusion collapses? What's the difference from suicide? Chen Chen felt darkness closing in, nearly crying out loud.
This 9 reverse dragon ring truly had no good intentions. He tried to pry at the bone ring on his wrist, but the cold, hard touch remained unmoving, as if it had already fused with his bones. The aura of that phantom scale also seemed to have
completely merged into the bone ring, no longer distinguishable.
Forget it. What is meant to be will be, what is meant to be avoided cannot be escaped. Chen Chen muttered to himself, a hint of bitterness appearing on his face. At worst, he would never summon any dragon phantoms again, just pretend this ability didn't exist. He steadied his mind and shifted his gaze back to the bone ring, which had undergone subtle changes in aura. However, setting aside the deadly dragon race illusion, replication ability, the description of creating illusions at will piqued his curiosity. How exactly is this illusion created? This thought just flashed through his mind. Buzz! The 9 reverse dragon ring on his wrist lit up again with a faint rainbow glow. The light flickered and vanished. The next moment. Roar! The familiar and majestic dragon roar, though not as deafening as before, still carried a tremendous momentum. The previously enormous and terrifying dragon shadow that had blocked up the sky reappeared before Chen Chen. What the hell? Chen Chen was so startled that he almost jumped up, his heart skipping a beat. He instinctively took a step back, his muscles tensed, ready to brace for impact. However, the anticipated terrifying pressure did not descend. The dragon shadow before him, though still massive, with a clear outline and rainbow light flowing over its scales, felt less like a destructive force and more like an incredibly realistic projection. Chen Chen's eyes widened slightly. Creating it, is that simple? Just a thought? He tentatively concentrated, trying to control the massive dragon shadow in front of him. Like an arm moving, the enormous rainbow dragon shadow actually began to move slowly with his intent. A glimmer of surprise and excitement flashed in Chen Chen's eyes. He controlled the dragon shadow, cautiously guiding the massive dragon head to collide with his body. There was no impact as he had imagined. The head of the dragon shadow passed through him as if it were moving through a layer of air, causing no substantial contact or harm. Indeed, it was just an ordinary illusion? Can't touch the physical? Chen Chen felt a bit more at ease, but then another thought arose. Since he could create illusions, what about replication? He tried to issue a command in his mind, replicate that dragon shadow from earlier to fight for me. This time, the 9 reverse dragon ring showed no response. A cold system prompt echoed in his mind at the right moment. Ding! You have not replicated any dragon race target, unable to use the replication ability of 1000 Dragon Illusion. Chen Chen was slightly taken aback. Did he need to see the real dragon race body to replicate? He looked at the still faintly imposing rainbow dragon shadow before him, deep in thought. Although it couldn't be used directly for combat, this illusion seemed incredibly effective for scaring people. Just as Chen Chen was feeling a bit excited, the 9 reverse dragon ring on his wrist vibrated slightly again. This time, it was not a rainbow glow, but a deeper, more obscure aura that flashed and vanished. Immediately after, the cold system prompt sounded again without warning. Ding! Conditions met. 9 reverse dragon ring skill unlocked. Dragon Illusion Mirage Realm covers a target's concept of existence, lasting 5 minutes. Cost, 90% MPCD, 12 hours. Chen Chen felt a chill creeping up his spine, instantly spreading to his limbs. Covering a person's concept of existence? That sounds like a power only a deity would possess. Although it only lasts for a mere 5 minutes, and the cost is enormous, with a cooldown time of 12 hours. But the effect of this dragon Illusion Mirage Realm is simply too domineering, too bizarre. He didn't even dare to think deeply about what covering the concept of existence truly meant. Is it simply making someone forget? Or does it temporarily erase a person's existence? From a rule-based perspective? Chen Chen didn't dare to ponder further. A consumption of 90% of the maximum MP value. And a cooldown time of 12 hours. The cost is enormous, and the limitations are equally significant. This only confirms the terrifying power hidden within this skill. The 9 reverse dragon ring indeed steps beyond common sense with every move, bringing with it a mix of horror and the unknown. Just as Chen Chen's mind was shaken, trying to digest this sudden conceptual skill, a grand and cold voice echoed without warning. This time, it did not merely resonate in his mind. It was as if rolling thunder reverberated through every corner of the Great Examination instance. National University Joint Examination, time's up. All candidates forced teleportation out of the instance. This sudden announcement interrupted all of Chen Chen's thoughts. He was momentarily stunned. The next moment, an irresistible spatial force enveloped him. The ruins before him instantly twisted and blurred. Light and shadow shifted. When his vision cleared again, he had already left the previous examination instance space. As soon as he steadied himself, a voice filled with surprise and urgency suddenly rang out behind him. Chen Chen! You finally made it out. This voice was crisp and pleasant, carrying an unmistakable concern. Chen Chen instinctively turned to look. What met his eyes was a familiar fiery red. It was Sujina. At this moment, her usually cool and composed face was filled with evident anxiety and relief. Behind Sujina stood a woman dressed appropriately, exuding a gentle and dignified aura, quietly standing there. She wore a warm smile, her gaze resting on Chen Chen, filled with a mix of scrutiny and approval. It was Su Jitong, the head of the North China region of Longhua. However, Chen Chen did not recognize this high-ranking official. Watching the fiery figure rushing towards him with unabashed urgency and concern, Chen quickly suppressed the shock and confusion brought on by the 9 reversed dragon ring. The cold touch of the god of war's remnant shadow and the fatigue from the battle seemed to linger in his senses. He took a deep breath, forcing a relatively natural smile, and looked at Sujina, who was almost about to crash into his arms. You look so rushed, as if you've been waiting for a long time. His tone carried a hint of deliberate ease, trying to mask everything he had just experienced. Shouldn't the end time of the examination instance be uniform? Sujina finally stood still in front of him, her fair forehead glistening with fine beads of sweat, her chest slightly heaving, clearly having rushed over. Hearing Chen's words, she shot him an annoyed glance, her bright eyes still holding onto remnants of worry, now mixed with a touch of reproach. You still have the nerve to say that? Look around, besides me, are there any other people here? Her voice was crisp, tinged with a barely perceptible hint of fear. Chen was taken aback and instinctively turned to survey his surroundings. Empty. The teleportation area, which should have been bustling with people, now appeared unusually desolate. Apart from Sujina in front of him, there were no other candidates in sight. Only a few figures stood in the distance, exuding a faint yet powerful aura. Seeing Chen's bewildered expression, Sujina's tone carried a hint of helplessness, mixed with the relaxation that followed. Her relief. I've been waiting here for you for almost an hour. She scrutinized Chen closely, seemingly wanting to confirm that he was safe and sound, her eyes filled with unabashed curiosity. What did you encounter in that hidden assessment? What could have delayed you for so long? Upon hearing the words hidden assessment, Chen's heart stirred slightly, and his brows unconsciously furrowed. You know about this hidden assessment? Did you trigger it too? Before Sujina could speak again, a gentle yet oddly penetrating voice slowly emerged from not far away. The hidden assessment is an extremely special mechanism in our long-way examination. The triggering conditions are extremely harsh, and the difficulty of the assessment far exceeds the norm. Chen's heart sank, and he suddenly looked up. He saw that the 4 figures from earlier had approached without him noticing, and at the forefront was the middle-aged woman with a gentle and graceful demeanor. She wore a perfectly measured smile, her gaze resting on Chen, filled with a hint of scrutiny, a touch of inquiry, and an indescribable approval. Behind her were 3 other middle-aged individuals, their auras equally unfathomable, each with different expressions, but all focused on Chen. Clearly, they were not ordinary people. Since the establishment of the major examination mechanism, there have been very few candidates who triggered the hidden assessment, and those who could completely pass it. The woman's voice paused, her gaze softening as she looked at Chen, clearly articulating the next words. To date, you are the first. Chen's heart skipped a beat, inexplicably. Before he could digest this sudden information, the gentle woman stepped forward, extending her right hand toward Chen, her smile deepening. Hello, my name is Sujina. Her gaze lightly swept over the side, landing on Sujina, and she added, I am Jina's aunt. At the same time, I am also the head of the North China region of Manhwa. Here, on behalf of the North China region and the entire Longwei officialdom, I sincerely congratulate you. Sujina looked into Chen's eyes, her smile genuine and radiant. Congratulations on successfully passing the hidden assessment and, with indisputable outstanding performance, becoming the national top scholar of this year's National Joint Examination for Higher Education. Hearing this, Chen's mind buzzed, feeling somewhat dazed. Head of the North China region? Sujina's aunt? National top scholar? A series of information bombarded him, pulling him back into a state of shock from the impact he had just experienced with the 9 reverse dragon ring. He instinctively reached out, gently shaking the warm, fair hand. The touch was gentle, yet it seemed to carry an undeniable strength. What the hell, what kind of big shot is this? Chen felt as if his heart was being squeezed by an invisible hand. A regional governor, a true high-ranking official of Longwa. Seeing Chen's somewhat dazed expression and his hand tightly gripping his aunt's, Sujina couldn't help but chuckle, a hint of teasing in her voice. Chen, let go. Are you trying to take advantage of my aunt? Her crisp voice instantly broke the somewhat stagnant atmosphere. Upon hearing this, Chen's heart jumped, as if electrocuted, and he quickly released his hand. A hint of embarrassment crept onto his cheeks, which he forcibly suppressed. Sujina, hearing this, turned her head in amusement and lightly tapped Sujina's smooth forehead with her finger. You little girl, so impudent, even daring to joke with your aunt. Her tone was affectionate, yet it carried a hint of elder's authority. Sujina covered her forehead, playfully stuck out her tongue, and smiled, saying nothing more, but the brightness in her eyes when she looked at Chen was even more pronounced. Chen awkwardly scratched the back of his head, quickly adjusting his mood and temporarily casting aside his chaotic thoughts. He shook his head to clear his mind and directly asked his biggest question. Senior Su, how did you know that I am the national top scholar?
He paused, adding, according to convention, the final results and rankings of the examination are not supposed to be announced until at least 3 days later, after all the data has been compiled, right? The exam had only just ended an hour ago. How could they possibly determine the national top scholar so quickly? This speed was simply outrageous. That is only for the information of other candidates. Before Sujina could respond, a gentle and refined voice, seemingly imbued with a calming power, slowly emerged from the side. Chen turned to look in the direction of the voice. He saw that 3 middle-aged men, equally deep in presence, had stepped forward behind Sujina. The leader was a handsome, amiable middle-aged man with a warm smile and clear, profound eyes that seemed to see into the hearts of others. He looked at Chen and explained clearly, as a national champion like you, we regional leaders have the authority to view your assessment process and final results in real time. So, your status as a champion was already determined even before your assessment ended. So that's how it is. Chen understood, feeling once again the heavy weight of the title national champion. This treatment was indeed extraordinary. The refined man smiled slightly and extended his right hand to Chen. Hello, young friend Chen, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Chu Tianqua, the head of the East China region of Longwa. His voice was gentle but carried an undeniable confidence. Your young city happens to fall under our East China region's jurisdiction. Chu Tianqua's gaze fell on Chen, filled with unabashed admiration and hope, his smile sincere. I wonder if young friend Chen would be willing to join our East China region? To guard a territory with us and protect our homeland? Chen's heart was still beating slightly faster. The head of the East China region, the highest official of the region to which Yang city belonged. This sudden invitation was astonishingly weighty. However, before Chen could respond, a rough, bold voice, even somewhat overbearing, suddenly boomed like thunder, instantly tearing apart the brief harmony in the air. Hey! Old Chu, that's not fair. The voice was filled with dissatisfaction and anger. Are you just going to poach someone right in front of us? Chen turned to look in the direction of the voice. He saw a burly middle-aged man with a resolute face and a fierce aura, who had somehow also walked over. He strode up to Chu Tianqua's side, and with a hand as large as a fan, he unceremoniously slapped Chu Tianqua's shoulder with such force that the refined head of the East China region slightly furrowed his brow. I'm the first to disagree. The burly man glared fiercely at Chu Tianqua, his eyes seeming to spit fire. Then, he turned his head, and his face instantly broke into an extremely enthusiastic, even somewhat exaggerated smile as he looked at Chen. That fan-like hand, accompanied by a whistling wind, heavily patted Chen's shoulder. Bang! Chen felt a tremendous force surge through him, his shoulders sinking slightly, and his blood surged. Wow! This strength! Ha! Good kid! Indeed, heroes emerge from the youth. The burly man's voice was incredibly loud, making the eardrums buzz. I'm Long Qingyu, the overall head of the West China region of Longwa. He grinned widely, revealing 2 rows of gleaming white teeth, his smile particularly rugged. Kid, don't listen to that sour Confucian's nonsense. Our West China region is the real place for real men. As long as you nod, you can choose any weapon below the Sunlong level. Top-tier techniques at your leisure. Every year, ample cultivation resources. I'll directly make you a legion commander, how about that? Long Qingyu's eyes were wide as saucers, filled with undeniable dominance and temptation. The conditions he offered were simple and brutal, yet so generous it was suffocating. All weapons below the Sunlong level. The position of legion commander. Every single word was enough to drive any newcomer who had just completed a major exam crazy. Chen felt even more dazed. Who are these incredible big shots? Is poaching people this direct? Chu Tianqua looked at Long Qingyu's arrogant demeanor, his gentle smile unchanged, but a hint of helplessness flashed in his eyes. He lightly brushed off the shoulder that Long Qingyu had patted, as if dusting it away. Just as Long Qingyu was spitting and trying to escalate the situation, a clear, cold voice, like the tinkling of an icy spring, rang out, not loud, but clear enough for everyone to hear. Brother Long, you seem a bit too eager. Everyone's gaze shifted once more. They saw the last woman, who had been standing silently, her demeanor as cold as frost, slowly walking over. She was graceful and stunningly beautiful, but her eyes were as sharp as cold stars, seemingly capable of freezing one's soul. At this moment, a rare, almost imperceptible curve appeared on her eternally frozen face. That nearly negligible curve, however, was like the first thaw of ice and snow, instantly dimming the world around her. Hello, Chen. Her voice remained cold, but lacked the chilling distance that kept others at bay. I am Ling Xuanyue, the head of the South China region. She was neither as fiery as Long Qingyu nor as cautious as Chu Tianqua. She simply looked at Chen calmly, her gaze carrying both scrutiny and a hint of subtle appreciation.
South China region may not be as strong as the West or as profound as the East. But we possess the most comprehensive intelligence network in Longwa, the top-notch resource tools, and the most secrets. Horror. Voice paused, her cold gaze seeming to see through people's hearts. If you are interested in exploring the truth of the world or mastering true power, the South China region welcomes you. There were no promises of earth-shattering wealth, nor any offers of instant power. Yet, Ling Xuanyue's words seemed to carry a strange magic, directly pointing to the deepest, most hidden desires of the heart. Chen Chen felt his breath momentarily stifle. The three regional heads from the southwest and north, along with Su Jitong from the north and Chu Tianqua representing the east, the highest authorities of the 5 major regions of Longwa, had gathered here right after the exam ended. And their target was none other than him. This situation, was it too much to think of him, a mere 30-level restoration mage? Just as Chen Chen was feeling. A bit dizzy from this series of heavy recruitment offers and didn't know how to respond, a gentle voice, tinged with a hint of helplessness and mild reproach, rang out softly. It was Su Jitong. She looked at Chu Tianqua, Long Qingyu, and Ling Xuanyue, shaking her head in exasperation and amusement. I say, you three. I was the first to talk to little Chen Chen. Her gaze swept over the others, carrying a barely noticeable hint of protectiveness. Why are you all trying to win him over before me? Her tone held a touch of reproach, as if she were merely complaining about her colleague's lack of decorum. Su Jitong gently turned, her jade hand naturally resting on the fragrant shoulder of Su Jiner beside her. She slightly tilted her head, her gentle cheek almost touching Su Jiner's ear, which was slightly flushed with embarrassment. The gesture was affectionate and natural, as if it were simply an elder's love for a younger one. She tilted her head slightly and spoke in a relaxed tone, as if discussing the weather. As long as you are willing to join us in North China, I will give you our little Jiner directly, how about that? Upon hearing this, not only Chen Chen but even the regional heads behind Su Jitong, who exuded an air of authority, were left dumbfounded. Chu Tianqua's elegant smile froze on his face. Long Qingyu's large hand, like a fan, hung in midair, forgotten. A rare look of astonishment flickered in Ling Xuanyue's cold eyes. As the bargaining chip, Su Jiner's already flushed face, which was red from embarrassment, turned completely crimson in an instant. It was like a ripe apple, with heat rushing straight to her head. Aunt! She exclaimed, filled with shame and anger, struggling to break free from Su Jitong's seemingly gentle embrace. Her delicate, fair fingers hurriedly covered her burning cheeks, revealing only a pair of bright eyes filled with indignation. Those eyes glared fiercely at the innocent-looking Chen Chen. What are you looking at? It's all your fault. Don't look. Her voice was urgent and angry, laced with a strong sense of humiliation and a hint of barely concealed panic. Chen Chen was completely stunned upon hearing this. This doesn't seem to be my fault, right? Why is the blame being thrown on me? Why am I being scolded? This is pure unwarranted disaster. He mentally complained, but all he could manage was a bitter smile that looked worse than crying. His gaze helplessly turned to the instigator, the still smiling head of the North China region. Su. Senior Su. His voice was dry and hesitant. Is this a bit? He truly didn't know what words to use to describe this shocking move by the big shot. Ahem. Chu Tianqua was the first to react, lightly coughing twice to break the strange silence. He restored a gentle and refined smile on his face, looking at Su Jitong with a tone of reluctant persuasion. Jitong, this joke of yours seems a bit too much. Yeah. Old Su. This isn't fair. Long Qingyu also came back to his senses, his voice still loud, but filled with dissatisfaction towards Su Jitong's cheating behavior. Who does that? Using your own niece as a bargaining chip? What would people think if this got out? Even the usually succinct Ling Xuanyue slightly furrowed her beautiful brows, her cool voice carrying a hint of disapproval. Sister Su, this action is indeed inappropriate. The few big shots surprisingly united in their stance, collectively attacking Su Jitong for this absurd proposal. Hearing everyone's words, especially seeing her niece nearly fainting from embarrassment, Su Jitong finally couldn't help but chuckle. She raised her hand to cover her mouth, her eyes sparkling with charm, yet still carrying the warmth of an elder. Oh dear, look how anxious you all are. Her voice was filled with laughter, gently wafting through the air. I was just joking, trying to lighten the mood. Her gaze casually swept over Chen Chen, then landed on Su Jiner, who was covering her face and too shy to meet anyone's eyes, her smile deepening. But she deliberately elongated her tone, carrying a hint of significance. It seems our little Jiner and little Chen Chen's relationship really seems quite good, doesn't it? Upon hearing Su Jitong bring this up, her words laced with obvious teasing, Su Jiner's already blood-red face flushed even hotter. She suddenly lifted her head, her watery eyes glaring fiercely at her aunt, then quickly darted a glance at the innocent-looking Chen Chen, filled with shame and anger. Not at all. Her voice was urgent and fast, tinged with a hint of barely noticeable
panic. We're just classmates.
She seemed to feel that this explanation was not strong enough and added, "There's absolutely no such meaning." 3 rapid denials sounded more like an attempt to cover up. After speaking, she stomped her foot heavily, producing a crisp sound, as if venting her inner embarrassment.
"Oh, I'm not talking to you anymore."
The girl's voice, whether from anger or shyness, could no longer bear to stay there for another second. She abruptly turned around, lifted her skirt, and ran off into the distance without looking back. The slender figure appeared somewhat flustered amidst the complex gazes of
the crowd, almost as if it were about to flee in panic.
Watching Sujina's near escape, the atmosphere at the scene fell into a subtle silence once again. Chen Shen stood in place, instinctively raising his hand
and awkwardly scratching the back of his head. What is this all about?
He sighed helplessly in his heart, his gaze eventually returning to the still smiling instigator. "Senior Su," Chen Shen's voice carried a hint of dryness and hesitation as he attempted to explain.
"My relationship with classmate Sujina is really just an ordinary classmate relationship."
He emphasized the word ordinary.
"What you just said, that kind of implication, it should have just been a joke, right? I kindly ask you not to joke about this anymore."
He tried to maintain the respect due to a junior, but the pleading tone in his words
was quite evident. Hearing Chen Chen's somewhat serious explanation, Su Jitong finally let out a pft of laughter again.
This time, her laughter was even more cheerful than before, as if she were genuinely amused by Chen Chen's earnest demeanor.
"Oh dear, look how nervous you are."
She raised her delicate hand and waved it gently, her eyes sparkling with a soothing intent.
"Don't worry, little Chen Chen, I just thought
the atmosphere was too serious earlier, so I made a joke to lighten things up." Her smile remained gentle, making it hard to discern her true thoughts.
However, Su Jitong's tone shifted slightly, her gentle
and beautiful eyes refocusing on Chen Chen with a hint of seriousness. "Jokes aside, our sincerity in recruiting you for the North China region is absolutely genuine." Her voice softened, no longer carrying the
teasing tone from before.
"As long as you are willing to join, we in North China are ready to gather all our resources to nurture you."
Moreover,
she leaned slightly forward, lowering her voice as if sharing a
secret, exuding an indescribable allure. "As long as you nod and join us in North China, the pressure that might come from the Su family due to your relationship with little Jiner."
Her gaze held a significant meaning, as if she had already foreseen certain possibilities.
"I can help you bear it all and resolve it for you. What do you think, little Chen Chen?" Su Jitong's smile was charming, yet her eyes held a subtle shrewdness. "This additional condition, are you really not considering it?"
Upon hearing this, Chen Shen's heart felt as if it had been gently nudged by something. The pressure from the Su family, this was indeed a thorn that lingered in his heart. Although he wanted to assertively claim that he didn't care at all, the shadow of the colossal Su family was not something he could easily shake off at this moment. Su Jitong's additional condition precisely struck at the worries buried deep in his subconscious. He had known Su Jiner, counting both past and present lives, they had known each other for 2 lifetimes. To say he felt nothing at all would be sheer self-deception. That cold yet warm girl in red, who occasionally revealed her clumsy side, had long left an indelible mark in his heart. However, in such a setting, in front
of the 4 top figures of the Dragon Kingdom, to admit these feelings?
Chen Chen was not that impulsive. He took a deep breath, suppressing the subtle flutter in his heart, and was about to use the excuse that
he needed time to consider, temporarily postponing this tricky issue.
However, just as his lips moved and he was about to speak, an unexpected change occurred. The 4 formidable figures standing before him, Chu Tianhua, Long Qingyu, Ling Xuanyue, and the recently smiling Su Jitong, almost simultaneously froze in their movements. Their gazes seemed to be drawn by some invisible force, converging simultaneously on the void
before them. There, a faint glow quietly emerged, quickly coalescing into a virtual information panel visible only to them. The brows of the 4 furrowed almost in unison. Their eyes scanned the information on
the panel with focused intensity, and their expressions shifted accordingly.
The originally relaxed, scrutinizing, or eager looks gradually gave way to an indescribable complexity.
The air seemed to stagnate at
that moment.
The surrounding clamor appeared to fade away, leaving only the eerie silence of this area. A few seconds later, the glow of the virtual panel quietly vanished. The 4 leaders almost simultaneously withdrew their gazes, exchanging a silent glance. Deep within each of their eyes, a similar sense of helplessness and a barely perceptible understanding was clearly revealed. It was as if something anticipated had, nonetheless, occurred beyond their control. The first to break this delicate silence was Chu Tianhua. He let out a gentle sigh, and on his gentle, refined face, a rare hint of obvious regret appeared.
Alas!
His voice was not loud, carrying a touch of melancholy.
Indeed, we are ultimately fated to be unrelated to such prodigies.
This sounded like a self-talk, yet also seemed directed at his colleagues nearby. Long Qingyu, upon hearing this, rolled his eyes dramatically, his large hand, resembling a fan, thumping forcefully against his muscular chest, producing a dull thud. His voice remained loud, but his tone carried a hint of indignation. I say, Wu Old Chu, among us, you are the least qualified to say such things. He glared, as if it were a matter of course. This kid came from your East China region. No matter what, this tremendous credit should be attributed to you, Chu Tianqua, right? What are you pretending to be so humble for? Listening to the bizarre exchange between these two leaders, Shen felt utterly confused. Unrelated? Credit? What on earth was going on? He looked at the almost identical expressions of helplessness on the faces of the four, and his confusion deepened, prompting him to ask. Seniors, what has happened? As soon as he finished speaking, before Chu Tianqua or Long Qingyu could respond, Su Jitong had already glided gracefully back to his side. The previously teasing smile on the face of this stunning North China region leader had vanished, replaced by a gentle yet serious expression. She raised her well-maintained hand, as smooth as mutton fat jade. With a tenderness and reassurance typical of an elder towards a younger, she gently patted Chun Chen's head. The gesture was natural, as if imbued with a calming power. It's a good thing for you. Her voice remained soft and melodious, but lacked the previous casualness, now carrying an undeniable seriousness. Her gaze fell on Chen Chen's puzzled face, and she slowly began to speak, enunciating clearly. The one from the Central Command has directly issued an order. They want you to go over. Her eyes flickered slightly, as if looking beyond Chen Chen to a more distant place. Up there are important figures who want to meet you. Upon hearing this, Chen froze. Up there? Important figures? He had thought that these four leaders, whose auras were unfathomable, were already at the pinnacle of the power pyramid in Longhua. Su Jitong, Chu Tianqua, Long Qingyu, Ling Xuanyue. These four represented the highest will of the four major regions of Longhua. But according to Su Jitong, above them, there was a so-called Central Command? And important figures? What kind of identity could someone be, to be sullenly referred to as an important figure by Su Jitong, the leader of the North China region? Chen Shen's heart raced uncontrollably, as if it were about to leap out of his chest. A thought that sent shivers down his spine emerged. Uncontrollably. That hidden assessment. Could it be that it was being monitored in real time by that person, or rather those figures at the central level? This possibility sent a chill racing up Chen Chen's spine. If that were the case, then everything he had displayed in that hidden assessment space to clear the level, including his combat methods that far exceeded the norms of a healer, and those special skills that might have already raised suspicions, wouldn't they all be seen clearly by those who truly stood at the pinnacle of power in Long Country? Chen felt his breath become somewhat unsteady. Although he did not resist joining the official forces of Long Country, and could even say that it was an important part of his plan. Since his rebirth, being valued by the big shots was theoretically a good thing. But the reason a trump card is a trump card is that it is hidden in the dark, capable of playing an unexpected role at critical moments. Is it really good to be exposed too early to the eyes of the highest level? Especially with his profession and skills that had been altered by the blood of the ancient god, as well as the mysterious talent of healer of heroes that he himself was still exploring. These secrets he instinctively did not want anyone to pry into. With this thought, Chun Chen took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the tremors and unease in his heart. He raised his head, his gaze once again landing on Su Jitong's gentle and charming face, which now carried a hint of seriousness. He tried to make his voice sound steadier, infused with just the right amount of curiosity and the caution expected of a junior. Senior Su, are you saying that hidden assessment just now? His tone paused, carefully choosing his words. Was it also being live-streamed to the central side? He asked this question with extreme caution, trying to hide his deep-seated worries about the exposure of secrets. Upon hearing Qin Chen's obviously tense inquiry, a glimmer of understanding flashed in Su Jitong's gentle eyes. It seemed she could see through Chen Chen's unease, and a reassuring smile curved her lips. Don't worry, little guy. Her voice remained soft, carrying a reassuring strength. The monitoring authority for the hidden assessment is mainly in the hands of us regional leaders. Except for the last and most critical area, which is kept absolutely confidential, even we cannot watch it in real time. Su Jitong patiently explained, her gaze warm as she looked at Chun Chen. Under normal circumstances, we only compile and selectively report relevant footage to the central side when a candidate shows extremely special or astonishing potential. As for real-time viewing, the person at the central level, who is extremely busy, wouldn't be watching every candidate's assessment process all the time. Her gaze flickered slightly, as if she thought of something. Your performance was indeed stunning. We had originally planned to prioritize the footage of Your assessment, especially the part where you cleared the hidden dungeon. However, Su Jitong's tone shifted, her smile carrying a hint of significance. We haven't had the chance to do that yet. So, this directive from the central site is most likely just because you successfully cleared that hidden dungeon, which even we found tricky. And not because they saw the specific process of your clearance. After all, you are the first person to completely pass since the hidden assessment began. Su Jitong's words acted like a sedative, slowly calming Chen Shen's taut nerves. He nodded thoughtfully. The massive stone that had been hanging over his heart seemed to finally drop a little. Only these 4 regional leaders hold most of the monitoring permissions. The last area is one they cannot even glimpse into. A few subtle details flashed through Chen Shen's mind about the hidden assessment. Space. It seems, there really wasn't a feeling of being watched the entire time. Although he couldn't be completely sure whether that central big shot had higher permissions. But at least, in a worst-case scenario, it likely didn't happen, at least on the surface. A barely perceptible sense of relaxation finally spread across his tightly pressed lips. He slightly organized his chaotic thoughts and raised his head again. His gaze met Su Jitong's gentle yet serious eyes, and he pondered before speaking, his tone carrying the necessary caution. So, Senior Su, am I supposed to go over now? To meet that esteemed person? Su Jitong nodded slightly, a hint of inevitability on her stunning face. That esteemed person has given orders to the 4 of us to summon you. Naturally, the sooner, the better. As she spoke, she took half a step forward, her demeanor friendly. Let's go, I'll personally escort you there. She moved gracefully, seemingly ready to set off immediately. However, just as her words of closeness fell, the air beside them suddenly stilled. Long Qingyu's booming voice was the first to break the silence, shaking the air with a buzzing sound. He widened his copper bell-like eyes, his voice loud as a bell, clearly displeased. Why should it be you who escorts him? This kid is a genius from our dragon nation, and if he's going to meet a big shot, we should all 4 of us escort him. The leader of the Huaxi district spoke with a bold tone, yet his attitude was exceptionally resolute. Chu Tianhua also put away the regret on his face, a glint of sharpness flashing behind his glasses. Although he wasn't as rugged as Long Qingyu, his tone carried an equally unyielding insistence. Brother Qingyu is right. This matter is of great importance, and it should be the 4 of us escorting him together to show our seriousness. Even Ling Xuanyue, who had been silent and cold in demeanor, spoke up at this moment. Her voice was cool but resonant. I agree. Those 3 words indicated her stance. For a moment, the 4 big shots, who had just been in a subtly awkward atmosphere due to not being able to meet, were once again at odds over the issue of who would escort Chen Shen to the center. An invisible tension filled the air. Chen Shen stood in the middle, watching this dramatic scene unfold, feeling somewhat amused and helpless. Had they really taken it this far? Watching the 4 big shots subtly confront each other over the escorting rights, Chen Shen felt a slight tingling on his scalp. He quickly spoke up, cautiously, trying to break the somewhat awkward stalemate. So, seniors. His voice carried a hint of hesitation. Are we going to set off directly now? Su Jitong turned her head, her gentle gaze landing on him, and nodded slightly. Of course. Her tone was unquestionable, carrying a sense of inevitability. The center's summons cannot be delayed. She paused, seemingly noticing the fleeting hesitation on Chen Shen's face, and gently asked, What's wrong? Do you have something unfinished? Chen Shen instinctively shook his head, then hesitated again. It's not a big deal. He carefully chose his words, his gaze unconsciously drifting towards a distant direction. It's just that I think I should at least say hello to Su Jiner. Upon mentioning this name, the invisible tension in the air seemed to lighten a bit. Hearing this, a sly smile flashed in Su Jitong's beautiful eyes as she looked at Chen Shen ambiguously, as if to say, You're quite thoughtful. Don't worry. She parted her red lips, her voice soothing. I already sent a message to Jiner earlier, informing her of the situation. You can rest assured and come with us. Having said that, without waiting for Chen Shen to digest this information, and even less for the 3 big shots beside him to speak up and argue again, Su Jitong gently flipped her hand, which was as delicate as mutton fat jade. Buzz, a faint buzzing sound resonated in the air. A long staff, flowing with brilliant and holy light, its body entwined with mysterious runes, silently appeared in her hand. The light emitted by the staff was not glaring, yet it seemed to contain a power that could shake the soul. Chen Shen's pupils constricted sharply the moment he saw the staff. The complex patterns engraved on the staff, along with the terrifying energy fluctuations that seemed about to overflow. This is holy annihilation equipment? Chen Shen's heart raced violently. The person in front of him, the head of the North China region, casually took out a holy annihilation staff.
The gap between them was like a chasm. Before Chen Chen could recover from this immense shock, Sujina had already raised the Holy Annihilation Staff in her hand, lightly pointing the tip towards the ground. In an instant, a complex and profound magic circle, shimmering with azure light, rapidly expanded beneath the feet of the five, centered on the point where the staff's tip landed. The edges of the magic circle traced ripples of spatial distortion, while the runes inside flowed restlessly like living beings, emitting a heart-pounding spatial fluctuation. Chen Chen casually glanced at the magic circle below. The shock in his eyes instantly intensified. The structure of this magic circle, the way this spatial energy is utilized. Spatial leap? Moreover, judging from the purity of this energy and the complexity of the runes, this is definitely a celestial spirit level teleportation skill. Holy Annihilation equipment. Celestial spirit level spatial teleportation skill. Is this the foundation and strength of the heads of the four major regions of the Dragon Kingdom? Is this the power possessed by the feudal lords standing at the top of the power pyramid in the Dragon Kingdom? Chen Chen felt his understanding being forcefully refreshed at that moment. Before he had more time to think, the blue light of the spatial magic circle suddenly surged, completely engulfing the figures of the five. In the next second, the light abruptly retracted. Only the empty ground remained, as if the five figures, along with the profound magic circle, had never existed. Only a trace of spatial energy residual, not yet fully dissipated, lingered in the air, proving that what had just happened was not an illusion. As the light flickered, when Chen Chen opened his eyes again, he found himself in a garden filled with the sounds of birds and fragrant flowers. The glaring blue light faded, replaced by a gentle illumination that dispelled the previous sense of spatial distortion. A refreshing floral scent, never before encountered, mingled with the aroma of moist earth, invigorating his senses. Chen Chen was momentarily stunned. He instinctively blinked, his gaze slowly focusing. Before him lay a meticulously maintained garden. Ancient and elegant pavilions were nestled among lush green trees and blooming flowers, while beneath his feet was a smooth and warm bluestone path, winding into the distance. The air was refreshingly pure, the energy so rich it felt almost tangible, with every breath seeming to cleanse his body and mind. What is this place? Chen Chen's heart was filled with confusion. Or is this the so-called central location? Or perhaps the residence of that big shot? It must be extraordinary if the heads of the four major regions need to use celestial spirit level teleportation to reach it. Chen Chen felt his heart begin to race uncontrollably again. Sujina looked at Chen Chen, who appeared slightly tense and cautiously surveying his surroundings, and a gentle smile curved her lips. Are you very nervous? Her voice was soft, carrying a soothing power, particularly clear in this tranquil garden. Upon hearing this, Chen Chen's body instinctively stiffened slightly. He turned his head and met Jitang's gentle eyes, which seemed capable of seeing through one's heart, and involuntarily nodded slightly. Nervous? It was more than just nervousness. In his previous life, he was merely an ordinary job changer struggling at the bottom of the wilderness zone. To survive, he fought tooth and nail against various monsters every single day. Not to mention stepping into this mysterious garden that resembled a fairyland, rich in energy to the point of being overwhelming. Even the legendary battlefield of gods and demons, the final line of defense against otherworldly invasions, he could only catch a glimpse of it at the fringes, relying on the identity of his teammates. The so-called central hub. The so-called big shots. These terms were as distant to him in his past life as stars in the sky, visible yet unattainable. Now, however, he was personally escorted by the highest authority of the four major regions of Manhwa, about to meet the existence at the very top of the power pyramid. This immense sense of disparity, along with a reverence for the unknown, made his heart race uncontrollably, and even his breathing felt somewhat heavy. Seeing Chen Chen's obviously unnatural demeanor, Zhu Tianque, who had been standing beside him, revealed a gentle smile. He pushed up the glasses on his nose, and the gaze behind the lenses carried a hint of encouragement and comfort. Don't worry too much. Zhu Tianque's voice was cultured and amiable, as if imbued with a convincing power. This esteemed person. He paused, seemingly weighing his words, then spoke in a calm and assured tone. Is very kind. Upon hearing this, a flicker of curiosity flashed in Chen Chen's eyes. Yet, he couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Kind? Could someone standing at the pinnacle of Manhwa's power really be kind? What he imagined was mostly an image of authority, coldness, and even a hint of unapproachability. After all, that was a being who truly overlooked all living things, controlling the lives and deaths of millions. It seemed, perhaps it was an elderly elder. Just as Chen Chen was lost in thought, a slightly aged yet robust voice suddenly resonated in everyone's ears without warning. This voice seemed to penetrate the barriers of space, directly imprinting itself deep into their souls, carrying an indescribable warmth and authority. Have you all arrived? What are you doing standing outside? Come in. The moment this voice appeared, Su Jitong, Chu Tianqua, and the other two equally inscrutable authorities standing beside Chen Chen all suddenly straightened their expressions at the same time. The previous warmth or elegance vanished in an instant, replaced by a deep-rooted reverence and solemnity. The four moved in perfect unison, facing the direction of the voice, toward an ancient pavilion hidden among the lush trees and flowers, and performed a standard military salute with solemnity. Yes. Their voices were steady and powerful, filled with absolute respect and obedience, echoing particularly clearly in the tranquil garden. This sudden solemn scene left Chen Chen flustered. He instinctively wanted to imitate them but didn't know what posture to use, nor did he even know which specific direction to salute. After all, he hadn't even seen where that big shot was. For a moment, he froze in place, his hands slightly clenched, appearing somewhat at a loss, contrasting sharply with the postures of the four big shots beside him. As if sensing Chen Chen's awkwardness and tension, the aged voice suddenly took on a hint of laughter, dispelling the earlier invisible pressure. Ha ha! The laughter was warm, like a spring breeze, making one feel relaxed. Little guy, there's no need to be nervous. Don't be as stiff as these four fellows. The voice pointed directly at Su Jitong and the others, carrying a tone of casualness from an elder to their juniors. Come in quickly. As the ancient voice fell, the previously solemn expressions of Su Jitong and the others relaxed slightly in unison. Chu Tianqua's gaze behind his glasses flashed with a hint of a smile, while Su Jitong shook his head helplessly, as if he had long been accustomed to this elder's teasing. Only Long Qingyu, with his boisterous personality, instantly broke into a broad smile, his large hand sweeping through the air as he directly wrapped it around Chen Chen's somewhat stiff shoulder. Let's go, let's go! Long Qingyu's voice was loud, filled with an undeniable enthusiasm. We need to hurry inside. I've been thinking about the old man's brew for a long time. He chuckled, his tone brimming with anticipation. I wonder if we can get a couple of sips today. Chen Chen was half pushed and half hugged by Long Qingyu, stumbling slightly as he followed. He could feel the incredible strength emanating from the hand of the head of the Huaxi district, along with an unreserved sense of closeness, which eased his tension a bit. The four regional officials surrounded Chen Chen, like stars encircling the moon, quickly making their way toward the ancient loft hidden deep within the greenery. The door of the loft was not closed, seemingly waiting for their arrival. As soon as they stepped over the threshold, the air around them seemed to solidify slightly. It was not pressure, but rather an indescribable warmth and comfort that quietly enveloped them. It felt as if every pore was expanding, absorbing a purer, gentler energy, surpassing even the gardens outside. This sensation was marvelous, difficult to articulate. Chen Chen felt a stir in his heart, secretly circulating the energy within him to sense it. Yet he could not pinpoint the exact source of this strange feeling. He only felt a sense of ease throughout his body, and his mind became much clearer. Just as Chen Chen was quietly experiencing the differences within the loft, a faint sound of footsteps approached, accompanied by the rhythmic tapping of a wooden cane. An elderly man dressed in a Zhongshan suit, with snow-white hair, slowly emerged from the inner hall of the loft, leaning on what appeared to be an unremarkable wooden cane. His steps were slow, even somewhat unsteady, but with each footfall, it felt as if he was in sync with the pulse of the world around him, exuding a sense of stability like a mountain. The old man's gaze was calm and profound, like an ancient well that had endured endless years, undisturbed by ripples. His eyes first lightly swept over Su Jitong, Chu Tianqua, Long Qingyu, and Ling Xuanyue, carrying a warmth and understanding typical of an elder observing their juniors, as if merely confirming their presence. Initially, that gaze remained gentle, tinged with curiosity and scrutiny from an elder towards their younger counterparts. But in the next moment, the old man's gaze seemed to inadvertently linger on the inconspicuous blue bracelet on Chen Chen's wrist. In an instant, a flash of extremely subtle yet piercing brilliance surged from the depths of the old man's originally calm eyes. That gaze seemed to take on a tangible form, penetrating the barriers of space, precisely focusing on the bracelet, and even delving deep into Chen Chen's soul. Ugh! Chen Chen felt an indescribable wave of terrifying pressure, surging like an invisible tide. This feeling was even more direct and heart-stopping than when he faced that mere projection in the longing secret realm, which had nearly suffocated him. It was as if all his secrets, all his disguises, were completely laid bare under that single glance. His heart tightened sharply, and the hairs on his body nearly stood on end. He instinctively wanted to tense up, but found that under that gaze, even moving a finger became incredibly difficult. Fortunately, this suffocating scrutiny did not last long. Just a moment of focus, and the terrifying brilliance in the old man's eyes quietly receded, as if it had never appeared at all. He withdrew his gaze, a
gentle smile reappearing on his face, as if everything that had just happened was merely Chen Chen's illusion. He. The old man let out a light laugh, breaking the tranquility of the attic. It seems this little fellow is somewhat different from those of previous years. His voice remained gentle, yet carried an undeniable certainty. To think you four could put aside your tasks and come running over together. As he spoke, the old man's gaze swept over Sujitong and the others, his tone laced with a hint of teasing. Interesting, truly interesting. Upon hearing the old man's slightly teasing words, Long Qingyu immediately patted his chest with his large hand, bursting into a hearty laugh. Of course. His voice was loud, causing the air in the attic to hum slightly. After all, it was your esteemed self who personally ordered us to bring him here in haste. How could we dare to be negligent? Long Qingyu looked around at Su Jitong and the others, his tone one of naturalness. Everyone, don't you think that's the case? Su Jitong, Chu Tianqua, and Ling Xuanyue nodded in agreement, their expressions reflecting that it was only right. Their gazes towards the old man filled with unquestionable respect. The old man listened to their words, the smile on his face undiminished, even deepening a bit. His eyes, weathered yet still bright, scanned the four high-ranking officials before finally resting on Chen Chen. He waved his hand gently to the group, the gesture casual, as if merely inviting younger ones to take a seat. Please, sit down. Just such a simple action, without any visible energy fluctuations. Buzz, Chen Chen felt the scene before him slightly blur, and in an instant, the surrounding environment underwent a dramatic transformation. One moment they were in the ancient and elegant first-floor hall, and the next, the five of them found themselves in a more refined room filled with a faint aroma of tea. The room was located on the second floor of the attic, with lush garden scenery visible outside the window, sunlight streaming through the intricately carved wooden window, casting dappled shadows. The interior was simply furnished, a set of purple clay tea utensils placed on the central rosewood tea table, exuding a warm luster. Spatial transition? And so silently, not even a ripple of energy was sensed. Chen Chen's heart was once again submerged in a massive wave of shock, leaving him frozen in place. What level of power is this? Teleportation? Domain? Or some kind of spatial authority he could not comprehend at all? He couldn't even see how the other party accomplished it. The old man's strength likely surpassed all his previous life's understanding. As if sensing Chen Chen's almost frozen expression of shock, the old man paid it no mind. He walked slowly to the main seat at the tea table, naturally sitting down, the seemingly ordinary wooden staff casually placed aside. He raised his eyes, his gaze gently landing on the still somewhat stiff Chen Chen, as if a neighborly grandfather was looking at a somewhat shy grandchild. Little fellow, your name is Chen Chen, isn't it? The old man's voice was calm, carrying a soothing power that dispelled the slight fear in Chen Chen's heart caused by the unknown force. Hearing the old man's question, Chen Chen snapped back to reality as if jolted by electricity. He quickly gathered his thoughts, suppressing the tumult in his heart, took a step forward, slightly bowed, his tone tinged with a hint of nervousness and respect. Yes, senior. I am Chen Chen, from Yang City. My profession is recovery mage. He paused before adding, currently at level LV30, and I have not yet undergone a second job change. When Chen Chen announced his level, the four standing beside him, Su Jitong, Chu Tianqua, Long Qingyu, and Ling Xuanyue simultaneously showed a slight change in expression. Level 30? They exchanged glances, each able to see the surprise in the other's eyes. You should know, how long has it been since Chen Chen completed his job change? Counting it all, it has only been 3 days. In such a short time, he has already reached level 30 and is about to face the threshold for a second job change. This leveling speed, even among the geniuses of the entire Dragon Country, or even worldwide, is truly a rare phenomenon. However, just as the four regional leaders were astonished by Chen Chen's level, the elder sitting in the main seat stroked his snow-white beard, revealing a look of nonchalance. Level 30? That's quite normal. The elder's tone was flat, as if he were discussing something trivial. If that little guy could pass that hidden assessment, it would be strange if his strength were ordinary. His gaze towards Chen Chen carried a hint of appreciation, but then he seemed to think of something, shaking his head slightly, his tone tinged with a barely perceptible regret. It's just a bit of a pity. If only he could complete the second job change before entering that instance. Perhaps, after clearing it, with the experience given by that thing, he might directly touch the threshold for a third job change. After the elder finished speaking, he no longer dwelled on it, his gaze returning to Chen Chen, his smile growing even more gentle and kind. Hello, little Chen Chen. He spoke slowly, his voice carrying the warmth unique to elders. It's been so long that I've forgotten names and all. As for the position, he waved his hand dismissively. You don't need to worry about that, it's all just empty titles. If you don't mind.
The elder paused, his eyes filled with sincere warmth as he looked at Chen Chen. Just call me Grandpa Commander. Hearing this ambiguous yet undeniably affectionate title, Chen Chen's heart tightened again. Grandpa Commander? This title. He instinctively glanced at the four people beside him, Sujina and the others. The four powerful regional officials, who could shake the entire dragon country with a stomp, were now seemingly focused on their own thoughts, as if they hadn't heard anything, but their slightly relaxed stances revealed a sense of familiarity. Chen Chen took a deep breath, suppressing the countless thoughts swirling in his mind. He knew that in front of such a presence, any pretense or hesitation was unnecessary and could even lead to unwanted trouble. He slightly bowed, trying to make his voice sound calmer, filled with the respect it deserved. Yes. Grandpa Commander. The four words felt a bit awkward even to Chen Chen himself, but it seemed there was no other way. Ha ha ha. The elder laughed heartily upon hearing this, his laughter filled with satisfaction and joy, as if he had received a beloved toy. Good boy, good boy. The elder nodded repeatedly, his eyes showing unabashed admiration. He gently raised his seemingly withered palm. Buzz, a barely perceptible wave of energy rippled through the air. Again. A peculiar fruit, entirely white and radiating a soft glow, about the size of a baby's fist, appeared out of thin air in his palm. The surface of the fruit shimmered with faint rainbow light, exuding an incredibly rich energy aura and a strange fragrance that, just by smelling it, made Chen Chen feel invigorated, as if the energy within him was operating a bit faster. With a flick of his wrist, the peculiar fruit floated gently towards Chen Chen. Take it. The elder's voice was filled with warmth. Consider it a gift from me to you. Chen Chen instinctively reached out his hand and caught the fruit that was hovering in front of him. It felt cool too. The touch, smooth as jade, and seemed to contain a universe within, with energy surging yet incredibly gentle. He felt a mix of surprise and uncertainty, his gaze fixed on this strange fruit. Almost instinctively, he activated some kind of probing ability. In the next moment, a line of information quietly surfaced in his mind. Phantom Spirit Fruit, after consumption, all attributes plus 50, and gain the talent Phantom Spirit. Phantom Spirit, once activated, can conceal all personal information. Skills below the Holy Annihilation level cannot detect it. Hiss. The moment Chen Chen saw the information about this fruit, his pupils suddenly constricted, and he gasped. All attributes plus 50. This was already extremely precious, enough to drive countless job changers mad. More importantly, that talent behind it. Phantom Spirit. It can conceal all personal information, and skills below the Holy Annihilation level cannot detect it? This is simply a divine object tailor-made for him. His biggest secret is his identity as a reborn person, along with that unique profession and talent that could potentially bring about catastrophic troubles. With this Phantom Spirit talent, as long as he doesn't encounter legendary detection methods at the Holy Annihilation level, his safety will be greatly enhanced. This casual gift turned out to be so valuable? Chen Chen's hand holding the Phantom Spirit Fruit involuntarily tightened slightly. He looked up again at the kindly smiling elder. The shock in his heart was beyond words. Chen Chen's Adam's apple involuntarily rolled, and he swallowed hard. The Phantom Spirit Fruit in his palm felt warm, the surging energy contained within and that defying talent of Phantom Spirit almost made his heart stop. This was no mere gift, it was clearly a timely assistance. A divine object that could resolve his greatest hidden danger. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the surging emotions, holding back the overwhelming joy and excitement that almost escaped his lips. All attributes plus 50. And that defying talent of Phantom Spirit. This gift was so heavy it almost left him breathless. He raised his head, looking at the kindly smiling elder in the main seat, his gaze filled with disbelief and deep gratitude. Taking a step forward, he deeply bowed again to the elder in the main seat. This time, his posture was even more respectful than before, his tone filled with heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, Grandpa Commander, for your generous gift. These simple words seemed to drain a considerable amount of his energy. This item is too precious, he added sincerely. After speaking, he did not, like an ordinary person, eagerly swallow this fruit that could change his fate. Instead, he carefully stored away the Phantom Spirit Fruit that radiated with colorful light, his movements carrying an almost reverent seriousness. Seeing this scene, the four standing nearby, Su Jitang, Chu Tianqua, Long Qingyu, and Ling Xuanyue, simultaneously narrowed their eyes slightly. He put it away? They exchanged a barely perceptible glance, each understanding the surprise reflected in the other's eyes. It should be known that anyone who received this elder's favor and was granted a gift was undoubtedly a remarkable prodigy. They had witnessed far too many such scenes. This elder rarely gave away items. Whenever he did, it was always a masterpiece, even a treasure capable of altering the fate of a genius. The
themselves had been fortunate enough to receive gifts from the elder back in the day, and the excitement and impatience of that moment were still fresh in their memories. They had also seen countless younger talents valued by the elder, who, upon receiving a reward, were all ecstatic, immediately using the treasure, fearing they would be a second too late. After all, the allure of this elder's gift was something ordinary people could hardly resist. But this little guy named Chen Chen, actually, put away such a precious treasure so casually? Could he not see the value of this fruit? No, that's impossible. The energy fluctuations and unique fragrance emanating from the fruit, even from a distance, they could sense its extraordinary nature. Moreover, with detection techniques, one could easily discern the preciousness of this item at a glance. So this kid can actually resist the impulse to use it immediately? This level of composure, this restraint, is truly beyond their expectations. A flicker of surprise flashed in the eyes of the four regional leaders as they looked at Chen Chen, their gazes now carrying a deeper meaning. Little did they know the true situation of Chen Chen at this moment. It wasn't that his composure was so extraordinary that he could ignore the temptation of the phantom fruit. Nor was it that he deliberately wanted to appear different. Rather, it was because his basic four-dimensional attributes had already reached the limit that the current level stage could bear not long ago. To improve further, he would have to complete his second job transfer and break the shackles of his rank. This was the real reason he did not consume it immediately. The effect of the phantom fruit was indeed astonishing, enough to cause any LV30 job changer's strength to surge and grant an additional talent that he currently needed the most. But for Chen Chen right now, the all attribute plus 50 effect was temporarily out of reach. Such a divine item must be used wisely. For Chen Chen, who had been reborn and understood that every single attribute in the future could determine life or death, this potential waste was absolutely intolerable. Of course, apart from Chen Chen himself, no one present knew this. If Su Jitong and the others were to find out that a newcomer who had just changed jobs 3 days ago not only skyrocketed to LV30 but also had his basic attributes touch the ceiling of the current stage, it would surely be more than just surprise. They would definitely lose their composure on the spot, even scream as if they had seen a ghost. This was simply not the growth rate that an ordinary human should have. At this moment, watching Chen Chen's cautious and somewhat serious actions, the elder in the main seat first showed a clear look of astonishment. This little guy actually didn't consume it on the spot? It should be noted that while the phantom fruit was precious, for most job changers, its greatest value lay in the immediate all attribute plus 50. As for the phantom talent, while miraculous, its allure was less than the former unless one truly realized the importance of information security or had an urgent need to hide their secrets. Yet this little guy, faced with such temptation, actually put it away? The elder's gaze lingered on Chen Chen for a moment, and deep within his seemingly murky eyes, it was as if a galaxy was flowing, flashing with a hint of obscure and unfathomable light. It seemed he had grasped some connection. It also seemed he had uncovered some unknown secret. Subsequently, the expression on his face became somewhat strange. It was a mix of surprise, understanding, and a hint of helpless amusement. He gently stroked his white beard, pausing for a moment. Then, he lightly cleared his throat, breaking the somewhat stagnant atmosphere in the room. Ahem. The sound was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of everyone present. Su Jitong and the others immediately focused their minds, their gazes once again fixed on the elder. The elder did not look at them, his gaze remained on Chen Chen, carrying that elusive and peculiar smile. He slowly began to speak, his tone calm yet carrying an undeniable weight. You four, please step outside. As soon as these words were spoken, not only did Chen Chen freeze for a moment, but even Su Jitong, Chu Tianqua, Long Qingyu, and Ling Xuanyue, who were standing nearby, were all taken aback. Step outside? Let them four go out? In the past, whenever the old man summoned talented juniors, they, as regional leaders, had always accompanied him throughout the entire process. One reason was to act as introducers, and the other was to observe and evaluate. Why today, just after it had started, was he asking them all to leave? Moreover, the elder's next words sent shockwaves through their hearts. I want to have a private chat with this little guy. The old man's gaze shifted away from Chen Chen and swept over Su Jitong and the other three, his tone still flat. Yet this flat tone, in the ears of the four high-ranking officials, was no less than a thunderclap. A private chat? The four exchanged glances almost simultaneously, each seeing the shock and confusion in the other's eyes. A private conversation? What does that even mean? It should be noted that even for the four of them, now in high positions and wielding power, they had never had the honor of being left alone to talk by the old man. This little guy, what merit does he have? Is it just because he passed that hidden assessment? Or is it because of his strange action of putting away the fruit just now, which piqued the old man's special interest?
Countless thoughts churned in the minds of the four, but they dared not show a hint of it on their faces. Shocked as they were, confused as they were, they did not dare to defy the old man's command in the slightest. Yes, instructor. The four responded in unison. Slightly bowing, their movements perfectly synchronized. Despite being filled with doubts and curiosity, they suppressed all emotions and turned to walk towards the door. Soon, the four influential figures, whose stomps could shake the capital of Longwa 3 times, disappeared outside the door. The heavy door was gently closed, emitting a dull sound. Inside the room, only Chin Chen and the old man who called himself Grandpa Chief remained. The atmosphere suddenly became somewhat subtle. The heavy door was gently closed, making a dull click sound. In the room, only Chin Chen and the old man who called himself Grandpa Chief were left. The surrounding air seemed to freeze at that moment. The invisible pressure that had been present when the 4 big shots were around suddenly vanished, replaced by an even more indescribable atmosphere. A feeling, as if being watched alone by some unfathomable existence. The old man's smile remained gentle. He did not continue to sit in the main seat but instead walked slowly to the position opposite Chin Chen. The tea table was not large, and the distance between them was instantly shortened. The old man picked up the purple clay teapot on the table and naturally filled the white porcelain teacup in front of Chin Chen. The amber-colored tea poured into the cup, rising with wisps of steam, exuding a delicate tea fragrance. This act of personally pouring tea made Chin Chen's heart skip a beat. He almost instinctively wanted to stand up. Regardless of the other party's status, when an elder personally pours tea, how could a junior remain seated? However, just as he lifted his butt slightly, a gentle yet irresistible force gently settled on his shoulder. That force was formless and intangible, yet incredibly clear. Chen Chen felt his body sink slightly, and the action he wanted to take was forcibly pressed back down, leaving him firmly seated in the chair, unable to move. He was shocked in his heart, but dared not show it on his face, only able to maintain a stiff sitting posture. The old man seemed unaware of his oddity, gently placing the teapot back in its place, raising his eyes to look at Chen Chen, his smile growing warmer. He, no need to be so formal. The old man's voice remained calm, carrying a reassuring power. Come, have some tea. He gestured towards the teacup in front of Chen Chen. Don't worry. The old man paused, as if seeing through any concerns Chen Chen might have, and added, this tea won't increase your attributes, so there's no need to worry about waste. This casually spoken sentence, in Chen Chen's ears, was like a thunderclap on a clear day. It won't increase attributes? No need to worry about waste? The action he took to put away the illusionary fruit was because his attributes had already reached the limit for the current stage and could not be absorbed temporarily. This matter, besides himself, no one else knew. But this old man before him. Chen's body, which had been somewhat stiff from being held down, instantly tensed even more. He was just about to say something, perhaps an apology or an explanation. But all thoughts were washed away in that moment by a tremendous shock. His pupils suddenly contracted, almost shrinking to the size of a pinprick. He abruptly looked up at the elderly man across from him, whose gentle smile seemed to pierce through everything. His throat rolled, feeling incredibly dry. Grandpa Commander. You, his voice trembled with a hint of disbelief. Seeing Chen Chen's utterly shocked expression, the old man's smile deepened, his eyes filled with understanding, and a hint of a mischievous delight as if a prank had succeeded. He chuckled softly, not directly answering Chen Chen's unfinished question. Instead, he slightly nodded, his tone carrying a hint of apology, though it sounded more like a formality. Sorry little guy, I took a quick look at your situation without your permission, so I owe you an apology. Apology? Chen Chen's heart nearly leaped out of his throat. This being needed to apologize to him? More importantly, the content of his words. He looked at his situation? Indeed. This Grandpa Commander had truly seen through his secrets. Before Chin Chen could recover from this immense shock, the old man's next words detonated in his mind like a bomb. The old man stroked his snow-white beard, his gaze towards Chen Chen filled with unabashed admiration. I really didn't expect this. In just 3 days, not only have you leveled up to level 30. The old man's tone was filled with astonishment, yet it seemed almost natural. Even your basic attributes have already reached the limits achievable at the first job change. TSK tisk. The old man shook his head, marveling. You truly are a prodigy. Chen Chen's throat rolled, feeling as if it were about to stick together. You? He struggled to utter a word, his voice carrying a hoarseness and tension he hadn't even noticed. The old man smiled again. That smile was gentle, as if it carried a soothing power. Don't be nervous. He waved his hand lightly, signaling Chen Chen to relax. Ordinary detection skills indeed cannot reveal the detailed attributes of a job changer. The old man's gaze was calm, as if stating an utterly simple fact. However,
He slightly shifted his tone, his eyes landing on Chen Chen's still tense face, as if seeing through the turbulent waves in his heart. After the second job change, you will always learn some more advanced detection skills. The old man paused slightly here. He seemed to sense Chen Chen's indescribable unease and vigilance, stemming from the feeling of his secret being exposed. The smile on the old man's face remained unchanged, but his tone softened, carrying a kind of tolerance from an elder to a younger one. Rest assured. These two words, light as a feather, seemed to carry immense weight, slightly stabilizing Chen Chen's agitated mind. Your secret, if you don't wish to share, I will never pry. The old man's gaze was open and sincere, devoid of any desire to intrude. In this world, who doesn't have a few secrets they can't share? He picked up the teacup in front of him and took a gentle sip, his movements calm and unhurried. Setting down the teacup, the old man's gaze returned to Chen Chen, his eyes deepening a little. As long as you are human. The old man's voice became steady, carrying an undeniable strength and conviction. Willing to fight for humanity, for my dragon country. His gaze seemed to penetrate Chen Chen's eyes, reaching deep into his heart. Then, everything else is unimportant. This statement resonated powerfully. I never thought our dragon country could have a genius like you. A glimmer of genuine relief and emotion flashed in the old man's eyes, a light that spoke of hope in the future. In my lifetime, I can meet someone like you, a prodigy. He chuckled self-deprecatingly, a hint of resignation in his demeanor. I suppose it means my life hasn't been in vain. The old man's words were like a calming pill, temporarily soothing the turbulent waves in Chen Chen's heart caused by the exposure of his secret. Although the deep-seated vigilance within him had not completely dissipated, at least the surface tension had eased a little. Seeing Chen Chen slightly relaxed yet still complex and peculiar expression, a trace of amusement flickered in the old man's eyes. He seemed reluctant to dwell further on this somewhat heavy topic. The gentle smile on his face faded slightly, and his expression became a bit more serious. Those eyes, seemingly containing the vastness of the stars and the sea, once again fell upon Chen Chen, carrying an undeniable scrutiny. Come. The old man spoke slowly, his voice not loud but imbued with an indescribable weight. Let me see that thing. That thing? Hearing this abrupt statement, Chen Chen was momentarily taken aback. His mind went blank for a moment. What thing? He instinctively pondered what he possessed that warranted such solemnity from this formidable figure. Was it equipment? Or skills? Or perhaps? A thought flashed through his mind like a bolt of lightning. Chen Chen's pupils subtly constricted. He suddenly recalled that thrilling hidden assessment. He remembered the special item he obtained in that mysterious space. That bracelet. So that's it. Chen Chen instantly understood. It seemed that this esteemed elder wanted to discuss something far more significant with him than just his overflowing attributes. It was that special bracelet obtained from the hidden assessment. 9 Reverse Dragon Ring. Realizing this, Chen Chen no longer hesitated. Faced with this unfathomable elder, who seemed to see through everything, any concealment would appear feeble and might even backfire. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his left hand. On his wrist, an unremarkable dark blue bone bracelet was exposed to the old man's gaze. Ancient, it carried an indescribable air of desolation, as if it had endured the test of endless years. The old man's gaze instantly focused on the bracelet. A flicker of understanding passed through his deep-set eyes, as if he had anticipated this outcome all along. It seemed that the appearance of this item confirmed some previous speculation of his. He stared at the bracelet for a moment, his expression calm and unreadable, revealing no hint of joy or anger. Then, he slowly raised his eyes to look at Chen Chen and casually asked, "Can't you take it off?" This question sounded like a casual inquiry. Upon hearing it, Chen Chen immediately nodded, a perfectly timed look of distress appearing on his face, as if this item had caused him considerable trouble. "Yes, Grandpa. Commander," he admitted candidly. "It's soulbound, so I can't take it off. Although this equipment has good attributes, it also has significant side effects." Chen Chen's voice carried a hint of helplessness. "It has a curse effect that continuously drains my life force." He pointed at the bracelet, his tone tinged with barely perceptible frustration. "If it weren't for the special environment here, which seems to have some power continuously restoring my condition, I would probably have to keep casting healing spells on myself just to stabilize my health." The old man listened, his gaze lingering on Chen Chen's wrist where the 9 Reverse Dragon Ring rested for several seconds. The dark blue bones seemed to have settled with the sorrows of eternity. Then, his gaze slightly shifted upward, landing on Chen Chen's face, which feigned calmness but couldn't hide a hint of gloom. A barely perceptible wave of power brushed silently over Chen Chen's body once more. The old man caught the cold and persistent life force drain emanating from the bracelet. He sighed gently, the sound carrying an indescribable complexity of emotions.
It seemed like regret, yet also helplessness. Indeed. The old man's voice deepened a few notches. The resentment of the Dragon Clan, has it still not dissipated? Chen Chen's heart jolted. Dragon Clan? Resentment? He had merely intended to use the curse effect of the bracelet to explain his previous abnormality and perhaps glean some information. Unexpectedly, the old man opened his mouth and threw out such astonishing information. The troubled expression on Chen Chen's face instantly froze, replaced by just the right amount of confusion and bewilderment. He looked at the old man, his eyes filled with a thirst for knowledge. The old man observed the change in Chen Chen's expression, and a flicker of understanding passed through his murky gaze. He did not explain directly but instead refocused his attention on the ancient bracelet. Little one. The old man's tone grew serious, imbued with a sense of historical weight. Do you know what this thing truly is? His voice paused, as if giving Chen Chen time to think. And why it was placed as the final challenge in the national examination? Each word struck like a heavy hammer on Chen Chen's heartstrings. The final challenge of the hidden assessment. It was indeed related. Chen Chen's thoughts raced, yet he maintained an outward appearance of confusion. Meeting the old man's gaze, which seemed to pierce through everything, he gently shook his head. Grandpa Commander. I am not very clear. The senior in the final challenge did not elaborate. Chen Chen recalled the scene at that time, his tone sincere. He only told me that this thing seems to be a vessel of inheritance from the Dragon Kingdom, and it recognizes me as its master. At this point, Chen Chen's tone slightly faltered, a weight beyond his years appearing on his face. The senior said that this is both my reward and my mission and pressure. He raised his left hand, adorned with the bracelet, looking at it with a complex expression. As for the rest, that senior did not say much more. Mission, pressure, a vessel of inheritance? After listening to Chen Chen's account, the old man revealed a meaningful smile, nodding gently. That is indeed not wrong. His gaze fell once more on the dark blue 9 reverse dragon ring, a subtle complexity flickering in his eyes, as if in reminiscence or sentiment. However, the old man shifted his tone, looking at Chen Chen with an indescribable astonishment. I truly did not expect that you could actually make it recognize you as its master. The old man's tone was light, yet it felt as heavy as a mountain, striking at Chen Chen's heart. Chen Chen's heartbeat skipped a beat. He could sense that the old man's words were not mere politeness but genuine surprise. Do you know? The old man leaned slightly forward, his seemingly murky eyes now sharp enough to pierce the soul. How difficult this is. His voice was not loud, yet it carried an invisible pressure that made Chen Chen's breath momentarily hitch. Difficult? A flash of memory crossed Chen Chen's mind, recalling the moment he communicated with that mysterious senior in the enigmatic space. At that time, the senior did not seem to emphasize the difficulty of recognition. He merely said that this thing was fated to him and thus gifted it to him. Could it be that there was something he did not know? Seeing the hint of confusion on Chen Chen's face, the old man's smile deepened, carrying a sense of understanding. He did not explain immediately but picked up his teacup and leisurely took a sip. When he set the cup down, it made a soft tap sound, which echoed clearly in the quiet room. He. The old man chuckled lightly, breaking the brief silence. It seems that the guardian did not tell you everything. His tone was teasing, almost as if he were talking to himself. Chen Chen did not respond, merely watching the old man quietly, waiting for him to continue. He knew that since this elder had brought it up, he would surely elaborate. Sure. Enough. The old man stroked his beard, and his gaze grew profound once more. This 9 reverse dragon ring, rather than being a reward, is more like a burden of unimaginable causality. It is not merely a vessel of inheritance for the Dragon Kingdom. The old man's voice lowered, imbued with a sense of historical weight. It is also a witness to a history that has been forgotten, even deliberately erased. And the old man paused, looking at the ring with a complex expression. The vessel of endless dragon soul's grievances. Dragon soul grievances. That term again. Chen Chen's heart raced violently. He forcibly suppressed the turmoil within, striving to maintain a calm exterior. The old man seemed unfazed by Chen Chen's reaction and continued. To make it recognize its master, the conditions are exceedingly harsh. Not only must one gain the dragon soul's approval, but one must also withstand the overwhelming grievances that can erode the soul. Over countless years, the Dragon Kingdom has not lacked geniuses who have tried. The old man's voice carried a hint of sighing. Indeed, there have been many exceptional talents who attempted to control it. But the result? He shook his head, a flicker of regret in his eyes. Without exception, they all failed. At best, they became mentally deranged, reduced to mindless killers. At worst, their souls were completely devoured by the grievances, leading to their utter annihilation.
The old man's words resonated like the evening drum and morning bell, stirring ripples in Chen Chen's heart lake.
Utter annihilation.
Those 4 words carried a chilling aura of death, causing Chen Chen's fingers gripping the teacup to tighten slightly. He could sense that the old man was not exaggerating.
This seemingly kind elder's eyes sparkled with insights
and affirmations forged through the passage of time. Precisely because of this, the old man set down his teacup, his gaze returning to Chen Chen, filled with scrutiny and a sense
of relief. In the absence of a suitable master for it,
we had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure.
For the national examination, we established a hidden assessment, so difficult that almost no one could complete it.
The old man's voice was not loud, but it carried a heavy sense of helplessness. The goal is to filter out those truly exceptional
talents among the exceptional.
After all, he paused, his gaze lingering for a moment on the 9 reverse dragon ring on Chen Chen's wrist.
Perhaps only such a rare genius, one in
a million, could possibly have the slightest chance to attempt to conquer this thing. Only they might withstand that nearly destructive dragon soul grievance.
The old man's
words were like a boulder thrown into the sea of Chen Chen's heart, stirring up tumultuous waves. The difficulty he described seemed to be an entirely different concept from the
recognition process Chen Chen had experienced. From the current situation,
the old man looked at Chen Chen, and a glimmer of indescribable light flashed in his murky eyes.
Our
speculation, or rather, our final hope, has not been in vain.
You succeeded.
These 3 words were plain yet carried the weight of a definitive conclusion.
Hearing this, Chen Chen's
confusion deepened, almost overwhelming him. The others were also a bit stunned.
What dragon soul recognition? What kind of overwhelming resentment that could erode the soul? How come? He didn't feel anything at all?
In that mysterious space, that senior had simply said he was fated with this item, and then
just handed it over to him. The process was so smooth, it felt as simple as picking up equipment by the roadside.
Of course, this was assuming one ignored the trial that had nearly cost him half his life.
But that trial seemed to have nothing to do with the so-called dragon soul resentment.
The doubts in Chen Chen's heart were almost overflowing. His changing expression naturally did not escape the old man's eyes. The old man looked at Chen Chen's "who am I, where am I, what happened" expression, and a knowing smile crept onto his lips. It seems that old fellow really didn't tell you the truth. The old man's tone carried a
hint of mockery, as if confirming a certain suspicion. Chen Chen remained silent, merely expressing his confusion and bewilderment
through his gaze. The old man chuckled lightly and explained. The senior you mentioned, whom you encountered in the final challenge. His gaze became somewhat distant, as if piercing through time and space. He is the only dragon soul within this 9 reverse dragon ring who is still willing to believe in our dragon nation and give us a chance.
Gaining his recognition is equivalent to obtaining the preliminary acknowledgement of this heirloom. Chen Chen's heart shook violently. That senior was actually a dragon soul? This information was even more shocking than all the secrets he had heard before.
He forcibly suppressed the turmoil in his heart, striving to digest this astonishing fact.
So that's how it is. No wonder that senior's aura was so ancient and powerful.
No wonder he told him that this was a legacy, as well as a mission and pressure.
But Chen Chen
frowned slightly, a key doubt resurfacing in his mind. He cautiously raised his head to meet the old man's deep gaze, tentatively
asking, "Grandpa Commander,
but
I didn't feel that kind of what you call dragon soul resentment." Grandpa Commander,
but
I didn't feel that kind of what you call dragon soul resentment.
Chen Chen's voice carried an obvious
confusion, even a hint of caution, as if afraid he might say something wrong. As soon as he spoke, the air in the room seemed to freeze for a moment.
The smile on the old man's face instantly stiffened, and for the first time, his deep eyes revealed unmasked
astonishment. No?
His voice rose slightly, filled with incredulity.
You can't feel the pain?
The old man's brows furrowed tightly, his gaze, as if tangible, once again fell on the 9 reverse dragon ring on Chen Chen's wrist.
He had clearly sensed the curse effect known as dragon resentment corrosion just now.
That cold, continuous feeling of life force being stripped
away could not be mistaken.
Logically speaking, accompanying this loss of life force should be a soul-tearing pain that could
shatter even the strongest will.
But this kid before him. The old man suddenly raised his eyes, sharply scrutinizing Chen Chen. He carefully observed every subtle expression on Chen Chen's face, trying to find even a trace of disguise. However, there was
none.
Chen Chen's gaze was clear and open, filled only with confusion and misunderstanding, completely devoid of any distortion or repression that should accompany extreme pain.
How could this be possible? Chen Chen felt a bit uneasy under the old man's gaze and instinctively scratched his head. He truly wasn't lying. Pain?
Chen Chen was taken aback, trying hard to recall.
The feelings after wearing the bracelet.
Aside from his health points dropping like a faucet that had been turned on full blast, leaving him with a constant sense of insecurity, it seemed there really wasn't any particular feeling of pain. Not really, he answered honestly, his tone tinged with uncertainty.
The only problem is that my health points keep dropping, and they're dropping pretty fast. If it weren't for the fact that I feel like I'm recovering quickly here, I probably wouldn't have been able to hold on much longer.
After saying this, he raised his left hand and shook the dark green bone ring, as if to prove that he
was speaking the truth.
The old man fell completely silent. His hand, holding the teacup, hovered in midair, his murky eyes fixed intently on Chen Chen, as if he wanted to see through him completely.
The only sounds left in the room were the occasional crackling of the fire in the fireplace and the heavy silence that hung between the two.
The old man's gaze shifted unpredictably.
Shock, confusion, doubt, a myriad of emotions intertwined, ultimately transforming into a profound inquiry.
He had lived for so long, seen countless extraordinary people and events, and experienced numerous storms.
Yet everything happening before him was entirely beyond his comprehension.
The curse of the 9 reversed dragon ring was a collection of grievances originating from
the ancient dragon clan.
The pain it carried was enough to erode the soul and extinguish the will.
Countless exceptionally talented
individuals had fallen at this hurdle.
How was it that this kid was left with nothing but a simple blood loss effect? Could it be that the grievances had vanished? Impossible.
He had just clearly sensed that cold, sinister power.
So this kid, the
old man's gaze sharpened, frantically scanning Chen Chen's entire body, as if trying to find something different about him.
Was it a special physique? Or was his soul unlike that of ordinary people? Or perhaps, the dragon soul that had given him the ring had done something? One thought after another flashed through the old man's mind, only to be dismissed one by one. He even
employed some secret method to carefully probe Chen Chen's condition again.
Life force was indeed draining, and at a considerable speed. That cold, cursed power emanating from the ring was also undeniably present.
Yet, strangely, Chen Chen, who bore all of this, seemed completely unfazed. This was utterly illogical.
The old man took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the tumult within him.
He knew that now was not the time to dwell on this. Whatever the reason, this young man before him had indeed withstood
the 9 reversed dragon ring in an unfathomable way. That alone was already a miracle.
A miracle that the Dragon Kingdom had
waited far too long for.
The chosen one, the old man murmured softly, his voice barely audible. Then, as if he had come to a realization, the shock in his eyes slowly faded, replaced by a deeper, more complex light. He looked back at Chen Chen, his gaze carrying a hint of relief, yet also a weighty seriousness.
Well then.
The old man waved his hand, as if temporarily casting aside his earlier doubts.
Perhaps, this is your special trait. To be chosen by him means you are extraordinary.
His tone returned to its previous calmness, but the hidden astonishment had not completely vanished.
Chen Chen noticed that the old man no
longer pressed him about why he felt no pain, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was indeed curious about the reason, but it was clear that now was not the time for deep inquiry. What he was more concerned about was the connection between the
9 reversed dragon ring and the Dragon Kingdom.
So, he cautiously brought up the question again.
Grandpa Commander. Then, why is this thing called the heirloom of the Dragon Kingdom? Chen Chen's tone carried just the right amount of curiosity and confusion. From what I see of its attributes and effects, it seems to have no direct relation to our Dragon Kingdom, right? This question finally pulled the old man's thoughts back on track.
His murky eyes narrowed slightly, and his gaze fell once
again on the dark blue bone ring.
This time, his expression was no longer merely one of scrutiny, but filled with nostalgia and
emotion.
It was as if through this bracelet he could see the long-buried years, even those deliberately forgotten.
The
old man let out a low, deep chuckle, carrying the weight of history.
No direct connection?
He shook his head and looked at Chen Chen.
Little one, do you know why our dragon country is called Dragon Country? This question left Chen Chen momentarily stunned. Why is Dragon Country called Dragon Country? Isn't that common knowledge? Because the dragon is the totem of the nation, a symbol of spirit.
Just as he was about to answer, the old man raised his hand to interrupt him.
I know what you want to say.
The old man seemed to see through his thoughts, his tone distant.
Totem, symbol, none of that is wrong. But, that is just the later explanation.
The old man's voice lowered a few notches, imbued with a sense of mystery as if unveiling the fog of history.
In an even older, and perhaps completely forgotten era.
This land of ours, this nation of ours.
The old man
paused, speaking each word deliberately. Truly, had made a pact with the Dragon Clan.
A pact with the Dragon Clan? Hearing this, Chen Chen was also taken aback.
His mind momentarily stalled. Although he was unclear about what the old man meant by older and forgotten times, the information about having made a pact with the Dragon Clan left Chen Chen utterly bewildered. He was
a reborn individual.
In his past life, he had encountered some powerful beings referred to as dragons. But those massive lizards, flapping their enormous wings and spewing flames or ice, hardly seemed like entities that could sign any kind of pact with humans. Or the Dragon Country. They were ferocious, bloodthirsty, and of low intelligence, more like powerful beasts acting on instinct. They would attack anything living they encountered.
Did such creatures truly possess the wisdom and willingness to establish a pact? The confusion on Chen Chen's face was no longer a facade but mixed with genuine perplexity. As if sensing the question
that was almost about to escape Chen Chen's lips, a glimmer of understanding passed through the old man's murky eyes. He chuckled softly, his laughter carrying a sense of worldly insight.
The Dragon Clan I speak of.
The old man's voice had a unique cadence, as if brushing away the dust of history. Has nothing to do with the beasts and lizards that occasionally crawl out from
dimensional rifts or lurk in certain perilous secret realms.
He picked up his teacup, gently blowing away the steam, his movements unhurried.
Our Eastern Divine Dragon.
The old man set down the teacup, his gaze returning to Chen Chen, filled with an
indescribable pride and reminiscence.
Is far more powerful, ancient, and wise than those great lizards that only know destruction and slaughter.
The Eastern Divine Dragon.
More powerful, ancient, and wise than those that only know destruction and
slaughter.
The old man's words seemed to carry a certain magic, causing a vision of a sacred giant dragon coiling through the sea
of clouds, its scales and claws shimmering, to truly appear before Chen Chen's eyes.
It was nothing like the brutish Western dragons he had encountered in his past life's games. The shock in Chen Chen's heart lingered long, difficult to quell.
If such an
existence truly did make a pact with the ancient ancestors, it seemed not entirely impossible.
Observing Chen Chen's thoughtful,
yet somewhat bewildered expression, a hint of amusement flickered in the old man's murky eyes. He lifted his teacup again and took a sip, the steam enveloping his aged face.
He.
The old man set down the teacup, letting out a low, soft laugh.
About its past, those stories that have been sealed away.
His gaze fell once more on the dark blue bone ring on Chen Chen's wrist, the 9 reverse dragon ring.
You will naturally come to understand it slowly in the future.
The old man's tone carried an
undeniable certainty. Since it has chosen you, or rather, you have withstood it. Then seeking its secrets, and even.
The old man paused, his voice taking on a weighty tone.
Repairing it has already become an inescapable mission for you. Repair? Chen Chen's heart stirred. This 9 reverse dragon ring still needed repair?
He instinctively looked at the attributes of the ring but found no mention of damage or repair level. Yet the old man's words clearly hinted at something deeper.
Seemingly.
Seeing through Chen Chen's confusion, the old man waved his hand.
There's no need to delve into that now. You only need to know
why it is called the vessel of our Dragon Kingdom's legacy. The old man's expression grew serious, carrying a solemnity that
spoke of the nation's foundation.
As I mentioned earlier, this land once forged a pact with the true Dragon Clan. That pact was not merely a piece of paper, it involved the inheritance and protection of power.
He extended his finger and gently tapped
the table, producing a soft, rhythmic sound.
The 9 reverse dragon ring is a remnant of that era, an important beacon. But
it is called a vessel of inheritance for a more crucial reason. The old man squinted slightly, his gaze seemingly piercing through the barriers of time and space, looking deep into the vast land.
It is closely connected to the true foundation of our Dragon Kingdom.
Even now, as Blue Star has expanded countless times due to the invasion of other realms, and the landscape
has been fragmented, that power, that inheritance, still exists.
The old man's voice was deep and powerful, imbued with a pride and determination that stemmed from the depths of his bloodline.
That is, the most important and most secret source of power
for our Dragon Kingdom, Dragon Vein.
Dragon Vein? Chen Chen's pupils constricted slightly.
This term was not unfamiliar to him. In the later stages of his previous life's game, as the worldview expanded and various ancient relics were unearthed, the
concept of Dragon Vein had occasionally appeared.
It was usually regarded as a manifestation of energy similar to Earth veins or the primal forces of the world.
It was said that occupying Dragon Vein nodes could accelerate cultivation and even grant special power enhancements.
But that was merely legend, no one had ever truly verified it.
Moreover, no one had ever connected it
so definitively to a nation, a people, as the old man did.
Seeing the surprise and doubt reappear on Chen Chen's face, the old
man smiled, not delving deeper into the specific mysteries of the Dragon Vein. You only need to understand that this 9 reverse dragon ring resonates with the Dragon Vein and can, to some extent, guide and harness the power of the Dragon Vein. Although
Its current state is not complete.
But that is the true reason it is called a vessel of inheritance. What it carries is a power unique to our dragon kingdom, fundamentally different from any other power system in the world.
The old man's words struck Chen Shan like a thunderclap, resonating in his heart. Resonating with the dragon vein? Guiding the power of the dragon vein?
The value of this 9 reverse dragon ring was likely far more terrifying than he had imagined.
No wonder the old man had been so agitated earlier.
This was not just a powerful piece of equipment, it could very well relate to the fate and future of the entire dragon kingdom. Chen Shan looked again at the bone ring on his wrist, his expression completely transformed. The cold, cursed power seemed to still linger, but at this moment, what he felt more was a heavy sense of history and an unexpected responsibility.
Repairing it had become his mission?
Chen Shan silently chewed on the old man's words.
He glanced at his
attribute panel, noting the staggering 430,000 MP and the terrifying recovery ability and various transformation effects brought
by the hero of healing talent.
Perhaps he really had the capability to bear this heavy inheritance.
I understand, Grandpa. Commander. Chen Shan took a deep breath and nodded solemnly.
Although countless questions still swirled in his mind, such as the specific function of the dragon vein, the method to repair the 9 reverse dragon ring, and the whereabouts of the so-called Eastern Divine Dragon. Now, he knew that meals must be eaten bite by bite, and paths must be walked step by step.
For now, he
at least understood the significance of this bracelet to the Dragon Kingdom. Setting aside the grand narratives, it seemed that
the benefits the 9 reverse dragon ring brought him far outweighed the so-called curse. That was enough. Moreover, after today's
experience, his importance to the country had likely risen to an unimaginable level.
The tumultuous and struggling trajectory
of his past life seemed to have completely changed. As for the global catastrophe that would sweep the world in a few years, destroying everything, a strong impulse to confide surged within Chen Shan. He wanted to inform this clearly towering figure of
the Dragon Kingdom about the impending crisis right now.
But reason firmly suppressed that impulse. Rebirth was too unfathomable. Without absolute certainty and a solid foundation of trust, this secret must remain buried deep within. Perhaps, when his status was higher and he had more say and influence, it would be better to reveal it then. As his thoughts flowed, Chen Shan raised his head again, looking into the old man's weathered yet sharp eyes. He sincerely expressed his gratitude.
Thank you, Grandpa. Commander, for telling me so much.
The old man waved his hand, a gentle smile appearing on his face as he stroked his grizzled beard. The old man smiled again, but his smile carried a hint of helplessness and weight.
Regarding this 9 reverse dragon ring,
his gaze fell once more on the dark blue bone ring, his expression complex and inscrutable.
What I know is actually not much.
After all, that period was too long ago, and many truths have long been lost in the river of history.
As for how to repair it,
the old man gently shook his head, his voice tinged with a sense of helplessness.
I, an old man, truly do not know.
This is not something that can be easily interfered with by human power. Perhaps it requires a specific opportunity or some
lost inheritance.
His candid tone cast a shadow over the flicker of hope that had just ignited in Chen Shan's heart.
Even this unfathomable Grandpa Commander didn't know the method of repair? Then, Chen Shan was about to ask further when the old man
raised his hand to interrupt him.
However, while I cannot directly help you repair it, perhaps I can guide you in a direction.
As the old man spoke, he slowly stood up.
He walked to an ancient bookshelf in the corner of the room, his movements seeming a bit slower than before. He extended his somewhat withered hand and gently pressed on an inconspicuous corner of the bookshelf.
With a soft click, a hidden compartment popped out from the side of the bookshelf. The old man took out a scroll made of some
unknown beast skin, adorned with intricate and ancient patterns.
He held the scroll in his hand, gently stroking it, his eyes filled with memories and seriousness.
This is?
The old man turned around and handed the beastskin scroll to Chen Shan.
A map related to the dragon vein.
Although it is not complete, and may even have some inaccuracies, after all, the world has changed greatly. But some of the key nodes marked within may help you in your search for clues to repair the 9 reverse dragon
ring.
Chen Shan quickly extended his hands and carefully took the heavy scroll. It felt cool to the touch, yet it seemed to carry a burning power that made his heart tremble.
Thank you, Grandfather Commander. Kid, don't be in such a hurry to thank me.
The old man waved his hand, his expression becoming serious again. Regarding the dragon vein, this bracelet, and the things you
might come into contact with, the fewer people who know, the better.
His voice was low, carrying an unprecedented gravity. The near extinction of the dragon clan back then was no coincidence. There must be extremely terrifying unknown situations and
enemies hidden behind it.
Although a long time has passed, no one can guarantee whether those enemies are still lurking in the
shadows.
The old man's gaze was sharp as an eagle's, scanning outside the window. Now, our dragon country seems to be prosperous, but internally, there are already some subtle concerns. Not only is the threat from other realms becoming increasingly severe, but even some forces on Blue Star are eyeing our dragon country, constantly making small moves. He sighed softly, his tone carrying a hint of barely perceptible fatigue. As an old man, I am getting on in years, and the time I can stand here to intimidate those petty villains is probably limited. Though his words were plain, they made Chen Chen's heart tighten suddenly. He could sense that the old man was not exaggerating. This stabilizing force of the dragon country seemed to be truly reaching his limit. If, at this time, the unknown great enemy from back then is drawn in again because of the 9 reverse dragon ring and the dragon vein. The old man did not continue, but the consequences were self-evident. So, little guy. The old man's gaze fell back on Chen Chen, filled with hope and a heavy charge. You must grow up quickly. Before you have enough strength to face all storms, everything about the dragon vein and the bracelet must be kept deep in your heart, and you must act low-key. This map, you must remember not to show it easily. Understood, Grandfather Commander. Chen Chen tightly grasped the animal skin scroll in his hands and nodded solemnly. He felt an unprecedented pressure and a heavy responsibility. This was not just a map, it was the hope for the future of the dragon country, a heavy entrustment from this old man. Go on. The old man waved his hand, a gentle smile returning to his face. Everything you need to know has been told to you. The road ahead is for you to walk on your own. Remember, no matter what difficulties you encounter, the dragon country will always be your strongest backing. The animal skin scroll felt cool to the touch, yet it seemed to carry a burning power, weighing heavily in his palm and on his heart. Repair the 9 reverse dragon ring. Grow up quickly. Act low-key. Every piece of advice from the old man felt like a boulder pressing down on Chen Chen's not-so-broad shoulders. But he did not shrink back. He had had enough of the hardships of his past life. In this life, he not only wanted to survive but also to live better and protect everything he cared about. And the premise of all this was power. And to integrate into this vast collective called Dragon Country, to gain a solid backing. Chen Chen took a deep breath, suppressing the surging emotions, and solemnly bowed deeply to this old man who had devoted himself to the country and the people. I understand, sir. I will not fail your expectations. He straightened up, the confusion in his eyes fading, replaced by an unprecedented determination. Just as he was about to turn and take his leave, to properly safeguard this heavy secret and responsibility, along with the map that might hold astonishing clues. Wait. The old man's gentle voice rang out again, stopping him. Chen Chen turned back in confusion. The old man wore a slight smile, as if casually mentioning something. By the way, the national exam has ended, right? With your results, you can enter any top university in the Dragon Kingdom. Chen Chen nodded. This was indeed true. Although the process had its ups and downs, the outcome was good. I remember. The old man stroked his grizzled beard, a glimmer of nostalgia flashing in his murky eyes. At the Sunlong Academy in Kyoto, there seems to be a collection of very peculiar scales. That thing is quite strange. It is said to have existed many years ago, indestructible, impervious to fire and water, and even cannot be stored in any storage space. Perhaps it is related to your 9 reverse dragon ring. Cannot be stored in a storage space? Chen Chen's heart skipped a beat. This characteristic was somewhat similar to the 9 reverse dragon ring on his wrist. I suggest you visit the Sunlong Academy, the old man said, looking at Chen Chen with a meaningful glint in his eyes. Perhaps you will gain unexpected rewards. Sunlong Academy? Chen's heart stirred. It was indeed one of the top academies in the Dragon Kingdom, renowned and on par with the top institutions like Zhuke, Baihu, and Xuanwu. But Chen Chen's brow furrowed slightly. Unlike other comprehensive academies, Sunlong Academy had extremely strict admission standards, which could even be described as somewhat extreme. It only accepted pure combat type professionals. Whether physical melee fighters, elemental mages, or specialized summoners and curse casters, all were welcome. However, it did not accept any support-type professionals. No matter how extraordinary your support abilities were, how high your healing output, or how strong your buff effects, as long as you were not a combat profession, the doors of Sunlong Academy would never open for you. His public profession was Restoration Mage. A standard, and in the eyes of many, a somewhat weak D-level support profession. Even though he possessed strength far beyond his peers, even overwhelming many combat professions, passing the rigid and harsh entrance examination of Sunlong Academy would not be an easy task. Unless he exposed his hidden strength and professional characteristics? Chen Chen instinctively glanced at his attribute panel, along with the series of monstrous talents and skills. No, now is not the time.
The old man had just reminded him to act low-key and keep his cards hidden. But that peculiar scale cannot be stored in a storage space. This characteristic was too special. Could it be related to the 9? Reverse Dragon Ring, the vanished Eastern Divine Dragon, and the so-called Dragon Vein? Chen Chen felt a moment of hesitation. In his heart, seemingly sensing Chen Chen's concerns, the old man chuckled and waved his hand. Of course, it's just a suggestion. How to proceed ultimately depends on you. Alright, that's all I have to say. The old man's smile gradually faded, becoming serious again. Go on, kid. His gaze deepened once more, filled with hope and heavy pressure. Complete your second transition as soon as possible, and grow up, quickly. The future of the Dragon Kingdom needs young people like you. With that, the old man casually waved his hand. A gentle yet irresistible force enveloped Chen Chen. The scenery before him instantly blurred and twisted. The next moment, Chen Chen found himself standing on the bluestone path outside the ancient attic. The afternoon sun filtered through the sparse branches, casting dappled and somewhat glaring light. He squinted slightly, adjusting to the change in light. Then, he saw 4 figures waiting there. They were the same 4 individuals he had seen outside the attic earlier, representing the highest authority of the 4 major regions of the Dragon Kingdom. They seemed to have been waiting for a long time. At this moment, the 4 of them fixed their gazes on the newly appeared Chen Chen. In their eyes, there was scrutiny, curiosity, exploration, and a hint of barely perceptible seriousness and expectation. The air seemed to momentarily stagnate. An invisible pressure surged from all directions, a different sensation compared to facing the old man in the attic earlier. Chen Chen tightened his grip on the beastskin scroll, discreetly storing it in his storage space. Fortunately, this map was not one of those peculiar items that couldn't be stored. He straightened his back and met the 4 penetrating gazes. The afternoon sunlight filtered through the sparse branches and leaves, casting dappled and somewhat glaring light. Chen Chen squinted slightly, adjusting to the change in light. Then, he saw the 4 figures waiting there. They were the same 4 powerful officials he had seen outside the attic, representing the highest authority of the 4 major regions of the Dragon Kingdom. They seemed to have been waiting for a long time. At this moment, the 4 of them fixed their gazes on the newly appeared Chen Chen. In their eyes, there was scrutiny, curiosity, exploration, and a hint of barely perceptible seriousness and expectation. The air seemed to momentarily stagnate. An invisible pressure surged from all directions, a different sensation compared to facing the old man in the attic earlier. Chen Chen tightened his grip on the beastskin scroll, his thoughts shifting, discreetly storing it in his storage space. Fortunately, this map was not one of those peculiar items that couldn't be stored. He straightened his back and met the 4 penetrating gazes. Before Chen Chen could speak, the most impatient of them, Long Qingyu, stepped forward, his large hand almost ready to clap on Chen Chen's shoulder, his voice booming like a bell. Hey, kid! How's it going? What did the old man, the instructor say to you? Long Qingyu's face was filled with unmasked eagerness and curiosity. Did he say anything about you joining our district? Or is there some special arrangement? The other 3, though silent, clearly shared the same level of interest as Long Qingyu. Faced with the enthusiasm of this powerful figure from the Huaxi district, Chen Chen calmly took half a step back, avoiding the potential bear paw that might come down on him. He shook his head and replied in a calm tone. The old man didn't ask me to join any faction. He didn't give me anything special either. He deliberately omitted the beast skin map and the suggestion regarding the scales of the Sunlong Academy. He just advised me to grow up quickly and take on the responsibilities of the younger generation. This statement was half true and half false, aligning with part of the old man's instructions while concealing the most crucial information. Upon hearing Chen Chen's response, a glimmer of understanding flashed in the eyes of the 4 powerful figures. Grow up quickly. Chu Tianhua adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, deep in thought. Ling Xuanyue remained cool, but her gaze lingered on Chen Chen a moment longer. Su Jitang smiled gently, about to say something, but suddenly seemed to realize something. She glanced at the ancient attic behind her, then looked around at the tranquil surroundings, and softly said, "This place is not suitable for a long stay, let's find another place to talk." It was indeed somewhat inappropriate for them to surround a young man and inquire about his well-being in the old man's peaceful domain. The other 3 immediately understood. Su Jitang raised her delicate hand again, and a gentle white light glowed, more solid than before. The light enveloped the 5 of them, and the space slightly distorted. This time, they did not return to the previous temporary examination room. When the light dissipated, Chen Chen found himself standing on a familiar street. Tall buildings loomed, traffic flowed, and the air was filled with a slightly humid warmth. Yang City. His home. Sujina had clearly used some higher-level teleportation ability to send them directly back to the city where Chen was located. Before Chen could take in his surroundings, the gazes of the four big shots focused on him once again. This time, they no longer held back any reservations and had shed the slight awkwardness they had outside the attic. Long Qingyu was the first to speak again, his voice still booming. Kid, since the instructor didn't assign you a destination, what have you considered for yourself? Come to our Huashi. I guarantee you'll have plenty of resources. Any secret realm dungeons, you'll get to choose first. Chu Tianhua smiled elegantly. Following closely behind classmate Chen, our Huadong has a flourishing literary culture, with numerous academies and various research institutions that are among the best in the country. If you're interested in deep career development or knowledge exploration, Huadong is the best choice. Ling Xuanyue spoke concisely, her voice cold. Huannan has the most resources directly under the military, and the front lines of the otherworld battlefield can hone your practical combat skills the best. Su Jitong stepped closer, speaking softly with a kind of elder-like concern. Chen, come to our Huabei. You're still young, no need to rush to the front lines for fighting and killing. Huabei is relatively stable, and the resources are equally abundant. Sister, Auntie can take care of you a bit. The four towering figures, who could shake the entire dragon country with a stamp, were now seemingly competing for some rare treasure, each throwing olive branches at Chen. This scene left Chen feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. He could sense the goodwill and importance they placed on him, but this sudden competition left him somewhat helpless. Esteemed leaders. Chen carefully chose his words, trying to find a polite way to decline. Is it possible to not join? I previously promised the Lord of Yang City that I would only consider joining the direct forces at the national level. He tried to use his earlier commitment as a shield. To his surprise, instead of retreating, the four of them laughed. Long Qingyu waved his hand. Hey, kid. What are you thinking? Our four major regions are the most important components of the dragon country, directly responsible to the instructor. What we represent is the national level force, just managing different regions. Chu Tianhua nodded in agreement. What Brother Qingyu said is correct. No matter which of the four districts you join, it's equivalent to joining the core power system of the dragon country. Su Jitan also smiled and explained. Exactly. We're not some small local forces. With that, Chen's last line of defense was gone. Looking at the four pairs of eyes filled with choose me, he felt a headache coming on. The old man had told him to keep a low profile and hide his strength. But in this situation, it seemed that no matter what he chose, he would immediately become the center of attention. Moreover, he seemed unable to offend any of these four big shots. He took a deep breath, quickly thinking of a strategy. Directly refusing was definitely not an option. Choosing any one side seemed to create resentment from the other three. Was there a more middle ground choice? Or rather, was there a direction that better suited his current needs? Repairing the 9 reverse dragon ring, searching for dragon vein clues, and quickly increasing his strength. All of these required resources, intelligence, and, most importantly, strong power as support. And strength, the most direct source, came from combat, especially fighting against powerful enemies. With this thought, Chen's heart stirred. And he raised his head to meet the expectant gazes of the four big shots. He helplessly spread his hands, a hint of a bitter smile on his face. I appreciate the good intentions of all the esteemed leaders. Since I must choose a direction. His gaze swept over the four, finally settling on a point in the void, as if he were seriously contemplating. Is there a department or force that specifically targets high-difficulty dungeons or specializes in hunting powerful bosses? Chen's question seemed somewhat casual, infused with the youthful yearning for the cool and the powerful. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, the previously lively atmosphere, filled with smiles, fell into an immediate silence. The smiles on the faces of the four big shots slightly faded. A specialized organization for high-difficulty dungeons? A group dedicated to hunting powerful bosses? Such organizations certainly existed in the Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, they were not something ordinary people could access. Even among these regional leaders, it was considered highly confidential. How did this kid come to ask that? Did he accidentally overhear something? Or Long Qingyu, unable to keep his thoughts to himself, widened his eyes and almost blurted out, Kid, how do you know about Dragon Slayers? As soon as the words escaped his lips, he suddenly realized his slip, and the word team was swallowed back, leaving his expression somewhat strange. The gazes of Chu Tianhua, Ling Xuanyue, and Su Jitong all turned towards Long Qingyu, carrying a hint of reproach. This reckless fool. Chen keenly caught the two words that Long Qingyu had let slip, along with the instant change in the expressions of the other three big shots. Dragon Slayers. So it really was that organization.
In his previous life, he had only heard of the existence of the Dragon Slayer team. Long after reaching a certain level of strength. It was a special team with very few members, each one considered the top combat power of the Dragon Kingdom. They were not affiliated with any major region, directly taking orders from the highest level, responsible for handling the most challenging and dangerous tasks.
Hunting
High-level or even top-tier bosses, exploring forbidden death zones, responding to the most urgent emergencies, and even cross-border hunts to seize rare boss resources that other countries were about to conquer. They were the sharp blade of the Dragon Kingdom, the guardians in the shadows. He hadn't expected that by merely probing a little, he would uncover these two words. It seemed this team indeed existed and held an extremely special status.
Chen Shen's thoughts raced, but his face appropriately displayed just the right amount of confusion and curiosity.
He blinked, looking at the frustrated Long Qingyu, then glanced at the other three big shots. With their varied expressions, his tone laced with a hint of bewilderment.
Dragon Slayers? What is that? It sounds quite impressive.
The air seemed to freeze. The smiles on the faces of the four big shots had long vanished. Long Qingyu, feeling frustrated, rubbed his nose, his gaze evasive, clearly aware of his earlier slip. Chu Tianqua, Ling Xuanyue, and Su Jitong's eyes all carried a hint of helplessness as they swept over this loose-lipped fool. Chen Shen took it all in, his suspicions growing stronger, yet his face maintained that perfect air of confusion.
Dragon Slayers? What kind of organization is that? It sounds quite impressive. He seemed genuinely intrigued, pressing for more.
Seeing this, Chu Tianqua sighed lightly and was the first to speak, breaking the slightly awkward silence.
The kind
of team you mentioned does indeed exist. His voice returned to its previous gentle and refined tone, but the content carried an undeniable seriousness.
However, he shifted his gaze, scrutinizing Chen Shen.
To join, the threshold is extremely high. You need at least a fourth transition in combat power.
Given your current situation.
He shook his head slightly, the implication clear.
You're definitely not qualified.
Though the words were direct, they were also reasonable.
The fourth transition, that is a significant watershed in the practitioner system, representing the true sequence of the throne. Chen Shen is only LV30 now, and there
is still a long road ahead to the fourth transition.
Hearing Chu Tianqua's words, Chen Shen fell silent.
He lowered his gaze, making it hard for others to discern
his current thoughts. Was it disappointment? Or was it something he had anticipated?
Long Qingyu, seeing this, clapped his hands, breaking the silence.
Like this.
His voice was loud, filled with an undeniable determination, as if the earlier slip of the tongue had never happened.
Kid, as long as you're willing to join our Huaxi district.
His gaze was piercing, full of temptation.
I'll report to the old man right away. We'll set up a low-tier Dragon Slayer team just for you.
We'll be responsible for handling the special anomalies and those troublesome bosses in our Huaxi area.
How about it?
As soon as these words were spoken, the
expressions of Chu Tianqua, Ling Xuanyue, and Su Jitong turned somewhat grim. This guy was simply being ridiculous. To snatch someone away, he would even casually promise such authority? That was the title of Dragon Slayer, and even if it was low tier, it was no trivial matter. Even Chen Shen was taken aback. Can it really be played like this? A team specifically established for him? This was a bit too grand.
Just as Chen Shen's thoughts raced, digesting this sudden windfall, a familiar and sharp voice, without warning, rang out from not far away, filled with deep-seated hatred.
You bastard, you're really still alive. Linhan's voice was piercing, each word seemed to be squeezed out from between her teeth, brimming with profound hatred.
She stared at Chen Shen, as if she wanted to carve flesh from him with her gaze. Those useless fools.
They are truly of no help at all.
Seeing this, Chen Shen frowned.
Linhan?
Her words were laced with unabashed curses, clearly expressing her extreme dissatisfaction with the people sent to assassinate Qin Shun earlier. Her proud gaze swept over the four people beside Chen Shen, her
brows slightly furrowing. Who were these four?
They were dressed decently, and their demeanor was acceptable. Were they the support
that this country bumpkin Chen Shen had found?
They seemed to have some status, but Linhan did not recognize who they were.
In her
eyes, they might just be prominent figures from Yang City or nearby, deceived by Qin Shen's sweet words. Compared to the Lin family
in the capital, what could these people possibly amount to?
A mocking cold smile curled at the corner of Linhan's mouth, and her
gaze towards the four turned contemptuous.
Chen Shen's brows were tightly knitted, and his feelings of disgust surged to the extreme.
This woman was truly relentless.
Before the big exam, she had repeatedly sought trouble, even resorting to the despicable means of
assassination.
If it weren't for his improved strength, he might have really fallen into her hands.
Unexpectedly, after the exam, this person had jumped out again. Moreover, judging by her demeanor, she seemed even more insane and unrestrained. What was even more ridiculous was that she couldn't recognize the four significant figures before her who could shake the Dragon Kingdom with a stomp. A trace of coldness flashed in Chen Chen's eyes, mixed with a hint of pity, as if he were looking at a clown. If Linhan still wanted to seek death, he wouldn't mind sending her on her way again, making her understand her demise more clearly. Chu Tianqua's elegant brows slightly furrowed, his gaze shifting back and forth between Chen Chen and Linhan. He sensed that the atmosphere between the two was often noticed Linhan's undisguised disdain when looking at the four of them. Interesting. A hint of amusement flashed through Chu Tianqua's mind as he asked, Chen Chen, this is? Chu Tianqua's voice remained gentle, but those who knew him could detect a hint of coldness hidden beneath that gentleness. Before Chen Chen could speak, Linhan arrogantly raised her chin. Like a peacock displaying its feathers, her tone filled with disdain. This kid has offended our Lin family. She first pointed out Chen Chen's crimes, then turned her gaze to Chu Tianqua and the others, adopting a condescending tone of charity. You lot seem to be his elders or friends, right? I advise you not to meddle in this matter, lest you bring trouble upon yourselves. Her words were laced with threats, her eyes sweeping over the four as if warning a group of ignorant country bumpkins. Our Lin family's affairs are not something people like you can interfere in. Linhan directly invoked the Lin family name, her tone filled with an air of entitlement and arrogance. In her view, just mentioning the Lin family was enough to scare off these seemingly respectable individuals, who could never be compared to the Lin family of the capital. Su Jitong's gentle smile vanished completely, replaced by an icy demeanor. She looked at Linhan as if she were a mere clown. Lin family? Su Jitong repeated softly, her voice light yet carrying an invisible pressure. Ling Xuangyue's cold eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of faint mockery flashing in their depths. To ordinary people, the Lin family of the capital might seem like a colossal entity. But to those of them who truly stood at the pinnacle of power in Longhua, it was nothing more than that. Long Qingyu nearly burst out laughing but was quickly replaced by anger. He glared at Linhan, his rugged face etched with displeasure. You little brat, you sure have a big mouth. People like us? What kind of people are we? Long Qingyu's voice was deep, filled with suppressed rage. It was the first time he had been so underestimated, especially by a little girl who didn't know her place. The four regional officials simultaneously reined in all expressions, their demeanor turning solemn and cold. The aura around them was no longer deliberately restrained, and an invisible pressure slowly spread out. The air seemed to freeze. Linhan indeed felt a powerful aura pressing down on her, causing her breath to hitch slightly. But instead, it ignited a deeper pride and rebellion within her. When had the young lady of the Lin family ever been overwhelmed by someone else's aura? The more these people put on airs, the more she wanted them to know that the Lin family of the capital was not something they could provoke. She not only showed no fear but straightened her back, raised her chin higher, and wore an even more disdainful and provocative smile. Ha, what a pretentious act. Linhan sneered, her tone sharp and biting. What? Do you think you can scare me with your aura? She surveyed the four, her gaze like a poisoned blade. Let me tell you, don't think that just because you're a bunch of clueless bumpkins, even the forces behind you must think twice before challenging the Lin family. Her voice suddenly rose, filled with extreme arrogance and madness. If you provoke me, provoke the Lin family, I'll make sure you regret it. Go ahead and try. Let's see who ends up begging for mercy in the end. At this moment, Linhan was completely blinded by anger and the feeling of being underestimated, transferring her hatred for Chen Chen onto these four meddlers. In her eyes, the Lin family was heaven, an unshakable rule. Anyone daring to challenge the Lin family's authority would pay a heavy price. This deeply ingrained belief made her, faced with the terrifying pressure exuded by the four big shots, not only refuse to back down but also become even more arrogant. In her threats, she wanted to crush the pretentiousness of these people before her with the Lin family's reputation. Although I don't know what methods you used to make my people immune to what I placed on you during the exam, Linhan once again directed her ire at Chen Chen, but the threatening tone clearly included Chu Tianqua and the others as well. But the exam is over, and your time is up. And you few, since you're backing this kid, then let's all go to the grave together. Her words were vicious and insane. This foolish woman was not only stupid but also mad. She had no idea that what she just said had already sounded the death knell for the Lin family, and even for herself. Before Chen Chen could respond, the expressions of the four big shots behind him darkened completely. Attacking candidates during the big exam? Long Qingyu's voice boomed like thunder, shaking the entire space slightly. He glared at Linhan, his eyes filled with fury. You little girl, you have some nerve. Chen Chen stood to the side, watching Lin
Ihan's reckless performance with calm eyes, but beneath that calmness lay an increasingly profound indifference.
Stupidity is the original sin.
And Linhan was clearly beyond redemption. Long Qingyu's voice rolled like deep thunder, each word carrying the
weight of a mountain, crashing heavily onto Linhan's heart.
The invisible pressure was no longer just a deterrent in terms of momentum, it seemed to take on a tangible form, making it hard for her to breathe. Linhan's body involuntarily trembled. This
feeling was terrifying.
The aura emanating from these four people felt like four towering mountains, pressing down on her until she could hardly catch her breath. She even developed an absurd illusion.
Even the Lin family's powerful old patriarch seemed far less terrifying than these four before her. How could that be? Who exactly were these people? Weren't they just bumpkins from Yang City or nearby towns? Fear began to coil around her heart like a cold vine.
But the deep-seated pride and blind confidence in the Lin family's reputation forced her to suppress this fear.
She could not lose.
She could not show weakness in front of these country folks.
What do you want?
Her voice carried a barely perceptible tremor, but her face still held on to its pride.
I tell you, I am from the Lin family of Kyoto.
If you dare to touch me, the Lin family will never let you go. She tried to bring up the Lin family's golden signboard again, but failed to realize how ridiculous and ignorant it appeared in the eyes of the four big shots.
Shu Tianqua
didn't even bother to look at her again, turning his gaze to Su Jitong beside him, his tone flat.
Jitong, do you want to come or should I?
Su Jitong had long lost her previous gentleness, her stunning face was covered with a layer of frost, and her gaze towards Linhan was like looking at a dead object.
This is ultimately your territory in East China, so I shouldn't overstep.
Her voice was cold, carrying a detachment that kept others at a distance.
You go ahead. Shu Tianqua nodded slightly, saying no more. He didn't even look at Linhan, merely raising his hand casually.
A few barely noticeable energy fluctuations rippled through the air. The next moment, several figures clad in black standard soft armor, exuding a heavy aura, sprang from the shadows like phantoms, kneeling on one knee in unison, respectfully saluting Chu Tianqua.
Commander!
Their voices were deep and powerful, filled with absolute
obedience.
Linhan's pupils constricted as she looked at the suddenly appearing guard, her unease instantly magnifying to the
extreme. These people were definitely not ordinary soldiers.
The iron-blooded killing intent they radiated far surpassed any Lin
family guard she had ever seen.
Chu Tianqua's cold gaze finally landed on Linhan, his expression calm and unruffled, yet it made her
feel as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. Take her down.
His voice remained elegant but carried an undeniable command, along with a chilling undertone that made one's heart race. Interrogate her properly.
Yes. Two guards immediately stepped forward. Their movements swift and powerful, each taking hold of one of Linhan's arms. Linhan was completely panicked now, struggling violently and screaming, "Let go of me! Do you know who I am? I am Linhan,
the young lady of the Lin family in Kyoto. If you dare to touch me, my grandfather will not let you go."
However, the two guards' arms, like iron pincers, remained unmoved, their faces
expressionless as they dragged her outside.
Linhan's screams and threats seemed so pale and powerless in the face of absolute strength.
Chen Shen watched all of this coldly. From the moment Linhan failed to recognize the four big shots and dared to speak arrogantly, her fate was already sealed.
Stupidity can sometimes be more fatal than weakness.
Chu Tianqua's words, interrogate her, well, were even more profound. What awaited Linhan would likely be a fate far more terrifying than death.
And the Lin family in Kyoto.
A faint smile curved at the corner of Chen Shen's mouth.
Provoking any one of these four would be enough to make the Lin family drink a pot of trouble. Not to mention, she had offended all four at once. Linhan's foolish actions would likely drag the entire Lin family into the abyss. As Linhan was dragged away, the suffocating sense of oppression slowly dissipated. The coldness
on Chu Tianqua's face also melted away, replaced by a gentle and refined smile, as if nothing had happened just now.
He turned
around and looked at Chen Shen, his eyes carrying a hint of apology.
Chen Shen, I'm sorry for making you suffer. Shu Tianqua's voice
was gentle, carrying a soothing power. I didn't expect there would be such a reckless and ignorant person in our jurisdiction. He shook his head slightly, his tone carrying a hint of self-blame.
It's my lack of supervision, and I apologize to you for that.
As soon as he finished speaking, Su Jitong stepped forward, her stunning face showing a hint of regret.
Her gaze towards Chen Shen
was warm yet tinged with guilt.
Kyoto is located in North China.
Although I cannot directly oversee the internal affairs of the
capital, the aristocratic families in Kyoto are indeed within my jurisdiction. Su Jitong's voice was soft but carried an undeniable seriousness.
This issue is indeed my oversight, allowing the Lin family to act so recklessly, and I apologize to you as well.
The two regional officials, the true high-ranking figures of Long Country, actually apologized simultaneously to a young man who had yet to complete his second transition.
If this were to get out, it would be enough to shake the entire Long Country.
Chen Chen displayed just
the right amount of surprise on his face, quickly waving his hand. His demeanor was a mix of youthful awkwardness and a calmness
far beyond his peers. You two leaders are being too harsh. How can this be blamed on you?
His voice was clear, carrying a convincing
sincerity. No matter where it is, there will always be one or two clueless fools, it's just unavoidable.
His words not only indicated his non-pursuit of the matter but also subtly belittled Linhan to the ground.
Chu Tianque looked at Chen Chen with
appreciation, increasingly satisfied with the young man's character.
Not servile nor arrogant, polite and principled, yet able to show
a decisive and ruthless side at critical moments.
No wonder that girl Sujina looked at him differently.
He smiled gently and continued, along with Chen Chen's words.
What you said makes sense. However, rules are rules, wrong is wrong.
Chu Tianque shifted the
topic to another matter. How about this, let today's incident end here for now. The matter that Brother Qingyu proposed earlier.
The four of us will go together to consult the old man. He looked at Chen Chen, his eyes carrying a hint of depth. At that time, perhaps we will establish a unique team for you and for the future pillars of Long Country. Chen Chen's heart stirred, but his face remained impassive. Seeing that Chen Chen did not react much, Chu Tianque did not elaborate further, just smiled.
All right, we old folks won't take up any more of your time.
His gaze fell on Chen Chen, filled with the concern of an elder.
You should be eager to complete your second job transfer, right?
Being stuck at the level cap for so long isn't good for your future development. It's
better to complete the transfer as soon as possible. Su Jitong chimed in, her tone gentle. Yes, Chen Chen, the important matters come first. If you need any help, you can always contact me through Jiner.
Long Qingyu beside them seemed to want to say something
more, but just as he opened his mouth, he was pulled by Ling Xuanyue and Su Jitong on either side, silencing him. Chu Tianque smiled
warmly at Chen Chen, nodded slightly, and then did not linger any longer. A flash of light flickered, and the four figures almost simultaneously activated some form of spatial teleportation, instantly disappearing from the spot, leaving only a few lingering energy
waves in the air.
The space that had just been filled with invisible pressure and a tense atmosphere suddenly quieted down.
Only Chen Chen remained, standing in place.
Looking at the empty expanse ahead, Chen Chen's expression appeared somewhat strange.
It must
be said that the events of the past 2 days had indeed been colorful, even surpassing some of his previous life's understandings. For high-ranking officials personally showed up to support him, even going so far as to confront the young lady of the Lin family
in Kyoto directly.
In the end, they even formally apologized to him for Linhan's foolish actions.
This kind of treatment, perhaps, could not be found for anyone else in the entire Dragon Kingdom.
Chen Chen casually waved away the residual energy fluctuations in
the air, his gaze calm.
He glanced at his level, still LV30, stuck at the threshold of the second job transfer.
Both Chu Tianque
and Su Jitong had mentioned that he should complete his second job transfer as soon as possible. Indeed, being stagnant at this level
for too long was ultimately not a good thing. Although a sense of fatigue still lingered deep in his mind, he wanted to find a place to rest and recover from the exhaustion brought on by today's intense battles and mental strain. However, Chen Chen was more curious about another matter.
He opened his attribute panel, his gaze landing on the profession section.
Profession, healer?
The string of question marks behind it remained mysterious. He was eager to know what the second job transfer task would be for his profession, which had mutated due to the blood of the ancient gods. He remembered that in his previous life, as an ordinary B-level healer, the second job transfer task was incredibly simple. Heal 20 practitioners whose health was below 50%. A task purely testing healing ability, which posed almost no difficulty for a healer.
But now, his profession was no longer just a simple healer. With the hero of healing talent, which was quite extraordinary, and that mysterious question mark suffix, Chen Chen had a vague premonition that his second job transfer task would likely not be so easy.
In fact, it might be completely different from his previous life, with a significantly increased level of difficulty. Chen Chen shook his head, dispelling the chaotic thoughts in his mind. The departure of the four big shots took away the suffocating pressure but left behind deeper confusion and an indescribable heaviness. He did not linger too long, turning and stepping forward, his goal clear, the profession hall in Yang City. The flow of people on the street seemed a bit sparser than usual. The major exam had just ended, and many people's attention was still focused on the competition arena, with a sense of fatigue lingering in the air after the commotion, resonating subtly with the weariness deep within Chen Chen. The iconic spire of the profession hall soon appeared at the end of his sight. It stood in the city center, ancient and solemn, emanating a faint energy fluctuation, as if it had witnessed the birth and growth of countless practitioners. Chen Chen pushed open the heavy oak door and walked inside. The hall was indeed much emptier than usual. Under the tall dome, the sound of his somewhat lonely footsteps echoed. Light streamed through the enormous stained glass windows, casting mottled shadows on the smooth stone floor. In front of the various class transfer statues that used to have long lines, only a few people remained at this moment. Chen Chen's gaze swept over the diverse statues, warriors wielding great swords, mages chanting spells, agile assassins. Finally, his eyes settled on a statue radiating a soft white light. It was a statue of a woman dressed in a simple robe, holding a holy scripture, with a kind expression. This was the exclusive transfer statue for healing class practitioners. Chen Chen walked up to the statue, and the air seemed to carry a hint of the sacred and serene. Without any hesitation, he extended his right hand and slowly pressed it against the statue's cold pedestal. A faint energy feedback tingled at his fingertips, as if an ancient contract was being awakened. He held his breath, waiting for the system's prompt. That mysterious question. Mark, that mutated class, where would its second transfer path lead? The moment his fingertips touched the pedestal, the icy sensation spread along his skin. Chen Chen could feel a gentle yet ancient power slowly awakening from within the statue, resonating faintly with a certain quality inside him. He adjusted his breathing, focusing his mind, waiting for the system's prompt that would determine his fate. It came. Ding! Healing Sorcerer's second transfer mission, ZZZ. The familiar yet eerie sound of electricity suddenly erupted, like a sharp scraping noise, forcibly interrupting what should have been a smooth system prompt. Chen Chen's pupils constricted. That feeling again. It was exactly the same as when he awakened his class, that inexplicable system chaos. Before he could think further, the scene before him underwent a dramatic change. The statue of the benevolent goddess, radiating soft white light, suddenly developed fine cracks on its surface. Crack, crack. The cracks spread rapidly like a spider's web, covering the entire statue. Even more chilling was that from those ever-expanding fissures, what burst forth was no longer the sacred white light. Instead, it was a thick, eerie blood-red glow. That light carried an indescribable sense of evil and madness, instantly staining the surrounding air, casting an ominous blood-red filter over the entire space. It seemed as if something inside the statue was about to break free. Immediately after, the interrupted system prompt sounded again, in a colder, more sinister tone. Ding! Second transfer mission activated. Ancient God trial initiated. The moment the words fell, boom! A blinding blood-red light erupted violently from the statue's cracks, like a flood breaking its dam, instantly engulfing Chen Chen, who stood before the statue. In the instant his consciousness was submerged in the bloodlight, he felt an irresistible pulling force, as if his soul was being torn from his body. His vision was consumed by pure blood red, leaving nothing else. The next moment, Chen Chen's figure vanished from the spot. And that healing goddess statue, now covered in cracks and pulsating with bloodlight, let out a mournful cry as it lost its target. It collapsed. With a thunderous crash, debris flew, dust filled the air. The once sacred and tranquil transfer area was left in ruins, with only the remnants of shattered statues scattered about, and a faint lingering smell of blood that had yet to dissipate in the air. In the vast hall, silence reigned. His consciousness felt as if it had been thrown into an endless abyss, only to be yanked back to reality. After a violent tearing sensation, Chen Chen suddenly opened his eyes. A metallic sweetness surged in his throat, and he couldn't help but cough violently. Cough, cough, cough. After a while, that suffocating feeling slowly receded. He braced himself against his somewhat weak body, barely managing to stand. Chen Chen looked around in confusion. The unfamiliar environment was filled with a faint smell of rust and sulfur, piercing his nostrils. Beneath his feet lay cracked and charred earth, devoid of any trace of life, only silence. In the distance, jagged mountains rose and fell, their outlines menacing, like the back of a slumbering beast, exuding an ominous aura. Where is this place? He furrowed his brow, his mental energy quietly probing outward, but it felt like a cow sinking into the sea, his perception severely compressed. Shouldn't the job transfer task first issue the task details, wait for him to confirm acceptance, and then allow him to choose to enter the task location? How could it be like this? Without any warning, he was thrown into this hellish place? The system prompt was disrupted, the statue collapsed, and then there was a forced teleportation. Everything felt inexplicably bizarre, closely tied to his question-marked profession. Chen Chen carefully observed every detail around him, trying to find clues. This desolate land, this suffocating atmosphere. It all felt somewhat familiar, as if he had seen it in some fragment of a long-buried memory. Yet the images in his memory seemed to have subtle deviations from what lay before him. More like a distorted, tainted version filled with despair and madness. A wave of intense unease swept over him, his alertness instantly heightened to the maximum. As if something in the dark was guiding him, or perhaps a stirring from the depths of his soul, Chen Chen instinctively raised his head. In the next moment, his pupils suddenly constricted, his heart feeling as if gripped by an invisible hand. The sky was neither the familiar azure nor the deepness of night. Instead, it was a heavy dark purple, like congealed blood. Two enormous moons, radiating an ominous bloodlight, hung high in the sky, one large and one small. They resembled two cold, malevolent eyes, mercilessly gazing down upon this scarred land, spreading a chilling dread. The blood-red moonlight fell, casting an eerie halo over everything, distorting the colors in his vision, making this silent land even more terrifying. The twin blood moons. This sight, like the most profound nightmare imprinted in his mind, violently crashed into the deepest recesses of his memory, stirring up a storm. This is the battlefield of gods and demons where he perished in his past life? Impossible. Chen Chen's heart sank sharply, a chill rushing from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. The battlefield of gods and demons? How could this hellish place appear in a second job transfer task? He suddenly recalled fragments of memories from his past life, those scattered yet unforgettable images. Endless corpses, a shattered sky, wailing souls, and the twin blood moons hanging in the sky, like the eyes of a malevolent god. Everything slowly overlapped with the grotesque landscape he glimpsed through the cave entrance, bathed in blood-red moonlight. But it was not entirely the same. No. Something feels off. The battlefield of gods and demons in his memory, at the moment of his demise, seemed even more shattered, the air thick with the silence and despair that followed the end of war, having burned everything to ashes. Yet the scene before him, though equally desolate and filled with an ominous aura, seemed to lack some of the decay left by the passage of time, instead faintly hinting at a lingering scent of smoke and fire that had not yet been completely extinguished. Could it be, the timing is wrong? It makes sense, having been reborn, there was nearly a decade between when he first stepped into this place in his past life. He suddenly snapped back to reality, only then noticing he was in a narrow, dark cave. The cold, damp rock wall pressed against his back, the smell of sulfur and rust in the air was even more intense than what he had sensed outside. The cave entrance was not large, the blood-red moonlight filtering in was limited, just enough for him to see a corner of the grotesque landscape outside, along with the two blood moons radiating an eerie glow. So he had been teleported to a relatively concealed place. But this did nothing to lessen the shock in his heart. Even more than a decade ago, the horrors of the battlefield were far beyond what his current LV-30 could withstand. He was well aware that the lowest-level monsters wandering this battlefield were probably at least platinum tier. Not to mention the human powerhouses and high-ranking demon clans engaged in fierce battles here. Just a casual ripple from a fight could easily crush him to dust. His MP, which was as high as 430,000, and the healer's courage reverse talent had no chance to manifest in the face of such absolute tier suppression. No matter how much blue he had, how strong his skills were, or how short the cooldowns, being slapped to death by someone was still futile. Human reaction speed ultimately has its limits. Even with heightened mental focus, he couldn't bridge the vast chasm of power disparity. Chen Chen's expression turned extremely grim. Was he really thrown into such a life and death situation for a second transfer task? What would the subsequent third, fourth, and even higher tier tasks entail? Would he have to face the ancient god's true form directly? He might as well find a rock and smash his head in right now. This damned profession, this damned ancient god's blood. Just as a wave of near despair surged within Chen Chen, the cold and emotionless system notification sound abruptly rang out again. Ding! Ancient God Trial, I heal the warriors participating in the battle of gods and demons. 0/3000. The system prompt was like a bucket of ice water poured over his head, instantly halting Chen Chen's chaotic thoughts. Heal. Warriors? He was stunned. What did that mean? Could it be that the fighting outside was still ongoing? The armies of humans and demons were currently clashing on this land? This did explain the faint scent of smoke in the air. But the problem was, how to heal. Heal 3000? He instinctively tightened his grip on the Eternal Radiance Staff, the platinum tier weapon emitting a faint glow, appearing somewhat powerless in the dark cave. With his current strength, let alone rushing onto the battlefield to save people, he probably couldn't even get close to the edge of the battlefield. As soon as he dared to step out of this cave and expose himself to the blood-red moonlight, he would instantly be sensed by some terrifying presence lurking in the shadows, and then crushed like an ant. This was simply an impossible task. Did the system make a mistake? Or was this so-called ancient god trial actually meant to get him killed?
Chen Chen's brows furrowed tightly, his mind racing to understand the logic behind this task. Could it be? Just as an absurd thought began to rise, the system notification sounded again, carrying an undeniable tone. Ding! You are currently in an absolute stealth state. No one on the battlefield can perceive your existence. Please act boldly. Absolute stealth? Chen Chen was taken aback. He instinctively sensed his own state, and sure enough, a layer of extremely weak, almost imperceptible energy membrane enveloped him. This membrane masked his presence, even distorting the light, making him blend into the shadows of the cave. No one could perceive his existence? Chen Chen's heartbeat suddenly quickened. With this state, at least his safety was greatly assured. As long as he didn't actively seek death by attacking those terrifying beings, theoretically, he could move freely on this battlefield without worrying about being discovered. So that's how it is. This was the key to completing the task? Although the system had issued a seemingly impossible task, it also provided him with the necessary conditions to accomplish it. That profession brought not only bizarre tasks and immense risks but also unimaginable abilities. Please act boldly. Chen Chen silently recited the last 4 words of the system prompt, a complex light flashing in his eyes. Fear and despair receded like the tide, replaced by a strong desire for exploration and a hint of determination born from being pushed to the brink. Since the system had given him a chance, he had to seize it. Heal 3,000 warriors. This task, upon realizing that the outside world might be in the midst of a fierce war and that he possessed absolute stealth capabilities, seemed not so unattainable after all. Of course, the difficulty remained hellish. Chen Chen took a deep breath, suppressing the tumultuous waves in his heart. He cautiously moved closer to the cave entrance, pressing against the cold rock wall, using the cover of the stones to quietly and extremely carefully peek outside. He needed to confirm the specific situation of the battlefield outside, and where exactly those warriors he needed to heal were located. Healing 3,000 warriors on this battlefield of gods and demons over a decade ago. This trial of the ancient gods was indeed filled with madness and the unknown from the very beginning. Chen Chen took a deep breath, the mixed scent of sulfur, scorched earth, and rich blood almost suffocated him. He pressed against the cold rock wall, his body lowered to the ground like a frightened lizard, inching toward the cave entrance. The absolute stealth state gave him confidence, but in the face of the unknown, caution was always paramount. The scene outside gradually became clear through the narrow gap. The sounds of battle were like tangible waves, crashing madly against his eardrums, making them buzz. The light from energy explosions flickered, illuminating the grotesquely twisted earth. For a moment before being swiftly swallowed by the blood-red moonlight. The sharp clashing of swords, the heavy roars of monsters, and the dying screams of human warriors intertwined into a mad and desperate symphony of war. Chen Chen's heart raced in his chest. Even from a distance, the overwhelming aura of carnage made him feel a wave of palpitations. This was indeed the battlefield of gods and demons. Unlike the silence of the war's end, he remembered, the battlefield before him was filled with a violent vitality, the heat of slaughter that had yet to cool. Countless twisted and bizarre monsters wielded sharp claws or crude weapons, fiercely battling human warriors clad in various armors and wielding swords, guns, and shields. The sky was torn apart by beams of skill light in various colors, while the ground was stained dark red with blood and flesh. This was a battle he could not intervene in at LV-30. He even saw in the distance, in the sky, a terrifying demonic shadow, as large as a mountain clashing violently with a human powerhouse radiating brilliant light. Each encounter triggered earth-shattering booms, and the energy waves released could easily obliterate low-tier professionals. Heal the warriors participating in the battle of gods and demons. 0/3000. The cold task prompt reappeared. Chen Chen's gaze swept across the chaotic battlefield. The system did not specify which side's warriors needed healing, but the blood flowing in his veins was human. In his past life, he had also fought on such a battlefield, dying to protect humanity's last line of defense. In this life, even in this bizarre trial, facing the battlefield from over a decade ago, his choice would not change. As a human, he naturally had to help his own kind. This thought was incredibly clear and beyond doubt. He began to carefully and step by step walk out from the dark cave where he had been hiding. His body was fully exposed to the blood-red moonlight. He was not attacked. He was not discovered. That barely perceptible energy membrane had indeed taken effect, completely erasing his presence. Nearby, fierce battles were occurring, and violent energy turbulence occasionally swept past his position, but all were silently blocked by the invisible membrane, not even stirring a ripple. Chen Chen's taut nerves relaxed slightly, but his vigilance did not diminish in the slightest. He was like a ghost walking in a storm. No matter how heavy the rain fell, it could not dampen his cloak. He began to move along the edge of the battlefield, searching for a suitable opportunity to strike.
His gaze quickly swept over the scenes of carnage. Soon, his eyes locked onto a battle group that was relatively close. A human warrior clad in silver light armor, wielding a broken spear, was being besieged by three monstrous creatures resembling rotting hyenas. The warrior was battered and bruised, his movements noticeably sluggish, each block seemed to take an immense effort. And his life force flickered like a candle in the wind. The three monsters, however, were exceptionally fierce, their sharp claws tearing at him, and their foul, drooling fangs nearly biting into the warrior's vital points time and again. This was it. Chen Chen no longer hesitated and raised the Eternal Radiance staff in his hand. The gem at the tip of the platinum-level staff glowed with a soft yet undeniable light. His mental energy guided the magical power, quickly constructing the spell. Model for the healing spell. Healing spell. A beam of emerald green light, like a meteor traversing time and space, precisely landed on the dying warrior. The warrior's staggering body jolted, a warm halo emanating from his wounds, and the gruesome injuries began to heal at a visible speed, his pale complexion quickly regaining a hint of color, and his health bar restored by a small fraction. He even looked down at his body in confusion, not understanding what had happened. But the ever-changing battlefield left him no time to ponder. The restored strength allowed him to raise the broken spear once more, roaring as he smashed a charging monster aside. The emerald green light dissipated, and the warrior roared, rejoining the fray. Chen Chen's gaze was tightly fixed on the mission panel. Heal the warriors participating in the battle against the demons. 0/3000. The numbers remained unchanged. Chen Chen's heart sank. What was going on? Was the healing ineffective? Or was it? A chilling thought crept back into his mind. Did he really have to heal the demon race? What kind of malice was hidden in this ancient god? Trial? Just as he was restless, almost doubting his judgment, the cold system prompt sounded again, carrying a mechanical, undeniable tone. Ding! Reminder! Only when you restore the healer's health to above 80% will the healing be considered complete. 80%? Chen Chen was stunned, and then his mouth twitched uncontrollably a couple of times. He instinctively glanced at the figure in the distance, fighting desperately, and then scanned the other fierce human warriors on the battlefield. Although their strengths varied, who among those fighting in this demon battlefield wasn't a seasoned warrior? These were all professionals above the fourth transition, restoring to 80% health? With those high-level warriors having terrifying health pools of hundreds of thousands or even millions, that one healing spell he cast, while impressive, was merely a drop in the bucket. To bring a dying fourth transition warrior back to 80% health, Chen Chen roughly estimated that he would need to cast healing spell 5 or 6 times in a row just to barely meet the requirement. And this was without considering the continuous loss of health on the other side, as well as the possibility of his skills being interrupted. 3,000. Each one needed to be restored to above 80%. Chen Chen tugged at the corner of his mouth, revealing a smile that was more painful than crying. This was truly going to take everything out of him. If it weren't for the 2 top-tier talents he had coincidentally copied from Gina earlier, this class change task would have likely stalled here, taking months to complete. 80% health. 3,000 battlefield veterans starting from the fourth transition. The difficulty was akin to dancing on the edge of a knife, blindfolded. But he had no choice. The acrid smell of blood mixed with sulfur and scorched earth constantly assaulted his nerves, as if it were trying to ignite his sanity as well. In the distance, the dazzling light of energy explosions briefly illuminated faces smeared with blood and sweat, yet still filled with determination and madness. These were the warriors of humanity. They fought valiantly against the demon race on this land to protect the last hope of humanity. The helplessness and fatigue that had arisen in his chest due to the difficulty of the mission were instantly washed away by a more intense and surging emotion. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the tumultuous feelings within, and raised the Eternal Radiance staff once more. The gem at the tip of the platinum staff emitted a soft yet undeniable holy glow, appearing somewhat out of place on this blood-soaked battlefield, yet carrying a strangely comforting power. His gaze, sharp as lightning, quickly locked onto the next target in need of rescue. 12 hours later, outside the battlefield of gods and demons, the first command center of the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom war zone. The cold metal walls reflected the flickering light from the screens, and the air felt as if it had solidified, with the sound of a falling needle audible. Inside the command center, everyone's eyes were fixed on the massive battlefield monitoring screen in the center. The screen was divided into countless small sections, each displaying real-time combat footage from a specific area, along with scrolling information about the soldiers below. The most eye-catching were the green data bars representing life points. Some of them would suddenly surge back up at an incredible speed just as they were about to empty, then stabilize at a precarious position. Each time such a change occurred, a subtle yet suppressed gasp would rise within the command center. The middle-aged man at the forefront, bearing the weight of a star on his shoulder, had a stern expression and sharp eyes like a hawk, scanning the silent officers and advisors below. His voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable authority that shattered the silence. "So, can someone explain what exactly is going on here?" The cold inquiry echoed in the command center, and the pressure instantly escalated. A young officer wearing the insignia of the Information Analysis Department quickly stepped forward, his body slightly tense, reporting in a rapid yet clear manner. "Report, General. Since 12 hours ago, specifically, at 6:17 last night, abnormalities began to appear at the eastern edge of the battlefield of gods and demons. According to the data returned from frontline sensors and individual combat recorders, whenever our soldiers fall into a near-death state, with life points dropping below the 10% warning line, their life points will begin to recover at an astonishing speed." The young officer paused, seemingly weighing his words. "This recovery speed is very peculiar. According to data model analysis, its effect strength far exceeds a single high-level healing spell, more like a mid-level healer casting multiple, even dozens of consecutive, healing spells on the same target in a very short time. But, strangely, this healing effect is not unlimited. The target's life points will stop recovering once they reach around 80%. Then, the same situation will immediately occur with another near-death soldier on the battlefield. This phenomenon has a certain periodicity. About every half hour or so, this collective near-death first aid phenomenon will stop for about 10 minutes, then restart. The range seems to be slowly expanding, but it is still mainly concentrated on the eastern front and only occurs on individual targets. The most critical point is..." The young officer took a deep breath, his voice carrying a hint of incredulous confusion. "This healing effect only applies to our Dragon Kingdom soldiers. We have repeatedly confirmed that no allied forces or warriors from other regions have triggered this phenomenon. As for the reason, unknown. The implementer, unknown. The triggering patterns, aside from being in a near-death state, and the identity of a Dragon Kingdom warrior, no other patterns have been discovered." The command center fell into silence once again, with only the faint hum of the instruments operating. The middle-aged general remained silent, his sharp gaze like a tangible force, slowly sweeping over the green data bars that continuously fluctuated on the screen. Each incredible surge in life points felt like a heavy hammer, striking at the hearts of everyone in the command center. The unknown is often more unsettling than known dangers. This sudden assistance, with unclear intentions and origins, hung over them like the sword of Damocles, ready to fall at any moment. For the warriors of the Dragon Kingdom, it might be a temporary blessing, a chance to catch their breath. But they dared not gamble. It was too sudden, too peculiar. They had no idea what was truly happening, or if there was a deeper conspiracy lurking behind it. Who would dare entrust the lives of tens of thousands of frontline warriors to such an ethereal, uncontrollable miracle? The atmosphere in the command center grew increasingly tense, the air heavy as if weighed down by lead, making it hard to breathe. The cold metal walls reflected the light from the screens, mirroring the gravity and confusion etched on everyone's faces. The general's fingers stopped tapping, and he slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the subordinates who were bowed in silence. Just as he was about to issue an order to uncover the source of this power at all costs, General, a sudden rush of footsteps broke the deathly silence in the command center. Following that, a young figure in the uniform of the Information Analysis Department burst in, drenched in sweat, with an expression of disbelief and excitement. "Boss, I found the reason." The young officer's voice trembled with excitement as he rushed to the command platform and abruptly unfolded a portable screen in his hands. "The one performing near-death emergency rescue is a human. From Blue Star. Buzz." The entire command center fell silent for a moment, followed by a chorus of gasps. Everyone's gaze was fixed on that small screen. The screen displayed a slightly blurry photo, seemingly captured from outside the battlefield, using a long-range observation device. The background of the photo was a chaotic battlefield, with energy lights and figures engaged in combat intermingling. In the center of the photo, a boy's figure appeared faintly. He was enveloped in an extremely weak, almost illusory halo, distorting the light and making it impossible to see his exact appearance. One could only vaguely discern the outline of a human boy. At that moment, the boy was holding a staff that emitted a soft glow. Streams of emerald green light, filled with the essence of life, were continuously shooting from the figure shrouded in the ethereal halo, precisely landing on the dying warriors of the Dragon Kingdom in the distance. The moment the photo was captured, it perfectly caught the image of a healing light entering the body of a severely injured warrior. That green light, pure and sacred, formed a stark and eerie contrast with the bloodshed and slaughter on the battlefield. A human from Blue Star? In the command center, one could hear a pin drop. The small screen projecting the blurry image seemed to contain some kind of magic, holding everyone's gaze captive. The immense Pressure that had enveloped the command center due to the unknown did not dissipate, instead, it became heavier and more complex due to this unexpected answer. A human from Blue Star? A boy? At the edge of the battlefield of gods and demons, how could one person, in such a miraculous manner, continuously save the dying warriors of the Dragon Kingdom? How was he there? Why did he only save the Dragon Kingdom's warriors? What was that strange, almost undetectable state that even the battlefield sensors could barely capture? The middle-aged general at the forefront, with eyes sharp as a hawk, stared intently at the figure of the boy on the light screen, remaining silent for a good 10 seconds. The general slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping over his subordinates, whose expressions were complex. His voice remained steady, yet carried an undeniable resolve. Classify this footage as top secret. Initiate the Zhulong plan, mobilize all resources, and spare no expense to uncover all information about this boy. Remember, at any cost. Yes, General. Just as the highest command of the Dragon Kingdom was stirred by the appearance of a mysterious boy, in East China, Jiangnan Province, Yang City. This small city, which was not particularly eye-catching on the map of the Dragon Kingdom, was today hosting an unprecedented event. At Yang City First High School, the entrance was bustling with traffic and voices. Various luxurious vehicles, usually seen only in the news and bearing special licenses, nearly filled the streets around the school. Well-dressed men and women, exuding an extraordinary aura, entered the campus in a continuous stream, accompanied by school leaders, wearing warm yet shrewd smiles. A bright red banner was even hung at the school gate, with golden letters warmly welcoming the admissions teams from major universities. The entire Yang City First High School, from teachers to students, was radiating an incredible excitement and pride. Today could be said to be the most glorious day since the school's establishment. It could even be considered a historic first. Since the school's founding, never had so many big shots arrived at once. The reason was simple. It was because the results of the nationwide unified examination following the national job transition had been announced. And this year, the top 2 students in the national examination had unexpectedly come from this ordinary municipal high school that had never been in the spotlight. This news was like a giant stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly causing a huge uproar across the country. Especially among the top universities, they were quick to respond. In a bid to recruit these 2 top talents who could be recorded in history, almost all notable universities dispatched luxurious admissions teams. The ordinary universities sent experienced ace admissions teachers, bringing various generous offers and carefully prepared gifts. Meanwhile, the 4 most prestigious universities at the pinnacle of the academic hierarchy even sent their vice presidents to lead the teams in an unprecedented manner. They brought not only astonishingly generous treatment but also star student representatives from their respective schools, attempting to win them over as peers. A fierce competition for top talents, without the sound of gunfire, was unfolding at this small Yang City First High School. The entire school was immersed in a fervent yet slightly tense atmosphere. Countless envious, jealous, and curious gazes were subtly directed towards a certain direction of the teacher's office building. There was the eye of the storm. In the teacher's office building, on the top floor, the corridor outside the principal's office was almost blocked, with no room to spare. Unlike the festive atmosphere in the campus below, the air here was thick like solidified honey, carrying a silent urgency. Admissions teachers from universities across the country, dressed in suits, wore standard yet barely concealed eager smiles. They exchanged glances and whispered among themselves, but their eyes occasionally darted towards the tightly closed office door, as if it concealed the key to their future. Sweat quietly soaked the foreheads and backs of some people. In stark contrast to the crowd and restlessness in the corridor, the office appeared unusually quiet, even somewhat empty. A faint aroma of tea mingled with the steady scent of high-quality wood, wafting through the spacious room. 4 middle-aged men and women, each with distinct temperaments yet equally exuding the authority of their status, sat leisurely on the sofa, delicate bone china teacups placed before them. Behind them stood a young person for each, their presence heavy and their gazes sharp. These young individuals, without exception, emanated a faint but palpable energy, a testament to their status of having at least crossed the threshold of the 4th transition. They were the brightest talents from their respective institutions, walking business cards, and a display of soft power in this contest. The principal of Yangchang No. 1 High School, who should have been the host, now stood awkwardly like a nervous waiter, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, his face betraying an unmistakable embarrassment and tension. Replacing him in the main seat was none other than the lord of Yangcheng, Gu Qingshan. This figure, who held significant sway in Yangcheng, now appeared exceptionally composed, even carrying a hint of ease as if he were in control of the entire situation. Were it not for the extraordinary nature of this event, involving individuals of such high Standing that it stirred the upper echelons of East China, this local lord might not have had the standing to sit at the same table as these 4 vice principals from the highest academies of Longhua. Beside Gu Qingshan sat a young girl with a delicate appearance. She was Sujina, the second highest scorer in this major examination. Dressed in the uniform of Yangcheng No. 1 High School, she stood tall. Yet her bright eyes were somewhat absent-mindedly gazing out the window, seemingly uninterested in the battle for talent that would determine the fates of countless individuals before her. It was not that she did not care about her future. Rather, her heart had long flown to that figure who had yet to return. Chen, where have you gone? A brief silence was broken by the soft clink of porcelain. A refined vice principal, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, gently set down his teacup, his gaze warm as it fell on Gu Qingshan, then turned to Sujina. Lord Gu, he nodded slightly, his tone carrying just the right amount of respect. We have long heard of Miss Su's talent and achievements. With a score of 670,000, your performance is astonishing, worthy of being recorded in the annals of Longhua's educational history, and you rightfully claim the second place. His words prompted the other 3 vice principals to nod in agreement, their gazes towards Sujina filled with admiration. However, this was merely a prelude. After the brief praise, the refined vice principal shifted his tone, finally addressing the biggest question on everyone's mind. May I ask? His voice remained gentle, yet there was a hint of urgency that was hard to detect. That young friend, Shen, who has claimed the top spot in this examination, yet we have no means to even detect his score. Where is he now? Why, has he not yet arrived? As his words fell, the atmosphere in the office, which had been relatively relaxed, suddenly became somewhat delicate. All eyes, including those of the 4 powerful young talents, focused intently on Gu Qingshan's face. The principal's breath seemed to pause for a moment. Sujina's gaze, which had been directed out the window, snapped back. A trace of undeniable worry flickering in her eyes. The calmness on Gu Qingshan's face rippled like a stone thrown into a lake, creating subtle waves that were not easily noticeable. He felt the 4 seemingly gentle yet piercing gazes, scrutinizing and probing, carrying an undeniable pressure. The air in the office seemed to thicken once more. Even the principal, who had been standing quietly to the side, trying to minimize his presence, breathed cautiously, afraid to make even the slightest sound. Gu Qingshan picked up the teacup in front of him and took a gentle sip, trying to mask the sudden embarrassment that surged within him. Director Chu Tianqua had indeed instructed him to help by some time. But the problem was that highest official of the East China region hadn't told him what Shen was actually going to do. How was he supposed to respond? He couldn't just say, I don't know, could he? Wouldn't that make him, the Lord of Yangcheng, seem both incompetent and indifferent to this astonishing genius? Gu Qingshan set down the teacup, producing a slight sound. He cleared his throat a couple of times, straightened his expression, and forced a calm smile back onto his face. Well, to be honest, I'm not particularly clear on the specifics either. He carefully chose his words, his gaze slowly sweeping over the 4 vice presidents and the powerful young talents behind them. However, after the major examination, it seems that young friend Chen was personally taken away by Director Chu. I suppose it must be for something extremely important. Gu Qingshan leaned slightly forward, his tone carrying just the right amount of respect and negotiation. You are all titans in the field of education, could you, for the sake of Director Chu, please remain patient and give that child a little more time? He cleverly passed the ball to Chu Tianqua, who was thousands of miles away. After all, as the highest official of the East China region, Chu Tianqua's status was significant, and even the 4 prestigious academies had to give him some face. Sure enough, upon hearing the name Director Chu, the eyes of the 4 vice presidents flickered slightly. They exchanged glances, seemingly communicating silently. The refined vice president nodded gently, tacitly agreeing with this statement. Meanwhile, Sujina, who had been lost in thought by the window, relaxed her previously furrowed brow upon hearing this. She suddenly remembered that amidst the chaos after the major examination, before Chen disappeared, he had indeed been with her aunt, Su Jitong. And her aunt, as the head of the North China region, had a close relationship with Director Chu Tianqua. Could it be that Chen was really taken away by Director Chu and those high-ranking officials like her aunt? With this thought, the anxiety that had been hanging over Sujina's heart finally eased a bit. Being valued by such high-ranking figures was, after all, a form of safety. She let out a gentle sigh, the deep worry in her eyes quietly dissipating, replaced by a hint of relief. However, just as the atmosphere in the office slightly relaxed due to Gu Qingshan mentioning Director Chu's name, a discordant scoff suddenly broke the silence. Ha! The voice was not loud, but it was exceptionally clear, carrying an unmistakable disdain and contempt. It instantly shattered the brief calm. Everyone's gaze turned sharply toward the source of the sound. Standing behind the refined vice president was a young man. He wore a well-tailored, expensive combat suit, his handsome features marred by a mocking curve at the corner of his mouth. His gaze swept over Gu Qingshan with a flippant air, and only when it landed on Sujina did it slightly temper, though it still held a condescending scrutiny. A mere reply, sorcerer? The young man scoffed, shaking his head, his tone filled with skepticism. Who knows if he climbed to the top position by some underhanded cheating methods? And he was taken away by some director? His gaze shifted back to Gu Qingshan, sizing him up without any courtesy, as if he were looking at a country bumpkin. I say, you, a little lord of a nameless small town, how dare you talk about directors with us? Do you even know what a real director is? Do you know what a true big shot is? The young man's voice suddenly rose, filled with an almost arrogant pride. Let me tell you. Even if it were Chu Tianquai himself standing in front of our vice principal, he would have to respectfully call him senior. The young man's face was increasingly filled with sarcasm, as if he had heard the greatest joke in the world. Are we really waiting for a mere reply from him, a lowly mage? His voice was not loud, but it carried a piercing sharpness that echoed in the quiet office. Does he really think that just because he got some ridiculous national top score, he can rise to the top in one leap? He scoffed, his gaze disdainfully sweeping over Gu Qingshan, then glancing vaguely at Sujina. I was also a proud top scorer in the main city back in the day. And was taken away by the commander? The young man raised an eyebrow exaggeratedly, his tone filled with malicious speculation. I bet he used some underhanded means, got caught cheating, and is too ashamed to show his face. This statement was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, stirring up waves. Gu Qingshan's brows instantly furrowed tightly, a barely perceptible coldness flashing in his eyes. He hadn't expected that mentioning Chu Tianquai's name would not only fail to stabilize the situation but would instead provoke such arrogant taunts. Even the several vice principals, who had been sitting calmly, now frowned in unison. They held high positions and had their own agendas, not wanting to lose face in such a setting. But the young man's words were simply too outrageous. Especially the vice principal with an elegant demeanor, the unrestrained words of the young man behind him were a slap in his face. His expression darkened, but due to his status, he did not immediately explode. The other three vice principals from top universities, although also displeased with the young man's arrogance, exchanged glances after their initial surprise, revealing a hint of amusement. They looked at the young man with a touch of schadenfreude. This kid really couldn't keep his cool. To say such things in this situation was practically self-sabotage. With this incident, regardless of how Chun Shen ultimately performed, the Xianming Academy that this young man belonged to would likely be the first to be eliminated. Their initial doubts about Chun Shen had now faded somewhat, and they were eager to watch the drama unfold. However, someone couldn't hold back. Who are you calling a cheater? A crisp female voice rang out, filled with unmasked anger. Sujina suddenly stood up, her pretty face frosted, her almond eyes wide open, glaring at the young man who had spoken so arrogantly. The relief she had just felt was instantly replaced by fury. You dare to slander someone's innocence without any evidence? Aren't you afraid of bringing disaster upon yourself? Her voice was clear, carrying an undeniable sharpness. And what kind of top scorer were you back then? Sujina's voice held a hint of mockery. A mere so-called top scorer from the main city has no right to compare himself with the national top scorer from our Dragon Kingdom's grand examination. A mere main city top scorer? The young man looked as if he had stepped on a tail, his face turning red instantly. But Sujina paid him no mind and continued, her voice growing colder. Truly arrogant and ignorant of your own limitations. The young man's face shifted between green and white, clearly not expecting this seemingly delicate woman to be so sharp-tongued. Just as he was about to retort, Sujina didn't give him a chance. People like you, who are narrow-minded and only slander others behind their backs, would probably never reach Qin Shen's height even if given the chance to cheat. Her voice suddenly rose, her gaze sharp as a knife. Oh, I understand now. Sujina's expression shifted to one of mock realization, a smirk curling at the corners of her mouth. This is just blatant jealousy. You're afraid that Chen Chen joining your Xianming Academy will threaten your so-called genius status, stealing the resources and attention that should belong to you, right? Sujina's words were like a sharp thorn, precisely piercing the most secret pain in the young man's heart. His face instantly turned as red as liver, almost making him jump up from his spot. What did you say? However, before his roar could fully erupt, it was interrupted by a cold reprimand. Impudent! The usually silent, elegant vice principal now had a pale face, his gaze shooting like lightning towards the young man behind him. Is this a place for you to speak? Shut up! The reprimand was not loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. The young man visibly trembled, as if struck by an invisible whip, instantly extinguishing his fire, lowering his head, and daring not to make another sound. Yet, the unwillingness and resentment deep in his eyes could not be concealed. The air in the office seemed to freeze. All eyes were focused on the suddenly imposing vice principal. He took a deep breath, suppressing the displeasure in his eyes, turned around, and surprisingly bowed slightly to Sujina. The movement was smooth, carrying a hint of apology. Miss Su. It is my Xianming Academy's lack of discipline that has caused you to witness such a scene. His posture was very low, and his tone was sincere. Sujina was slightly taken aback. She never expected that this esteemed vice principal of the top academy would bow so low to her for the sake of that arrogant fool behind her. This sudden courtesy eased her anger a little. However, in that brief moment of calm, the young man who had just been reprimanded saw his vice principal treating a little girl with such deference, and the frustration and arrogance in his heart surged again. Although he did not dare to retort loudly, he couldn't help but mutter under his breath, his voice low but clear enough for those nearby to hear. Vice Principal, why bother like this? It's just a waste who can't even defeat a support class. How capable can she be? Relying on her family background to act tough here. These few sarcastic murmurs were like adding fuel to the fire, instantly igniting the anger that Sujina had just suppressed. Waste? Can't even defeat a support class? She, Sujina, the once-in-a-century genius of the Su family, the future heir of the family, had never suffered such pointed humiliation from anyone in her life. Especially right after she had defended Chen Chen. This was not only an insult to her but also a veiled attempt to continue belittling Chen Chen. An uncontrollable rage surged to her head, causing her fair cheeks to flush. Not from shyness, but from extreme anger. She suddenly raised her head, her cold gaze locking onto the young man who was still looking down with disdain. Who do you call a waste? Her icy voice carried a bone-chilling coldness, resonating throughout the office. Can't even defeat a support class? The corners of Sujina's mouth curled into a cold arc, her eyes no longer holding any hesitation. Very well. I now challenge you in my personal capacity. Let me show you how this waste defeats you, the so-called top scholar of the main city. Do you dare accept? Sujina's voice was sharp and resonant, each word like an ice pick, stabbing deeply into everyone's hearts. The office fell into a strange silence. A challenge? A student who had just finished a major exam and might not even have completed their second class yet, challenging a genius from a top academy who was clearly a high-level professional? Once these words were spoken, not to mention the vice principal of Xianming Academy, even the other three vice principals who had been watching the show revealed a hint of astonishment in their eyes. Gu Qingshan's eyelids twitched violently, his gaze towards Sujina filled with disbelief. This young lady, her courage was a bit too great, wasn't it? The young man, though arrogant, exuded an aura that was anything but ordinary. According to Gu Qingshan's judgment, he was at least a powerful figure who had completed 4 job transfers. Likely at a level exceeding 120. 120. A 4-job transfer professional. How could Sujina, a newcomer who hadn't even touched the threshold of a second transfer, dare to challenge him publicly? Wasn't this akin to striking a rock with an egg, inviting humiliation upon herself? After a brief silence, the young man seemed to have heard the funniest joke of the century. He was momentarily stunned, then erupted into unabashed laughter. Ha! Ha ha! Ha 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 ha! He laughed so hard he nearly doubled over, tears almost spilling from his eyes, pointing at Sujina as if she were a mad fool. Did I hear you right? You want to challenge me? The sarcasm on his face was thick, and his gaze towards Sujina was filled with pity and disdain. Little sister, do you know who I am? Do you know what level I am? Do you know what it means to be a 4-job transfer professional? You? A waste who can't even defeat a support class? He deliberately emphasized the word waste, his contempt almost overflowing from his eyes. However, in the face of this piercing mockery, Sujina remained surprisingly calm. She didn't even raise an eyebrow, merely glancing at the young man with a look of disdain, as if he were an idiot. Is this the level of understanding from a student of a top academy? Her cold voice rang out again, laced with undisguised scorn. Don't you know there's a duel mode called Level Challenge? It can forcibly adjust both parties' levels and attributes to the same baseline for a fair competition. Sujina's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. Or do you? She tilted her head slightly, a mocking smile curling at the corners of her mouth, her gaze sweeping over the young man. You don't even know this basic common knowledge? I really don't know how you managed to get into the Xianming Academy. Poof, this time, it was the young man who could no longer laugh. His laughter abruptly ceased, as if an invisible hand had choked his throat. The expression on his face froze instantly, then rapidly turned red, spreading from the base of his neck to the tips of his ears. Level Challenge. Of course, he knew. It was one of the most commonly used modes in all formal arenas and internal academy duels, designed to level the playing field and purely test skills, talent, and combat awareness. He had just been too busy mocking Sujina's overconfidence, completely based on the vast level gap between them, and had subconsciously overlooked this point.
now being publicly pointed out by Sujina, and looked at as if she were viewing a fool. An indescribable sense of shame washed over him instantly. He felt as if all the gazes around him were piercing him like needles, burning with pain. Especially the almost murderous glare from his own vice principal. The young man's face shifted between green and white, his lips trembling as he tried to retort, only to find he couldn't utter a single word. He had been so arrogant before, and now he was utterly embarrassed. The elegant vice principal, who had been trying to maintain his composure, finally couldn't hold it together. He raised his hand, weakly covering his forehead, letting out a barely audible sigh. How humiliating! It was truly too humiliating. A genius student from the Xianming Academy had forgotten even the common rule of level challenge, and was publicly slapped in the face by a little girl. If this got out, the Xianming Academy would lose all face. The vice principal's expression could no longer be described as merely difficult. It was a mix of rage, shame, and deep helplessness, turning a dark shade of blue. The student he brought was thoroughly rebutted by a young girl who had just finished her major exam, using the most basic common knowledge in front of all her peers. It was as if he had pressed the reputation of his Xianming Academy into the ground and rubbed it repeatedly. The other three vice principals around him maintained a facade of calm, but the playful and watching expressions in their eyes were an unspoken mockery that made his cheeks burn. The air seemed to freeze, leaving only the heavy breathing of the young man and the alternating red and white of his face in embarrassment. Shame and anger churned violently in his chest, almost breaking free from the constraints of reason. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, staring fiercely at Sujina, as if he wanted to swallow her whole. Suppressing the humiliation that was about to burst forth, he squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth. Good. His voice was hoarse, carrying a fierce determination akin to burning bridges. Isn't it just a challenge? I accept. It was as if he had regained a bit of confidence, his voice suddenly rising, filled with a madness of not losing face. But he shifted his tone, a hint of malice flashing in his eyes. What's the point of just fighting like this? We have to bet something, right? As soon as these words came out, the vice principal of Xianming Academy's expression changed drastically, and he quickly cleared his throat, trying to intervene. This kid, does he not think this is embarrassing enough? Just as he was about to interrupt this foolish proposal, Sujina was quicker than him. The girl's cold voice, filled with undeniable resolve, rang out in the office. Good. I agree. She straightened her back, her sharp gaze meeting that of the young man without any sign of retreat. If I lose, Chen Chen and I will directly join your Xianming Academy. At this declaration, the room fell into shock. Even the other three vice principals, who had been watching the show, had their expressions change in an instant. The vice principal of Xianming Academy was momentarily stunned, his gaze toward Sujina filled with complexity. This bet was too big. So big that it made him feel a bit frightened. One Chen Chen, one Sujina, these were the top two talents from this year's major exam. If he could really bring these two into his fold. In an instant, he even felt a bit shaken. The young man, upon hearing this, was first taken aback, then a look of ecstatic malice mixed with joy appeared on his face. He seemed to see the opportunity to turn the tables and even humiliate Chen Chen and Sujina severely. He scoffed disdainfully, just about to follow Sujina's words and propose even harsher conditions. For example, even if they joined, they shouldn't expect any preferential treatment. However, just as he opened his mouth, he felt a cold gaze from behind him that seemed to freeze him in place. It was the look from his own vice principal, filled with warning and murderous intent. The young man trembled all over, and his instinct for survival made him swallow back the insulting words that were about to escape his lips. He forcibly suppressed the malice in his heart and changed his words. Fine. His voice still carried reluctance, but his arrogance had clearly diminished. However, even if you come, don't expect any new student scholarships, and there won't be any additional resource allocation. He tried to regain some face, but it came off as bluster. Upon hearing this, Sujina merely snorted coldly, her eyes filled with disdain. Such a narrow-minded perspective. Then what if you lose? She countered, her voice icy and aggressive. Before the young man, whose face was turning red, could speak, the elegant vice principal behind him finally stood up. Unable to endure any longer. He knew that this foolish student could not continue to embarrass himself. He also had to salvage some face for Xianming Academy. If he loses, the elegant vice principal's voice was deep and authoritative, his gaze sweeping across the room before finally landing on Sujina. Xianming Academy will immediately expel him from the student roster. And, he paused, his tone carrying an undeniable resolve. Regardless of whether Miss Su and classmate Chen finally choose our Xianming Academy, the promised highest level scholarship and the best resource treatment will all be given without fail. His words rang out clearly, indicating the attitude of Xianming Academy while also serving as a veiled apology and a means of reconciliation. With a swift cut, he severed ties with the troublesome student, showcasing the academy's demeanor and sincerity. This made the other vice principals nod in agreement. The vice principal of Xianming had finally made a correct decision. Sujina looked at the young man whose face was ashen, nearly ready to explode, and the composed, elegant vice principal behind him. Her red lips parted slightly, her voice still cold. I agree. There was no hesitation, as if the astonishing wager had not come from her lips. She didn't even glance at Chen Chen's reaction. Her certainty and confidence stemmed from an inherent pride and an absolute trust in her own abilities. As one of the most outstanding descendants of the Su family, she might lack practical experience, but she certainly did not lack the foundation and vision built from top-tier resources. Moreover, she was well aware that Chen Chen would never oppose her on such matters. The vice principal of Xianming took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the tremor in his heart and the hint of greed that should not have been there. He glanced at the student beside him, who had completely lost his composure, and a flicker of determination crossed his eyes. At this point, further discussion was pointless. He needed to end this farce quickly and minimize the impact. Since both parties agree, let's begin as soon as possible, the elegant vice principal said in a deep voice, turning to the principal of Yangcheng No. 1 High School, who had been standing respectfully by. May we use your school's playground for a peer challenge? Is that all right? The high school principal dared not say there was a problem, quickly nodding and bowing. No problem. Of course, no problem. Please follow me, esteemed guests. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, inwardly lamenting. When gods fight, mortals suffer. If any genius from a top academy were to have an accident on his playground, he could forget about being principal. The group then left the oppressive office, following the high school principal toward the school's playground. The other three vice principals trailed behind, exchanging glances. Their expressions varied. Some were watching the show, some were deep in thought, and others were calculating in silence. Sujina's move was indeed brilliant, directly cornering Xianming Academy. With this wager, regardless of the outcome, Xianming Academy was at a disadvantage. If they won, it would be seen as bullying the weak, a victory without honor. And they would offend the Su family and the immensely talented Chen Chen. If they lost, it would be a disgrace, a genius student defeated by a newcomer, and facing expulsion would be an utter humiliation. What they were more concerned about now was the result of this challenge and how they would vie for Chen Chen and Sujina afterward. Especially since Sujina's earlier words effectively tied her and Chen together. It was clear that the two had a very good relationship, meaning that as long as they could recruit Sujina, the other would almost certainly come along too. The temptation was immense. Soon, the group arrived at the playground of Yangcheng No. 1 High School. It was a standard outdoor playground, with a red rubber track surrounding a central lawn. Since it was class time, the playground was empty, with only a few ordinary students in the distance speaking curiously during their physical education class. The high school principal quickly cleared the area, respectfully inviting the dignitaries to the edge of the track. Sujina and the young man from Xianming Academy walked to the center of the lawn, standing 10 meters apart. There were no referees, no protective shields, and certainly no professional competition venue. Only the blazing sun overhead and the scrutinizing gazes of the surrounding dignitaries. The atmosphere grew more oppressive in the silence. Challenge mode confirmed, same level. Challenge. Level and base attributes will be forcibly synchronized to LV20 standard template. Equipment attributes synchronized, skill levels synchronized, skills retained. A cold system notification echoed in both their minds simultaneously. Immediately, a faint white light enveloped both of them, as the system rules adjusted their states. Sujina vs. Qinsho, the challenge is about to begin. Meanwhile, in the distant battlefield of gods and demons, the sounds of battle roared, energy explosions flared up and down, and broken corpses along with charred earth painted a scene of apocalypse. Chen Chen stood on a relatively safe mound, his expression blank. He had just raised his hand when two soft emerald green lights shot from his fingertips, precisely entering the body of a blood-soaked, battered warrior not far away. Healing spell LV7. The warrior's previously lethargic aura surged instantly, a hint of color returning to his pale face, and the wounds on his body began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Just at the moment those two healing spells landed, a cold system notification rang in Chen Chen's consciousness. Notice, the job transfer task trial of the ancient god has been completed. Task progress, 3000/3000. Task rewards are being calculated, please wait. The cold system notification felt like a chilling current piercing through his soul, echoing deep within Chen Chen's consciousness. He stood on the charred mound, surrounded by the deafening sounds of slaughter and energy explosions, the air thick with the stench of blood and gunpowder. Yet all of this seemed to be isolated from him. Chen Chen's expression remained unchanged, but a barely perceptible ripple flashed in his deep eyes. The second transfer task, the trial of the ancient god, was finally completed. Ding! Congratulations on completing the job transfer task trial of the ancient god. Task evaluation, perfect. Based on your perfect evaluation, you will receive additional rewards. Career promotion in progress, ding. Congratulations on successfully completing the second transfer. Career information updated. Current career, Healing Mage, second transfer, transfer. Rewards, all attributes plus 500, free attribute points plus 100, skill points plus 200 ding. Congratulations on awakening the second transfer skill, Heal, LV1, Heal, LV1 after use, it will restore the target to original state. Alteration effect, everything the target has experienced will be thoroughly imparted to the caster in an instant. Consumption, none. CD, none. Casting distance, 0. Ding. Congratulations on awakening the second transfer talent, Optimization. Optimization, LV1 can optimize the target state, consumption depends on the content of optimization. Ding. The blood of the ancient god has been enhanced. Congratulations on obtaining the special magic equipment, Eye of the Ancient God. Eye of the Ancient God, you can see everything you wish to see through your eyes. Ding. Congratulations on completing the second transfer, the talent of the Healing Warrior ability has been enhanced. A massive flow of information surged into his mind. The increase of 500 points in all attributes was terrifying. The number of free attribute points and skill points far exceeded the norm. But this was just the beginning. Ding. Congratulations on awakening the second transfer skill, Heal, LV1, Heal, LV1 after use, it will restore the target to original state. Alteration effect, everything the target has experienced will be thoroughly imparted to the caster in an instant. Consumption, none. CD, none. Casting distance, 0. Chen Shen's pupils suddenly constricted. Restore to original state? This concept was too vague, yet it exuded a chilling power. What made his scalp tingle even more was that alteration effect. Experiencing everything of the other party? Did that mean if he used this skill to restore a battle-hardened veteran who had endured hardships, he himself would have to bear the weight of that heavy life in an instant? The cost is a bit too. Before Chen Shen could finish his thoughts, a new notification interrupted him. Ding! Congratulations, you have awakened the second turn talent, Optimization. Optimization, LV1 can optimize the state of the target, consumption depends on the content of optimization. Another talent with an extremely simple description. Optimize the state of the target. How to optimize? To what extent? How is the consumption defined? This vague description instead exudes a kind of almost infinite possibility. Chen Shen felt his understanding being overturned. Is this really what game skills and talents should look like? Ding! The blood of the ancient god has been strengthened. Congratulations, you have obtained a special magic equipment, the Eye of the Ancient God. Eye of the Ancient God, you can see everything you wish to see through your eyes. See everything you want to see? Shen Chen instinctively blinked. This ability has completely surpassed the realm of data-driven combat. It feels more like a power from some mythological legend. Ding! Congratulations on completing the second turn, the ability of the Healing Warrior talent has been enhanced. A series of system notifications finally came to an end. Chen Shen stood still, not moving for a long time. The sounds of battle around him were still deafening, and the glow of energy occasionally illuminated his sharply defined profile. He slowly raised his hand, looking at his fair and slender fingers. The enormous increase in attributes, free points, and skill points was certainly delightful. But that newly awakened skill, talent, and that Eye of the Ancient God made him feel an unprecedented strangeness. And a hint of unease. The recovery skill, especially its alienation effect, immediately reminded him of something not so good. Am I really going to be a stick warrior? Even optimization and recovery have come. Recovery is one thing, at least it has a terrifying negative limitation. But what about this optimization? This ambiguous description is almost equivalent to implying that as long as he wants, he can freely modify the state of the target? And that Eye of the Ancient God, seeing everything he wants to see. Is this really still the data-driven game world he was familiar with? This world, or rather this game, seems to be sliding towards a direction completely unknown to him. Chen Shen took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the waves in his heart. Chen took a deep breath, forcing down the surging thoughts. The cold air mixed with smoke and blood rushed into his lungs, calming him down a bit. No matter how bizarre these new abilities are, they are ultimately power. He just needs to master them slowly. Now, what weighs most on his mind is his core talent for survival, the Healing Warrior, which he is most familiar with. This talent, already Mutated to the extreme due to the blood of the ancient god. After completing the second turn and further strengthening the blood of the ancient god, to what terrifying level will it rise? With a hint of indescribable anticipation and tension, Qinshan's thoughts stirred. He focused his mind and opened his attribute panel, his gaze precisely locking onto the talents section. The brand new introduction of Healing Warrior slowly emerged in his consciousness. The next second, Qinshan's breath suddenly caught. His pupils, in that instant, contracted to the extreme. Healing Warrior, the chosen warrior of the ancient god. Under the favor of the ancient god, your talent has reached its peak. Every time you assist or heal, there is a chance to trigger a critical hit, which will cause 1000% healing effect after the critical hit. The consumption and cooldown of all your support or healing skills will decrease by 95%. And when you successfully cast healing or support on a target, you will have a 55% chance to permanently replicate the target's strongest talent. If you already possess this talent, it will directly upgrade to level 2. There is a 60% chance to permanently copy one skill from the target. If you already possess this skill, it will directly upgrade to level 2. There is a 90% chance to gain 3 to 6 attribute points. Attribute type equals target's highest attribute, dying target's attribute points times 2. When you trigger a healing critical hit, and the healing amount exceeds the opponent's life limit, it will trigger the Afterglow Impact. Afterglow Impact deals 70% of the current healing amount as true damage to the enemy. Moreover, when a healing critical hit occurs, the copying probability doubles. You will gain 2 healing points for each target you heal. Life Holy Pool, 70% of the overflow healing amount from all your healing will be stored in the Holy Pool, with a cap of 500% of your maximum health. All damage will be deducted from the Holy Pool value first, then calculate shields and health. Life Armament, consume 50% of the Holy Pool value to add 30% of the Holy Pool value as true damage to the next healing. Immortal Spring, when the Holy Pool is full, automatically restore 3% of maximum health every second. Blood Oath Contract, transfer the Holy Pool to a teammate to bear. During this time, all damage you receive will be borne by the teammate. Life Resonance, when the healing amount exceeds the target's life limit, permanently increase their maximum health by 1%, limited to 10 times per target. The words felt like a cold brand, deeply engraved in Qinshan's consciousness. Each character seemed to contain a power capable of overturning common sense. His breath completely halted the moment he saw the new description of the talent. His heart felt as if it were gripped by an invisible hand, sending an indescribable numbness through his limbs and bones. If the previous hero of healing was strong, perverse, and a top-tier talent that could drive any support class into madness with jealousy, then what lay before him now could no longer be described as merely a talent. It felt more like a collection of powers. As he read through them, Qinshan felt his scalp tingle, a chill rushing from his spine to the crown of his head. Was this really a talent obtainable at the second transition? He didn't even dare to imagine what kind of terrifying chemical reaction would occur if all these abilities stacked together. The no cooldown, no consumption recovery, the state-modifying optimization, the all-seeing eye of the ancient god, plus this almost evolved rule-level hero of healing. Qinshan clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning slightly white. From the force, he was only at the second transition. What if he reached the third, fourth, or even higher? Where would this talent, this profession ultimately lead? Qinshan slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, the smell of gunpowder and blood seeming to do little to dilute the stormy waves in his heart. He looked down at the charred ground, the shattered weapons and debris scattered around, while the distant roar of energy continued unabated. He had stayed in this place long enough. A full 10 hours, even longer than the time he had fallen here in his previous life. In his past life, it was here that he exhausted his last strength and ultimately fell, unwillingly. The shadow of death seemed to still loom over this land, and even now, with his power surging, it still made him feel a hint of rejection from deep within his soul. This place was ultimately not a pleasant memory. Since the second transition task had been completed and he had gained an unprecedented boost in power, there was no longer any meaning in staying here. Qinshan's thoughts shifted slightly, and he chose to leave. A flash of white light enveloped him. In the next moment, the surrounding scene changed instantly. The deafening sounds of battle disappeared, and the strong smell of blood faded away. In its place was the slightly echoing emptiness of the job change hall, along with that familiar, even somewhat stale air. Qinshan stood in the center of the hall, his tense nerves finally relaxing a bit. However, almost the moment he appeared, a series of urgent beeping sounds echoed wildly in his mind, flooding in like a tide. It was a communication request. Qinshan's brow furrowed slightly. He raised his hand, and a virtual communication panel unfolded before him. The screen was instantly filled with a dense array of unread messages, over 100 in total. Chen Shan's gaze quickly scanned through, discovering that more than 70% came from the same name, Sujina. Horror. Avatar bounced continuously in the list, displaying anxiety and concern. Chen Shan's fingers swiped, rapidly browsing through the message content. Most were inquiries about his situation, with the tone shifting from initial calmness to later urgency, revealing the senders gradually losing control of their emotions. Looking at these messages, Chen Shan suddenly remembered. Today was the day for admissions at various universities. He had almost forgotten this important matter due to the lengthy duration of his second transfer task. If it weren't for this unexpected job change taking over 10 hours, he should have already appeared at the admissions site. His brow tightened even more. His fingers continued to scroll, skimming over Sujina's messages filled with obvious worry. Until the last message. The sender was the Lord of Yang City, Gu Qingshan. The message was very short, just one sentence. But it was this one sentence that made Chen Shen's gaze freeze instantly. His pupils constricted suddenly, a chill rising from his heart without warning, spreading rapidly to his limbs. Jiner is challenging someone from the Xianming Academy. The opponent is the four-turn professional Xin Shou, and the same level challenge mode has been activated. Return quickly. Jiner challenging a four-turn professional? Xin Shou? That guy from the Xianming Academy known for his despicable methods in the last life? Although the system rules would forcibly synchronize both parties to LV20, leveling the differences in levels and basic attributes, the skills, combat experience, and understanding of the rules that a four-turn professional possesses are not something a newcomer who has just completed their first transfer can compare to. Even if Su Jiner is exceptionally talented and has a strong profession. But after all, it is a four-turn. Chen Shen's expression darkened instantly, his eyes becoming incredibly sharp. Gu Qingshan specifically sent a message, clearly indicating that the situation had gone beyond control. It was likely that this impulsive young lady had done something again. Such incidents did not occur in the last life. Could it be due to the influence of his rebirth? Thinking of this, Chen Shen couldn't afford to hesitate any longer and directly maximized his speed, heading straight for Yang City's first high school. Yang City's first high school playground. The blazing sun scorched the plastic track, and the air seemed to distort from the high temperature. In the center of the lawn, a red robe burned like flames, clashing fiercely with a swift, flickering sword light. Sweat beads trickled down Su Jiner's fair forehead, her breathing slightly hurried. Yet her movements did not pause for a moment, as she instinctively gathered, compressed, and hurled fireballs the size of basins. Boom! 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 The fireballs surged continuously, accompanied by sharp sounds of breaking air, smashing towards the young man opposite her. The frequency of her attacks so high it resembled a heavy machine gun firing wildly. However, her opponent, the young swordsman named Xin Shou from the Xianming Academy, appeared to be handling it with ease. At first, facing this terrifying barrage of fireballs, Xin Shou did seem a bit flustered. His figure darted like a ghost through the dense gaps between the fireballs, his long sword dancing, leaving behind trails of afterimages. Each sword light was incredibly precise, either puncturing, slicing, or redirecting, cleverly causing the incoming fireballs to explode in midair or directly shatter. The brilliance of the exploding flames illuminated his slightly frivolous face, a hint of playful amusement even tugging at the corners of his mouth. Oh? Is this the Su family's fire soul sorceress? The attack frequency is quite good, but unfortunately, the accuracy and power are a bit lacking. Xin Shou's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached Su Jiner's ears, carrying an unmistakable disdain. After just a moment of adjustment, Xin Shou completely grasped the rhythm of Su Jiner's attacks. His steps became more relaxed, his figure flickering like a leaf caught in a wild wind. Su Jiner's fireballs seemed to lose their target, often exploding several meters away from him, stirring up waves of heat, yet failing to even touch the hem of his clothes. Occasionally, a few fireballs with tricky angles came close, but he effortlessly deflected them with a casual swing of his sword. Although the rules of the same level challenge smoothed out the gaps in levels and basic attributes, battle experience, skill proficiency, and understanding of the profession could not be synchronized by cold system data. The combat instincts and techniques of a fourth-tier swordsman were vividly displayed at this moment. Xin Shou even had the leisure to show off some sword flourishes. With a flick of his wrist, the long sword traced a brilliant silver arc in the air, resembling a blooming lotus. Sizzle! Almost simultaneously, 3 whistling flame soul fireballs were precisely struck at their cores by the sword light, their energy instantly destabilizing, silently vanishing into thin air. This exquisite control made the eyes of several university presidents watching from the sidelines narrow in surprise. They could clearly see that Xin Shou had consumed perhaps less than 1/10 of his health throughout the fight. In contrast, while Su Jiner's health had not decreased much, the consumption of her mental energy was undoubtedly immense, and her complexion grew increasingly pale. The difference was stark. TSK TSK TSK, is this all you've got? Shinsho casually flicked his long sword, the tip pointing towards the ground, his gaze towards Sujina filled with mockery. I thought the young lady of the Su family could bring me some surprises. It seems, it's nothing special after all. Sujina bit her lip tightly, nearly drawing blood. Anger and unwillingness burned in her eyes, causing her to gather fireballs even faster. But the more impatient she became, the more chaotic her attacks grew, and the more openings she left. The smile on Shinsho's face deepened. He no longer simply defended or directly shattered the fireballs. His figure suddenly lunged forward, moving so fast that it left only an afterimage. The trajectory of his long sword abruptly changed. No longer pursuing instant explosions and destruction. The sword tip became agile and cunning, like a snake flicking its tongue. Swoosh! With a light sound, a small cut appeared on the red robe of Sujina's arm, revealing a patch of snow-white skin, marked by a faint red line. The damage was not high, even negligible. But this blow made Sujina's body stiffen suddenly. Insult! A blatant insult! Oh dear, my apologies, I slipped. Shinsho feigned surprise, but the malice in his eyes was unmistakable. He began to circle around Sujina, his long sword like a maggot in the bone, occasionally leaving similar minor wounds on her body. Arms, shoulders, calves. He deliberately avoided vital points, controlling the force of each strike to cause minimal damage, slowly whittling down Sujina's health. This feeling was 100 times more uncomfortable than being directly heavily injured. It was like a dull knife cutting flesh, more akin to playing with a prey caught in a trap. Sujina's attacks completely lost their accuracy, flames exploding chaotically around her, yet failing to even touch Shinsho's shadow. Her eyes slightly reddened, not from pain, but from a deep-seated sense of humiliation. On the sidelines, several big shots who had initially watched with scrutinizing eyes now wore grim expressions. The middle-aged man leading the Xianning Academy team furrowed his brows tightly, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately held back. Gu Qingshan, the lord of Yang City, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his knuckles slightly whitening from the force, his gaze filled with worry and a hint of barely perceptible anger. He knew Shinsho's character, but he never expected this person to act so despicably. This was no longer a spar, it was a one-sided torment. Too slow, too weak, and your control is laughable. Shinsho's voice rang out again, filled with condescending judgment. I really don't know how a waste like you has the courage to stand here. Is it because of the Su family's name? Humph. Another flash of swordlight passed by, this time slicing through a few strands of hair that fell beside Sujina's cheek. The cold sword energy grazed her skin, bringing a slight sting. Sujina's body trembled slightly from extreme anger, the scattered hair sticking to her sweaty face, adding to her disheveled appearance. The big shots at the edge of the track, some frowning, some displeased, cast their gazes upon her like a tangible weight, making Shinsho feel a twinge of irritation. He clicked his tongue. What a bunch of sanctimonious old geezers, can't they even stand to watch this little bit of fun? Well, since they don't want to play anymore, let's just end it decisively. He cast a disdainful glance at Sujina, who was on the verge of collapse, almost unable to hold her staff. Once he dealt with her, he would take that Chen along as well. 2 SS-level gifted freshmen would make this trip worthwhile. With that thought, the last trace of amusement in Shinsho's eyes vanished, replaced by a cold killing intent. The game is over, Miss Su. You and that Chen should obediently come back with me to the Xianming Academy. As soon as the words left his mouth, the long sword in his hand suddenly shone with a blinding silver light. Swift wind thrust. Merging the understanding and mastery of a fourth-turn swordsman, the speed of this thrust far exceeded the limits that the system data could reflect. The sword tip tore through the air, emitting a sharp whistle, like a lightning bolt, aiming straight for Sujina's heart. This strike was both fast and fierce. Sujina's pupils constricted sharply, sweat mixed with dust clinging to her pale cheeks, and she didn't even have time to react. Her mental energy was nearly exhausted, and the fatigue in her body surged like a tide, the sword light before her reduced to a blurred afterimage. It's over. At the edge of the track, Gu Qingshan suddenly stepped forward, his face pale, but was blocked by an invisible force of rules. The other principals also changed their expressions dramatically, clearly not expecting Shinsho to suddenly resort to such ruthless measures. This was not a spar, it was murder. However, just as the sword tip, charged with terrifying power, was about to touch the front of Sujina's robe, an anomaly occurred. Shinsho felt an indescribable, irresistible strange force, like an invisible vortex, suddenly acting upon his sword. This force was not a forced block but rather, a kind of brutal pulling and twisting. What? He was horrified, trying to stabilize the sword's momentum, only to find that his control over the long sword seemed to be stripped away in an instant. The sword tip, which should have been aimed straight at Sujina's heart, was forcibly deflected at least half a meter to the side.
The body, carrying the immense inertia of swift wind thrust, completely lost its balance. And he was like a kite with a severed string, uncontrollably hurtling toward the edge of the sparring area. This sudden turn of events sent Shin-sho into a panic. He had no idea what was happening. But the battle instincts of a fourth-turn professional kicked in, and he reacted immediately, forcibly interrupting the skill's release. Hiss! The soles of his shoes screeched against the plastic track, leaving 2 deep black marks. Shin-sho exerted all his strength and barely managed to stabilize himself at the last moment before flying out of the arena, stopping at the edge of the white line. He was still shaken, cold sweat beading on his forehead, just about to turn around to see who was causing trouble. At that moment, an extremely weak, even gentle force quietly appeared on his back. The force was so slight it was almost negligible, yet it carried an undeniable will that could not be resisted. Shin-sho felt as if his body had been gently pushed. Just that one nudge caused the balance he had just regained to collapse in an instant. He stumbled and uncontrollably fell forward. Thud! A muffled sound echoed. Shin-sho landed in an extremely undignified position, face down, crashing heavily onto the grass outside the arena, tasting dirt. The entire venue fell silent. The next moment, a cold system notification echoed across the playground. Ding! Battle ended. Shin-sho has exited the battlefield. Winner, Sujina. The chilling system prompt reverberated in the empty playground, clearly reaching everyone's ears. In an instant, the place was engulfed in silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed, incredulously watching the scene before them. Just moments ago, Shin-sho had held absolute dominance, playing with Sujina as if she were in the palm of his hand, yet he had inexplicably lost? And in such a dramatic, humiliating manner? Sujina was also stunned. She stood there in a daze, blankly watching Shin-sho tumble to the ground, then looked down at her own unscathed body, momentarily unable to comprehend. What just happened? Did she win? She raised her head and glanced around. The big shots around her wore expressions of shock, confusion, and a hint of strangeness. Their gazes seemed not to be directed at her, but rather towards a further distance. A thought stirred in Sujina's mind, and she suddenly turned her head to follow their line of sight. There, at the entrance of the playground, a somewhat slender figure was slowly approaching. Shin-sho was now awkwardly getting up from the grass, his face smeared with dirt and grass clippings, his handsome features twisted in anger and humiliation. He fixed his gaze on the approaching figure. Who is it? That strange force just now was definitely the work of this person. He had made him look foolish in front of everyone with such despicable means. On the edge of the playground, Guqingshan's murky eyes flashed with a glimmer of brilliance, his tightly clenched fist quietly relaxing, a barely noticeable curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. The other heads of the universities exchanged glances, their eyes filled with astonishment and inquiry. Who was this suddenly appearing young man? What had he just done? The power to directly interfere with the peer challenge, completely disregarding the rules, was simply unheard of. At that moment, a plain, yet clear voice broke the silence of the playground, reaching everyone's ears. It was just a spar, wasn't it a bit excessive to go all out? Shen stopped in his tracks, his gaze passing over the dazed Sujina and landing on the just risen, grim-faced Shin-sho. His eyes held no warmth, as if looking at a lifeless object. If you need an opponent, how about I accompany you? Hearing that familiar voice, Sujina's tense body completely relaxed. She abruptly turned around to face Chen. You finally came back. Hearing Sujina's voice filled with surprise and relief, a hint of apologetic smile appeared on Chen's face. Sorry. He spoke, his voice not loud, yet it clearly spread across the silent playground. I forgot today was the university recruitment day. I was busy with the second transfer and just returned from completing the task. His explanation was casual, as if he had merely done something trivial. Before his words fell, Chen lightly waved the staff in his hand forward. There was no incantation, no dazzling light effects to herald it. Only a pure, vibrant green light, like a living sprite, instantly shot out from the tip of the staff. The speed of the light was beyond imagination, and in the blink of an eye, it merged into Sujina's body. Sujina only felt a warm and gentle energy enveloping her entire body in an instant, as if she were soaking in the fountain of life, every cell rejoicing. The next moment, a gigantic number, so enormous it seemed ready to leap from her eyes, suddenly appeared above her head. +464400, the emerald green digits, radiating a sacred and majestic aura, hovered in the air, lingering for a long time. Over 400,000. Close to 470,000 in healing. In an instant, the entire playground seemed to have been pressed on pause. The wind stopped. The sounds vanished. Everyone's breath halted at that moment. Those who had originally looked on with suspicion, curiosity, or even a hint of a spectator's mindset were now all transformed into expressions of shock and disbelief. Each person seemed to be frozen in place, staring intently at the exaggerated number above Sujina's head. What was that? A healing spell? What a joke! Which support class could achieve such a level of healing? Even the top-tier priests specializing in healing, using their ultimate skills, probably couldn't even reach the first digit of that number, right? Was this really healing? Or some kind of instant recovery forbidden spell or divine technique? Sujina herself was completely stunned. She could clearly feel the surging vitality within her, that overwhelming sensation almost spilling over, restoring her state, which had been slightly depleted from battle, to its peak, even surpassing it. But this number was just too outrageous. How much was her total health? Standing at the edge of the field, just having gotten up, covered in mud and humiliation, Chinsho's face, once twisted in a grimace, was now completely frozen. His mouth slightly agape, his eyes bulging wide, as if he had witnessed the most incredible thing in the world. The strange force that had easily pushed him out of the arena was already shocking enough. Now, this nearly 500,000 healing amount casually thrown out, completely overturned his understanding. This is still a support? Which support could have such a perverse recovery ability? This value, even if used as a damage skill, would be enough to instantly kill most of the fragile classes at this stage. Gu Qingshan's murky old eyes sparkled with brilliance, the slight curve at the corner of his mouth instantly expanding into an unmistakable expression of shock and ecstasy. He knew Chen Chen was extraordinary, but he never expected him to be this powerful. This healing ability was simply unheard of and unseen. The other heads of the universities were as if petrified. They looked at each other, seeing only deep shock and confusion in each other's eyes. Who exactly was this young man named Chen Chen? The earlier rule-defying interference. Now this astonishing healing value. All of this far exceeded their understanding. Healing mage? Someone murmured. Instinctively, their tone filled with deep skepticism. Could this really be the power of a B-class support profession? Chen Chen didn't care about the reactions of others. He walked slowly to Sujina's side. Reaching out, he pulled her slightly trembling body up from the ground. The action wasn't gentle, but it carried an undeniable support. Only then did he cast a cold gaze at Chinsho, who had just gotten up, his face still smeared with dirt and grass. Hey! What's the point of bullying a girl? How about you fight me? Chen Chen's voice wasn't loud, but it rippled clearly like a stone thrown into a silent pond. Chinsho's facial muscles twitched wildly, humiliation and rage nearly burning away his reason. He was about to roar a rebuttal, wanting to tear apart this guy who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Or should I say? Before Chinsho could speak, Chen Chen directly interrupted him, his tone laced with a hint of playful mockery. Are you too afraid to accept even my humble challenge as a reply mage? Reply mage? Those 4 words pierced Chinsho's heart like the most vicious curse. He, a 4th transition genius swordsman, the future elite of the Xianming Academy, was actually provoked publicly by a support class? And in such a condescending tone. Who are you calling afraid? Chinsho instantly sprang up, veins bulging on his neck, his eyes bloodshot, like an enraged bull. Since you dare not. Chen Chen interrupted Chinsho's impending roar again, as if he hadn't noticed the predatory glare directed at him. The corner of his mouth even curled into a faint arc, carrying a chilling aura. Then how about this? I won't bother with any equal-level challenge. I'll directly challenge you. With my 2nd transition attributes, I challenge you, a 4th transition professional. Chen's voice was terrifyingly calm, each word striking like a hammer on everyone's hearts. What do you think? Each word felt like a resounding slap, partially hitting Chinsho's face, which was smeared with dirt and grass. He, Chinsho, the pride of Xianming Academy, the 4th transition Storm Sword King, a future powerhouse. Yet he was so contemptuously provoked by an obscure support class who had just completed their 2nd transition in front of all the big shots from various academies? And this was right after he had just lost so much face. A great humiliation. Intolerable. Chinsho suddenly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot and filled with veins, his handsome face twisted in extreme anger, like a demon crawling out of hell. The veins on his neck bulged like a coiling dragon, and the surging magical power within him spilled uncontrollably, stirring up the dust on the ground. Rage completely burned away his reason. What rules, what consequences, he could no longer care about any of that. His only thought now was to tear this guy, who had made him lose face, into pieces. Good. Very good. I accept your challenge. Without a second thought, Chinsho roared his agreement. He didn't even wait for Chen Chen to respond, raising his hand to forcefully initiate the battle. Chinsho. Stop. No. Are you crazy? Almost simultaneously with Chinsho's roar, several academy officials at the edge of the playground changed their expressions drastically. The vice principal of Xianming Academy, who had maintained his composure, suddenly stood up from his seat, sternly admonishing him.
Xin Shou. Don't be ridiculous. What do you think you're doing? This isn't following the rules.
Gu Qingshan also frowned, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. This Qin Shou was too impulsive and irritable, his
temperament was truly concerning.
The other academy officials also spoke up, their tones clearly urgent and dissuasive. They weren't worried that Qin Shou would lose.
What a joke.
A support class that had just transitioned twice, no matter how incredible their healing abilities, could they really compete with a well-equipped, fully skilled 4th transition top combat?
Professional? That was simply absurd.
They were afraid Qin Shou would lose control. In such a private challenge, if Qin Shou let his anger get the better of him and couldn't control
his strength, injuring or even accidentally killing this young man named Chen Chen, that would be a huge problem.
The healing abilities that Chen Chen had just displayed were a strategic level resource. Its value might even be much higher than that of Qin Shou, the so-called genius.
Moreover, that bizarre method of directly pushing Qin Shou out of the arena,
disregarding the rules, also made them wary. This young man was definitely not as simple as he appeared.
Qin Shou, I command you to stop. The vice president of the Xianming Academy
spoke with an unprecedented severity. If you dare to initiate such a challenge on your own, don't blame me for being rude when we return to the academy. However, at this moment, Qin
Shou was completely blinded by rage. He was like a mad bull, no longer able to heed any advice.
The vice president's warning fell on deaf ears, like a stone sinking into the sea, stirring
not a single ripple.
Buzz. Before anyone could react, a light blue barrier rippled out like water waves, instantly rising between Chen Chen and Qin Shou, enveloping both of them. Above the barrier, the runes representing the challenge being initiated slowly flowed.
Challenge has begun, the cold system notification echoed again, although not as loud as before.
It clearly reached the ears of everyone present.
It's over.
Seeing the barrier rise, all the big shots were dumbfounded. Once the challenge was initiated, unless one side conceded or lost the ability to fight, it could not be terminated by external forces.
This is bad. The vice president of Xianming Academy's face turned ashen, and his gaze towards Qin Shou was almost fiery. This incompetent fool.
The other officials exchanged glances, their expressions filled with even greater concern. What they were worried about now was no longer whether Qin
Shou would lose control.
Instead, they were anxious about whether this young man named Chen Chen could withstand Qin Shou's fury. After all, a recovery mage was just a B-level support
class.
Even if he had some hidden means, even if his healing ability was extraordinary, facing a top-tier combat class that was 2 major ranks higher, a full 2 job transitions,
how could he fight? Should he just charge in headfirst? Chen Chen, hurry. Concede. Don't be impulsive. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there's no need to worry about firewood.
Yes. There's no need to get angry with him.
After a brief
shock, several university officials almost simultaneously turned their gazes to Chen Chen within the barrier, urgently persuading
him,
especially the vice president of Xianming Academy, who, at this moment, could no longer care about much, shouted loudly.
Chen Chen, listen to me.
As long as you concede now, we at Xianming Academy guarantee that Qin Shou will absolutely not trouble you again.
All the conditions we previously agreed upon will be nullified. We can even offer you better treatment. Yes. An S-level training contract. No. An SS level.
As long as you are willing to come to our Xianming Academy, you can set any terms you want.
In order to secure this infinitely promising support talent, the vice president was almost willing to go all out.
In his view, Chen Chen's provocation of Qin Shou might have just been a momentary impulse, or perhaps it was to stand up for Sujina. Now that the anger had been vented and face had been regained, there was no need to truly fight to the death with
a 4th transition powerhouse. As long as a way down was provided, coupled with sufficient tempting benefits, this young man should make a wise choice.
After all, no matter how strong a recovery mage was, they were ultimately a support class.
It was not worth risking one's life or future for a moment of bravado.
The vice president's words were like cold water splashed into a pot of boiling oil, instantly causing an uproar. His voice carried an incredulous urgency, even bordering on losing composure.
Chen Chen, listen to me.
As long as you concede now, we at Xianming Academy guarantee that Qin Shou will absolutely not trouble you again. As soon as these words were spoken, the other university officials seemed to awaken from a dream, echoing in
agreement.
Yes. Chen Chen, there's no need to stoop to his level.
You've already proven yourself. This healing ability has limitless potential. Come to our Tanchi Academy. We will also offer you an S-level contract. Our university will too. No. An SS level. Just give us a nod.
In an instant, various generous offers rained down on Chen Chen within the barrier as if they were free. In their eyes, this young man had incredible potential. His near-miraculous healing output was enough to drive any faction mad. Although the heads of the 4 major districts had long warned these university leaders that Chen Chen was no ordinary talent, when the initial data showed that Chen Chen was merely a B-level support class, these universities instinctively retracted their thoughts of providing the highest training resources. Even now, as Chen Chen displayed healing abilities far beyond their understanding, enough to catch the attention of any faction, in the eyes of these universities, which were accustomed to judging value based on combat power, a support class was ultimately just a support class. An S-level contract, even an SS-level contract, sounded incredibly tempting, but there remained an unspoken layer of disdain that separated them from truly offering top combat geniuses the highest SSS-level treatment. This was a deeply rooted belief in many people's minds. Under the limited resources of the apocalypse, the top resources would always be prioritized for those who could charge into battle and expand territories. No matter how strong the healing ability, without powerful combat protection, how much could it really accomplish? This mindset was short-sighted yet undeniably realistic. Within the light screen, Chen Chen remained deaf to the clamorous recruitment calls around him. His gaze remained coldly fixed on Qinshu not far away. Surrender? A barely perceptible smirk tugged at the corners of Chen Chen's mouth, laced with a hint of icy mockery. Dealing with this clown, who relied on his deep qualifications to look down on others and trample on their dignity, especially one who dared to publicly humiliate Sujina, merely asking him to surrender felt overly merciful. Not killing him was already the greatest leniency granted out of consideration for certain individuals. Chen Chen's gaze pierced through the light screen, precisely locking onto the twisted face of his opponent, contorted with rage. Qinshu's chest heaved violently, his eyes bloodshot, and the violent aura radiating from him was almost palpable. He stared fiercely at Chen Chen, as if he wanted to devour him whole. Being publicly provoked by a mere B-level support, and even being toyed with by him through strange means, now, this support actually dared to accept his challenge. This was a tremendous humiliation. Scum! I will tear you to pieces. Qinshu's roar echoed within the light screen, filled with brutality and murderous intent. In response, Chen Chen moved calmly. He stepped forward slowly, each step measured with an unusual rhythm, as if he were taking a leisurely stroll in his own backyard, showing no signs of tension or seriousness in the face of a fourth-turn powerhouse. Buzz, accompanied by a faint buzzing sound, a staff radiating a soft, holy light appeared in Chen Chen's hand. Eternal Radiance Staff. The brilliance of its platinum quality, even through the challenge light screen, still drew everyone's attention. Platinum Staff. LV-20 Platinum Equipment? This kid is quite wealthy. The onlookers outside gasped in low tones once again. Platinum equipment, even for these well-informed university leaders, was not something to be dismissed, but such high-tier items typically required a minimum usage level of 40 or above. A level 20 platinum grade piece of equipment was as rare as diamond-tier gear. This at least indicated that Chen Chen might have an undisclosed background behind him. The vice president of the Xianming Academy's expression darkened further, the flicker of hope in his heart extinguished completely. How could a young man capable of producing such equipment be easily swayed by a mere S-level contract? His earlier promises must have seemed like a joke in the eyes of the other party. Within the light screen, Qinshu saw Chen take out the staff, and his disdain deepened. Have you pulled out your turtle shell? A support is just a support, do you think a good piece of equipment can bridge the gap of ranks? Today, I will make you understand that any struggle is futile in the face of absolute power. As soon as the words left his mouth, Qinshu moved. He stomped down hard, and the solid ground instantly cracked open like a spider's web. His entire body shot forward like an arrow released from its bow, enveloped in a violent gust of wind, charging straight at Chen Chen. The terrifying speed and power of the fourth transition, Storm Sword King, were fully revealed at that moment. Within the light barrier, the wind howled. Qinshu's figure almost turned into a blurred afterimage, accompanied by a piercing shriek that tore through the air, rushing towards Chen Chen. The speed of the fourth transition, Storm Sword King, was so fast that many big shots outside the light barrier narrowed their eyes in shock. The ground beneath his feet cracked inch by inch, and the overwhelming sense of power surged forward, as if it would crush everything in its path. Die! Qinshu's roar was filled with intense killing intent. The long sword in his hand seemed to hum with its master's fury, the tip aimed directly at Chen Chen's heart, showing no mercy. This strike condensed his dignity and rage as a fourth transition powerhouse. He intended to erase this ignorant B-grade support in the most direct and brutal way possible. However, in the face of this thunderous blow, Chen Chen's reaction was terrifyingly calm. He didn't even take a step back. Just as the sharp sword tip was about to touch the fabric of his chest, Chen Chen moved.
It wasn't a flashy skill effect, nor was it a swift evasion. He merely tilted his body slightly. An extremely simple, almost casual sidestep. At the same time, he gently raised the Eternal Radiance staff in his hand. The staff was positioned at an incredible angle, precisely striking the spine of Qin Shou's thrusting sword. Ding! A crisp sound of metal clashing rang out. The sound was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of everyone inside and outside the light barrier. An eerie scene unfolded. Qin Shou's sword strike, which seemed capable of splitting mountains, was deflected by this seemingly casual touch. The violent sword energy grazed past Chen Chen's clothing, carving a deep trench into the ground behind him. Meanwhile, Qin Shou himself, due to the excessive force and the attack being forcibly redirected, lost his balance and stumbled several steps forward. Outside the light barrier, everyone was dumbfounded. Their eyes widened, mouths slightly agape, as if they had witnessed something utterly incomprehensible. What just happened? How did he do that? He blocked it? No. He deflected it. With a staff? The vice principal of the Xianning Academy turned pale instantly. He understood Qin Shou's strength better than anyone, especially the terrifying speed and power of the Storm Sword King's thrust, which was enough to instantly kill any defensive class of the same tier. But now, this lethal blow was effortlessly neutralized by a second transition B-grade support with just a staff? No. This wasn't neutralization. It was more like a mockery. In a nearly humiliating way, it gave Qin Shou a resounding slap in the face regarding his most proud speed and power. Impossible. Qin Shou steadied himself, suddenly turned around, his crimson eyes fixed on Chen Chen, filled with disbelief and rage. He hadn't even seen how his opponent moved. It felt as if he had willingly offered his sword to the other's staff. You brat! What kind of sorcery did you use? Qin Shou roared, launching another attack. This time, he chose not to thrust in a straight line. Gale step. His figure instantly became blurry, transforming into several afterimages, attacking Chen Chen from different angles simultaneously, the sword light flickering, blocking all possible escape routes for Chen Chen. This is the signature footwork of the Storm Sword King, combined with fierce sword techniques that can leave enemies dazzled and defenseless. However, Chen Chen remained standing in place. His gaze was as calm as water, as if he had already seen through all of Qin Shou's movements. Amidst the dazzling afterimages and sword lights, the staff in his hand moved again. There was not a hint of energy fluctuation. No incantations were chanted. It was still an action simple to the extreme. Point, poke, block, lead. Each time the staff met the sword's edge, it occurred at the most incredible juncture. Each time, it perfectly disrupted Qin Shou's force, interrupted his attack rhythm, and even caused his own power to backfire. Clang! 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 The crisp sounds of clashing rang out like rapid raindrops. The onlookers outside the light screen could only see Qin Shou attacking Chen Chen frantically like a madman, sword light flashing, air currents swirling. Yet Chen Chen remained rooted in place, as if his feet had grown into the ground. The platinum staff in his hand seemed to come alive, transforming into an impenetrable barrier that effortlessly blocked all fierce attacks. No! Not just blocking. Each of Qin Shou's attacks not only returned empty-handed but also left him increasingly flustered. His movements began to distort, his breathing grew rapid, and the anger on his face was gradually replaced by a sense of fear and humiliation. He felt like a child who had just learned to walk, awkwardly swinging a stick in front of a martial arts master. Every block, every deflection from the opponent was as precise as a textbook. It was as if all his attacking intentions and all his methods of exerting force had been anticipated in advance by the other party. How could this be possible? He was the 4-turn Storm Sword King, a top-tier combat professional known for speed and technique. How could he be toyed with by a B-level support using the most basic blocking techniques? This was utterly illogical. This is, the head of the Apocalypse Academy, a 5-turn shadow dancer also known for his skills, was trembling slightly as he spoke. This is, technique approaching the Tao. His grasp of timing, his use of power, his control of the combat rhythm, has reached an unfathomable level. This is not the combat skill of an LV-30 young man, nor of a support class. The other big shots gasped in shock, their gazes towards Chen Chen completely transformed. From initial disdain to later astonishment, and now to awe. They finally understood why the heads of the 4 districts valued this young man so highly. They also finally understood why Chen Chen dared to accept the challenge of a 4-turn powerhouse with such confidence. That miraculous healing ability might just be the tip of the iceberg, he revealed. This overwhelming combat skill that crushed the 4-turn Storm Sword King was the true heart-stopping trump card. This young man was not merely a support. He was a monster clad in the guise of a support. The vice president of the Xianning Academy swayed slightly, his face ashen.
He looked at Chinsho, who was being toyed with by Chen like a clown in the light screen, filled with despair. It was over. Completely over. Not only had he failed to recruit this infinitely promising young man, but he had also pushed the Xianming Academy into direct opposition to the other side due to Chinsho's foolishness. What terrified him even more was that throughout it all, Shen's face showed no excess expression. Those cold eyes merely watched Chinsho, who was becoming increasingly frantic and desperate, as if admiring a piece of art about to shatter. Inside the light screen, the crisp sounds of clashing continued. The sounds were not dense but carried a strange, heart-pounding rhythm. Every time it rang out, it meant that Chinsho's determined attack was easily neutralized. Every pause seemed to give Chen time to allow Chinsho to adjust his breathing to prepare for the next futile attack. Chinsho's expression had shifted from initial rage to suspicion, and then from suspicion to the pallor of the moment. Sweat soaked the strands of hair on his forehead, clinging to his skin, making him look utterly disheveled. His breathing grew heavier, and with each swing of his sword, his arms felt increasingly burdened. It wasn't due to physical exhaustion. The endurance of the fourth-tier Wind Blade King far exceeded that of ordinary people. This level of consumption was nothing to him. What truly exhausted him was the immense mental pressure and the incredible sense of defeat. The speed he prided himself on felt like it was in slow motion before his opponent. His finely honed swordsmanship revealed countless flaws against the seemingly casual blocks of the other. He even felt that the opponent was not merely defending but was instructing. In a cold and cruel manner, pointing out every shortcoming in his swordplay, every mistake in his exertion. This feeling was more humiliating than being directly defeated. Impossible, this absolutely cannot be. Chinsho roared in his heart, but he dared not voice it. He feared that if he spoke, the last shred of momentum he was barely holding onto would completely collapse. He tried to change his tactics. The skill set of Wind Blade King was not limited to just fast thrusts and footwork. Wind Blade Dance. He suddenly stepped back half a pace, sweeping his long sword, as several pale blue wind blades coalesced out of thin air, howling towards Chen. This was an area attack skill, it was up to him how to block it. Facing the oncoming pale blue wind blades, Chen's face remained coldly calm, not even a ripple of emotion. He merely chuckled lightly, as if he had seen some boring trick. In an instant, a barely perceptible halo flowed around him. Ultimate speed was suddenly activated. The already elusive movement surpassed the limits of reason at that moment. The eternal radiance staff in his hand moved. No longer was it just points, prods, blocks, or leads. It transformed into a series of platinum afterimages moving at an extreme speed. Those afterimages darted around Chen, forming an impenetrable wall of light and shadow. Ding! 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 The wind blades struck against the staff's afterimages, producing a sound even more urgent and crisp than before. Each wind blade, capable of tearing through steel, was blocked and deflected with pinpoint accuracy by the seemingly light staff. There was not a single unnecessary movement, not a fraction of energy wasted. The onlookers outside the light screen could no longer see Chen's movements, only a blur of platinum light and shadow, along with the continuously shattering and dissipating blue wind blades. The last shred of hope in Chinsho's eyes was completely shattered with the obliteration of the wind blades. Just as the final wind blade was blocked, Chen's figure suddenly vanished from his position. Like teleportation. He crossed the dozens of meters between them. Chinsho hadn't even fully recovered from the stiffness after releasing his skill. He only felt a flash before his eyes. The next moment, that seemingly holy and magnificent platinum staff, carrying an unmatched gust of wind, struck fiercely against his chest. Bang! A dull sound echoed. Chinsho's entire body flew backward like a kite with a severed string, tracing a clumsy arc in the air before crashing heavily onto the ground dozens of meters away. This strike wasn't earth-shattering in power. At least, with the physique and equipment of the fourth-tier Wind Blade King, the physical impact caused minimal damage. However, an indescribable, excruciating pain surged through Chinsho's entire body. Like an electric current. It was neither the pain of shattered bones nor the pain of torn muscles. Instead, it was a bizarre pain that seemed to directly affect the depths of his nerves, magnified tenfold, 100-fold. Ugh! Chinsho let out a piercing scream, his body curling up, veins bulging on his forehead, cold sweat instantly soaking his clothes. He struggled, trying to get up from the ground, his eyes filled with disbelief and a fear that penetrated to the bone. What kind of attack is this? Why does it hurt so much? However, Chen gave him no chance to catch his breath. Just as Chinsho gritted his teeth, using the sword sheath to support himself, attempting to stand again, Chen figure appeared before him like a ghost once more. Still wielding that platinum staff. Still delivering what seemed like a casual strike. Crack! This time, the staff struck precisely at the wrist of Chinsho's sword hand. Snap! A light sound accompanied another suppressed howl of pain from Chinsho. He could no longer hold onto the long sword in his hand, which flew out of his grip and clattered to the ground far away. He was once again knocked down by a clever force, falling in a disoriented heap. The weaponless Windstorm Sword King was like a tiger, with its fangs pulled. No, he wasn't even worthy of being called a tiger now. He resembled a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Chen Shen stood before him, looking down from a height, his gaze still icy, devoid of any emotion. Then, the staff was raised and brought down. Bang! It struck his shoulder. Ah! Shinsho screamed in agony, his body convulsing. Bang! It hit his back. Ugh! He tried to roll away to dodge, but Chen Shen's movements were faster, always managing to land the staff accurately on him. Before he could react. Bang! 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 The dull sounds of impact mixed with Shinsho's increasingly shrill and desperate screams echoed in the silent square. The onlookers outside the light screen had long fallen into a dead silence. They watched the scene in the light screen, which resembled a one-sided beating, feeling a chill rising from their feet straight to the crown of their heads. Each swing of Chen Shen's staff seemed to contain little power, even lacking any energy fluctuations. Yet Shinsho's reactions were filled with excruciating pain, as if he were enduring the most brutal punishment in the world. No one spoke. The head of the Apocalypse Academy trembled, wanting to say something, but no sound came out. The vice president of the Xianming Academy had a face that was no longer ashen but a nearly collapsed pale, and he didn't even dare to look at the light screen anymore. This was not a battle at all. This was a execution. A cold and cruel public execution of a fourth-turn powerhouse. Time passed second by second. 5 minutes. Enough time to determine the outcome of a high-intensity battle. At this moment, the sounds of impact in the light screen finally began to thin out. Shinsho no longer screamed. He lay on the ground like a puddle of mud, his body twitching, making incomprehensible gasping sounds, his gaze vacant, having completely lost the strength and will to resist. The soul-piercing agony had long since destroyed all his dignity and pride, although his life value had only dropped by less than 50%, Shinsho had already lost the power to continue fighting. Chen Shen slowly retracted the staff. The Eternal Radiance staff still emitted a soft and holy light, as if the previous devilish-like strikes had nothing to do with it. He looked down calmly at Shinsho, who had completely lost consciousness, reduced to mere instinctive twitching. Chen Shen's gaze swept over Shinsho, who lay on the ground like a dead dog. In his cold eyes, there was not a trace of pity, nor a hint of victorious joy. He slowly raised the Eternal Radiance staff in his hand. The holy light gathered at the tip of the staff, illuminating Shinsho's face, twisted in pain and fear. If this strike were to fall, even if Shinsho did not die, he would likely be reduced to a complete invalid. Outside the light curtain, the vice president of the Xianming Academy trembled violently. He watched Chen Shen's movements with wide eyes, as if his heart were gripped tightly by an invisible hand. There was no time to wait. If this continued, Shinsho would truly be finished. Stop! A hoarse, trembling shout suddenly shattered the silence of the square. The vice president of the Xianming Academy, the old man who had previously carried a hint of arrogance and scrutiny, now had a face as pale as paper, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. He could no longer care about his status or dignity, almost throwing himself at the light curtain control panel, his voice filled with unmasked terror and pleading. Classmate Chen Chen, please show mercy. Please show mercy. He spoke incoherently, his body trembling slightly from excitement. We concede. The Xianming Academy concedes. Shinsho has offended you out of ignorance, we are willing to compensate. Whatever the cost, just let him go. The vice president's mindset had completely collapsed. If before he still held a glimmer of hope, thinking that Chen Shen might just be an incredible fighter who could be won over in other ways, even at the expense of Shinsho, now he clearly realized that this was utterly impossible. The strength, temperament, and that bone-chilling indifference displayed by Chen Shen had surpassed his understanding. Recruitment? Don't be ridiculous. Because of Shinsho's foolish actions, the Xianming Academy had completely positioned itself against Chen Shen. The only thought now was to minimize losses. Although Shinsho was foolish, he was after all a fourth-turn, Storm Sword King, a genius cultivated by the Xianming Academy at great expense. If Shinsho were to be ruined by Chen Shen just like that, it would be an unbearable loss for the Xianming Academy. Moreover, to be defeated in such a public setting by a level 30 support class in an almost humiliating manner. This was not just about losing a genius, it was the collapse of the Xianming Academy's reputation. He couldn't even bear to imagine the ridicule and doubt the Xianming Academy would face once this incident spread. The heads of the other 3 academies were silently watching him at this moment. Their eyes held no sympathy, only a cold, indifferent amusement. They knew very well that if it were one of their own provoking Chen Shen today, the outcome would likely not be any better. But since it was the Xianming Academy that had caused this trouble, they were naturally happy to watch the show. They even hoped that Chen Shen would be a bit harsher, directly weakening a competitor. This was reality. Cruel and direct. Inside the light curtain, Chen Shen's movements paused slightly. The staff he had raised stopped in midair, the tip still glowing brightly, but it no longer descended. He slowly turned his head, his cold gaze piercing through the light curtain, landing on the worried vice president. That gaze was terrifyingly calm, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. It was as if he were merely looking at an inconsequential clown. The vice president felt a chill run down his spine under that gaze, his subsequent words caught in his throat. He opened his mouth, only to find he could say nothing. Under Chen Shen's abyss-like stare, he felt as if all his thoughts were laid bare. Any talk of compensation or price seemed so pale and powerless. Chen Shen seemed to care little for these. He was merely contemplating whether to crush this annoying bug before him. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Everyone's gaze was focused on Chen Shen, waiting for his final decision. The square was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Only Qin Shou's faint, unconscious twitching still reminded everyone of the brutal scene that had just unfolded. The vice president of the Xianming Academy was so tense that his heart felt like it was about to leap out of his throat. He knew that with just a thought, Chen Shen could completely ruin Qin Shou's future. The vice principal's heart nearly stopped beating. If Chen Shen truly disregarded everything and incapacitated or even killed Qin Shou right here, would the Xianming Academy dare to retaliate? No, they wouldn't dare. A level 30 support could crush a fourth transformation, Storm Sword King, with skill, such potential, such combat power, was beyond what they at Xianming Academy could easily handle. Moreover, there were other 3 major academies watching closely. The vice principal could almost envision the scene if Qin Shou were to die at Chen Shen's hands, and if Xianming Academy dared to take any retaliatory action, the other 3 academies would undoubtedly jump in immediately. They would unite under the banner of protecting geniuses and maintaining fairness, justifiably pressuring Xianming Academy. This was not just to protect Chen Shen, this limitless rising star, but also to take this opportunity to thoroughly suppress Xianming Academy, ensuring that this old rival could never rise again. By then, Xianming Academy would not only lose a Qin Shou but would also become a target of public scorn, its reputation in tatters, possibly leading to its downfall. Thinking of this, the vice principal's cold sweat intensified, his back instantly soaked. He looked at the indifferent boy in the light screen and felt a deep-seated fear for the first time. This boy not only possessed terrifying strength but also had a heart that was cold and rational, far beyond his years. He seemed completely unconcerned with the threats from Xianming Academy or the so-called compensation. He was merely weighing the pros and cons, or rather, deciding Qin Shou's fate based on his own preferences. And Xianming Academy seemed to lack even the qualification to bargain. Chen Shen's gaze remained fixed on the vice principal, not shifting away. The staff in his hand flickered slightly, still hovering above Qin Shou's head. Time passed, second by second. Every second was a torment for the vice principal of Xianming Academy. Chen Shen did not pay any attention to the vice principal. His gaze did not linger on the face filled with terror and pleading for more than a second. He turned directly to look at Sujina, who was not far away, still swaying slightly, but with her eyes now clear. The silence at the edge of the square was broken by this subtle movement, and all eyes followed Chen Shen's turn. Jiner. Chen Shen's voice rang out calmly, dispelling the almost solidified killing intent from before. What do you think? He handed the decision-making power to the girl who had just suffered humiliation. Sujina's eyelashes fluttered slightly. She raised her eyes, scanning the ground where Qin Shou lay curled up and convulsing like a dead dog. She glanced at the vice principal of Xianming Academy, who was on the verge of collapse, his eyes filled with the last shred of hope and pleading. The Su family indeed did not fear Xianming Academy. They would not regard a mere fourth transformation practitioner as significant. But Sujina took a deep breath, looking at the vice principal. For the sake of your principal, who is an old friend of my grandfather. Her cold voice carried a hint of barely perceptible fatigue and a sense of condescension. Just barely spare him. Upon hearing Sujina say this, a faint smile appeared on Chen Shen's face. The icy killing intent vanished without a trace. All right, he replied decisively. Then I'll listen to you. As he spoke, the eternal radiance staff in Chen's hand slightly lifted, the tip gathering a soft white light, seemingly preparing to cast a healing spell. Not far away, the vice principal of Xianming Academy, with his heart in his throat, finally felt a slight relief, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. However, just as the staff was about to swing down, Chen Shen's movement suddenly halted. The light at the tip of the staff remained bright but hovered in midair. The abrupt pause tightened the atmosphere that had just relaxed. The vice principal's heart suddenly raced again, his face pale, looking at Chen Shen with uncertainty. Was he going to back out? In the next moment, Chen Shan's wrist moved slightly.
The Eternal Radiance staff, shining with a platinum luster, did not emit the healing light as expected. Instead, it slowly descended. The cold metallic texture of the staff pressed directly against Qin Shou's forehead, which was smeared with dirt and cold sweat. The healing spell could indeed quickly restore health points. But what Qin Shou was enduring at this moment was more the mental torment stemming from excruciating pain and humiliation, possibly even injuring his soul. Simple life restoration would likely have limited effects. A glimmer of curiosity flashed in Chen Shan's eyes. Just right. He wanted to try it too. When his recovery skill restored the target to its original state, would the accompanying experience infusion effect truly bring about a different kind of experience and gain, just like the rumored staff? Warrior? Chen Shan's thoughts stirred. The Eternal Radiance staff, pressed against Qin Shou's forehead, gleamed with platinum light, and the light at the tip of the staff suddenly changed. No longer was it the soft healing white light, but rather a indescribable, eerie green glow. The recovery skill activated in an instant. Buzz! A circle of eerie green light radiated from the tip of the staff, rippling like water waves, instantly enveloping Qin Shou's body. Almost simultaneously, Chen Shan's body trembled slightly. A torrent of information, vast beyond imagination, surged into his mind like a flood breaking through a dam. It was not merely simple memories. It was experience. All of Qin Shou's profound experiences and feelings from birth to now. The burning sensation from being grazed by Sujina's flame ball. The tension in his muscles and the surge of power when executing Gale Thrust. The shock and loss of control when the bizarre force twisted the sword's body. The humiliation and cold sensation of his cheeks making intimate contact with the icy grass and dirt. And the excruciating pain of being forcefully pressed to the ground by Chen Shan, with bones threatening to shatter and organs shifting. Countless battle experiences, sword techniques, and instinctive reactions to crises. The good, the bad, the painful, the exhausting, the humiliating, the angry. Everything transformed into the most primitive sensory information, forcibly infused in an instant. Even though Chen Shan's mental attributes far exceeded those of ordinary people, he still felt an indescribable shock at this moment. His brain felt as if it were pierced by countless needles simultaneously, as if he had been stuffed into the soul of an entire stranger. If it were any ordinary practitioner, even one with mental specialties, under such a massive information impact, they would have long since collapsed mentally and turned into an idiot. But Chen Shan merely furrowed his brow slightly. His gaze remained calm. And the hand gripping the staff was as steady as a rock. The resilience of a reborn soul, along with that terrifying mental attribute, allowed him to quickly stabilize his mind after the initial shock. The experiences flooding in were more like a special data packet than mere memories. While pain and negative emotions certainly existed, more so was a comprehensive insight into Qin Shou's fighting style, skill understanding, and even character weaknesses. As for memories, there were hardly any. It was almost all pain and battle recollections. The introduction of the recovery skill stated, restores the target to original state. At this moment, the injuries on Qin Shou's body were visibly healing at a rapid pace. The broken bones were quickly reconnecting in the green light, and the internal tremors gradually subsided. But this recovery seemed not merely a simple healing. It felt more like a reversal of time, forcibly rolling back his physical state to a point in time when he was uninjured. Interesting. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Chen Shan's eyes. This reply skill is indeed similar to what I had guessed. Not only can it restore the target, but it can also steal the other party's experiences, especially combat-related knowledge and skills. Although the process is accompanied by intense pain and mental shock, this side effect is, for him, an alternative gain. Just as Chen Shan was digesting Qin Shou's experiences, Qin Shou, lying on the ground, suddenly trembled. And then began to cough violently. Cough, cough, cough. He abruptly opened his eyes, filled with confusion and fear of having survived a disaster. What happened? That near-death feeling just now, and that green light. He instinctively raised his hand to touch his body, and was astonished to find that the bones that had been excruciatingly painful, even feeling as if they were broken, were actually intact. Not even a hint of pain remained. It was as if the hellish torment he had just endured was merely a nightmare. But the cold metallic sensation on his forehead and the indifferent gaze before him clearly told him that everything was real. He suddenly looked up, meeting Chen Shan's gaze. Fear, humiliation, anger, and unwillingness, a myriad of emotions intertwined in his eyes, ultimately transforming into a thread of incredulous horror. What had this person done to him? Why did he feel as if he had been completely seen through? Chen Shan slowly moved the Eternal Radiance staff slightly away from Qin Shou's forehead, the staff still hovering, exuding an invisible pressure. He looked down from above at Qin Shou, who was gasping for breath on the ground, his face pale. The last glimmer of curiosity in his eyes faded, leaving only cold indifference. What? Chen Shen's calm voice broke the silence, still not willing to admit defeat? His tone was light, as if he were merely asking a casual question. If you're not convinced. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Qin Shou's face twisted in fear. I don't mind giving you another beating. At that time. Whether I'll have the mood to heal you is another matter. Qin Shou shivered all over, as if doused with ice water. That calm tone was more chilling than the most vicious curse. Another beating? No mood to heal? Recalling the feeling of being completely dominated, the pain that made even his soul tremble, Qin Shou's face instantly turned as pale as paper. He had no doubt that the other party would truly follow through on their words. It might even be more brutal. Fear completely overwhelmed humiliation and unwillingness. No. Qin Shou almost scrambled to get up from the ground, retreating a few steps in a panic, away from the staff that still emitted a faint glow. His voice trembled uncontrollably, even breaking at times. I admit defeat. I am no match for you. He spoke rapidly, fearing that if he slowed down for even a second, the other party would change their mind. As his voice of surrender fell, the pale golden light curtain that had enveloped the area, isolating the several anxious vice principals waiting outside, quietly dissipated like melting snow. The air seemed to start flowing again. The several vice principals who had been waiting outside rushed over almost immediately. Their faces were filled with enthusiastic smiles as they quickly approached Chen Chen and Sujina. Chen, Sujina. Truly heroes emerge from the youth. Your performance just now was absolutely spectacular. Breathtaking. Various compliments and praises were generously offered. Their gazes fell on Chen Chen, filled with astonishment and admiration. This young man had displayed strength and means that far exceeded their expectations of a freshman. Especially that bizarre healing method, it was simply unheard of. Qin Shou, on the other hand, seemed to have found his backbone, awkwardly retreating to the side of the vice principal from Xianming Academy, whose face was ashen. He opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to explain something or seek comfort. However, the vice principal, who had previously held high hopes for him, merely shot him a cold glance, filled with disappointment and impatience. Humph! A cold snort interrupted all of Qin Shou's words. The vice principal of the Xianming Academy didn't even look at Qin Shou again, instead quickly stepping in front of Chen Chen. He swiftly donned an expression of apology and seriousness, slightly bowing. Student Chen Chen, I sincerely apologize, it was our academy's student who acted recklessly and caused you trouble. His demeanor was very humble, and his tone sincere. The resources we promised earlier will be sent to your residence shortly, and not a single item will be missing. As for the admission matter. He paused, glancing at Chen Shen's calm face, his tone becoming more cautious. We at Xianming Academy are aware that we may not meet your expectations, and we will not impose. We only hope that you, student Chen Shen, will not hold a grudge against our Xianming Academy because of this. This statement was impeccably crafted, serving as both an apology and a goodwill gesture, while subtly distancing the academy from Qin Shou's personal actions. The other vice principals from surrounding academies watched this scene with varying expressions, but all tacitly remained silent. Xianming Academy had truly taken a significant fall this time. Upon hearing this, a hint of an appropriately measured smile appeared on Chen Chen's face, making it hard to discern his true feelings. He gently waved his hand, his tone calm. Vice Principal, you overstate the matter. No reward without effort, let's forget about those resources. I merely had a friendly exchange with student Qin Shou, nothing troublesome, and I certainly won't hold a grudge against your esteemed academy. His gaze swept over the vice principal, then suddenly landed on the increasingly sullen Qin Shou not far away. Young people, it's normal to have a bit of fire. It was just a friendly exchange. There's no need to take it to heart. Chen Chen's words were delivered lightly, as if it were truly just an ordinary spar. Yet, to the ears of the vice principal from Xianming Academy, it felt like a deeper humiliation. Young people have a lot of fire? Just a friendly exchange? It sounded as if Xianming Academy were so petty that they couldn't even handle a communication between students. His face shifted between shades of green and white, opening his mouth as if to say something to save face or to try to win over Chen Chen again. After all, it would be a great pity to let such a promising young talent slip away. However, before he could speak again, the other three vice principals who had been watching the show finally found an opportunity to interject. From Xinghui Academy, a slightly plump vice principal with a warm smile stepped forward first, gently patting the shoulder of the vice principal from Xianming Academy. Oldly, student Chen Chen has already said it was just a friendly exchange. You don't get to know someone without a bit of sparring. Since student Chen Chen is magnanimous and doesn't hold your students' recklessness against you, nor does he want compensation for resources, I think we can consider this matter settled. His tone
Was gentle, as if advising, but there was a hint of barely perceptible mockery in his eyes. Following him, a vice principal from Tianqi Academy, with a rugged demeanor and a muscular build, chimed in. Yes, Vice Principal Lee, a forced relationship bears no sweetness. Student Chen Shen has made his intentions clear. If you continue to press, it will only reflect poorly on us and make our academy seem petty. He adjusted his glasses, turning his gaze to Chen Shen, his smile becoming even more sincere. With such talent as student Chen Shen, the future is limitless. All of our academies hope to establish a good relationship with you, and we cannot let some unpleasantness affect our connections. The last to speak was the female vice principal from Sunlong Academy. Her demeanor was cool, but her words were the most direct. Vice Principal Lee, Chen Shen has clearly rejected the resources. If you insist further, it would be somewhat unreasonable. I think you should take your students back and reflect on this properly. Don't waste Chen Shen and Sujina's time here. The three vice principals, in a back-and-forth manner, seemed to be mediating, but every word was like a knife stabbing at the heart of Xianming Academy. The four academies were all considered top-tier in Long Country, and their competition had never ceased. Whether it was student recruitment, resources, or rankings, the rivalry was exceptionally fierce. Now, Xianming Academy not only failed to attract a talent like Chen Shen, but also, due to Qin Shou's actions, had made the other party unhappy, potentially creating enmity. This was a golden opportunity for the other three academies. They were naturally delighted to watch Xianming Academy's misfortune, while also stepping on it hard, and at the same time, showing goodwill to Chen Shen to build a closer relationship. Vice Principal Li of Xianming Academy was being squeezed by the three, his face turning pale, his chest heaving violently. He could clearly hear the schadenfreude and malice in their words. But unfortunately, Chen Shen's attitude was there. His earlier humble apology and goodwill had now become a handle for others to attack him. He held his breath, looking at Chen Shen, seemingly wanting to make one last effort. But Chen Shen just stood there quietly, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth, his gaze calmly watching their performance, showing no intention of intervening or expressing his stance. This detached indifference extinguished the last glimmer of hope in Vice Principal Li's heart. He knew that continuing to speak would only lead to humiliation. Humph. Vice Principal Li snorted coldly again, this time directed at those three colleagues. He suddenly flicked his sleeve, his dark gaze sweeping over the still cowering Qin Shou. Let's go. With that, he strode away towards the academy's residence, his back filled with suppressed anger and unwillingness. Qin Shou felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, mixed with a bit of panic and unease. Hurriedly lowered his head and followed behind, not daring to glance at Chen Shen again. Once the people from Xianming Academy left, the atmosphere on site relaxed considerably. The remaining three vice principals wore even more enthusiastic smiles. They almost surrounded Chen Shen and Sujina, inquiring about their well-being, eager to win them over. Questions and praises surged like a tide. The sight of Xianming Academy's group leaving in disgrace was like a stone thrown into a lake. After a brief ripple, the atmosphere on site suddenly warmed up. The three vice principals, who had previously watched with a somewhat spectator's mindset, now had smiles on their faces that seemed ready to overflow. Their gazes towards Chen Shen were no longer merely appreciative but filled with unabashed desire and eagerness. It was as if Chen Shen was not a person, but a rare treasure. Whoever could seize him would gain the upper hand. The slightly plump vice principal from Xinhui Academy, with a beaming smile, was the first to break the silence. Chen Shen, you were truly impressive just now, a remarkable young talent. He stepped forward half a pace, and with a shift in tone, directly extended an olive branch, and a heavy one at that. Our Xinhui Academy is willing to offer you an SSS-level training program. In addition to doubling all the resources previously promised, we will also provide an extra Tears of the Stars, a rare treasure that can significantly enhance one's spiritual perception. As soon as he finished speaking, the muscular vice principal from Tianqi Academy followed suit, pushing up his glasses, his gaze sharp behind the lenses. We can also offer an SSS-level training program at Tianqi Academy. While the Tears of the Stars is certainly impressive, our Tianqi Academy can grant access to the thunderous secret realm for student Chen Shen once a year. The power of thunder there has remarkable effects on the physical and mental refinement of any practitioner, especially for those with certain special talents. It's like adding wings to a tiger. His words carried a strong confidence, clearly believing his offer was more attractive. The last to speak was the cool and composed female vice principal of Sunlong Academy. Unlike the previous two, she was not as eager, her voice remained steady, yet carried an undeniable weight. Our Sunlong Academy also has an SSS level training program. We have secret realms and treasures as well. But we place greater emphasis on practical combat. I can promise that once enrolled, student Chen Shen will directly gain qualification to join the Academy's core battle group, personally guided by a God of War level mentor. The three vice principals exchanged words, each presenting increasingly enticing conditions, laying out the top resources their respective academies could offer. What had initially been an intention at the SS level had suddenly soared to SSS level, and it was still escalating. An invisible tension filled the air, a fierce competition among top academies for an extraordinary talent. Sujina stood beside Chen, quietly observing everything, a subtle ripple passing through her cool eyes. However, in the face of conditions that would excite any genius, Chen's expression remained calm. He seemed detached from the situation, his gaze as still as a deep well, showing neither joy nor hesitation. This composure beyond his years made the three vice principals feel a slight chill, further deepening their sense of the young man's inscrutability. Just as the vice principal of Xinghua Academy was about to say something more, trying to up the ante, Chen finally made a move. He did not look at the dazzling array of resource lists, nor did he respond to any of the academies' enthusiasm. His gaze passed over the vice principals of Xinghua and Tianqi, landing directly on the cool and composed female vice principal of Sunlong Academy. Under the scrutiny of those deep eyes, the female vice principal felt an inexplicable flutter in her heart. Chen slowly spoke, his voice not loud, yet clear enough to reach every ear present, instantly silencing all commotion. Sunlong Academy. He paused, his tone flat but carrying a sense of inquiry. Isn't it said that you only recruit combat-type practitioners? Can someone like me, who is a support type, also qualify? Upon hearing Chen's seemingly puzzled yet pointed words, the cool female vice principal of Sunlong Academy's gaze subtly sharpened. Before she could think it through, the two vice principals beside her seemed to seize a lifeline, instantly reacting. The plump vice principal of Xinghua Academy maintained his smile, but his tone took on a hint of kind reminder. Oh dear, student Chen, you've hit the nail on the head. We are quite clear about Sunlong Academy's rules. Historically, we only recruit pure combat-type practitioners, as for support types. He didn't finish his sentence, but the lingering pause and the look directed at the female vice principal of Sunlong spoke volumes. The muscular vice principal of Tianqi Academy immediately chimed in, adjusting his glasses, his gaze behind the lenses appearing particularly sincere. That is indeed the case. Sunlong Academy's training system revolves around high-intensity combat training and practical confrontations. Although student Chen, your strength is extraordinary, the characteristics of a recovery mage may not align well with Sunlong Academy's philosophy and resources. Our Tianqi or Xinghua would be a better fit for you. The two played off each other, attempting to draw Chen's gaze, which had just turned to Sunlong Academy, back to themselves. The SSS level conditions they just proposed were already the utmost sincerity that each of their academies could offer. They thought Chen would be somewhat moved, but unexpectedly, he directly threw the question to the seemingly least likely Sunlong Academy. This cast a shadow over the hope that had just ignited in their hearts. Standing beside Chen, Sujina's heart trembled violently the moment she heard his words. A hint of surprise flashed in her cool eyes, and soon, a barely noticeable blush quietly crept up her fair cheeks, even making her ears slightly warm. Sunlong Academy, wasn't that the academy she had favored the most before she even knew what profession Chen would change to? She had even subtly mentioned it to him. But later, when Chen changed to a restoration mage, a profession generally regarded as purely supportive, she thought that the path to Sunlong Academy was already closed off for him. Therefore, she had been waiting silently, wanting to see how Chen would choose, and then follow in his footsteps. As long as she could enter the same academy as him, it didn't really matter where they went. But now, Chen actually took the initiative to ask about Sunlong Academy? Did he want to go to Sunlong? Was it because of what she had said before? For a moment, various thoughts surged in Sujina's mind, causing ripples in her previously calm heart lake. She instinctively raised her eyes to look at Chen beside her, but all she saw was his calm profile and those deep eyes that seemed to see through everything. Just as the vice principals of Xinghua and Tianqi were trying to continue persuading, the female vice principal of Sunlong Academy finally spoke up. Her voice remained cool, but it carried a resolute firmness. Our Sunlong Academy has indeed primarily focused on recruiting combat-type professionals in the past. She admitted it openly, without any avoidance. Then, she shifted her tone, looking intently at Chen, her voice filled with undeniable certainty. However, rules are dead, and people are alive. Student Chen, we have all witnessed your practical combat abilities. Not to mention ordinary combat-type professionals, even many genius fighters would likely pale in comparison before you. Your existence has already broken the norm. For a prodigy like you, our Sunlong Academy can and is willing to make an exception. As long as you are willing to come, the so-called professional restrictions are simply not a problem. This statement was forceful, not only causing the vice principals of Xinghua and Tianqi to change their expression slightly but also making Sujina's heart skip a beat. An exception could be made. A glimmer of barely perceptible light flashed in both Chen Shen's and Sujina's eyes almost simultaneously. The smile at the corner of Chen Shen's mouth seemed to deepen a bit. He did not immediately agree but instead spoke again, asking a seemingly unrelated question. I heard that Sunlong Academy has a very peculiar dragon scale in its collection? As soon as this question was asked, not only did the vice principals of Xinghui and Tianqi freeze, but even the female vice principal of Sunlong Academy was slightly taken aback. Dragon scale? She quickly thought through what Chen Shen was referring to. That was indeed an ancient dragon scale of unknown origin, dull in color, with no detectable energy fluctuations, placed deep within the Academy's treasure vault, more like a dusty ancient decoration that had gone unnoticed for many years. The Academy had organized research on it before, but to no avail. Why would Chen Shen suddenly ask about this? Could it be that this seemingly ordinary dragon scale hides some secret? The female vice principal's thoughts raced, but her expression showed no hesitation. At this moment, any secret of the dragon scale or its potential value was far less important than recruiting this extraordinary genius into the academy. Without a moment's hesitation, she immediately gave an affirmative response, her tone carrying an irresistible boldness. Indeed, such a thing exists. That item has been studied for many years by our Sunlong Academy without any results, and has long been relegated to a mere decorative piece. If young friend Chen Shen is interested, I can make a decision right now. As long as you join Sunlong, that piece of dragon scale will be gifted to you. Upon hearing this, Chen Shen's eyes instantly lit up. The brilliance was not due to Sunlong Academy's willingness to make an exception for him, nor was it because of the seemingly enticing training resources. It was because of that piece of dragon scale. The peculiar dragon scale that could not be stored in a storage space, specifically mentioned by his grandfather. Now, the vice president of Sunlong Academy was directly promising that as long as he enrolled, this dragon scale would be given to him. This was simply an unexpected delight. Chen Shen understood that repairing the 9 reverse dragon ring and exploring the secrets of the dragon veins were his most core objectives at the moment. For him, the greatest value of a so-called top academy was not those routine courses or conventional resource allocations. He possessed the healer's courage talent, which allowed him to rapidly accumulate attribute points by healing and copying talents and skills. He had numerous powerful skills and trump cards, with practical combat abilities far exceeding his peers. What truly attracted him were the rare and dangerous high-level dungeons and secret realms controlled by the Academy. Those places were likely to hide clues related to the Dragon Clan and the 9 reverse dragon ring, or provide opportunities to quickly gain a large number of attribute points and copy powerful skills and talents. Of course, there was also the dragon scale that was so close at hand. Compared to the urgent need to repair the 9 reverse dragon ring, any academy ranking or resource allocation seemed less important. Sunlong Academy's willingness to make an exception and gift the dragon scale was already enough. Chen Shen's heart made a quick decision, but he did not immediately reveal it on his face. He could sense the slightly unpleasant expressions of the 2 vice presidents, Xinghui and Tianqi, and he could also feel the determined gaze of the female vice president of Sunlong Academy. He slightly turned his head to look at Sujina, who had been quietly standing beside him, silently observing everything. A faint blush seemed to appear on the cool cheeks of the girl, perhaps due to the vice president's exceptional declaration, and a complex light flickered deep in her eyes. Chen Shen's gaze fell on her, carrying a hint of inquiry. Jiner, what do you think? Sujina was slightly taken aback, seemingly not expecting Chen Shen to ask for her opinion at this moment. She raised her head and met Chen Shen's deep eyes, her heart involuntarily racing a bit faster. To go to Sunlong Academy? Her original goal was indeed Sunlong Academy, and the reason she hadn't chosen it was to attend the same academy as Chen Shen. All her previous concerns seemed to dissipate after the vice president's words of, "can make an exception." She had been hesitating, worried that Chen Shen might not be able to enter Sunlong due to professional restrictions, and how she should choose. Now, with Chen Shen actively asking for her opinion, did this mean? Sujina suppressed the waves in her heart, her cool voice carrying a hint of barely perceptible softness. I think Sunlong Academy is quite good. Since they are willing to make an exception for you, then the so-called professional restrictions are no longer an issue. Her answer was concise, yet it clearly stated her position. Xinghui and Tianqi exchanged glances, their expressions growing even more unpleasant. They never expected that Chen Shen would ask Sujina for her opinion, and Sujina's attitude was clearly leaning towards Sunlong Academy. This little princess of the Su family carried significant weight. The female vice president of Sunlong Academy curled her lips into a confident smile, her gaze towards Chen Shen becoming even more eager. With Sujina's response, the last trace of hesitation in Chen Shen's heart vanished. He turned his head, his gaze once again landing on the female vice principal of the Sunlong Academy, his tone calm yet filled with an undeniable resolve. All right.
I choose Sunlong Academy.
This simple sentence from Chun Chen exploded like thunder in the ears of the several vice principals.
That calmness, that undeniable certainty, clearly conveyed his final choice.
The two vice principals, Xinghui and Tianqi, who had still held a glimmer of hope and were prepared to continue offering enticing conditions, suddenly froze in their expressions.
They opened their
mouths, seemingly wanting to say something, but it ultimately turned into a helpless sigh, their eyes filled with complexity as
they looked at Chen Chen. How could this be? A B-level support profession, no matter how extraordinary his melee abilities, why would he choose Sunlong Academy, which was almost entirely composed of combat mages and known for its strictness? This was completely illogical. Was it merely because of that piece of dragon scale? Or was it because of Sujina? They couldn't comprehend. Nor could they understand.
They could understand Sujina's choice of Sunlong. After all, that was her original goal, and her talent and profession were highly compatible.
But Chen Chen, what could a reply mage learn at Sunlong Academy? Was he going to learn how to heal those proud combat mages?
The heads of other academies around them also wore expressions of shock, murmurs. Rising again, their gazes towards Chen Chen filled with confusion and regret. They too could not understand Chen Chen's choice. In their view, Xinghui Academy or Tianqi Academy, or even some other comprehensive academies, were far more suitable for a support profession to develop. Only the female vice principal of Sunlong Academy, dressed in a luxurious robe, now wore an expression of uncontrollable ecstasy. The calmness and determination she had just displayed were now completely gone. She almost instantly appeared in front of Chun Chen, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement and enthusiasm, her voice carrying a
barely perceptible tremor. Chen Chen, are you serious? You really choose us, Sunlong Academy?
She feared she had misheard or that Chun Chen was just acting on impulse.
After all, this decision was too unexpected. Chen Chen looked at the
flustered vice principal before him, a faint smile appearing on his face. He could feel her excitement at this moment and understand the confusion of others. But he didn't care. The dragon scale, along with the clues that Sunlong Academy might hide, was
his true goal. Yes, vice principal. Chen Chen's tone was gentle yet firm. I choose Sunlong Academy.
He slightly tilted his head, his gaze falling on Sujina beside him, adding, Jina and I will both join Sunlong Academy.
Sujina met his gaze, a deeper blush on her cool cheeks, gently nodding in agreement. With Chen Chen's confirmation once again, the female vice principal
was so excited she nearly jumped up. She took a few deep breaths, trying to calm her racing heart, looking at Chen Chen and Sujina as if they were two rare treasures.
What a treasure! Either of these two would be enough to drive any academy crazy. Now, they had both chosen Sunlong Academy. This was simply the best news Sunlong Academy had received in nearly 100 years. She could even foresee that in the coming years, no, perhaps in just 1 or 2 years, Sunlong Academy would undergo earth-shattering changes due to the addition of these two young people. Chen Chen's choice was set, like a rock that had fallen, with no possibility of change. The two vice principals from Xinghui Academy and Tianqi Academy gradually lost their stiffness, replaced by a complex and inscrutable expression. They exchanged glances, each seeing the helplessness and deep unwillingness in the other's eyes. But at this point, there was no point in saying more. The elegant vice principal of Xinghui Academy was the first to adjust his emotions, forcing a smile that seemed somewhat strained. He stepped forward and cupped his hands towards Chen. Chun. Congratulations, Chun Chen, on making your choice. Although we regret not being able to invite you to join Xinghui, we still respect your decision. I hope that in the future, we will have the opportunity to exchange ideas with you, Chen Chen. His words were very polite, and his demeanor was quite humble. There was no other choice, facing such a prodigy with limitless potential who acted completely outside the norm. Even the vice principal of a top academy dared not show any negligence. No one knew how far this seemingly B-class support boy would grow in the future. It was better to build a good relationship now than to have enmity later. The burly vice principal from Tianqi Academy also approached, his voice booming. Kid, you have guts. The place of Sunlong is not easy to stay in, I hope you won't regret it. He patted Chen Chen on the shoulder, the force not light, as if testing him, yet also carrying a hint of begrudging congratulations. Chen Chen remained motionless, calmly enduring the pat, his gaze indifferent as he looked at the other man. Thank you for your concern, I never regret my decisions. The burly vice principal's eyes narrowed, seemingly surprised by Chen Chen's calmness, then he laughed heartily, covering up his previous surprise. Good. Ambitious. Then I wish you a bright future. Following that, the heads of several other top academies also stepped forward. Congratulations, Chen Chen and Sujina. Sunlong Academy is truly enviable to have such outstanding talents. If you ever have the chance to come to our academy we will certainly welcome you warmly.
The polite words flowed continuously, and everyone wore smiles, but only they themselves knew the true emotions hidden behind those smiles.